Yun Tian encountered a tragic accident on Earth, only to awaken and find himself transported to the planet Cybertron, transformed into a transformer. Penniless, he fortuitously came to the rescue of Bumblebee, who was being bullied, earning the admiration of Ratchet. With his earthly medical knowledge, he embarked on a journey to study medicine in Cybertron. In a time when Optimus Prime was still known as Orion Pax, and Bumblebee was merely a frequently bullied little fellow, this outsider from Earth aspired to utilize modern medical knowledge to forge his own legend in Cybertron. Mr. Ratchet, please teach me the art of healing. I wish to employ Earth's medical technology to save all of Cybertron. Witness how a time traveler wields a stethoscope and scalpel to carve a niche in the world of Transformers. Chapter 1. The First Encounter. Yun Tian strolled along the path home, the neon lights along the street flickering in vibrant hues, while hurried pedestrians passed by, the city's cacophony echoing in his ears. Having just concluded a long day's work, he felt a bit weary, yet his spirits were buoyed by the thought of unwinding at home. Suddenly, a blinding car headlight pierced through the darkness, and instinctively, Yun Tian turned to look, only to see an out-of-control vehicle hurtling towards him. Before he could react, he was violently knocked to the ground, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. When Yun Tian regained awareness, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar terrain. The surroundings bore no resemblance to the Earth he knew. Towering metallic edifices radiated brilliant light, while bizarre flying crafts zipped through the air and robots of various forms traversed the ground. To his astonishment, he discovered that his own body had undergone a profound transformation. His once soft skin had morphed into a tough metallic shell. His limbs grew stronger and more robust, adorned with intricate mechanical structures. As he attempted to move, he realized that his agility surpassed that of his human form. Yun Tian understood that he had crossed into the realm of Transformers and had become one himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized that he lay on the outskirts of Cybertron City, with the bustling metropolis not far off. Cybertron, the homeland of the Transformers, was both wondrous and foreign to him. Rising to his feet, he gazed upon the vibrant city, a strong desire for exploration swelling within him. He was aware that in the tales of Transformers, Optimus Prime was the leader of the Autobots, a symbol of justice and courage. Yet, in this moment before the story unfolded, he was merely known as Orion Pax, an ordinary Transformer. Determined to make contact with Orion Pax, Yun Tian hoped to glean more insights about this world and perhaps discover a path for his own future. With purpose, he set off towards Cybertron City, immersing himself in the unique atmosphere of the streets. Various Transformers scurried about, some engaged in conversation, others in trade, while many were busy with mechanical repairs. Their forms varied widely, resembling cars, aircraft, and even animals, each exuding an unmistakable mechanical aura. Yun Tian endeavored to blend in, mimicking the gestures and expressions of the other Transformers as he cautiously navigated through the crowd. After some inquiries, Yun Tian learned that Orion Pax frequently visited a bar named the Heart of Energon. This establishment served as a hub for Transformers to exchange information and unwind, often being the birthplace of significant events. Eagerly, he made his way to the Heart of Energon, yearning to meet Orion Pax and embark on a new chapter in Cybertron. Upon entering the bar, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The space was crowded with Transformers, the clamor of voices intertwining to create a distinct ambience. Behind the bar, a uniquely designed Transformer skillfully mixed various Energon drinks, while patrons savored their beverages and engaged in animated discussions. Yun Tian scanned the crowd, searching for the figure of Orion Pax. At that moment, a tall and imposing Transformer caught his eye. Adorned with deep blue metallic plating etched with intricate patterns, his eyes radiated a steadfast yet gentle light. Seated at the bar, he conversed with several companions, his laughter ringing out from time to time. A sense of intuition stirred within Yun Tian, suggesting that this individual was indeed Orion Pax. Summoning his courage, Yun Tian approached the Transformer, striving to appear friendly and sincere. Standing beside Orion Pax, he offered a slight bow and said, "Greetings, I am Yun Tian. I have recently arrived in Cybertron and have heard of your esteemed reputation. I have come to seek your guidance on a few matters." Orion Pax turned to regard Yun Tian with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. He smiled warmly and replied, "Hello, Yun Tian. I am Orion Pax. It is a pleasure to meet you. Since you are new to Cybertron, feel free to ask any questions. I will do my utmost to assist you." Yun Tian's heart soared with joy as he quickly responded, "Thank you so much. I find myself rather unfamiliar with the history and current state of Cybertron. Could you share the stories of this place with me?" Orion Pax nodded, gesturing for Yun Tian to take a seat. He spoke slowly. Cybertron is a planet steeped in history, where we Transformers have resided for countless epochs. Once, our world was a haven of peace and prosperity, but as time passed, some Transformers began to seek greater energy and power, igniting a series of conflicts and wars. These battles wrought tremendous devastation upon Cybertron and fractured our society. Today, we strive to seek peace and unity, hoping to restore the grandeur of Cybertron. Captivated, Yun Tian had not anticipated the complexity of Cybertron's history. He then inquired, "What do you believe lies ahead for us Transformers?" Orion Pax pondered for a moment before responding resolutely. "I believe that as long as we unite in purpose and uphold the principles of justice and peace, we will overcome all obstacles and forge a brighter future. We Transformers possess immense strength, yet we carry the responsibility of safeguarding both Cybertron and the peace of the universe. I hope that one day, we can emerge as respected guardians in the cosmos, allowing Cybertron to once again be a paradise for all Transformers." Yun Tian was deeply moved by Orion Pax's words, sensing the conviction and sense of duty within him. He realized that as a newcomer to this world, he too could contribute in some meaningful way. He resolved to follow in Orion Pax's footsteps, to protect Cybertron, and to uphold justice and peace. Through his conversation with Orion Pax, Yun Tian gradually began to integrate into this unfamiliar world. He started to learn about the culture, values, and lifestyles of the Transformers, forming bonds with many like-minded companions. He understood that his adventure was only just beginning, and the future of Cybertron would inevitably be shaped by his presence. Chapter 2. The Encounter. After bidding farewell to Orion Pax, Yun Tian was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. He felt an overwhelming anticipation for Cybertron's future, yet he was also confronted with the stark reality of his circumstances. As a newly arrived Transformer, he possessed no savings, no stable employment, and the looming threat of an energy shortage was ever present. Yun Tian wandered aimlessly through the streets of Cybertron, his heart heavy with distress. He found himself at a loss regarding which profession suited him, uncertain of how to find his footing in this unfamiliar world. Just as Yun Tian succumbed to his confusion, his attention was drawn to a commotion not far away. A group of larger Transformers had encircled a smaller one, vociferously berating and occasionally shoving the little fellow. The small Transformer curled up in fear and helplessness. A surge of righteous indignation compelled Yun Tian to rush forward without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Yun Tian exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the street, causing the surrounding air to quiver. The bullies were startled by his sudden rebuke, turning to glare at him with menace. "What's it to you? Get lost." One of the Transformers sneered, brandishing his massive fist as if to intimidate Yun Tian. Unfazed, Yun Tian stood resolutely in front of the small Transformer, blocking their path. His gaze radiated an undeniable determination, as if signaling that he would not retreat. The aggressors exchanged glances and began to converge on Yun Tian. In a swift response, Yun Tian deftly evaded their attacks, while seizing the opportunity to counter. His movements were both rapid and precise, each strike infused with power. In no time, the bullies were subdued and fled in disarray, leaving the onlookers astonished and appreciative. Yun Tian disregarded the stares of admiration and hurried to the side of the small Transformer, helping him to his feet. Upon closer inspection, he noticed scuffs on the little one's exterior, indicating some minor injuries. As Yun Tian recognized the small figure, his eyes widened in surprise. This was Bumblebee, adorned in a bright yellow shell with sparkling eyes. Bumblebee looked up at Yun Tian, gratitude flickering in his gaze. "Thank you, big brother. Those guys always pick on me, and I didn't know what to do." Yun Tian gently patted Bumblebee's head, offering reassurance. "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Let's get you to the hospital to check your injuries." The two made their way toward the hospital, a structure markedly different from those on Earth. The building was grand and spacious, with advanced facilities buzzing with mechanical sounds as Transformers doctors scurried between various wards. Upon entering, a white Transformer approached them, his gentle eyes emanating a faint energy aura. Yun Tian immediately recognized him as Ratchet, Cybertron's renowned medical expert. Seeing the injured Bumblebee, Ratchet expressed concern. "Bumblebee, how did you get hurt again? Come, let me examine you." Yun Tian followed closely behind Ratchet and Bumblebee, observing Ratchet's adept handling of medical instruments with admiration. A thought struck him. Although he had crossed over to Cybertron, many fundamental skills and knowledge were still relevant. On Earth, he had harbored a keen interest in medicine, and though he had not pursued it deeply, he possessed some basic medical knowledge. Perhaps he could aspire to become a doctor, resolving his own energy dilemmas while assisting Transformers like Bumblebee. Approaching Ratchet, Yun Tian respectfully introduced himself. Mr. Ratchet, my name is Yun Tian, a newcomer to Cybertron. I was impressed by your treatment of Bumblebee. I have an interest in medicine as well, and I wonder if you might teach me some medical knowledge. Ratchet paused his work, taken aback by Yun Tian's request. He scrutinized Yun Tian, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his features. Yun Tian, I'm pleased to see your enthusiasm. Medical work is a vital field, and we need more Transformers to dedicate themselves to it. I can teach you some foundational medical knowledge and skills, but be prepared, studying medicine is no easy feat. It demands patience, meticulousness, and extensive practice. Yun Tian replied resolutely, I understand, Mr. Ratchet. I will strive to learn, and I believe that with effort, I can become an excellent doctor. Ratchet nodded, leading Yun Tian to a spacious medical classroom filled with various medical models and textbooks, adorned with diagrams of Cybertronian physiology on the walls. Ratchet began explaining the basic physiological structures of Transformers, detailing everything from the location of the energy core to the functions of various mechanical organs, his explanations thorough and meticulous. Yun Tian listened intently, jotting down key points in his notebook. He discovered a profound interest in the subject, finding the learning process far from tedious. In the ensuing days, Yun Tian immersed himself in his medical studies. He learned to operate various medical instruments, perform basic wound care, and even participated in minor medical procedures. Ratchet expressed satisfaction with Yun Tian's progress, noting his remarkable memory, keen observational skills, and solid operational abilities. Under Yun Tian's diligent efforts, his medical skills gradually improved, allowing him to independently address common medical issues. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and Bumblebee forged a strong friendship. Bumblebee often sought Yun Tian for companionship, and they would stroll together in the hospital garden, sharing their stories. Bumblebee frequently praised Yun Tian's medical prowess, likening him to an older brother who always provided help and support during critical moments. As time passed, Yun Tian's reputation at the hospital grew. Injured Transformers began to seek him out, hoping for his care. Yun Tian consistently served them with patience, applying his acquired medical knowledge to aid their recovery. He not only progressed technically but also learned how to offer emotional solace to his patients through their interactions. Yun Tian ultimately discovered his purpose on Cybertron, emerging as a respected doctor. He recognized that this was merely the beginning of his journey in this world, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting him. Yet, he remained confident that as long as he held steadfast to his beliefs and continued to strive, he could carve out a legacy of his own on the land of Cybertron. Chapter 3: An unexpected journey to the arena after a day filled with laborious endeavors. Yun Tian felt a tinge of fatigue, yet he was also enriched by the experiences he had gained. Just as he was preparing to return to his abode for some much-needed rest, he was abruptly interrupted by a jubilant voice. Turning around, he discovered Bumblebee eagerly waving at him. Yun Tian, come quickly. I have a delightful place to show you. Bumblebee's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as though he had unearthed a marvelous treasure. Intrigued, Yun Tian followed Bumblebee to an establishment known as the Energy Oil Bar. The ambience here was in stark contrast to that of the hospital, brimming with vivacity and merriment. Various Transformers were gathered around tables, engaging in lively banter, while the air was thick with the rich aroma of energy liquor. Bumblebee ushered Yun Tian to his seat and exclaimed with enthusiasm, Yun Tian, you must try the high-purity energy liquor here. It is simply exquisite. As he spoke, he poured a glass for both himself and Yun Tian. Gazing at the amber liquid before him, Yun Tian felt a moment of hesitation. He had never partaken in alcohol, let alone in this unfamiliar realm of Cybertron. However, seeing Bumblebee's eager expression, he found it hard to refuse. Bracing himself, he lifted the glass and took a gentle sip. To his astonishment, the high-purity energy liquor possessed a unique richness, accompanied by a hint of spiciness that swiftly spread across his palate before cascading down his throat, enveloping him in a warm sensation. His eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated enjoying such a flavor. Bumblebee, witnessing his reaction, burst into laughter. I knew you would love it. Come, take another sip. As he spoke, he himself indulged in the drink with abandon. Yun Tian, inspired by Bumblebee's exuberance, gradually loosened up and began to consume more. He soon realized that the more he drank, the more pronounced the warmth became, and his body started to feel increasingly at ease. Before he knew it, Yun Tian had finished an entire glass of high-purity energy liquor. His vision began to blur, and the surrounding cacophony seemed to fade into the distance. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in his own quarters. His head felt somewhat heavy, but the rest of his body had returned to normal. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed Bumblebee seated nearby, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Yun Tian, you are finally awake," Bumblebee exclaimed joyfully. "You have a match today at the Karen Arena, and I will be cheering for you." Yun Tian was taken aback. He had no recollection of signing up for any competition. He massaged his temples, striving to recall the events of the previous night, but aside from drinking, everything else was shrouded in a haze. "A match? What match? What did I sign up?" Yun Tian inquired with a perplexed expression. Bumblebee chuckled heartily and replied, "You drank a bit too much last night and insisted that you were the champion of the arena. And then you inadvertently registered. Everyone thought you were joking, but given your physical prowess, you might actually secure a commendable position." Yun Tian sighed in resignation. He had not anticipated such antics while under the influence of alcohol. Yet, having already registered, he felt there was no turning back. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and discovered that his strength and reflexes were quite commendable. Perhaps this would be an intriguing experience. Very well, he resolved to go. Yun Tian gazed at Bumblebee, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let us proceed to the arena." Bumblebee leapt with excitement, pulling Yun Tian towards the exit. Along the way, he enthusiastically introduced Yun Tian to the rules of the arena and the nature of the opponents. Although Yun Tian felt a twinge of anxiety, he was primarily filled with anticipation for the challenges ahead. The Karen Arena is one of the most renowned entertainment venues on Cybertron, hosting various gladiatorial contests of Transformers daily, attracting countless spectators. Upon their arrival at the arena, Yun Tian and Bumblebee were met with a cacophony of voices. The stands were packed with Transformers, some cheering, others shouting, rallying for their favorite competitors. Yun Tian was escorted to the contestants' preparation area, where many participating Transformers had already gathered. Some were imposing, muscular figures. Others were nimble and quick in their movements. Observing these opponents, Yun Tian felt a sense of pressure, yet he knew he could not falter. The competition was about to commence. Standing at the entrance of the arena, Yun Tian took a deep breath. He reflected on his days working in a hospital, where he learned to maintain composure under pressure and to conquer difficulties with unwavering resolve. He reminded himself that this was merely a contest, regardless of the outcome. He would give his all. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. Yun Tian's opponent was a towering Transformer, who swung massive fists toward him. Reacting swiftly, Yun Tian adeptly evaded the attacks while seizing opportunities to counter. His movements were swift and precise, each strike infused with strength. The audience was captivated by the fierce battle, erupting with cheers for their favorite contestants. Bumblebee, among the crowd, waved his tiny fists and shouted, "Go, brother Yun Tian, you're the best." Hearing Bumblebee's encouraging cries, a warm surge filled Yun Tian's heart. He realized he was not alone in this fight. Many friends were supporting him. This conviction fortified his resolve, propelling him to engage fully in the battle. After a fierce contest, Yun Tian emerged victorious, having defeated his opponent through remarkable skill and unwavering tenacity. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, and Bumblebee leaped with excitement, jubilantly celebrating. Standing in the center of the arena, Yun Tian looked around at the spectators, his heart brimming with pride and satisfaction. He had not anticipated such a performance, nor the honor he had earned in the Cybertronian arena. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting him. Yet, he believed that as long as he remained true to his convictions and persevered, he would undoubtedly carve out his own brilliance on this land of Cybertron. Chapter 4. The arrival of Soundwave. The victory of Yun Tian in the gladiatorial arena brought him considerable fame among the Transformers of Cybertron. However, this glory was short-lived, as a minor upheaval soon followed. Upon learning of Yun Tian's participation in the combat competition, Ratchet, filled with indignation, sought him out. The usually stern visage of Ratchet was etched with anger, and his typically gentle eyes now gleamed with sharp intensity. "Yun Tian, what on earth are you doing? The gladiatorial arena is a perilous and brutish place. How could you possibly venture into such a den?" Ratchet's voice echoed through the hospital corridors, drawing the attention of other Transformers. Yun Tian gazed at the furious Ratchet, a wave of guilt washing over him. He was acutely aware that he had disappointed Ratchet, who had always hoped he would focus on medicine and become an exemplary doctor, bringing health and hope to the Transformers of Cybertron, rather than seeking bravado in the arena. Ratchet, I was wrong, Yun Tian murmured, lowering his head in sincere apology. I acted impulsively without considering the consequences. I assure you, I shall never return there. Observing Yun Tian's earnest demeanor, Ratchet's anger began to subside slightly. He recognized Yun Tian as a good-hearted individual, albeit one who was occasionally too impetuous. With a resigned sigh, he replied, Yun Tian, I comprehend your desire to prove yourself, yet the arena is not the venue for resolving issues. Your future lies in the hospital, at the operating table, not in the sands of the gladiatorial pit. If you venture there again, I shall cease to acknowledge you. Yun Tian was taken aback. Fully aware of Ratchet's significance in his life, his guidance in medicine was invaluable, but more importantly, Ratchet was akin to family. With newfound determination, he declared, Ratchet, I understand. I will not return there. I will devote all my efforts to studying medicine and ensure I do not disappoint you. Ratchet nodded, though a trace of concern lingered in his heart. Nonetheless, witnessing Yun Tian's resolute attitude allowed him to temporarily set his worries aside. He patted Yun Tian on the shoulder and said, Very well, I trust you. Now, you may return to your duties. Just as Yun Tian prepared to resume his work, a familiar figure appeared at the hospital entrance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Soundwave. A wave of surprise coursed through him. Was Soundwave not supposed to be in the arena? What brought him to the hospital? Soundwave strode into the hospital with a cold and profound gaze, exuding an aura of formidable presence. He approached Ratchet and Yun Tian directly, inclining his head slightly as he spoke. Ratchet, I have heard there is a Transformer named Yun Tian here. I wish to converse with him. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Yun Tian as he scrutinized Soundwave, attempting to recall if their paths had ever crossed. However, he was certain he had never encountered Soundwave before. Turning to Ratchet, he sought any clues from him. Ratchet, equally astonished, had not anticipated Soundwave's sudden appearance at the hospital, much less his specific request to see Yun Tian. He spoke cautiously, Soundwave, Yun Tian is merely an ordinary doctor. May I inquire as to the nature of your business with him? Soundwave smiled faintly, his expression imbued with an air of mystery. There were matters he wished to discuss in private, and he believed this would not disrupt the hospital's operations. Yun Tian felt an increasing sense of perplexity. He could not fathom why Soundwave sought him out. However, he was acutely aware of Soundwave's influential stature on Cybertron, an exceptional gladiator with significant connections among notable Transformers. Although Yun Tian was uncertain of Soundwave's intentions, he dared not offend him lightly. Seeing the situation unfold, Ratchet could only sigh and say, Very well, Yun Tian. You may speak with Soundwave, but do remember not to neglect your duties. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yun Tian followed Soundwave to a secluded corner of the hospital. Soundwave halted, turning to face Yun Tian with a scrutinizing gaze. Yun Tian, I have heard of your remarkable performance in the arena, Soundwave intoned, his voice deep and resonant, carrying an enigmatic allure. I find myself intrigued by you and wonder if you might be interested in joining my team. Yun Tian stared at Soundwave in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Soundwave's interest in him would be for such a purpose. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Soundwave, I am merely a doctor. The life of the arena holds no appeal for me. My sole desire is to heal Transformers in the hospital. Soundwave smiled gently, undeterred by Yun Tian's refusal. I admire your steadfastness, Yun Tian. Yet, have you considered that your talents should not be confined to the hospital? There are numerous places on Cybertron that require the skills of potential Transformers like yourself. Perhaps you could make a greater impact on a larger stage. Yun Tian felt a stirring within. He comprehended the essence of Soundwave's words. Cybertron was in turmoil, and the Transformers faced myriad challenges and crises. As a doctor, his abilities could indeed aid many more. However, he was acutely aware of the responsibilities he bore. He could not easily abandon the hospital or forsake those in need of his care. Soundwave, I appreciate your recognition, but I cannot leave the hospital, Yun Tian asserted with conviction. I believe that in the hospital, I can likewise contribute to Cybertron. I will strive to become an exemplary physician, safeguarding the health of the Transformers. Soundwave regarded Yun Tian with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He had not expected such unwavering conviction and sense of responsibility from someone so young. With a slight smile, He replied, "Very well, Yun Tian, I respect your choice. But do remember, should you change your mind, my team will always welcome you." Yun Tian nodded, watching as Soundwave departed. He understood that Soundwave's visit was both a warning and an opportunity. The future of Cybertron was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. He must steadfastly uphold his beliefs and continuously enhance his abilities to thrive in this world. Upon returning to his duties, Yun Tian worked with renewed vigor. He understood that as a doctor, his responsibilities were immense. He was not only to mend the physical wounds of the Transformers, but also to provide them with solace for their spirits. Through Yun Tian's relentless efforts, the hospital's standard of care gradually improved, attracting an ever-increasing number of Transformers seeking his expertise. In this journey, Yun Tian has continuously evolved. He has not only attained remarkable achievements in medicine, but has also become more resilient and mature in spirit. He understands that regardless of the challenges and adversities the future may hold, as long as he remains steadfast in his convictions, he can overcome all obstacles and contribute to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Shockwave after a long day of work. Yun Tian trudged along the path home, his weary body weighed down by fatigue. The sky over Cybertron was painted with twilight, and the streetlights gradually illuminated, casting a warm glow over the city. However, Yun Tian's mood was far from light. A critically ill patient at the hospital had left him feeling overwhelmed, and he pondered how he might better treat that individual. As he immersed himself in contemplation, a peculiar transformer caught his eye. This being was unlike any he had encountered before, adorned with a sleek silver-gray metallic shell, its lines smooth and minimalist, and its eyes glimmering with a piercing blue light, exuding an air of aloof mystery. Yun Tian had never seen such a transformer in the narratives of Cybertron, and driven by curiosity, he politely approached. "Greetings, I am Yun Tian, a physician. I noticed you wandering here and wondered if you might require assistance," he inquired with a gentle and sincere smile. The transformer turned its head, scrutinizing Yun Tian with a flicker of surprise in its gaze. It nodded slightly and responded, "I am Shockwave. Thank you for your concern. I do not currently require any assistance." Upon hearing the name Shockwave, Yun Tian felt a jolt within. Shockwave, a name renowned in the annals of Cybertron's history, was an esteemed scientist and a member of the Council. Yun Tian never anticipated encountering him in such a context, and the Shockwave before him diverged greatly from his preconceived notions. He had envisioned Shockwave as a stern and rigid transformer. Yet this incarnation exuded a suave and charismatic presence. "Mr. Shockwave, it is a pleasure to meet you," Yun Tian exclaimed with excitement. "I have long admired your scientific contributions, and it is a privilege to cross paths with you today." Shockwave offered a faint smile, tinged with a hint of fatigue. "Thank you for your kind words, Yun Tian. In truth, I find myself troubled and wonder if I might share my concerns with you." Without hesitation, Yun Tian nodded. "Of course, I would be more than willing to listen if you wish to share." After a brief silence, Shockwave slowly articulated, as a council member, "I have consistently strived for the peace and development of Cybertron. However, recently, I have begun to question certain decisions made within the council. I feel that some actions have strayed from the right path, yet when I voice my dissent, I am met with opposition and exclusion from my fellow council members. I find myself in a state of confusion and helplessness, unsure of how to proceed." Listening to Shockwave's words, Yun Tian felt a surge of empathy. He understood all too well that in the game of power, adhering to one's beliefs is no easy feat, particularly when those convictions clash with the collective interests of the group. Yun Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Shockwave, while I am not a member of the council, I can empathize with your sentiments. I believe that your intentions are rooted in the long-term welfare of Cybertron, rather than personal gain. Perhaps you require more support and understanding to steadfastly uphold your position within the assembly." Shockwave nodded slightly, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in his eyes. "You're correct, Yun Tian. I must seek out like-minded allies to collectively labor for the future of Cybertron. Yet, in this endeavor, I often feel profoundly isolated." A spark of inspiration ignited within Yun Tian as he gazed at Shockwave with determination. "Mr. Shockwave, I wish to become your assistant, if you will allow me. I can assist you in organizing information, analyzing data, and lending my voice in the council. I am confident that through our combined efforts, we can transform the status quo of the assembly and usher in a brighter future for Cybertron." Shockwave looked at Yun Tian in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a decisive proposal. With admiration in his gaze, he questioned, Yun Tian, are you truly willing to aid me? Do you understand that this path may be fraught with challenges and even peril? Yun Tian smiled gently, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. I am aware, Mr. Shockwave. However, I firmly believe that as long as we uphold justice and truth, we shall surmount any obstacles. Moreover, I aspire to contribute to the peace and development of Cybertron. Moved by Yun Tian's sincerity and courage, Shockwave extended his hand, grasping Yun Tian's firmly. Thank you, Yun Tian. It is an honor to have a friend like you. From this day forth, you shall be my assistant, and together we shall strive for the future of Cybertron. Yun Tian's heart swelled with exhilaration and anticipation, knowing he was about to embark on a new journey. Although this path was laden with uncertainty and challenges, he was convinced that by adhering to his convictions, he and Shockwave could bring forth hope and illumination for Cybertron. In the ensuing days, Yun Tian devoted himself wholeheartedly to assisting Shockwave. He utilized his medical knowledge and analytical skills to aid Shockwave in organizing research materials, dissecting the decision-making processes of the Council, and actively participating in discussions to advocate for Shockwave. His efforts gradually garnered recognition from other Council members, and an increasing number of Transformers began to support their perspectives. However, Yun Tian was acutely aware that their journey was fraught with difficulties. Some conservative Council members vehemently opposed their reform proposals, resorting to various tactics to suppress them. Yet, Yun Tian and Shockwave remained undeterred, firmly believing that their principles were just and that perseverance would lead them to triumph. During a heated Council debate, Yun Tian boldly stood forth to counter the opposing members. His words were incisive and compelling, rendering them speechless. After the debate concluded, many Transformers approached Yun Tian, expressing their support and admiration. Yun Tian realized that their efforts were beginning to bear fruit, as an increasing number of Transformers recognized the necessity for parliamentary reform. The friendship between Yun Tian and Shockwave deepened throughout this journey. They offered each other unwavering support and encouragement, facing challenges together with resilience. Yun Tian gleaned a wealth of knowledge regarding scientific research and politics from Shockwave, while Shockwave felt a warm and steadfast strength emanating from Yun Tian. They understood that as long as they remained united, nothing could hinder their progress. As time flowed on, the fruits of Yun Tian and Shockwave's labor began to manifest. Some proposals within the Council started to evolve towards a more equitable and just direction, and the social climate of Cybertron gradually improved. Although their ambitions had yet to be fully realized, Yun Tian remained confident that through perseverance, they could transform Cybertron into a more harmonious haven. He recognized that his life was now intricately linked to the fate of Cybertron. No longer merely a physician, he had become a participant and catalyst for the transformation of Cybertron. He felt a profound pride in standing shoulder to shoulder with Shockwave and a deep sense of fulfillment in contributing to the future of Cybertron. Aware that the road ahead remained long, he was prepared to steadfastly face any challenges that lay in wait, for the sake of Cybertron and the land he cherished. Chapter 6. Renown and Reunion. With Yun Tian's remarkable performance in the hospital, coupled with his active role as Shockwave's assistant in the Council, his name began to echo across Cybertron, garnering recognition from an increasing number of Transformers who learned of this young and talented doctor. Initially, Yun Tian wished only to work quietly in the hospital, bringing health to his patients, yet his life had been irrevocably upended. Each day, the hospital brimmed with Transformers from all corners, drawn by the hope of receiving Yun Tian's healing touch. A long queue perpetually formed outside his office, compelling him to work overtime just to meet the demands of his patients. Gradually, his body grew weary, yet the expectant gazes of those seeking his help made it impossible for him to refuse. During one particularly hectic day, Yun Tian cast a pleading glance toward the nearby ambulance, hoping for assistance in alleviating some of his workload. The ambulance, observing Yun Tian's tireless efforts, felt a mix of pride and helplessness. He gently patted Yun Tian on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Yun Tian, keep pushing forward. This honor is well-deserved. I believe you can manage this. I must take my leave now. Yun Tian sighed, recognizing the truth in the ambulance's words. This was his choice, and he must shoulder the responsibility that came with it. Thus, he immersed himself back into his work, striving to provide the best possible care for each patient. After a day filled with relentless activity, Yun Tian finally found a moment to rest. Dragging his fatigued body to the oil bar he had visited with Bumblebee, he sought to unwind. He settled into a cozy corner, ordering a glass of high-purity energon, ready to savor this rare moment of leisure. Just as he prepared to take a sip, his attention was drawn to two figures nearby, Orion and Sentinel Prime, who were seated together, laughing and conversing animatedly. Yun Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering them here. He recalled that in the tale of the Transformers, Orion and Megatron had once been close friends, but had eventually parted ways due to differing ideologies, even becoming adversaries. Yet now, they still maintained that friendship, which filled Yun Tian with a sense of wonder and reflection. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to approach them. He made his way to Orion and Megatron, greeting them with a smile. Orion, Megatron, greetings. I truly did not expect to find you here. Orion's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Yun Tian. Yun Tian, is that you? What a fortunate coincidence. Cool, me. Sit down and share a drink with us. Megatron also nodded with a smile, signaling for Yun Tian to take a seat. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yun Tian settled beside them, his heart racing with nervousness. He was uncertain what to say in the presence of these two future leaders. Orion seemed to sense Yun Tian's anxiety and, with a reassuring smile, said, Yun Tian, there is no need to feel tense. We are merely old friends gathered together, and you are a friend too, so relax. Yun Tian nodded, making an effort to ease his tension. He gazed at Orion and Megatron, curiosity bubbling within him. Unable to resist, he inquired, Orion, Megatron, are you still discussing the future of Cybertron? Orion and Megatron exchanged knowing smiles, with Orion replying, Indeed, we have been contemplating how to improve Cybertron. While our methods may differ, our goals remain aligned. Megatron added, Precisely, we all desire peace and prosperity for Cybertron. However, our paths to achieving this aim diverge in ideology and strategy. Listening to their conversation, Yun Tian felt a surge of respect. He had not realized that before they became enemies, they had shared such profound friendship and common ideals. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, Actually, I believe your ideologies are not inherently contradictory. Peace and order form the foundation for Cybertron's progress, while exploration and innovation drive it forward. If we could blend both concepts, perhaps we might forge an even more splendid Cybertron. Surprise flickered in the eyes of Orion and Megatron as they absorbed Yun Tian's words. They had not expected this young doctor to possess such insightful perspectives. Orion smiled and remarked, Yun Tian, you make a compelling point. Perhaps we should endeavor to merge our differing ideologies and collectively strive for Cybertron's future. Megatron nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we should not confine ourselves to our own thoughts, but should remain open to diverse voices. Thank you, Yun Tian, for presenting us with this fresh perspective. Yun Tian felt a swell of joy. He had not anticipated that his words would resonate with them. His conviction strengthened. He believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could indeed create a more magnificent Cybertron. In the oil bar, the three Transformers continued their discourse, sharing their thoughts and experiences, deepening the bonds of friendship they forged in this exchange. Yun Tian felt an immense honor in the company of these two future leaders as they engaged in a profound discussion about the future of Cybertron. As time passed, the night deepened, and the Transformers in the oil bar gradually dispersed. Yun Tian, along with Orion and Megatron, rose to take their leave, exchanging farewells and promising to reconvene in the future. As Yun Tian walked home, his heart brimmed with reflection. He never anticipated encountering so many intriguing individuals on Cybertron or experiencing such wondrous events. He understood that his journey was merely beginning, with greater challenges and opportunities awaiting him. Yet he held steadfast to his inner convictions, believing that with relentless effort, he would carve out a legacy of brilliance on this land. Upon returning to his residence, Yun Tian reclined on his bed, closing his eyes and reminiscing about the day's events. He realized that he had become part of the transformative narrative of Cybertron, and his name and deeds would be remembered by many Transformers. However, he was not content with merely this. He yearned to make a more significant contribution to Cybertron, to bring forth greater hope and illumination to this land. In his dreams, he envisioned a peaceful and prosperous Cybertron, where all Transformers united to protect their beautiful home. Chapter 7. The Power of Guardianship. Yun Tian was acutely aware that as a physician, one must possess not only exceptional medical skills, but also a robust physique to safeguard oneself in emergencies and provide optimal care for patients. Consequently, he had cultivated a habit of exercising at the club every evening after work. This club, situated in a bustling district of Cybertron City, was well equipped and served as a favored venue for many Transformers to engage in fitness and camaraderie. One evening, as Yun Tian arrived at the club, he donned his workout attire, preparing for his routine. However, upon entering the training area, he was met with a scene that ignited his fury. A group of burly Transformers surrounded a pair of twins, pointing and occasionally pushing them. The twins were clearly at a disadvantage, yet they stood their ground bravely, their eyes reflecting determination and resilience. Filled with righteous anger, Yun Tian could not condone such bullying of the weak. He swiftly approached, raising his voice. "What are you doing? Is it amusing to prey on the vulnerable?" The bullies were taken aback by Yun Tian's sudden appearance, turning to him with a flash of disdain in their eyes. "What is it to you? Get lost." One of them retorted arrogantly, brandishing a massive fist as if to intimidate Yun Tian. Undeterred, Yun Tian stood resolutely in front of the twins, blocking their path. His gaze conveyed an unyielding certainty, as if to assert that he would never back down. The bullies exchanged glances, then converged upon Yun Tian. He reacted swiftly, his body nimbly evading their attacks, while seizing the opportunity to counter. His movements were rapid and precise, each strike imbued with formidable strength. Before long, the bullies among the Transformers were subdued by Yun Tian, who watched as they fled in disarray. The surrounding Transformers cast astonished and admiring glances in his direction. However, Yun Tian paid them no heed. Instead, he hurried to the side of the twin brothers, assisting them to their feet. Upon examining them closely, he noticed several scratches on their exteriors, indicating they had sustained minor injuries. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Are you all right? Follow me. I will take you to the hospital." The twins exchanged a glance and nodded, trailing behind Yun Tian as they left the club. During their journey to the hospital, Yun Tian attempted to engage them in conversation, yet they remained rather silent. Understanding that they must have been frightened and required time to compose themselves, he refrained from pressing further. Upon their arrival at the hospital, an ambulance was bustling with activity. Seeing Yun Tian enter with the two injured Transformers, a paramedic promptly approached him. "Yun Tian, what happened?" he asked. Yun Tian succinctly explained the situation, and the paramedics immediately arranged for their treatment. During the course of their treatment, Yun Tian struck up a conversation with the twins. He learned that the elder brother was named Tianjin and the younger, Hai. They were twin brothers who had tragically lost their parents in an accident, leaving them to rely on one another as they navigated the challenges of the world. Tianjin was composed and possessed a profound sense of justice, while Hai was lively and inquisitive. After their treatment concluded, Yun Tian escorted Tianjin and Hai to the resting area. He gazed at them earnestly and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Tianjin lifted his head to meet Yun Tian's gaze, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "Brother Yun Tian, I wish to become stronger. There is too much injustice and bullying in this world, and I want to protect more people from harm. Would you be willing to be my mentor?" Yun Tian felt a stirring in his heart as he beheld the yearning in Tianjin's eyes, moved by his earnest request. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, "What is your purpose for gaining strength?" Tianjin answered without hesitation, "To shield more individuals from oppression." Yun Tian nodded, deeply touched by Tianjin's conviction. As he looked upon Tianjin and Hai, an overwhelming sense of responsibility surged within him. He recognized that these two children needed a guide, someone to assist them in their growth and help them realize their aspirations. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, "Very well. I will take you under my wing. I will teach you how to grow stronger and survive in this world. However, remember this, strength is not meant to bully others, but to protect those in need." Upon hearing Yun Tian's words, Tianjin and Hai exchanged glances filled with surprise. They promptly nodded in agreement. From that moment on, they became Yun Tian's students and, more importantly, his family. In the days that followed, Yun Tian not only fulfilled his duties at the hospital, but also dedicated time to instruct Tianjin and Hai. He taught them how to exercise, utilize various equipment, and imparted essential self-defense techniques. Tianjin and Hai worked diligently, eager to grow stronger and to safeguard more individuals. Yun Tian observed their progress with a heart brimming with pride and satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yun Tian continued to grow. He saw his former self reflected in Tian's and Hai. Recognizing the unwavering dedication to justice and the yearning for a brighter future, his conviction solidified. He was determined to contribute to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. He believed that as long as everyone united in purpose, they could indeed forge a more beautiful world. The bond among Yun Tian, Tian's, and Hai deepened throughout this journey. They supported and encouraged one another, facing challenges together with unwavering resolve. They understood that they were no longer solitary beings, but had become each other's pillars of strength. In this challenging realm of Cybertron, they would march forward hand in hand, striving tirelessly to realize their ideals. As time passed, Tian's and Hai gradually evolved into remarkable transformers. Under Yun Tian's guidance, they not only learned to protect themselves, but also to aid others. They began volunteering at hospitals, offering care and support to patients. Their kindness and bravery inspired fellow Transformers, encouraging more to join their ranks. Observing this transformation filled Yun Tian's heart with pride. He realized that he had not only altered the destinies of Tian's and Hai, but had also influenced many others. He believed that with collective effort, the future of Cybertron would undoubtedly be bright and hopeful. Chapter 8. The Invitation from the Overlord under Yun Tian's attentive guidance. Tian's and Hai gradually matured into Transformers endowed with steadfast beliefs and formidable strength. The confusion and fear that once clouded their eyes were replaced by an unwavering pursuit of their ideals. To fulfill their goal of protecting more lives, they resolved to enlist in the military of Cybertron, dedicating themselves to maintaining peace and order in their homeland. Yun Tian was acutely aware that military life was fraught with challenges and dangers, yet he understood that this was the necessary path for Tian's and Hai to realize their dreams. As he bid them farewell, Yun Tian solemnly advised, "Children, wherever you may go, hold steadfast to your sense of justice and do not waver in your convictions. Remember, strength is meant to safeguard peace, not to seek power and conquest. I am proud of you and believe you will become outstanding warriors." Tian's and Hai grasped Yun Tian's hands tightly, their eyes filled with determination and gratitude. "Big brother Yun Tian, we will cherish your teachings and will not let you down." They vowed earnestly before resolutely embarking on their military journey, leaving Yun Tian watching their departing silhouettes with a mix of reluctance and anticipation. After seeing Tian's and Hai off, Yun Tian decided to visit the Iron Fortress archives to study some materials. The Iron Fortress archives, one of the oldest buildings on Cybertron, housed countless invaluable documents regarding the history, technology, and culture of Cybertron. Yun Tian hoped that by delving into these resources, he could gain a deeper understanding of Cybertron's past, providing theoretical support and historical evidence for Shockwave's reform initiatives in the Council. However, just as Yun Tian prepared to set out, an unforeseen calamity struck. A group of unidentified Transformers suddenly invaded Yun Tian's residence, their movements swift and brutal. Before Yun Tian could react, they incapacitated him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself confined within a strange and dimly lit chamber. The cold walls exuded a stifling atmosphere, inducing waves of unease within him. Yun Tian attempted to struggle to his feet, only to discover that his body was ensnared by a peculiar energy, rendering him immobile. Anxiety surged within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. At that moment, the door creaked open and a familiar figure entered. Upon seeing this person, Yun Tian's heart sank. It was the council leader, Yun Tian. Yun Tian's gaze was imbued with a mix of arrogance and coldness as he regarded Yun Tian and spoke slowly. "Yun Tian, you truly are a formidable opponent. However, I believe that if you join my cause, we can achieve greatness together. I am willing to grant you abundant resources, allowing you to wield boundless power and glory on Cybertron. What do you say? Are you tempted?" A surge of anger and revulsion coursed through Yun Tian as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Yun Tian, resolutely replying, "Yun Tian, you are mistaken. I shall never join your ranks. My conviction lies in safeguarding the peace and justice of Cybertron, not in pursuing personal power and gain." Yun Tian's expression remained unfazed by Yun Tian's rejection. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Yun Tian, do you truly believe you have a choice? Should you refuse, then Shockwave will suffer because of you. You know I'm never lenient with those who oppose me. I would not hesitate to execute him right now." allowing you to witness his demise firsthand. Yun Tian's heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, a tempest of anger and fear colliding within him. He could scarcely believe the depths of Yun Tian's shamelessness, using Shockwave's life as leverage against him. Yun Tian understood the trust and support that Shockwave had invested in him. He could not allow Shockwave to be entangled in his predicament. Yet, he also recognized that joining Yun Tian's forces would signify betrayal of his beliefs and ideals, leading him down a path of darkness and immorality. In a tumult of inner conflict, Yun Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. When he opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of resolve flickered within them. Yun Tian, I will agree to your terms, but you must ensure Shockwave's safety. If you dare lay a hand on him, I will not spare you. Yun Tian smiled with satisfaction, patting Yun Tian on the shoulder. Very well, I promise you. As long as you comply, Shockwave will be unharmed. From this moment onward, you are mine. Yun Tian's heart brimmed with bitterness and helplessness. He knew he had made a grave error in judgment, yet to protect Shockwave, he had no alternative. He could only silently pray that Thundercracker and Skywarp could safely thrive within the military, and one day return his side to fight for the peace of Cybertron together. Within the confines of Yun Tian's dominion, Yun Tian commenced his new existence, reluctantly participating in various schemes and struggles, bearing witness to countless shadows and depravity. Yet he never relinquished the faith that resided within his heart. He constantly reminded himself that this was merely a momentary capitulation, and he was resolute in his quest to seize an opportunity to break free from the grasp of the tyrannical adversary and return to the righteous fold. Meanwhile, both Thunderquake and Shockwave gradually emerged as notable figures within the military ranks. Through their remarkable combat prowess and unwavering conviction, they garnered the respect and trust of their comrades. They often recalled the teachings of Yun Tian, their hearts brimming with aspirations and anticipation for the future. They firmly believed that through diligent effort, they could fulfill their ideal of safeguarding more lives, transforming Cybertron into a sanctuary of peace and justice. Amidst the shadows, Yun Tian steadfastly held his ground, awaiting the arrival of dawn. He understood that as long as he did not forsake hope, he would surely reclaim the light, and alongside Thunderquake, Shockwave, and all the valiant transformers of justice, fight for the future of Cybertron. Chapter 9. The struggle within Yun Tian endured an eternity under the oppressive regime of the tyrant. His heart engulfed in conflict and turmoil. On the surface, he complied with the commands of the oppressor, engaging in various tasks, yet internally, he steadfastly clung to his belief in justice. The immense psychological strain rendered him restless, yet he dared not confide in anyone about his plight, burying his anguish deep within. As Yun Tian's mentor and friend, Ratchet perceptively sensed his distress. He noticed that Yun Tian had recently appeared troubled and despondent, a stark contrast to the optimistic and vibrant individual he once was. Concerned that Yun Tian might be facing some difficulties, Ratchet resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with him, hoping to alleviate his burdens. One evening, Ratchet approached Yun Tian with genuine concern, saying, Yun Tian, I've observed that you seem somewhat agitated lately. Have you encountered any challenges? As your mentor and friend, I am here to listen and assist you in finding a solution. Yun Tian felt a warmth in his heart, but knew he could not impose his troubles upon Ratchet. He managed to force a faint smile, politely declining, Ratchet, truly there is nothing to worry about. Perhaps I am merely under a bit of work-related stress. I assure you, I will soon find my way back to equilibrium. Ratchet gazed at Yun Tian, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He recognized Yun Tian's independent nature, understanding that if he was unwilling to share, pressing further would be futile. He could only silently pray that Yun Tian would soon emerge from his tribulations. Watching Ratchet's retreating figure, Yun Tian was overwhelmed with guilt. He was acutely aware of his current state. In order to shield his friends from entanglement, he had to maintain a certain distance. He did not wish to burden Ratchet or draw him into the perilous whirlwind of his reality. To alleviate the weight upon his heart, Yun Tian decided to visit the oil bar for a moment of respite. He hoped that under the influence of alcohol, he might momentarily forget his worries and sorrows. However, upon entering the establishment, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Shockwave, who was also present. Shockwave sat alone in a corner, a glass of energon liquor before him, his gaze reflecting a hint of fatigue. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Tian approached and took a seat beside him, softly inquiring, "Shockwave, what brings you here?" As Shockwave gazed upon Cybertron, he was momentarily taken aback. Then a faint smile graced his lips. "Yun Tian, you've come to unwind as well," he remarked. "I've been rather fatigued from work lately, hence my visit for a drink." Yun Tian felt a stir of concern within him. Apprehensive that Shockwave might face repercussions from Unicron due to his presence. Tentatively, he inquired, "Shockwave, have there been any issues with your work these past few days? Has Unicron troubled you in any way?" Shockwave shook his head, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. "No, my recent endeavors have proceeded exceptionally well. Unicron has even supplied me with ample resources to support my research initiatives. I believe that as long as we persevere, we can certainly advance Cybertron's technological progress." Yun Tian was taken aback by this revelation, surprised at Unicron's unexpected generosity toward Shockwave, suspecting a hidden agenda behind it. Yet, he could not divulge to Shockwave that he was already under Unicron's influence. He could only silently remind himself to exercise greater caution. "That is reassuring. Continue your diligent efforts. I am confident that your research will yield significant transformations for Cybertron." Yun Tian attempted to maintain a light tone, masking his inner trepidation. Shockwave nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. "Thank you for your support, Yun Tian. Your encouragement bolsters my confidence." Yun Tian was engulfed in a tumult of emotions as he observed the hopeful gleam in Shockwave's eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and helplessness. He knew that he might be inadvertently leading Shockwave into peril, yet he felt powerless to alter the course. He could only silently pray for Shockwave's safety, hoping he would remain unscathed by Yun Tian's misguided choices. In the bar, Yun Tian and Shockwave continued their conversation, sharing tales of their work and lives, their camaraderie seemingly deepening under the influence of alcohol. However, Yun Tian's heart remained restless. He understood that he needed to find a resolution swiftly, for this situation could not persist. As time passed, the night deepened, and the patrons of the bar began to disperse. Yun Tian and Shockwave rose to depart. As they bid farewell, Yun Tian clasped Shockwave's hand firmly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Shockwave, regardless of what transpires, trust in yourself and uphold your convictions. The future of Cybertron depends on you. We all depend on you." Touched by Yun Tian's sincerity, Shockwave nodded, a spark of emotion igniting in his eyes. "Yun Tian, thank you. I will remember your words. I shall not yield, no matter the adversities I face." Yun Tian watched as Shockwave walked away, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. He realized that a change was imperative. He could no longer linger in this darkness. He needed to seize an opportunity to break free from Unicron's grasp and return to the side of justice. To join forces with Shockwave, Ambulin, and all valiant Transformers in the quest for Cybertron's peace and prosperity. Upon returning to his abode, Yun Tian lay on his bed, closing his eyes, reflecting on the events of the day. He understood that he had arrived at a crossroads, and a choice must be made. He could no longer allow his mistakes to inflict harm upon those he cherished. He musters the courage to stand against the dark forces of the adversary for the sake of justice and the future of Cybertron. In his dreams, he envisions a Cybertron filled with light and hope, where all Transformers unite to protect their cherished homeland. Chapter 10. Transactions and Compromises. Yun Tian endured countless sleepless nights, grappling with the turmoil within his heart. He was acutely aware that a choice lay before him, yet each decision appeared fraught with anguish and resignation. In pursuit of understanding the adversary's intentions and seeking a glimmer of potential reprieve, Yun Tian summoned his courage and ventured into the adversary's workshop. The workshop, situated on the upper floors of the council hall, was adorned with opulence and gravitas, exuding an air of authoritative power. Upon entering, Yun Tian beheld the adversary seated behind an expansive desk, engrossed in perusing a multitude of documents. Upon noticing Yun Tian, the adversary's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he gestured for him to take a seat. "Yun Tian, you have finally arrived," the adversary spoke with a calm, yet commanding tone. "I am aware that you harbor numerous inquiries. I am now prepared to provide you with some answers." Yun Tian inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Adversary, I wish to understand why you're supporting the research of Shockwave. What lies beneath this agenda?" A subtle smile graced the adversary's face, accompanied by an enigmatic expression. "Yun Tian, this is merely a transaction between the two of us. You pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall ensure that you and your friends are endowed with ample resources. The research project concerning Shockwave holds the potential to bestow immense benefits upon Cybertron. Why would I not support it? Yun Tian remained silent, acutely aware that the adversary's words were not entirely devoid of truth. It was not solely Shockwave who benefited. Even a medical facility housing Ratchet had received a wealth of advanced medical equipment. This influx of resources had markedly elevated the hospital's standards, enabling Ratchet to tend to more patients. Yun Tian recognized that these resources signified a better life and greater opportunities for his friends. Observing Yun Tian's silence, the adversary continued, Yun Tian, you are an astute individual and should comprehend my goodwill. As long as you perform admirably, your friends will enjoy a brighter future. You may continue to shine in the field of medicine, and Shockwave's research project will garner further support, thereby advancing Cybertron's technology. This is advantageous for both you and Cybertron. A tempest of conflicting emotions surged within Yun Tian. He was acutely aware of the adversary's nefarious intentions. Beneath the facade of benevolence lay a yearning for power and a desire to dominate Cybertron's future. Yet, he could not overlook the tangible assistance these resources provided to his friends. Looking into the adversary's eyes, he felt a flicker of turmoil. Adversary, can you truly guarantee their safety and freedom? The adversary nodded, a flicker of resolve in his gaze. I assure you, in the name of the council leadership, that as long as you remain loyal to me, they shall receive the finest treatment. You may inspect their conditions at any time. I shall not renege on my word. Yun Tian's heart sank. He knew this was a formidable decision. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm the tumult within. When he opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of resolve shone within them. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but I implore you to uphold your promise. A satisfied smile graced the face of the adversary, who then rose and approached Yun Tian, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Excellent, Yun Tian. I'm confident you have made the right choice. From this moment forth, you shall be my most trusted aide, and together we shall forge a glorious future for Cybertron. A bitter pang filled Yun Tian's heart as he recognized that he had made a choice that might lead to regret. Yet, for the sake of his friends' futures, he felt compelled to yield, if only temporarily. He silently prayed for the day when he might find an opportunity to break free from the adversary's grip and return to the side of justice. In the days that followed, Yun Tian dedicated himself fully to the adversary's affairs. He leveraged his medical expertise to provide healthcare for the members of the council while covertly monitoring the adversary's movements, searching for potential vulnerabilities. He soon realized that the adversary's ambitions were far grander than he had anticipated. Not only did he seek to control Cybertron's technological and medical resources, but he also aimed to extend his influence through various means, even suppressing and excluding other council members. Increasingly unsettled, Yun Tian understood the necessity for heightened caution, ensuring that the adversary remained oblivious to his true thoughts. He endured in silence beneath the adversary's shadow, biding his time for a chance to arise. Meanwhile, both Ratchet and Shockwave achieved remarkable success in their respective fields. Ratchet's hospital became one of the finest medical institutions on Cybertron, saving countless lives and earning widespread acclaim. Shockwave's research projects also made groundbreaking advancements, with his inventions offering new hope for Cybertron's technological progress. However, unbeknownst to them, the adversary's influence loomed behind all their accomplishments. Observing his friend's triumphs filled Yun Tian with both pride and guilt. He recognized that while he had contributed to their successes, he had also inadvertently placed them in peril. He silently vowed to find a way to rescue them from the adversary's control. As time progressed, Yun Tian gradually solidified his position within the adversary's ranks. He became one of the adversary's most trusted aides, participating in numerous critical decisions. Yet, he never lost sight of his original intentions, constantly reminding himself not to be blinded by power and profit, but to uphold justice and fight for peace and prosperity on Cybertron. Eventually, Yun Tian uncovered a significant secret belonging to the adversary, one that could potentially alter the future of Cybertron. He recognized this as a rare opportunity that he must seize to champion justice. He began to clandestinely plan, preparing to unveil this revelation at the opportune moment and expose the adversary's true nature. Yun Tian understood that this would be a formidable battle. He might face fierce retaliation from the adversary and could risk losing everything. Yet he was prepared to pay any price for Cybertron, for his friends. He firmly believes that as long as he upholds justice, he will inevitably conquer the darkness and usher in a radiant future. Chapter 11. The shadow of betrayal. Yun Tian is acutely aware that to unveil the true identity of the enemy of heaven, he must possess irrefutable evidence. Thus, he embarks on a covert mission to gather intelligence, hoping to unearth the ironclad proof of the enemy's sinister schemes. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yun Tian opts to operate under the veil of night, leveraging his familiarity with the parliamentary edifice to stealthily infiltrate various departments in search of pivotal information. As night falls, the city of Cybertron gradually succumbs to slumber, yet Yun Tian, invigorated, commences his clandestine endeavors. Like a shadowy specter, he navigates the corridors and chambers of the parliamentary building, meticulously evading the gaze of patrolling guards. His heart brims with anxiety and anticipation. Each document, each revelation, may hold the key to exposing the enemy of heaven. However, despite his caution, Yun Tian cannot escape the scrutiny of the patrols. One fateful night, as he stealthily retreats from a confidential file room, a blinding beam of light suddenly envelopes him. Startled, he turns to confront several members of the patrol, weapons drawn, their eyes fixated on him with suspicion. Yun Tian, what are you doing? The patrol leader inquires coldly, a glimmer of distrust evident in his gaze. A wave of despair washes over Yun Tian. He realizes his plan has been compromised. Swiftly, he concocts a fabrication. I was merely here to assess the security systems. The recent laxity in the parliamentary building's security prompted my personal inspection. The patrol leader is evidently unconvinced. Assessing security systems? What are you doing in a confidential file room? Your actions have aroused our suspicions, Yun Tian. The enemy of heaven will personally address this matter. Yun Tian's heart sinks. He understands he has fallen into a perilous predicament. The patrol members escort him before the enemy of heaven, who sits behind a desk with a sardonic smile. Gazing at Yun Tian, you have truly disappointed me. Yun Tian, the enemy's voice is calm yet chilling. I extended my trust and bestowed upon you power, yet you seek to betray me. If your friends were to learn that you conspire against them and even contemplate the assassination of their esteemed leader, what do you think their reaction would be? A tumult of anger and helplessness swells within Yun Tian. He knows he must stand firm. Enemy of heaven, do not obfuscate the truth. Everything I do is to reveal your true nature. Your plans will never come to fruition. I will ensure that everyone sees you for what you truly are. The enemy of heaven chuckles, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Then let us await the outcome and see whom they choose to believe. In their hearts, I have always been the leader who seeks the welfare of Cybertron. While you are merely a recent upstart, do you truly believe they will heed your nonsensical claims? A pang of anguish strikes Yun Tian. He recognizes the veracity in the enemy's words. In the minds of many Transformers, the enemy of heaven indeed holds a lofty stature, his image deeply ingrained in their consciousness. Conversely, he is but a newly emerged physician, a figure scarcely noticeable within the parliamentary milieu. Convincing the populace of his allegations is no trifling matter. Yun Tian stood up and approached Yun Tian, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Yun Tian, you are a wise individual. You must comprehend what course of action would be most advantageous for yourself. At this juncture, there is no retreat. You may choose to continue your allegiance to me, and I shall overlook past grievances, perhaps even bestow upon you greater power. Alternatively, you may choose to uphold your sense of justice. But are you prepared to bear the consequences? Yun Tian fell silent for a moment, his heart heavy with inner turmoil. Yet he soon lifted his gaze, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Yun Tian, I shall not yield. Everything I have done is for the peace and justice of Cybertron. I will not be intimidated by your threats. Yun Tian shook his head, the smile on his face vanishing. If that is your choice, then brace yourself for the repercussions. From this moment forth, you shall be imprisoned until I determine your fate. I hope you take this time to reflect and make the right decision. With that, Yun Tian waved his hand, and members of the patrol swiftly stepped forward to escort Yun Tian away. Yun Tian found himself confined within a cold cell, surrounded by unyielding metal walls. A dim light flickering overhead, casting a chilling gloom. He sat on the frigid floor, a surge of helplessness and anger coursing through him. He understood that his plan had failed, yet his convictions remained unshaken. He believed that if he persevered, he would one day unveil Yun Tian's true nature, restoring peace and justice to Cybertron. Within the confines of his cell, Yun Tian began to reflect on his actions. He realized that to overcome Yun Tian, he could not rely solely on his own strength. He needed allies and a meticulously crafted plan. He contemplated how to establish contact with the outside world and how to inform others of Yun Tian's sinister intentions. Meanwhile, life continued for other Transformers on Cybertron. Ratchet busied himself in the hospital, tending to numerous patients. Shockwave immersed himself in groundbreaking research projects, contributing to the technological advancement of Cybertron. They remained unaware of Yun Tian's plight or the malevolent designs of Yun Tian. Yun Tian understood that he must seize an opportunity swiftly to shatter the veil of silence, revealing the truth to all. He believed that justice would ultimately triumph over evil, and the future of Cybertron lay in the hands of every Transformer with unwavering faith. Chapter 12. Trust and Truth. The news of Yun Tian's capture spread like a thunderous shockwave among the Transformers of Cybertron. When the news reached Shockwave, he was deeply engrossed in a critical scientific experiment. Upon hearing the revelation, the tools in his hands nearly slipped from his grasp as disbelief washed over him, his mind swirling with shock and confusion. This cannot be. How could Yun Tian rebel? Shockwave murmured, memories of his interactions with Yun Tian flooding his mind. Yun Tian's kindness, integrity, and steadfast commitment to justice were indelibly etched in Shockwave's heart. He firmly believed that Yun Tian was not the sort to betray Cybertron or his friends. Without hesitation, Shockwave abandoned his current task and made his way toward Yun Tian's workshop with unwavering resolve. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to rescue Yun Tian and uncover the truth. Upon bursting into Yu Qiandi's studio, breathless and frantic, he found Yu Qiandi seated at his desk, a faintly amused expression gracing his face, as if he had been anticipating his arrival. "Zendangbo, you arrived most opportunely." Yu Qiandi spoke with a calm and unruffled demeanor. "I knew you would come. After all, your bond with Yun Tian is profound. However, I must inform you that I have always placed my trust in Yun Tian, considering him one of my own. Yet he has betrayed that trust." Zendangbo's heart jolted at these words. He gazed at Yu Qiandi, urgency flickering in his eyes. "You are mistaken, Yu Qiandi. Yun Tian is not that kind of person. He could never conspire against you." Yu Qiandi offered a slight smile, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his gaze. "Is that so? Then take a look at this," he said, retrieving a document from his drawer and presenting it to Zendangbo. "This is the evidence we uncovered regarding Yun Tian. It appears he has been secretly orchestrating a coup against me." As Zendangbo accepted the document, a tumult of confusion and unease swirled within him. He scrutinized the so-called evidence, which contained details of seemingly confidential meetings and action plans, with Yun Tian's name prominently featured. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He could hardly fathom this to be true. Yet the contents of the document were undeniably compelling. "This cannot be," he murmured, lifting his gaze to meet Yu Qiandi's, bewilderment clouding his eyes. "Yun Tian is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding." Yu Qiandi shook his head, a look of regret etched on his visage. "I wish I could believe otherwise, but the evidence is laid bare before us. Zendangbo, you must comprehend that the struggle for power is merciless at times. Even those closest to you may betray you. I once thought Yun Tian was reliable, but it seems I was mistaken." Zendangbo's heart churned tumultuously as he regarded Yu Qiandi and then the document in his hand, torn between whom to trust. He was well aware of Yun Tian's character. Yet this evidence was not so easily dismissed. He found himself ensnared in a profound confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. Yu Qiandi observed the turmoil in Zendangbo's eyes, a sense of triumph swelling within him. He understood that his scheme had already achieved half of its objective. If he could sow seeds of doubt in Zendangbo's mind, Yun Tian's predicament would only worsen. With a smile, he continued, "Zendangbo, I recognize that this is difficult to accept, yet facts are facts. I require your allegiance in maintaining the stability of Cybertron. I will personally address Yun Tian's situation and ensure a fair resolution." Zendangbo remained silent, his heart rife with conflict and struggle. He yearned to believe in Yun Tian, yet the evidence loomed large, impossible to ignore. He felt adrift, praying silently that this was merely a misunderstanding. Seeing Zendangbo's lack of rebuttal, Yu Qiandi's conviction deepened. "Zendangbo, you are an astute individual. You should know what constitutes the wisest course of action. Yun Tian's situation has already caused considerable upheaval. We must swiftly quell this matter to avert further chaos. I hope you can empathize with my predicament and support my decision. Zendangbo nodded slightly, yet his heart remained heavy with doubt. He was uncertain whether his actions were justified. Yet he understood that this was not a time for impulsive decisions. He could only temporarily place his faith in the Lord of the Heavens, hoping he would deliver a fair judgment for Yun Tian. The Lord of the Heavens smiled with satisfaction, aware that his scheme had come to fruition. He had successfully sown seeds of doubt within the heart of the shockwave, causing Yun Tian to lose a crucial ally. He believed that with further effort, Yun Tian would be stripped of all support, becoming a target for all. Meanwhile, Yun Tian found himself imprisoned within a frigid cell. He remained oblivious to the happenings outside, unsure whether Shockwave had succumbed to the Lord of the Heavens' deceit. Nevertheless, his conviction remained unwavering. He knew his innocence and that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. He believed that one day he would clear his name and restore peace and righteousness to Cybertron. In the confines of his cell, Yun Tian began to contemplate how to establish contact with the outside world and how to enlighten others about the Lord of the Heavens conspiracy. He understood that defeating the Lord of the Heavens could not rely solely on his individual strength. He required more allies and a meticulously crafted plan. He commenced silently strategizing in his mind, seeking every possible opportunity to shatter the veil of silence and reveal the truth to the world. Meanwhile, life continued for the other Transformers on Cybertron. Ambulances were diligently attending to patients in the hospital, while Thundercracker and Skywarp trained vigorously in the military to safeguard Cybertron. They remained unaware of Yun Tian's plight and the sinister intentions of the Lord of the Heavens. Yet Yun Tian knew he must swiftly seize an opportunity to break through the shroud of silence and unveil the truth. He was confident that justice would eventually prevail over malevolence. And the future of Cybertron lay in the hands of every Transformer with conviction. Chapter 13. Surrender and Conspiracy. The Lord of the Heavens sat in his office chair, his gaze penetrating the Cybertronian skyline. He recognized that while his plan was progressing smoothly, it would eventually be exposed. Yun Tian's influence on Cybertron was formidable. If he remained imprisoned, it would inevitably incite suspicion and discontent among the other Transformers. Thus, he resolved to personally visit Yun Tian's confinement, seeking a means to control the situation while eliminating potential threats. As the Lord of the Heavens entered Yun Tian's cell, he found Yun Tian seated on the cold floor, his eyes reflecting determination and resilience. Upon noticing the Lord of the Heavens' entrance, Yun Tian rose and coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The Lord of the Heavens smiled faintly, wearing an air of superiority. "Yun Tian, I know you harbor resentment, but facts are facts. However, I am a magnanimous individual. I may consider releasing you, allowing you to return to your duties." Yun Tian felt a flicker of hope, yet caution quickly enveloped him. "Release me? What are your conditions?" The Lord of the Heavens approached Yun Tian, placing a hand on his shoulder. "The conditions are simple. You must ensure there are no more underhanded actions and work diligently for the Council. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences." Yun Tian was filled with a mixture of anger and helplessness. He was acutely aware that the adversary would undoubtedly exploit his friends as leverage against him. Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Should he refuse, not only would he remain imprisoned indefinitely, but his friends could also fall victim to the adversary's wrath. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "You are threatening me," he stated. The adversary chuckled, a glint of triumph flickering in his eyes. "Yun Tian, I am merely reminding you that your friends are entirely within my control. If you wish to keep them safe, you must comply." A pang of anguish surged within Yun Tian as he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell the tumult within. When he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve shone through. "Very well, I shall acquiesce, but I implore you to honor your promise and spare my friends." The adversary nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, Yun Tian. I trust you are wise enough to recognize the most prudent course of action. Henceforth, you shall return to your duties within the Council. But remember your commitment at all times." A bitter ache filled Yun Tian's heart. He understood he had made a choice that he might one day regret. Yet, for the sake of his friend's safety, he had no choice but to yield for the time being. He silently prayed for the day when he might find an opportunity to extricate himself from the adversary's grasp and return to the cause of justice. Under the adversary's directive, Yun Tian was released from his cell and reinstated in his role within the council. Externally, he complied with the adversary's commands, engaging in various affairs, while internally, he steadfastly clung to his belief in justice. He began to act with heightened caution, striving to avoid arousing the adversary's suspicion, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to unveil the adversary's true nature. Upon Yun Tian's return to his post, the adversary orchestrated a public confession ceremony to solidify his authority. Within the Grand Assembly Hall of the Council, numerous legislators and media representatives gathered, the atmosphere solemn and grave. The adversary stood at the podium, surveying the assembly before gesturing for Yun Tian to approach. With heavy steps, Yun Tian advanced to the forefront, his heart burdened with conflict and despair. He understood that the words he was about to utter might irrevocably tarnish his reputation among the other Transformers, yet he felt he had no choice. Under the adversary's coercion, he began to acknowledge his transgressions, bowing to the adversary in contrition. "I admit, I have engaged in inappropriate conduct, blinded by power, and made erroneous choices. I have betrayed the trust of the adversary leader and failed the expectations of the people of Cybertron. I am deeply remorseful and willing to accept any punishment the council deems fit." Yun Tian's voice resonated throughout the assembly hall, his gaze reflecting a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. The adversary stood nearby, a satisfied smile adorning his face. He understood that through this ceremony, he could not only compel Yun Tian to submit completely, but also establish his authority in the minds of the other Transformers. He believed that, following this incident, no one would dare to challenge his position lightly. The Transformers within the assembly hall, upon hearing Yun Tian's confession, displayed expressions of shock and disappointment. They once harbored lofty aspirations for Cloud Sky, hoping he would usher in transformation and hope for Cybertron. Yet now, hearing his admission of error, they could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. However, they remained oblivious to the concealed truths lurking beneath, quietly sighing to themselves. After uttering his final words on stage, Cloud Sky bowed deeply and gradually descended from the platform. His heart brimmed with anguish and remorse. Yet he understood that he must persevere for the future of Cybertron and for his friends. He held onto the belief that one day, he would vindicate himself and restore justice to Cybertron. Upon returning to his post, Cloud Sky devoted himself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the council. Leveraging his medical expertise, he provided healthcare support to the council members while discreetly monitoring the movements of the adversary, seeking possible vulnerabilities. He soon realized that the adversary's ambitions were far greater than he had anticipated. Not only did the adversary seek to monopolize Cybertron's technological and medical resources, but he also endeavored to expand his influence through various means, even resorting to undermining and excluding other council members. Cloud Sky's unease deepened. He recognized the necessity of exercising utmost caution, lest the adversary uncover his true intentions. Under the shadow of the adversary, he bore his burdens in silence, biding his time for an opportunity to arise. He began contemplating how to establish contact with the outside world, how to unveil the adversary's nefarious plots to a wider audience, and how to unite other righteous Transformers in a collective stand against the adversary's dark forces. Meanwhile, Ambulin, Shockwave, and other noble Transformers toiled diligently within their respective realms, contributing to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. They remained unaware of Cloud Sky's plight and the adversary's malicious schemes. Yet, Cloud Sky understood that he must swiftly seize an opportunity to shatter the veil of silence, revealing the truth to all. He believed that justice would ultimately triumph over evil, and the future of Cybertron lay in the hands of every faithful Transformer. Chapter 14. New Hopes and Choices Returning to his residence. Cloud Sky was engulfed by confusion and helplessness. He sat upon the cold floor, staring vacantly ahead. He was at a loss as to how to expose the adversary's true nature and rescue Cybertron from its dire straits. His heart was torn. On one hand, he yearned to rise in rebellion and unveil the adversary's conspiracy. On the other, he feared that his actions might incite greater calamity, endangering his friends. Just as Cloud Sky found himself ensnared in profound perplexity, his communicator suddenly chimed. He picked it up to reveal the visage of Sentinel Prime. With urgency and anticipation evident in Sentinel Prime's gaze, he said, "Cloud Sky, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Are you available?" Cloud Sky felt a stir within. He had not expected Sentinel Prime to reach out at this moment. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied, "Sentinel Prime, I am available." "What is it?" With a slight smile, Sentinel Prime responded, "I am waiting for you at the Kaon Coliseum. Let us converse in person." Nodding in agreement, Cloud Sky ended the communication and hurried towards the Coliseum, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation, pondering the significance of Sentinel Prime's summons. When he arrived at the Kalon Arena, Lord Shockwave was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yun Tian, he offered a faint smile and gestured for him to follow. The two proceeded into the arena, making their way to a secluded corner. There, Yun Tian beheld Soundwave, who stood nearby, his gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Lord Shockwave turned to Yun Tian and spoke slowly. "Yun Tian, the Council's oppression of the lower class has intensified of late, plunging many Transformers into dire straits. I have resolved to lead my faction in defiance of the Council, striving for freedom and equality for Cybertron. Soundwave has informed me that you are a person of immense potential, possessing both the capability and courage to fight for justice. Can you assist me?" Yun Tian felt a jolt within. He had not anticipated that Lord Shockwave would extend a hand to him at this moment. Meeting Shockwave's resolute gaze, he was filled with gratitude and admiration. Taking a deep breath, he replied with conviction, "Lord Shockwave, I am willing to join your ranks. I too wish to contribute my strength towards the peace and justice of Cybertron." Upon hearing Yun Tian's response, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in Shockwave's eyes. He stepped forward and firmly grasped Yun Tian's hand. "Yun Tian, it is a great honor to have you with us. I believe that as long as we unite in purpose, we shall triumph over the dark forces of the Decepticons and illuminate Cybertron's future." Soundwave smiled slightly from his side, his eyes reflecting a measure of appreciation. He understood that Yun Tian's inclusion would significantly bolster their resistance. Approaching Yun Tian, he declared, "Yun Tian, welcome to our cause. In the days ahead, we shall rely on your wisdom and valor as we collectively fight for Cybertron's freedom." Yun Tian's heart swelled with excitement and anticipation. He knew he had finally discovered a pathway to champion justice. Looking at Lord Shockwave and Soundwave, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. "Lord Shockwave, Soundwave, I will give my utmost effort and will not betray your expectations." Shockwave nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his expression. "Yun Tian, now that you have joined us, we require a new name, one that embodies our resistance. Do you have any suggestions?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tian replied, "How about we call ourselves Galvatron? This name is both formidable and resonant, reflecting our resolve and courage." Upon hearing this name, a spark of satisfaction illuminated Shockwave's gaze. "Galvatron, it is an excellent name. Henceforth, I shall be known as Galvatron, and we shall lead the Transformers of Cybertron in the battle for freedom and justice." Yun Tian's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He realized he had embarked on a wholly new journey. Together with Galvatron, Soundwave, and other like-minded Transformers, he would combat the dark forces of the Decepticons, striving for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. He understood that this path would be fraught with difficulties and challenges, yet he was prepared to pay any price for justice and the future of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Yun Tian devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations of the resistance. He leveraged his experience and resources within the Parliament to provide intelligence support for Megatron, assisting in the formulation of strategic plans. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in training and preparation, continually honing his combat skills and abilities. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Yun Tian's performance, fully aware of the critical importance of Yun Tian's involvement in their resistance force. He began to place greater emphasis on Yun Tian's opinions and suggestions, regarding him as a valuable aid. Under Megatron's leadership, Yun Tian swiftly evolved into an exceptional resistance fighter. Meanwhile, Unicron's grip on Cybertron tightened, and the oppression of the lower classes intensified. Many Transformers lived in a state of fear and despair. Yet their hearts brimmed with a yearning for freedom and equality. Megatron's resistance movement emerged like a refreshing stream, rapidly spreading across Cybertron and drawing an increasing number of Transformers to their cause. Yun Tian understood that a battle concerning the future of Cybertron was imminent. Standing beside Megatron, his heart was filled with steadfastness and conviction. He believed that as long as they united as one, they could surely triumph over Unicron's dark forces, restoring peace and justice to Cybertron. He eagerly anticipated the day when every corner of Cybertron would be illuminated with sunshine and hope. Chapter 15. Deception and Truth. As the war erupted, the skies of Cybertron were stained crimson with the fires of battle, and the echoes of conflict reverberated throughout the city. Yun Tian found his free time diminishing as he busied himself with various affairs of the Resistance, strategizing, gathering intelligence, and participating in combat. Each day filled with tension and purpose. Yet, he remained deeply concerned for those friends with whom he had once fought side by side, particularly Ratchet and Shockwave. To alleviate his friends' worries, Yun Tian resolved to visit Ratchet at the hospital. Upon entering, he found Ratchet diligently moving between wards, tending to the injured Transformers. A warm wave of emotion surged within Yun Tian as he approached, softly saying, "Ratchet, I may not be able to visit you again." Ratchet paused, astonished, and asked why. "What has happened?" Yun Tian smiled faintly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "The war has begun. I must devote myself entirely to the Resistance. I cannot allow you to worry about me." A flicker of concern crossed Ratchet's gaze, yet he understood the validity of Yun Tian's decision. Nodding, he replied, "Yun Tian, you must take care of yourself and protect your well-being. Regardless of what transpires, we are your friends." Yun Tian felt a warmth in his heart as he grasped Ratchet's hand tightly. "Thank you, I will. You must also be cautious. War is brutal, so safeguard yourselves." After bidding farewell to Ratchet, Yun Tian proceeded to Shockwave's laboratory. He lingered at the entrance for a moment, hesitating before summoning the courage to step inside. However, upon seeing Shockwave, he found himself at a loss for words. Shockwave seemed to sense something amiss and halted Yun Tian, his expression tinged with complexity. "Yun Tian, have you joined Megatron's ranks?" Shockwave's voice was calm, yet resolute. Yun Tian felt a jolt of shock within his heart. He did not respond, merely gazing silently at the figure before him, Shockwave. With a sigh, Shockwave continued, "If you reveal the location of your base now, I might plead with the leader of the enemy of heaven on your behalf, perhaps even offer you a chance for redemption." Yun Tian was engulfed in confusion and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this person was truly Shockwave. He recalled Shockwave as a resolute scientist, a seeker of truth and justice. How could he utter such words? Unless he was not the genuine Shockwave at all. To validate his suspicion, Yun Tian suddenly launched an attack toward Shockwave. With remarkable agility, Shockwave swiftly deflected Yun Tian's assault. This further cemented Yun Tian's conviction that the figure before him was an imposter. He demanded, "Who are you really? What has become of the true Shockwave?" Shockwave chuckled, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Yun Tian, you have indeed become my greatest obstacle. However, your existence will soon be extinguished." With that, Shockwave shed his disguise, revealing his true visage. Yun Tian was filled with rage and despair upon witnessing that the entity before him was none other than the enemy of heaven. The enemy of heaven regarded Yun Tian's astonished expression and erupted into laughter. "Did not expect this? I have been right beside you, observing your every move. Everything you do is under my control. Did you really think you could escape my grasp?" Yun Tian's heart seethed with anger. He could not believe he had been deceived by the enemy of heaven for so long. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to maintain his composure. "Why are you doing this? Why masquerade as Shockwave?" The enemy of heaven's laughter faded, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. "To better manipulate you, Yun Tian. You are far too significant to the Resistance. I cannot allow you to continue thwarting my plans. Therefore, I must personally ensure your demise." Yun Tian felt a weight settle in his heart, aware that he had fallen into a dire predicament. Yet, his spirit remained steadfast. He would not surrender easily. He fixed his gaze upon the enemy of heaven, determination flashing in his eyes. "You shall not prevail. I will not allow you to continue harming Cybertron." The enemy of heaven laughed derisively, a look of disdain crossing his features. "Yun Tian, you are exceedingly naive. Your resistance has already fallen into despair, and your comrades are entirely within my control. What can you possibly do to resist?" Yun Tian felt a pang of pain. He understood that the enemy of heaven's words were not entirely unfounded. Yet he also recognized that as long as he drew breath, he would never yield. Drawing in a deep breath, he braced himself for the impending battle. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and several resistance fighters burst into the scene. They were Yun Tian's companions, having learned of his potential danger, rushing to his aid. Upon seeing the enemy of heaven, their eyes ignited with fury. Let Yun Tian go. The enemy of heaven was momentarily taken aback by the presence of the resistance fighters, yet he quickly regained his composure. Ah, you have arrived as well? Very well, you shall accompany him to the grave. Yun Tian felt a surge of gratitude upon seeing his comrades. He knew he was not alone. Many like-minded Transformers were willing to stand beside him in battle. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to engage in a fierce struggle against Unicron. The atmosphere in the Research Institute was thick with tension as the battle loomed. Yun Tian and the rebel warriors stood on one side, while Unicron stood solitary on the opposite. The resolve and tenacity in their gazes were palpable, for they understood that this confrontation would determine the fate of Cybertron. Yun Tian was filled with conviction. He believed that as long as they united, they could surely vanquish Unicron's dark forces, restoring peace and justice to Cybertron. He gazed at Unicron, a flicker of determination in his eyes, declaring, "Today is your end." Unicron laughed heartily, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Yun Tian, you're all too naive. Today marks your demise." With Unicron's furious roar, the battle commenced. The Research Institute instantly transformed into a battlefield, both sides engaging in a fierce clash. Yun Tian and the rebel warriors, with their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination, fought valiantly against Unicron. Their forms darted through the Institute, each strike imbued with power and resolve. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Yun Tian's exterior was marred with scratches, yet he persisted in the fight, his gaze unwavering. He knew he could not falter. For the future of Cybertron, he must conquer Unicron. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of Yun Tian and the rebel warriors, Unicron was defeated. His form crumpled to the ground, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. Yun Tian approached him, coldly stating, "Unicron, your reign of darkness has come to an end. The future of Cybertron will be shaped by us." Unicron looked at Yun Tian, his eyes betraying a mixture of anger and resignation. "Yun Tian, do not revel too soon. I will not surrender so easily." Yun Tian smiled faintly. "Unicron, your era has concluded. It is time for Cybertron to return to peace and justice." With Unicron's defeat, the skies above Cybertron gradually cleared, and the smoke of war began to dissipate. Yun Tian and the rebel warriors stood amidst the ruins of the Research Institute. Gazing at the land once ravaged by conflict, their hearts filled with reflection. They understood that while this battle had concluded, the path to Cybertron's reconstruction was only just beginning. Yun Tian brimmed with belief. He was confident that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would surely return to peace and prosperity. He glanced at his comrades, determination shining in his eyes. "Brothers, our fight has only just begun. Let us unite to secure a brighter future for Cybertron." The rebel warriors echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the skies of Cybertron. Yun Tian knew he was not alone. Many like-minded Transformers were willing to stand by him. He believed that as long as they remained united, they could forge an even better Cybertron. Chapter 16. The struggle for leadership and choice. The defeat of Unicron was akin to a tempest that shook Cybertron to its core, plunging all Transformers into profound contemplation. In the aftermath of this storm, Megatron, accompanied by Starscream, approached the High Council, aspiring to leverage Starscream's esteemed reputation within the Assembly to bolster his own bid for leadership. Megatron was acutely aware that Starscream's influence and embodiment of justice could lend legitimacy to his rule, persuading a greater number of Transformers to accept his dominion. The atmosphere within the council chamber was both solemn and charged. Numerous delegates occupied their respective seats, their gazes fixated on Megatron and Starscream. Standing before the podium, Megatron's eyes sparkled with ambition and determination. "Esteemed delegates, the era of Unicron has drawn to a close. Cybertron stands in need of a new leader, one capable of guiding us toward prosperity and strength. I am confident that I am that suitable candidate. I possess the courage, the strength, and the resolve to fight for the future of Cybertron. I seek your support as we embark on a new epoch for our world." Starscream stood beside Megatron, his heart heavy with conflict. He recognized Megatron's capabilities and resolve, as well as the efforts he had made against Unicron. Yet, Starscream also understood the weighty responsibilities of leadership. He must embody the interests of all Transformers and steer Cybertron toward peace and prosperity. At that moment, Orion rose, his gaze radiating determination and tranquility. Esteemed delegates, I respect Megatron's contributions to Cybertron, yet I must emphasize that his methods are excessively violent and render him unfit for leadership. Cybertron requires a leader who can champion peace and unite all Transformers. I believe that only through harmony and collaboration can we truly realize the prosperity of Cybertron. A profound silence enveloped the council chamber, with all eyes trained on Orion and Megatron. Starscream observed the contentious exchange between the two, lost in deep reflection. He recalled that, in the annals of Transformer history, Megatron and Orion ultimately became adversaries, locked in eternal conflict. Yet now, he possessed the opportunity to alter this trajectory, to facilitate a handshake of reconciliation between the two and to strive together for the future of Cybertron. Drawing a deep breath, Starscream stepped forward, placing himself between the two. Megatron, Orion, you are both friends whom I hold in high regard. I comprehend your positions and resolve, yet I must assert that the future of Cybertron demands our unity. We cannot allow personal differences to fracture our ranks. We must collectively endeavor for the peace and prosperity of our world. Upon hearing Starscream's words, both Megatron and Orion fell into silence. They recognized Starscream's influence and understood that his decision was pivotal to the Council's eventual resolution. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's yearning for steadfastness and peace. Ultimately, following vigorous discussion and voting, the Council resolved to elect Orion as the new leader. This decision garnered overwhelming support from the delegates, who believed that Orion's philosophy of peace could genuinely usher in prosperity for Cybertron. Although Megatron simmered with anger, he found himself powerless to contest the outcome. He turned away for the parliamentary hall, yet before departing, he paused, gazing at the sky. Cloud Sky, will you become my adversary? A pang of pain struck Cloud Sky as he looked at Megatron, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Megatron, I shall not align with any faction. Yet I hope you refrain from embracing extremism. We shall always be friends, and I wish for you to comprehend and support Orion's decision. The future of Cybertron relies upon the efforts of each one of us. Megatron regarded Cloud Sky, a myriad of complex emotions flickering within his gaze. He nodded and turned away. Cloud Sky understood that Megatron's heart was laden with conflict and turmoil, yet he firmly believed that as long as they maintained communication and understanding, they could avert hostility. Orion stepped forward, grasping Cloud Sky's hand. Thank you, Cloud Sky. I am confident that if we unite our hearts, we will achieve peace and prosperity for Cybertron. Cloud Sky smiled gently, his eyes radiating determination and hope. Orion, let's strive together. The future of Cybertron rests in the hands of each one of us. Under Orion's leadership, Cybertron began its journey toward peace and reconstruction. Cloud Sky continued to play a pivotal role in the Council, offering support and counsel to Orion while diligently fostering dialogue and collaboration among diverse factions. He understood that only through unity could Cybertron truly attain peace and prosperity. Meanwhile, Megatron engaged in introspection regarding his actions and decisions. He began to realize that violence and confrontation could not genuinely resolve issues. Only through peace and cooperation could Cybertron achieve sustainable development. He sought to communicate with Orion and Cloud Sky, hoping to discover shared goals and solutions. Cloud Sky recognized the weight of his mission. He was tasked not only with maintaining Cybertron's peace and stability, but also with fostering reconciliation and collaboration among different factions. He believed that if they could set aside their prejudices and collectively strive for Cybertron's future, they could indeed create a brighter world. Through Cloud Sky's relentless efforts, the Transformers of Cybertron gradually began to release their past grievances, uniting as one to work towards the reconstruction of their homeland. They understood that Cybertron's future demanded the contributions and endeavors of every individual, and only through peace and cooperation could true prosperity be realized. Standing atop Cybertron, Cloud Sky surveyed the hopeful land, his heart brimming with conviction and faith. He knew that all his actions were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could surely become a sanctuary filled with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 17. The rise and fracture of the Decepticons having failed to ascend to the position of leader, Megatron's anger and resentment erupted like a volcano. He could not accept the rejection he faced from the Council and many Transformers. nor could he tolerate Orion's philosophy of peace triumphing over his own ambitions. Driven by anger and disappointment, he made a monumental decision to name his faction the Decepticons, symbolizing their strength and indomitable spirit akin to that of a fierce tiger. Megatron stood high above, surveying the assembled Transformers around him, his eyes glimmering with determination and ambition. "Brothers," he proclaimed, "we have been betrayed by the High Council. They have chosen Orion, a feeble pacifist, to lead us. But I know that Cybertron does not need a weak leader. It requires one who can guide us to greatness. One who will secure more resources and power for our cause. From this day forth, we are the Decepticons, and we shall claim dominion over Cybertron through war." The Decepticons were invigorated by Megatron's words, erupting in thunderous cheers, expressing their unwavering support. Witnessing this scene, Megatron felt a surge of strength and resolve. He believed that if he could lead the Decepticons to victory, he would prove his worth and compel all Transformers to bow before him. Those Transformers who felt unfulfilled within the Council, yearning for power and change, began to conspire in secret under Megatron's leadership, preparing to challenge Orion's regime of peace. A cold gleam flickered in Megatron's eyes as he firmly believed that only through strength could he validate his existence and realize Cybertron's true prosperity. Upon learning of Megatron's decision, Orion was enveloped in confusion and sorrow. He could not fathom why Megatron would embark on such a path, why their friendship could so easily be shattered by the desire for power. He recalled their discussions about Cybertron's future, their shared aspirations for peace and justice. Yet now, Megatron sought to achieve his goals through war, a notion Orion found unbearable. Seated upon the throne in the council hall, Orion's expression was one of profound worry as he gazed at the peace plan in his hands, feeling utterly powerless. He was at a loss regarding how to confront the impending war or how to halt Megatron's reckless actions. Silently, he prayed that this was all a misunderstanding, hoping for Megatron's return to reason. Cloud, observing the bewildered Orion, was filled with concern. He understood that Megatron's decision would bring tremendous calamity to Cybertron, while Orion, as a newly appointed leader, bore the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace. He stepped forward and spoke softly. "Orion, Megatron has lost his way. His heart is consumed with power and conquest. Only you can stop him now." Orion lifted his gaze to Cloud, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Cloud, I do not know what to do. I once believed we could resolve all issues through peaceful means, yet now Megatron has chosen war. I am afraid. I fear this conflict will devastate Cybertron and render all our efforts futile." Cloud smiled gently, his eyes reflecting steadfastness and courage. "Orion, I know you are afraid, but you must not falter. You are the leader of Cybertron, the emblem of peace. You must rise for the future of Cybertron, for all Transformers to confront Megatron. I firmly believe that as long as we uphold the belief in peace, we shall undoubtedly triumph over darkness." Upon hearing Yun Tian's words, Orion gradually felt a surge of strength within. He stood up, inhaling deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Yun Tian, you are right. I cannot falter. I must fight for the peace of Cybertron. Yet, I hope this war can be waged without bloodshed and sacrifice." Yun Tian nodded, wisdom glimmering in his gaze. "Orion, we can attempt to communicate with Megatron through diplomatic means, elucidating the consequences of war. Simultaneously, we must be prepared. Should negotiations fail, we must resolutely resist." A flicker of gratitude crossed Orion's eyes as he clasped Yun Tian's hand tightly. "Yun Tian, with you by my side, I feel reassured. Let us strive together, fighting for the peace of Cybertron." In an effort to persuade Megatron to cease hostilities, Orion resolved to confront him personally. He ventured alone into Megatron's territory, hoping to dissuade him from war through peaceful dialogue. Upon entering the Decepticon domain, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive, with Decepticons regarding him warily, weapons gripped tightly, poised to strike at any moment. Orion did not waver. He pressed forward until he stood before Megatron. Megatron regarded Orion, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Orion, what brings you here?" Orion took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. "Megatron, I am aware of the anger and resentment within you. But war is not the solution to our problems. We were once good friends, striving together for the future of Cybertron. Are you truly willing to shatter our friendship and plunge Cybertron into chaos over a struggle for power?" Megatron fell silent for a moment, a hint of inner turmoil crossing his features. Yet, Soon his gaze hardened once more, resolute and unyielding. Orion, you're mistaken. We're no longer friends. My pursuit is for Cybertron's strength and prosperity, while your insistence on peace and cooperation will only lead us to weakness and despair. I will not relent, even if it means we become adversaries. A pang of anguish shot through Orion's heart. He could scarcely believe Megatron's words. He looked at Megatron, disappointment and helplessness flickering in his eyes. Megatron, I never imagined you would say this. I once believed we could work together for the future of Cybertron. But it seems I was mistaken. I hope that even if we become enemies, you will not forget our past friendship, nor our shared ideals. Megatron shook his head, a resolute determination glinting in his eyes. Orion, you must leave. Do not attempt to persuade me further. My decision is made. The Decepticon banner has been raised. We shall establish a new order for Cybertron through war. Orion's heart was heavy with pain and resignation, knowing he could not alter Megatron's resolve. He turned away from the Decepticon territory, burdened with a profound sense of sorrow. He was acutely aware that the ominous shadow of war loomed over Cybertron, necessitating swift action to safeguard the peace and stability of the planet. Under the esteemed leadership of Orion, the Autobots commenced preparations for battle while earnestly striving to seek peaceful resolutions to the burgeoning conflict. They endeavored to extend olive branches to Megatron through various channels, hoping to avert the impending outbreak of war. However, Megatron's heart had become shrouded in a desire for power, leading him to dismiss all proposals for peace and resolutely pursue his goals through warfare. The clouds of war steadily gathered over Cybertron, permeating every corner of the city with tension and unease. The Transformers aligned themselves with their respective factions, and the tranquility of Cybertron appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Cloud Sky steadfastly clung to his convictions, believing that as long as they did not forsake their pursuit of peace, a resolution could ultimately be found. Cloud Sky and Orion traversed the various battlefields, diligently mediating conflicts and seeking avenues for tranquility. They understood that the costs of war were devastating, with every lost life inflicting harm upon Cybertron itself. They were determined to exert every effort to prevent this catastrophe from unfolding. Nonetheless, Megatron's Decepticon forces continued to swell in strength, their assaults growing increasingly fierce, placing Cybertron's peace in grave jeopardy. Cloud Sky and Orion faced immense pressure, yet they never wavered. They held fast to the belief that the power of peace would ultimately triumph over the darkness of war. Following a fierce battle, Cloud Sky and Orion arrived at the fringes of the battlefield. They gazed upon the wounded Transformers, their hearts heavy with pain and helplessness. Turning to Orion, Cloud Sky's eyes sparkled with resolve as he stated, Orion, we cannot yield. We must find a way to bring Megatron back to reason and restore peace to Cybertron. Orion nodded, his gaze reflecting determination and fortitude, responding, You are right, Cloud Sky. We must not relent. I shall continue to strive for a peaceful resolution to this conflict. Simultaneously, we must prepare ourselves. Should war prove inevitable, we must stand resolute in our defense. Cloud Sky and Orion understood that they bore the weight of Cybertron's future, carrying the hopes of all Transformers upon their shoulders. They were committed to upholding the tenets of peace, fighting for the prosperity of Cybertron. They believed that, as long as they remained united, they could conquer the darkness and restore Cybertron to peace and prosperity. Chapter 18. The struggle for the leadership module. After resolving to seize control of Cybertron through warfare, Megatron was plagued by an unsettling doubt. Even if victorious, would he truly be acknowledged as the leader of all Transformers? This question stung his heart like a thorn. One day, he stumbled upon ancient text that spoke of a legendary leadership module, a mysterious device capable of bestowing unparalleled authority and power upon its bearer. A glint of greed and determination flashed in Megatron's eyes. He believed that with the leadership module's endorsement, he would ascend as the undisputed ruler of Cybertron. Upon learning of Megatron's scheme, Cloud Sky was taken aback. He was aware of the legend surrounding the leadership module and understood its significance to Cybertron. If Megatron were to acquire the leadership module, the consequences would be dire. He immediately relayed this information to Orion, and after a thorough discussion, they resolved to embark on a quest to locate the leadership module, determined to thwart Megatron's nefarious plans. As Cloud and Orion set forth on their journey, Megatron had already led the Decepticon elite into the fray. They traversed the desolate expanses of Cybertron, scaled treacherous mountains, and endured countless hardships, finally arriving at the fabled temple that housed the leadership module. This ancient and enigmatic structure lay concealed in the most secretive recesses of Cybertron, as if time itself had come to a standstill within its walls. Upon a simultaneous entrance of Cloud, Orion, and Megatron into the temple, a solemn and mysterious atmosphere enveloped them. The leadership module floated serenely at the center of the temple, emanating a gentle glow, as if awaiting the arrival of a true leader. A sense of urgency gripped Cloud's heart. He knew the pivotal moment had arrived. He quickly addressed Orion, saying, "Orion, you must retrieve the leadership module. I will hold off Megatron." Orion nodded, gratitude and resolve flickering in his eyes as he stepped toward the leadership module, each stride purposeful and steady. Seeing Orion's approach, Megatron's expression darkened with fury and anxiety. He bellowed, charging toward Orion to prevent him from claiming the leadership module. Cloud immediately positioned himself in Megatron's path, his gaze resolute and fearless. "Megatron, you shall not pass." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Megatron's eyes. "Cloud, you are courting death." He swung his colossal fist toward Cloud. Though prepared, Cloud found himself quickly overmatched by Megatron's overwhelming strength. Each of Megatron's strikes was infused with formidable energy, and Cloud could barely defend himself, his exterior marred with scratches and his energy core beginning to falter. Just as Cloud was on the brink of collapse, a laser beam suddenly shot forth from the direction of the leadership module, striking Megatron and sending him crashing to the ground. Pain etched on his face, he lifted his head to glare at the source of the attack, his fury reaching a boiling point. Cloud's heart leaped with joy at this turn of events. He understood that the laser signified Orion's successful acceptance of the leadership module. He looked at Orion, admiration and elation shining in his eyes. "Orion, you have done it. You should now be called Optimus Prime." Indeed, Orion, now Optimus Prime, advanced slowly toward Megatron, the leadership module in hand. His gaze conveyed both determination and peace. "Megatron, the leadership module has chosen me," signifying that the people of Cybertron have chosen peace and cooperation. "You have lost, but the future of Cybertron is just beginning. I implore you to lay down your weapons and join us in striving for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron." Megatron gazed at the leadership module in Optimus Prime's grasp, his heart brimming with resentment and rage. Yet he also recognized the futility of further resistance. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Optimus Prime, do not revel in your victory too soon. This war is far from over, and I shall not surrender easily." Optimus Prime smiled gently, his gaze revealing a blend of tolerance and resolve. "Megatron, the war has come to an end. Now, it is time for Cybertron to embrace peace once more. I wish for you to comprehend that a true leader earns recognition not through warfare and violence, but through peace and collaboration, winning the hearts of the people." Megatron fell silent, his eyes fixed upon the leadership module in Optimus Prime's grasp, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. He realized that the opportunity to become a leader had slipped away, yet he also understood that Cybertron's future demanded peace and cooperation. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose to his feet, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. "Optimus, I shall remember everything about today, but do not forget, I will never relinquish my ambitions." With that, Megatron turned and departed from the temple, leaving Optimus Prime and Skyfire standing in place. Skyfire observed Megatron's retreating figure, his heart brimming with sentiment. He recognized that although the shadow of war still loomed over Cybertron, the dawn of peace had begun to break. He believed that under Optimus Prime's leadership, Cybertron would surely return to a state of tranquility and prosperity. Optimus Prime turned to Skyfire, gratitude and trust reflected in his gaze. "Skyfire, thank you. With your assistance, we were able to thwart Megatron's schemes. The future of Cybertron requires the efforts of each and every one of us, and I hope you will continue to stand by my side." Skyfire smiled faintly, his eyes radiating determination and conviction. "Optimus, I shall. The peace and prosperity of Cybertron is a shared responsibility. Let's strive together for the future of our world." Under Optimus Prime's guidance, the Autobots began diligently rebuilding Cybertron, striving to restore their war-torn homeland. They understood that the path to peace would not be devoid of challenges, yet with faith and courage, they believed they could overcome every obstacle. Skyfire, too, remained alongside Optimus Prime, contributing his strength towards the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. Meanwhile, although Megatron had left the temple, the anger and resentment within him had yet to dissipate. He returned to the Decepticon territory, reflecting upon his actions and decisions. He recognized that war was not the sole solution to problems. Peace and cooperation were the true hopes for Cybertron's future. He began to seek communication with Optimus Prime and Skyfire, yearning to discover common goals and solutions. Skyfire understood the weight of his mission. He was not only tasked with maintaining peace and stability in Cybertron, but also with fostering reconciliation and collaboration among different factions. He believed that if they could set aside their prejudices and work collectively for Cybertron's future, they could indeed forge a more splendid world. Through Skyfire's efforts, the Transformers of Cybertron gradually began to release their past grievances, uniting as one to diligently work towards the reconstruction of their homeland. They recognized that the future of Cybertron demanded the contributions and efforts of all. Only through peace and collaboration could they achieve true prosperity. Standing atop Cybertron, Skyfire gazed out upon the hopeful land, his heart filled with unwavering conviction and faith. He understood that all of his endeavors were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, ensuring a blissful existence for every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary brimming with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 19. Individual choices. Upon returning to his base, Megatron's heart burned with an intense fury and bitterness. He could not accept his defeat in the battle for leadership, nor could he bear the thought of Optimus Prime ascending as the new leader of Cybertron. In his eyes, the peace and cooperation championed by Optimus were merely manifestations of weakness, and he firmly believed that only through strength and dominion could Cybertron attain true prosperity. Thus, he promptly organized the Decepticons to launch a fierce assault against the Autobots led by Optimus Prime. The clarion call of war echoed once more across the skies of Cybertron, reverberating through every corner of the city with the thunderous sounds of battle. The Autobots and Decepticons engaged in a desperate struggle on the streets. As the land of Cybertron was stained with the crimson of warfare, and countless Transformers lost their lives in this conflict. High above, Soundwave stood, gazing at the war-torn landscape, his heart heavy with helplessness and despair. He had once endeavored to prevent the outbreak of war, yet he could only watch in anguish as Cybertron succumbed to relentless flames of battle. He could not help but question himself. Was it truly impossible for him to halt this war? What would become of his future? At that moment, Soundwave's communicator suddenly chimed. He picked it up, and the screen illuminated with the visage of Shockwave. A flicker of joy surged through him. He thought Shockwave had perished at the hands of Unicron. Yet here he was alive. He hurriedly inquired, "Shockwave, where are you?" "I thought you." Shockwave smiled faintly, a hint of mystery in his gaze. "Soundwave, I am well. I have been quietly observing the situation, and now I have reached a significant decision." Intrigued, Soundwave pressed, "What decision?" Taking a deep breath, Shockwave replied slowly, "I have joined the Decepticons." The word struck Soundwave like a heavy blow, rendering him speechless in shock. He could hardly believe that the very Shockwave, who had once fought alongside him for the future of Cybertron, would choose to align with Megatron-esque Decepticons. He struggled to maintain his composure. "Shockwave, why have you made such a decision? Megatron-esque actions are misguided. He will only bring further devastation and suffering to Cybertron." Shockwave shook his head. "Soundwave, you are mistaken. Only under Lord Megatron's leadership can Cybertron achieve genuine peace and prosperity. His philosophy is sound. While his methods may be harsh, they're the most effective. Join us, Soundwave." A tumult of shock and confusion filled Soundwave's heart as he grappled with the reality before him. He recognized Shockwave's intellect and talent and understood his former passion and dedication to Cybertron. Yet the Shockwave before him appeared transformed, fixated solely on Megatron and the triumph of the Decepticons. Pain pierced Soundwave's heart as he realized he must confront Shockwave in person to seek clarity. Thus, Yun Tian arrived at the domain of the Decepticons. He navigated through numerous defenses, ultimately standing before Shockwave. Gazing at Shockwave, a flicker of anguish and disappointment crossed his eyes. "Shockwave, have you truly allied yourself with the Decepticons? Do you genuinely believe in Megatron's ideology?" Shockwave nodded, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and confidence. Yun Tian, I have joined the Decepticons because I believe in Lord Megatron's leadership. His ideology is sound. Though his methods are harsh, they are undeniably effective. Under his guidance, Cybertron can attain true peace and prosperity. Yun Tian felt a jolt within him, unable to accept such an answer. He looked at Shockwave, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Shockwave, you are mistaken. Megatron's actions will only bring more destruction and suffering to Cybertron. True peace and prosperity cannot be achieved through war and domination. They are realized through harmony and cooperation. I urge you to reconsider your decision and not be swayed by Megatron's sweet words. Shockwave shook his head, a glint of resolve flickering in his eyes. Yun Tian, you are too naive. What Cybertron needs is not a feeble pacifist, but a leader capable of guiding us to strength, securing more resources and power for us. Lord Megatron embodies such leadership. His command will lead Cybertron to genuine prosperity. Yun Tian's heart brimmed with anguish and helplessness as he regarded Shockwave, a hint of sorrow shadowing his gaze. Shockwave, I once believed we were friends, that we shared common ideals and beliefs. But now, I can only watch you tread the wrong path. I hope you awaken soon and do not allow Megatron's ambitions to exploit you. Shockwave fell silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes. Yet soon, his expression hardened once more, resolute and cold. Yun Tian, depart. Do not attempt to persuade me further. My decision is made. The banner of the Decepticons has been raised, and we shall bring about a new order for Cybertron through war. Yun Tian was overwhelmed with pain and disappointment, aware that he could not alter Shockwave's decision. He turned away from the Decepticon territory, burdened by a heavy heart. He understood that the shadow of war loomed over Cybertron, and he must act swiftly to safeguard its peace and stability. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Yun Tian immediately reported Shockwave's situation to Optimus Prime. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of disappointment and helplessness crossed Optimus's eyes. Yun Tian, I understand this is difficult news, but we must now focus our efforts on confronting the Decepticon challenge. We will strive for peace, yet we must also prepare for battle. Yun Tian nodded, his eyes reflecting determination and courage. Optimus, I will stand by your side. The peace and prosperity of Cybertron are our shared responsibility. We cannot allow Megatron's ambitions to prevail, nor can we let Cybertron descend into flames of war once more. Under Optimus's leadership, the Autobots began to actively prepare for battle while also earnestly seeking peaceful solutions to the challenges ahead. They understood that the clarion call of war had been sounded, and they must fight for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. Cloud Sky continued to stand beside Optimus Prime, playing his part and contributing his strength towards the tranquility and flourishing of their world. Meanwhile, under the command of Megatron, the Decepticons actively prepared for battle. They believed that through warfare, they could assert their worth, compelling all Transformers of Cybertron to bow beneath their feet. Megatron stood aloft, gazing down at the Decepticons gathered around him, his eyes glimmering with resolve and ambition. Brothers, the war is about to commence. Through combat, we shall bring forth a new order to Cybertron. Let us unite and fight for the glory of the Decepticons. The Decepticons erupted in thunderous cheers, their figures darting across the vast expanse of Cybertron, ready to embrace the impending conflict. The skies of Cybertron were shrouded in the ominous clouds of war, and every Transformer recognized the gravity of the situation. They understood that a battle crucial to the future of Cybertron was on the horizon. They must fight for peace and prosperity. In this war, Cloud Sky stood resolutely beside Optimus Prime, his heart brimming with determination and faith. He knew he must fight for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the well-being of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed overcome the challenges posed by the Decepticons, restoring peace and prosperity. Chapter 20, Betrayal and New Choices. Cloud Sky stood within the Autobot base, his heart heavy with confusion and anguish. Shockwave's choice struck him like a bolt from the blue, rendering him unable to accept the reality. A once brother-in-arms now stood in opposition, deepening Cloud Sky's understanding of the complexity of the situation. However, what shocked him more was the response of the High Council when he reported Shockwave's situation. Their indifference left him utterly disheartened. The members of the High Council displayed an unusual apathy towards Shockwave's betrayal. even insinuating during discussions that Cloud Sky and Optimus Prime had not acted decisively enough. Cloud Sky realized that the High Council had never truly trusted them. They were merely pawns, employed to uphold the Council's authority and control. The Council's true aim was not peace, but rather to solidify their dominion through warfare. Cloud Sky's heart swelled with anger and disappointment. He recognized that all his efforts, whether in support of Optimus Prime or in attempts to thwart Megatron, had merely served the interests of the High Council. He felt betrayed, deceived by those he once considered allies. Doubt began to gnaw at him. Was everything he had done truly significant? Could it genuinely lead to peace for Cybertron? In this turmoil of confusion and rage, Cloud Sky made a difficult decision. He resolved to venture once more into Decepticon territory, seeking Megatron. He needed an answer, one that could restore his sense of direction. He yearned to know whether Megatron's ambition could indeed bring peace to Cybertron, or at the very least, shatter the corrupt reign of the High Council. As Cloud Sky re-entered the domain of the Decepticons, it appeared that Megatron had anticipated his arrival. He stood atop a high vantage point, gazing down upon the clouds and sky, his eyes reflecting a tinge of complex emotions. Cloud Sky, I knew you would come. Have you finally come to a realization? Cloud Sky lifted his head, meeting Megatron's gaze, his eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. Megatron, I seek an answer. The High Council has been exploiting us. Their aim is not peace, but control. I must know whether your ambition can truly bring about change for Cybertron. Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Cloud Sky, you have finally discerned their true nature. The corruption of the High Council runs deep. Only through new power can this state of affairs be shattered. I am convinced that under my leadership, Cybertron can achieve genuine prosperity. Cloud Sky fell silent for a moment, his heart awash with inner turmoil. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambition and the methods of the Decepticons. Yet he also understood that the corruption of the High Council had become intolerable. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Megatron, I am willing to join your ranks. But there is one condition. A flicker of surprise crossed Megatron's eyes as he stepped forward, firmly grasping Cloud Sky's hand. Speak, Cloud Sky. Any condition you propose, I shall accept. Cloud Sky regarded Megatron, his gaze imbued with steadfastness. I hope you will truly fight for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, not merely for power and dominion. If you can commit to this, I shall lend you my unwavering support. Megatron nodded, sincerity glinting in his eyes. I promise you, Cloud Sky, I will fight for the future of Cybertron, ensuring that every Transformer can lead a life of happiness. Nearby, Shockwave, having overheard this exchange, approached with a look of surprise. Cloud Sky, welcome back. We can stand united once more. Cloud Sky smiled faintly, his heart brimming with intricate emotions. He recognized that joining the Decepticons did not equate to forsaking his ideals of peace, but rather choosing an alternative path to realize them. He believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could dismantle the corrupt rule of the High Council and usher in true peace for Cybertron. Under Megatron's leadership, the Decepticons began to regroup their strength. They no longer pursued merely power and dominance, but began to contemplate how to contribute to the future of Cybertron. Cloud Sky actively engaged in this endeavor, utilizing his experience and resources from the Council to offer strategic advice to the Decepticons, aiding them in formulating more rational plans. Meanwhile, the High Council began to recognize Cloud Sky's betrayal, feeling both anger and confusion over his defection. Yet, they were acutely aware of Cloud Sky's influence and capabilities. His defection significantly bolstered the Decepticons' power. The Council commenced fortifying their defenses, bracing for the impending challenge posed by the Decepticons. The situation on Cybertron grew increasingly intricate and tense. The conflicts between the Autobots and Decepticons escalated, while the High Council manipulated events from shadows. Standing within the ranks of the Decepticons, Cloud Sky's heart swelled with conviction and faith. He understood that all his actions were for the future of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. During a strategic meeting, Yun Tian proposed a bold plan. He suggested that the Decepticons engage in dialogue with the Autobots, seeking the possibility of a peaceful resolution to their issues. Megatron and Shockwave were taken aback by this suggestion. Yun Tian, do you truly believe the Autobots will be willing to converse with us? Megatron inquired. Yun Tian nodded, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. Optimus Prime is a pacifist. He has always yearned for peace on Cybertron. I am confident that, if we demonstrate sincerity, he will be willing to sit down and negotiate. Megatron paused for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Very well, Yun Tian, I trust your judgment. I will send someone to make contact with the Autobots and explore the potential for peace. A faint smile graced Yun Tian's lips, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that this was merely the beginning, yet he believed that if they could take this step, it would herald the dawn of peace for Cybertron. Through Yun Tian's efforts, the Decepticons and Autobots finally convened at the negotiation table. Representatives from both sides engaged in fervent discussions at a neutral location. As one of the representatives for the Decepticons, Yun Tian actively participated, striving to persuade both parties to set aside their prejudices and work together for the future of Cybertron. The negotiation process was fraught with difficulties and challenges. Yet Yun Tian never wavered. With his sincerity and conviction, he moved both sides, ultimately facilitating a preliminary peace agreement. The accord stipulated a temporary ceasefire and a joint endeavor to combat the corrupt rule of the High Council, striving for peace and prosperity on Cybertron. Standing before the negotiation table, Yun Tian gazed at the representatives, his heart filled with hope and faith. He recognized that this was merely a beginning, but he believed that as long as they united, they could dismantle the corrupt governance of the High Council and bring true peace to Cybertron. Upon returning to Decepticon territory, Yun Tian reported the results of the negotiations to Megatron and Shockwave. Upon hearing the news, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Megatron's eyes. Yun Tian, you have succeeded. I believe that if we stand united, we can indeed usher in the dawn of peace for Cybertron. Shockwave also nodded, his gaze imbued with resolve. Yun Tian, we have always believed in you. If we can cast aside our biases and work together for the future of Cybertron, peace will surely be attainable. Yun Tian smiled gently, his heart filled with faith and hope. He understood that all his efforts were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective endeavors of all Transformers, Cybertron could truly become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Under Yun Tian's guidance, the Transformers of Cybertron gradually began to relinquish past grievances, uniting in their efforts to rebuild their homeland. They recognized that the future of Cybertron required the contributions of each individual, and only through peace and collaboration could genuine prosperity be achieved. Yun Tian stood atop Cybertron, gazing at the land filled with hope, his heart brimming with resolve and faith. He understood that all his endeavors were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He held a firm belief that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary imbued with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 21. The Cost of Trust and Hidden Ambitions. After the overthrow of the High Council, the situation on Cybertron did not unfold as Optimus had envisioned. Peace remained elusive. Megatron's ambitions had not waned. He persistently clung to his plans for dominion over Cybertron. During a conversation with Optimus, Megatron calmly articulated, "Only by eliminating all remnants of the old regime can Cybertron be reborn. You will support me, will you not?" Upon hearing this, Optimus was engulfed in confusion and conflict. He had once joined the Decepticons to dismantle the corrupt rule of the High Council and to usher in peace and prosperity for Cybertron. However, Megatron's aspirations appeared to extend far beyond that. Gazing at Megatron, a flicker of resolve ignited in Optimus's eyes. "Megatron, I am aware of your ambitions, yet I cannot bear to see Cybertron descend into ceaseless warfare once more. If you wish to earn my trust, then prove it." Megatron regarded Optimus, a complex glimmer passing through his gaze. He recognized Optimus's influence and sense of justice. Winning his trust would facilitate the realization of his own plans. Thus, he spoke with a voice rich in temptation. "Optimus, I am cognizant of your ideals. I believe that if we unite our efforts, Cybertron is destined for a brighter future." Optimus paused, his heart wrestling with doubt. He understood Megatron's ambitions and the methods he employed, yet he yearned to bring authentic peace and prosperity to Cybertron. He inhaled deeply and replied slowly, "Megatron, I shall grant you an opportunity. However, you must demonstrate that your goals extend beyond mere dominion over Cybertron. You must strive sincerely for its future." Megatron nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. He knew that Optimus was beginning to waver. Thus, he set his plans into motion, endeavoring to win Optimus's trust. He commanded a reduction in the oppression of the lower classes, liberated several innocent Transformers imprisoned by the High Council, and initiated reforms conducive to the development of Cybertron. These changes ignited a spark of hope within Optimus, who began to believe that Megatron could indeed be a leader capable of ushering in hope for Cybertron. Yet, all of this was intricately woven in a Megatron scheme. Soundwave, observing from the shadows, reported Optimus's movements and sentiments back to Megatron. Upon hearing Soundwave's report, a glimmer of satisfaction danced in Megatron's eyes. He understood that as long as Optimus believed in him, he could justifiably execute his plans for ruling Cybertron. Lord Megatron, it appears that Optimus truly is beginning to trust you, Soundwave remarked. Megatron smiled subtly, his gaze revealing a blend of coldness and ambition. Excellent, Soundwave. Optimus's influence is of paramount importance to us. As long as he believes in me, the other Transformers of Cybertron will find it easier to accept my leadership. Our plans may proceed. Soundwave nodded, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Lord Megatron, do you truly intend to plunge Cybertron into war once more? Megatron smirked, his gaze revealing both determination and ruthlessness. Soundwave, war is merely a means to an end. Through conflict, we shall eradicate all remnants of the old powers and establish a new order. Cybertron requires a formidable leader, and I am that leader. Soundwave smiled subtly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Lord Megatron, your plan is destined for success. I shall lend you my unwavering support. Meanwhile, Yun Tian began to perceive some positive transformations within the Decepticon ranks. He observed that the reforms championed by Megatron were indeed yielding benefits for Cybertron. The lives of the underprivileged were gradually improving, and the oppressed Transformers were reclaiming their freedom. These changes instilled in Yun Tian a belief that perhaps Megatron could genuinely usher in peace and prosperity for Cybertron. However, unbeknownst to Yun Tian, this was all a meticulously orchestrated facade by Megatron. The true aim of Megatron was to wield absolute control over Cybertron through warfare and domination. He exploited Yun Tian's sense of justice and influence, striving to garner the support of more Transformers to fulfill his ambitions. Standing within the Decepticon territory, Yun Tian gazed at the land, which was slowly reviving, his heart brimming with hope and conviction. He believed that as long as they worked together, Cybertron could indeed experience genuine peace and prosperity. Yet, little did he know, a far greater storm was quietly approaching, and he stood at the eye of that storm. Under Megatron's command, the Decepticons began secretly preparing for a new wave of military action. They planned to annihilate all opposition through a series of battles, thereby establishing a new order of governance. Yun Tian, as a vital piece in Megatron's scheme, was being drawn deeper into a grander conspiracy. Yun Tian remained unaware that every change he witnessed, every advancement, was a mere illusion conjured by Megatron to gain his trust. He was oblivious to the fact that Megatron's ambition had never wavered. His goal remained the dominion over Cybertron, not the realization of authentic peace and prosperity. As time passed, the situation on Cybertron grew increasingly tense. Yun Tian began to detect unusual signs, yet he chose to continue placing his faith in Megatron. He reassured himself that Megatron had instigated change and believed he could bring hope to Cybertron. However, just as Yun Tian began to lower his guard, a new war erupted quietly. The Decepticon army commenced its advance toward every corner of Cybertron, aiming to obliterate all opposing forces and establish a new regime. Yun Tian, as an ally of Megatron, found himself ensnared in the vortex of this conflict. Standing on the battlefield, he surveyed the land ravaged by war, his heart filled with shock and disillusionment. He could scarcely believe that Megatron would betray his promise and ignite war once again. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to maintain his composure. Megatron, why have you done this? Did you not claim to bring peace to Cybertron? Megatron stood at a distance, gazing at the sky, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Peace comes at a cost, Optimus. Only through war can we eradicate the remnants of the old order and establish a new one. Cybertron requires a formidable leader, and I am that leader. Optimus felt a tumult of anguish and confusion within him. He was uncertain of what to believe or which path to choose. He had once fervently sought to bring peace to Cybertron, only to discover that he had been manipulated. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Megatron, I once placed my trust in you, but you have let me down. The peace and prosperity of Cybertron cannot be achieved through warfare and tyranny. They can only be realized through tranquility and cooperation. A cold smirk crept across Megatron's face, his gaze revealing an unwavering ruthlessness. You are Navi, Optimus. The war has already commenced, and you cannot halt it. Now, you must choose to stand with me or become my adversary. Optimus fell silent for a moment, his heart a battleground of inner conflict. He understood that he could not forsake his beliefs, nor could he allow Cybertron to descend into ceaseless flames of war once again. Drawing in a deep breath, he declared resolutely, Megatron, I shall not join you. I will fight for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron until my last breath. With that, Optimus turned and departed from the battlefield, his heart brimming with resolve and conviction. He was acutely aware that all his actions were for the sake of Cybertron's peace and prosperity, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would triumph over the Decepticon threat, restoring tranquility and abundance. Standing atop Cybertron, he surveyed the land filled with promise, his heart filled with unwavering faith. He knew that everything he did was for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the blissful existence of every Transformer. He had faith that, through their united endeavors, Cybertron could become a bastion of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 22. Betrayal and Choice. Optimus stood before the window of his dwelling, gazing at the night sky of Cybertron, his heart heavy with uncertainty. To thwart Megatron's schemes, he resolved to ally with Optimus Prime and confront the Decepticon menace together. However, upon arriving at the Autobot base to discuss strategies, he found Optimus Prime's views on Megatron still excessively idealistic. Seated at the conference table, Optimus Prime's eyes reflected a flicker of determination and hope. Optimus, I believe Megatron is merely lost in his pursuit of power. He was once my friend, and I understand him. There remains a glimmer of longing for peace within him. If we offer him a chance, I am confident he will return to the right path. Hearing these words, Optimus felt a weight in his heart. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambition and cruelty, and he understood that Megatron had long abandoned his original ideals. Looking at Optimus Prime, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Optimus Prime, you are too Navi. The current Megatron is thoroughly corrupted by power. He is no longer your friend. Everything he does is solely to fulfill his desire for domination. We can no longer harbor illusions about him. Optimus Prime fell silent for a moment, grappling with his thoughts. Skyward, I understand that Megatron's actions are disheartening, yet I am reluctant to relinquish any opportunity for peace that may still exist. Perhaps through dialogue, we could rekindle his original intentions. Skyward shook his head, his gaze resolute. Optimus, time is not on our side. Megatron's war machine has already begun its relentless advance, and Cybertron's tranquility is teetering on the brink of unprecedented peril. We must take decisive action to thwart his ambitions. Otherwise, we risk losing everything. With that, Skyward turned and departed from the Autobot base, his heart heavy with disappointment and resignation, yet his resolve intensified. He understood that he must confront Megatron's threat alone, even if it meant diverging from Optimus' path. Upon returning to his dwelling, Skyward was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of confusion. He sank into the sofa, closed his eyes, and endeavored to calm the tumult within. In that moment, he recalled Thunderclash and Skywing, once his students and now his most trusted allies. Skyward realized that if they could join the fray, they might bring a glimmer of hope to Cybertron. As he prepared to reach out to Thunderclash and Skywing, his communicator suddenly blared to life. The screen illuminated with the visage of Soundwave, his expression imbued with an air of mystery and provocation. Skyward, Lord Megatron has subdued 2 formidable warriors who seem to be acquainted with you. He wishes for you to meet with him. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Skyward. He instantly recognized the potential trap. Yet, he was also beset by uncertainty and unease. He could not ascertain whether Thunderclash and Skywing had truly allied with Megatron or the reasons behind their choices. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to venture into Decepticon territory, undeterred by the peril that lay ahead. As Skyward stepped into the Decepticon domain, he was immediately met with palpable hostility. The Decepticon warriors, armed and vigilant, fixed their gaze upon him, poised to strike at any moment. Nevertheless, Skyward pressed forward, Making his way toward Megatron's location, there stood Megatron, elevated and imposing, flanked by two familiar figures, Thunderclash and Skywing. Upon seeing them, Skyward felt as though he had been struck by a mighty blow. Disbelief washed over him. Thunderclash and Skywing, who had once yearned for justice and sought to protect the vulnerable, now stood at Megatron's side. Megatron, noticing Skyward's arrival, offered a slight smile, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Skyward, welcome to the Decepticon stronghold. I am delighted by your presence. It suggests you still harbor hope for me. Disregarding Megatron's taunt, Skyward's gaze remained fixed upon Thunderclash and Skywing. He stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Thunderclash, Skywing, why have you chosen to ally with Megatron? Have you forgotten our original purpose? Have you forsaken our shared dreams? Thunderclash and Skywing lowered their heads, a flicker of complex emotions flitting through their eyes. Thunderclash raised his head, his tone tinged with remorse. Skyward, we simply wish to grow stronger and protect more lives. Lord Megatron has offered us the chance to realize our ideals. In the depths of his heart, Yun Tian felt a piercing pain. He could not accept such an answer. He gazed at Tianjun and Hai-E, disappointment and anger flickering in his eyes. Do you truly believe that Megatron can deliver justice to you? Everything he has done serves merely to satiate his own ambitions. Have you not realized that you are being manipulated by him? Megatron stepped forward, placing a hand on Tianjun and Hai-E's shoulders. Yun Tian, you are mistaken. Tianjun and Hai-E have willingly joined our cause. They have witnessed my sincerity and the transformation I have brought to Cybertron. They believe that only under my leadership can Cybertron attain genuine peace and prosperity. Yun Tian was engulfed in anguish and turmoil. He looked at Tianjun and Hai-E, their eyes betraying a mix of confusion and hope. He understood that they had fallen under the spell of Megatron's sweet talk, losing their capacity for discernment. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Tianjun, Hai-E, I implore you to reconsider your choices. Megatron's ambitions will not usher in peace. They will only bring forth further war and suffering. Your original intentions are the true hope for Cybertron. Megatron chuckled derisively, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. Yun Tian, do not waste your breath any longer. Tianjun and Hai-E have made their choice. They will stand as part of the Decepticons, fighting for the future of Cybertron. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, Yun Tian looked at Tianjun and Hai-E, a trace of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. He knew he could not alter their decision, yet he still hoped for their awakening. He turned away from the Decepticon territory, burdened by a heavy heart. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yun Tian sat on the sofa, staring out at the starry sky, filled with confusion and torment. He was at a loss as to what more he could do to thwart Megatron's ambitions and revive the original intentions of Tianjun and Hai-E. Closing his eyes, he silently prayed for Cybertron to embrace the dawn of peace, hoping his friends would rediscover their convictions. Unbeknownst to Yun Tian, Megatron's plans had already commenced in secret. The Decepticon army was quietly gathering, preparing to launch a more extensive war. Under Megatron's manipulation, Tianjun and Hai-E gradually lost their sense of self. Yun Tian's prayers seemed to be devoured by endless darkness, and the future of Cybertron was veering towards an unknown abyss. Chapter 23. The Neutral Guardian as the war escalated. The lands of Cybertron were torn asunder by the ravages of conflict. Once thriving cities lay in ruins, and serene countryside was consumed by flames. Standing atop a high vantage point, Yun Tian surveyed his once vibrant homeland, his heart heavy with pain and helplessness. He pondered what he could do to halt this ceaseless war and restore Cybertron to its former glory. The brutality of the war made Yun Tian realize that neither Optimus Prime nor Megatron could truly achieve peace for Cybertron. He resolved to take no side, opting instead to adopt a neutral stance in this conflict. He would become the guardian of Cybertron, protecting this land and every transformer in his own way. In order to conceal his identity, Yun Tian underwent a transformation of his physique. He donned a completely new exterior, characterized by deeper hues and more streamlined lines, exuding an air of mystery and strength. He rechristened himself as Chang'e Yongxiu, symbolizing his aspiration to break through the darkness and ascend to the heavens, thereby instilling hope in Cybertron. The silhouette of Chang'e Yongxiu began to weave through the battlefield. No longer aligned with any faction, he assumed a pivotal role amidst the chaos of war. Whenever he encountered injured Transformers, be they Autobots or Decepticons, he devoted himself entirely to their rescue. In his eyes, they were all compatriots, the children of Cybertron. With his medical expertise and wisdom, he brought hope to every wounded life. Nevertheless, Chang Yunxiu was not a mere pacifist. When faced with innocent victims, he would unhesitatingly step forward, wielding his combat skills to protect them. His martial prowess was formidable, making him a challenge for both Autobot and Decepticon warriors alike. His presence gradually captured the attention of many Transformers on the battlefield. As time passed, the exploits of Chang Yunxiu spread widely across Cybertron. He became known as the Neutral Guardian, a mysterious figure who neither favored one side nor the other, yet was omnipresent on the battlefield. His actions garnered the respect and trust of countless Transformers, and many homeless souls began to gather around him, gradually forming a new faction. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron became aware of this new power's emergence. They recognized that Chang Yunxiu's influence was steadily expanding, and his presence could potentially alter the course of the war. In pursuit of this formidable ally, they sent their respective envoys to invite Chang Yunxiu into their ranks. Optimus Prime's envoy was Bumblebee, who arrived at Chang Yunxiu's territory bearing a message from his leader. Upon seeing Chang Yunxiu, a flicker of surprise crossed Bumblebee's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Chang Yunxiu, Optimus Prime hopes you will join us. He believes that your ideals align with ours, and our shared goal is to bring peace to Cybertron. Chang Yunxiu smiled faintly, his gaze reflecting determination and tranquility. Bumblebee, I have received Optimus Prime's sincerity. However, I must inform you that I shall not join any faction. My aim is to restore Cybertron's former glory in my own way. Bumblebee fell silent for a moment, a hint of understanding glimmering in his eyes. Chang Yunxiu, I comprehend your perspective, but please believe that Optimus Prime genuinely wishes to achieve peace. If you are willing, we could strive together. Chang Yunxiu nodded, a glimmer of gratitude illuminating his gaze. Bumblebee, I shall remember your words. Perhaps one day, we will find a common path. Shortly thereafter, Megatron dispatched his envoy, Soundwave. Upon arriving at Chang Yunxiu's domain, Soundwave's eyes bore a scrutinizing and cautious glint. Chang Yunxiu, Lord Megatron hopes you will join us. He believes that your strength and wisdom can bring true order to Cybertron. Chong Yunxiu gazed at Soundwave, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. I have long discerned the ambitions of Lord Megatron. His so-called order is merely founded upon domination and oppression. I shall not align myself with him, nor with any faction that seeks to achieve its aims through warfare. Soundwave smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his gaze. Do you truly believe that peace can be attained through neutrality? Lord Megatron is convinced that only through formidable power can the peace of Cybertron be genuinely safeguarded. Chong Yunxiu shook his head, determination and conviction evident in his eyes. Soundwave, peace is not achieved through tyranny, but through understanding and collaboration. I shall, in my own way, ensure that every Transformer on Cybertron feels the strength of peace. Soundwave fell silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. He understood that Chong Yunxiu's resolve was steadfast and not easily swayed. With a slight smile, he turned to depart. Chong Yunxiu, I hope you can prove that your choice is the right one. As Bumblebee and Soundwave departed, Chong Yunxiu stood upon his domain, surveying the war-torn landscape. His heart brimming with resolve and conviction. He recognized that his path was fraught with challenges, yet he also believed that as long as he adhered to his principles, he could indeed bring peace and prosperity to Cybertron. Under Chong Yunxiu's leadership, his faction gradually grew in strength. They neither favored the Autobots nor supported the Decepticons, but instead protected every corner of Cybertron in their own manner. They tended to the wounded on the battlefield, safeguarded innocent Transformers, and fought against those who sought to disrupt peace. Their actions garnered increasing support from Transformers, instilling a sense of respect in both Optimus Prime and Megatron for this emerging force. Chong Yunxiu understood that his aspirations transcended merely halting the war. He aimed to reconstruct the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. He believed that if every Transformer could relinquish hatred and unite as one, this vision could indeed be realized. He would continue to uphold his neutral stance, safeguarding the land until Cybertron could once again bask in the glory of its past. From the heights of Cybertron, Chong Yunxiu gazed upon this land brimming with hope his heart filled with unwavering conviction. He knew that all his endeavors were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, and for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a haven of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 24. A Perilous Alliance and Hidden Ambitions. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Soundwave promptly relayed Yun Tian's choice to Megatron. After a moment of silence, a complex glimmer flickered in Megatron's eyes. He was acutely aware of Yun Tian's influence and capabilities. Securing such a formidable ally would be pivotal to the Decepticons' plans. Thus, he resolved to personally invite Yun Tian. Days later, Megatron arrived at Yun Tian's territory. Upon their meeting, Megatron was the first to articulate his terms. He stood before Optimus Prime, his gaze imbued with a hint of calmness and determination. "Optimus, I am aware of your relentless efforts for the peace of Cybertron. If you're willing to collaborate with me, I can provide you with a substantial amount of energy. I understand there may be some misconceptions regarding my intentions. Yet this does not hinder our potential transaction. After all, you require considerable energy to heal the injured populace, do you not?" Upon hearing Megatron's words, Optimus felt a slight tremor within. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambitions and methods. Yet he could not deny his need for a significant energy supply to sustain his operations. He regarded Megatron, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He recognized that Megatron's proposal was not made lightly. He had his own schemes and objectives. After a brief moment of reflection, Optimus spoke slowly. "Megatron, I am open to considering a partnership with you. However, I have one stipulation. I shall not permit your subordinates to harm the innocent. Should I witness such actions, I will extinguish their sparks myself." A faint smile crept upon Megatron's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his gaze. He understood that Optimus's conditions were not unreasonable and had anticipated them. Nodding, he replied, "Optimus, I comprehend your position. I assure you, should such circumstances arise, I will personally administer the necessary punishment." Optimus scrutinized Megatron. He knew that Megatron's words might merely be superficial assurances. Yet he also recognized the necessity of this collaboration to acquire additional resources. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately acquiesced to the proposed agreement. "Very well, Megatron. I consent to our collaboration. However, I hope you will uphold your promise and not let me down," Optimus declared. Megatron nodded, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. "Optimus, I am confident that our alliance will herald a new hope for Cybertron. I shall honor my commitments, and I expect you to do the same." After the two sealed their agreement with a handshake, Megatron departed from Optimus's domain. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, he was in high spirits. He stood atop a platform, gazing at the assembled Decepticon warriors around him, his eyes gleaming with ambition and resolve. "With Optimus's alliance, our chances of defeating Optimus Prime have significantly increased." Soundwave stood beside Megatron, a sly glint in his eyes. "Lord Megatron, Optimus is joining us is indeed promising news. But do you genuinely believe he will remain steadfastly by our side?" Megatron scoffed softly, his eyes betraying a cold and confident demeanor. "Soundwave, Optimus is a shrewd individual. He understands what benefits him most. As long as I can provide him with ample resources, he will continue to collaborate with us. Furthermore, his presence is a tremendous advantage for us. With him, we are one step closer to victory." Soundwave smiled subtly, a trace of agreement in his gaze. "Lord Megatron, your plan is destined for success. I shall lend you my full support." Meanwhile, upon returning to his domain, Optimus was beset by a tumult of complex emotions. He understood that collaborating with Megatron was fraught with peril, yet he also recognized it as an exceptional opportunity to secure the resources he so desperately needed. He stood upon his territory, gazing at the Transformers that had chosen to follow him, silently vowing to seize this opportunity to make a more significant contribution to the peace of Cybertron. In the days that followed, the collaboration between Starscream and the Decepticons gradually unfolded. Megatron, as promised, supplied a substantial amount of energy, which Starscream utilized to tend to the wounded Transformers on the battlefield. His influence steadily grew, drawing an increasing number of Transformers into his ranks. They were captivated by Starscream's ideals, believing he could bring true peace to Cybertron. However, Megatron's ambitions did not wane as a result. He exploited Starscream's presence to further amplify his own influence while secretly orchestrating even grander military maneuvers. He was convinced that by eradicating Optimus Prime and the Autobots, the dominion over Cybertron will be firmly within his grasp. During a clandestine meeting, Megatron addressed the higher echelons of the Decepticons. Our plan is about to enter a critical phase. Starscream's addition has provided us with more opportunities, but we must remain vigilant. His ideals differ from ours. We must ensure he remains aligned with us. Starscream, Megatron's astute aide, nodded, ambition glinting in his eyes. Lord Megatron, I will closely monitor Starscream's movements. Should he display any signs of deviation, I will report to you immediately. Megatron smiled faintly, a cold resolve evident in his gaze. Excellent. Starscream, our objective is the dominion over Cybertron. Anyone who obstructs us must be eliminated. Returning to his chamber, Megatron stood before the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, his heart brimming with ambition and determination. He recalled the moment he was rejected by the leadership module, feeling a surge of resentment and anger. He murmured, Optimus Prime, I will make you aware of who the true leader of Cybertron is. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime also recognized the peril posed by Starscream's alliance with the Decepticons. He convened the Autobot leadership to deliberate on how to address this situation. Bumblebee remarked, Optimus, Starscream's involvement has significantly augmented Megatron's power. We must devise a strategy swiftly. Optimus remained silent for a moment, a flicker of concern crossing his expression. I understand. Starscream's choice presents us with greater challenges. Yet, we must not relinquish hope. We must continue to fight for the peace of Cybertron. Under Optimus's leadership, the Autobots began to prepare actively to counter the Decepticon threat. They recognized that the conflict had become increasingly intricate, yet they believed that perseverance would ultimately lead to peace. Starscream stood upon his territory, surveying the war-torn land, his heart filled with resolve and conviction. He understood that his path was fraught with challenges, yet he believed that by steadfastly adhering to his ideals, he could usher in peace and prosperity for Cybertron. He would continue to guard this land in a neutral capacity until Cybertron once again radiated with its former glory. On the heights of Cybertron, soaring amidst the clouds, Skyfire gazed upon this land brimming with hope, his heart filled with unwavering conviction and faith. He understood that all his endeavors were devoted to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He firmly believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 25, Betrayal and Choice. In a bid to completely earn Skyfire's trust, Megatron devised a cunning ruse. He covertly mobilized the Decepticon forces, deliberately igniting conflict in Skyfire's territory. He knew that Optimus Prime's Autobots would soon take note of the anomaly and could seize this opportunity to fully align Skyfire with his own agenda. As Megatron had anticipated, Optimus Prime's lieutenant, Prowl, swiftly detected the presence of Decepticon soldiers near Skyfire's domain. He immediately ordered an attack, intent on eliminating the perceived threat. However, upon witnessing Skyfire emerge from the rubble, he halted his assault. Skyfire, are these Decepticon soldiers your allies? Prowl questioned loudly, his gaze infused with suspicion and vigilance. Skyfire looked at Prowl, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. Prowl, these Decepticons have lost their combat capabilities. They are now mere civilians. Do you truly intend to harm them? Prowl scoffed, his eyes betraying a steadfast resolve and mistrust. Skyfire, you're showing favoritism towards the Decepticons. Have you forgotten the damage they have inflicted upon Cybertron? Do not be deceived by Megatron's honeyed words. His ambition remains unchanged. As Prowl's words echoed in his mind, Skyfire's heart swelled with indignation. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambitions, yet he understood that Prowl's perspective was overly simplistic. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Prowl, I'm not favoring anyone. I simply do not wish to see more innocent lives harmed. We are all Transformers of Cybertron. Can we not set aside our hatred and strive together for peace? Prowl shook his head, a flicker of determination crossing his features. Skyfire, you are hopelessly naive. Megatron's ambition will not shift due to your kindness. He will only exploit you to achieve his ends. Skyfire, unable to contain his fury at this assertion, charged at Prowl and struck him down with a powerful blow. Prowl struggled to rise, but Skyfire's rage rendered him immobile. Silence, Skyfire bellowed, his eyes aflame with anger and disappointment. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think I am blind to Megatron's ambitions? Do you believe I am ignorant of his methods? I merely wish to prevent further innocent lives from being harmed. Just as Skyfire prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Prowl, Optimus Prime arrived on the scene. Witnessing Skyfire's furious demeanor filled him with shock and confusion. He approached swiftly, attempting to persuade Skyfire to regain his composure. Skyfire, calm down, Optimus Prime implored, sincerity and understanding evident in his gaze. I know you are angry, but violence will not resolve the issue. We all strive for the peace of Cybertron. Can we not sit down and discuss this? However, at that moment, Megatron emerged from the ruins, his gaze imbued with a hint of cunning and triumph, as if everything were within his grasp. He pointed at Optimus Prime and addressed Starscream, saying, Starscream, you must now comprehend the truth. Optimus Prime is nothing more than a hypocrite, and his followers are no different. They profess peace while showing no mercy to innocent lives. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Starscream was filled with anger and disappointment. He threw the Allspark before Optimus Prime, speaking in a voice laced with fury, take your people and leave this place. Furthermore, I shall no longer place my trust in you. Optimus Prime gazed at Starscream with helplessness. He attempted to explain, but Starscream was no longer willing to listen. With a heavy heart, he departed the scene, accompanied by the Allspark and the other Autobots, filled with regret and remorse. After the Autobots departed, Megatron approached Starscream, his eyes reflecting a semblance of comfort and concern. Starscream, do not mourn for someone like Optimus Prime. I will always stand by you, supporting every decision you make. Starscream nodded in acknowledgement and trust. He looked at Megatron and slowly declared, Megatron, I am willing to truly join the Decepticons. I believe that together we can forge a brighter future for Cybertron. Megatron, upon hearing this, was filled with satisfaction and excitement. He had finally gained Starscream's recognition, a significant victory for him. He stepped forward, helping Starscream to his feet, his gaze imbued with sincerity and anticipation. Starscream, I believe your choice is the right one. As long as we unite, the future of Cybertron will undoubtedly be more prosperous. Starscream regarded Megatron, his eyes conveying determination and conviction. He believed that Megatron could indeed bring genuine peace and prosperity to Cybertron. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, Megatron, I shall wield my power to fight for the future of Cybertron. I am convinced that we can achieve this goal. Megatron nodded, a glimmer of coldness and ambition flickering in his gaze. He understood that Starscream's allegiance would bestow a tremendous advantage upon the Decepticons. He believed that with Starscream's support, he was one step closer to realizing his ambitions. Yet, unbeknownst to Megatron, Starscream's heart was still fraught with conflict and struggle. Although he had ostensibly joined the Decepticons, he had not forgotten his original intention, to bring true peace and prosperity to Cybertron. He believed that as long as he adhered to his convictions, he would inevitably discover the path to peace. In the days that followed, Starscream's collaboration with the Decepticons deepened. He leveraged his influence and abilities to secure greater support and resources for the Decepticons. Megatron's trust and reliance on him grew increasingly, as he believed Starscream would become the pivotal figure in achieving his ambitions. However, the situation on Cybertron did not improve. The shadow of war still loomed over the land, and countless Transformers continued to struggle for survival amidst the flames of conflict. Standing on his territory, Optimus Prime gazed upon the war-torn land, his heart burdened with anguish and helplessness. He understood that his path was fraught with challenges, yet he held steadfast in his belief that perseverance would ultimately lead to peace. From the heights of Cybertron, he surveyed the land brimming with hope, his heart resonating with determination and faith. He recognized that every action he undertook was in pursuit of Cybertron's peace and prosperity, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a haven of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 26. The weight of guilt and resolve. Even after joining the Decepticons, Optimus Prime never forgot the mentor and friend that was Ratchet. In his heart, Ratchet was not merely a companion, but a venerable elder, his initial anchor in this alien land. Ratchet's kindness and selflessness made him one of the most cherished family members in Optimus Prime's life. Regardless of the changes in his identity, this bond remained unwavering. To assist Ratchet, Optimus Prime resolved to return to the hospital in his original form, working alongside Ratchet. He adeptly navigated between the two factions, utilizing his ability to shift identities. Whenever he returned to the hospital, He exerted every effort to alleviate Ratchet's workload and bring hope to the injured Transformers. On a particularly hectic day at the hospital, Ratchet was performing emergency treatment on a critically injured patient, while Optimus Prime assisted him. During the tense procedure, Ratchet suddenly spoke. "Optimus, I heard that you joined the Decepticons? I always thought you might choose to side with the Autobots." Optimus paused, a surge of complex emotions washing over him. He realized Ratchet was perplexed, perhaps even disappointed, by his choice. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly, "Perhaps he believes that Megatron can still be redeemed, and seeks to halt the war in this manner." Ratchet fell silent for a moment, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes, but ultimately nodded. "Perhaps. We all hope for peace in Cybertron. Maybe there is rationale behind your choice." With that, Ratchet returned to his duties, diligently attending to the patients. Optimus watched Ratchet's retreating figure, a wave of guilt swelling within him. He understood that he had concealed too much from Ratchet, while Ratchet had steadfastly maintained his trust. After bidding farewell to Ratchet, Optimus transformed back into his original form and returned to his territory. Standing atop his domain, he gazed into the distant starry sky, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. "I am sorry, Ratchet. I may have disappointed you," he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Reflecting on Ratchet's unwavering trust and support, Optimus was filled with remorse. He recalled how, when he first arrived on Cybertron, it was Ratchet who offered warmth and assistance. It was Ratchet who taught him how to navigate this unfamiliar world. It was Ratchet who had always believed in his original intentions and convictions. However, in the present day, Cloud Sky finds himself compelled to conceal his true identity, potentially placing the ambulance in jeopardy. "Oh, ambulance, I can only pray for your safe passage through this turmoil." Cloud Sky silently implores within himself. He understands that the ambulance embodies one of Cybertron's hopes, its presence akin to a beacon illuminating the path for countless wounded Transformers. Within the realm of Cloud Sky, he continues to safeguard this land, maintaining a neutral stance. He leverages his influence in an attempt to contribute to the peace of Cybertron amidst the shadows of war. He tends to the injured Transformers. Regardless of whether they are Autobots or Decepticons, he protects innocent lives on the battlefield, demonstrating his convictions through action. His following gradually expands, with more Transformers joining his cause. Drawn to Cloud Sky's ideals, believing he can usher in genuine peace for Cybertron. Yet, Cloud Sky remains acutely aware that his path is fraught with challenges and perils. Megatron's trust in Cloud Sky grows increasingly robust as he begins to bestow upon him greater power and resources. He believes that Cloud Sky will be pivotal in the realization of his ambitions. Nonetheless, Cloud Sky has not forgotten his original intent, to bring peace and prosperity to Cybertron. In a clandestine meeting, Megatron addresses Cloud Sky. "Cloud Sky, I trust you can comprehend my ambitions. Cybertron needs a formidable leader, and I am that leader. I hope you will continue to support me in striving for Cybertron's future." Cloud Sky smiles faintly, his gaze revealing determination and conviction. "Megatron, I will support you. However, I wish for you to remember that true peace is not achieved through dominion, but through understanding and cooperation." Megatron nods, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. "I believe that together, we can forge a brighter future for Cybertron." Yet, the situation on Cybertron does not improve as a result. The specter of war still looms over this land, and countless Transformers continue to struggle for survival amidst the flames of conflict. Standing upon his territory, Cloud Sky gazes at the ravaged landscape, his heart heavy with pain and helplessness. He knows that his path is laden with trials, yet he believes that perseverance will ultimately lead to peace. From the heights of Cybertron, Cloud Sky surveys the land brimming with hope, filled with steadfast resolve and conviction. He understands that all his endeavors are for the sake of Cybertron's peace and prosperity, for the happiness of every Transformer. He has faith that, through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron can indeed become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Meanwhile, the ambulance continues its diligent work within the hospital, providing care for every injured Transformer and safeguarding their lives. He recognizes that Cloud Sky's choices are fraught with challenges. Yet he also believes that Cloud Sky will discover the path to peace. He can only silently pray, hoping for Cloud Sky's safe return until the dawn of peace graces Cybertron once more. Under the watchful gaze of the Guardian, The Transformers of Cybertron gradually glimpsed the light of hope. They believed that through unwavering unity, they could overcome the shadows of war and attain genuine peace. The Guardian, who remains neutral, would continue to protect this land in his own manner until Cybertron once again radiated its former glory. Chapter 27. The Brink of Truth. After joining the Decepticons, the Guardian received special attention from Megatron. Not only did Megatron bestow upon him vast resources, but he also appointed him as the military commander, tasked with training and leading the elite forces of the Decepticons. During a private meeting, Megatron patted the Guardian on the shoulder and stated, "You are my most formidable warrior, and you are deserving of these resources and power. I believe you can bring new hope to the Decepticons." The Guardian smiled faintly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. "Megatron, I shall do my utmost to fight for the future of Cybertron." Subsequently, the Guardian arrived at the Decepticon barracks. There, he encountered Thundercracker and Skywarp, who had gradually emerged as exceptional warriors within the Decepticon ranks, though their eyes still bore traces of confusion and unease. Understanding their need for proper guidance, the Guardian resolved to personally instruct them in combat techniques each day. As he observed their growth, his heart swelled with a mix of emotions. He felt both pride in their progress and sorrow for the path they had chosen. Thundercracker and Skywarp held deep respect for their new commander. Not only was the Guardian a master of combat, but he also patiently imparted every detail of his knowledge. However, unbeknownst to him, Thundercracker might have already sensed his true identity. Thundercracker's sharp perception and profound feelings for the Guardian led him to recognize familiar shadows within the Guardian's demeanor. He began to suspect that this commander named the Guardian was, in fact, his long-lost brother, Cloudbreaker. To validate his suspicions, Thundercracker resolved to seek an opportunity for a private conversation with the Guardian. After a training session, he dismissed Skywarp and led the Guardian to a secluded corner of the barracks. The Guardian was perplexed by Thundercracker's actions. Just as he was about to inquire why Thundercracker had done so, the latter spoke first. "Master Guardian, do you know my brother Cloudbreaker? Or perhaps, are you he?" Thundercracker's voice trembled slightly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and unease. "I just feel that you resemble a family member of mine. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize." The Guardian was taken aback, a wave of surprise and complexity washing over him. He gazed at Thundercracker, his eyes revealing a moment of inner turmoil. He understood that if his identity were to be unveiled, not only would it jeopardize his own safety, but it could also place Thundercracker and Skywarp in peril. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Thundercracker, the Cloudbreaker you speak of has joined the Autobots. You must understand that he and we are not of the same ilk. I have also heard of his deeds. He is a remarkable physician." Upon hearing this, Thundercracker's eyes glimmered with disappointment and anguish. But he soon lifted his head, his gaze reflecting determination and tenacity. "Why not speak the truth? You are undoubtedly brother Yun Tian. Why deceive me?" Chong Yun-Shao felt a pang in his heart as he looked at Tianjin, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. He understood that Tianjin had already perceived something, yet he could not easily reveal his identity. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to respond with a calm tone. "Tianjin, you are mistaken. I am not Yun Tian. I am merely Chong Yun-Shao. We are both striving for the future of Cybertron, but our paths diverge." Tianjin shook his head, a hint of stubbornness flashing in his eyes. "No, I will not give up. Brother Yun Tian, I know it is you. Why have you become like this? Or is there another purpose behind your alliance with the Decepticons?" Chong Yun-Shao was filled with anguish and turmoil. He gazed at Tianjin, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "Tianjin, you must understand that some matters are not as you perceive them. I joined the Decepticons for a greater objective. I hope you can comprehend and continue to strive for peace in Cybertron." Tianjin remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Lowering his head, his voice trembled slightly. "Brother Yun Tian, I do not understand why you have chosen this path, but I believe you have your reasons. I will continue to wait until the day you are willing to share the truth with me." Chong Yun-Shao felt warmth in his heart as he looked at Tianjin, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "Thank you, Tianjin. I will remember your words, and I hope you can promise me not to disclose my true identity to others. Is that agreeable?" Tianjin nodded, affirming that he would never reveal it. With that, Chong Yun-Shao stood up, preparing to depart. However, just as he took a step forward, Tianjin suddenly blocked his path. His eyes sparkled with determination and hope. "Brother Yun Tian, No matter where you are or what choices you make, I will support you. I hope you find true peace soon. Yun Tian's heart trembled, a flicker of emotion crossing his gaze. He stepped forward and gently patted Tianjin's shoulder. Thank you, Tianjin. I will remember your support and strive to discover the path to peace. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Yun Tian ultimately left that corner. He returned to his chamber, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He knew he could not easily reveal his identity. Yet he also recognized that the trust and support from Tianjin and Haiji were invaluable. He could only silently pray that they would weather this war safely until Cybertron welcomed the dawn of peace once more. In the days that followed, Yun Tian continued to train the Decepticon warriors in his capacity as a military commander. He utilized his wisdom and abilities, introducing new tactics and strategies to the Decepticons. Nevertheless, his heart never strayed from his original intent of bringing peace and prosperity to Cybertron. Meanwhile, under Yun Tian's guidance, Tianjin and Haiji gradually evolved into exceptional warriors. Despite their doubts regarding Yun Tian's identity, they believed that this commander surely had his reasons. They resolved to continue supporting Yun Tian until the day he was ready to reveal the truth. The situation on Cybertron remains intricate and perilous. The shadow of war looms over every corner, with countless Transformers struggling to survive amidst this turmoil. Yet, characters such as Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp, along with innumerable others, labor tirelessly toward the singular aspiration of achieving peace and prosperity for Cybertron. From a lofty vantage point, Starscream gazes upon this land brimming with hope, his heart filled with resolve and conviction. He understands that every action he undertakes is for the harmony and flourishing of Cybertron, and for the happiness of every Transformer. He firmly believes that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron can undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 28, Identity Revealed and Difficult Choices. The conversation between Thundercracker and Starscream did not escape the watchful eyes of Soundwave. As a trusted aide to Megatron, Soundwave had been covertly monitoring Starscream's every move. Upon overhearing Thundercracker's inquiries toward Starscream, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He promptly reported the details of their exchange to Megatron. Upon receiving the account, Megatron smiled subtly, a glint of cunning and satisfaction dancing in his eyes. It appears our Starscream does not entirely align himself with us, he mused. However, that is of little consequence. Leaning back in his chair, laced with a hint of amusement, he continued, since Starscream seeks to employ this means to secure peace, we shall indulge his whims. After all, he currently stands as our most formidable warrior. You understand what must be done, do you not? Soundwave returned a slight smile, his gaze betraying a coldness. Yes, Lord Megatron, I comprehend. I shall persist in my surveillance to ensure he does not pose a threat to us. Excellent, Megatron nodded, a depth of ambition glimmering in his eyes. Go forth, Soundwave. Our plans must not falter. Meanwhile, as Starscream prepared to rest, he was abruptly contacted by Soundwave. Startled yet composed, he swiftly activated his communicator. Soundwave's voice resonated through the device. Starscream, Lord Megatron requires your presence. Please report to his office immediately. A sense of foreboding washed over Starscream. He recognized that he might be on the brink of a trial. However, he also understood that this was an opportunity. Only by solidifying his position alongside Megatron could he hope to avert the impending war. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he proceeded to Megatron's office. Upon entering, Starscream found Megatron seated behind his desk, an evaluative glimmer in his gaze. Soundwave stood nearby, exhibiting a cold demeanor. As Starscream crossed the threshold, he was swiftly encircled by several Decepticon soldiers. Alarm surged within him as he sensed that something was amiss. What is the meaning of this? Starscream demanded, his eyes flashing with wariness. Megatron offered a slight smile, gesturing for the soldiers to withdraw. Do not be alarmed, Starscream. I merely wish to converse with you. His tone was tinged with amusement. Or should I refer to you as Starscream? My friend. A jolt of realization coursed through Starscream. He understood that his true identity had been unveiled. He cast a glance at Soundwave, his eyes igniting with indignation. He came to the realization that Soundwave had recorded his conversation with Megatron. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Megatron, you knew all along? Optimus inquired. a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Megatron nodded, his expression betraying a measure of understanding. Indeed, Soundwave serves as my eyes and ears. He conveyed to me that your dialogue with Megatron was quite fascinating. However, I chose not to expose you, for I find you to be an intriguing individual. Your motives for joining the Decepticons must be your own. Optimus fell silent for a moment, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. He understood that, with his identity unveiled, the situation had grown increasingly intricate. Yet, he also recognized that Megatron was a shrewd leader, unlikely to forfeit anyone who could prove advantageous. What is it that you desire? Optimus asked, resolve flickering in his eyes. Megatron offered a slight smile, a glimmer of cunning flashing within his gaze. It is quite simple, Optimus. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not impede your aspirations. After all, we are bound by a cooperative agreement, are we not? My promise to you remains steadfast, provided you do not disrupt my plans. Optimus felt a jolt within, acutely aware of Megatron's ambitions and tactics. Nevertheless, he recognized this as an opportunity, one that could enable him to continue striving for peace on Cybertron. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Megatron, I hope you understand that my aim is peace, not war. Megatron nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his expression. I comprehend, Optimus. Although our goals may differ, we can still be of mutual benefit. As long as you stand by my side, I shall provide you with ample resources and support. Optimus remained silent for a moment, grappling with his internal conflict. He understood that Megatron's words were not entirely trustworthy, yet he also realized he had no superior alternative. After a deep breath, he ultimately made his choice. Very well, Megatron. I choose to trust you, Optimus declared, his eyes radiating determination and conviction. But you must remember, my goal is peace. Should you violate this principle, I shall depart without hesitation. Megatron smiled subtly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Optimus, I believe your choice is wise. If we work together, the future of Cybertron shall undoubtedly be brighter. Optimus nodded, his heart awash with complex emotions. He understood he had positioned himself at a new juncture. He must proceed with utmost caution to achieve his objectives. He believed that, with perseverance, he would surely discover the path to peace. In the days that followed, Optimus continued to serve the Decepticons as a military commander. He employed his intellect and prowess to introduce new tactics and strategies to the Decepticon ranks. However, he never lost sight of his fundamental purpose, to bring peace and prosperity to Cybertron. Meanwhile, Starscream and Soundwave, under Optimus's guidance, gradually evolved into formidable warriors. Though they harbored doubts regarding Optimus's identity, they also trusted that their commander had his reasons. They resolved to continue their support for Skyfire until the day he was ready to unveil the truth. The situation on Cybertron remained intricate and perilous. The specter of war loomed over every corner, with countless Transformers struggling for survival amidst the conflict. Yet, Skyfire, Thundercracker, and Starscream, along with numerous others, labored tirelessly towards a common aspiration, the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. From the heights of Cybertron, Skyfire gazed upon the land brimming with hope, his heart infused with resolve and faith. He understood that every action he took was for the sake of Cybertron's tranquility and flourishing, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary filled with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 29. The shifting ideals. Upon learning of Skyfire's allegiance to the Decepticons, Shockwave was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He recognized Skyfire's prowess and influence, fully aware that his presence would greatly bolster the Decepticons. However, a more profound reason gnawed at Shockwave. He perceived a striking resemblance between Skyfire and an old friend, Skycloud, believing their ideologies to be remarkably aligned. In pursuit of a meeting with Skyfire, Shockwave ventured to Megatron's workshop. Standing before Megatron, anticipation flickered in his eyes. Lord Megatron, I have heard of Skyfire's induction into our ranks, and I wish to meet him. He reminds me greatly of a friend. Megatron regarded Shockwave, a glint of cunning dancing in his gaze. He had devised a plan, recognizing Shockwave's influence and persuasive capabilities. If Shockwave could persuade Skyfire, it might expedite the acquisition of his trust and support. With a slight smile, he replied, Shockwave, Skyfire still harbors discontent towards me. I hope you can engage him thoughtfully. After all, Our plans require his assistance. Shockwave nodded in understanding. Lord Megatron, I comprehend. I shall endeavor to convince him to grasp our principles. Megatron nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. I trust you, Shockwave. As long as Skyfire can comprehend our intentions, our plans shall surely come to fruition. Subsequently, Shockwave made his way to Skyfire's quarters. Upon seeing Shockwave, a tremor of recognition coursed through Skyfire. He remembered Shockwave, the scientist who once fought alongside him. Now standing in the ranks of Megatron, he remained silent, patiently awaiting Shockwave to speak. Shockwave approached Skyfire, adopting a gentle tone. Greetings, Skyfire. I understand you may harbor some misconceptions regarding Lord Megatron's ideology, yet you must also recognize that to establish a new regime, we must possess formidable strength. Though Lord Megatron's methods may be severe, they are undeniably effective. I hope you can come to understand his vision. Skyfire felt a stir within as he processed Shockwave's words. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambitions and tactics, yet Shockwave's remarks compelled him to reconsider. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Shockwave, I comprehend your perspective, yet my principle has always been one of peace and cooperation. The methods employed by Megatron instill in me a sense of unease, and I require time to contemplate. Shockwave nodded, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his gaze. Starscream, I appreciate your concerns, but please trust that Lord Megatron's aim is to bring order and prosperity to Cybertron. If you stand with us, our plan will surely come to fruition. Starscream paused in silence, his heart brimming with conflict. He was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in Megatron's scheme, yet he also recognized that perhaps achieving peace through the might of the Decepticons could be a viable path. He inhaled deeply and replied slowly, Shockwave, I will reflect upon this. However, I need time to ascertain whether Megatron's ideology can genuinely lead to peace. Shockwave offered a slight smile, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Starscream, I believe you will make the right choice. The future of Cybertron demands the efforts of each one of us. Subsequently, Shockwave conveyed Starscream's response to Megatron. Upon hearing it, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Megatron's eyes. Shockwave, you have done well. As long as Starscream can understand us, our plan will certainly succeed. Megatron rose and approached the window, gazing into the distant starry sky. Ambition and determination shimmered in his eyes. Cybertron requires a powerful leader, and I am that individual. If Starscream can align himself with us, our strength will be unmatched. Megatron's plan gradually crystallized. He aspired to leverage Shockwave's influence to secure Starscream's unwavering trust, thereby holding him firmly in his grasp. He understood that Starscream's abilities and influence were crucial for the Decepticons. Persuading him would simplify the dominion over Cybertron. However, Starscream's heart was fraught with ambiguity and turmoil. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambition and recognized Shockwave's persuasive prowess. Yet, he could never forget his original intention of bringing true peace and prosperity to Cybertron. He required time to validate whether Megatron's ideology could genuinely manifest peace, rather than mere domination. Skyfire, do you genuinely believe Megatron's ideology is correct? He silently pondered. He recalled his initial motivation for joining the Decepticons was to acquire resources, halt the war, and achieve peace. Nevertheless, Megatron's and Shockwave's words had led him to waver in his convictions. He stood up and approached the window, surveying the ravaged land. Pain and confusion enveloped his heart. Must the future of Cybertron truly be forged through war and dominion? Starscream understood that he had to make a choice. He could not continue to linger in this contradiction, lest he lose the beliefs he held dear. He took a deep breath and declared slowly, regardless of my choice, I shall strive for the peace of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Starscream continued to serve the Decepticons as a military commander. He employed his wisdom and skills to introduce new tactics and strategies for the Decepticons. Yet, he never lost sight of his original purpose. He began to quietly observe Megatron's actions, striving to uncover the possibility of achieving peace. Meanwhile, Starscream and Thundercracker, under the guidance of Skyfire, gradually evolved into formidable warriors. Despite their doubts regarding Skyfire's true identity, they remained convinced that the commander had his reasons. They resolved to continue supporting Skyfire until the day he chose to reveal the truth. The situation on Cybertron remained intricate and perilous, with the specter of war casting a shadow over every corner, as countless Transformers struggled to survive amidst the ongoing conflict. Yet, Skyfire, Starscream, Thundercracker, and innumerable others endeavored tirelessly towards a shared goal, to realize peace and prosperity for Cybertron. From a high vantage point on Cybertron, Skyfire gazed down upon the land brimming with hope, his heart filled with resolve and faith. He understood that all his efforts were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective endeavors of all Transformers, Cybertron could undoubtedly become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 30. The legacy and mission of the Allspark. The relentless outbreak of war had engulfed the lands of Cybertron in flames. Once thriving cities lay in ruins, and tranquil villages were shrouded in smoke. Standing atop a precipice, Skyfire surveyed the ravaged homeland, his heart heavy with sorrow and impotence. He was at a loss as to how to halt this ceaseless war and restore Cybertron to its former glory of peace and prosperity. Just as he prepared to return to the Decepticon base, a faint and ancient voice resonated in his ears, deep and enigmatic, as if it emanated from a distant past. Startled, Skyfire followed the voice's beckoning, arriving at the depths of the Allspark Well. The Allspark Well is one of the oldest entities on Cybertron, reputed to be the source of life for the planet, nurturing countless Transformers into existence. As he stood at the bottom of the well, an aura of ancient mystery enveloped him. He scanned his surroundings, seeking the origin of the voice. "You have finally arrived, Skyfire," a solemn and ancient voice echoed behind him. Turning, he beheld a figure radiating a gentle light, Primus, the creator of Cybertron. Skyfire recognized Primus as a being transcending time and space, safeguarding the fate of Cybertron. "Primus?" Skyfire gasped, his heart brimming with confusion and reverence. "Why have you summoned me?" Primus smiled faintly, a glimmer of concern and anticipation in his gaze. "Skyfire, Cybertron can no longer give birth to new life. The power of the Allspark is waning, and I need to entrust it to someone worthy. I hope you will safeguard it." Skyfire's heart raced. He understood the Allspark's significance. It was not only the source of Cybertronian life, but also the beacon of hope for all Transformers. Inquisitively, he asked, "Why not entrust it to Optimus Prime? Surely he is the best candidate?" Primus shook his head slightly, a profound depth flickering in his eyes. "Optimus is not suitable. His mission is to safeguard the peace of Cybertron, and the Allspark requires a being capable of transcending warfare and hatred for its protection. Only you're the most fitting choice. You would not wish for Optimus Prime to sacrifice himself, would you?" A tremor coursed through Starscream as he deeply comprehended the wisdom in the words of the primal ancestor. Optimus Prime has already made profound sacrifices for the sake of peace. He did not wish to impose such a heavy burden upon him. He also did not desire for Optimus to lay down his life for Cybertron. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Primal ancestor, I understand. I will ensure the Allspark's safety and prevent it from falling into malevolent hands. Since I have arrived here, I am determined that all shall survive." The primal ancestor nodded. "I believe in you, Starscream. Your heart is filled with justice and conviction. This is the greatest strength for protecting the Allspark." Starscream gently placed the Allspark into his chamber. He could feel the immense power contained within it, the hope of all Cybertronian life. He closed his eyes and silently prayed for the Allspark to bring renewed vitality to Cybertron. When he reopened his eyes, the figure of the primal ancestor had vanished. Starscream knew that his mission was only just beginning. He turned away from the Allspark well, his heart brimming with determination and faith. As he emerged from the well, he beheld Optimus Prime, who stood at the edge, his gaze laced with concern. "Starscream, are you unharmed?" Starscream paused, a complex emotion flickering within him. He responded through his internal communicator, "I am fine. I am Starscream." His voice carried a note of resolve and confidence. Upon hearing this, Optimus smiled slightly. Indeed, how could the justice-filled Starscream possibly be in trouble? Starscream nodded, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He understood that he had now shouldered a new mission, yet he believed that if he persevered, peace could indeed be attained. As Starscream departed, a depth of contemplation graced Optimus's gaze. He recognized that Starscream's undertaking would not be an easy one. Yet he had faith that Starscream would discover the path to peace. Turning away, he silently prayed for Cybertron to welcome a new dawn. In the days that followed, Starscream continued to serve the Decepticons in his capacity as a military commander. Yet he always held his mission to protect the Allspark and safeguard Cybertron's future close to his heart. He employed his intellect and capabilities to seek possibilities for peace amidst the ravages of war, all while covertly monitoring Megatron's actions for opportunities to achieve tranquility. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime also labored tirelessly for Cybertron's peace. He led the Autobots in a battle against the Decepticons, striving to thwart Megatron's ambitions. They understood that the shadow of war still loomed over Cybertron, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, they could conquer the threat of the Decepticons and realize true peace. Gazing at the starry sky beyond the window, Optimus Prime recalled the words spoken to him by Starscream. He understood that Starscream's choices were fraught with challenges, yet he held an unwavering belief that Starscream would strive for the peace of Cybertron. From the lofty heights of their world, Starscream surveyed the land brimming with hope, his heart filled with resolve and conviction. He recognized that all his endeavors were for the tranquility and prosperity of Cybertron, ensuring the happiness of every Transformer. He was confident that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a sanctuary overflowing with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 31. Hidden Truths and Complex Emotions. With the disappearance of the Allspark, Cybertron had been irrevocably transformed into a desolate planet. The once vibrant land had been consumed by the ravages of war, and the flourishing civilization now lay in ruins. The vanishing of the Allspark plunged all of Cybertron into a deeper crisis, as the Transformers lost their source of life, rendering the future of Cybertron bleak. Regarding the matter of the Allspark, both Starscream and Optimus Prime chose to remain silent, fully aware that the Allspark resided within Starscream's spark chamber. The Autobots and Decepticons alike believed that Optimus Prime had concealed the Allspark. After all, no one could withstand the power of the Allspark, and as the leader of the Autobots, Optimus was the most likely candidate to make such a decision. Megatron was no exception. He outwardly expressed vehement anger at Optimus's betrayal. Yet, deep within, he did not wish for Optimus to depart with the Allspark. He needed Optimus, his strength and influence to fulfill his own ambitions. More importantly, Megatron's feelings for Optimus were far more intricate than he was willing to admit. During a clandestine meeting, Megatron addressed the higher echelons of the Decepticons, asserting, "Optimus has surely hidden the Allspark. He believes he can hoard this power, yet he fails to realize that without the Allspark, Cybertron will face utter annihilation. We must locate him and reclaim the Allspark." Starscream nodded, ambition flickering in his eyes. "Lord Megatron, I shall personally lead a team to find Optimus. He cannot escape our grasp." Megatron offered a slight smile, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. "Go forth, Starscream. But remember, do not harm Optimus. He still holds value." Starscream paused momentarily, yet soon comprehended Megatron's intent. He smiled subtly and departed from the meeting room. Simultaneously, Starscream noted Megatron's peculiar attitude toward Optimus. He observed that whenever Megatron mentioned Optimus, a hint of complex emotion lingered in his eyes. This led Starscream to question whether the relationship between Megatron and Optimus was merely one of simple enmity. One day, Starscream encountered Megatron in the corridors of the Decepticon base. Megatron's eyes bore a hint of weariness as he regarded Starscream and sighed softly. "Starscream, I know what you are contemplating. Optimus is not my enemy. At least, I do not wish for him to be my enemy." Chung Yunxiao momentarily paused, gazing at Megatron with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Lord Megatron, what do you mean by that?" Megatron offered a slight smile, revealing a hint of resignation in his gaze. "Optimus Prime and I were once friends. We shared a common ideal, yet we have diverged on different paths. I do not wish to see him embroiled in danger due to the Allspark. I hope you can comprehend this." A tremor coursed through Chung Yunxiao's heart as he regarded Megatron, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Lord Megatron, do you truly harbor feelings for Optimus Prime?" Megatron remained silent for a moment. "Chung Yunxiao, there are matters you will never grasp. But please believe that my concern for Optimus Prime is genuine." Chung Yunxiao nodded, his heart brimming with confusion. He resolved to discreetly contact Optimus Prime to uncover the truth. Using the internal communicator, he reached out to Optimus, his voice laced with a hint of jest. "Megatron seems rather worried about you. Is there something between you two?" "I assure you, there is nothing between Megatron and me." Optimus interjected hastily, urgency in his tone. "Is that so? Then why has he never truly attempted to eliminate you?" "Don't tell me he would spare any Autobot," Chung Yunxiao replied, his tone teasing yet eager for an answer from Optimus. Optimus fell silent for a moment. his voice tinged with resignation. Chong Yunxiao, there are things you will never understand. Megatron and I share a complicated relationship. He does indeed harbor special feelings for me. Yet that does not imply we can revert to the past. Chong Yunxiao smiled faintly. It seems Megatron is not as heartless as he appears. His concern for you suggests there may still be hope between you. Upon hearing this, Optimus felt a slight jolt in his heart. He paused, his voice laced with bitterness. Chong Yunxiao, there are matters you will never comprehend. The bond Megatron and I once shared cannot return to what it was. He has his beliefs, and I have mine. From the moment he chose to wage war, we could only meet on the battlefield. Chong Yunxiao smiled gently. All right, I understand. But you must admit, Megatron indeed treats you differently. He would never truly attempt to harm you, which is not something an ordinary adversary would do. Optimus remained silent for a moment, his voice imbued with resignation. Perhaps so, but all of this cannot alter our positions. We are enemies, at least until the future of Cybertron is determined. Chong Yunxiao nodded, determination evident in his voice. I understand. Regardless, I hope for the safety of both of you. The future of Cybertron requires your presence. And this war can only cease if you both comprehend each other's ideologies. Optimus smiled slightly, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Chong Yunxiao. I will remember your words. After terminating the communication, Chong Yunxiao stood in the corridor, his heart awash with complex emotions. He realized that the feelings between Megatron and Optimus were far more intricate than he had initially perceived. They were once friends, comrades, and perhaps even indispensable presences in each other's lives. However, fate led them down divergent paths, transforming them into adversaries. Chong Yunxiao understood that he could not alter this reality. Yet he firmly believed that as long as there remained a flicker of desire for peace within their hearts, a path to reconciliation could be discovered. He resolved to continue observing the actions of Megatron and Optimus Prime, seeking the possibility of restoring harmony. In the days that followed, the situation on Cybertron grew increasingly intricate. The conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots escalated, and the disappearance of the Allspark plunged both factions into a deeper crisis. Nevertheless, the three pivotal figures, Chong Yunxiao, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, were all striving towards the same goal, the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. From the heights of Cybertron, Chong Yunxiao gazed upon the land filled with hope, his heart brimming with determination and conviction. He recognized that all his efforts were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron and to the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective endeavors of all Transformers, Cybertron could undoubtedly become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 32: Betrayal and Redemption After an Intense Battle. The Decepticon squad, led by Chong Yunxiao, encountered the Autobot medical team in a narrow confrontation. Both sides swiftly engaged in fierce gunfire, with the sounds of explosions and metal clashing echoing across the battlefield. Chong Yunxiao showcased remarkable prowess in combat, his tactical skills and leadership enabling the Decepticon squad to gain the upper hand. As the battle raged on, all but Ratchet were gravely injured, incapacitated from fighting. Seeing this, Ratchet stepped forward, his voice imbued with resolve. I can go with you, but I cannot allow harm to come to them. His eyes reflected a fierce protectiveness for his comrades, as well as a yearning for peace. Chong Yunxiao regarded Ratchet, a swirl of complex emotions crossing his mind. He knew Ratchet to be one of Cybertron's finest doctors and a former mentor and friend. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Very well, I promise you. He gestured for his subordinates to escort Ratchet away, instructing them to care for the injured Autobots. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Ratchet was taken to the interrogation room. Upon learning this news, Megatron devised a new scheme. He clapped Chong Yunxiao on the shoulder and remarked, "You have done well. It has been a long time since I have seen this old friend." A glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes, as if he eagerly anticipated Ratchet's involvement. As Ratchet entered the interrogation room, his gaze sparkled with determination and defiance. Megatron, upon seeing Ratchet, was momentarily taken aback, prompting him to instruct the guards to open the door and approach Ratchet with a slight smile. My friend, it has been too long. I know that as a doctor, you must find my methods distasteful, but I am left with no choice. I hope you can comprehend my philosophy. Join us, and together we shall become the rulers of Cybertron. The ambulance fell silent for a moment, a flicker of derision crossing his gaze. Megatron, do you truly believe I would join your ranks? I would rather perish than betray my convictions. Megatron scoffed, a coldness emanating from his eyes. Ambulance. You need not make a decision at this moment. I shall grant you time for contemplation, but remember, the future of Cybertron requires our united efforts. Should you choose to ally with us, I can offer you more favorable conditions. The ambulance remained unresponsive, turning his gaze towards Starscream, disappointment and anguish flickering in his eyes. I once believed you would be a harbinger of hope for Cybertron. It appears I was naively mistaken. His voice bore a hint of resignation, as if struggling to comprehend Starscream's choices. Starscream remained silent, a twinge of guilt evident in his expression. He quietly exited the interrogation room, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. He understood that he must hasten to ensure the ambulance's escape. Otherwise, the Autobots' disadvantage would amplify, jeopardizing the ambulance's safety. As night fell, Starscream seized the cover of darkness to reach the place where the ambulance was held. He unlocked the door, gently pushing it open and gesturing for the ambulance to follow. Just as the ambulance was about to speak, Starscream interrupted, "Do not utter a word, just come with me." The ambulance hesitated briefly, but soon grasped Starscream's intentions. He followed silently, filled with uncertainty and gratitude. The two traversed the corridor without a sound, ultimately arriving at the exit of the base. Starscream halted, turning to look at the ambulance. "You must leave this place swiftly." The ambulance nodded, his expression revealing a whirlwind of emotions. "Why release me? Are you not fearful of Megatron's retribution upon discovering this?" Starscream smiled faintly, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. "I simply believe that someone of your caliber as a doctor will not be allowed to depart easily by Megatron. After all, you are Cybertron's most renowned physician." His tone carried a playful tease, yet his gaze was sincere. The ambulance fell silent for a moment, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you. I hope that one day we can fight side by side." His voice brimmed with anticipation, as if filled with hope for future peace. Starscream nodded. "I believe that day will come." He turned and departed, his figure gradually fading into the night. The ambulance watched Starscream's retreating silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized that Starscream's choice was fraught with difficulty and contradiction, yet he also believed that deep within Starscream lay a yearning for peace. Taking a deep breath, he turned away from the Decepticon base, silently praying for a new dawn for Cybertron. Upon returning to his quarters, Starscream was engulfed by complex feelings. He understood that his actions might incite Megatron's suspicion, yet he also recognized that the ambulance's safety was of paramount importance. He remained steadfast in his belief that perseverance would ultimately unveil a path to peace. In the days to come, Starscream continued to serve the Decepticons as a military commander. Yet he remained steadfast in his original aspiration to bring peace and prosperity to Cybertron. He employed his intellect and capabilities in an endeavor to seek the possibility of peace amidst the chaos of war, while discreetly observing Megatron's actions in search of opportunities to achieve harmony. Simultaneously, Ratchet returned to the Autobot ranks and conveyed Starscream's actions to Optimus Prime. Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed Optimus's eyes. Although Starscream's choice was fraught with difficulty, he had not forgotten his initial purpose. "I believe he will undoubtedly discover the path to peace." The situation on Cybertron remained intricate and perilous, with the specter of war looming in every corner, as countless Transformers struggled for survival amidst the conflict. Nevertheless, Starscream, Ratchet, Optimus Prime, and innumerable other Transformers endeavored toward a singular goal, realizing peace and prosperity for Cybertron. From a vantage point high above, Starscream gazed upon this land brimming with hope, his heart filled with resolve and faith. He understood that all his efforts were directed towards the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 33. The game of testing and trust. After releasing Ratchet, Starscream returned to the lounge, his heart heavy with trepidation. He was acutely aware that Megatron would eventually learn of his actions regarding Ratchet. To preempt any suspicion from Megatron, he resolved to take the initiative and explain his conduct. Just then, a communication request from Soundwave interrupted his thoughts. Starscream inhaled deeply and answered the call. Soundwave's voice emanated from the communicator. "Starscream, Lord Megatron requests your presence. Please proceed to the meeting room immediately." Starscream's heart sank, for he knew that Megatron had become aware of the situation involving Ratchet. He quickly composed himself and made his way to the meeting room. Upon entering, he found Megatron seated behind the table, his gaze scrutinizing. Starscream, I know how significant Ratchet is to you. Megatron's voice was calm and deep. This time, I shall refrain from questioning you, but I hope you still remember our pact. A slight tremor coursed through Starscream. He was uncertain whether Megatron was testing him. However, he also sensed a subtle shift in Megatron's demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Thank you for your understanding, Lord Megatron. I assure you there will be no next time. Megatron offered a faint smile, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. I hope you can uphold your promise. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to employ far more ruthless measures. Do you comprehend? Starscream nodded, a flicker of determination in his gaze. I understand, Lord Megatron. Megatron nodded in return, signaling Starscream that he could depart. As Starscream turned to leave the meeting room, he was engulfed by a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. He was perplexed as to why Megatron would so readily spare him. Yet he recognized this as an opportunity, an opening to continue his pursuit of peace for Cybertron. Upon returning to his quarters, he pondered Megatron's intentions. He understood that Megatron's ambitions remained unchanged, yet it appeared that Megatron was attempting to win his trust. He resolved to remain silent for the time being and to observe Megatron's actions with vigilance. After his departure from the conference room, Soundwave approached Megatron, a hint of confusion in his gaze. My Lord Megatron, why this unexpected leniency? Megatron smiled subtly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Soundwave, Starscream's attitude towards me has clearly shifted. If I can make him believe I am no longer the cold-hearted tyrant, he will serve me with genuine loyalty. Do you comprehend? Soundwave nodded, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his features. I understand, my Lord Megatron. I shall continue to monitor Starscream to ensure he does not pose a threat to us. Megatron acknowledged with a nod, his eyes revealing a profound ambition. Excellent, Soundwave. Our plan must not falter. Starscream's abilities and influence are crucial to our cause. As long as he stands with us, our objectives will surely be realized. Meanwhile, Starscream, in his quarters, wrestled with conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware that Megatron's mercy concealed a deeper conspiracy, yet he understood that he had no better alternatives. He chose to remain within the Decepticon ranks, seeking the possibility of achieving peace. In the ensuing days, Starscream continued to serve the Decepticons as a military commander, employing his intellect and skills to introduce new tactics and strategies. Nevertheless, he never lost sight of his original intention, to bring peace and prosperity to Cybertron. He recognized the challenges that lay ahead, but believed that perseverance would ultimately reveal the path to peace. He would continue to seek opportunities within Megatron's faction while clandestinely observing Megatron's maneuvers, searching for possibilities to achieve harmony. Simultaneously, Megatron, the ambitious leader of the Decepticons, discreetly monitored Starscream's every move. He understood that Starscream's capabilities and influence were vital to his plans. Winning his trust would simplify his grasp on Cybertron's dominion. He was convinced that with continued pressure, Starscream would eventually become his loyal ally. Yet, a voice within Starscream persistently reminded him that true peace could not be attained through domination, but rather through understanding and collaboration. He believed that steadfastness would lead him to discover the path towards peace. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and the Autobots were also striving for Cybertron's peace. They recognized that the shadow of war still loomed overhead. Yet they held firm in their belief that unity would empower them to overcome the Decepticon threat and realize authentic peace. High above Cybertron, Skyfire gazed down upon the land teeming with hope, his heart brimming with resolve and faith. He understood that every action he undertook was for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the united efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 34. The revelation of identity. As the conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons intensified, the battlefield expanded from Cybertron to the far reaches of the universe. The Autobots, hindered by a scarcity of energy, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, their movements severely restricted, while the Decepticons, leveraging Megatron's strategies and resources, began to gain the upper hand. Skyfire, observing the unfolding chaos, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He was acutely aware that if the Autobots continued to falter, the future of Cybertron would grow increasingly bleak. Determined to take action, he resolved to reveal his true identity as Skyfire and offer assistance to Optimus Prime's elite guard. He had accumulated a cache of Energon, hoping that these resources could aid the Autobots in their dire straits. As Skyfire prepared to venture towards the Autobot base with the Energon in tow, he unexpectedly encountered Bumblebee, who was out on reconnaissance. Bumblebee's eyes sparkled with surprise upon spotting Skyfire. "Skyfire, what brings you here?" With a slight smile, Skyfire spoke urgently. "Bumblebee, I've heard of the energy shortage plaguing the Autobots, and I wish to deliver this Energon to you. Perhaps it can provide some assistance." Bumblebee's expression shifted to one of gratitude. "Skyfire, this is wonderful. Optimus will be thrilled." Unbeknownst to him, he overlooked the Decepticon insignia emblazoned on Skyfire, eagerly anticipating the return of the resources to their base. Together, they made their way back to the Autobot base. Upon seeing Skyfire, Optimus Prime's eyes widened in surprise. "Skyfire, what brings you here? This Energon is crucial for us." Yet, as he noticed the Decepticon insignia on Skyfire, his expression became complex. Optimus turned his gaze toward Skyfire, his voice tinged with confusion. "Skyfire, what is the meaning of this? Why do you bear the Decepticon insignia?" A tremor ran through Skyfire as he realized his true identity might have been unveiled. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to explain. "Optimus, Ratchet also noticed the insignia on Skyfire, his eyes reflecting shock. He recalled the questions he had posed to Skyfire in the past and began to comprehend the situation. Interrupting Skyfire, he spoke with a mix of emotions. "Optimus, I believe I understand what is happening." Optimus looked at Ratchet, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "Ratchet, what do you know?" Ratchet nodded, his voice laced with resignation. "Skyfire, also known as Skyfire, has been endeavoring to assist us. He joined the Decepticons to acquire more resources to help restore peace to Cybertron." Optimus felt a subtle shock at this revelation. He recalled the demeanor of Yun Tian towards him and his performance on the battlefield, gradually unveiling the truth of the matter. Gazing at Yun Tian, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes. "Yun Tian, it appears you have tirelessly endeavored for peace all along." Yun Tian nodded, his gaze imbued with a sense of determination. "Optimus Prime, I recognize the difficulty of my choice, yet I believe that only through collaboration can we attain genuine peace. My allegiance to the Decepticons is a means to acquire resources to rejuvenate Cybertron." Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment, a flicker of understanding and respect illuminating his eyes. "Yun Tian, I comprehend your decision. You have sacrificed much for peace and borne numerous risks. I am confident that as long as we unite our efforts, we can achieve tranquility." Ratchet also nodded, his expression reflecting gratitude. "Yun Tian, thank you for your unwavering support. We are all aware that your aim has always been peace, not war." Yun Tian offered a slight smile. "Optimus Prime, Ratchet, we are all transformers of Cybertron, and our goals align. If we can set aside our animosities and unite in purpose, peace is surely attainable." Optimus Prime nodded, a spark of hope glimmering in his eyes. "Yun Tian, I trust your choice. Let us strive together for the future of Cybertron." A swirl of complex emotions filled Yun Tian. He recognized that his identity had been revealed, yet he held faith that Optimus Prime and Ratchet would understand his decision. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Optimus Prime, I will persist in my efforts for peace. I am convinced that together we can realize harmony." Optimus Prime smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting resolve. "Yun Tian, I believe in you. Let us unite our efforts for the future of Cybertron." In the days that followed, Yun Tian continued to strive for Cybertron's peace in his own manner. He leveraged the resources at his disposal within the Decepticon faction to assist the Autobots while endeavoring to construct a bridge for communication between Megatron and Optimus Prime. He was certain that perseverance would unveil a path to peace. The situation on Cybertron remained intricate and perilous, with a shadow of war looming in every corner. Nevertheless, Yun Tian, Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and countless other Transformers labored toward this singular goal: the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. Atop Cybertron, Yun Tian, surveyed the land filled with hope, his heart brimming with conviction and faith. He understood that all his actions were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the welfare of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 35. The Edge of Trust and Betrayal. Before departing from the Autobots base, Yun Tian, Xiao, stood before Optimus Prime, his eyes laden with concern. Optimus Prime, you should leave Cybertron as soon as possible. After all, your forces are utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of the Decepticons. Optimus Prime nodded, a flicker of resignation and determination passing through his gaze. Yun Tian, I acknowledge the truth in your words. The Autobots find themselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. We shall hasten our retreat from Cybertron in search of new opportunities. Yun Tian offered a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of reassurance. Optimus, I have faith that you will discover the path to peace. The future of Cybertron relies upon you. We all depend on you. Optimus nodded again, gratitude illuminating his expression. Yun Tian, thank you. Your support is invaluable to us. I hope that one day we may fight side by side to usher in true peace for Cybertron. Yun Tian inhaled deeply, a steadfast resolve evident in his eyes. I believe that day will come. You must remain vigilant and protect yourselves. With that, Yun Tian turned and departed from the Autobot base, his heart awash with complex emotions. He understood the risks inherent in his actions, yet he also recognized that this was his only endeavor toward securing peace for Cybertron. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Yun Tian transformed back into his alternate form of Starscream. As he entered the conference room, he beheld Megatron seated at the head of the table, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Starscream, you have returned. The Autobots are no longer a threat to us. I have ordered the annihilation of their remaining forces. A jolt of surprise coursed through Starscream as he regarded Megatron, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Lord Megatron, if the Autobots pose no threat to our plans, why must we? Megatron interrupted, a cold glimmer in his gaze. Starscream, I am aware of your thoughts. Yet I implore you to comprehend my actions. Everything I do is for Cybertron. The Autobots are the greatest impediment to our new order. Only by eradicating them can we forge a formidable Cybertron. Starscream paused, his heart heavy with conflict and turmoil. He recognized that Megatron's ambitions remained unchanged. Yet he also understood that he had no superior alternatives. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I understand, and I hope you speak the truth. Megatron smiled slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes. Of course, why would I deceive my friend? Starscream, I trust you will grasp my intentions. Our goal is to establish a powerful Cybertron, and the Autobots are the primary obstacle in achieving this. Starscream nodded, a tinge of resignation in his demeanor. Lord Megatron, I shall support your decision. However, I hope you will remember that true peace is not attained through domination, but through understanding and cooperation. Megatron nodded, satisfaction flickering in his gaze. Starscream, I have faith in your wisdom and capabilities. Together, we shall strive, and the future of Cybertron will undoubtedly be brighter. With that, Megatron patted Starscream on the shoulder, signaling that he could depart. Starscream turned and exited the conference room, his heart laden with tumultuous emotions. He understood that Megatron's ambitions and methods had remained unchanged. Yet he also recognized the necessity of remaining by his side in pursuit of opportunities for peace. Upon returning to his quarters, Starscream sat on the sofa, gazing out at the starlit sky, his heart brimming with conflict and turmoil. He was acutely aware that Megatron's decisions would bring greater calamity to Cybertron. Yet he understood that he had no better alternatives. He could only persist within the Decepticon ranks, seeking the possibility of achieving peace. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and the Autobot leadership were preparing for the evacuation of Cybertron. They were cognizant that the specter of war still loomed over their world, but they believed that as long as they stood united, they could overcome the threat posed by the Decepticons and attain genuine peace. However, a voice within Starscream continually reminded him that true peace is not achieved through dominion, but through understanding and collaboration. He held onto the belief that perseverance would lead to the discovery of a path toward peace. Chapter 36. Sacrifice and commitment. In the final moments of the Autobots' evacuation from Cybertron, the sky was painted crimson by the fires of war, and the earth trembled violently. The Decepticon army, led by Megatron, clashed fiercely with Optimus Prime's leadership cadre. The Decepticons held a decisive advantage in numbers, gradually overwhelming the Autobots. Bumblebee, Ironhide, and other Autobot warriors fought valiantly to protect Optimus Prime, fully aware that their chances of escape were dwindling. Bumblebee and the other members of the leadership cadre had sustained severe injuries, yet they continued to fight tenaciously. They understood that Optimus Prime was Megatron's primary target. As long as he remained, the Decepticons would not relent. Thus, Bumblebee and his comrades resolved to allow Optimus to retreat first, for he was the leader of the Autobots and the hope of Cybertron. "Optimus, you must leave now," Bumblebee shouted, his voice imbued with determination. "We will cover you. You cannot sacrifice yourself for us." Optimus Prime gazed at the injured Bumblebee and his fellow warriors, his heart heavy with anguish and conflict. He knew that Bumblebee spoke the truth, yet he was loath to abandon his comrades. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly, "Bumblebee, you are all my brothers. I cannot leave you behind." Megatron stood nearby, observing the battle with cold indifference. He understood Optimus's character. He knew he would never abandon his team to ensure his own escape. Thus, he stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Optimus, as long as you stay, I will consider allowing your team to depart safely." At this declaration, Optimus felt a tremor in his heart. He looked towards the wounded Bumblebee and the others, a flicker of pain crossing his features. He realized that Megatron's words could very well be a trap, yet he understood that his comrades were no longer capable of fighting. They needed a safe exit. "Optimus, do not hesitate. We believe in you," Bumblebee urged, his gaze resolute. Optimus remained silent for a moment, his heart ensnared in turmoil and contradiction. He understood that this was a formidable decision, yet for the sake of his comrades, he must make a choice. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached Megatron and stated, "I can't stay, but you must honor your promise." A faint smile graced Megatron's lips, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he replied, "Of course, I am a being of my word, my esteemed leader." Though his tone carried a hint of sarcasm, his gaze revealed a certain satisfaction. Subsequently, Megatron escorted Optimus Prime back to the Decepticon base. Upon learning of this news, Starscream was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He recognized that Optimus Prime's presence would wield significant influence over the Decepticons, and Megatron would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to persuade Optimus to join their ranks. Starscream promptly sought Megatron, expressing his willingness to sway Optimus Prime. Megatron regarded Starscream with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Starscream, I trust you can accomplish this. You share similar ideals with Optimus. Perhaps you can convince him." Starscream nodded, his gaze resolute. "Lord Megatron, I shall do my utmost. But you must also uphold your promise to ensure the safe withdrawal of Optimus's team." Megatron smiled slightly, patting Starscream on the shoulder. "Of course. How could I deceive my friend? It is entrusted to you to demonstrate our sincerity to the leader." Starscream nodded in understanding. He took a deep breath and entered the chamber where Optimus Prime was detained. Upon seeing Starscream, a complex emotion flickered in Optimus's eyes. "Starscream, what brings you here?" Starscream approached Optimus, his expression imbued with understanding. "Optimus, I recognize the gravity of your choice, yet you must comprehend that Megatron's ambitions will not wane with your allegiance. He seeks a formidable leader, not a Pacific Guardian." Optimus remained silent for a moment. "I understand, Starscream." "But my team," Starscream nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Optimus, I trust your judgment. Your team has safely evacuated. This is Megatron's pledge. Now, you must contemplate the future of Cybertron." Optimus inhaled deeply. "Starscream, I grasp your intent. However, I am acutely aware that Megatron will not easily relinquish me. I hope you understand that my choice is for a greater purpose." Starscream nodded, gratitude evident in his eyes. "Optimus, I have faith that you will make the right decision. The future of Cybertron depends on you. We all rely on you." Having said this, Starscream turned and exited the room, his heart laden with conflicting emotions. He acknowledged that Optimus's choice was fraught with difficulty and contradiction. Yet he believed that Optimus would strive for the peace of Cybertron. Upon returning to his quarters, Starscream settled onto the sofa, gazing out at the starry sky, his heart brimming with resolve and conviction. He understood that all his efforts were directed towards the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He firmly believes that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron can undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary filled with peace, justice, and hope. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime finds himself alone in contemplation within the confines of a room. He is acutely aware that his choices are fraught with peril. Yet he understands that he must strive for the peace of Cybertron. He holds steadfast in the conviction that perseverance will ultimately reveal a pathway to tranquility. From the heights of Cybertron, Starscream gazes down upon this land brimming with promise, his heart swelling with resolve and faith. He knows that every action he undertakes is for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, and for the happiness of every Transformer. He is resolute in his belief that, through the collaborative efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron can indeed flourish as a haven of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 37. Seals and Deceit. Megatron stands within his workshop, his eyes glimmering with ambition and cunning. He is acutely aware that the leadership module within Optimus Prime harbors boundless power, and only by seizing control of this module can he truly assert his dominion over Cybertron. Thus, he commands Shockwave and Starscream to investigate methods for controlling the leadership module within Optimus Prime, for he believes that reverting Optimus to Orion will ensure his absolute obedience. Shockwave. Starscream, I urge you to expedite your search for a means to control the leadership module. Megatron's voice resonates, deep and commanding. Orion will be a far more malleable leader, and I require someone who will heed my every command. Shockwave nods, a flicker of excitement illuminating his gaze. Lord Megatron, I shall exert every effort to uncover the means of controlling the leadership module. Starscream feels a tremor of apprehension. He is all too aware of Megatron's ambitions and schemes. Yet he understands that he cannot refuse this directive. He gazes at Megatron, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. Lord Megatron, I shall do my utmost. Megatron nods with satisfaction. I trust you, my friends. Together, we shall forge a brighter future for Cybertron. In the days that follow, Starscream and Shockwave embark upon their investigation of the leadership module. Starscream realizes that he cannot genuinely act in accordance with Megatron's plans. Yet he is unwilling to allow Optimus Prime to be bound by the whims of fate. He resolves to harness the power bestowed upon him by the Allspark, attempting to seal the leadership module within Optimus Prime rather than control it. Let me indulge in recklessness just this once. My apologies, Optimus, Starscream silently resolves, a flicker of guilt traversing his eyes. Through Starscream's diligent efforts, he successfully seals the leadership module within Optimus Prime. Following the sealing, Optimus gradually regains the memories and character of Orion. He gazes at Megatron, confusion evident in his eyes. Megatron, what has transpired? How did I come to be here? Megatron strides toward Orion, a hint of cunning dancing in his gaze. Do you not recall? Orion, our adversaries, the Autobots, have modified you, and it was Starscream who rescued you. Orion turns his gaze towards Starscream, a glimmer of gratitude illuminating his expression. Starscream, thank you. If it were not for you, I might have lost myself. Starscream smiled faintly, his gaze tinged with a hint of resignation. Orion, this is our duty. You have always been the beacon of hope for Cybertron, and we all need you. Megatron nodded in agreement. Orion, now that you have regained your strength, we can strive together for the future of Cybertron. I firmly believe that with your support, our plans will surely succeed. Orion fell into a moment of silence, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He was aware that Megatron's ambitions had never wavered, yet he understood that he had no better alternatives. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Megatron, I will support you, but you must remember, our goal is peace, not dominion. Megatron smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Of course. Orion, our aim is to forge a powerful Cybertron, and you will be the cornerstone of this new order. Subsequently, Megatron led Orion out of the medical bay. Starscream observed their departing figures, his heart laden with guilt and helplessness. He knew that his decisions might have profound repercussions for Optimus Prime, yet he also understood that he could not allow Orion to bear the responsibility of restoring Cybertron alone. I am sorry, Optimus, Starscream silently vowed. I will find a path to peace, no matter the cost. In the days that followed, Starscream continued to serve the Decepticons as a military commander. Yet he never lost sight of his original intention to bring peace and prosperity to Cybertron. He utilized his intellect and capabilities to seek possibilities for peace amidst the turmoil of war, all the while discreetly observing Megatron's actions in search of opportunities to foster harmony. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, or Orion, gradually adapted to his new role within Megatron's faction. He was acutely aware of Megatron's ambitions and schemes. Yet he understood the necessity of striving for the future of Cybertron. He resolved to remain by Megatron's side temporarily, seeking chances to achieve peace. From the heights of Cybertron, Starscream gazed upon the land, brimming with hope, his heart filled with conviction and determination. He knew that all his efforts were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective endeavors of all Transformers, Cybertron could undoubtedly become a haven of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 38. The Design of Fate and Inner Struggles. In a bid to keep Orion close, Megatron worked alongside him daily, often engaging in conversation. As time passed, Orion gradually developed an attachment to Megatron, and they seemed to have reverted to the camaraderie of old friends. Megatron took great satisfaction in this, knowing that winning Orion's trust would make the future of Cybertron more readily within his grasp. One day, as they sat together in the office, Megatron's eyes reflected a tinge of nostalgia. It has been a long time since we have shared such moments together. I'm glad you are back by my side. Orion smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with warmth. Indeed, Megatron, I am equally delighted to return to your side. We have traversed numerous challenges together, and I firmly believe that as long as we unite, we can surely restore peace to Cybertron. Megatron nodded, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. Orion, I must convey to you that our homeland has been transformed into a lifeless sphere under the tyrannical rule of the Autobots. Their leader is none other than Optimus Prime. Orion felt a tremor of disbelief surge within him, his expression shifting to one of shock. This cannot be. How could Optimus Prime commit such an atrocity? Megatron smiled slyly, a glint of cunning illuminating his gaze. I understand this is hard to fathom, but it is the truth. The Autobot regime has plunged Cybertron into profound peril. Their actions have resulted in the loss of countless Transformers. After a moment of silence, Orion replied, Megatron, I require evidence. Megatron nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Of course, I possess ample proof. He retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Orion. Orion examined the document meticulously. As he delved deeper into its contents, anger flared within him. I shall ensure he pays the price. I swear it by my spark. Megatron's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with approval. Orion, I trust you will make the right decision. Our homeland requires you. The future of Cybertron depends on you. Orion nodded resolutely, determination etched in his eyes. Megatron, I will fight for the peace of Cybertron. I am convinced that as long as we stand united, we can vanquish the threat posed by the Autobots. Megatron felt immense satisfaction. He had finally secured Orion's allegiance. He recognized the significance of Orion's influence and leadership for the Decepticons. Gaining Orion's support would facilitate the grasp of Cybertron's dominion. Meanwhile, Starscream stood aside, his heart a tumult of emotions. He observed Megatron and Orion, torn over whether to reveal the truth to Orion. Yet he discerned Megatron's profound concern for Orion, plunging him into a state of deep confusion. At that moment, Starscream's consciousness was abruptly transported to a mysterious realm. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted Primus standing nearby, a serene smile gracing his face. Child, you appear quite perplexed. Primus spoke in a deep, gentle voice. Starscream nodded, confusion evident in his eyes. I'm uncertain whether I should continue to conceal the truth. Yet I do not wish for Orion to shoulder such immense pressure alone. He is merely an ordinary archivist. Why should he be burdened with the role of a so-called leader? Primus smiled subtly, his gaze imbued with depth. This is not my decision. Orion's ascendance to leadership is the design of fate. You know what must be done, do you not? Yun Tian paused for a moment, a flicker of enlightenment igniting within him. I now understand what must be done. Yun Tian, I am grateful for your guidance. Yun Tian nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with a hint of satisfaction. Child, remember, true peace is not achieved through dominion, but through understanding and cooperation. I have faith that you will make the right choice. Yun Tian nodded, his heart brimming with resolve and conviction. He recognized that all his endeavors were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed become a sanctuary filled with peace, justice, and hope. Returning to reality, Yun Tian observed Megatron and Orion, his heart awash with complex emotions. He knew he must make a choice, but regardless of what he decided, he would strive for the peace of Cybertron. He was confident that as long as he persevered, he would surely discover the path to peace. Chapter 39. The return of Optimus Prime to prevent Megatron from further ensnaring Orion. Yun Tian resolved to converse with him. He understood that Orion's heart was laden with confusion and uncertainty, and Megatron's deceit would only lead him further astray. Yun Tian hoped that, through his efforts, he could help Orion discern the truth and find the right path. Meanwhile, Orion stumbled upon an encrypted document during his work. Driven by curiosity, he endeavored to decrypt it. After considerable effort, he successfully unraveled the password, only to be astounded by the contents within. The document revealed an image strikingly similar to him, none other than the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. Gazing at the projection before him, Orion was engulfed by a sense of bewilderment and confusion. If he truly was the leader of the Autobots, had Megatron been manipulating him all along? In pursuit of the truth, Orion decided to confront Megatron. He entered Megatron's office, where Megatron's expression shifted to one of mild curiosity upon seeing him. Orion, you appear unwell. Is something troubling you? Hearing Megatron's seemingly concerned words, Orion felt a flicker of inner turmoil. He was uncertain whether to question Megatron, yet the doubts within him rendered silence impossible. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Megatron, I have discovered a document, and its contents have left me profoundly shaken. I need to know the truth. Megatron smiled subtly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Orion, have you encountered something perplexing? But you must trust me. Everything I do is for the peace of Cybertron. The rule of the Autobots has plunged Cybertron into crisis, while we Decepticons are the true saviors. Orion remained silent for a moment. Megatron, I need to know the truth. I have a feeling that I may not be who you say I am. At that moment, Yun Tian pushed open the door and strode in, his gaze resolute. Megatron, the deception ends here. Orion, you must have begun to realize your true identity as well. He is no longer the awe-inspiring leader for the people. He has become a tyrant who will stop at nothing. Upon hearing these words, Megatron's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. What do you mean by that, Starscream? Starscream smiled faintly, his gaze cold. Megatron, you have consistently exploited Orion to fulfill your ambitions. Yet you have forgotten that Orion's heart yearns for peace. Everything you do will only plunge Cybertron into a deeper crisis. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He regarded Orion and slowly inquired, do you truly believe his words? Orion paused, uncertainty clouding his expression. Unsure of whom to trust, he found his doubts too profound to remain silent. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Megatron, I need to know the truth. Seizing the moment of Megatron's distraction, Starscream swiftly approached Orion and harnessed the power of the Matrix to break the seal on his leadership module. As the seal was lifted, Orion's form began to transform, his exterior gradually reverting to that of Optimus Prime. Optimus slowly opened his eyes, a mixture of confusion and bewilderment reflected within. He looked at Megatron, softly asking, Megatron, have you been using me all along? Megatron smiled faintly, an air of resignation in his demeanor. Optimus, it is time for you to leave. The next time we meet, we shall be adversaries. Optimus remained silent for a moment, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He gazed at Megatron and replied, I feel the same. However, I wish our relationship could have been one of friendship rather than enmity. But it seems we are destined to be foes. Megatron smiled slightly, his eyes cold. That is indeed the case. Our goals and stances are divergent. I hope you can comprehend this. Optimus nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Megatron, I will fight for the peace of Cybertron. I believe that as long as we stand united, we can achieve tranquility. With that, Optimus turned and left the office, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He understood that Megatron's ambition had never wavered, yet he remained hopeful that perseverance would lead to a path towards peace. Back in his quarters, Starscream sat on the sofa, gazing out at the starry sky, filled with complex emotions. He recognized the risks inherent in his actions, yet he was convinced that persistence would unveil a route to peace. Meanwhile, Optimus returned to the Autobot base and relayed everything to Bumblebee and the other members of the Elite Guard. They listened with shock and indignation, but they too believed that unity would enable them to overcome the threat posed by the Decepticons and attain true peace. High above Cybertron, Starscream surveyed the land brimming with hope, filled with conviction and faith. He knew that all he did was for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, and for the happiness of every Transformer. He believes that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron shall undoubtedly transform into a haven filled with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 40. A farewell of confusion and helplessness after Optimus Prime departed from the Decepticon base. Megatron chose not to punish Starscream. He understood that although Starscream's actions were impulsive, they had, to some extent, safeguarded Optimus Prime and averted a greater conflict. Starscream, realizing his own recklessness, approached Megatron once more to express his contrition. "I apologize, Lord Megatron, for the events of yesterday, but I felt compelled to act as I did." A hint of remorse laced Starscream's voice, and sincerity shone in his eyes. Megatron regarded Starscream with a slight smile, his gaze revealing a flicker of understanding. "I comprehend your position, yet there is no need for an apology, as your words hold truth." His voice bore a trace of coldness, yet his eyes betrayed a complex array of emotions. Starscream was momentarily taken aback by Megatron's unexpected response. Taking a deep breath, he replied thoughtfully, "Lord Megatron, I shall remember your words. But please trust that my ultimate aim has always been the peace of Cybertron." Megatron nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features. "Starscream, I have faith in your capabilities. Together, we shall ensure a brighter future for Cybertron." Meanwhile, upon returning to the Autobot ranks, Optimus Prime refrained from disclosing the intricacies of his encounter with Megatron to Bumblebee and the others. He recognized that their relationship could never revert to its former state. Yet, as he reminisced about the moments shared with Megatron, he was engulfed by a sense of confusion and helplessness. "Why have you changed so, Megatron?" Optimus silently pondered. He recalled the days spent alongside Megatron, when they were once friends, comrades, and perhaps even indispensable to one another's lives. However, fate had led them down divergent paths, rendering them adversaries. Seated in his chamber, gazing out at the starry sky, Optimus was beset by a whirlwind of emotions. He acknowledged that Megatron's ambitions had never wavered. Yet he also understood that Megatron's concern for him was genuine. Uncertainty clouded his judgment, leaving him bewildered about whom or what to trust. "Am I truly being used by the High Council, as Megatron suggests?" Optimus contemplated, reflecting on his years as the leader of the Autobots. He had relentlessly fought for Cybertron's peace, yet he seemed perpetually ensnared in an endless cycle of war and conflict. Doubt began to creep in regarding the correctness of his choices. "Optimus, you appear weary," came Bumblebee's voice from behind, his eyes reflecting concern. Optimus offered a faint smile, determination flickering in his gaze. "Bumblebee, there is no need for concern. Our objective remains the peace of Cybertron. As long as we unite in purpose, we shall achieve this goal." Bumblebee nodded, gratitude illuminating his expression. "Optimus, I believe in you. Together, we will strive to bring peace to Cybertron." Optimus inhaled deeply, affirming indeed. "Bumblebee, as long as we persevere, we shall undoubtedly discover the path to peace." From the heights of Cybertron, Starscream and Optimus Prime gazed upon this land brimming with hope, their hearts imbued with conviction and faith. They were acutely aware that their journey was fraught with challenges, yet they held steadfast in the belief that perseverance would illuminate the way to peace. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime contemplated his future. He recognized the necessity of continuing the fight for Cybertron's tranquility, yet he understood the imperative to seek a new approach, one that could genuinely foster peace. He remained resolute in his conviction that, with unwavering determination, the path to peace would be revealed. In the days that followed, the situation on Cybertron remained intricate and perilous. The conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots escalated relentlessly, while the disappearance of the Allspark plunged both factions into a deeper crisis. Nevertheless, Starscream, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, these three pivotal figures, labored tirelessly towards the common goal of achieving peace and prosperity for Cybertron. Starscream continued to serve the Decepticons as a military commander, yet he always remembered his original aspiration to usher in peace and prosperity for Cybertron. He employed his intellect and capabilities to seek possibilities for peace amid the chaos of war, while covertly observing Megatron's maneuvers in search of opportunities for reconciliation. Optimus Prime, on the other hand, persisted in leading the Autobots, fighting for the peace of Cybertron. He was acutely aware that the shadow of war loomed over Cybertron, Yet he believed that unity would enable them to overcome the threat posed by the Decepticons and achieve true peace. Meanwhile, Megatron advanced his plans, striving to establish a new order on Cybertron through sheer might. He understood that the existence of Optimus Prime and the Autobots posed the greatest obstacle to his ambitions. But he also recognized that Starscream's abilities and influence were crucial to his designs. He believed that winning Starscream's trust would facilitate his dominion over Cybertron. From the heights of Cybertron, Starscream surveyed the land filled with promise, his heart brimming with resolve and faith. He understood that all his efforts were directed towards the peace and prosperity of Cybertron and the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective endeavors of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed flourish as a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 41. Infiltration and mission. After Optimus Prime and the Autobot Leader's Guard safely evacuated from Cybertron, the situation momentarily settled. However, Megatron did not relent in his pursuit of the Autobots. He was acutely aware that Optimus Prime and his faction remained his most significant obstacles to realizing his ambitions. Thus, he resolved to exploit Starscream's abilities to locate the Leader's Guard led by Optimus Prime. One day, Megatron summoned Starscream to his office, his gaze imbued with a blend of coldness and anticipation. Starscream, this is your final opportunity. If you wish to keep your true intentions hidden from Shockwave and Skywarp, you must comply with my orders. Do you understand? Starscream felt a tremor within, fully aware that Megatron had been clandestinely monitoring his actions. He inhaled deeply and slowly articulated, "I comprehend, Lord Megatron." Upon discovering the traces of the Autobots, he was interrupted by Megatron's wave of his hand. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Once you locate Optimus Prime, you shall remain within the Autobot ranks and report their plans to me at all times. After all, they certainly will not suspect you. Your standing among them is no less than that of Optimus Prime. If possible, I hope you can instigate discord within the Autobots. You can achieve this, can't you?" After a moment of silence, a tumult of contradiction and turmoil filled his heart. He recognized that this mission was fraught with peril. Yet he also understood that disobeying Megatron's command could lead to repercussions for Thundercracker and Skywarp. He inhaled deeply once more and slowly nodded, "I understand, Lord Megatron. I shall endeavor to fulfill this task." Megatron smiled faintly, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. "Excellent, Starscream. I have faith in your capabilities. As long as we work together, Cybertron's future shall undoubtedly be brighter." Upon departing Megatron's office, Starscream was beset by a complex array of emotions. He was acutely aware that this undertaking was not only dangerous, but also laden with moral dilemmas. Uncertain of his ability to succeed, he recognized that for the sake of Thundercracker and Skywarp, he must make the attempt. In the days that followed, Starscream began to clandestinely track the whereabouts of Optimus Prime and the Autobot Elite Guard, utilizing the resources and intelligence network at his disposal within the Decepticon ranks. He gradually pinpointed the location of the Autobots. He knew that once he found Optimus Prime, he would face a formidable choice. At last, one day, during a covert operation, Starscream discovered the hideout of Optimus Prime and the Autobot Elite Guard. Standing at a distance, he gazed upon the Autobot camp, his heart awash with conflict and struggle. He understood that once he entered their ranks, he would be subjected to tremendous trials. Taking a deep breath, Starscream slowly approached the Autobot encampment. Upon his entry, he immediately spotted Optimus Prime. The moment Optimus laid eyes on Starscream, surprise flickered across his features. "Starscream, what brings you here?" With a slight smile, urgency tinged Starscream's voice as he responded, "Optimus, I possess critical intelligence to share. I have discovered that the Decepticons are planning a large-scale assault. You must evacuate immediately." At this revelation, Optimus felt a tremor of concern. He scrutinized Starscream, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. "Starscream, why do you wish to assist us?" Starscream inhaled deeply, determination evident in his gaze. "Optimus, I am aware that my actions are fraught with risk, yet I must proceed. My allegiance to the Decepticons was for a greater purpose. I hope you can comprehend." After a brief silence, understanding flickered in Optimus's eyes. "Starscream, I trust your decision. However, you must recognize that once you join the Autobots, you will encounter significant challenges." Starscream nodded, resolute determination shining in his eyes. "I understand, Optimus. Yet I must do this. For the peace of Cybertron, I am willing to embrace all risks. Subsequently, Skyfire remained within the Autobot ranks, commencing his reports to Optimus Prime and the Elite Guard regarding the Decepticon plans. Drawing upon his experience and resources from the Decepticon faction, he provided crucial intelligence support to the Autobots. Simultaneously, he discreetly observed the internal affairs of the Autobots, seeking potential avenues for peace. However, Skyfire's mission was far from effortless. He not only had to report on the Autobot strategies to Megatron, but also maintain his identity within the Autobot faction. He was acutely aware that, should he be discovered, he would face perilous consequences. Yet, he understood that to safeguard Thundercracker and Skywarp, he must persevere. From the heights of Cybertron, Skyfire gazed upon this land brimming with hope, his heart filled with steadfastness and conviction. He knew that all his endeavors were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and the Elite Guard were also laboring for the peace of Cybertron. They recognized that the shadow of war still loomed over Cybertron. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could triumph over the Decepticon threat and achieve true peace. Skyfire continued to play a pivotal role within the Autobot ranks, leveraging his wisdom and abilities to offer significant support to the Autobots. Concurrently, he kept a vigilant eye on Megatron's actions, searching for opportunities to foster peace. He understood that his path was fraught with challenges. However, he was confident that persistence would lead him to the road of reconciliation. Chapter 42. Doubt and Deception as Skyfire's reputation within the Autobot faction grew. His skills and amiability garnered widespread recognition among the Autobots. Many believe Skyfire to be more suited for the position of second-in-command than Prowl, as Skyfire's demeanor was notably kinder, in stark contrast to Prowl's sternness. Nevertheless, Prowl harbored discontent regarding Skyfire's inclusion, suspecting him to be a potential spy sent by Megatron, thus betraying his original intentions. Prowl resolved to voice his concerns to Optimus Prime. Approaching him with gravity, he stated, "Optimus, I fear that Skyfire may be a covert agent sent by Megatron. His behavior and demeanor strike me as exceedingly suspicious." Upon hearing these words, Optimus felt a subtle jolt within. He was aware of Prowl's lingering dissatisfaction with Skyfire's entry. Yet he also recognized the significance of Skyfire's abilities and contributions to the Autobots. Determined to alleviate Prowl's apprehensions, he decided to engage him in conversation. Thus, Optimus summoned Prowl to the command room. "Optimus, you summoned me for a reason?" Prowl inquired. Optimus regarded Prowl with a gaze imbued with resolve. "Prowl, I understand there are some tensions between you and Skyfire, but his presence has brought us a wealth of resources and combat capabilities. I hope you can accept Skyfire. Can you do that?" Just as Prowl was poised to retort, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of Skyfire. "Optimus Prime, I have matters to discuss with you regarding the Decepticons." The tone of Jetfire's voice bore a hint of urgency as he cast a glance at Cosmos. Optimus nodded and addressed Cosmos, saying, "You may return for now. I trust you will comprehend my intent." Cosmos shot a glance at Jetfire, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his gaze, yet he turned to exit the command room. On his way back to his quarters, Cosmos was beset by doubts and unease. He resolved to covertly observe Jetfire's every move, seeking evidence to substantiate his suspicions. One night, Cosmos witnessed Jetfire departing from the Autobot base. A spark of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to stealthily follow Jetfire. However, after a brief pursuit, he found that Jetfire had inexplicably vanished. Searching frantically, he could not uncover any trace of him. "How peculiar," he mused silently. At that moment, Jetfire emerged unexpectedly from behind him. "Cosmos, why are you following me?" Jetfire's voice carried a teasing note. Startled, Cosmos swiftly turned, his eyes betraying a measure of wariness. "Are you still pretending? Speak. Are you a spy sent by Megatron? What is your objective?" Jetfire smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with calmness. "Cosmos, I understand your mistrust, yet my reputation has evidently surpassed yours. If I were to claim you're a traitor to the Autobots, whom do you think Optimus and the others would believe?" At this, Cosmos felt a tremor of realization. He recognized that Jetfire's words held a kernel of truth. After a moment of silence, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Jetfire stepped closer, Placing a hand on Cosmos' shoulder, his voice laced with allure. If you're willing to assist me, I can grant you greater authority. Lord Megatron would welcome your allegiance to the Decepticons. After all, our aims converge on rejuvenating Cybertron, do they not? Struggling with the temptation of Jetfire's proposition, Cosmos understood that betraying the Autobots would be an irrevocable mistake. He paused to contemplate, finally responding, I need time to deliberate. Jetfire nodded, satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Of course, let us return. The two made their way back to the Autobot base, with Cosmos engulfed in a tumult of emotions, uncertain of the choice before him. He was acutely aware that his decision would have profound implications for the future of the Autobots and the fate of Cybertron. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime pondered the significance of Jetfire's inclusion within the Autobot ranks. He recognized the value of Jetfire's abilities and contributions, yet understood that Cosmos' apprehensions were not without merit. He resolved to exercise increased caution, ensuring the safety and unity of the Autobots. In the ensuing days, Jetfire continued to play a pivotal role within the Autobot faction, leveraging his intellect and skills to furnish vital intelligence and resources for the Autobots. However, the doubts of Optimus Prime did not dissipate. He continued to observe every move of Starscream in secret, seeking evidence to validate his suspicions. The situation on Cybertron remained intricate and perilous, with tensions between the Decepticons and Autobots escalating relentlessly. Starscream, Optimus Prime, and Teletran, these three pivotal figures, were all striving towards the same objective, the establishment of peace and prosperity on Cybertron. Yet, their paths were fraught with challenges and dangers, and their choices would ultimately determine the future of their world. From the heights of Cybertron, Starscream gazed upon the land brimming with hope, his heart filled with resolve and faith. He understood that all his endeavors were aimed at securing peace and prosperity for Cybertron and ensuring a blissful existence for every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed evolve into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 43. Subversion and Betrayal. Starscream reclined on the sofa, his eyes shimmering with profound intensity. He realized that in order to recruit Teletran, as an ally within the Autobot ranks, he must propose some irresistible terms. Taking a deep breath, he activated the communicator. Starscream, Teletran, I have some significant matters to discuss with you. Could you come to my quarters? Teletran, picked up the communicator and replied. Starscream, just tell me directly what you want. I don't have much time to spare. Starscream, this matter is critical concerning our future choices. Please trust me. This is a rare opportunity for you. After a brief silence, Teletran, ultimately acquiesced. Moments later, he entered Starscream's room, his demeanor tinged with caution. Teletran, Starscream, what do you wish to discuss? Starscream rose slowly, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Teletran, I'm aware of your lingering doubts regarding my intentions. However, I have come to offer you a chance to transform the future. Teletran, scoffed, responding. Transform the future? Don't joke. I cannot place my trust in someone like you. Starscream, unperturbed, maintained a calm tone. I understand your mistrust, but please allow me to finish. Lord Megatron has recognized your potential and desires you to join us in the fight for Cybertron's future. Teletran eyes widened with surprise as he inquired. Megatron? Why would he seek me out? Starscream replied with a slight smile. Lord Megatron values your abilities. He believes you can usher in new hope for Cybertron. He is willing to provide you with greater resources and authority, enabling you to play a more significant role in the new order. Teletran, paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. Greater resources and authority? This indeed sounded enticing. Starscream, sensing Teletran wavering resolve, seized the moment to further entice him. Moreover, Lord Megatron has pledged that upon your joining us, you will attain a higher status and may even become one of the core members of the Decepticons. You will have the opportunity to partake in the reconstruction of Cybertron, bringing true prosperity to this land. In the depths of his soul, Tong Xiangxiu grappled with inner turmoil. Yet, as an Autobot, he could not betray Optimus Prime and his comrades. With unwavering conviction, Chong Yangxiu remarked, Tong Xiangxiu, do you truly believe the Autobots can bring peace to Cybertron? Their weakness and indecision will only plunge Cybertron into a deeper crisis. Although Lord Megatron employs ruthless methods, He possesses both the determination and capability to achieve peace. Join us, and you will have the opportunity to change everything. Tong Xiangxiu fell silent, his heart brimming with conflict and struggle. He understood that Chang Yangxiu's words held merit. The Autobots indeed faced numerous challenges, while the might and decisiveness of the Decepticons were undeniably formidable. As he gazed at Chang Yangxiu, who extended a hand toward him, he finally spoke. Chang Yangxiu, can you truly guarantee that Lord Megatron will uphold his promises? Chang Yangxiu nodded affirmatively, saying, of course, Lord Megatron is the most powerful leader of Cybertron. His promises are absolutely reliable. Should you choose to join us, you will be granted unprecedented opportunities. Taking a deep breath, Tong Xiangxiu conceded, very well, Chang Yangxiu, I am willing to collaborate with you. However, I wish for you to remember that should Lord Megatron break his promise, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Chang Yangxiu nodded in satisfaction, assuring him, rest assured, Tong Xiangxiu, Lord Megatron will undoubtedly honor his word. Your choice is the correct one. The future of Cybertron requires our collective efforts. Tong Xiangxiu nodded, his heart still laden with doubt, yet he had made his choice. He believed that Chang Yangxiu's words were not mere rhetoric. Perhaps joining the Decepticons could indeed usher in new hope for Cybertron. As Chang Yangxiu entered Lord Megatron's chamber, he found the latter seated behind his desk, an air of anticipation in his gaze. Chang Yangxiu, you have returned. How did it unfold? Megatron inquired. With a slight smile, Chang Yangxiu replied, Lord Megatron, I have successfully swayed Tong Xiangxiu. He has agreed to join us and is willing to fight for the future of Cybertron. Upon hearing this, Megatron's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Excellent, Chang Yangxiu. You have performed admirably. Tong Xiangxiu's abilities and influence are crucial to our plans. Chang Yangxiu spoke resolutely. Lord Megatron, I shall continue to strive to ensure our plans unfold smoothly. Yet, I hope you will bear in mind that my ultimate aim is the peace of Cybertron. Megatron smiled faintly, responding, I understand, Chang Yangxiu. As long as you remain loyal to me, neither Thundercracker nor Skywarp shall face harm. I trust in your abilities and your choices. Chang Yangxiu nodded, affirming, I shall never betray you, Lord Megatron. My actions will attest to my loyalty. With satisfaction, Megatron patted Chang Yangxiu on the shoulder. I believe in you, Chang Yangxiu. The future of Cybertron requires our united efforts. Chang Yangxiu felt a tremor within. He was acutely aware of the risks entailed by his choice. Yet he recognized this as his only means to safeguard Thundercracker and Skywarp. He believed that with perseverance, a path to peace could indeed be discovered. From the heights of Cybertron, Chang Yangxiu gazed upon the land brimming with hope, his heart filled with resolve and faith. He understood that all his endeavors were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, ensuring a blissful existence for every Transformer. He held firm in his belief that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed evolve into a sanctuary brimming with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 44. Trust and Clarification. Cloudbreaker was aware that Optimus Prime might harbor some doubts regarding him. To alleviate Optimus's concerns, he resolved to send Blur to converse with him first. He trusted that Blur's transformation could earn him Optimus's trust. Cloudbreaker addressed Blur. Blur, I would like you to speak with Optimus Prime to convey that you no longer doubt my intentions and to extend an apology on my behalf. Blur hesitated momentarily, responding, Cloudbreaker, are you certain this will dispel Optimus's apprehensions about you? With a reassuring smile, Cloudbreaker replied, I believe that as long as we demonstrate sincerity, Optimus will understand. You need only to tell him that you have accepted me and are willing to join me in striving for the peace of Cybertron. Blur then pushed open the door and entered Optimus Prime's office. Optimus was seated behind his desk, surrounded by a plethora of documents and reports. Upon noticing Blur's entrance, he nodded slightly, indicating for him to take a seat. Blur, feeling somewhat anxious, began, Commander Optimus, I wish to have a word with you. Optimus lifted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his face as he replied, Blur, please share what is on your mind. Taking a deep breath, Blur continued, Commander Optimus, I once harbored doubts about Cloudbreaker's inclusion, even suspecting him of being a spy sent by Megatron. However, through our time together, I have come to realize my error. Cloudbreaker is a trustworthy ally, and his contributions to the Autobots are undeniable. I wish to extend my apologies to him. Optimus appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Blur, I am heartened by your willingness to change. However, you must also temper your temperament. Many soldiers have approached me, expressing concerns that you have been excessively harsh. While Cloudbreaker may be relatively new, he shows genuine care for everyone. I hope you will reflect upon this. Blur remains silent for a moment, finally nodding in agreement. Commander Optimus, I understand. I will strive to amend my shortcomings. Optimus smiled gently. I have faith that you will, Blur. You are an exceptional warrior. You simply need to learn to manage your emotions at times. You may return now. Blur nodded, rising to exit the office. At the door, he paused, glancing back at Optimus before nodding toward Cloudbreaker. Cloudbreaker stood a short distance away, observing Blur's departure with a faint smile and a nod in return. As Blur turned to leave, Cloudbreaker took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before stepping into Optimus's office. Standing at the threshold, he inquired, Optimus, may I enter? Optimus looked up and, recognizing Cloudbreaker, smiled slightly, coming Cloudbreaker. What brings you here? Cloudbreaker entered the office and sat in the chair recently vacated by Blur. He smiled faintly and spoke in a relaxed tone. It's nothing. I just wanted to talk to you. After all, it has been a long time since we conversed like this. Optimus Prime nodded, a hint of complex emotions in his gaze. Indeed, since you joined the Decepticons. It has been quite a while since we had a conversation like this. Starscream, why did you choose to join us during such perilous times? Starscream smiled slightly, his tone calm. I have mentioned before that I am a neutral party. When you are in danger, I certainly will not stand idly by. Furthermore, I wish to see whether you and Megatron can accept one another. Optimus Prime furrowed his brow. Accept one another? Starscream, what do you mean by that? Leaning back in his chair, Starscream's eyes held a depth of understanding. Optimus, you are aware of the current state of Cybertron. The war between Autobots and Decepticons has dragged on for far too long, claiming countless lives in its wake. My joining the Decepticons was also an attempt to find a balance between the two sides to restore peace to Cybertron. Optimus remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. Starscream, I recognize your wisdom as a Transformer, but do you truly believe that Megatron would accept peace? Are you not aware of his ambitions and tactics? Starscream smiled slightly. Optimus, Megatron is indeed a leader driven by ambition, yet he possesses his own objectives. He desires a robust Cybertron, not merely one attained through war. I believe that if we can identify a common goal, cooperation is possible. Optimus shook his head. Starscream, you are too naive. You know Megatron's methods. We have suffered from his deceit and betrayal too many times. Starscream smiled resolutely. Optimus, I understand your concerns. But you must also believe that not all Decepticons are like Megatron. For instance, I have my own beliefs and aspirations. We all yearn for peace on Cybertron, wishing for all Transformers to live happily. Optimus paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Starscream, I hope you are correct. But you must also understand that I must protect my warriors and uphold the ideals of the Autobots. If Megatron betrays us again, I will not spare him. Starscream smiled gently. I trust you, Optimus, but I also hope you can grant me an opportunity to prove my sincerity. I believe that with our combined efforts, peace on Cybertron can be realized. Optimus remained silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Starscream, do you truly believe Megatron would accept a proposal for peace? His ambitions have never wavered. Starscream smiled slightly, looking at Optimus. Optimus, Megatron's ambitions are indeed formidable, but he also has his own struggles. He wishes for Cybertron to grow strong, free from any threats. I believe that if we can devise a proposal acceptable to both sides, peace is achievable. Optimus smiled faintly, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Starscream, your thoughts are quite reasonable. However, it is difficult for me to place my trust in Megatron's methods and ambitions. Nevertheless, I shall contemplate your suggestion. For peace remains our shared objective. Silverbolt nodded and remarked, I believe that as long as we unite, we shall surely attain peace. Optimus Prime, I shall persist in my efforts to seek opportunities for realizing peace. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, saying, Silverbolt, I have faith in you. Together, we shall strive for the peace of Cybertron. The two exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. Silverbolt sensed that his endeavors were beginning to bear fruit, while Optimus Prime was convinced that the dawn of peace would eventually arrive. Rising to his feet, Silverbolt declared, Optimus Prime, I will continue to serve within the Autobot ranks, seeking avenues to achieve peace. I firmly believe that if we persevere, peace will indeed be attainable. Optimus Prime smiled gently, warmth glimmering in his gaze. Silverbolt, I trust you. Together, we shall fight for the peace of Cybertron. Silverbolt nodded, then turned to leave Optimus Prime's office, his heart filled with determination and conviction, believing that persistence would surely lead to the path of peace. From the heights of Cybertron, Silverbolt gazed upon this land imbued with hope, his heart filled with steadfastness and faith. He understood that all his actions were dedicated to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would undoubtedly become a haven of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 45, Betrayal and the Painful Choice. Silverbolt entered Optimus Prime's office, his expression bearing a hint of gravity. Optimus Prime, I have crucial intelligence to share with you. Optimus Prime lifted his gaze, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Silverbolt, what is this intelligence? Silverbolt responded, I have just received news that Megatron's forces have significantly diminished. Now is the perfect moment to retaliate against the Decepticons. Optimus Prime was momentarily taken aback. Then a spark of surprise lit up his eyes. Is that true? This is splendid news. We finally have the chance to strike back. Silverbolt nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Optimus. This is a rare opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. Optimus Prime affirmed with determination. Very well. I shall immediately assemble all Autobots to prepare for the counterattack. Silverbolt smiled slyly, his eyes glinting with confidence. I believe we will surely succeed. Optimus Prime promptly took action, gathering all Autobots to launch a counteroffensive against the Decepticons. Following the intelligence provided by Silverbolt, they arrived at a remote area, poised to ambush the Decepticon forces. However, upon reaching their destination, they found themselves surrounded by Decepticon soldiers. Optimus Prime's heart raced, astonishment flashing in his eyes. What is happening? Silverbolt, your intelligence was false. Silverbolt remained silent, a chilling coldness evident in his gaze. Under the astonished gaze of Optimus Prime, Skyfire slowly approached Megatron and knelt on one knee. Lord Megatron, I have successfully accomplished my mission. Megatron smirked slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Skyfire, you have done remarkably well. Optimus Prime, how does it feel to witness your most trusted companion betray you? A wave of anguish surged within Optimus, his eyes flashing with a hint of fury. Skyfire, why have you chosen this path? Skyfire smiled faintly, a touch of resignation evident in his gaze. Optimus, I am merely fulfilling my duty. Lord Megatron has granted me an opportunity to protect those I cherish. I had no choice. A pang of sorrow gripped Optimus's heart, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Skyfire, I believed you had truly changed. Skyfire shook his head resolutely, determination shining in his eyes. Optimus, you are mistaken. I have never changed. I have simply sought an opportunity for peace. However, Lord Megatron presented me with an offer I could not refuse. Optimus fell silent for a moment, a maelstrom of complex emotions swirling within him. At that instant, Thundercracker suddenly aimed his weapon at Optimus. Commander Optimus, I regret to inform you that I am now in service to Lord Megatron. I have awaited this moment. Optimus was taken aback. Thundercracker, why have you done this? Thundercracker smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. Commander Optimus, I am fulfilling my mission. Lord Megatron has bestowed upon me greater power and resources, which I cannot decline. Anguish and disappointment filled Optimus's heart, fury flickering in his gaze. You have all betrayed me. Megatron smirked, a hint of derision in his eyes. Optimus, this is the nature of politics. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. Everything is driven by self-interest. Optimus took a deep breath. Megatron, do you truly believe this will lead you to victory over Cybertron? Megatron smiled slightly, confidence radiating from him. Optimus, I have already won Cybertron. The Autobots have no chance left. Optimus remained silent for a moment, a tumult of emotions coursing through him. He understood the depth of his betrayal, yet he knew he could not surrender. He must seek a path to peace, even if it meant confronting further betrayal and suffering. Megatron, he spoke slowly, you are mistaken. Peace cannot be achieved through betrayal and deceit. We shall continue to fight for the peace of Cybertron until the very last moment. Megatron smiled coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Optimus, you are woefully naive. Peace is forged through strength, not ideals. You Autobots are far too idealistic, destined to fail. Optimus shook his head, determination illuminating his gaze. Megatron, we shall persist in our struggle. As long as we stand united, we can surely achieve peace. Megatron scoffed, a note of contempt lacing his voice. Optimus, you have already lost your opportunity. Today, you shall meet your end here. Optimus Prime inhaled deeply, proclaiming, Megatron, we shall not surrender. We will continue to fight until peace is achieved. A faint, cold smile crossed Megatron's visage, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Let us see who will have the last laugh. At Megatron's command, the Decepticon soldiers launched their assault. The Autobots found themselves engulfed in a fierce battle. Though outnumbered, they fought valiantly. Optimus understood that this would be a formidable struggle, yet he believed that perseverance would lead them to a path of peace. Amidst the fray, Starscream and Soundwave defected to the Decepticon ranks, utilizing their knowledge of the Autobots to furnish crucial support. Optimus was beset by anguish and despair, yet he recognized that surrender was not an option. He must persist in his struggle for the peace of Cybertron. Ultimately, the Autobots endured severe losses in the conflict, but they remained undaunted. Optimus knew he must discover a means to attain peace, even if it entailed confronting further betrayal and anguish. He held fast to the belief that with determination, the path to peace would reveal itself. From the heights of Cybertron, Starscream gazed down upon the land brimming with hope, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware of the risks his actions entailed, yet he remained convinced that perseverance would unveil a pathway to peace. He would continue to seek opportunities within the Decepticon faction while discreetly monitoring Megatron's movements, searching for possibilities to foster harmony. Chapter 46. The Clash of Betrayal and Truth. Megatron stood elevated, surveying the battlefield below. A complex emotion flickered in his gaze. Although his forces held the upper hand, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Optimus. His heart was a cauldron of contradictions, as he recognized that his feelings for Optimus ran deeper than he was willing to admit. Addressing Optimus, Megatron declared, Optimus Prime, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Cybertron requires a true leader, and I am that leader. Across the battlefield, Optimus stood resolute, his eyes reflecting both determination and sorrow. He regarded Megatron with disappointment and confusion. Voicing, Megatron, is this truly the path you choose? We were once friends, comrades. Does that mean nothing to you? A cold smile graced Megatron's lips as he replied, Optimus, our goals diverge, and so do our stances. You are overly idealistic. Peace is not achieved through ideals, but through strength. Today, your journey concludes here. Optimus inhaled deeply once more, asserting, Megatron, I shall continue to fight until peace is realized. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion passing through his eyes. Ultimately, he gestured for the Decepticon forces to withdraw. With a tone tinged with resignation, he declared, Optimus, I shall become the true leader of Cybertron. Today, I grant you a reprieve, but next time, mercy will not be extended. Having spoken, Megatron departed the battlefield with his army. Optimus Prime gazed at Megatron's retreating figure, his heart heavy with confusion and anguish. He returned to the Autobot base alongside Bumblebee and the others. Upon their return, Ratchet immediately commenced treatment on them, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern as he noticed the absence of Starscream, leaving him filled with doubt. Ratchet anxiously inquired of Optimus Prime, Optimus, where is Starscream? Why hasn't he returned? After a moment of silence, a hint of despondency crossed Optimus' gaze as he replied, Ratchet, Starscream was a mole sent by Megatron. He has betrayed us. Stunned, Ratchet's eyes widened with disbelief. That's impossible. How could he be a spy? Optimus nodded solemnly, his expression laden with sorrow. It is the truth, Ratchet. Furthermore, Soundwave has also turned against us. Despair flickered in Ratchet's eyes as he turned to Optimus, seemingly questioning the veracity of this revelation. Yet the profound disappointment reflected in Optimus' gaze plunged him into deeper despair. After a brief silence, Ratchet's heart was a tumult of emotions. He resolved to confront Starscream for clarity, but as he prepared to reach out, Optimus intervened. With a tone of resignation, Optimus cautioned, at this juncture, do you not understand? He is no longer our ally. Ratchet remained silent for a moment. Yet I must try. After all, he is my pupil. Optimus let out a slight sigh, his eyes conveying an air of helplessness. Ratchet, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Ratchet nodded, his eyes reflecting determination. I must understand why he has chosen this path. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Starscream received a communication request from Ratchet. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the call. Ratchet's voice resonated through the communicator, filled with fury and disappointment. Starscream, were you truly sent by Megatron to infiltrate the Autobots? Why have you done this? Do you still regard me as your mentor? Starscream fell silent for a moment, his heart weighed down by pain and guilt. He inhaled deeply and slowly replied, Mentor, I am sorry, but I was compelled to act thus. I must protect Thundercracker and Skywarp. They're the ones I cherish most. Rest assured in my heart, you will always hold the foremost place. Upon hearing this, Ratchet felt a tremor within him. A complex array of emotions washed over him, leaving him uncertain of what to believe or choose. His voice quavered as he responded, Starscream, you have truly changed. I do not know what to say. Starscream offered a faint smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Mentor, I understand your disappointment. Yet I hope you can comprehend that my decision is for a greater purpose. I will continue to strive towards finding a path to peace. Ratchet remained silent for a moment, his heart a battleground of conflict and turmoil. He recognized the perilous nature of Starscream's choices. Yet he also understood that Starscream's original intentions had remained steadfast. The ambulance gently expressed, Yun Tian, I only hope you remember that, regardless of what transpires, I shall always stand by you. Yet, bear in mind that true peace is not attained through betrayal. Chong Yunxiao nodded, replying, Teacher, I will remember. I shall strive to fight for the peace of Cybertron. After concluding the communication, Chong Yunxiao seated himself on the sofa, gazing at the starry sky, his heart brimming with intricate emotions. He was acutely aware that his actions were fraught with peril, yet he firmly believed that perseverance would ultimately lead him to the path of peace. After disconnecting, the ambulance sat on the sofa, also gazing at the starry sky, filled with complex emotions. Reflecting on Chong Yunxiao's words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. He understood that Chong Yunxiao's betrayal was laden with helplessness and anguish. Yet he recognized that this did not absolve him of his deeds. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime found himself in his chamber, staring out at the starry expanse, his heart heavy with pain and confusion. Recalling Chong Yunxiao's betrayal, disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he comprehended that Chong Yunxiao's choices were steeped in despair and suffering. What shall we do next, Optimus? Bumblebee entered the room, his gaze tinged with concern. Taking a deep breath, Optimus Prime replied, Bumblebee, we must continue to fight for the peace of Cybertron. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly discover the path to peace. Bumblebee nodded with a resolute glint in his eyes. Optimus, I believe in you. Together, we shall strive to bring peace to Cybertron. A faint smile graced Optimus Prime's face, warmth radiating from his gaze. Thank you, Bumblebee. We shall indeed find a way to achieve peace. High above Cybertron, Chong Yunxiao surveyed the land filled with hope, his heart resolute and filled with faith. He recognized that all his endeavors were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could undeniably become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 47. The Cost of Betrayal and the Final Choice. Megatron sat behind his desk, his eyes shimmering with a ruthless glint. Soundwave stood beside him, a cunning expression in his gaze. Lord Megatron, I have just intercepted the communication between Chong Yunxiao and the ambulance. Their dialogue appears quite suspicious. Megatron smirked slightly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Soundwave, you have done well. What was the essence of their conversation? Soundwave replied. Chong Yunxiao informed the ambulance that his betrayal of the Autobots was compelled by circumstance, and he wished for the ambulance to understand his choice. The ambulance, in turn, expressed hope that Chong Yunxiao could discover true peace. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze. Chong Yunxiao, do you truly believe I would accept your explanation? Soundwave continued. Lord Megatron, I have devised a plan. We can utilize Chong Yunxiao's voice to lure the ambulance to a designated location, then seize the opportunity to capture him. Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. An excellent idea, Soundwave. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Allow the ambulance to come to us. Upon receiving the communication from Skyfire, the ambulance was filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions. He resolved to journey alone to the designated location, hoping for a sincere dialogue with Skyfire. However, upon reaching the plains, he was met with an eerie silence, void of any presence. The ambulance murmured to himself, "Skyfire, where are you?" At that moment, Megatron, accompanied by the Decepticon army, surrounded the ambulance from all directions. A shock coursed through the ambulance, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Megatron, what is the meaning of this?" Megatron sneered, replying, "Ambulance, did you truly believe that Skyfire would betray me? He is merely performing for your benefit. Now, you have fallen into my grasp." The ambulance's heart sank, disappointment flickering in his gaze. "Skyfire, have you truly betrayed us?" Megatron smirked, observing the despondent ambulance with derision. "Skyfire is my most trusted lieutenant. How could he possibly betray me? You are woefully naive, ambulance." The ambulance fell silent for a moment, his heart heavy with anguish and disappointment. Just then, Skyfire and Thundercracker appeared at his side. Skyfire urgently inquired, "Ambulance, are you all right?" The ambulance lifted his head, meeting the eyes of Skyfire and Thundercracker, a complex emotion crossing his features. "Skyfire, why did you do this?" Pain flickered in Skyfire's eyes as he spoke with resignation. "Ambulance, I had no choice. Megatron has captured Thundercracker and Skywarp. I cannot allow them to suffer harm." The ambulance paused, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. "Skyfire, I comprehend your intentions, but you must not allow Megatron to continue harming Cybertron." Skyfire declared resolutely, "I will not, ambulance. I shall seek a means to achieve peace." Just then, Megatron and the Decepticon army closed in on the trio. Skyfire's heart raced, tension evident in his gaze. "Megatron, what do you intend to do?" Megatron chuckled coldly. "Skyfire, did you truly think you could betray me? Now, both you and Ambulance are in my clutches. Your chances are all but extinguished." A shiver ran through Skyfire. "Megatron, you shall not succeed. I will protect Ambulance until the very end." Megatron's smile widened, a chilling glint in his eyes. "Skyfire, you are exceedingly naive. Do you genuinely believe you can stand against my army alone?" Skyfire inhaled deeply, a sense of resignation washing over him. "Megatron, I will not permit you to harm Ambulance. I will fight until my last breath." At that moment, Thundercracker and Skywarp surged forth from the crowd, positioning themselves before Skyfire. Thundercracker proclaimed loudly, "Skyfire, why have you betrayed our pact? We will never allow you to harm Lord Megatron." Skyfire's heart trembled. "Thundercracker, Skywarp, how did you come to be here?" In the depths of his gaze, Hailwing exhibited a glimmer of resolve. "Chong Yun Xiao, we are loyal subordinates of Lord Megatron. We shall not permit you to inflict harm upon him." Chong Yun Xiao lapsed into silence for a moment, his heart awash with conflicting emotions and inner turmoil. He was acutely aware that both Tianjin and Hailwing had been irrevocably indoctrinated by Megatron, leaving them unable to turn back. Megatron smirked slightly, his tone laced with derision. "Chong Yun Xiao, do you perceive it? Even your own students do not stand with you. Your chances have evaporated." Taking a deep breath, Chong Yun Xiao replied, "Megatron, I will not relent. I shall continue the fight for peace on Cybertron until my final breath." Megatron's smile widened, his eyes glinting with a coldness. "Chong Yun Xiao, you are woefully naive. Peace is forged through strength, not ideals. You Autobots are far too idealistic, destined for failure." Chong Yun Xiao shook his head, his eyes resolute. "Megatron, we shall persist in our struggle. As long as we stand united, we will undoubtedly achieve peace." Megatron scoffed, a trace of disdain evident in his gaze. "Chong Yun Xiao, your opportunities have dwindled. Today, your journey ends here." At Megatron's command, the Decepticon soldiers launched their assault. Chong Yun Xiao, along with Tantianxio and Ratchet, found themselves embroiled in fierce combat. Despite their numerical disadvantage, they fought valiantly. Chong Yun Xiao recognized that this battle would be arduous, yet he believed that perseverance would unveil the path to peace. During the fray, Chong Yun Xiao and Tantianxio leveraged their understanding of the Decepticons to provide critical support for Ratchet. Though injured, Ratchet remained steadfast in the fight. They understood that this was not merely a battle, it was a struggle for the peace of Cybertron. Ultimately, Chong Yun Xiao and Tantianxio succeeded in extricating Ratchet from the clutches of the Decepticons. As they retreated from the battlefield, their hearts were laden with complex emotions. Chong Yun Xiao was aware that his actions carried significant risks, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that perseverance would lead to a path of peace. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Ratchet immediately commenced treatment for the wounded warriors. He was enveloped in anguish and disappointment. Yet he understood that Yun Tian's choices were fraught with helplessness and sorrow. He resolved that as long as Yun Tian continued his quest for peace on Cybertron, he would support him. High above Cybertron, Yun Tian gazed upon the hopeful landscape, his heart brimming with conviction and faith. He knew that all his endeavors were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He firmly believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would undoubtedly evolve into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 48. The price of betrayal. Yun Tian entered Optimus Prime's office, his gaze imbued with determination. Optimus Prime, I have something of great importance to share with you. Optimus Prime raised his head, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anticipation. Yun Tian, what is it? Soaring Sky. Optimus Prime, my alliance with Megatron is driven by a greater purpose. I must safeguard Thundercracker and Skywarp. They're the ones I hold dear. I cannot allow them to come to harm. Optimus Prime paused momentarily, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. Soaring Sky, do you truly believe Megatron will spare you? Soaring Sky offered a faint smile, replying, I am aware of Megatron's ambitions, yet I possess my own principles. My allegiance to the Decepticons is to seek opportunities for peace. I am convinced that if we unite in purpose, we can indeed achieve harmony. Optimus Prime fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Soaring Sky, I forgive you. I recognize that your choice was fraught with difficulty, but you must remember that peace cannot be attained through betrayal. Soaring Sky nodded, affirming, I understand. Optimus Prime, I shall continue to strive for the path to peace. Upon returning to his quarters, Soaring Sky was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. He received a message from Shockwave, summoning him to a remote plane for a meeting. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to go, trusting that Shockwave would not deceive him. Upon arrival at the designated location, Soaring Sky found not only Shockwave present, but Megatron as well. A tremor of apprehension coursed through him, yet he approached nonetheless. Soaring Sky inquired, Megatron, what brings you here? Megatron smiled slightly, his voice laced with temptation. Soaring Sky, I sense the turmoil within you. I can overlook your betrayal. Provided you are willing to bow down, you will still be my friend. Soaring Sky remained silent for a moment. Megatron, I shall not forsake my convictions. Peace is not achieved through domination, but through understanding and cooperation. Megatron smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. Soaring Sky, you are overly naive. Peace is attained through strength. Thundercracker and Skywarp, teach him a lesson. Thundercracker and Skywarp surged from the crowd, positioning themselves before Soaring Sky. Thundercracker proclaimed loudly, Soaring Sky, why have you betrayed the promise between us? We will not allow you to harm Lord Megatron. Soaring Sky's heart quaked. Thundercracker, Skywarp, you have been thoroughly brainwashed by Megatron. There is no turning back for you. Skywarp's gaze bore a resolute determination. Soaring Sky, we are loyal subordinates of Lord Megatron. We shall not permit you to harm him. Soaring Sky inhaled deeply, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Thundercracker, Skywarp, awaken. Megatron's ambitions will plunge Cybertron into a deeper crisis. Thundercracker and Skywarp disregarded Soaring Sky's words, launching their assault. Unable to bring himself to strike against them, Soaring Sky could only defend against their attacks while attempting to persuade them. Just then, Optimus Prime arrived with Bumblebee and others. Upon witnessing Soaring Sky under attack by Thundercracker and Skywarp, they were filled with shock. Optimus Prime shouted, Stop! What are you doing? Thundercracker and Skywarp, upon seeing Optimus Prime and his companions, exchanged wary glances. Megatron smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Optimus Prime, you have finally arrived. Today, your fate shall be sealed here. Optimus Prime inhaled deeply, resolute. Megatron, you shall not prevail. We will continue to fight for the peace of Cybertron until the very last moment. At Megatron's command, the Decepticon soldiers launched their assault. The Autobots and Decepticons engaged in a fierce battle. Starscream, upon seeing Optimus and his companions, felt a tremor in his heart. He resolved to ally with Optimus against Megatron. Optimus Prime, he called out, Let us join forces against Megatron. Optimus nodded, Starscream, I believe in you. Together, we shall strive to bring peace to Cybertron. At that moment, an energy cannon suddenly fired towards Optimus. Starscream, witnessing this, was taken aback but unhesitatingly shielded Optimus with his own body. He collapsed to the ground, his exterior stained with crimson. Optimus, witnessing this harrowing scene, was consumed by fury and anguish. He unleashed a tremendous force, repelling Megatron, and swiftly carried Starscream's body out of the encirclement. Megatron smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Optimus Prime, do you truly believe you could triumph? Ignoring Megatron, Optimus hurriedly departed the battlefield, tormented by guilt and sorrow, uncertain of Starscream's survival. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Optimus immediately rushed Starscream to Ratchet. Ratchet, seeing the severity of Starscream's injuries, was overwhelmed with shock and despair. Optimus, Starscream's wounds are grave. I must commence treatment at once, he urged. Optimus nodded earnestly. Ratchet, you must save him. He is our friend and the hope of Cybertron. Ratchet promptly began his treatment, his gaze filled with focus and determination. He recognized the seriousness of Starscream's condition, but remained steadfast in his belief that perseverance could lead to salvation. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to the Decepticon base, a cold gleam in his eyes. Approaching Shockwave, he offered a slight smile. Shockwave, you have performed admirably. I shall allocate additional resources for your experiments. Shockwave returned the smile, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Lord Megatron, I merely fulfilled my duty. Megatron nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Excellent, Shockwave. Our plan shall undoubtedly succeed. The future of Cybertron will be in our hands. In the infirmary of the Autobot base, Starscream lay upon the medical bed, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He understood the risks of his actions, but believed that as long as they persevered, they could discover a path to peace. He was confident that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would ultimately become a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 49. The birth of Dark Skyfall in the automotive base's medical room. Optimus Prime stood before the bed of Thundercracker, whose condition was precarious. The expression on Optimus's face was marred by guilt and anguish. Thundercracker had sustained severe injuries while shielding him, leaving Optimus feeling utterly powerless. He recalled the words of Megatron, who had once told him, "Without immense strength, you cannot protect anything. You can only watch your friends depart one by one." Those words cut into his mind like a sharpened blade, indelibly etched in his memory. Optimus spoke to himself, Megatron is correct. I must seek greater power, for only then can I safeguard everyone. At that moment, a deep and enigmatic voice resonated. Optimus Prime, are you in search of strength? Startled, Optimus scanned his surroundings, attempting to identify the source of the voice. It spoke again, follow me, and I shall grant you the power you seek. Though hesitating briefly, he ultimately resolved to heed the voice's call. Departing the medical room, he navigated toward a secluded warehouse as directed. Upon pushing open the grand door, he beheld a colossal figure, the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus raised his gaze, astonishment filling his tone. You are the Cosmic Emperor? The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Indeed, Optimus Prime, I have heard your desires, and I can assist you in acquiring formidable power. Yet how shall you repay me, the last apostle of the primordial celestial? You should comprehend the nature of my relationship with the primordial celestial. A tremor coursed through Optimus's heart, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. He understood that the Cosmic Emperor was the arch-rival of the primordial celestial, wielding immeasurable strength. Yet his existence was fraught with peril. Nevertheless, driven by the need to protect Thundercracker and the other Autobots, he resolved to take the risk. After a moment of silence, Optimus declared, if you can indeed aid me, I pledge my loyalty to you. The Cosmic Emperor smiled slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. Excellent, Optimus Prime. Your choice is sagacious. With that, the Cosmic Emperor extended a hand, and a surge of dark energy emanated from his palm, gradually infusing Optimus's being. He felt a formidable power coursing through him, enveloped by the shadows. Without hesitation, he absorbed the dark energy. As it flowed into him, Optimus underwent a profound transformation. His exterior morphed into a deep crimson hue, his eyes igniting with a cold red glow. As the mist dissipated, an entirely new entity, Dark Skyfall, emerged before the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor nodded in approval, observing the transformed Optimus. From this moment forth, your name shall be Dark Skyfall, and I am your master. Do you comprehend? Dark Skyfall knelt on one knee, his tone frigid. "I shall obey your commands, my master." The Cosmic Emperor smiled subtly, triumph radiating from his gaze. "Excellent. Dark Skyfall, you shall serve as my capable assistant. The last apostle of the primordial celestial has now become my subordinate. This time, I have emerged victorious." As the dark celestial being rose to his feet, a glint of icy resolve flickered in his gaze. He recognized that he was no longer the once mighty Optimus Prime, but rather a loyal subordinate to the Cosmic Emperor. His heart was a tumult of complex emotions, yet he understood that to safeguard Cloudburst and the other Autobots, such a choice was imperative. Dark Celestial murmured to himself, "To protect them, I am willing to bear this dark power." Meanwhile, Cloudburst gradually regained consciousness in the medical bay. He felt a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his body, but he was aware that he still lived. Surrounding him were Ratchet and other Autobots, their eyes filled with concern. Ratchet inquired with genuine care, "Cloudburst, how do you feel?" Cloudburst managed a faint smile, replying, "I'm all right, Ratchet, just experiencing some discomfort." Ratchet nodded thoughtfully. "You are indeed fortunate. Optimus Prime brought you back to the base just in time." A moment later, and the consequences would have been dire. A tremor of realization coursed through Cloudburst as he recalled the moment he was struck by the energy cannon, with Optimus Prime unhesitatingly shielding him. Gratitude flooded his heart, yet he recognized that Optimus's choice was fraught with despair and anguish. After a brief silence, Cloudburst turned to Ratchet, asking, "Ratchet, how is Optimus now?" Ratchet hesitated momentarily, a flash of complex emotions crossing his features. "Cloudburst, Optimus has changed. He is no longer the Prime you once knew, having sacrificed himself to save you." A pang of sorrow gripped Cloudburst, his eyes reflecting a flicker of disappointment. Has he truly become Dark Celestial? Ratchet nodded, an air of resignation in his gaze. "Yes, Cloudburst. He embraced the dark power to save you." Cloudburst fell silent, his heart heavy with inner conflict and turmoil. He understood that Optimus' decision was laden with inevitability and suffering, yet he also recognized that it could not alter the actions taken. Taking a deep breath, Cloudburst declared, "Ratchet, I comprehend now. I will strive onward, seeking the path to peace." Ratchet nodded affirmatively. "Cloudburst, I believe in you. Together, we shall endeavor to bring peace to Cybertron." From the heights of Cybertron, Cloudburst gazed upon the land brimming with hope, his heart infused with determination and faith. He knew that all he did was for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, and for the happiness of every Transformer. He believed that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could indeed be transformed into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 50, The Dark Power and the Final Sacrifice in the Decepticon Base. Within Megatron's office, Dark Celestial boldly infiltrated, his eyes glinting with a ruthless intensity. He had resolved to eliminate Megatron, seeking vengeance for Cloudburst. Upon entering Megatron's office, he found the Decepticon leader seated behind his desk. A look of surprise etched upon his features. Megatron smirked slightly, inquiring, "Optimus Prime, what brings you here?" Dark Celestial coldly retorted, "Megatron, you have harmed Cloudburst, and I will not let you escape unpunished." Megatron smiled faintly, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. "Optimus Prime, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Dark Skyfall's eyes glinted with a crimson light, his tone brimming with fury. "I am no longer the Optimus Prime of old. I am Dark Skyfall, a loyal servant of the Cosmic Emperor. I shall vanquish you and avenge the fallen." Megatron's smile deepened, a chilling glint now evident in his gaze. "Optimus, do you genuinely think that the power of darkness can render you stronger?" Dark Skyfall scoffed, retorting, "Megatron, soon you shall know the answer." With that, he raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage towards Megatron. Megatron, with a sly smile, deftly evaded the attack while commanding the surrounding Decepticon soldiers to launch their assault. "Soldiers, attack him," he bellowed. The Decepticon troops quickly surged into action, but Dark Skyfall's might was overwhelming. Their onslaught failed to inflict any harm. Dark Skyfall continued his relentless assault on Megatron, his eyes shimmering with a ruthless light. At that moment, Skyfire, disregarding his own injuries, arrived at the Decepticon base. Witnessing Dark Skyfall poised to annihilate Megatron, he felt a jolt of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed in front of Dark Skyfall. "Dark Skyfall, cease this madness," he shouted. Dark Skyfall paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his visage. "Skyfire, what are you doing here?" Skyfire's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve as he addressed Dark Skyfall. You cannot proceed with this. Though Megatron has erred, resorting to the power of darkness will not solve our problems. Dark Skyfall remained silent for a moment, a complex wave of emotions washing over him. Skyfire, I am no longer the Optimus Prime you once knew. I must eradicate Megatron to bring peace to Cybertron. Skyfire responded resolutely. Dark Skyfall, peace cannot be attained through bloodshed. You must relinquish the power of darkness and return to the path of light. Dark Skyfall smiled faintly, a cold glimmer in his eyes. Skyfire, you're naive. The power of darkness has granted me strength. I will not forsake it. With that, he unleashed another attack with his weapon. Without hesitation, Skyfire leapt in front of Dark Skyfall, using his own body to shield against the blow. The weapon pierced through Skyfire, staining his exterior with crimson. In agony, Skyfire implored, Dark Skyfall, you cannot do this. Dark Skyfall faltered, shock evident in his gaze. Skyfire, you. Skyfire managed a faint smile, his eyes reflecting steadfast determination. Dark Skyfall, remember, peace is not achieved through slaughter. You must abandon the power of darkness and return to the path of light. With those final words, Skyfire's body slowly crumpled, the last glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Dark Skyfall gazed upon Skyfire's form, a tremor of conflict and turmoil stirring within him. Skyfire, why did you have to do this? Dark Skyfall murmured to himself. Megatron observed the scene before him, a subtle tremor rippling through his heart, his gaze betraying a myriad of complex emotions. He understood that the sacrifice of Skyfire compelled him to reevaluate his choices. A sardonic smile graced Megatron's lips as he remarked, Optimus Prime, do you truly believe that the forces of darkness can render you more formidable? The Fallen lingered in silence, grappling with his thoughts. His eyes fell upon Skyfire's lifeless form, overwhelmed by conflicting feelings. He recognized that Skyfire's sacrifice necessitated a profound reconsideration of his own path. Skyfire, he murmured to himself, I shall remember you. I will forsake the allure of darkness and return to the light. With that declaration, the Fallen gently lowered his weapon, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that Skyfire's sacrifice had irrevocably altered his perspective. He believed that, through perseverance, he could discover the path to peace. High above Cybertron, Skyfire's spirit floated serenely, his gaze radiating steadfast determination. He realized that his sacrifice was not in vain. He held faith that, through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron would ultimately transform into a sanctuary of peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 51. The Return of the Soul. The Well of All Sparks. Skyfire's essence, empowered by the Well of All Sparks, separated from his corporeal form, guiding him to the ethereal realm of the well. There, he encountered Primus, whose presence emanated a gentle luminescence, his eyes reflecting profound wisdom. Skyfire, you have finally arrived. Primus spoke, his voice imbued with tranquility. Skyfire, realizing it was Primus who had rescued him, regarded the divine figure with reverence. Primus, my soul has departed from my body. What must I do? Primus shook his head gently, responding, Skyfire, your situation is quite unique. First, Optimus Prime must be restored. Only then can the power of the leadership module allow your soul to return to your body. For now, rest here. Skyfire nodded, a flicker of understanding illuminating his gaze. I comprehend, Primus. I shall await your guidance. Primus offered a warm smile, his tone enveloped in kindness. I have faith in you, Skyfire. Your heart brims with justice and conviction. This is your greatest strength. Skyfire nodded once more, his spirit infused with hope. He believed that, with unwavering determination, he could ultimately unearth the path to lasting peace. Decepticon base. The Fallen cradled Skyfire's body, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. He resolved to carry Skyfire away, only to be confronted by Megatron. With a mocking sneer, Megatron inquired, Optimus, what is the meaning of this? The Fallen turned to Megatron, asserting, Megatron, step aside. I must take Skyfire with me. Megatron's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes flickering with derision. Optimus, even if you acquire immense power, you still failed to protect Skyfire and even brought about his demise. You are but a pitiable creature now. A surge of anger coursed through the Fallen, his eyes flashing with indignation. The words of Megatron pierced his heart like a sharp blade. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Dark Skyfall coldly declared. Megatron, you shall not impede my path. Megatron offered a slight smile, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Optimus Prime, do you truly believe you can vanquish me? With that, Megatron launched his assault. Dark Skyfall swiftly retaliated, his strength amplified by the Cosmic Emperor's blessing. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Megatron defending himself, while taunting Optimus Prime, do you really think the power of darkness will render you stronger? Dark Skyfall fell silent for a moment, wrestling with his emotions. He gazed at the body of Skyfire, a tumult of feelings surging within him. He understood that Skyfire's sacrifice compelled him to re-evaluate his choices. Dark Skyfall murmured to himself, Skyfire, I shall not let you down. With that, the dark energy within him surged forth, enhancing his strength. Megatron recognized that Dark Skyfall's power exceeded his expectations. Yet as the former champion of the arena, he was not one to concede easily. The intensity of their confrontation escalated. Yet the unhinged Dark Skyfall grew ever more formidable. Ultimately, Megatron found himself subdued beneath Dark Skyfall's foot. A weight settled in Megatron's heart. He knew he could no longer resist. He looked upon Dark Skyfall, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Megatron offered a faint smile and said flatly, I am defeated. If you wish to end my life, then proceed. Dark Skyfall hesitated, grappling with his thoughts. He considered Skyfire's body, feelings of conflict swelling within him. He knew Skyfire desired their coexistence in peace. He could not betray that hope. Dark Skyfall spoke slowly, I shall not kill you. Skyfire wished for us to coexist harmoniously. I cannot disappoint him. With that, Dark Skyfall lifted Skyfire's body and turned away from the Decepticon base. He glanced back at Megatron, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. Megatron murmured to himself, Skyfire, what is your true intent? What must I do to earn your genuine heart? He watched Dark Skyfall's retreating form, lost in profound contemplation. He understood that Skyfire's sacrifice forced him to reconsider his own decisions. He believed that with perseverance, he could discover a path to peace. In the realm of the Cosmic Emperor, Dark Skyfall presented Skyfire's body before the Emperor. He knelt, his eyes shimmering with a pleading light. Cosmic Emperor, I implore you, save Skyfire. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, a cold glint shimmering in his gaze. Optimus Prime, do you truly believe I would save him? Dark Skyfall paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Cosmic Emperor, did you not promise me power? The Cosmic Emperor smiled slyly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I promised you power, but I never vowed to save him. Your friend's soul has already separated from his body, and I can do nothing to remedy the situation. A heaviness settled in the heart of Dark Skyfall. What shall I do? The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. If your friend's soul does not return to his body soon, it will soon fade away. This is all the doing of the primordial celestial master. He has been exploiting your friend all along. Dark Skyfall raised his head. Cosmic Emperor, I beseech you, grant me more power. I shall ensure that the primordial celestial master pays for his deeds. The Cosmic Emperor smiled gently, satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. Very well, Optimus Prime. I shall bestow upon you greater strength. With that, the Cosmic Emperor infused a portion of his power into Dark Skyfall's being. A surge of formidable energy coursed through Dark Skyfall, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Dark Skyfall spoke slowly. Thank you, Cosmic Emperor. I will make the primordial celestial master pay dearly. After saying this, he implored the Cosmic Emperor for even more power. The Cosmic Emperor smiled approvingly, generously granting his strength to Dark Skyfall. The Cosmic Emperor, with satisfaction, excellent, Dark Skyfall. I shall provide you with additional power to avenge your friend. Dark Skyfall carried the body of Soaring Cloud back to his chamber, determination shining in his eyes. He resolved to ensure that anyone who had harmed Soaring Cloud would face consequences. The Cosmic Emperor muttered to himself, Primordial Celestial Master, your last apostle has now become my subordinate. What will you do now? Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the Cosmic Emperor reverberated through the realm, victory gleaming in his eyes. He knew that his plan was already half accomplished. Dark Skyfall, once the Optimus Prime, had entirely succumbed to the dark powers, becoming a mere pawn in his grasp. Within the source of the spark, Soaring Cloud's soul quietly awaited. He knew that his friends were striving for him, and he believed that with perseverance, they would surely find a path to peace. He held faith that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron could become a sanctuary filled with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 52. The Dark Covenant in the domain of the Cosmic Emperor. He sat upon a lofty throne, a cunning light dancing in his eyes. Dark Skyfall stood before him, filled with anticipation and reverence. The Cosmic Emperor spoke. Optimus Prime, the primordial celestial master, has been exploiting all of you. He has disguised himself as your creator, merely utilizing your trust to further his own agenda. You must make your friend see the true face of that primordial celestial master. Dark Skyfall nodded, a resolute light shining in his gaze. Rest assured, I will make everyone understand how vile the primordial celestial master truly is. He is not worthy of our reverence. I loathe my former identity. It is thanks to you that I have escaped his control. You are our true master. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of satisfaction. Excellent, Optimus Prime. As long as you can bring me more followers, I may be able to save your friend. Dark Skyfall's eyes brightened, his voice brimming with excitement. Is it truly possible? Can you really restore Optimus? The Cosmic Emperor nodded, his voice imbued with confidence. Certainly, go forth. I shall await your return. Dark Skyfall acknowledged with a nod, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, he transformed back into the likeness of Optimus Prime, for it was far more persuasive to command the Autobot faction in that form. In the well of all sparks, the soul of Optimus lay in quiet anticipation, observing the world outside alongside the Primus. The two fell into deep contemplation. Optimus spoke. Primus, I initially believed the Cosmic Emperor sought to exploit Optimus Prime to dominate Cybertron, but it appears he wishes to turn everyone into weapons under his control. Primus sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his gaze. Optimus, I shall now send your soul back to your body directly. You must stop him. Optimus nodded, determination igniting in his eyes. I understand. In a flash of light, Optimus opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, the room enveloped in darkness yet exuding warmth. He recognized it as Dark Skyfall's chamber. Just as he prepared to depart, the Cosmic Emperor materialized. With a gentle smile, he spoke. Greetings, Optimus. It seems you have returned, courtesy of Primus. Realizing escape was futile, Optimus regarded the Cosmic Emperor with calm resolve. You have already surmised the truth. Why inquire further? The Cosmic Emperor, taken aback, smiled slightly. What is your desire? I can fulfill it, provided you pledge your loyalty to me. Optimus felt a surge of frustration, yet he knew that to awaken Optimus Prime, he must remain here for now. He replied, I merely wish to stay by Optimus's side, regardless of his form. The Cosmic Emperor, pleased, spoke with warmth. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Come, accept my power. Optimus nodded, absorbing the dark energy before him. His body transformed, adopting a more formidable and fearsome form. Feeling the surge of immense power, Optimus knelt on one knee. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. At that moment, Dark Skyfall returned, accompanied by an ambulance and others. Upon seeing Optimus, he rushed forward and embraced him. Optimus, you have finally returned. I knew the Cosmic Emperor would not deceive me. Dark Skyfall's tone was heavy with guilt. Optimus gently patted Dark Skyfall's shoulder, his voice filled with tenderness. I apologize for causing you worry. From now on, we shall remain together, all right? Dark Sky nodded, and then he led the ambulance and others before the Cosmic Emperor. My lord, I have made them your followers. The Cosmic Emperor, clearly pleased, spoke with a hint of warmth in his voice. You have done well. Since your friends have recovered, you may rest for now. Dark Sky's admiration for the Cosmic Emperor deepened once more, and he replied with a tone of reverence. Thank you for your recognition. I take my leave. With that, Dark Sky instructed the ambulance crew to safeguard the Cosmic Emperor, and he returned to his chamber with Cloudy. In Dark Sky's room, Cloudy sat on the sofa, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. He was aware that he now possessed dark powers, yet he also understood that this was not what he truly desired. He turned to Dark Sky, his voice laced with concern. Dark Sky, do you truly believe in the Cosmic Emperor? Dark Sky smiled faintly, his voice imbued with resolve. Cloudy, I believe in the Cosmic Emperor. He has granted us formidable strength, enabling us to protect ourselves and our friends. Cloudy nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Dark Sky, I know you seek to protect me, but you must not allow the dark powers to control you. We still have the opportunity to return to the path of light. Dark Sky fell silent for a moment, his eyes revealing an inner struggle. Cloudy, I understand you are right, but the dark powers have made me stronger. I do not know what to do. Cloudy offered a gentle smile, his gaze reflecting understanding. Dark Sky, I realize you face a difficult choice. But you must remember that true power is not achieved through violence and domination, but through peace and cooperation. After a brief silence, Dark Sky inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Cloudy, I will strive to remember that. But you must understand, I need time. Cloudy nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will always be here to support you. Dark Sky acknowledged him with a nod, his voice softening. I know, Cloudy. I will cherish your teachings. However, for now, we must harness this power to protect ourselves. Cloudy allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his gaze radiating steadfast light. I believe in you, Dark Sky. Together, we will endeavor to find the path to peace. Dark Sky rose, his eyes resolute. Cloudy, let us strive together for the peace of Cybertron. The two exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. They understood that while the dark powers had rendered them stronger, their hearts remained filled with a yearning for peace. They believed that as long as they persevered, they would undoubtedly discover the way to achieve tranquility. From the heights of Cybertron, Cloudy gazed upon the land teeming with hope, his heart filled with conviction and faith. He knew that all his efforts were for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, for the happiness of every Transformer. He believes that through the collective efforts of all Transformers, Cybertron can undoubtedly become a sanctuary filled with peace, justice, and hope. Chapter 53. A Dilemma in the Depths of the Universe. The palace of the Cosmic Emperor emanates a chilling, yet imposing aura. Cloudpiercer stands before him, kneeling on one knee, his gaze infused with loyalty and reverence. The Cosmic Emperor, in his lofty grandeur, bellows with a voice that reverberates through the hall. Cloudpiercer, you have long yearned for the restoration of Cybertron, for the return of Optimus Prime. If you can convert Megatron to my faith, I shall grant you dominion over Cybertron. Cloudpiercer raises his head, a flicker of excitement crossing his features, only to be replaced by a tranquil resolve. He responds with unwavering conviction. Cosmic Emperor, I shall not disappoint you. You are our creator, the one who has bestowed upon us strength and purpose. I am willing to brave any peril for you, never faltering. The Cosmic Emperor smiles faintly, clearly pleased with Cloudpiercer's answer. He turns to the side and addresses Dark Skyfall. Dark Skyfall, assist Cloudpiercer. I have faith that you shall accomplish the task. Dark Skyfall immediately kneels, respectfully declaring, Cosmic Emperor, I shall not betray your expectations. I will exert every effort to lend Cloudpiercer my support. The Cosmic Emperor nods approvingly and gestures for them to withdraw. Cloudpiercer and Dark Skyfall rise and exit the palace with utmost respect. Upon returning to his chamber, Cloudpiercer is engulfed in contemplation. He realizes he stands at crossroads. Although the Cosmic Emperor's scheme is alluring, he is acutely aware of the Emperor's ambition and cruelty. He recalls Megatron, the comrade with whom he once fought side by side. Unbeknownst to Megatron, he has aligned himself with the Cosmic Emperor. And Cloudpiercer comprehends that should the Emperor's plot succeed, Cybertron would descend into deeper darkness. Ultimately, Cloudpiercer resolves to inform Megatron of the Cosmic Emperor's plan. He understands this may plunge him into peril, yet he cannot stand idly by as Cybertron faces devastation once more. Hastily, he pens a letter conveying the Emperor's scheme along with his thoughts to Megatron. In the letter, he writes, Megatron, I know you have longed for the restoration of Cybertron, as have I. However, my alliance with the Cosmic Emperor is merely a means to draw near him and seek opportunities. I hope you can understand my predicament, and please trust that I shall find a way to save Cybertron. Within the Decepticon base, Megatron is resting when he suddenly receives Cloudpiercer's letter. He unfolds it and reads its contents attentively, his heart brimming with astonishment and a tumult of emotions. He knows that Cloudpiercer has always longed for Cybertron's revival. Yet he never anticipated that Cloudpiercer would join the Cosmic Emperor to awaken Optimus Prime. It finally dawns on him why Optimus Prime confided in Cloudpiercer alone. Cloudpiercer has been secretly laboring for their cause. Megatron remains silent for a long while, aware that he must make a choice. He cannot allow Cloudpiercer to fall into danger, nor can he permit the Cosmic Emperor's conspiracy to succeed. He picks up his pen and composes a reply. Cloudpiercer, I am willing to cooperate with you. However, You must also take care of yourself. Tianjun and the others are eagerly awaiting your return. Upon receiving a reply, Chong Yunxiao's heart swelled with determination. He understood that Megatron's support was his greatest motivation. He was resolute in his quest to discover a means to save Optimus Prime and restore Cybertron to its former glory. The following day, Dark Skyfall and Chong Yunxiao, accompanied by their respective teams, ventured into the territory of the Decepticons. Megatron had long been waiting ahead, his gaze locking onto Chong Yunxiao's, enveloping them both in a complex and subtle atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Chong Yunxiao was the first to launch an assault. Megatron, not to be outdone, engaged him in a fierce battle. Dark Skyfall stood aside, observing their combat, yet unease filled his heart. He recalled the words of the Cosmic Emperor before his departure. Your friend has already revealed our plans to Megatron. He surely has not escaped the control of the primordial celestial master. You must not allow him to approach Megatron. Without hesitation, Dark Skyfall dashed between the two warriors. He turned to Chong Yunxiao, demanding, have you concealed our plan from me and divulged it to Megatron? I require the truth. Chong Yunxiao remained silent, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. Seeing his reticence, Dark Skyfall directed his ire at Megatron. It must be Megatron who has seduced you. You traitor. He launched an attack against Megatron, who retaliated fiercely. Chong Yunxiao attempted to mediate, but was interrupted by the voice of the Cosmic Emperor. Chong Yunxiao, do you intend to betray me? Do you wish for Optimus Prime to perish because of you? Chong Yunxiao's body trembled as the image of Optimus Prime surfaced in his mind. He fell into profound contemplation. Ultimately, he chose to trust the Cosmic Emperor. He could not allow Optimus Prime to be endangered due to his actions. Gritting his teeth, he joined forces with Dark Skyfall to assault Megatron. Though formidable, Megatron began to falter under the combined might of Chong Yunxiao and Dark Skyfall. He was knocked to the ground, blood seeping from his wounds. As Chong Yunxiao gazed upon the fallen Megatron, guilt swelled within him. He recognized his betrayal of Megatron, yet understood the necessity of his choice. Dark Skyfall, observing Chong Yunxiao, remarked, you have done well, Chong Yunxiao. The Cosmic Emperor will surely be pleased. Chong Yunxiao remained silent, his eyes clouded with confusion and sorrow. He realized that in his quest to save Optimus Prime, he had embarked on an irreversible path. Nevertheless, he held on to the belief that if he could awaken Optimus Prime, all would be well. Within the Cosmic Emperor's palace, he received reports from Chong Yunxiao and Dark Skyfall. A satisfied smile graced his face. Excellent, Chong Yunxiao. You have not disappointed me. However, Megatron is not yet dead. You must continue to monitor him. And you, Chong Yunxiao, as long as you obey my commands, you shall be the ruler of Cybertron. Chong Yunxiao knelt before him, vowing never to betray his trust, though turmoil filled his heart. He understood that all he had done was for the future of Cybertron. He hoped that when he stood before Optimus Prime once more, he could utter the words, Optimus, I have finally succeeded. Chapter 54. Captivity and Temptation. In the dim light of the prison, Megatron slowly opened his eyes. He whispered, where is this? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was confined within a narrow cell, its cold walls marred by rust. His body bore the remnants of battle, and pain caused him to frown slightly. He struggled to recall the previous conflict. Images of Starscream and Dark Skyfall defeating him flooded his mind. Megatron muttered to himself, Starscream, how could you? He reached out to explore his body, and suddenly his fingers brushed against a photograph. Carefully, he extracted it from his pocket. The image depicted himself standing side by side with Orion, both of them smiling. Megatron's gaze softened as memories of their shared past rushed back to him. In a hushed voice, he reflected, Orion, we once fought together, safeguarding Cybertron. Yet now, you have become my adversary. A fleeting glimmer of loneliness crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Megatron lifted his head to see Dark Skyfall standing before the cell, his expression complex and profound. Dark Skyfall, observing Megatron, spoke with a hint of caution. Megatron, you are awake. Megatron retorted coldly, what do you want? To continue humiliating me? After a brief silence, Dark Skyfall's tone softened. No, I am not here to humiliate you. I merely wish to convey that the situation has changed. If you are willing to surrender the Decepticons, we can become allies and together rule Cybertron. Megatron scoffed, surrender the Decepticons? Do you truly believe I would entertain such notions? Dark Skyfall regarded him earnestly, I understand that this is difficult to accept, but it is the truth. Both Starscream and I desire peace for Cybertron, and you, Megatron, are a vital part of that. He continued, if you are willing to cooperate, we can achieve this goal. Megatron remained silent for a moment, his gaze flickering, wondering if Starscream truly uttered those sentiments. Dark Skyfall nodded, affirming, yes, he wishes for you to comprehend his predicament. His allegiance to the Cosmic Emperor was merely a means to approach him. And you, Megatron, are someone he trusts. With a sigh, Megatron replied, I understand the reasons behind his alliance with the Cosmic Emperor. However, asking me to surrender is an insurmountable challenge. Dark Skyfall approached Megatron, sincerity lacing his voice. I recognize the difficulty, but this is the only path forward. If you agree, we can awaken Optimus Prime and restore peace to Cybertron. Megatron, you are an astute individual. You must realize this is the best choice. After a prolonged silence, Megatron finally nodded. Very well, I will acquiesce. But you must guarantee that my subordinates will not be harmed. Dark Skyfall smiled subtly. Rest assured, we will not harm them, as long as you cooperate. Together we can realize our objective. Megatron placed the photograph back into his pocket and remarked, I hope so. Within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor, Chong Yunxiao was brought before him. The Cosmic Emperor sat upon his throne, his gaze sharp. Chong Yunxiao, you have performed admirably. However, I have a few inquiries to make. Chong Yunxiao knelt on one knee, his tone imbued with loyalty. Cosmic Emperor, please proceed. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly. I am aware of your interactions with the primordial celestial master. Tell me, how much do you truly know about him? After a moment of silence, Chong Yunxiao spoke calmly. Cosmic Emperor, I possess no knowledge of the primordial celestial master. I merely act upon your commands, and know nothing beyond that. A flicker of doubt crossed the Cosmic Emperor's eyes. Are you truly as uninformed as you claim? With unwavering resolve, Chong Yunxiao affirmed, Indeed, Cosmic Emperor. My loyalty lies solely with you. You are my creator. The Cosmic Emperor remained silent for a while, scrutinizing Chong Yunxiao's expression. Chong Yunxiao, I understand you face difficulties. However, you must comprehend that I am your master, and your fate rests in my hands. Lowering his head, Chong Yunxiao replied slowly, I understand, Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor approached him, his tone softening. Do not be anxious. I am aware of your plight. Rest assured, as long as you obey my commands, I shall not impose hardships upon you. Chong Yunxiao lifted his gaze, surprise flickering in his eyes. Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor gently patted Chong Yunxiao's shoulder. His voice filled with tenderness. Go now. You may leave. Chong Yunxiao rose, bowing respectfully. Yes, Cosmic Emperor. He turned to depart, while the Cosmic Emperor stood still, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. Chong Yunxiao, your heart has begun to waver. Primordial Celestial Master, let us see who shall emerge victorious in this war. As Chong Yunxiao exited the palace, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He murmured to himself, the Cosmic Emperor did not express anger. Instead, he comforted me. What does he truly intend? Images of Megatron and Dark Skyfall flashed through his mind, and he realized his choices had ensnared him in a dilemma. He yearned to awaken Optimus Prime, yet did not wish to betray Megatron. He paused, gazing up at the starry sky, his heart heavy with confusion. Optimus Prime, what should I do? He pondered. I aligned myself with the Cosmic Emperor to draw closer to him, seeking an opportunity to awaken you. Yet now, I find myself in a deeper quagmire. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not relinquish hope of reviving Optimus Prime. He must devise a means to save Optimus while remaining loyal to Megatron. In a hushed tone, he vowed, I will find a way, Optimus Prime. I shall not disappoint you, nor shall I let Cybertron down. He turned and continued onward, silently praying for a favorable turn of events. Meanwhile, Dark Skyfall returned to his chamber, seated in a chair with Megatron's photograph in hand, his expression a tapestry of complexity. In the depths of his thoughts, Dark Sky murmured to himself, Megatron, are you truly willing to collaborate, or is this merely a temporary strategy? Images of Megatron agreeing to cooperate flickered in his mind. He recognized that Megatron was an astute individual, not easily swayed by trust. Yet he also comprehended that Megatron's decision might represent their singular hope. Dark Sky softly inquired, Skybreaker, do you genuinely place your faith in Megatron? A hint of concern glimmered in his gaze, yet he understood that they had no alternative. He must place his trust in Skybreaker's judgment and believe in Megatron's sincerity. Rising to his feet, Dark Sky spoke with unwavering resolve, regardless of the circumstances. We must persevere. For the Cosmic Emperor, for the conquest of the universe. He returned the photograph to his pocket and turned to exit the room, preparing to advance their plan. Within the confines of the prison, Megatron sat in a corner, weariness evident in his eyes. He pondered aloud, Skybreaker, what are you truly thinking? Do you genuinely believe in the Cosmic Emperor? Visions of Skybreaker and Dark Sky surfaced in his mind. He recognized that Skybreaker's decision might be their only glimmer of hope. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Cosmic Emperor's schemes would not easily prevail. Megatron reiterated to himself, I shall cooperate with you, but I will not forsake my mission. The future of Cybertron shall not rest in the hands of the Cosmic Emperor. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes as he understood the necessity of safeguarding his subordinates and the future of Cybertron. He stood and approached the cell door, awaiting the arrival of Skybreaker and Dark Sky. He whispered, Skybreaker, I hope you can truly discover a way to save Cybertron. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yet it was also laden with unease. He realized that their future would hinge upon the choices they made. Chapter 55. Awakening and Sacrifice Within the Realm of His Dreams. Amidst an abyss of darkness, the figure of the primordial celestial gradually materialized. Skybreaker fell to his knees, urgency lacing his tone. Primordial celestial, I beseech you, guide me on how to restore Optimus Prime. The primordial celestial sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Skybreaker, are you aware that Optimus Prime is presently under the complete dominion of the Cosmic Emperor? His consciousness is entirely shrouded by dark energy. Awakening his true self is no trivial endeavor. A flicker of guilt crossed Skybreaker's eyes. It is because of me that Optimus Prime has succumbed to this fate. He lapsed into silence, tormented by self-reproach and anguish. However, resolve soon illuminated his gaze as he lifted his head to meet the primordial celestial's gaze. Skybreaker asserted with unwavering conviction, you must possess a solution, do you not? If this method can restore Optimus Prime, I would willingly sacrifice my life. The primordial celestial remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of solace appearing in his eyes. Skybreaker, have you truly considered this? The path ahead will bring you immense suffering, and the spark source can only shield fragments of your memory. The Cosmic Emperor may seize this opportunity to exploit you. Without hesitation, Skybreaker nodded, I understand. As long as it can awaken Optimus Prime, I am prepared to pay any price. The primordial celestial master nodded slightly, retrieving a chip from his bosom. Very well, I comprehend. Infuse your power into this chip. It harbors the essence to purify dark energy. You must implant it into the Dark Sky meteor to restore the Pillar of Heaven. Chong Yunxiao accepted the chip, his tone resolute. I understand. The primordial celestial master gazed at him, his heart brimming with hope. He knew that entrusting the source of fire to this child was indeed a prudent decision. Softly, the primordial celestial master urged, Go forth, Chong Yunxiao. I have faith in you. Awakening from his dream, Chong Yunxiao clutched the chip tightly in his hand. His heart filled with determination, yet tinged with unease. He murmured to himself, I must awaken the Pillar of Heaven. The Emperor of the Cosmos must not succeed in his sinister plot. Rising, he exited the room, the image of the Dark Sky meteor vivid in his mind. He was aware that the Dark Sky meteor was likely interrogating Megatron at that very moment. He hastened toward the interrogation room. Within the interrogation chamber, the Dark Sky meteor stood before Megatron's cell, his tone laced with severity. Megatron, do you truly require time to contemplate? Megatron scoffed, retorting, Dark Sky meteor. Do you think I would trust you so readily? Grant me time, and I shall consider it. The Dark Sky meteor nodded, stating, Very well, I shall grant you time. But do not forget, the future of Cybertron lies within your grasp. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Chong Yunxiao standing at the doorway, a flicker of tenderness crossing his gaze. The Dark Sky meteor softly remarked, Chong Yunxiao, you are not yet recovered. Heed my words and return to rest. Chong Yunxiao remained silent, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He understood that the Dark Sky meteor before him was no longer the Pillar of Heaven, yet he could not summon the resolve to act against him. Megatron, noticing Chong Yunxiao's peculiar demeanor, whispered, Chong Yunxiao. Chong Yunxiao interjected, determination flickering in his eyes. Megatron, are you prepared? Megatron nodded in understanding. In unison, they sprang into action. Megatron surged forward, attacking the dark sky meteor, while Chong Yunxiao seized the opportunity to charge at him. The dark sky meteor, caught unawares, was swiftly brought to the ground by their combined might. The dark sky meteor exclaimed in astonishment. You! Chong Yunxiao swiftly implanted the chip into the dark sky meteor's body. I am sorry, dark sky meteor, but this must be done. As the chip was infused, the dark sky meteor's form began to tremble violently. A brilliant light erupted, and his body gradually underwent a transformation. The dark sky meteor cried out in agony. No, this cannot be. The radiance intensified, forcing both Chong Yunxiao and Megatron to retreat a few steps. Within the luminescence, a familiar figure began to materialize, the Pillar of Heaven. The Pillar of Heaven slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. What is happening? Megatron, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Pillar of Heaven, you have finally returned. The Pillar of Heaven looked at Megatron, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. Megatron, how'd I end up here? He gazed towards the heavens, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his eyes. Optimus Prime, softly, is it you, Starscream? Starscream, smiling, but soon faltering and collapsing to the ground. Optimus Prime, you have finally returned. Optimus Prime, panicking as he lifts Starscream. Starscream, what has happened to you? Megatron, approaching them, his tone laced with complexity. There's still others here. Just then, a chilling voice echoed through the air. The Emperor of the Universe slowly materialized. His tone frigid. It seems your plans have borne fruit. Yet, do you truly believe this will thwart me? The Emperor's presence instantly thickened the atmosphere of the interrogation room. Optimus Prime, cradling Starscream, was filled with vigilance. Optimus Prime spoke resolutely. Emperor of the Universe, you shall not control me any longer. The Emperor scoffed. Optimus Prime, do you truly think you can escape my grasp? It is merely a trivial chip. Do you believe it can alter anything? Megatron stepped closer to Optimus Prime, stating, Emperor, do not forget, we still have Starscream. He sacrificed everything to awaken Optimus. Do you genuinely believe you can triumph? The Emperor's gaze shifted to Starscream, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Starscream, do you truly think that sacrificing yourself will change anything? Such naivety. Starscream weakly opened his eyes, his tone unwavering. As long as I can awaken Optimus and restore peace to Cybertron, my sacrifice is insignificant. The Emperor fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Excellent. Starscream, you have truly impressed me. However, do you think this will deter me? The fate of Cybertron is already in my hands. Optimus Prime gently laid Starscream down and stood tall, his voice resolute. Emperor of the Universe, you are mistaken. The fate of Cybertron lies within our own hands. We shall not allow you to succeed. Megatron nodded in agreement. Indeed, Emperor, do not forget, we Decepticons are not to be trifled with. The Emperor sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Then let us see what you can do. But do you truly believe you can prevail? In the interrogation room, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The Emperor's arrival complicated the situation further. Optimus Prime looked towards Megatron and Starscream, aware that he had allies. Megatron, Starscream, we must not allow the Emperor's schemes to come to fruition. The future of Cybertron requires our united protection. Megatron nodded. Optimus, I understand. We have always fought for Cybertron, and this time shall be no different. Starscream smiled weakly. Optimus, I believe in you. The future of Cybertron will surely improve. The Emperor scoffed. How touching. Yet, do you truly believe you can win? Do not forget, I am the Emperor of the Universe, and the entirety of existence lies under my dominion. Optimus Prime's gaze remained steadfast. Emperor of the Universe, you are wrong. As long as we stand united, nothing can impede us. The future of Cybertron is ours to determine. Megatron clenched his fist and declared with unwavering resolve, indeed. Lord of the Universe, we shall not allow you to succeed. Starscream closed his eyes, silently praying, Optimus Prime, I have faith in you. The future of Cybertron must surely improve. Deep within the cosmos, a battle that would determine the fate of Cybertron was on the verge of erupting. Starscream, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the Lord of the Universe found their destinies intertwined, with the future of Cybertron hinging upon their choices. Chapter 56, Betrayal and Confusion within the domain of the Lord of the Universe. A fierce confrontation was underway. Starscream, Optimus Prime, and Megatron united to oppose the Lord of the Universe, yet their strength appeared minuscule in his presence. Gasping for breath, Starscream's voice trembled. Optimus, Megatron, we cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. Optimus Prime wielded his sword to deflect the Lord's attacks, responding, I understand, but we must first hold him off. Otherwise, he will pursue us relentlessly. Megatron gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Cursed Lord of the Universe, his power is overwhelming. As time passed, the trio's stamina gradually waned. The Lord of the Universe unleashed his assaults like a relentless tide, forcing them to retreat step by step. Ultimately, they succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. The Lord of the Universe approached them slowly, his tone laced with admiration. It is truly astonishing that you have endured this long. I recognize your strength. By joining me, I can fulfill any desire you may have. Consider it well. His voice was suffused with temptation, wielding an almost enchanting power that rendered them powerless to resist. Optimus Prime and Megatron soon broke free from the illusion, yet Starscream, having depleted much of his energy, could not withstand the Lord's allure. Megatron shouted in fury, Lord of the Universe, cease this delusion. We will never become your instruments of destruction. Optimus Prime struggled to rise, asserting firmly, Indeed, our mission is to safeguard Cybertron, not to become your pawns. However, Starscream, captivated by the Lord of the Universe's charms, slowly advanced toward him, his eyes filled with confusion and reverence. Kneeling before the Lord, Starscream spoke with unwavering loyalty, Lord of the Universe, I willingly offer myself as your servant. Optimus Prime and Megatron watched in astonishment, unable to fathom such a choice from Starscream, particularly Optimus, whose heart was heavy with anguish and guilt. Optimus whispered, Starscream, how could you? The Lord of the Universe regarded Starscream with a glint of satisfaction. He lifted Starscream, his voice softening, Excellent, Starscream. You shall become my successor. My plans to rule the universe require your assistance. You understand what must be done, do you not? Starscream nodded, his tone imbued with reverence. I shall devote myself entirely and will not betray your expectations. The Lord of the Universe nodded in approval. Very well. From this moment forth, these Autobots shall be your subordinates. As my successor, how could you be without servants? Yun Tian bowed gratefully, expressing his deep appreciation. Thank you for your generous gift. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. The Cosmic Emperor, accompanied by Yun Tian, departed from the battlefield and returned to his base, his heart swelling with pride for having acquired a loyal and astute subordinate who would never betray him. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron seized the opportunity to escape the Cosmic Emperor's domain. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Megatron led Optimus Prime to his chamber. After a moment of silence, with a heavy tone, Megatron inquired, Optimus Prime, what shall we do now? Optimus Prime remained silent, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes as he murmured, I do not know. Megatron sighed, Very well, take some time to rest. We shall devise a plan. He patted Optimus Prime's shoulder and turned to leave the room. Alone in the chair, Optimus Prime was engulfed by anguish and uncertainty. He spoke softly to himself, Yun Tian, why did you choose this path? You knew it was a trap. Gazing at the photograph in his hand, an image of himself and Yun Tian standing side by side, smiles gracing their faces. He felt the weight of betrayal, as Yun Tian had now become the heir to the Cosmic Emperor. In a whisper, he lamented, Yun Tian, do I truly deserve this? We were merely friends. A tear glistened in his eye, and he could no longer contain his sorrow. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to his own chamber, his emotions equally tumultuous. Sitting in his chair, he cradled his head in his hands, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He spoke to himself, Yun Tian, you have truly changed. I had believed you would endure until the end. I did not foresee this. He sighed and rose to the window, gazing at the starry sky, his heart filled with confusion and unease. He whispered, Is the future of Cybertron truly in our hands? Uncertain of the next steps to take, he felt the shock of Yun Tian's betrayal and the weight of Optimus Prime's confusion pressing upon him. He knew they must find a way to save Cybertron. Optimus Prime wept alone in his room, burdened by pain and guilt. He recalled the chip fused with his leadership module, a gift of power from the Primus. He murmured, Primus, do you truly have a solution? Closing his eyes, he sought to feel the chip's strength. He understood he could not surrender. He must not allow Yun Tian's efforts to be in vain. He had to find a way to awaken Yun Tian's consciousness. With renewed determination, Optimus Prime slowly rose. His voice filled with resolution. I cannot give up. Yun, I will find a way. He exited the room, resolved to consult with Megatron on their strategy. He recognized that unity was essential to confront the Cosmic Emperor's devious plans. Within the Cosmic Emperor's base, Yun stood beside him, his gaze infused with reverence. The Cosmic Emperor regarded him with satisfaction, declaring, Yun, you shall become my right hand. My plans require your intellect and valor. Remember, you are my most valued successor. Yun nodded and said, I understand, my lord. I shall devote myself entirely to fulfilling your command. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my successor. The future of Cybertron shall rest in your hands. Yun bowed in reverence, his voice resolute. Thank you for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The Cosmic Emperor departed the chamber with Yun, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He knew that Yun would be pivotal to his dominion over the universe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Optimus Prime and Megatron within the Decepticon base found their fates shrouded in uncertainty. Yun's betrayal had plunged them into deeper turmoil. Yet they understood that surrender was not an option. The future of Cybertron required their united vigilance. Chapter 57: Betrayal and Reunion within the Cosmic Emperor's stronghold. Yun stood before him, his eyes reflecting profound awe. The Cosmic Emperor regarded him with an air of authority. Yun, to demonstrate your unwavering loyalty, I command you to lead the Autobots in annihilating Optimus Prime and Megatron. This shall serve as a test of your allegiance. Without hesitation, Yun nodded and replied with reverence. As you wish, Cosmic Emperor. I shall not let you down. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly. Infusing a portion of his power into Yun, this is a fragment of my strength. It will aid you in your endeavor. Be cautious. Feeling the surge of formidable energy within him, Yun nodded in gratitude. I understand. I shall tread carefully. He turned and led a cadre of Autobots towards the Decepticon territory, his heart filled with both reverence for the Cosmic Emperor and determination for the mission ahead. Inside the Decepticon base, after a night of contemplation, Optimus Prime resolved to take action. He approached Megatron with unwavering conviction. Megatron, I must bring Yun back. He is my friend and the hope of Cybertron. I need your assistance. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Optimus Prime, do you truly believe we can prevail? Our last defeat has shown me that we cannot contend with the Cosmic Emperor. Even Yun. His words were tinged with helplessness and fear. The memory of their previous failure haunted him, and Yun's betrayal had further eroded his faith in victory. Optimus Prime stepped closer to Megatron, gently embracing him, his tone imbued with warmth. Megatron, there is no need for fear. As long as we stand united, we can overcome all adversaries. Will you fight alongside me, as we once did? Megatron paused, feeling a comforting warmth envelop him, a sensation he had never experienced before. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of Optimus Prime. This warmth dispelled the dread within him, rekindling a flicker of hope. Megatron softly inquired, Optimus Prime, when was the last time we fought side by side? I seem to have forgotten. Optimus Prime smiled gently. That is of little consequence. What matters is that we need each other now. Can you place your trust in me? Megatron nodded, his gaze flickering with determination. Very well, Optimus Prime. I am willing to join you in saving the sky. The two embraced tightly, as if in that moment, all barriers had vanished. Their hearts were united by a singular purpose, to rescue the sky and save Cybertron. Just then, Soundwave appeared at the doorway, his demeanor calm. Lord Megatron, Skyfire has breached our territory, accompanied by the Autobots. What shall we do? Megatron and Optimus Prime immediately released each other, as if nothing had transpired. Megatron turned to Optimus, who nodded in agreement. With unwavering resolve, Megatron declared, I shall take the lead personally. Naturally, Optimus will accompany me. Soundwave nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I will inform the Decepticons to prepare. He turned and departed, while Megatron and Optimus swiftly made their way to the periphery of the Decepticon base. At the outskirts, Skyfire led the Autobots in rampant destruction, their sole aim to obliterate Optimus and Megatron. Skyfire commanded the Autobots, shouting, Brothers, follow me. Eliminate these traitors. The Autobots surged forward like a tidal wave toward the Decepticon base, their immense power and devastating force catching the Decepticons off guard. Upon their arrival, Megatron and Optimus were met with the sight of Skyfire's relentless assault, and anger etched their faces. Through clenched teeth, Megatron exclaimed, "Skyfire, what are you thinking?" A flicker of pain crossed Optimus's eyes, his voice heavy with remorse. He has succumbed to the control of the Emperor of the universe. We must stop him. Noticing their presence, Skyfire's eyes glinted coldly. He shouted, "Optimus, Megatron, your doom is upon you." Without hesitation, he charged at them. Optimus and Megatron exchanged a glance and simultaneously launched their counterattack. Optimus wielded his sword, parrying Skyfire's strikes. Skyfire awakened. Megatron attacked from the side. "Skyfire, do you truly wish to oppose us?" Yet, Skyfire seemed entirely under the thrall of the Emperor's power, his attacks growing fiercer, disregarding the pleas of Optimus and Megatron. With a cruel smirk, Skyfire taunted, "You cannot withstand the might of the Emperor of the universe. Surrender." Despite their formidable strength, Optimus and Megatron struggled against Skyfire's unrelenting onslaught. Breathing heavily, Optimus turned to Megatron. "We cannot allow him to continue this destruction. We must find a way to awaken him." Megatron nodded, "I understand. But we must first stop him." The two joined forces once more, launching an even more vigorous assault against Skyfire. Their singular goal was to rouse Skyfire's consciousness and thwart the Emperor's sinister scheme. Amid the battle, Skyfire was engulfed in an inner turmoil. He could sense the power of the Cosmic Emperor controlling him, yet he could also hear the cries of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Within his heart, he struggled, resolutely rejecting the notion of becoming a pawn of the Cosmic Emperor. "Optimus, Megatron, await my return. I shall surely break free from his grasp." A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, swiftly subdued by the overwhelming might of the Cosmic Emperor. He continued to assault Optimus and Megatron, though his heart was laden with anguish. A silent scream echoed within him. "I refuse to be this way. I do not wish to harm you." The battle raged on. Although Optimus and Megatron were weary, they pressed on undeterred. They understood that deep within, Yun Tian still yearned for freedom. They had to devise a means to awaken his consciousness. Optimus shouted, Yun Tian, can you hear us? We are your friends, and we will not abandon you." Megatron echoed, Yun Tian, you must awaken. The future of Cybertron depends on you." Yun Tian halted his assault, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. "What are you saying?" Optimus and Megatron, witnessing his cessation of attack, felt a flicker of hope. They believed he had regained his awareness and also ceased their offensive. Optimus approached Yun Tian with a gentle demeanor. Yun Tian, we are friends. You are under the control of the Cosmic Emperor, but we can help you break free. Come back and join us in safeguarding Cybertron." Megatron stood beside Optimus, affirming, "We will not give up on you. Together, we can resist the Cosmic Emperor." A brief struggle flickered in Yun Tian's eyes, but soon it was overcome by a chilling resolve. "You are too naive. How could I be so easily swayed by you?" A ruthless glint flashed in his gaze as he suddenly struck, bringing Optimus and Megatron crashing to the ground. Yun Tian coldly regarded them, declaring, "It is over." Optimus and Megatron lay on the ground, disbelief etched across their faces, shocked by Yun Tian's sudden aggression. Their expressions were filled with astonishment and pain. Optimus painfully lifted his head, incredulously uttering, Yun Tian, you." Yun Tian sneered, "Do not waste any more time. You have already lost. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is beyond your resistance." Megatron struggled to rise. Yun Tian, do you truly wish to stand against us? We once fought side by side. Can you truly forget all of this? A fleeting pain crossed Yun Tian's eyes, swiftly masked by cold indifference. "Megatron, cease your words. It is all over." He turned away, leading the Autobots in further destruction of the Decepticon base. Optimus and Megatron watched his retreating figure, their hearts heavy with helplessness and despair. After the battle, Yun Tian departed the Decepticon base with the Autobots. He returned to the palace of the Cosmic Emperor, reporting the completion of his mission. The Cosmic Emperor regarded Yun Tian with satisfaction. "Well done, Yun Tian. You have performed admirably. My power has not been wasted." Yun Tian bowed respectfully, his voice imbued with reverence. "Thank you for your trust, Cosmic Emperor. I shall not disappoint you." The Cosmic Emperor smiled and spoke, Yun Tian, you shall become my right hand. The future of Cybertron will rest in your hands." Yun Tian nodded in reverence, acknowledging his master's command. "I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill your wishes." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron returned to the Decepticon base. The two sat in silence within the confines of the room, their faces etched with exhaustion and anguish. Optimus Prime whispered, "Megatron, is there truly no way for us?" Megatron shook his head, replying, "I do not know. Yun Tian has been entirely subjugated by the Cosmic Emperor. We cannot approach him." Optimus sighed, "I cannot relinquish hope. Yun Tian is my friend. I cannot allow him to descend into despair." Megatron remained silent for a moment before gazing at Optimus. "Optimus, I understand your feelings. Yet, I genuinely do not know what we can do. The Cosmic Emperor's power is too formidable. We are no match for him." Optimus spoke with unwavering resolve. "I am aware. However, we must not surrender. We must find a way to awaken Yun Tian's consciousness. He is worthy of our efforts." Megatron fell silent, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well. Optimus, let us devise a plan together." The two lapsed into silence once more, acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet they could not yield. For the future of Cybertron, for Yun Tian, they must persevere. Chapter 58, Dreams and Choices Within the Decepticon Base. The night was profound. Optimus sat alone in his chamber, his gaze clouded with confusion and sorrow. Ever since Yun Tian's betrayal, he had been haunted nightly by the image of his friend's cold eyes, leaving him in a daze, unable to concentrate. Megatron entered the room and, upon seeing Optimus's state, felt an ache in his heart. He approached Optimus, speaking softly, "Optimus, do not be this way. We will surely awaken Yun Tian. He would not wish to see you like this." Optimus looked up, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "Megatron, I am at a loss. Yun Tian is my friend and benefactor. I cannot permit him to become a puppet of the Cosmic Emperor." Megatron gently grasped Optimus's hand, his tone imbued with tenderness. "Optimus, you have me. I will always stand by your side, and we will find a way together. Rest well. Only when you have regained your strength can we hope to rescue Yun Tian." Optimus raised his gaze, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "Megatron, thank you. I do not know what I would do without you." Megatron smiled. "Do not say such things. We are friends. Regardless of what transpires, I shall remain with you." Under Megatron's comforting presence, Optimus's countenance gradually improved. He leaned against Megatron, slowly closing his eyes. Megatron tenderly stroked his hair, a soft warmth flickering in his gaze. "Sweet dreams. Orion," he murmured. He gently laid Optimus on the bed and reclined beside him, entering a state of rest. In his dreams, Optimus found himself standing in a realm of utter void. The figure of Yun Tian soon gradually materialized, his gaze imbued with a touch of compassion. Optimus Prime bowed respectfully, his voice laden with reverence. "Yun Tian Zun, how might I awaken Yun Tian? I cannot allow him to become a mere puppet of the Cosmic Emperor. He is my dearest friend and benefactor." Yun Tian Zun sighed. "Optimus Prime, Yun Tian is currently under the control of the Cosmic Emperor. Unless we can awaken the memories buried deep within him, he shall forever remain subservient to the Cosmic Emperor." Optimus Prime nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I understand. I shall awaken his memories and restore him." Yun Tian Zun smiled. "I have faith in you, Optimus Prime. Your heart brims with justice and courage. Remember, the key to awakening Yun Tian lies within his heart. Only by genuinely touching his memories can he break free from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp." Optimus Prime affirmed. "I shall do so, Yun Tian Zun. I will exert every effort to awaken Yun Tian." Yun Tian Zun gently nodded. "Go forth, Optimus Prime. I believe in you." He slowly faded into the void, leaving Optimus Prime standing alone. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in reality, gazing at the slumbering Megatron beside him, warmth flooding his heart. Optimus Prime whispered, "Megatron, thank you. If I can return this time, I shall grant you any request. Forgive my abrupt departure." He rose slowly, exiting the room. Before leaving, he glanced back at Megatron, a fleeting sorrow in his eyes. Yet, he must awaken Yun Tian. He could not allow him to remain lost. Within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor, the ruler sat upon his throne, contemplating how to transform Yun Tian into the most formidable war machine under his command. The Cosmic Emperor muttered to himself, "Yun Tian, you shall become my right hand. The future of Cybertron rests in your hands." At that moment, a soldier entered, bowing respectfully. "Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime has arrived alone." The Cosmic Emperor snorted coldly. "Optimus Prime? He has finally come. Yun Tian, as my most loyal subordinate, someone plots against me. What do you suggest we do? Yun Tian replied with indifference. Death. Those who show disrespect to the Cosmic Emperor must pay with their lives. The Cosmic Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Yun Tian. You shall confront Optimus Prime. Remember, do not allow him to leave here alive. Yun Tian nodded, his voice filled with reverence. I understand. I shall not disappoint your expectations. He turned and left, moving toward Optimus Prime without a hint of hesitation, only cold determination. Within the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime stood alone in the vast plaza. His gaze was resolute, yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. Optimus Prime murmured to himself, Yun Tian, I have come. I hope you still remember the friendship we once shared. At that moment, the figure of Yun Tian slowly emerged, his eyes devoid of warmth, void of emotion. His voice was frigid. Optimus Prime, why have you come here? Do you not realize this is a path to destruction? Optimus Prime replied calmly, Cloudbreaker, I am aware that you still possess your own consciousness. You are under the control of the Cosmic Emperor, but I believe you can reclaim your true self. Cloudbreaker scoffed. Reclaim? Do you think that is possible? I have completely succumbed to the Cosmic Emperor's will. Your efforts are in vain. Determination filled Optimus Prime's gaze. No, I believe in you, Cloudbreaker. You are my dearest friend. I will not abandon you. A flicker of struggle crossed Cloudbreaker's eyes, quickly masked by indifference. Optimus, do not waste any more time. Accept reality. Today is your end. He slowly raised his hand, a powerful energy coalescing within it. Optimus Prime prepared for battle, fully aware that a formidable confrontation loomed ahead. As the conflict was on the brink of eruption, Cloudbreaker suddenly experienced a flash of familiar memories in his mind. It was a time when he and Optimus fought side by side, safeguarding Cybertron and facing adversities together. A moment of confusion flickered in Cloudbreaker's eyes. Optimus Prime called out, Cloudbreaker, do you remember our oath? We are friends and shall never forsake one another. Cloudbreaker trembled slightly, pain evident in his eyes. No, I cannot. The Cosmic Emperor's voice thundered in his mind. Cloudbreaker, do not be deceived by him. You belong to me now. Cloudbreaker's gaze hardened once more. Optimus, do not force my hand. Optimus Prime's tone remained resolute. Cloudbreaker, I will not give up on you. Can you hear my voice? I am Optimus Prime, your friend. Cloudbreaker struggled. Optimus, In that moment, a deep stirring within Cloudbreaker was ignited. He remembered their past friendship, the fervor he held for justice. A glimmer of light shone in his eyes, as if a force was awakening his memories. Suddenly, Cloudbreaker's body shook violently, but soon steadiness took its place. With a trembling voice, he declared, Optimus, I remember. Optimus Prime felt a surge of joy. Cloudbreaker, have you returned? Cloudbreaker nodded, gratitude radiating from his eyes. Optimus, thank you. I have not forgotten our friendship, nor my mission. The Cosmic Emperor's voice boomed once more. Cloudbreaker, do you dare betray me? Cloudbreaker lifted his head, a cold fierceness in his gaze. Cosmic Emperor, my choice will not waver. I will not be your puppet. He turned to face the Cosmic Emperor, his eyes brimming with conviction. Optimus Prime stepped beside him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a smile, he said, Welcome back, my friend. Cloudbreaker nodded, his tone resolute. Optimus, let us fight together. For Cybertron, for our friends. The two stood side by side, ready to confront the formidable Cosmic Emperor. Though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, they knew that as long as they stood united, nothing could hinder their resolve. Chapter 59. Choices and returns within the confines of the Decepticon base. The night gradually faded, and a morning light streamed through the windows, illuminating the room. Megatron slowly awakened, only to find himself alone. Sitting up, he noticed a blue and red wristband in his hand, the very token left behind by Optimus Prime upon his departure. In a hushed voice, Megatron murmured, Have you already gone, Optimus? His heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with both apprehension and trust. He clutched the wristband tightly, a glimmer of resolve crossing his gaze. Optimus, I believe in you. I shall await your return here. Rising to his feet, he exited the room, ready to embrace a new day. Though Optimus had departed, he understood that their battle was far from over. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Jetfire ventured deep into the territory of the Cosmic Emperor. They discovered Ratchet and others ensnared by dark energy. Optimus turned to Jetfire, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jetfire, can you sense their consciousness? Jetfire closed his eyes, focusing intently. Yes, They are merely subdued by the dark energy. I can awaken them with my power. He extended his hand, a faint light emanating from his palm, gradually enveloping Ratchet and the others. Slowly, they began to stir. Jetfire approached Ratchet, urgency in his tone. Ratchet awakened quickly. Ratchet slowly opened his eyes, confusion flickering within them as he beheld Jetfire and Optimus. Jetfire? Optimus? What brings you here? Jetfire interjected. There is no time for questions now. We must leave this place before explanations can follow. Optimus nodded in agreement. Jetfire is correct. Ratchet, can you still fight? Struggling to rise, Ratchet replied, Yes, Optimus. I am ready. Optimus smiled reassuringly. We are friends, no need for formality. Our priority is to escape from here. Just then, the voice of the Cosmic Emperor resonated through the air. Jetfire, should you choose to remain, I can allow them to depart. What say you? Jetfire stood still, lost in contemplation. A flicker of conflict crossed his eyes, but he soon lifted his head to meet the gaze of the Cosmic Emperor. With calm resolve, Jetfire responded, You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? After all, to you, we are but flickering candles in the wind, easily extinguished. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, satisfaction evident in his tone. Indeed, you're my most esteemed heir. Consider this. Your singular sacrifice for their safety would be my greatest concession. Jetfire fell silent, glancing at Optimus and the others, aware that their plight was a consequence of his actions. A tumult of emotions surged within him, yet he soon felt a warm strength enveloping him. Optimus approached Jetfire, whispering gently, Do not worry. As long as we stand united, we shall break free from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp. Have faith in yourself. You are not alone in this battle. We are all your comrades. As Yun Tian felt a surge of warmth within, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging your words. You are right. I am not alone. His gaze fixed upon the Cosmic Emperor, determination radiating from his eyes. He proclaimed loudly, I shall not surrender. Your schemes will not succeed. The Cosmic Emperor snorted coldly. It seems I must take action. However, have you forgotten the power that resides within you? A power that binds you to my control for eternity? Yun Tian was momentarily startled, but soon regained his composure, understanding that his foremost priority was to escape this place. Together with Optimus Prime, they launched an assault on the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor did not defend himself. Instead, he offered a slight smile. Yun Tian and Optimus Prime exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering as they simultaneously deployed smoke grenades, seizing the opportunity to break free from the Cosmic Emperor's domain. As the smoke dissipated, the Cosmic Emperor observed Yun Tian and his companions retreating without attempting to hinder them. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He murmured to himself, Yun Tian, I look forward to your growth. As my successor, you possess immense potential. One day, you shall return. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime led Yun Tian and Ratchet back to the Decepticon base. Yun Tian exhibited little reaction, aware of Optimus Prime's reasoning for selecting this location, while the others appeared somewhat astonished. Ratchet spoke softly, Optimus Prime, are we truly returning here? Optimus Prime nodded, explaining that this was Megatron's domain and their safest refuge for the time being. They needed his assistance. Upon entering the base, Megatron emerged to greet them. His eyes reflected a complex array of emotions upon seeing Optimus Prime, soon replaced by a welcoming smile. In a calm tone, Megatron said, Welcome back, Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime responded with a slight smile, I have returned, Megatron. Their eyes met, and an undercurrent of subtle harmony permeated the atmosphere. Megatron turned to Yun Tian, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his gaze. He softly remarked, Yun Tian, you have finally returned. Yun Tian nodded in gratitude. Megatron, I am back. Thank you for your trust. Megatron smiled gently. No need for thanks. I knew you would return. We are all children of Cybertron. Regardless of what happens, we shall not forsake one another. Optimus Prime addressed the group with unwavering conviction. We have a long road ahead. The Cosmic Emperor's machinations are far from over. We must unite to confront them together. Ratchet nodded affirmatively, agreeing with Optimus Prime. He is right. We cannot relent, nor can we allow Yun Tian's efforts to be in vain. Bumblebee also nodded, affirming, We are Autobots. Protecting Cybertron is our mission. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall not waver. Within the Decepticon base, the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of solemnity and resolve. Optimus Prime, Yun Tian, Megatron, and the other Autobots gathered to deliberate on their forthcoming strategies. Optimus Prime declared firmly, "The Cosmic Emperor's power is formidable, but we must not despair. We need to uncover his weaknesses and discover a means to break free from his control." Yun Tian nodded, "Sensing the power still coursing within me, yet I firmly believe we can discover a means to purify it. Yun Tian once proclaimed that as long as we stand united, nothing is insurmountable." Megatron spoke softly, expressing his unwavering support. "I shall lend you my utmost assistance. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to voice it." Ratchet smiled and affirmed, "We are not only friends but comrades. Together, we stand unyielding against any obstacle." Bumblebee concurred, "Indeed. Our singular aim is to safeguard Cybertron and rescue our homeland." Optimus Prime gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with hope. "Excellent. We are a team. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, as long as we unite, we shall prevail over all." As the discussion deepened, the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly fervent and optimistic. The return of Optimus Prime and Yun Tian instilled fresh hope in everyone. They understood that, united in purpose, nothing could deter them. Megatron softly declared, "Optimus, I place my trust in you. Whatever you need, I shall support you." Optimus smiled in return. "Thank you, Megatron. With your backing, I am confident we will succeed." Yun Tian nodded, affirming, "We are a team. No matter the difficulties ahead, we shall not falter." Ratchet quietly added, "We are Autobots. Safeguarding Cybertron is our mission. Regardless of the challenges that await us, we shall not retreat." Within the Decepticon base, Optimus Prime, Yun Tian, and Megatron stood resolutely side by side, their gazes unwavering, hearts filled with hope. The future of Cybertron lay in their hands, and their unity would serve as the most formidable weapon against the tyranny of Unicron. Chapter 60. Choices and Resolve in the conference room of the Decepticon base. The atmosphere was tense. Optimus Prime stood before his comrades, his gaze resolute and his tone grave. He surveyed the assembly and declared with solemnity, "Friends, the threat posed by Unicron looms perilously close. We can no longer afford to act independently. We must unite to confront him." Seated in the position of authority, Megatron's eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions. The relationship between him and Optimus had weathered countless storms. Yet now they found themselves compelled to align on the same front. Megatron inclined his head slightly, recognizing the necessity of his words. "Optimus, you speak truthfully. Unicron's power is overwhelming. We cannot allow him to wreak further havoc." Optimus replied earnestly, "Megatron, I am aware of the many conflicts that have marred our past. But now is not the time for dwelling on bygone grievances. We must collaborate for the future of Cybertron." After a moment of silence, Megatron nodded in agreement. "Very well, Optimus. I consent to this collaboration. After all, we both desire the restoration of peace to Cybertron." Optimus smiled gently. "Thank you for your understanding, Megatron. I am convinced that as long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot overcome." Megatron returned a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with deeper significance. "Optimus, I had long anticipated that you would propose this course of action. After all, our common adversary is the Cosmic Emperor, not one another." Optimus Prime nodded and replied, "I understand, Megatron. The events of last time have clarified that our misunderstandings have been resolved. Now, the future of Cybertron rests in our hands." Megatron extended his hand, stating, "A fruitful collaboration, Optimus. I shall lend you my unwavering support." Optimus Prime grasped Megatron's hand in return, affirming, "A fruitful collaboration, Megatron. I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose, nothing can impede our progress." The handshake between the two leaders signified a new beginning, and their alliance soon became known to all. However, not everyone was pleased with this decision. Optimus's aide, Ratchet, lingered in the corner, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. As Optimus's trusted assistant, he understood the necessity of cooperation, yet he harbored unease regarding the relationship between Optimus and Megatron. Ratchet muttered to himself, "Optimus, I grasp the need for collaboration, but does working with Megatron truly not place the Autobots at a disadvantage in this war?" He turned to leave, only to be called back by Optimus. "Ratchet, wait a moment." Optimus spoke in a gentle tone. Ratchet halted, turning to face Optimus. "Optimus, I recognize your decision, but I do not believe this is the optimal choice." Optimus regarded Ratchet with a calm demeanor, saying, I understand your concerns, Ratchet. Yet, we presently have no alternative. Only by reaching a consensus with Megatron can we stand against the Cosmic Emperor. Otherwise, we will lose everything. Ratchet remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. I comprehend. Thank you for your guidance, Optimus. Optimus smiled slightly, replying, You're simply too hard on yourself, my friend. Relax a little, we all strive for the same goal. Ratchet scratched his head and softly remarked, What can I say? For the sake of victory, how can one cultivate great warriors without a touch of seriousness? Optimus nodded, expressing gratitude. It is truly a blessing to have an aide like you by my side. Ratchet smiled faintly, reassuring him, Rest assured, Optimus, I will wholeheartedly support your decisions. Meanwhile, Starscream sat alone in his chamber, his gaze tinged with confusion. He recalled the words spoken to him by the Cosmic Emperor yesterday, a sense of unease enveloping his heart. Starscream quietly murmured, The Cosmic Emperor claimed he has imbued me with power, a force that is merging with my own. He closed his eyes, feeling the presence of that alien power within him, surging like an undercurrent, attempting to seize control of his consciousness. Starscream furrowed his brow, contemplating. I do not wish to harm them, but what must I do to expel this force from my being? His body trembled slightly, acutely aware of the foreign power quietly growing within him. He shut his eyes, striving to uncover a clue, attempting to suppress this force with sheer will. He soon discovered that this endeavor was nearly impossible. His body quaked, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Primordial One once spoke of this power as a means to awaken the memories buried deep within my soul. Perhaps I could harness it. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He understood that this power, though perilous, could potentially serve as their weapon in critical moments. Rising from his seat, he gazed out at the starry sky, contemplating the possibility that it might come into play when it matters most. I will protect everyone, even at the cost of my own life, he vowed, his heart brimming with resolve. He recognized the weight of his mission, not only to confront the Cosmic Emperor, but also to safeguard those dear to him. Within the Decepticon base, Optimus Prime and Megatron commenced preparations for a joint operation. Two formerly opposing factions were now compelled to unite, a prospect that evoked both intrigue and unease among all. Optimus Prime turned to Megatron, stating, We must devise a meticulous plan. The Cosmic Emperor's power is formidable. We need to uncover his vulnerabilities. Megatron nodded in agreement, suggesting we might begin by infiltrating his domain, where his weaknesses could be concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime concurred, Let us commence from there. We require the alliance of additional forces, including the Autobots and Decepticon warriors. Only through unity can we seize our opportunity. Megatron smiled, remarking, Optimus, you have truly changed. The Optimus of old would never have placed such trust in me. Optimus replied, We have all transformed, Megatron. For the sake of Cybertron, we must adapt. The two shared a knowing smile, their hearts ignited with newfound hope. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they believed that together, nothing would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, alone in his room, the air was thick with unease for him. The Cosmic Emperor's words reverberated in his mind. Quietly, he murmured to himself, The Cosmic Emperor stated that he has left power within me, a force that is now merging with my own. He shut his eyes, attuning himself to the foreign power within. It surged like a hidden current, attempting to seize control of his consciousness. I cannot allow this power to harm them, he whispered. I must discover a way to master it. He closed his eyes and endeavored to converse with the force inside him. He sensed its ferocity, yet there was a hint of familiar warmth. Softly, he implored, Primordial Celestial Being, can your gift enable me to control this power? A glimmer of light flashed in his mind, as if a force was responding to him. He opened his eyes, a renewed determination shining within. Rising slowly from his bed, he realized this power, while dangerous, is also my key to resisting the Cosmic Emperor. I cannot surrender. He stood and approached the window, gazing at the star-studded sky, his thoughts drifting far beyond, his heart resolute. Quietly, he vowed, I will protect everyone, even at the cost of my own life. Just as he was about to take action, a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to find Optimus Prime standing there, a complex look crossing his features. Optimus spoke softly, We need to talk, Chun Yinxiao. Chun Yinxiao nodded and said, I understand. Please come in. The two settled into the room, the atmosphere slightly heavy. Chun Yinxiao, I recognize that the power within you troubles you. Yet you are not alone in this battle. We shall all stand by you. Yun Tian remained silent for a moment before responding. Optimus Prime, I know. However, I cannot allow this power to harm you. I must find a solution. Optimus Prime smiled faintly. I believe you can achieve this. You are the bravest warrior, and you are my friend. Yun Tian nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Optimus Prime. I will strive to succeed. In the conference room of the Decepticon base, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Yun Tian sat together, the atmosphere somber. Optimus Prime turned to Yun Tian and inquired, Yun Tian, do you have something to share? Yun Tian nodded and replied, Yes, Optimus Prime. Although the power within me is perilous, it may serve as our weapon. If I can control it, we might stand a chance against the Emperor of the Universe. Megatron pondered for a moment and said, That sounds exceedingly dangerous, yet it may be our only opportunity. Optimus Prime nodded, his tone filled with trust. I have faith in Yun Tian. He has always been the bravest among us. If he can master it, we may indeed have hope. Yun Tian responded with a smile. I will do my utmost. For Cybertron, for our friends, I shall not falter. Megatron decisively stated, Very well, it is settled. We shall commence from the territory of the Emperor of the Universe. Yun Tian, you will be responsible for controlling that power. Optimus Prime, you and I will command the battle. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, understood. We must succeed. Days later, the Decepticons and Autobots united, commencing their preparations to confront the Emperor of the Universe. Their strengths gradually coalesced, forming a formidable alliance. Megatron stood aloft, gazing into the distance. Optimus Prime, we are ready. The next step lies before us. Optimus Prime nodded, affirming, Indeed, Megatron. For Cybertron, we must not fail. Yun Tian stood beside Optimus Prime, his gaze resolute. Optimus Prime, we are prepared. Let us fight together. Optimus Prime smiled. Yes, for Cybertron. Yun Tian stood by the window, gazing at the starry sky, silently praying, Optimus Prime, Megatron. I will fight alongside you. For Cybertron, for our friends, we cannot fail. His eyes brimmed with determination, as if ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron stood at their respective posts, their gazes intertwining, hearts filled with renewed hope. The future of Cybertron lay in their hands. Chapter 61. Lost and betrayed, Yun Tian entered a state of slumber, his consciousness gradually immersing in an ethereal realm. Silence enveloped him, with only his own figure moving slowly. Is this my realm of consciousness? He murmured softly. He slowly advanced forward when, unexpectedly, another figure emerged before him. This figure, with a hint of coldness in its gaze, gradually opened its eyes. It spoke softly, You ultimately cannot escape the power of the Universe Emperor, otherwise I would not be here. After a brief silence, a flicker of anguish crossed its eyes. I know, but I cannot harm my friends. The figure approached him with a teasing tone. What is it? Are you worried that you might hurt your friends? Or are you merely trying to evade reality? Suddenly, in a fit of anger, he shouted, Stop talking. Just stop. He lunged at his counterpart, yet his fist passed through its body, making no contact whatsoever. With a cold smirk, the figure remarked, Do not waste your efforts. I know your thoughts, for I am you. In a surprising twist, he embraced the figure, his voice laced with temptation. I can help you attain everything you desire. Surrender your body to me. Tremors coursed through his form, and a fleeting confusion danced in his eyes. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. Very well, perhaps this is the only way. But you must not harm my friends. The figure smiled gently, assuring him, Rest assured, I shall honor my promise. His consciousness gradually sank into the depths of his mind, while the figure completely assumed control of his body. When he awoke from his slumber, Optimus Prime had just entered the room. Upon seeing him open his eyes, Optimus let out a sigh of relief. In a soft voice, he said, Cloudburst, everyone is ready. We are merely waiting on you. Cloudburst smiled slightly in response. Let us proceed. We should not keep them waiting. Optimus patted his shoulder, speaking kindly, Do not fear. We all believe you will succeed in overcoming the power of the Universe Emperor. You are not alone. Cloudburst nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Optimus. Let's depart. The two exited the room, joining Megatron and the other Autobots and Decepticons. With hope and determination, they ventured toward the domain of the Universe Emperor. Throughout the journey, Megatron remained vigilant regarding Cloudburst's condition. He understood the perilous nature of the power within Cloudburst. A moment's carelessness could lead to chaos. In a low voice, Megatron inquired, Cloudburst. Can you suppress the power of the Universe Emperor? Cloudburst replied with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Megatron. I can maintain control for now. Megatron nodded slightly. That is good. We cannot afford to lose you again. They continued towards the Universe Emperor's territory, the atmosphere laden with tension and gravity. Upon their arrival, they found themselves encircled by the Emperor and his army. The Universe Emperor stood high above, his voice icy. Welcome to my domain. Did you truly believe you could oppose me? Optimus Prime shouted defiantly. Universe Emperor, today marks your end. Megatron unsheathed his weapon. Enough talk. Let's engage. Optimus Prime and Megatron simultaneously launched an assault on the Emperor of the Universe. Yet Thundercracker remained stationary, seemingly engulfed in confusion. Noticing Thundercracker's unusual demeanor, Optimus Prime inquired, Thundercracker, what is the matter? He approached Thundercracker in an attempt to rouse him from his stupor. However, at that very moment, Thundercracker unexpectedly turned and attacked Optimus Prime. Caught off guard, Optimus Prime was felled by an overwhelming force. Struggling to rise, he exclaimed, Thundercracker, what has happened to you? Do not succumb to the Emperor's power. You are our beacon of hope. Thundercracker hesitated briefly before sheathing his weapon, replying, Thank you, Optimus. Breathing heavily, Optimus asked, Are you all right, Thundercracker? With a nod, Thundercracker affirmed, I am fine, Optimus. There is something I wish to tell you. However, Optimus interrupted, We shall discuss it later. We must first confront the Emperor. Just as he prepared to ambush the Emperor, a blade suddenly pierced through his body. Thundercracker, standing behind him with an icy tone, declared, Optimus, you remain too naive. Optimus struggled to rise, pain flickering in his eyes as he questioned, Thundercracker, what are you? Thundercracker sheathed his weapon, his voice laced with indifference. Do not say another word. Optimus, I am no longer the Thundercracker you once knew. Shaking his head, Optimus insisted, No, Thundercracker, you are merely blinded by the Emperor's power. Awaken. After a moment of silence, Thundercracker responded, I understand, but I must do this. He turned and knelt before the Emperor, proclaiming, Emperor, I have fulfilled your command. The Emperor smiled faintly, Excellent, Thundercracker. You have finally awakened. As my successor, you shall wield boundless power. Witnessing this scene, Megatron was taken aback. He rushed toward Thundercracker, but Thundercracker stepped back, evading the attack. With a roar, Megatron demanded, Thundercracker, why have you chosen this path? Thundercracker coldly retorted, The Thundercracker you knew is no more. I am now the Emperor's successor. Megatron, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, No, this cannot be. The Emperor approached them, his voice chilling. Megatron, do you not comprehend? Thundercracker now wholly belongs to me. Thundercracker cast a derisive glance at Megatron, asserting, Do not struggle any longer, Megatron. You have already lost. Through gritted teeth, Megatron asked Thundercracker, Do you truly wish to stand against us? Thundercracker scoffed, No, Megatron. I'm simply doing what I must. The Emperor's power is irresistible, and I have become his successor. You weaklings are unworthy to stand alongside me. The Emperor's power is the true power. The Emperor stepped beside Thundercracker, stating, Thundercracker, you have done well. Now, let us rule this universe together. Thundercracker lifted his head, a complex expression crossing his face. Yes, Emperor. Optimus Prime slowly rose to his feet, his gaze filled with anguish and helplessness. He beheld Starscream kneeling before the Cosmic Emperor, a profound sense of guilt swelling within him. Starscream, why must you do this? We could fight together, he called out with fervor. Starscream turned, a flicker of inner turmoil flashing across his eyes, yet he quickly resumed his earlier demeanor of cold indifference. Optimus, I am aware of your thoughts, but I have no path of retreat left. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is insurmountable. I cannot resist. Optimus shook his head firmly. No, Starscream, you have merely been ensnared by his deceit. You still have us, still have Cybertron. You cannot abandon hope. After a moment of silence, Starscream whispered, I understand, but I have made my choice. Optimus vehemently replied, No, you're not Starscream. The true Starscream would never betray us. With a cold laugh, Starscream retorted, Optimus, you are naive. I'm no longer the Starscream you once knew. Now, I am the heir of the Cosmic Emperor, and my mission is to annihilate you. The armies of the Cosmic Emperor encircled them, the situation growing increasingly dire. Both Megatron and Optimus bore wounds, yet they persevered in their struggle. Megatron turned to Starscream. Starscream, do you truly wish to stand against us? We were once friends. Can you truly forget all of that? Starscream scoffed. Friends? That is but a phantasm of the past. Now, I am the heir of the Cosmic Emperor, destined to eradicate you. With great effort, Optimus stood resolutely, asserting, Starscream, you still have a chance to turn back. We will not abandon you. Starscream shook his head, declaring, you are all too naive. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is beyond your comprehension. Today marks your end. Megatron stood on the battlefield, his eyes brimming with pain and fury. He watched Starscream beside the Cosmic Emperor, confusion engulfing his heart. Starscream, you have truly changed, yet I cannot believe you are entirely lost to yourself, he muttered to himself, clenching his fists in preparation for another assault. He understood that they could not surrender, even if hope seemed faint. Optimus rose with great difficulty, his eyes filled with determination. He looked at Starscream, silently praying, Starscream, are you still there? Please, return to us. We all need you. Megatron and Optimus exchanged a glance, both eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. They knew Starscream had lost his way, yet they must continue to fight. Optimus, we cannot give up. For Cybertron. For our friends, we must press on, Megatron urged. Optimus nodded. I know, Megatron. We will find a way. Starscream is merely temporarily lost. He will surely return. They rejoined the fray, engaging in a desperate battle against the armies of the Cosmic Emperor. Despite Starscream standing opposed to them, they held steadfast in their belief that he would ultimately find his way back. Their silhouettes on the battlefield exuded an unwavering determination, as if they were poised to confront the impending challenges. Yet, deep within the heart of Yun Tian, a flicker of hope awaited awakening. Chapter 62. Lost and waiting in the realm of the Cosmic Emperor, the battlefield lay in ruins. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood amidst the debris, their gazes fixed in astonishment and fury upon Yun Tian, who stood beside the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime spoke with a grave tone, Megatron, we must retreat. This is not the time for a direct confrontation. Megatron's expression was complex. I understand, Optimus. Yun Tian has been completely ensnared by the Cosmic Emperor. We cannot linger here. With a pained shake of his head, Optimus remarked, how could Yun Tian have changed so drastically? Gently patting Optimus's shoulder, Megatron reassured him. Let us return and devise a plan. Clenching his teeth, Optimus ultimately decided to withdraw. Very well, we shall depart. From his elevated vantage point, the Cosmic Emperor observed their exchange, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Optimus, Megatron, do you believe you still have a chance? Yun Tian is now my most devoted successor. You can no longer sway him. Standing beside the Cosmic Emperor, Yun Tian regarded them with a frigid stare, calmly declaring, my lord, they pose no threat any longer. The Cosmic Emperor nodded slightly. Go, allow them to leave. This game has merely begun. With a wave of his hand, the Cosmic Emperor permitted Optimus and Megatron to retreat helplessly. He refrained from hindering them, knowing they could no longer pose a threat to him. Turning to Yun Tian, the Cosmic Emperor inquired, my heir, do you desire greater power? Yun Tian nodded. My lord, I can only temporarily confine him for now. To compel him to cease his resistance, I require your assistance. The Cosmic Emperor smiled gently. Excellent. I recognize your potential. Go forth. I shall lend you my strength. He infused a portion of his power into Yun Tian. Closing his eyes, Yun Tian's consciousness once again traversed into the void. Within this realm of awareness, he beheld his struggling essence before him, a flicker of compassion passing through his gaze. Yun Tian softly uttered, there's no need to struggle. If you are willing to inherit the power of the Cosmic Emperor, everything you desire will be effortlessly within your grasp. They are merely obstacles on your path to strength, unworthy of your distress. Yun Tian proclaimed vehemently, no, they are my friends. I will not permit you to harm them. With a cold snort, Yun Tian retorted, what if they are merely acting? You are aware that both Autobots and Decepticons harbor reservations about you. They are merely exploiting your kindness. Have they not harmed you in the past? He unveiled the memories of his own humiliation and betrayal, displaying each moment vividly. As Yun Tian beheld these images, he fell into silence, his heart brimming with rage and resentment. Yun Tian murmured to himself, why is it that I only wish to protect everyone? Yet I am told that all of this is of my own making? Yun Tian stepped forward slowly and embraced him, urging not to harbor anger because of others. Embrace this newfound strength and let them bear the consequences of their actions. After a moment of silence, Yun Tian nodded, perhaps you were right. At that moment, The iron chains binding him transformed into a formidable force, merging the two together. Yun Tian's consciousness gradually sank into darkness. When he awoke again, he found himself kneeling before the Cosmic Emperor. With a tone of reverence, Yun Tian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing upon me this power. I shall remain eternally loyal to you." The Cosmic Emperor smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging your loyalty. "Now, return and rest well." Yun Tian nodded. "Yes, my lord." He rose slowly and exited the palace of the Cosmic Emperor. In his eyes, there was no longer a trace of struggle, only a profound yearning for power. The Cosmic Emperor mused to himself, Yun Tian, I look forward to your growth. As my successor, you shall become my most formidable weapon. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron returned to the Decepticon base, the entire facility shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Optimus sat in a room, his gaze filled with anguish and confusion. Megatron entered quietly and seated himself beside him. Optimus, seated in his chair, expressed his distress. "Megatron, we cannot simply give up. Yun Tian needs us." Megatron moved closer and spoke softly. "Optimus, I understand your feelings. However, we must remain calm. Yun Tian requires time, and we cannot act impulsively." Optimus shook his head. "No. Megatron, Yun Tian has merely been ensnared by the Cosmic Emperor. I cannot allow him to become a puppet." Megatron gently grasped his hand. "Optimus, your wounds have yet to heal. To go now would be tantamount to seeking death. I cannot allow you to face the Cosmic Emperor and Yun Tian alone." Optimus shook his head in anguish. "No, I cannot abandon him. He is my friend, my brother." Megatron held Optimus's hand reassuringly. "Optimus, listen to me. Yun Tian will surely find a way to break free from the Cosmic Emperor's control. We must believe in him. Yun Tian would not wish for you to be despondent." After a moment of silence, a spark of determination flickered in Optimus's eyes. "You are right, Megatron. Yun Tian needs us to believe in him." Megatron smiled slightly. "Precisely. We will find a way. For now, focus on resting. Your injuries are not yet fully healed." Optimus nodded. "Very well. I will wait for him. Yun Tian, wait for me. I will surely bring you back." In the days that followed, Optimus and Megatron kept a vigilant watch over Yun Tian's situation. They knew that, deep within, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. Megatron stood by the window, gazing into the distance. "Optimus, I believe Yun Tian will return. He is not one to be easily defeated." Optimus nodded in agreement. "Yes, Megatron. As long as we believe in him, he will undoubtedly come back." A few days later, within the depths of the Decepticon base, Optimus Prime and Megatron were engaged in a fervent discussion regarding their forthcoming strategy. Despite the weariness etched upon their faces, their eyes radiated unwavering resolve. Optimus Prime spoke softly. "Megatron, we must devise a means to awaken the consciousness of Starscream. Though he possesses formidable power, his inherent nature is benevolent. I am convinced that he will not remain under the control of the Unicron forever." Megatron nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must identify Unicron's vulnerabilities. Only then shall we have a chance to rescue Starscream." A smile graced Optimus Prime's features as he asserted, "I have faith that, united in purpose, nothing can impede our progress." Megatron affirmed, "Yes, Optimus. For Cybertron, for Starscream, we shall fight to the very end." Standing by the window, Megatron declared, "Starscream, we will bring you back. No matter your whereabouts, we shall not relent." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime gripped his weapon tightly, his heart brimming with determination. "Starscream, wait for me. I shall rescue you." Their gazes met, silently conveying a profound belief. As long as they stood united, no force could thwart them. Chapter 63. Return and resolve in the innermost recesses of the Decepticon base. Optimus Prime sat alone in a chamber, his expression a blend of steadfastness and fatigue. Clutching the leadership module, he closed his eyes, attempting to establish a connection with the Primus. "Primus," he murmured, "I seek your assistance. Starscream is ensnared by Unicron's grip, and I must awaken his consciousness." In a flash of light, the figure of Primus manifested before him, his gaze imbued with compassion and profound understanding. "Optimus Prime," he spoke gently, "I am aware of your resolve. Starscream's consciousness is ensnared by dark energy. Only you possess the ability to rouse him." Optimus Prime, taken aback, inquired urgently, "What must I do? How can I aid Starscream in breaking free from Unicron's control?" Primus smiled reassuringly. The power of the leadership module can transport you into his realm of consciousness. Go forth, Optimus. I believe you can awaken him. Optimus Prime nodded resolutely. I will, Primus. For Starscream, I must undertake this journey. Guided by Primus, he ventured into Starscream's consciousness, finding himself in a realm of darkness and void, where Starscream was ensconced in shadows. His gaze hollow and lost, Optimus approached slowly, softly calling out, Starscream, it is I, Optimus Prime. Can you hear me? Suddenly, a forceful attack hurled him back. Before him stood an alternate version of Starscream, his eyes glinting with derision. You are quite persistent, Starscream sneered. Though he has become your adversary, you still seek to save him. Why not accept reality? You are not of the same ilk. Optimus Prime replied with unwavering conviction. No, we are friends, comrades, and indeed, family. I shall never allow Starscream to become a puppet of Unicron. Starscream smirked. Is that so? Let me witness whether your camaraderie can awaken him. He approached Chong Yun-Xiao and gently roused him. Chong Yun-Xiao slowly rose, his gaze steeped in emptiness and rage. Pointing at Optimus Prime with a tone of indifference, he declared, Behold, he has come to thwart your quest for power. What will you do? In a fit of anger, Chong Yun-Xiao exclaimed, Why? Why do you seek to stop me? I shall obliterate you. He launched an assault against Optimus Prime. Reluctant to inflict harm, Optimus could only adopt a defensive stance, fending off the attacks while attempting to awaken him. Chong Yun-Xiao, I am Optimus Prime. He called out loudly. Awaken quickly. We have many missions yet to fulfill, and everyone awaits your return. Chong Yun-Xiao's onslaught intensified, yet Optimus refrained from retaliating. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a chorus of familiar voices resonated in Chong Yun-Xiao's mind. Chong Yun-Xiao, you're my dearest friend. Chong Yun-Xiao, have you returned? Chong Yun-Xiao, thank you for your unwavering support. This time, I will save you. Chong Yun-Xiao, we are going home. Home, Chong Yun-Xiao whispered. Another version of Chong Yun-Xiao, witnessing this scene, displayed a flicker of panic. He immediately charged at Optimus Prime, intent on annihilating him. With a furious roar, he proclaimed, As long as you are alive, he will never awaken. Farewell, Optimus Prime. Optimus closed his eyes, bracing for the impending strike. However, he felt no pain. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Chong Yun-Xiao impaled by a long sword through the arm. Chong Yun-Xiao, in disbelief, questioned, How can this be? Were you not ensnared in an illusion? Do you not desire revenge? Chong Yun-Xiao coldly replied, Did you truly believe I would fall into an illusion? Did you not wish for my vengeance? Apologies, but I cannot comply. He approached him, a seductive voice whispering in his ear, Entity, hesitate no longer. Eliminate him, and you shall grow stronger. A glimmer of greed flickered in Chong Yun-Xiao's eyes, stronger. Indeed, he mused, the Cosmic Emperor will bestow upon you unparalleled might. You shall ascend to become a being above all in the universe. Act now. Chong Yun-Xiao stood beside the other Chong Yun-Xiao, a crimson gleam flashing in his eyes. He approached Optimus Prime, coalescing a sword in his hand. Excellent, just like that. Eliminate him, and you shall acquire greater power, he urged. Chong Yun-Xiao shook his head, stating, No, I have no interest in ruling the world. I am afraid it is you who must bid farewell. He raised his weapon, turned, and with a single stroke, pierced through Chong Yun-Xiao's body. Chong Yun-Xiao chuckled wryly, Truly. You are the entity, yet you cannot alter the fact that you are the heir to the Cosmic Emperor. I eagerly await the moment you become the sovereign of the universe. With that, his form gradually dissipated, transforming into a dark energy that merged with Chong Yun-Xiao's being. Closing his eyes, Chong Yun-Xiao harnessed this energy, converting it into his own power. Chong Yun-Xiao opened his eyes, and within them, the unwavering warmth of his former self had returned. He approached Optimus Prime and gently assisted him to his feet. Chong Yun-Xiao softly murmured, I am sorry. If it were not for me, but Optimus Prime interrupted him, saying, It is not your fault. You were merely under the control of the Cosmic Emperor. Come back with me. He extended his hand, yet Chong Yun-Xiao shook his head. With a smile, he responded, Not now. I cannot allow you to be in danger any longer. Allow me this moment of defiance. He lightly touched Optimus Prime, and a wave of fatigue enveloped him instantly. Leaning against Chong Yun-Xiao's shoulder, Optimus Prime gradually succumbed to slumber. Chong Yun-Xiao gently spoke, You are weary. Rest well. He guided Optimus Prime out of his consciousness space and turned to face the endless darkness. Chong Yun-Xiao murmured, I'm sorry. I cannot allow you to be harmed again. Forgive me. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. Cosmic Emperor, I will thwart you, even at the cost of my life. When Optimus Prime awoke, he found himself back at the Decepticon base, surrounded by Megatron and other Autobots. They gazed at him, their expressions laced with concern. Optimus Prime softly inquired, "Where's Chong Yun-Shao?" Megatron shook his head. "He has not returned. But I'm certain he is striving." Slowly rising, Optimus Prime's eyes brimmed with determination. "We will wait for him. Chong Yun-Shao will surely return." Megatron nodded. "Indeed, Optimus. We shall await his return together." In a whisper, Chong Yun-Shao reassured himself. "I will come back, Optimus. When that day arrives, we shall protect Cybertron together." His figure gradually faded into the darkness, yet his conviction shone like the stars. In the depths of the universe, Chong Yun-Shao stood alone in the shadows, his gaze resolute. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet he would not relent. For the sake of Cybertron and his friends, he must fight to the last. Chapter 64. The interweaving of fate and choice within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor. Chong Yun-Shao stood before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Yet his heart was filled with vigilance. To avoid arousing suspicion, he diligently played the role of the Cosmic Emperor's successor every day. The Cosmic Emperor smiled and remarked, "Chong Yun-Shao, your performance last time was exceptional. What reward do you desire?" Chong Yun-Shao respectfully replied, "Your acknowledgement is the greatest reward, my lord. Assisting you is my duty as your successor." The Cosmic Emperor erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Well said. You are indeed my most favored successor." Rising from his throne, he approached Chong Yun-Shao with a glint of mischief in his eyes. The Cosmic Emperor softly said, "Follow me. I shall introduce you to your new comrades. You will surely be delighted. Perhaps you may even recognize them." Chong Yun-Shao nodded slightly. "Yes, my lord." He trailed behind the Cosmic Emperor, pondering within. Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor has a backup plan, but who could it be? Enough, regardless of who it may be, I must first rescue them. The Cosmic Emperor brought Chong Yun-Shao to a grand door and halted, gesturing towards it. A faint smile graced the Cosmic Emperor's lips as he remarked, "We have arrived. They are right here, and I hope you will coexist harmoniously with them." Chong Yun-Shao nodded, replying, "I will, my lord." He stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Inside the chamber stood two familiar figures. One was a deep crimson Optimus Prime, while the other bore a striking resemblance to Megatron. The dark Optimus Prime exclaimed with excitement, "Chong Yun-Shao, it has been far too long." He swiftly approached Chong Yun-Shao and enveloped him in a tight embrace, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. "You are alive. That is wonderful. This time, I will ensure your safety." Chong Yun-Shao struggled to breathe. "All right, I'm fine now. If you do not loosen your grip, I shall truly perish." The dark Optimus Prime awkwardly released him, apologizing, "I was too overwhelmed." Shockwave sauntered over from the wall, teasing, "Optimus, you remain as impulsive as ever." Especially concerning Chong Yun-Shao. He smiled gently at Chong Yun-Shao. Chong Yun-Shao turned to the other figure, inquiring with curiosity, "Are you Megatron?" Shockwave shook his head, responding, "No, I am Shockwave. It is truly delightful to see you again." He embraced Chong Yun-Shao lightly, his tone imbued with warmth. Chong Yun-Shao regarded the two before him, his heart brimming with questions. The dark Optimus Prime seemed to sense his confusion and softly elucidated, "We come from the future. You inherited the powers of the Cosmic Emperor. But due to the Allspark residing within you, you sacrificed yourself to restore Cybertron." Shockwave continued, "However, the Vile Primus extinguished the spark that held the hope of your rebirth. Everyone has forgotten your sacrifice." The dark Optimus Prime nodded, adding, "To prevent tragedy from repeating, we accepted the Cosmic Emperor's aid to return from the future to the present." Chong Yun-Shao fell silent for a moment, then asked, "So, you have come here to protect me?" Shockwave affirmed with a resolute nod. "Rest assured, Chong Yun-Shao. We will safeguard you. Even if our adversaries are our present selves, we shall not concede." Chong Yun-Shao remained quiet for a while, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. "Thank you for your concern, but the Cosmic Emperor seeks to dominate the universe, and I cannot become his accomplice. You will aid me, won't you?" He queried the two. The dark Optimus Prime and Shockwave exchanged glances, remaining silent. Understanding their thoughts, Chong Yun-Shao stepped closer and embraced them, his voice filled with tenderness. "No matter your choice, we shall always be friends." The dark Optimus Prime softly replied, "Chong Yun-Shao, we need time to contemplate." Chong Yun-Shao smiled, saying, "I understand. I will await your decision." Just as Chong Yun-Shao prepared to depart, the dark Optimus Prime suddenly struck, rendering him unconscious. He gently laid Yun Tian on the bed, a hint of remorse flickering in his eyes. The dark Optimus Prime murmured, "I am sorry, Yun Tian. To prevent you from departing from us, I had no other choice." Jing Patian sighed and inquired, "Optimus, do you truly believe this is the best course of action?" The dark Optimus Prime shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain, but I cannot bear to lose him. We have endured too much already." At that moment, the Cosmic Emperor slowly entered the room. The dark Optimus Prime and Jing Patian immediately knelt on one knee, awaiting his command. The Cosmic Emperor smiled gently. "Rise. You have performed admirably." He approached the bedside, tenderly stroking Yun Tian's face with a look of satisfaction in his gaze. The Cosmic Emperor softly declared, "Sleep now, Yun Tian. When you awaken, a new life shall greet you." He infused a powerful force into Yun Tian's mind before gradually departing the room. Yun Tian's consciousness began to fade into darkness, his mind conjuring the images of the dark Optimus Prime and Jing Patian. Their eyes held a blend of anticipation and resignation. Yun Tian whispered to himself, "Why are you doing this?" His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, the dark Optimus Prime and Jing Patian stood by the bed, their faces etched with complex emotions. "Optimus, do we truly have no other options?" Jing Patian asked. The dark Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment before responding. "I do not know, but I know that Yun Tian cannot leave us. We have lost too much already." Jing Patian spoke softly. "Must we really proceed with this?" The dark Optimus Prime remained silent for a while, then said, "We must. Only in this way can we ensure his safety." Jing Patian shook his head. "I can't help but feel that this is not what Yun Tian desires." The dark Optimus Prime sighed, "I understand. Yet we have no choice. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is too formidable for us to resist." Yun Tian lay in the darkness, his consciousness fading. He sensed a powerful force coursing through him, as if reshaping his very soul. After the Cosmic Emperor departed, his figure gradually vanished at the end of the corridor, his gaze imbued with profound significance, as if he had already glimpsed the trajectory of the future. The Cosmic Emperor muttered to himself, Yun Tian, you will become the mightiest weapon in my hand. The entire universe shall bow to me." Within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor, the dark Optimus Prime and Jing Patian stood by the window, gazing at the starry sky. A sense of confusion and anguish graced their faces. Jing Patian softly questioned, "Can we truly alter the future?" The dark Optimus Prime shook his head. "I do not know, but I hope we have not erred." Standing by the window, the dark Optimus Prime vowed, Yun Tian, we shall protect you, even if it means confronting the entire universe." Meanwhile, Jing Patian whispered to himself, "I hope we have not made a mistake. I hope the future can indeed be changed." Their silhouettes appeared exceptionally solitary beneath the starlight, seemingly prepared to confront the impending tempest. Chapter 65. The Crossroads of Fate. Within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor, he sat atop an elevated throne, his gaze cold and profound. His voice resonated throughout the vast hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. Dark Optimus Prime, Shockwave. To ensure that Starscream is not awakened by either Optimus Prime or Megatron again, you shall lead the forces to eliminate them. Remember, they must not approach this place. Dark Optimus Prime knelt on one knee, his tone resolute as he replied, "As you command, my lord. We shall fulfill the task." Shockwave also knelt, understanding, "Indeed, my lord. We will ensure they can never threaten Starscream again, nor will we allow them to disrupt his rebirth." The Cosmic Emperor nodded slightly. "Excellent. Starscream is my most vital heir. His future must remain intact. Go, and do not disappoint me." The two rose and turned to leave the hall. Their figures gradually faded into the darkness, while the Cosmic Emperor's gaze drifted into the distance, as if already envisioning the triumph that lay ahead. Within the Decepticon base, Optimus Prime and Megatron stood atop the facility, gazing at the distant starry expanse. Their faces were etched with determination, yet bore traces of fatigue. Optimus Prime spoke in a low tone, "Megatron, we must rescue Starscream. He should not become a puppet of the Cosmic Emperor." After a moment of silence, Megatron's voice was filled with complexity. "Optimus Prime, do you truly believe we can still stand against the Cosmic Emperor? His power is overwhelming." Optimus Prime slowly rose, his eyes brimming with resolve. "I know, it is difficult, but we cannot surrender. Starscream is our dearest friend. We cannot allow him to sacrifice himself." Megatron sighed and replied, "Very well, Optimus, I will accompany you, but you must exercise caution. The Cosmic Emperor is not easily dealt with. Optimus Prime nodded, I understand. Let us proceed. Starscream awaits us. Upon their arrival in the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, they found themselves encircled by a battalion of soldiers. Yet, these soldiers did not launch an attack. Instead, they parted to allow passage. Optimus Prime felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What does this mean? Why aren't they attacking us? Megatron cautioned, be wary. This may be a trap. They cautiously advanced along the open path until they beheld two familiar figures, Dark Optimus Prime and Shockwave. Dark Optimus Prime furiously exclaimed, how nostalgic it is to recall my former self. But now I despise this version of me. Optimus Prime was taken aback. Dark Optimus Prime? You, Dark Optimus Prime interrupted, his voice brimming with anger. Why did you fail to protect Starscream, forcing him to sacrifice himself for the restoration of Cybertron? Optimus, you do not deserve to have Starscream save your life time and again. Shockwave calmly interjected, enough of this. As long as we eliminate the two of them, Starscream will not have to sacrifice himself. Optimus Prime felt an overwhelming disbelief, his voice trembling as he uttered, is what you say truly the case? Will Skyfire sacrifice himself? The Dark Optimus Prime bellowed, indeed it is true. We hail from the future. How could we possibly lie? This is all due to your weakness. I shall personally extinguish your existence. With that, the Dark Optimus Prime launched an immediate assault, his formidable power swiftly knocking Optimus Prime to the ground. Megatron attempted to intervene, but was thwarted by Shockwave. With a cold smirk, Shockwave calmly stated, your opponent is me, Megatron. Gritting his teeth, Megatron replied, very well, let it be so. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, while Optimus Prime faced the Dark Optimus Prime alone. He found himself overwhelmed by the latter's might, his heart heavy with guilt. In anguish, Optimus Prime lamented, if I cannot even save my own friends, am I truly worthy of being a leader? The Dark Optimus Prime approached him, his tone laced with indifference. You have greatly disappointed me. Surrender the leadership module. You no longer deserve to possess it. Optimus Prime fell into deep contemplation, realizing that indeed, he was powerless at this moment, perhaps truly unfit for leadership. Slowly, he opened his chest and removed the leadership module. Witnessing this, Megatron rushed to shield Optimus Prime, positioning himself protectively behind him. With a fierce roar, Megatron declared, do not lay a finger on him. You have no right to judge him. You are merely evading reality. The Dark Optimus Prime scoffed, you fail to comprehend. This is all the result of the Primus's conspiracy, were it not for his manipulation of the leadership module. Skyfire would not have to sacrifice himself. I must destroy it. Only then can we thwart Primus's ambitions. Hand over the leadership module. Seated on the ground, Optimus Prime's gaze was filled with confusion. He murmured, why? Why does Primus seek to exploit me? Have I always been merely a pawn in this game? Megatron, observing Optimus Prime sitting despondently on the ground, recognized the urgency of their situation. He forcefully lifted Optimus Prime, swiftly leading him away. The Dark Optimus Prime watched as Megatron took Optimus Prime away, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Shockwave approached him, teasingly remarking, you are rather harsh on yourself. But is this truly the right course of action? The Dark Optimus Prime slowly shook his head, I am merely speaking the truth. He is currently too weak, without provocation. He cannot attain greater strength. After a moment of silence, Shockwave replied thoughtfully, perhaps you're correct. But do you genuinely believe that Skyfire would choose the path of the Cosmic Emperor? The Dark Optimus Prime shook his head, I do not know. Yet I must ensure he does not abandon us. Let us return and see how Skyfire fares. The two turned away from the battlefield, as the domain of the Cosmic Emperor once again fell into silence. Within the Cosmic Emperor's palace, Skyfire remained in a tranquil slumber upon his bed, a peaceful expression gracing his face. The Cosmic Emperor stood at his bedside, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Skyfire, when you awaken, you shall become my most formidable successor. The entire universe shall bow before you. He gently caressed Skyfire's face, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. At this moment, the Dark Optimus Prime and the Celestial Breaker entered, both bowing to the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor smiled and said, do keep him company. I must take my leave. We bid you farewell, my lord, they replied in unison. The Cosmic Emperor nodded in satisfaction and gradually departed. Dark Optimus Prime gazed at the slumbering Skybreaker and softly murmured, Skybreaker, you must awaken. We are all waiting for you. The Celestial Breaker nodded in agreement. Indeed, You cannot let us down. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Decepticon base, Megatron placed Optimus Prime in a room. Sitting on the bed, Optimus's eyes were filled with confusion and anguish. He quietly asked Megatron, "Am I truly fit to be a leader?" Megatron, sitting beside him, comforted him in a gentle tone. "Optimus, you cannot define yourself by a single failure. Skybreaker would not wish for you to feel this way. No, I couldn't even save my friend. What right do I have?" Optimus lamented, sitting at the edge of the bed, the light in his eyes dimming. Megatron grasped his hand. "Optimus, listen to me. Skybreaker believes in you, and so do we. As long as you continue to strive, nothing is impossible." After a moment of silence, Optimus's gaze began to harden with resolve. "You are right. I cannot give up. For Skybreaker, for Cybertron, I will grow stronger." Megatron smiled faintly. "This is the Optimus I know. Together, we will rescue Skybreaker, no matter the cost." Dark Optimus Prime stood high in the palace, declaring, "Skybreaker, you must awaken. We will protect you until the end." Meanwhile, Optimus tightly gripped his weapon, his heart swelling with determination. "Skybreaker, wait for me. I will bring you home." Deep within the cosmos, a battle of destiny was about to unfold. Dark Optimus Prime, Celestial Breaker, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, their fates intertwined, held the future of Cybertron in their hands, reliant on their choices. Chapter 66. Illusions and Choices. Within the halls of the Cosmic Emperor's palace, Skybreaker remained in a tranquil slumber, a serene expression gracing his face. Enveloped by the Cosmic Emperor's power, his consciousness plunged into an ethereal dreamscape. In this realm of illusions, he beheld a newly envisioned Cybertron, a planet governed by his own hand. Here, the smoke of war was absent, and the divisions of factions had vanished, replaced by peace and prosperity. Under his leadership, the inhabitants of Cybertron thrived, hailing him as a hero with cheers resonating across the planet. "Is this my Cybertron?" Skybreaker trembled at the thought. "Indeed, this is the world you have long desired," a deep, powerful voice echoed behind him. As he turned, the imposing figure of the Cosmic Emperor approached. His immense form cast a shadow in the void, his voice rich and enticing. "You see, if you wish to inherit my power, all will unfold as you envision. You can possess this perfect world. You can become the true ruler, and the future of Cybertron will be yours to command." The gaze of the soaring figure swept over the people below, who cheered and called his name, regarding him as a hero. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Not far away, Optimus Prime and Megatron stood side by side, smiles gracing their faces as if they had laid down their long-standing grievances to jointly safeguard this land. "This is perfection," the soaring figure murmured, his eyes once more resting upon the Cosmic Emperor. "Can you truly enable me to achieve all of this?" The Cosmic Emperor smiled gently, extending a hand to lightly touch the soaring figure's forehead. "As long as you are willing, all things are possible." The soaring figure closed his eyes, feeling the Cosmic Emperor's power coursing through him, a force so immensely powerful, it seemed capable of granting him control over all. When he opened his eyes again, they shone with unwavering resolve. "I am willing. If that is the case," he said softly, his voice imbued with determination. At that moment, the illusion shattered, and the soaring figure's consciousness returned to reality. He knelt before the Cosmic Emperor, lifting his head with steadfast gaze. "I wish to inherit your power, Cosmic Emperor." A satisfied smile spread across the Cosmic Emperor's face. "Excellent, soaring figure. You have chosen your own path. You shall become my successor, and the future of Cybertron will rest in your hands." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime sat alone on the bed, his countenance reflecting profound fatigue and confusion. The words of the dark Optimus coiled through his mind like a venomous serpent, causing his once unwavering beliefs to waver. "Why, Primus, must the soaring figure be sacrificed?" he murmured, tightly gripping the leadership module. Did the revival of Cybertron truly necessitate the sacrifice of the soaring figure's life? Megatron stood nearby, observing the despondent Optimus Prime, uncertain of how to console him. His own heart was filled with conflict, yet he recognized that this was not the time for indecision. Just then, Megatron's communicator abruptly chimed. He glanced at the screen, where the name Shockwave appeared. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. "Megatron, I know what you are contemplating." Shockwave's voice resonated, imbued with undeniable confidence. "I can help you ensure that Optimus Prime harbors only you in his heart." All you need to do is persuade him to relinquish the leadership module, and you shall no longer be bound by responsibility. Megatron remained silent for a moment, his gaze falling upon Optimus Prime and witnessing the anguish etched across his features, which softened his heart. I can agree to your proposal, but you must guarantee the safety of the soaring figure, he finally replied, his tone resolute. Of course, after all, I am you. Shockwave's voice carried a hint of amusement. I will ensure that Optimus Prime thinks of only you, provided you convince him to surrender the leadership module, freeing you from the shackles of responsibility. Megatron pondered for a moment before eventually nodding. I understand, but you must also ensure the safety of the soaring figure. Rest assured, we will not allow him to come to harm. Amidst the sound that shattered the heavens, a hint of confidence lingered. As long as you heed my words, everything shall unfold according to your desires. Megatron severed the communication and turned to face Optimus Prime. Upon noticing the leadership module in Optimus's grasp, a pang of pain surged within him. Optimus, since we are aware of the issues surrounding this leadership module, allow me to safeguard it for you, if you would. He spoke softly, his tone imbued with a touch of tenderness. Optimus raised his gaze and glanced at the leadership module, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, yet ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, he uttered quietly, relinquishing the leadership module to Megatron. Taking the module, Megatron felt a fleeting twinge of guilt. Yet he understood that this was the sole means to liberate Optimus from his anguish. Forgive me, I desire for you to harbor only me in your heart, he murmured, his voice quivering slightly. Simultaneously, Starscream, under the aegis of the Cosmic Emperor, began to embrace his power. His form was enveloped by a formidable energy, while his consciousness was gradually consumed by darkness. He started to believe that only by inheriting the Cosmic Emperor's might could he realize the ideals that resided within him. He no longer questioned nor hesitated, surrendering himself wholly to this potent force. In another corner, Dark Optimus Prime and Starscream closely observed the unfolding events. A cold smirk graced Dark Optimus's features. Behold, this is what you refer to as justice and conviction. With but a mere temptation, one's resolve can be easily shaken. Starscream responded with a slight smile. This is the cycle of fate. We merely align ourselves with it, while they continue to struggle. However, soon all will come to an end. The future of Cybertron shall be determined by us. Megatron stood outside Optimus's chamber, his heart brimming with conflict and turmoil. He recognized that his impending choice could alter everything. Yet he also understood that only through this path could he truly possess Optimus. He closed his eyes, whispering, "Forgive me, Optimus. This is the only thing I can do for you." Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, the Cosmic Emperor's power quietly spread. His gaze pierced through time and space, surveying all of Cybertron. His voice echoed in the void. The future of Cybertron is already destined, and you will all become my pawns. A game concerning fate and choice was silently unfolding. Chapter 67. The interweaving of betrayal and loyalty night enveloped the Decepticon base, an eerie tranquility pervading the darkness. Megatron lingered outside Optimus's room, his heart filled with contradiction and struggle. Having just lulled Optimus to sleep, he gazed upon his serene visage, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He was acutely aware that the choice he was about to make was misguided, but to ensure that Optimus's heart belonged solely to him, he had no alternative. With a gentle sigh, he turned and made his way toward the teleportation device deep within the base. As a flash of light enveloped him, he arrived at the designated meeting place with Starscream. It was a desolate wasteland, shrouded in an aura of darkness. Megatron's gaze swept through the shadows, ultimately landing upon Starscream. "I have brought the leadership module." The voice of Shockwave reverberated through the darkness, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The silhouette of Shockwave slowly emerged from the shadows, his eyes glimmering with a cunning light. He gazed at Megatron before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Well done, Megatron. Now hand it over." Megatron clutched the leadership module tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. He raised his head, meeting Shockwave's gaze. "You have yet to inform me how I can ensure that Optimus Prime will think of no one but me. Furthermore, what is your plan and why utilize the leadership module?" A hint of mystery danced in Shockwave's smile. "There is no need for such anxiety, Megatron. You only need to know that I will assist you in capturing Optimus Prime's heart. As for the rest, your inquiries are unnecessary." Megatron fell silent for a moment, his mind swirling with confusion and unease. Yet, he recognized that there was no turning back. Drawing a deep breath, he ultimately relinquished the leadership module to Shockwave. Shockwave nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. Here is your reward." He produced a chip from within his cloak and handed it to Megatron. "Once you affix this chip to his body, he shall obey your every command without question." Megatron accepted the chip, contemplating the item in his hand. He understood that the choice he was about to make could alter everything. But he also knew it was his only opportunity. After a moment, he lifted his head, determination in his gaze. "I hope you are not deceiving me." "How could I deceive myself?" Shockwave responded, feigning innocence. Megatron was astonished by the actions of his future self, pondering, "Is this truly the future me? I feel somewhat foolish." Shockwave seemed to catch his unspoken thoughts, offering a slight smile before turning to depart. Megatron said nothing further and also turned away from the agreed-upon location. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, his heart brimmed with complex emotions. He knew he had betrayed Optimus Prime, yet he also understood this was his only course of action. He entered Optimus Prime's chamber, gazing at the slumbering figure upon the bed, and a wave of tenderness washed over him. He gently caressed Optimus Prime's face, whispering, "Optimus, do you know that from the moment we first met, I fell in love with you? This time, I shall not allow you to leave me." He affixed the chip to Optimus Prime's arm, softly uttering, "Rest well, my partner." As he prepared to depart, Optimus Prime unexpectedly grasped his hand. "Megatron, do not go. Do not leave me." Optimus Prime's voice, laced with sleepiness, was rife with dependence. A warm current surged within Megatron, and he gently held Optimus Prime's hand, murmuring, "Very well. I shall not leave. I will always be by your side." A long-forgotten smile graced his features, and in that moment, he seemed to forget all betrayal and lies. All pain and struggle dissipated into oblivion. He no longer cared whether his actions were right. He only cherished the prospect of being with Optimus Prime. He sat by Optimus Prime's bedside, quietly observing the serene visage of his beloved as he slept. His heart was awash with intricate emotions. He understood that his choices could lead Optimus Prime to lose himself forever, yet he found himself with no avenue of retreat. He was acutely aware that his actions were misguided, but he could not restrain his feelings for Optimus. All he desired was for Optimus to hold only him in his heart, even if it meant betrayal. He whispered softly, "Optimus, I will protect you, no matter the cost." His gaze fell upon the chip on Optimus's arm, and he silently prayed, "May this truly ensure that you hold only me in your heart." Meanwhile, Shockwave returned to the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor. He traversed the dark corridors and arrived at the Emperor's palace. A stifling aura pervaded the palace, with the immense silhouette of the Cosmic Emperor looming in the shadows. Shockwave respectfully presented the leadership module before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the leadership module has been secured." A satisfied smile graced the Cosmic Emperor's visage. "Excellent, Shockwave. Without the leadership module, I shall be invincible." He accepted the module, grasped it gently, and in an instant, it transformed into energy, merging with his being. His power seemed to elevate further. He turned to Shockwave. "What reward do you seek?" Shockwave slightly bowed his head, his tone reverent. "My lord, we merely fulfilled our obligation. Your willingness to allow us another glimpse of Thundercracker is the greatest reward we could hope for." The Cosmic Emperor chuckled, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "I am aware of your loyalty. However, a reward is still in order." With that, he infused his own power into Shockwave's body. "I hope you will continue your efforts. My reign over the universe still requires your assistance." The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated with anticipation. Shockwave nodded, bowing before he turned to leave the palace. His heart was a tumult of emotions, aware that his choices could alter everything, yet understanding that this was the only course of action available to him. Upon returning to his chamber, a complex expression crossed Shockwave's features. He recalled Megatron's hesitation and struggle, and he couldn't help but ponder, "Megatron, are you truly willing to pay such a price for Optimus?" At the Decepticon base, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Optimus's face. He slowly opened his eyes to find Megatron seated beside him, gazing at him tenderly. Optimus, a bit bewildered, remarked, "Megatron, why do I feel somewhat different?" Megatron smiled gently, taking his hand. "It is nothing. You have finally comprehended my intentions." Optimus looked at Megatron, his eyes brimming with trust and dependence. "Megatron, I wish to be with you, forever." Megatron's heart swelled with satisfaction. He knew everything was unfolding according to Shockwave's design. As he gazed at Optimus, he felt a profound conflict and turmoil within. He recognized that his choices could alter the course of everything. Yet he understood that for the sake of Optimus, he could only proceed in this manner. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Right or wrong, I have made my choice. I hope this truly leads us to happiness." His silhouette appeared particularly solitary under the sunlight. Yet his heart brimmed with a blend of anticipation and unease regarding the future. The destiny of Cybertron was quietly being altered by an unseen force. The fates of Starscream, Megatron, and Optimus Prime were intricately intertwined, while the shadow of the Cosmic Emperor loomed over the entire planet. In this game of fate and choice, no one could ascertain who would ultimately emerge victorious and who would become a casualty. The power of the Cosmic Emperor was surreptitiously spreading in the darkness, his gaze piercing through time and space, observing all that transpired on Cybertron. His voice echoed in the void. "The future of Cybertron is already predetermined. You shall all become my pawns." His sight transcended the dimensions of time and space, scrutinizing everything. And this contest had merely begun. Chapter 68, The Happiness of a Puppet and the Dawn of Rebellion. In the days following Optimus Prime's awakening, everything transformed. It was as if he had lost all recollection of his past, his gaze fixated solely on Megatron. Each day, Megatron found himself interrupted by Optimus. Yet he relished in the sensation. The concern and reliance from Optimus filled him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, leading him to contemplate whether or not resisting the Cosmic Emperor might not be such a dreadful notion after all. One evening, Megatron sat by the window, gazing at the sunset outside, his heart awash with a myriad of complex emotions. Optimus approached from behind, gently enveloping him in an embrace. His voice laced with a hint of affection. "Megatron, what are you pondering?" Megatron smiled faintly, turning to meet Optimus's gaze, and earnestly inquired, "Optimus, would you be willing to become my spark partner?" Optimus raised his head, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes, and without hesitation, nodded affirmatively. "Megatron, I am willing. We shall remain together forever. My heart belongs solely to you." A surge of joy welled up within Megatron. Yet he was aware that this might be the influence of the chip. Tentatively, he posed a question. "What if you discovered I had deceived you? Would you still acquiesce to my request?" Optimus fell silent for a moment, then suddenly embraced Megatron tightly, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Of course. We have already established our bond, have we not? Or do you no longer hold affection for me?" Megatron chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be? I merely, You are still so easily teased." Optimus laughed, releasing his hold, his gaze drifting back to the sunset outside. "Megatron, do you believe we can truly defeat the Cosmic Emperor? I feel as though I have lost something. And who is Starscream?" Megatron remained silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Optimus, we have already failed. The Cosmic Emperor has conquered Cybertron, yet he has spared us. We are now his emissaries, and Starscream is his successor." Optimus felt disbelief wash over him. Yet he understood that Megatron would not deceive him. He sighed. "I see. It appears that the primordial celestial sovereign is indeed manipulating me. Megatron, shall we express our gratitude to the Cosmic Emperor together next time? What do you think?" Megatron nodded. "Certainly." He gazed at Optimus, his heart brimming with intricate emotions. He understood that the root of all this lay in his own choices. He had betrayed Optimus Prime, yet he had also won his heart. Perhaps this was a form of compensation, but Megatron could not truly find peace within himself. And now, Optimus Prime slowly approached Megatron, their proximity increasingly diminishing until they were nestled together. Optimus embraced Megatron tightly, his tone laced with a hint of playfulness. "Of course, it is the duty of a partner. My Lord Megatron." Megatron did not resist, allowing Optimus to gently lay him upon the bed. His heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions, yet he realized that in this moment, he simply wished to revel in this rare warmth. The following morning, Megatron awoke early, gazing at the still slumbering Optimus Prime. He softly pressed a kiss upon Optimus's faceplate, murmuring, "Rest well, my partner." His heart was a tapestry of complex feelings, but in this moment, he yearned only to protect this hard-won happiness. Rising from the bed, he exited the room and ascended to the heights of the base, gazing into the distant sky. His heart was fraught with struggle. He understood that all of this was erroneous, Yet he could not resist Optimus's reliance and affection. Closing his eyes, he whispered, "Right or wrong, I have made my choice. I hope this will truly lead us to happiness." At that moment, his communicator suddenly chimed. Upon answering, he heard the voice of the dark Optimus Prime. "Megatron, the plan has commenced. How fares your end?" Megatron remained silent for a moment before responding quietly. "Optimus Prime is completely under control. I will act according to the plan." The dark Optimus Prime's voice carried a note of satisfaction. "Excellent. Remember, our objective is to convince the Cosmic Emperor of our loyalty and then reclaim the leadership module. Skybreaker will handle matters on the Cloudpiercer front." Megatron nodded, aware that all of this was for a greater purpose, yet his heart remained heavy with guilt. Meanwhile, Skybreaker arrived at Cloudpiercer's chamber, bearing the leadership module. He did not present the true module to the Cosmic Emperor, but concealed it instead. Approaching Cloudpiercer, he spoke softly, "Cloudpiercer, I have come to see you." Cloudpiercer's consciousness lingered in the illusion bestowed by the Cosmic Emperor, yet upon seeing Skybreaker, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. "Skybreaker, why are you here?" Skybreaker placed the leadership module into Cloudpiercer's hands, a surge of formidable power coursing through him, awakening his will. Cloudpiercer felt a wave of bewilderment. "Skybreaker, why bestow the leadership module upon me?" "Listen to me, Cloudpiercer," Skybreaker replied, his tone earnest. "You cannot become a puppet of the Cosmic Emperor. Neither I nor Dark Optimus wishes for you to commit an act you would regret for a lifetime." Cloudpiercer nodded. "And you? The Cosmic Emperor will eventually discover your deception. How shall I cooperate with you?" Skybreaker paused thoughtfully before saying, "Just maintain your usual demeanor. We will be fine. Trust me, will you?" Cloudpiercer nodded, unwilling to let Skybreaker's plans falter because of his own actions. He spoke softly, "Jing Patian, be cautious in all matters." Jing Patian smiled, aware of Yun Tian's thoughts. "Very well. I shall take my leave, lest the Cosmic Emperor grow suspicious." With that, he rose and made his way to the door. Yun Tian stood up, concerned, lacing his tone. "Be careful, Jing Patian." Jing Patian nodded and departed. Yun Tian gazed out at the starry sky, determination swelling within him. "I will thwart the Cosmic Emperor for my friends, for Cybertron, and for myself." His consciousness gradually awakened from the illusion. He felt the power of the leadership module surging within him, his resolve sharpening. He understood that Jing Patian and the Dark Optimus Prime were striving for the future of Cybertron, and he could not relent. Approaching the window, he murmured, "Cosmic Emperor, I shall stop you." Meanwhile, at the Decepticon base, Optimus Prime awakened and immediately sought Megatron. Upon finding him standing by the window, a hint of confusion in his gaze, Optimus gently approached and grasped his hand. "Megatron, what troubles your mind?" Megatron smiled faintly, meeting Optimus's eyes, and whispered, "I ponder whether we can truly change all of this." Optimus nodded, his tone resolute. "I believe we can. As long as we stand together, nothing is impossible." Megatron regarded Optimus, a whirlwind of complex emotions stirring within him. He recognized that this might merely be an illusion, yet he understood this was his singular opportunity. "Optimus, let us together express our gratitude to the Cosmic Emperor," Megatron said quietly. Optimus nodded, and hand in hand, they exited the Decepticon base. Upon reaching the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, Jing Patian awaited their arrival. Seeing Megatron and Optimus approach hand in hand, he smiled slightly and murmured, "The plan is set in motion." The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated through the void. "Welcome, my emissaries. You arrive at the perfect moment." As Megatron and Optimus stood before the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron bowed slightly and said, "My lord, we are grateful for your mercy. We are willing to serve you." The Cosmic Emperor's voice bore a note of satisfaction. "Excellent. You shall be my right and left hands in ruling the universe." At that moment, Yun Tian approached from another direction, determination evident in his eyes as he softly proclaimed, "My lord, I am willing to serve you." The Cosmic Emperor turned his gaze towards Yun Tian, speaking softly, "Good, my successor. You shall wield boundless power." Yun Tian nodded, his heart resolute. "I will stop you, Cosmic Emperor, for my friends, for Cybertron, and for myself." In the shadow of the Cosmic Emperor, a silent rebellion quietly unfolded. Megatron, Optimus Prime, Yun Tian, and Jing Patian entwined destinies and choices that would determine the future of Cybertron. Megatron turned to Optimus, murmuring, "Regardless of right or wrong, I have made my choice. I sincerely hope that all of this will ultimately lead us to happiness. Meanwhile, Yun Tian silently vowed within his heart, I shall not let you down. I will thwart the Cosmic Emperor for the sake of us all. The future of Cybertron is shrouded in uncertainty. Yet the dawn of rebellion has begun to illuminate the path. Chapter 69. Prologue to Truth and Revenge. Yun Tian stood within the grand palace of the Cosmic Emperor, his heart awash with a myriad of complex emotions. To confront the Cosmic Emperor, he must masquerade as his devoted successor, even if it necessitated presenting a seemingly flawless plan for universal dominion. This plan, while ostensibly designed to aid the Cosmic Emperor in achieving his ambitions, was in reality a meticulously crafted trap, potent enough to dismantle the Emperor's conspiracies entirely. Drawing a deep breath to steady his expression, he turned to face the Cosmic Emperor. His voice was calm, yet resolute. My lord, I have prepared a comprehensive strategy for you. Through this plan, we can conquer the entire universe in a short span of time, bringing all planets under your rule. The formidable silhouette of the Cosmic Emperor loomed in the shadows, his voice deep and authoritative. Speak, my successor. Yun Tian offered a slight bow and elaborated on his strategy. We could divide our forces into several smaller units to simultaneously launch assaults on various planets. This will divert the enemy's attention, rendering them incapable of concentrating their strength against us. Furthermore, I will personally lead an elite squad to the most pivotal planet to ensure our victory. Upon hearing this, the Cosmic Emperor nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Excellent, my successor. Your plan is flawless. Let us proceed as you have outlined. Yun Tian felt a quiet relief wash over him. He understood that while this strategy would plunge the Cosmic Emperor's forces into chaos, it was also the key to their counteroffensive. He smiled faintly and replied, My lord, I shall personally oversee the execution of the plan. He turned and exited the palace, returning to his quarters. As he closed the door behind him, a deep sigh escaped his lips, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of fatigue. He realized that the success or failure of this plan would determine the fate of Cybertron and the entire universe. Once back in his room, Yun Tian immediately contacted Megatron. As the communicator connected, Megatron's visage appeared on the screen, a flicker of concern in his gaze. Yun Tian, how are things on your end? Megatron's voice carried an edge of urgency. Yun Tian paused for a moment before responding quietly. Megatron, I cannot guarantee the safety of everyone in this operation. You and Optimus Prime need not participate. I am delighted to see you two as partners. Please convey my gratitude for his friendship. Megatron sighed, a note of hesitation lacing his voice. Yun Tian, have you truly thought this through? Have you considered how he will react upon learning the truth? I am aware. Yun Tian interjected firmly. I certainly understand what he might do, but this is the only course left to us. Only by vanquishing the Cosmic Emperor can we reclaim Cybertron from his grasp. Megatron fell silent for a moment. Ultimately nodding, I understand. I will convey your message to him. You must also exercise caution. Thank you, Megatron, said Starscream, before terminating the communication. Megatron gazed at the screen, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He turned to the door, which was ajar, knowing that Optimus Prime had been listening outside. You heard everything, Optimus. Megatron spoke softly. Optimus Prime pushed the door open and seated himself beside Megatron, his voice tinged with confusion. Why did you not reveal the truth to me? Megatron grasped his hand, pain evident in his gaze. Because I do not wish to lose you. I cannot bear the thought of you leaving me again. Ever since you became the leader, we have been mere pawns, acting on the whims of both the Primus and the Cosmic Emperor. I do not want to endure that suffering again. I only desire to be with you. After a brief silence, Optimus gently embraced Megatron. I have long since forgiven you, but a small punishment is in order. Let me think. How about you sleep on the floor tonight? Is there no alternative? That punishment seems rather severe. Megatron replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. Optimus fixed his gaze on Megatron, as if to say, should you dare to refuse, I shall be displeased. Megatron pondered, when did Optimus become so cunning? It was rather unappealing. Nevertheless, he could not refuse, for he was the one who had upset his partner. Optimus, noticing the expression on Megatron's face, chuckled. All right, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly allow my Lord Megatron to sleep on the floor? Honestly, you are incorrigible. Megatron replied with a look of mild reproach. Well then, it is time to rest. I intend to teach you well today, Optimus said with a teasing tone. I shall not yield easily, Megatron retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Emperor, adhering to Starscream's scheme, dispatched his forces throughout the universe, launching fierce assaults on various planets. As he beheld each planet falling under his dominion, the Cosmic Emperor reveled in his triumph. Yet unbeknownst to him, all of this was part of Starscream's grand design. As the Cosmic Emperor's legions penetrated the far reaches of the cosmos, they encountered substantial resistance. The strength of the insurgents far exceeded the Cosmic Emperor's expectations, plunging his forces into a grueling struggle. By the time he realized he had been ensnared in a trap, it was far too late. Retreat! The Cosmic Emperor's voice echoed through the void. However, his forces were already encircled by the rebels, unable to extricate themselves easily. At that moment, Starscream barred his path. The Cosmic Emperor regarded him with a hint of derision. My successor, are you so eager to usurp power? Starscream roared in fury. I am not your successor. This time, I shall settle things once and for all. Then come forth, my successor, the Cosmic Emperor replied with an indifferent expression. Starscream lunged at the Cosmic Emperor, his sword striking like a bolt of lightning, piercing the body of the Cosmic Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Cosmic Emperor did not resist. His body gradually collapsed to the ground. Yun Tian stood in astonishment, discarding his weapon as he approached the fallen Cosmic Emperor. Why do you not evade? The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, his voice frail as he replied, Yun Tian, my successor. Do not speak, Yun Tian urged, attempting to lift him, but the Cosmic Emperor halted him. My successor, you must inherit my will. Remember, the primordial celestial master has always deceived you. You must eradicate him. I believe you can. The Cosmic Emperor slowly closed his eyes, his essence transforming into light that surged into Yun Tian's being. Yun Tian felt an immense power coursing through him, his eyes ablaze with fury. Primordial celestial master, I shall not let you escape. Returning to the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, Yun Tian and the Dark Pillar awaited him. Upon catching sight of Yun Tian, they immediately knelt, proclaiming in unison, We welcome our Lord's return. Rise! Yun Tian's voice resonated with calm melancholy. Yun Tian and the Dark Pillar exchanged glances, sensing that something profound had transpired. After paying their respects, they turned and departed, leaving Yun Tian alone upon the Cosmic Emperor's throne. Gently, he caressed the token in his hand, a symbol of the Cosmic Emperor and the source of his power. A flicker of determination ignited in his gaze. I will ensure the primordial celestial master pays the price. Closing his eyes, the last words of the Cosmic Emperor echoed in his mind. My successor, you must inherit my will. He opened his eyes, resolute. I shall, Cosmic Emperor. I will carry forth your will, yet in my own manner. Under Yun Tian's leadership, the resistance began to strike back, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos within the Cosmic Emperor's armies to liberate the occupied planets one by one. The future of Cybertron seemed to herald a new dawn. Standing within the realm of the Cosmic Emperor, a steadfast light gleamed in Yun Tian's eyes. He understood that his journey had only just begun. He sought vengeance for the Cosmic Emperor, determined to make the primordial celestial master pay dearly. He closed his eyes, feeling the powerful force within him. He knew this was the strength bequeathed to him by the Cosmic Emperor, his capital for revenge. Primordial celestial master, I will not spare you, Yun Tian murmured, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness as if merging with the universe itself. In that moment, he was no longer merely Yun Tian, but the successor of the Cosmic Emperor, the new ruler of the cosmos. His voice echoed within the palace, heralding the approach of a new storm, one that would determine the fate of the entire universe. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Cosmic Emperor had not truly vanished. His consciousness lingered in the void, observing Yun Tian assume his mantle, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Primordial celestial master, you miscalculated once more. Yun Tian is now my successor. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor reverberated through the void, imbued with the jubilance of victory. His laughter echoed in the emptiness, his gaze piercing through the fabric of time and space, observing every move of Yun Tian. He had long anticipated Yun Tian's resurgence. He was merely playing into the hands of fate, for his plans had never wavered, and Yun Tian was destined to be his successor. Seated upon the throne, Yun Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He was acutely aware of the immense responsibility upon his shoulders. As he caressed the relics of the Cosmic Emperor, a surge of rage coursed through him. He understood that only by vanquishing the primordial celestial could he avenge the Cosmic Emperor. He closed his eyes and murmured, "No matter the hardships that lie ahead, I shall persevere." Meanwhile, within the Decepticon base, Megatron and Optimus Prime lay in the rare tranquility of their sanctuary. Nestled in Megatron's embrace, Optimus softly inquired, "Megatron, do you believe Chong Yun-Xiao will succeed?" Megatron offered a faint smile, gently stroking Optimus's visage. "I have faith in him. He is a formidable warrior, willing to sacrifice everything for his friends." Optimus nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude for Chong Yun-Xiao. He is indeed a true friend. After a moment of silence, Megatron spoke softly, "Optimus, regardless of what the future holds, I shall always be by your side." Optimus raised his head, gazing into Megatron's eyes with a slight smile. "I know, my Lord Megatron." A game of fate and choice continued to unfold, and the future of Cybertron remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 70. The truth revealed and the choice of destiny. The skies over Cybertron were cloaked in ominous clouds, enveloping the planet in a stifling atmosphere. Chong Yun-Xiao stood atop a precipice, his eyes filled with resolve and fury. In his quest to avenge the Cosmic Emperor, he resolved to employ extreme measures to obliterate Cybertron and force the primordial celestial into the open. To him, the only path to justice for the Cosmic Emperor lay in the annihilation of the primordial celestial. However, as he prepared to act, two familiar figures emerged before him, Optimus Prime and Megatron. Their expressions were grave, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Chong Yun-Xiao halted, confusion lacing his voice. "Do you seek to thwart me?" "Chong Yun-Xiao, you cannot do this." Optimus's voice was tinged with urgency. "Cybertron is our home. You cannot destroy it." Megatron sighed, his tone heavy. "Indeed, Chong Yun-Xiao, the Cosmic Emperor is adept at fabricating illusions and distorting reality. He has exploited your trust, ensnaring you in a vast conspiracy." Chong Yun-Xiao shook his head, his voice resolute. "No, you are mistaken. I witnessed the Cosmic Emperor vanish before my very eyes. He once saved me, and I must avenge him." Optimus and Megatron exchanged glances, fully aware that Chong Yun-Xiao had now completely inherited the powers of the Cosmic Emperor. His will deeply influenced and nearly impervious to persuasion. Yet, they also realized that allowing Chong Yun-Xiao to proceed would plunge Cybertron into irrevocable ruin. "Chong Yun-Xiao, we cannot permit you to destroy Cybertron." The voice of Optimus Prime carried an unmistakable resolve, even in the face of your obstruction. "We shall exert every ounce of our strength." A flicker of rage crossed the visage of Cloudpiercer, his form enveloped by a formidable force, an intangible sense of oppression pervading the atmosphere. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron understood that retreat was not an option. They could only muster their utmost to thwart Cloudpiercer. In an instant, the battle erupted, with Cloudpiercer's might surging forth like an unstoppable tide. Despite the valiant efforts of Optimus Prime and Megatron, they found themselves somewhat powerless before him. After a few exchanges, both were felled to the ground, their bodies marred by wounds. Cloudpiercer approached them, a hint of resignation in his gaze. "Do you truly intend to impede me?" Optimus Prime, struggling to lift his head, spoke with unwavering conviction. "Cloudpiercer, you cannot proceed with this. Cybertron is our home. We cannot allow it to be destroyed by your hand." Cloudpiercer fell silent for a moment, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. "For the sake of our friendship, I shall spare your lives. Do not attempt to stop me again." As Cloudpiercer prepared to advance, Optimus Prime suddenly rose, positioning himself in his path. Determination radiated from his eyes. "Cloudpiercer, I cannot permit you to obliterate Cybertron. It was the Cosmic Emperor who deceived you. He has not vanished. Everything you have experienced is but a carefully woven illusion of his design." Cloudpiercer's expression shifted to one of fury as he forcefully shoved Optimus Prime down, pinning him beneath him. "Impossible. I witnessed him vanish before my very eyes. And the Cosmic Emperor once saved me. I must avenge him." Optimus Prime recognized that Cloudpiercer was now deeply ensnared by the illusion, rendering persuasion futile. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "If that is the case, then let me be the first to perish. I am the last apostle of the primordial celestial master, and a confrontation between us is inevitable. Kulme, strike." Cloudpiercer clenched his fists, gazing at Optimus Prime, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He found himself unable to act, for he understood that Optimus was his friend, his brother. My heir acts swiftly. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed in his ears. My form can no longer be restored, yet I remain by your side. Should you eliminate him, I can resurrect through his vessel. Cloudpiercer remained silent for a moment, conflict flashing within his gaze. Ultimately, he slowly rose, his voice tinged with helplessness. I cannot do it. At that moment, Megatron seized the opportunity to assist Optimus Prime to his feet. Looking at Cloudpiercer, concern shadowed his eyes. Are you all right, Optimus? Optimus Prime shook his head, fatigue evident in his tone. I am fine. The two turned their attention back to Cloudpiercer, poised for another engagement. However, Cloudpiercer suddenly lifted his head, roaring, Cosmic Emperor, you have finally revealed your true self. As his voice echoed, the power of the Cosmic Emperor was expelled from within him. The Cosmic Emperor, incredulous, spoke with a hint of fury. Cloudpiercer, how unexpected this is. From the shadows emerged Shatterstorm and Dark Optimus Prime, each wielding the spark source. Chong Yunxiao had long anticipated that doubts would arise regarding him, which is why he had made prior arrangements before taking action. Jing Patian chuckled. The Dark Optimus Prime nodded, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Cosmic Emperor, we have been playing our parts alongside you, merely to unveil your true intentions. The Cosmic Emperor smiled, his figure gradually materializing as he stood before everyone. Truly, you are the heir I have chosen, displaying remarkable intelligence. He gazed at Chong Yunxiao as if beholding a precious gem. After a moment of silence, Chong Yunxiao quietly inquired, why instigate war? Can we not coexist harmoniously? If you're willing to become my successor, I can grant your request. What say you? The Cosmic Emperor countered. Chong Yunxiao fell silent once more, taking measured steps toward the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime attempted to intervene, but was halted by Megatron. Trust in Chong Yunxiao, Megatron whispered. After a brief pause, Optimus Prime finally nodded in agreement. Chong Yunxiao approached the Cosmic Emperor, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. I am willing, but you must honor your word. The Cosmic Emperor chuckled, a note of pride in his voice. Did you hear that, Yuan Shi Tianzun? It appears victory is mine. He glanced aside, prompting those present to follow his gaze as Yuan Shi Tianzun's figure slowly came into view. Yuan Shi Tianzun, what brings you here? Chong Yunxiao asked. The Cosmic Emperor drew Chong Yunxiao closer, a note of arrogance in his tone. You are now my heir. There is no need for such formality. Yuan Shi Tianzun smiled gently, his voice imbued with warmth. You are all good children, and it brings me joy to see you bridging the gaps in your hearts. You are the heroes of Cybertron. The Cosmic Emperor snorted. Are you finished? I must take Chong Yunxiao with me. Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. He transformed a portion of his power into a bracelet and presented it to Chong Yunxiao. Child, this is my gift to you. I hope you'll accept it graciously. Chong Yunxiao nodded, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Turning to Optimus Prime and Megatron, he jested. I hope that when we meet again, I might see your children. Optimus Prime, I entrust you to him, he added. Optimus Prime's face flushed instantly. He lowered his head, unable to meet Chong Yunxiao's eyes. Megatron nodded, a hint of indulgence in his tone. Rest assured, I will take good care of Optimus Prime. Chong Yunxiao smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. He knew that at last, everything had reached a resolution. He turned to leave with Jing Patian and Dark Optimus Prime, following the Cosmic Emperor away from Cybertron. As Chong Yunxiao departed, the skies of Cybertron began to clear. The clouds dispersed, sunlight bathed the earth, bringing warmth and hope. Optimus Prime and Megatron remained in place, their gazes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Do you truly believe Chong Yunxiao will be safe? Optimus Prime quietly asked. Megatron smiled faintly, his tone resolute. I believe in him. He has never been one to be easily manipulated. Although the Emperor of the Universe's plan was flawless, we have seen through it. Optimus Prime nodded, his heart brimming with reflection. Perhaps this is all fate's design. We have endured countless betrayals and sufferings, but now, at last, we can embrace peace. Megatron grasped his hand, his gaze infused with a hint of tenderness. Indeed, peace is hard-won. Yet, we can finally lay down our burdens and begin anew. The two exchanged smiles, their hearts filled with joy and contentment. They understood that the road ahead was long, but as long as they stood together, there was nothing they could not overcome. As time passed, Cybertron welcomed the dawn of peace. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood side by side, their eyes gazing into the distance. Behind them lay cities in the midst of reconstruction, symbolizing new hope and a promising future. Megatron, do you think Starscream will return? Optimus Prime inquired softly. Megatron smiled faintly, his voice laced with conviction. He certainly will. He will not disappoint us. Optimus Prime fell silent for a moment, his heart awash with complicated emotions. He looked at Megatron and whispered, "Thank you, Megatron. Without you, I do not know what I would have become." Megatron took his hand, his tone tender. "We are sparks bound together. No matter what happens, I will be by your side." Optimus nodded, knowing that this was merely a new beginning. They had a long journey ahead, but they were prepared to face the challenges of the future. "Megatron, let us explore this new world together," Optimus said, his voice tinged with anticipation. Megatron smiled gently, grasping his hand. "Of course, my partner. Wherever we go, I shall be with you." Their figures radiated warmth beneath the sun, and the future of Cybertron quietly unfolded in their hands. In the depths of the universe, the shadows of the primordial celestial and the Emperor of the universe emerged subtly. Their gazes pierced through time and space, observing all that transpired on Cybertron. "Primordial celestial, you ultimately miscalculated," the Emperor of the universe proclaimed, a note of triumph in his voice. "Starscream is now my successor." The primordial celestial smiled faintly, his voice imbued with a sense of benevolence. "No, I did not err. I merely afforded them an opportunity to choose. Whatever path they select is their own." The Emperor of the universe pondered in silence for a moment before nodding. "Perhaps you are right. They are the heroes of Cybertron, and their future should be determined by themselves." The two formidable beings gradually dissipated into the void, leaving behind a future for Cybertron filled with new hope and possibilities. Starscream stood in the realm of the Emperor of the universe, his heart awash with complex emotions. He understood the immense responsibility he bore. Yet he also realized that only by finding his own path could he truly save Cybertron. He gazed at the bracelet in his hand, a cherished gift from the primordial heavenly sovereign. In a hushed tone, he declared, "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall persevere." The skies of Cybertron grew ever clearer, sunlight cascading upon the earth, ushering in a renewed sense of hope. And thus, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 71. Trials and Growth. Yun Tian stood within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. The Cosmic Emperor had orchestrated a trial for him, intending to prepare him for the weight of rulership. Yet, Yun Tian harbored no desire to rule over anyone. His sole wish was to protect his friends in Cybertron. The Cosmic Emperor regarded Yun Tian with a glimmer of understanding in his gaze. "I am aware of your aspirations. Yet without a ruler to govern this realm, peace shall forever elude us. This you must comprehend." After a moment of silence, Yun Tian quietly inquired, "Why must it be me?" The Cosmic Emperor pondered for a moment before responding, "Because it is your destiny. Moreover, those around you will unconditionally heed your commands, which attests to your innate nature as a ruler." "Can I truly do this?" Yun Tian fell into deep contemplation, doubting his greatness as professed by the Cosmic Emperor, and feeling a twinge of fear about his potential inadequacy. At that moment, Shockwave and Dark Optimus Prime approached his side. Shockwave placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, Yun Tian, we believe in you." Dark Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Yun Tian, you can undoubtedly succeed." Gazing at the two of them, Yun Tian's hesitation and unease evaporated in an instant. He turned to face the Cosmic Emperor, his voice resolute. "I have made my decision. I will overcome the trial. Not solely for myself, but for the peace of the entire universe." "Well said." The Cosmic Emperor nodded in satisfaction, snapping his fingers. A spatial tunnel began to materialize, its luminous glow suggesting a connection to another realm. "Go forth, my successor." The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated with anticipation. Yun Tian nodded and stepped towards the tunnel. As he fully entered, the entrance gradually vanished, as though it had never existed. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron received directives from the primordial heavenly sovereign. They too were to undergo their own trials to prove their capability to safeguard Cybertron. Megatron glanced at the tunnel ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Optimus Prime, shall we have a competition? Let us see who can complete the trial first." Optimus Prime nodded, a spark of rivalry igniting in his eyes. Very well, but the last one out shall face a consequence. With that, Optimus Prime boldly stepped into the tunnel before him. Megatron hesitated for a moment, realizing that Optimus Prime had taken the lead, but he was not one to concede easily. Without a second thought, he too strode into the tunnel. The Cosmic Emperor and the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign observed the trio's progress through a screen. The scenes of Yun Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron's trials unfolded before them. It appears their resolve is unwavering. They truly are our most promising successors, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign remarked calmly. The Cosmic Emperor, however, remained unconvinced. Come now. Aside from the Ascendant, I shall not acknowledge others. The Primordial Celestial smiled gently, refraining from contradiction. He understood his old friend too well. The Cosmic Emperor, though outwardly formidable, harbored a tender heart, reluctant to admit it. Oh, do I not know you well enough? You are simply one who cherishes your pride, the Primordial Celestial teased. You? What nonsense are you spouting? The Cosmic Emperor's face flushed slightly, his tone betraying a hint of awkwardness. Ha ha, you appear rather endearing at this moment. Are you feeling shy? The Primordial Celestial remarked with mirth. I am not shy. The Cosmic Emperor faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Merely what, my illustrious Cosmic Emperor? The Primordial Celestial tenderly embraced the Cosmic Emperor, a trace of indulgence in his voice. The Cosmic Emperor did not resist, their faces drawing near, and for a fleeting moment, they seemed to forget the world around them, lost in each other's presence. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life. The trials of the Ascendant, Optimus Prime, and Megatron were nearing their conclusion. The three emerged almost simultaneously, appearing in the palace where the Primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor resided. We have succeeded, they proclaimed in unison. The Primordial Celestial promptly set the Cosmic Emperor down as if nothing had transpired, quickly regaining his composure and adopting a serious demeanor. Congratulations on completing the trials. From this moment forth, the guardianship of cosmic peace lies in your hands. The Cosmic Emperor stood, his face a mask of embarrassment. Primordial Celestial. You scoundrel, he exclaimed, nearly disgraced before the youngsters. That wretched Primordial Celestial. You did not witness anything just now, did you? He inquired awkwardly. The Ascendant and his companions shook their heads, though their eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment. The recent scene had left them utterly taken aback, revealing an unexpected bond between the two eminent figures. No, we saw nothing, they replied in unison. The Primordial Celestial regarded the trio before him, his tone steady as he stated, You have all completed the trials, proving your readiness to shoulder greater responsibilities. From this moment on, the safeguarding of cosmic peace is entrusted to you. We shall never disappoint your expectations. The trio vowed simultaneously, their voices imbued with determination. The Primordial Celestial nodded, a hint of pride in his gaze. I believe you are capable. The future of the cosmos requires your strength, and the peace of Cybertron depends upon you. Though the Cosmic Emperor still bore an air of embarrassment, he spoke earnestly. You are all exceptional successors, no matter the challenges you face. Remember that you carry the hopes of the entire universe. We will protect Cybertron and ensure the peace of the cosmos, Optimus Prime declared solemnly. Megatron nodded in agreement, adding, We shall wield our power to make this world a better place. Yun Tian gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with hope. We shall rejuvenate Cybertron, allowing all life to flourish and find happiness here. Yuan Tianzun and the Cosmic Emperor observed the three individuals before them, their faces adorned with rare smiles. Despite their contrasting natures, both understood that these three heirs represented the future hope of the universe. Upon the conclusion of the trials, Yun Tian returned to his dominion. Jing Tian and the Dark Optimus Prime stood by his side, their gazes filled with trust and support. Yun Tian, you have truly accomplished it, Jing Tian remarked, his tone tinged with relief. Dark Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. We have always known you could. Yun Tian smiled gently, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you for your unwavering support. Without you, I could not have succeeded. He turned to gaze out at the starry sky, whispering, To safeguard the peace of the universe, to protect Cybertron, and to defend my friends. This is my mission. Optimus Prime and Megatron returned to Cybertron, their bond growing ever stronger. Standing atop a high vantage point, They surveyed the vast expanse of Cybertron, their hearts filled with hope. "Megatron, we have finally succeeded," Optimus Prime declared. Megatron grasped his hand in reply, saying, "Indeed we have. The road ahead is long, yet we shall persevere." The two embraced tightly, their future illuminated by new hopes. In the depths of the cosmos, the figures of Yun Tian and the Cosmic Emperor re-emerged. They gazed upon the distant starry expanse, their hearts filled with contentment. "We are prepared. The future of the universe rests in our hands," Yun Tian proclaimed. The Cosmic Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are the finest heirs. The two exchanged smiles, their mission accomplished, while the future of the universe would be pinned by the new generation of Guardians. The sky over Cybertron grew clearer, sunlight spilling across the land, heralding fresh hope. Yun Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, the three heirs, shouldered new responsibilities and embarked on a new journey. Their futures lay shrouded in mystery. Yet their singular goal remained, to protect the peace of the universe for eternity. Their journey was only just beginning, and all of this was merely the dawn of a new chapter. Chapter 72, Temporal Displacement, and a new beginning. Yun Tian stood atop his domain, his gaze sweeping across the vast realm that the Cosmic Emperor had entrusted him. This expanse was boundless, rich with untold possibilities. His task was to safeguard this land. Yet his heart remained tethered to Cybertron and his friends there. After completing his inspection, he resolved to return to Cybertron to consult with Ambulin regarding recent developments. However, as he set forth on his journey back, a blinding radiance suddenly flickered before him. A temporal tunnel materialized out of thin air, its powerful gravitational pull ensnaring him. Yun Tian felt a whirlwind of disorientation before plunging into unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself suspended in midair. He quickly transformed into his formidable form, slowly descending to the ground to avert any potential harm. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise it would have been quite an embarrassment. Yun Tian let out a sigh of relief and surveyed the desolate surroundings, only to discover a barren landscape devoid of life. Not a single building in sight. "Where am I? Is this still Cybertron?" he murmured to himself. Transforming back into his humanoid form, he activated his communicator, seeking familiar signals. Among the myriad of channels, he stumbled upon Optimus Prime's communication line. "Shall I give it a try?" pondered Yun Tian. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the communication button. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was engaged in a discussion regarding recent events with Ratchet at the Autobot base. Suddenly, his communicator chimed, indicating an unfamiliar communication request. Furrowing his brow, he realized he had no recollection of anyone named Yun Tian. Ratchet approached him, inquiring, "Optimus, what troubles you?" "I'm fine," Optimus replied. "I have received a strange communication request. I do not recall knowing anyone by the name of Yun Tian." Ratchet's expression mirrored his confusion. Could it be a ploy by Megatron? After all, he's the only one I can think of who would reach out to you. Optimus fell into contemplation for a moment, before ultimately deciding to accept Yun Tian's communication request. He pressed the communicator and spoke gently. "This is Optimus Prime. Please go ahead." On the other end, Yun Tian awaited a response, feeling somewhat anxious. Why isn't he answering? Is he still busy? He muttered. At last, the communicator illuminated, and a voice both familiar and foreign resonated. "This is Optimus Prime. Please proceed." Yun Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated hearing Optimus's voice, yet the scene before him made him realize he had traversed into another realm. The Optimus Prime displayed on the communicator bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he remembered, yet there were subtle differences. "Optimus, why are you only answering now? Aren't we good friends?" Yun Tian's tone carried a hint of grievance. However, upon seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the communicator, he quickly understood he had entered a different world. Optimus was also taken aback. He had not expected to be contacted by such a formidable entity, especially one who claimed to be his close friend. A gentle smile graced his face as he replied, "I apologize. I was lost in thought for a moment." Yun Tian was immediately captivated by Optimus's voice. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "It's all right. I have nowhere to go at the moment. Would you be willing to take me in? I shall follow your orders." Optimus paused, sensing a thread of sincerity in Yun Tian's voice. He nodded and responded, "Of course. However, where exactly are you? Without a precise location, we cannot retrieve you." Yun Tian scanned the area, attempting to identify a familiar landmark. Just then, a Chevrolet sports car zipped past him. Instantly, he recognized it as Bumblebee. I think I've spotted Bumblebee. I can follow him, he declared before ending the communication. Transforming back into his imposing form, he trailed behind Bumblebee, who seemed to sense something amiss and glanced back at him, yet did not halt. Yun Tian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to follow. Optimus Prime gazed at the communicator, lost in contemplation. Ratchet approached him, inquiring, Optimus, do you truly consent to allow Yun Tian to join our ranks? Who knows if he's a spy sent by Megatron? Optimus smiled slightly, his tone resolute as he replied, I trust him. If Yun Tian is familiar with me, he must also know Megatron. Yet, he has chosen not to aid Megatron. That alone makes him worthy of our trust. Ratchet fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I shall heed your judgment. However, we must remain cautious, for our understanding of him is still scant. Rest assured, I will speak with him personally. Prepare yourselves. Our new comrade is about to arrive, Optimus declared. Yun Tian followed Bumblebee, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. He was uncertain of why he had arrived in this world or what had transpired here. Yet he knew that as long as he was with Optimus Prime, there was hope for him to uncover the truth. Shortly thereafter, Bumblebee brought Yun Tian back to the Autobot base. Transforming into his humanoid form, Yun Tian stood before Optimus Prime, feeling somewhat awkward as he said, Optimus Prime, I have arrived. Optimus stepped forward, a welcoming smile gracing his features. Welcome, Yun Tian. I'm Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. This is our base, where you may temporarily find refuge. Yun Tian nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you for sheltering me. I will strive to be of no trouble. Optimus gently patted his shoulder, saying, do not say that. We are all warriors of Cybertron, and mutual assistance is our duty. Rest here for now. I shall seek you out to converse shortly. Yun Tian nodded and followed Ratchet into the base, his heart laden with complex emotions. He understood he had entered a foreign realm, yet he also recognized it as a new beginning. Within the confines of the base, he was assigned to a temporary room. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that although modest, it radiated warmth. He activated the communicator, attempting to reach out to Shockwave and Dark Optimus, only to discover that the signal could not penetrate the barriers of this world. It seems I must remain here for the time being, Yun Tian mused to himself. He sat on the bed, filled with confusion and unease. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Optimus Prime, who stood at the threshold, concern evident in his gaze. Yun Tian, how are you faring? Do you require any assistance? Yun Tian shook his head, responding, I am well, merely adjusting to this place. Optimus smiled gently. That is entirely natural, considering you hail from another world. Do not fret. We shall aid you in acclimating to your new surroundings. Yun Tian nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Optimus. You are all truly kind. Optimus chuckled softly. Do not mention it. We are friends. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me. In the days that followed, Yun Tian gradually adapted to life within the Autobot base. He coexisted harmoniously with Bumblebee, Ratchet, and the other Autobots. His abilities garnered the recognition of Optimus Prime, swiftly earning him a place among the Autobots. Cloud Chaser, your skills are exceptional, Optimus Prime remarked after a training session. I believe you will become a vital asset to our cause. Cloud Chaser offered a faint smile in response, saying, Thank you for your trust, Optimus. I will strive to meet your expectations. Ratchet approached, patting him on the shoulder. Don't be too anxious. We will all support you. Cloud Chaser nodded, his heart brimming with warmth. He understood that although he had arrived in an unfamiliar world, he was not alone. He had friends, companions, and a new mission. As time passed, Cloud Chaser gradually assimilated into the life of the Autobots. Alongside Optimus Prime and Megatron, he fought to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. His heart was filled with determination, for he knew that wherever he may be, protecting peace was his calling. Cloud Chaser, are you prepared to face new challenges? Optimus Prime inquired before battle. Cloud Chaser nodded, his gaze resolute. Of course, Optimus. I will give my all. In this new realm, Cloud Chaser found his place. He labored alongside the Autobots to defend the tranquility of Cybertron. Though he still missed his original world, he recognized that this was a new beginning. No matter where I am, safeguarding peace is my mission, Cloud Chaser silently vowed. Optimus Prime and the Autobots embraced him, acknowledging that Cloud Chaser was a trustworthy ally. Welcome. Cloud Chaser, Optimus Prime stated, "The road ahead is long, but we believe in you." Cloud Chaser nodded, his heart filled with hope. He understood that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would not be alone, for he had friends, companions, and a new purpose. In this unfamiliar world, Cloud Chaser discovered his own place. He worked alongside the Autobots to protect the peace of Cybertron. Although he still longed for his previous world, he comprehended that this was a fresh start. His story would continue to unfold in this new realm. Chapter 73. The collision of memories and reality. Cloud Chaser stood in the hall of the Autobot base, facing Optimus Prime, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and the other Autobot members. A hint of hesitation flickered in his gaze, but he ultimately resolved to reveal his secret. "In truth, I hail from another world," Cloud Chaser's voice echoed in the hall, capturing everyone's attention. In that world, Optimus Prime and Megatron, once adversaries, had transformed into sparks of unity, jointly guarding Cybertron after overcoming numerous trials. The hall fell silent, with Bumblebee, Ratchet, and others displaying expressions of disbelief. Unable to contain himself, Bumblebee inquired, "Is this truly the case?" Cloud Chaser nodded and continued, "Indeed, they were once enemies. However, they later realized that only through unity could Cybertron have a future. Thus, they laid aside their animosities and became each other's pillars of support." Upon hearing these words, Optimus Prime quietly distanced himself from the crowd, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Ratchet subtly gestured to Thundercracker to refrain from continuing, realizing he may have spoken too much. Thundercracker offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Let us leave it at that for today. I will check on Optimus." With that, Thundercracker departed the hall, aware that he might have touched a sensitive chord within Optimus's heart. Optimus sat alone on a patch of ground outside the base, his gaze laced with a hint of confusion. He retrieved a half of a bracelet from his cockpit. Though the bracelet was rudimentary, the tiny figures etched upon it were remarkably intricate. "Megatron, have you truly forgotten everything we once shared? Is power truly of such paramount importance to you?" Optimus murmured to himself, his eyes lingering on the bracelet as he sank into profound contemplation. This was a gift once given to him by Megatron, with each of them possessing a half. Meanwhile, Thundercracker covertly observed Optimus, finally grasping why Ratchet had attempted to halt his earlier remarks. He sighed, acknowledging his own impulsiveness. "Optimus, are you all right?" Thundercracker approached, softly inquiring. "I'm sorry," he began, but was interrupted by Optimus. "There is no need for apologies, Thundercracker," Optimus replied, weariness evident in his voice. "Megatron and I are now adversaries. We shall never reconcile." Thundercracker sighed once more, glancing at the bracelet in Optimus's hand. "If you feel this way, then why do you still keep this bracelet? Do you perhaps still hold affection for him?" Optimus paused, a complex array of emotions flickering within him. Indeed, he harbored feelings for Megatron, but would the latter accept the current version of himself? Observing the expression on Optimus's face, Thundercracker inwardly lamented the fact that Optimus was utterly unskilled in matters of the heart. Alas, for the sake of his brother's happiness, he resolved to take action himself. Just as Thundercracker was preparing to voice his thoughts, the base's alarm suddenly blared. The two swiftly returned to the hall, where Megatron's figure appeared on the screen. "Optimus, how delightful to see you unharmed." Megatron's voice dripped with mockery, his gaze fixated on Optimus as if admiring a prized possession. Feeling uncomfortable under Megatron's scrutinizing gaze, a faint blush crept onto Optimus's face. He promptly concealed his expression behind his mask and coldly inquired, "Megatron, what is it that you seek?" "What do I seek? Why, I simply wish to converse with our esteemed leader." Megatron's tone was laced with provocation. "I am aware that you've sheltered a warrior named Thundercracker. Surrender him." For the Decepticons claimed dominion over him. Optimus shook his head resolutely, stating, "That is impossible. Thundercracker has made his choice. We will never—" "Wait a moment," Thundercracker suddenly interrupted, halting Optimus's words. He approached the screen, gazing directly into Megatron's eyes, and spoke in a calm tone. "I can acquiesce to your demands, but you must cease your oppression of the Autobots. Their energy reserves are nowhere near as abundant as the Decepticons, and they are on the brink of depletion." At that moment, Ratchet swiftly covered Hot Rod's mouth and whispered, "My dear ancestor, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much." He had long discerned that Hot Rod was attempting to navigate the complexities of their relationship, yet such candidness was undeniably awkward. Meanwhile, Megatron fell into contemplation, scrutinizing Optimus Prime before muttering, "Indeed, you have lost weight. Oh, so you wish for me to extend a hand to my adversaries?" A trace of mockery laced Megatron's voice. Hot Rod, freeing himself from Ratchet's grasp, nodded affirmatively. Precisely. The war between the Autobots and Decepticons has dragged on for far too long, and both sides are utterly exhausted. A temporary ceasefire would benefit us all. The revelation of Hot Rod's words left everyone astounded. Even Optimus Prime himself appeared perplexed. After a moment of silence, Megatron finally replied, "I understand. I shall contemplate this. As for energy, I can provide 1/3 of the energon from the Decepticon base. Thank you for your generous assistance, Lord Megatron." Hot Rod smiled slightly, gratitude reflecting in his gaze. "Thank you, Megatron," Optimus Prime added, sincerity evident in his tone. "However, I have a condition." Megatron's gaze shifted to Optimus Prime, seriousness infusing his voice. "I would like to invite you, dear leader, to meet with me privately. Might I request this small favor?" Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Hot Rod gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Brother, this is an opportunity. Perhaps you two can engage in a meaningful dialogue." Optimus Prime nodded and ultimately replied, "I can agree to your request. Where shall we convene?" Megatron pondered briefly before stating, "Let us return to the location of our first encounter. What do you think?" Optimus Prime nodded. "That is agreeable. I shall arrive punctually." Megatron smiled. "That will be splendid. I shall await your arrival." With that, Megatron's figure gradually faded from screen. The hall fell into silence as everyone processed the recent events. Ratchet approached Optimus Prime and quietly asked, "Are you truly planning to meet him?" Optimus Prime nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I recognize the peril, but perhaps this is our sole opportunity to resolve our issues." Hot Rod also stepped forward, saying, "Brother, I believe in you. Regardless of what transpires, we shall support you." Optimus Prime offered a subtle smile and patted his shoulder. "Thank you, Hot Rod. Your words inspire me." Bumblebee then joined them, stating, "We will remain here for you, Optimus. No matter what happens, we will stand by your side." Optimus Prime nodded, warmth swelling within him. He understood that, irrespective of the challenges that lay ahead, he would not be alone. The appointed time swiftly approached, and Optimus Prime ventured alone to the designated meeting place with Megatron. Along the way, a myriad of complex emotions surged within him. Uncertain of what this encounter would bring, he understood that it was a confrontation he must face. Upon his arrival, Megatron awaited him, his figure appearing particularly solitary under the moonlight, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Optimus Prime, you have arrived." Megatron's voice bore a touch of gentleness. Optimus nodded, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. "Megatron, there is much we must discuss." A subtle smile graced Megatron's lips, his expression swirling with multifaceted emotions. "Indeed, we have much to articulate. How have you fared over the years?" Optimus remained silent for a moment before murmuring, "Not well. The war has worn us thin, and I have pondered whether we might discover an alternative path." Megatron nodded, a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. "I share your sentiment. Perhaps we should relinquish our animosity for the future of Cybertron." Standing side by side, they gazed into the vastness of the starry sky. Their silhouettes appeared harmoniously united in the moonlight. "Megatron, I have never forgotten our shared past." Optimus spoke softly. Megatron smiled gently, his eyes radiating warmth. "I know. I have not forgotten either." Their eyes met in a moment of understanding, filled with unspoken camaraderie. Perhaps this signified a new beginning. Upon returning to the base, Optimus found his comrades, Jetfire, Ratchet, and Bumblebee, waiting for him. A smile illuminated his face as he proclaimed, "We may yet find a new way to rejuvenate Cybertron." Jetfire nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "I believe you can achieve this." Ratchet approached, affirming, "As long as you are willing, we shall support you." Bumblebee patted Optimus on the shoulder, assuring, "We are always with you." Through Jetfire's efforts, Optimus and Megatron took a significant step forward. Their relationship transcended mere enmity, evolving into a collaborative endeavor for the future of Cybertron. Jetfire's presence brought forth a renewed sense of hope. "Megatron, do you remember our once shared dream?" Optimus inquired during conversation. Megatron smiled faintly. "Of course I remember. A peaceful Cybertron is our collective aspiration. Regardless of the obstacles that lie ahead, we shall not waver." Optimus declared, "For we are the guardians of Cybertron." Megatron nodded, his gaze resolute. "We shall protect Cybertron together until the very end." They exchanged a knowing smile, aware that a long journey lay before them. Yet they had taken their first step. In this new world, Jetfire discovered his place alongside Optimus and Megatron, striving together to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. His heart brimmed with resolve, for he understood that safeguarding peace was his mission, regardless of the location. No matter how many challenges the future may hold, we shall never stand alone. Chong Yunxiao silently proclaimed within, "For we are blessed with friends, comrades, and new responsibilities." In this unfamiliar realm, Chong Yunxiao, in his own unique manner, bestowed fresh hope upon Optimus Prime and Megatron. Their narrative shall continue to unfold in this new world. Chapter 74, Betrayal and Rebirth Upon Awakening. Chong Yunxiao found himself in an environment that was both strange and familiar. Before him lay a metallic chamber, adorned with the emblematic decor of the Decepticons. Struggling to sit up, he noticed Megatron standing a short distance away, regarding him with a complex gaze. Instinctively, Chong Yunxiao attempted to rise, yet his body resisted his command. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired softly, "Lord Megatron, where am I?" A faint smile curled upon Megatron's lips, his voice suffused with satisfaction. "Welcome back, Chong Yunxiao. You are in the Decepticon base, and you are now my warrior." Momentarily taken aback, Chong Yunxiao soon found himself compelled by an unseen force to kneel on one knee, bowing his head in deference to Megatron. "My lord, I shall forever obey your commands." Unbeknownst to him, he had undergone an ordeal. After being brought back to the Decepticon base by Megatron, he was taken to a clandestine laboratory. There, Megatron personally erased his memories and instilled a new directive to obey him unconditionally. "Lord Megatron, do you truly wish to proceed with this?" Soundwave inquired from the side, his voice laced with hesitation. Megatron nodded affirmatively. "What I require are formidable warriors, not mere braggarts. Chong Yunxiao possesses potential, but his loyalty must belong to me." Soundwave fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "As you command, Lord Megatron." Megatron nodded once more, his gaze shifting to the window. Outside, the Decepticon army was assembling, poised to launch an assault on the Autobot base. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his heart, swiftly masked by his cold demeanor. As for Optimus Prime, Megatron recalled their encounter from 2 days prior, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Optimus Prime, you will never comprehend me." At that moment, Soundwave approached him respectfully. "Lord Megatron, we are prepared to assault the Autobot base." Megatron nodded, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. "Excellent. It is time for Optimus Prime and his Autobot allies to recognize our might." He turned to Chong Yunxiao, commanding, "Let our enemies witness your strength, my most loyal warrior." Immediately, Chong Yunxiao rose, his eyes alight with determination. "As you command, Lord Megatron." Standing atop the Decepticon base, Megatron surveyed the entire compound, his gaze imbued with expectation. He understood that this assault would be pivotal for the resurgence of the Decepticons, and Chong Yunxiao would become the razor's edge in his grasp. "Optimus Prime, your friend has turned foe. What will you do?" Megatron murmured to himself, a hint of derision lacing his voice as he turned towards the command room, with Soundwave closely trailing behind. He settled into the command chair, his voice resonating through the communications device, reaching every corner of the base. "All Decepticon warriors, prepare for departure. Our target is the Autobot base." Among the ranks of the Decepticons stood Starscream, his gaze devoid of hesitation, uncertain of his presence or identity. He nonetheless held a clear recollection of Megatron's command to obey without question. As Megatron's orders were issued, the Decepticon fleet swiftly ascended, soaring towards the Autobot stronghold. Starscream transformed into a menacing form, following the ranks with unwavering loyalty. His heart was a void, filled only with absolute adherence to command. Simultaneously, tranquility enveloped the Autobot base. Optimus Prime and Ratchet engaged in a discussion regarding Starscream. A shadow of concern crossed Optimus's visage. He pondered the fate of Starscream, hoping for his safety. Ratchet nodded and cautioned, "Megatron will not let him go easily. We must prepare ourselves." In that instant, the base's alarm blared to life. Optimus and Ratchet dashed towards the command center. The screen illuminated with images of the Decepticon fleet advancing, towards the base. Megatron, you have indeed returned. Optimus's voice brimmed with ire. Ratchet promptly rallied the Autobot warriors, his tone tinged with urgency. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The Decepticons are upon us. Starscream led a contingent of Decepticon warriors, swiftly breaching the Autobot defenses. His might was unparalleled, causing Autobot warriors to fall before him like leaves in a tempest. He darted across the battlefield like a bolt of black lightning, his sights set firmly on the core of the Autobot base. Optimus stood resolute in the command center, his eyes wide with shock at the unfolding battlefield displayed on the screen. Is that truly Starscream? Ratchet, equally astonished, exclaimed, "How can this be? Why would he strike against us?" At that moment, Starscream's voice crackled through the communicator. Optimus Prime, Lord Megatron commands me to inform you that your era has come to an end. A pang of anguish surged within Optimus as disbelief washed over him. A former comrade had turned traitor. Yet, he quickly steeled himself. Starscream, you are under Megatron's control. Awaken to the truth. However, Starscream's response was chillingly resolute. Lord Megatron is my leader. I shall forever heed his commands. Witnessing Starscream's assault, Optimus felt a tumult of shock and sorrow. He could scarcely fathom that the ally who once fought by his side had now become an adversary. Optimus, your friend has lost his way. Megatron's voice echoed through the communicator, laced with mockery. You will never comprehend him, just as you will never understand me. After a moment of silence, Optimus declared with unwavering determination, Megatron, I will reclaim him, no matter the cost. As the Decepticon assault commenced, the Autobot base was engulfed in fierce combat. In the midst of the battlefield, Jetfire exhibited astonishing combat prowess, his assaults catching the Autobot warriors off guard. Optimus Prime, leading Bumblebee, Ratchet, and others, confronted Jetfire with a singular objective, to halt his rampage and rescue him. Jetfire awakened, Optimus called out, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. Yet, Jetfire remained unresponsive, his onslaught intensifying as if intent on annihilating everything in his path. The battle raged on for an extended period, the Autobot base's defenses gradually succumbing to Jetfire's relentless attacks. Observing Jetfire, Optimus was engulfed in anguish and helplessness. Optimus, relinquish your efforts. Megatron's voice echoed with a chill, asserting that Jetfire was lost to them, no longer a friend. Shaking his head, Optimus declared, I refuse to abandon him. I believe he can still be saved. At that moment, Jetfire's assault abruptly ceased. A flicker of confusion crossed his visage, as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. The sound of Optimus's voice resonated with a glimmer of hope. Jetfire lifted his gaze, a semblance of recognition flashing in his eyes. Optimus. Just as Jetfire appeared on the verge of reclaiming his memories, Megatron's command rang out once more, Jetfire, obey orders. Jetfire's form quivered slightly, and he lowered his head, murmuring, as you command, Lord Megatron. Witnessing this, Optimus was overwhelmed with despair. Yet, in that very instant, a surge of light ignited within Jetfire's mind. He glimpsed his former allies, Optimus, Ratchet, and even Megatron. His memories began to resurface. Megatron, what have you done to me? Jetfire's voice was tinged with fury. Megatron hesitated, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Jetfire's aggression pivoted towards the Decepticon fleet, his might catching them unawares. Megatron's expression morphed into disbelief. You dare to betray me? Jetfire coldly retorted, you stole my memories, turning me into your instrument. But I shall not remain your servant forever. Optimus, witnessing this transformation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jetfire, you have returned. Jetfire nodded, determination radiating from him. Indeed, I have returned. No one shall control me again. Seeing Jetfire regain his memories, Megatron's eyes blazed with anger. Soundwave, initiate the retreat plan immediately. Soundwave complied, swiftly issuing the withdrawal orders. The Decepticon forces began a structured retreat, while the Autobots seized the opportunity to counterattack. This plan may have failed, but we shall return. Megatron threatened, Optimus, you will never triumph over me. Once the battle concluded, the Autobot base lay in ruins. Amidst the devastation, Optimus and Jetfire stood resolute, their gazes filled with unwavering resolve. Jetfire, welcome back. Optimus's voice resonated with warmth. Skyfire nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for their unwavering support. I shall wield my strength to safeguard Cybertron. Optimus Prime offered a faint smile, affirming, "We are family, and we shall never abandon one another." In this new world, Skyfire rediscovered his rightful place, laboring alongside the Autobots to protect the tranquility of Cybertron. Although he still harbored resentment towards Megatron's betrayal, he recognized that this marked a new beginning. "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall not falter," Optimus declared. "For we are the guardians of Cybertron." Skyfire nodded, his gaze imbued with hope. "Together, we will protect Cybertron until the very last moment." In this world rife with challenges, Skyfire, Optimus, and the Autobots continued their valiant fight for peace on Cybertron. Their tale would unfold further in this renewed realm. Chapter 75. The choice within. In the aftermath of the previous events, the atmosphere at the Autobot base grew palpably tense. Although Skyfire had regained his memories, the demeanor of the Autobot warriors toward him shifted subtly. Particularly among those he had injured, there lingered a belief that Skyfire was a spy sent by Megatron, poised to betray Optimus at any moment. Ratchet regarded Skyfire with a cold gaze, suspicion etched in his optics. "Skyfire, who are you truly?" "We remain ignorant of your genuine identity and intentions." Skyfire felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He yearned to explain himself, but found no words. He endeavored to clarify his situation to Ratchet and the other warriors, yet each attempt was met with indifferent retorts. "It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance." "Skyfire," Ratchet stated icily, "we do not know what Megatron has done to you, but you have already harmed our comrades." A wave of helplessness washed over Skyfire as he grappled with pain and confusion. He understood the Autobots required time to accept him, yet he also recognized that he might forever remain an outsider among them. Ultimately, Skyfire chose to quietly depart the Autobot base. He did not wish to burden Optimus, nor did he desire to sow discord among the Autobots because of his presence. Alone, he traversed the desolate wilderness of Cybertron, enveloped by uncertainty and despair. "Perhaps I truly should not have returned," Skyfire murmured to himself. His energy reserves dwindled rapidly after leaving the base. He was acutely aware of his need to recharge, yet no sanctuary remained for him. As he reached an open plain, his body could no longer endure, and he collapsed onto the ground. Just before closing his eyes, he envisioned Optimus aiming a weapon at him, his heart heavy with anguish. "Brother Optimus, would you truly turn against me?" At the very moment Skyfire sank into slumber, a figure quietly emerged at his side. The faceless one approached Skyfire, activating his communicator to relay a report to Megatron. "Lord Megatron, as you anticipated, Skyfire has been cast out, and he has now succumbed to a state of dormancy due to energy deprivation." The voice of Megatron resonated through the communicator, laced with a hint of arrogance. "Optimus Prime, do you see? Your subordinates do not share your consideration for their allies." He commanded the Master of Disguise, "Retrieve our warrior. I shall host him well." "As you wish, Lord Megatron," replied the Master of Disguise, as he assisted Starscream and led him towards the land bridge behind them. When Starscream awakened once more, he found himself in the medical bay of the Nemesis. His body was infused with energy, every component rejuvenated. He realized that Megatron had saved him. "You are awake, Starscream." Megatron's voice emanated from outside the chamber, imbued with a cold yet gentle tone. "Welcome to the Nemesis." Starscream propped himself up, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze. "Lord Megatron, why have you saved me?" Megatron entered the medical bay, his eyes scrutinizing. "Because you are a formidable warrior, and I require powerful allies. As for Optimus Prime, he will never comprehend the essence of true strength." Starscream fell silent for a moment, his heart tumultuous. He could not fathom that Optimus would turn against him, yet he acknowledged that the Autobots no longer trusted him. "Lord Megatron," Starscream's voice quivered with hesitation. "Do not fret." "Starscream," Megatron interjected. "In this world, the strong reign supreme. Should you choose, I can provide you with everything." Starscream stood upon the deck of the Nemesis, gazing out at the star-studded sky. His heart was a battlefield of contradictions and turmoil. He understood that Megatron was a perilous entity, yet he also realized he had nowhere else to turn. "Lord Megatron, I am willing to join you," Starscream ultimately resolved, his tone imbued with newfound determination. "But I request one thing." Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Speak, Starscream. I shall consider your request." Starscream inhaled deeply. "I wish for you to cease the attacks on the Autobots." They are not as malevolent as you claim. They are simply guardians of Cybertron. Megatron remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Do you truly believe this? Starscream nodded earnestly. Yes, Lord Megatron. I believe that the future of Cybertron requires peace, not war. Megatron studied Starscream, intrigued by the audacity of a warrior who dared to voice such a request. Yet he recognized that Starscream was indeed a unique presence. Very well, Starscream. Megatron finally conceded with a nod. I shall contemplate your appeal. However, you must understand, this world necessitates a true ruler. Starscream smiled subtly, his gaze resolute. I trust you, Lord Megatron. I shall wield my strength to protect Cybertron, wherever you may lead. Megatron nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Excellent, Starscream. From this day forth, you shall be my right hand. Under Megatron's protection, Starscream gradually acclimated to the life of a Decepticon. His power has been further enhanced, instilling a sense of awe among the Decepticon warriors. Do you truly believe that Optimus Prime will forgive you? Megatron inquired after a training session. Starscream shook his head. I do not know, Lord Megatron. Yet, I firmly believe that Optimus Prime is a great leader. He would never abandon a warrior willing to strive for peace. Megatron smiled faintly, a trace of complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Perhaps you were right. But in this world, it is the strong who dictate the future. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Optimus Prime found himself engulfed in profound confusion. He could not comprehend why Starscream had been expelled from the base. His heart was heavy with guilt and self-reproach. Optimus, do you genuinely believe that Starscream is a spy? Ratchet asked. Optimus shook his head. I do not know, Ratchet. However, I trust that Starscream is a warrior worthy of our confidence. He would not betray us. Ratchet fell silent for a moment before finally stating, perhaps we have indeed misjudged him. Yet, we must now focus our efforts on countering Megatron. Optimus nodded. I shall seek out Starscream and apologize to him. He is a warrior deserving of respect. Aboard the Nemesis, Starscream stood on the deck, gazing out at the starry sky. His heart was a tumult of emotions. He knew he had made a choice, yet he also understood that this choice could lead him into deeper turmoil. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall persevere, Starscream murmured to himself, for he believed that Cybertron's future necessitated peace. Megatron approached him, patting his shoulder. Starscream, you are a warrior worthy of respect. I shall support your decision. Starscream nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Thank you, Lord Megatron. I shall protect Cybertron with all my strength until the very last moment. In this challenging world, Starscream found a new sense of belonging. Together with Megatron, he labored for the future of Cybertron. Though his heart still ached with longing for the Autobots, he recognized that this was a new beginning. No matter the obstacles that lie ahead, I shall persevere, Starscream softly declared, for he believed that Cybertron's future required peace. And thus, his story would continue to unfold in this new world. Chapter 76, Negotiation and Brotherhood. Starscream's inclusion significantly bolstered the Decepticons' might. His unparalleled strength rendered him nearly invincible on the battlefield. The Autobot defenses crumbled swiftly under his assault, leaving many warriors injured or even sacrificing their lives. The situation on Cybertron grew increasingly precarious. Within the Autobot base, morale had plummeted to its lowest point. Optimus Prime stood in the command center, his gaze filled with anguish and self-reproach. He understood that Starscream's perceived betrayal was not merely Megatron's scheme, but also a reflection of their own failings. They had failed to extend sufficient trust and understanding to Starscream, ultimately driving him into the arms of the enemy. Optimus, do you truly intend to seek out Megatron? The siren of the ambulance resonated with a hint of concern. What should we do if something befalls you? Optimus Prime turned to the ambulance, reassuringly responding, Rest easy, ambulance. I shall remain unscathed. Moreover, this predicament is entirely my fault. I failed to consider Starscream's feelings. Had I recognized the signs sooner, he would not have chosen to ally with the Decepticons. This is all on me. The ambulance shook its head, a note of remorse lacing its voice. This is not solely your fault. The transformation of Starscream rests heavily upon my shoulders. It paused, retrieving a wooden carving from its storage, a gift once bestowed upon it by Starscream. When he first arrived, he regarded me with great respect. Yet I turned coldly towards him due to our previous encounter. I'm unworthy of being called his mentor. The ambulance's voice quivered with emotion. Optimus stepped forward. placing a hand upon the ambulance's shoulder. "We all bear responsibility, but this is not the time for self-recrimination. We must devise a plan to save Cybertron and our warriors." Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Megatron personally prepared a medal for Starscream. He stood at the command console, addressing the entire crew. "From this moment forth, Starscream is my brother. You are to show him the utmost respect. Is that understood?" "Yes, Lord Megatron," the Decepticon warriors replied in unison, their gazes filled with reverence for Starscream. Standing to the side, Starscream felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He thought, "Megatron, there is no need for such gestures. How can I engage in normal conversation with the soldiers now?" Yet, he understood that Megatron was solidifying his authority while also demonstrating the unity of the Decepticons. But what did Megatron truly mean by this? Starscream shook his head in confusion, ultimately relinquishing the thought. "Very well, so be it." Optimus Prime stood atop the Autobot base, gazing into the distant starry expanse. His heart was laden with conflict and unease. He recognized that negotiating with Megatron was nearly an insurmountable task. Yet for the sake of the remaining warriors' safe evacuation from Cybertron, he had to try. "Optimus, have you truly made your decision?" The ambulance stood beside him, concern evident in its tone. Optimus nodded. "Indeed, ambulance. We must strive to secure a glimmer of hope for our warriors." The ambulance fell silent for a moment before finally conceding. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Regardless of what transpires, we shall face it together." Simultaneously, Megatron's orders reached Starscream's ears. He made his way to the command room, where he found Megatron standing, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. "Lord Megatron, is there something you require?" Starscream approached respectfully. Megatron smiled gently, his voice imbued with warmth. "You are now my brother. There is no need for formalities." Starscream shook his head. "You took me in when I had nowhere to turn. I shall always remain your warrior." Megatron was thoroughly pleased with Starscream's response. He beheld in Chnexo the echoes of his once brother, Optimus Prime. Yet now, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Megatron's heart, though he swiftly masked his expression. "Well done, Chnexo." Megatron's voice bore a hint of approval. "I require you to undertake a mission." Optimus Prime and Ratchet arrived at the Decepticon vessel, Nemesis, where Megatron awaited them with a scrutinizing gaze. "Optimus Prime, you have finally arrived," he remarked with a teasing lilt. "What is this? Are the Autobots unable to endure?" Optimus ignored the provocation, his tone grave. "Megatron, we come in hopes of securing a lifeline for our warriors. The future of Cybertron should not be built upon the ashes of war." A faint smile crept onto Megatron's lips, his eyes revealing a tangle of emotions. "Optimus, you remain as naive as ever. War is inevitable. However, if you are amenable, we may consider a temporary ceasefire." After a moment of silence, a flicker of hesitation crossed Optimus's countenance. "A ceasefire? Are you truly willing?" Megatron nodded, his demeanor earnest. "Indeed, I can contemplate a ceasefire, but there is a condition." He turned to Chnexo, his voice firm. "Chnexo, converse with Optimus. Inform him that we are prepared to halt hostilities, provided the Autobots acknowledge the supremacy of the Decepticons." Chnexo acquiesced, his expression tinged with complexity. Approaching Optimus, he whispered, "Brother Optimus, Lord Megatron is inclined to cease fire, but you must recognize the Decepticons' dominion." Optimus remained silent for a moment. "That is impossible." Chnexo sighed. "I understand this is a daunting proposition, but it is the only path forward. Otherwise, your warriors will be unable to retreat safely." A tempest of conflict surged within Optimus. He was loath to concede to the Decepticons' authority, yet the safety of his warriors weighed heavily on his conscience. "Optimus, you must make a choice." Megatron's voice carried a note of menace. "Otherwise, the war shall persist." Standing upon the deck of the Nemesis, Optimus was engulfed by anguish and turmoil. He realized that acknowledging the Decepticons would mean forsaking the principles of the Autobots, yet failing to do so would jeopardize the lives of his soldiers. Ratchet approached him, speaking softly. "Optimus, we must decide. Our warriors depend on us." Nodding in resignation, Optimus replied, "Very well, I accept Megatron's terms, but I will seek a way to alter this course." Under Megatron's directive, the Autobots and Decepticons forged a temporary ceasefire agreement. The Autobots' warriors were granted safe passage from Cybertron, while the Decepticons momentarily ceased their onslaught. CHY Nexio stood beside Megatron, a swirl of emotions within him. He recognized that this peace was but a fleeting respite, yet understood it was in pursuit of a greater objective. Lord Megatron, can we truly coexist in peace? CHY Nexio inquired quietly. Megatron smiled, a hint of complex emotions flickering in his gaze. Perhaps, but it all hinges on Optimus Prime's choice. Following the establishment of the ceasefire agreement, the situation on Cybertron had temporarily settled into tranquility. Both Autobots and Decepticon warriors were preparing for the future. Optimus Prime and Ratchet returned to the Autobot base, their eyes filled with resolve. Optimus, can we truly change everything? Ratchet inquired softly. Optimus nodded. We must change everything. The future of Cybertron requires peace, not war. In this new world, Starscream found his place. Together with Megatron, he labored for the future of Cybertron. Although his heart still ached with longing for the Autobots, he understood that this was a new beginning. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall persevere, Starscream murmured, for he believed that the future of Cybertron must embrace peace. His story would continue to unfold in this new realm. Chapter 77. Leader Megatron. Before Optimus Prime and his companions prepare to leave Cybertron, Starscream approached him. Standing before Optimus, he spoke with earnest eyes. Optimus, you need not depart from here. We all fight for Cybertron. Why must we separate? Optimus remained silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. He anticipated Starscream's words, yet as the leader of the Autobots, how could he yield to Megatron? His heart was filled with conflict, yet he understood that the Autobots' mission was to protect Cybertron, not to submit to the Decepticons. Starscream, I appreciate your goodwill, Optimus replied, his voice tinged with resignation. But we Autobots adhere to our principles. We cannot live under Megatron's rule, even for the sake of peace. Starscream sighed, a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. I understand your decision, Optimus, but I sincerely hope that one day we can truly achieve peace. Optimus shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of sorrow. Starscream, our goals align, but our paths diverge. The Autobots cannot remain here. We must seek new hope for Cybertron. A flicker of disappointment crossed Starscream's eyes, yet he quickly composed himself. I understand, Optimus. Wherever you go, I will wish you well. Optimus nodded, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He recognized Starscream as a warrior worthy of respect, yet he also understood that their paths had diverged. At that moment, Ratchet's voice echoed from afar. Optimus, the Ark is ready. It is time for us to depart. Optimus turned to Ratchet. Autobots, let's move out. Ratchet nodded and initiated the Arkansas. Optimus cast one last glance at Starscream before turning towards the Arkansas. Starscream stood rooted, watching the Autobots leave, his heart filled with complex emotions. Returning to the Nemesis, Starscream stood before Megatron, his gaze resolute. Lord Megatron, now that the Autobots have departed, we must seize this opportunity to enhance your image among the citizens of Cybertron, to demonstrate that you are indeed the superior choice. Megatron smiled, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. As expected of my brother, always considering my interests. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall enlist Soundwave assistance. Starscream nodded, though a nagging thought lingered in his mind. Had he unwittingly invited trouble upon himself? Nevertheless, perhaps allowing Megatron to ascend to leadership was not such a dire prospect after all. He bowed to Megatron before exiting the command room. In an effort to win the populace's acceptance of the Decepticons, Starscream pondered throughout the night, yet no effective strategy emerged. The scars of war upon the people could not be healed swiftly, and the Decepticons were the very instigators of the conflict, their image deeply entrenched in the public psyche. However, Starscream refused to relent. He resolved to employ unconventional methods to effect change. Disguised as an ordinary Transformer, he mingled among the crowd and set his plan into motion. Fellow Cybertronians, we require a true leader to restore our homeland, Starscream proclaimed earnestly amidst the throng. Lord Megatron possesses the capability to improve Cybertron. He is our beacon of hope. With Soundwave's collaboration, these messages began to circulate within the crowd. Their endeavors gradually captured the public's attention, and anticipation for Megatron began to swell. As Starscream and Soundwave persevered, an increasing number of citizens ventured to the Decepticon base, yearning for Megatron to usher in a brighter future for their home. Naturally, a faction of supporters, loyal since Megatron's days as Galvatron, also rallied behind his leadership. To them, a leader was not measured by Energon reserves, but rather by one's ability to genuinely uplift Cybertron. From a vantage point above, Megatron surveyed his supporters, emotions of exhilaration and guilt intertwining within him. Were it not for Starscream, he pondered how long this war might have continued. He sought Starscream in his quarters, intending to express his gratitude, only to find him asleep. Megatron quietly approached, a flicker of tenderness in his gaze. "Thank you, Starscream. Your strategy has garnered the support of the populace." He gently placed a hand on Starscream's shoulder, whispering, "Rest well, my brother. Together, we shall forge a brighter future for Cybertron." With that, Megatron departed the quarters, his heart brimming with renewed hope and determination. Under Starscream's guidance, the circumstances on Cybertron began to shift. Public support for Megatron swelled, and he commenced efforts to rehabilitate his image. He ordered the reconstruction of cities ravaged by war, providing energy and resources to the citizens, allowing them to reclaim a semblance of stability in their lives. The future of Cybertron demanded peace, not conflict. In a stirring address, Megatron proclaimed, "We shall demonstrate through our actions that the Decepticons can become the guardians of Cybertron." His voice resonated across the skies of Cybertron, garnering thunderous applause from the populace. As time progressed, the situation on Cybertron gradually stabilized. Megatron's reign garnered the approval of the citizens, and Starscream emerged as his most trusted aide. Together, they endeavored to revitalize Cybertron. "Starscream, you have truly accomplished it," Megatron remarked during a conversation. "Without you, I might still be at odds with Optimus Prime, rather than striving to improve Cybertron." Starscream smiled subtly, replying, "Lord Megatron, you are the true leader. I merely fulfill my responsibilities." Megatron shook his head. "No, Starscream. You are my most trusted brother and a hero of Cybertron." Despite the improving circumstances on Cybertron, Starscream's heart remained heavy with nostalgia for the Autobots. He understood that Optimus Prime and Ratchet were undoubtedly striving for the future of Cybertron. He believed that one day, they would achieve true peace. "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall persevere," Starscream silently vowed, for he believed that Cybertron's future necessitated harmony. In this new world, Megatron and Starscream worked diligently to breathe new life into Cybertron, and their tale would continue to unfold in this transformed realm. Chapter 78. The reconstruction of friendship through Starscream's relentless efforts. Megatron ultimately became the genuine leader of Cybertron. Under his guidance, peace and prosperity gradually returned to the planet. Cities were rebuilt, energy was allocated judiciously, and the lives of the people began to stabilize. However, despite the evident accomplishments of Megatron, he often appeared somewhat melancholic. Starscream observed this with concern, feeling powerless to alleviate it. He knew that Megatron harbored an irreplaceable regret. He had never truly proven to Optimus Prime that his ideology was the correct one. Now, with Optimus and the Autobots having departed Cybertron, he could not reach them and was forced to bury this regret deep within his heart. "Ollie, my dear friend, how I long for you," Megatron murmured as he gazed out at the starry sky, a flicker of loneliness crossing his features. Each night, he dreamt of the cherished days when he and Optimus fought side by side, laboring for the future of Cybertron. Yet, reality proved harsh. They had ultimately parted ways, even becoming adversaries. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and the Autobots were recuperating on a distant planet. Through the monitoring system of the Ark, Optimus learned of the events unfolding on Cybertron. Upon witnessing Megatron's endeavors, he was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. On the screen, his former foe was now striving to bring peace to Cybertron, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary. "Optimus, do you see this?" Ratchet's voice carried a note of astonishment. "Megatron has truly succeeded." Optimus nodded, warmth flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, he has. Perhaps he has truly changed." At that moment, the communicator abruptly activated, displaying a communication request from Cybertron. Optimus Prime pressed the communication button, and Megatron's figure appeared on the screen. "You see, Optimus, I have succeeded." Megatron's voice carried a hint of provocation, yet his gaze revealed a hint of weariness. Optimus Prime smiled faintly. "Thank you, Megatron, for fulfilling the aspiration we once shared." Megatron paused, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. "Enough with the pleasantries. I now command you in the name of Cybertron's leader. Return at once. I intend to personally judge you criminals, especially you, Optimus Prime." Optimus chuckled softly, fully aware that Megatron was merely venting his frustration. With a teasing tone, he replied, "And how does the esteemed leader of the Decepticons plan to punish this wayward offender?" A slight blush crossed Megatron's cheeks, captivated by Optimus's gentle voice. However, he quickly composed himself, coldly retorting, "Why should I divulge my intentions to you? Do you think your charm will spare you? I warn you, should you fail to return, I shall be quite displeased. Do you hear me?" With that, he abruptly terminated the communication. Optimus remained silent for a moment before turning to the Autobot warriors, his voice adopting a serious tone. Under Megatron's efforts, peace has been restored to Cybertron. Though it may seem incredulous, he is no longer our adversary. Thus, we must return. The expressions of Ratchet and the others were filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated Megatron would cease hostilities. Yet, Optimus was correct, since the war had concluded. There was no longer a need for them to wander through the cosmos. "Optimus, do you truly believe Megatron has changed?" Ratchet's voice held a trace of hesitation. Optimus nodded affirmatively. "I trust my own eyes. Megatron has proven himself. It is time to bring this chapter to a close." Bumblebee approached, affirming, "I believe in you, Optimus. Let's return." Optimus smiled gently. "Very well. Autobots, prepare for departure." As the Ark arrived on Cybertron, the entire planet erupted in celebration. The people of Cybertron finally embraced peace, and their leader, Megatron, had garnered their acceptance. However, upon learning of Optimus and the Autobots' impending return, Megatron was beset by a whirlwind of emotions. They are back. Standing on the deck of the Nemesis, Megatron's eyes flickered with apprehension. Starscream approached him, whispering, "Lord Megatron, this is a positive development. Their return heralds a brighter future for Cybertron." Megatron nodded, "I am aware. Yet I must convey to them that I am no longer the Megatron of old." As the Ark gracefully descended on his Cybertron's main base, Optimus was the first to step out of the hatch. His gaze immediately fell upon Megatron, their eyes locking in the air. "Welcome back, Optimus." Megatron's voice bore a trace of aloofness, yet his eyes were filled with anticipation. Optimus Prime smiled faintly and stepped forward. "Megatron, you have done remarkably well. The peace of Cybertron is inseparable from your efforts." Megatron paused, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. "I merely did what I was meant to do." Optimus nodded. "We have all fulfilled our responsibilities. Now, it is time for Cybertron to truly embrace peace." Ratchet and other Autobot warriors gradually emerged from the Ark, their expressions a mixture of caution and anticipation. Megatron observed them, his heart laden with intricate feelings. "Optimus, do you truly wish to work alongside me?" There was a hint of uncertainty in Megatron's voice. Optimus nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Megatron. For the future of Cybertron, we can set aside our past grievances." Through the combined efforts of Optimus and Megatron, Cybertron gradually welcomed genuine peace. Former adversaries became allies, striving together for the future of their world. Megatron's leadership gained the people's recognition, while Optimus returned to his cherished homeland. "Megatron, you have indeed changed," Optimus remarked during a conversation. "The leader you are now is precisely what Cybertron requires." Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. "Perhaps, but none of this would be possible without your support, Optimus." The two exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes filled with understanding. As time progressed, the situation on Cybertron stabilized. The lives of its inhabitants improved, and the shadows of war began to dissipate. Megatron and Optimus labored together for the future of Cybertron, their friendship quietly mending. "Optimus, thank you," Megatron expressed during a late-night conversation. "Without you, I might still be wandering in confusion." Optimus smiled gently. "We are friends, Megatron. Regardless of what the future holds, we shall protect Cybertron together." In this new world, Cybertron finally experienced authentic peace. Megatron and Optimus set aside their past grievances, united in their efforts for the future. Their story would continue to unfold in this renewed realm. Chapter 79. Farewells and New Promises. Observing the reconciliation between Megatron and Optimus, Skyfire's face broke into a long-awaited smile. Standing to the side, he felt warmth and contentment swell within him. After countless trials and misunderstandings, the two leaders had finally laid down their past hostilities and joined forces for the future of Cybertron. Skyfire understood that this hard-won peace was not easily attained, and he had played his part in it. At that moment, the voice of the primordial celestial master resonated in his mind. "Skyfire, your task is complete. Call for me when you wish to depart." Skyfire nodded, filled with gratitude. He recognized that his arrival in this world was no mere coincidence, but rather a design of the primordial celestial master. He had fulfilled his mission, guiding Cybertron toward peace. "Thank you, primordial celestial master," Skyfire whispered, his heart brimming with appreciation. After deciding to remain a while longer following the new Cybertron Day event hosted by Optimus Prime and Megatron, Hot Rod reflected on his previous experiences in his own world, where he had been consumed by the chaos of battle, leaving no time for relaxation. In this realm, however, he felt enveloped by a warmth and camaraderie unlike any he had known before. He resolved to extend his stay, fully aware that he could return at any time. It was certainly not an act of evasion from the daunting paperwork that loomed over him. After all, he was merely a newly matured Titan, devoid of any malicious intent. As he soared from the well of all sparks, he intended to inspect the preparations for the event, but was taken aback to find Ambulin waiting for him. "Hot Rod." The voice of the medic bore a hint of hesitation. Hot Rod interjected, "You needn't say anything. I am well aware of your thoughts. I am currently preoccupied." He playfully teased Ambulin, and seeing the immediate shift to disappointment on the medic's face elicited a chuckle from him. "I understand now. I shan't intrude upon you any further," Ambulin said, turning to leave, only to find himself enveloped in Hot Rod's embrace. "There is no need for apologies, Ambulin. Regardless of the world, you shall always be my most esteemed mentor. Even if you exhibit your displeasure, I wish for you to find joy each day." The gentle tone of Hot Rod's voice resonated warmly in Ambulin's ears. A flicker of emotion crossed Ambulin's eyes as he replied, "Hot Rod, thank you for your comfort. I feel much better now. There is no need for formality. The bond of our friendship will forever reside in my heart," Hot Rod reassured, releasing his hold only to inadvertently step on a stone, causing both to tumble to the ground. Hot Rod helped Ambulin to his feet, and a medic gazed up at him with a glimmer of anticipation. "Hot Rod, could you stay by my side? I do not wish for you to depart. Can you promise me this?" Hot Rod was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of Ambulin's feelings, yet he also understood that he could not remain in this world indefinitely. Gently, he patted the medic's shoulder. "Mentor, Ambulin turned his back, the tone of his voice tinged with disappointment. "I understand. You will not remain forever, yet I cannot help but wish for you to stay close." A pang of sorrow struck Hot Rod. He wished to spare his mentor any grief. After contemplating, he suggested, "I could extend my stay for a few more days. What do you think, mentor?" Ambulin's eyes brightened instantly. "Hot Rod, are you truly sincere?" "Indeed, I will spend more time with you, mentor," Hot Rod replied with a gentle smile, warmth radiating from his gaze. Ambulin firmly grasped Hot Rod's hand, excitement lacing his voice. "Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Hot Rod shook his head. "Of course not. I will remain here for several days, leaving only after the new Cybertron Day event concludes." A glimmer of gratitude shone in Ambulin's eyes. "Thank you, Hot Rod. I know you are busy, but it brings me immense joy to have you by my side for a few extra days." In the ensuing days, Hot Rod and Ambulin busily prepared for the new Cybertron Day festivities, collaborating with fellow Autobots and Decepticon warriors to create a grand celebration for the citizens of Cybertron. Soaring to new heights, you truly possess a remarkable creativity. The ambulance gazed upon the decorations set by Soaring Sky with admiration. These designs are sure to bring joy to everyone. Soaring Sky smiled slightly, stating, "I merely wish to bring a bit of happiness to all. After all, this marks a new beginning for Cybertron, and we must all strive to improve this land." The ambulance nodded in agreement, saying, "You have truly matured, Soaring Sky. In any world, you will be an exceptional warrior." Soaring Sky shook his head gently, replying, "I have merely done what I ought to do. You, teacher, are my true role model." The ambulance fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "Well, since you put it that way, I shall graciously accept your praise." They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. The celebration of a new Cybertron Day finally arrived. The citizens of Cybertron gathered together to celebrate this fresh start. Megatron and Optimus Prime stood upon a platform, jointly announcing the dawn of a new era for Cybertron. Their voices resonated across the skies, earning resounding applause from the populace. Soaring Sky stood amidst the crowd, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He understood that this was to be his final time in this world. As he gazed at Megatron and Optimus Prime, gratitude filled his heart. They had provided him with a home and a warmth he had never experienced before. After the event concluded, the ambulance approached Soaring Sky, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. Soaring Sky, are you truly leaving? Soaring Sky nodded, responding, yes, teacher. My mission has been fulfilled, and I must return. But I promise you, I will visit often. The ambulance remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in acceptance. Very well, I respect your decision. But remember, no matter where you are, you will always be my student. Soaring Sky smiled gently, warmth flickering his eyes. I will, teacher. No matter where I go, I shall remember your teachings. Standing before the well of all sparks, anticipation and reluctance filled Soaring Sky's heart. He closed his eyes, calling upon the power of the Primus, preparing to return to his own world. Farewell, Soaring Sky. The voice of the ambulance came from behind, tinged with a sense of sadness. Soaring Sky turned, tenderness flashing in his gaze. Goodbye, teacher. I will miss you. The ambulance nodded. I will miss you too. But remember, no matter where you go, you are never alone. Soaring Sky smiled faintly, warmth enveloping his heart. I will, teacher. Thank you. When Soaring Sky opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in his own world. He stood upon familiar soil, his heart filled with newfound hope. He knew that there was a long journey ahead, but he also understood that no matter the challenges that lay before him, he would not be alone. Wherever I may be, I shall fight for peace, Soaring Sky whispered, his voice filled with resolve. In this new world, peace had indeed arrived in Cybertron. Megatron and Optimus Prime, once adversaries, had now become partners in safeguarding this land together. Their tale shall continue to unfold in the newfound peace. Chapter 80. An unexpected request, an ingenious scheme. Upon returning to his realm, Yun Tian initially intended to journey to Cybertron to fulfill his promise to Optimus Prime and Megatron by participating in their spark fusion ceremony. After all, he had vowed to witness their significant moment. However, before he could take action, he was summoned back to the base by the Cosmic Emperor. Yun Tian, come here, echoed the commanding voice of the Cosmic Emperor within the base, imbued with an undeniable authority. With a hint of confusion, Yun Tian entered the command room, where he found the Cosmic Emperor seated upon his throne, an expression of urgency etched upon his features. He scratched his head and inquired, my lord, what do you require of me? The Cosmic Emperor remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Yun Tian, I need your assistance. Yun Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from the Cosmic Emperor. Tentatively, he asked, what is it that you require of me? With a heavy sigh, the Cosmic Emperor responded, I wish to know how I might win the favor of the primordial celestial. Yun Tian's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Aren't you and the primordial celestial adversaries? Do you harbor feelings for him? The Cosmic Emperor's face flushed crimson in an instant as he glared at Yun Tian in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting, you impudent child? How could I possibly have feelings for him? Yun Tian deliberately elongated his tone. Oh, I see. I thought, can you not be normal for once? The Cosmic Emperor's voice carried a note of exasperation. Waving his hand dismissively, Yun Tian teased. If this is the attitude with which you seek my help, I might as well take my leave. After all, I am not the one in a hurry. Farewell. He turned it apart, but the Cosmic Emperor called out, wait a moment. Yun Tian halted, turning back to face the Cosmic Emperor with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Is there something else, Elder? The Cosmic Emperor was tempted to reprimand Yun Tian, yet knew he must restrain himself. Adopting a more genial demeanor, he said, Brother Chong, please calm down. I acted impulsively just now. Do not take it to heart. Yun Tian raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Now that is more like it, little you. In light of your sincere remorse, I shall grant you forgiveness. As for your request, he paused deliberately, observing the Cosmic Emperor's eager expression before leaning closer to whisper, come here. The Cosmic Emperor nodded, leaning in attentively. Yun Tian whispered a flurry of words, and gradually, the Cosmic Emperor's complexion deepened in color. Are you certain this will work? The Cosmic Emperor asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. Yun Tian patted his shoulder confidently. Fear not, my brother, trust in me, and all will be well. You little rascal, prepare to face your fate. Just as Yun Tian finished speaking, he was sent flying by a punch from the Cosmic Emperor. With a resounding thud, Yun Tian crashed against the wall and slid to the floor. Rubbing his head, He looked up at the Cosmic Emperor with an expression of innocent bewilderment. My lord, what was the necessity of that? Chong Yunxiao rose from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and with a look of helplessness, gazed at the Cosmic Emperor. What is the purpose of this? I am, after all, your successor. Could you not show me a bit more kindness? The Cosmic Emperor inwardly grumbled, feeling that this impudent boy had truly taken his status too seriously. Yet, a flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes. With a dismissive snort, the Cosmic Emperor, though irked by Chong Yunxiao's jest, could not deny that perhaps the young one's approach was indeed worth a try. Chong Yunxiao approached him, patting his shoulder gently. Do not be angry, my lord. My method just might be of assistance to you. After a brief silence, the Cosmic Emperor finally nodded. I hope so. Chong Yunxiao smiled subtly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Rest assured, my lord, no matter how aloof Yuan Tianzuan may appear, he cannot resist the sincerity of your affections. The Cosmic Emperor's expression shifted slightly, and he shot a glare at Chong Yunxiao. You, rascal, only know how to spout nonsense. Chong Yunxiao laughed heartily, my lord. Are you feeling shy? The Cosmic Emperor's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he glared fiercely at Chong Yunxiao. If you dare to prattle on, I shall throw you out. Chong Yunxiao quickly raised both hands and feigned innocence, saying, all right, I shall cease. Please do not be angry. We must be cautious of the sparks. With a huff, the Cosmic Emperor said nothing, but a hint of resignation flickered in his gaze. Under Chong Yunxiao's suggestion, the Cosmic Emperor began to prepare his plan. He meticulously crafted a unique gift, a gemstone imbued with immense energy, symbolizing his respect and sincerity towards Yuan Tianzuan. I hope this gift will win his acceptance, the Cosmic Emperor murmured, his eyes glimmering with hope. Chong Yunxiao stood by, observing the Cosmic Emperor's busy figure, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He understood that the enmity between the Cosmic Emperor and Yuan Tianzuan was deeply rooted, yet perhaps his approach could indeed mend their rift. May all go well, Chong Yunxiao whispered, his voice laced with blessing. Days later, the Cosmic Emperor arrived at Yuan Tianzuan's domain, carrying the gift. His heart was a tumult of anxiety and anticipation, uncertain of how Yuan Tianzuan would respond. Yuan Tianzuan, I have urgent matters to discuss. The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated through the territory, imbued with a note of authority. From the void, Yuan Tianzuan's voice emerged, calm and composed. Cosmic Emperor, what is it that you seek? Taking a deep breath, the Cosmic Emperor extended the gemstone. Yuan Tianzuan, I bring you a gift, and I hope you will accept it. Yuan Tianzuan took the gemstone, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What is this? With a slight smile, the Cosmic Emperor replied, this is a gemstone I created with my own hands, rich with powerful energy. I hope you will accept this gift and also my sincerity. Yuan Tianzuan remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Finally, he nodded, Cosmic Emperor, I sense your sincerity. I shall consider your request. A flicker of surprise passed through the heart of the Cosmic Emperor, for he realized this might herald a new beginning. Meanwhile, Chong Yunxiao returned to his chamber, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that his mission had been accomplished, yet he was acutely aware that the peace of Cybertron required his continued guardianship. Chong Yunxiao, you have returned, came the voice of Jing Tian from outside the door, laced with concern. Turning around, Chong Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Jing Tian, for your unwavering support. Jing Tian offered a gentle smile, patting his shoulder. Do not mention it. We are all striving for the peace of Cybertron. What are your plans now? Chong Yunxiao fell into a moment of contemplation before replying. I wish to go to Cybertron to fulfill my promise to Optimus Prime and Megatron. They have invited me to witness their all-spark merging ceremony, and I long to witness their joy. Jing Tian nodded in affirmation. Go ahead, Chong Yunxiao. I trust they will be delighted to see you. Chong Yunxiao smiled faintly, his heart filled with expectation. Thank you, Jing Tian. I shall return swiftly. Days later, Chong Yunxiao arrived at Cybertron. Upon his appearance before Optimus Prime and Megatron, both expressed a flicker of astonishment. Chong Yunxiao, you truly came, Optimus Prime exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Megatron nodded in agreement. We thought you would not arrive. Chong Yunxiao replied with a warm smile. I promised I would come. Congratulations, my friends. Exchanging glances, Optimus Prime and Megatron beamed with happiness, for they knew that Chong Yunzhao's presence was not only a testament to their joy, but also an affirmation of their friendship. "Thank you, Chong Yunzhao," Optimus Prime said, his tone imbued with emotion. Megatron added, "We shall forever cherish your friendship." Under Chong Yunzhao's witness, the all-spark merging ceremony proceeded seamlessly. The citizens of Cybertron gathered in unison to celebrate this momentous new beginning, their faces aglow with joy. For they understood that the future of Cybertron had arrived. Standing amidst the crowd, Chong Yunzhao felt a profound warmth and contentment. He recognized that his mission had been fulfilled, yet he also comprehended that the peace of Cybertron demanded his ongoing vigilance. Chapter 81. A new journey and first encounter. After participating in the all-spark merging ceremony of Optimus Prime and Megatron, Chong Yunzhao returned to his routine of patrol duties. Each day, he traversed the territories assigned by the Cosmic Emperor, ensuring that all was in order. However, this monotonous task left him feeling exceedingly bored. Daily patrols are truly tiresome, Chong Yunzhao muttered to himself, a hint of resignation in his voice. If only he had refrained from mocking the Cosmic Emperor. Now, the Emperor had embarked on a romantic endeavor, leaving all the responsibilities to him, under the noble guise of an heir needing unwavering tenacity. Does he truly believe I am unaware of his desire for retribution? With a sigh, he continued his patrol across the territory. His heart brimmed with grievances against the Cosmic Emperor, yet he understood the necessity of fulfilling his task. Very well, let me hasten to complete the work, lest that old ding descend into madness once more, Chong Yunzhao murmured, a flicker of resignation glinting in his eyes. However, the moment he uttered those words, a temporal rift unexpectedly manifested before him. Before Chong Yunzhao could even react, he was swept into the tunnel. "Cosmic Emperor, you play an unworthy game." His voice reverberated within the tunnel, laced with both ire and helplessness. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial, celestial venerable stood in a mysterious realm, observing the scene of Chong Yunzhao being engulfed by the time portal. Is this action perhaps a tad inappropriate? The voice of the primordial celestial venerable carried a hint of mockery, his gaze sparkling with amusement. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, a note of pride in his tone. "Did you not hear how that lad expressed himself? I am merely sending him to explore other worlds. He should be grateful. Besides, he is undoubtedly elated at this moment." The primordial celestial venerable shook his head, a trace of resignation in his voice. "One can only hope." The Cosmic Emperor nodded, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. "Well then, since we are undisturbed, let us continue our rendezvous, my dear primordial celestial venerable." The primordial celestial venerable smiled slightly. "Indeed, I hope that young one can find his own path in this world." The two exchanged knowing smiles before vanishing from sight, leaving the temporal rift to gradually close behind them. When Chong Yunzhao awakened from the temporal tunnel, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. His form had reverted to that of his initial crossing, devoid of any faction insignia. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he stood within a familiar arena. Is this the universe? Chong Yunzhao was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, and it appeared to be before the commencement of war. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Megatron, no, it was Lord Yun Tian. He remained the gladiator, yet to ascend as the leader of the Decepticons. Beside him stood Optimus Prime, or rather, Orion Pax, who had yet to become the leader of the Autobots, merely an ordinary archivist. Is this truly before the war began? Chong Yunzhao whispered, "If so, I shall certainly prevent their rift." He resolved to approach Yun Tian and Orion Pax to glean their thoughts. With a gentle smile, he approached Yun Tian. "Lord Yun Tian, greetings." Yun Tian turned, a glimmer of caution in his eyes. "Who are you?" Chong Yunzhao smiled subtly. "I am Chong Yunzhao, a newly arrived warrior. I have heard of your renown here and wish to meet you." Yun Tian fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Very well, you may stay, but do not cause trouble." Chong Yunzhao nodded in understanding. He recognized that Yun Tian's demeanor had yet to harden into the coldness of his future self. There remained a chance to alter the course of destiny. At that moment, Orion Pax approached, curiosity dancing in his eyes. "Lord Yun Tian, who is this new friend?" With a subtle smile, Shockwave remarked, "This is Skyward, a new warrior who wishes to join our ranks." Orion Pax nodded, a glimmer of warmth in his gaze. "Welcome, Skyward. We are all fighting for Cybertron." Skyward returned the smile, affirming Indeed, for Cybertron. In the ensuing days, Skyward gradually grew familiar with Shockwave and Orion Pax. He earned their trust in his unique way, revealing himself to be an extraordinary warrior. Skyward, you are truly intriguing, Shockwave noted during conversation, admiration flickering in his eyes. You are unlike any other warrior I have encountered. Skyward smiled gently. I merely aspire to enhance Cybertron. I believe we can all strive towards this goal. Orion Pax nodded in agreement. You are right, Skyward. As warriors of Cybertron, we must endeavor for peace. A sense of warmth enveloped Skyward's heart, for he understood he had discovered a new purpose, to prevent future wars and guide Cybertron towards tranquility. As time passed, Skyward seamlessly integrated into the lives of Shockwave and Orion Pax. He influenced them in his own manner, fostering a vision of peace. Skyward, do you truly believe we can achieve peace? Shockwave inquired during a late-night dialogue, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Skyward nodded, his eyes brimming with resolve. I do believe, if we are willing, the future of Cybertron can be shaped by us. Orion Pax approached, affirming, indeed, Skyward, we are warriors of Cybertron, and we should strive for peace. After a moment of silence, Shockwave finally nodded. Very well, I shall endeavor to try. For Cybertron, for our future. However, the path to peace was fraught with challenges. As the shadows of war began to loom over Cybertron, tensions between Shockwave and Orion Pax began to surface. Skyward recognized that he must take action to avert impending tragedy. Skyward, do you genuinely believe we can avert war? Shockwave questioned after a heated argument, anger flickering in his eyes. Skyward inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. I believe we can, as long as we are willing to communicate and understand one another. No issue is insurmountable. Orion Pax nodded, his voice tinged with hope. Yes, Skyward. We are warriors of Cybertron, and we must strive for peace. After a brief silence, Shockwave sighed. All right, I shall give it a try, but I cannot promise anything. Through Skyward's efforts, Shockwave and Orion Pax gradually set aside their prejudices, beginning to work towards peace for Cybertron. Their friendship deepened throughout this journey, with Skyward becoming an indispensable bridge between them. Skyward, thank you. In a late-night conversation, Optimus Prime expressed a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, stating that without the presence of this individual, they might have embarked on divergent paths. Orion Pax approached, his gaze imbued with warmth. Indeed, Thundercracker, you have illuminated the possibility of peace for us. Thundercracker responded with a subtle smile. We are all warriors of Cybertron and must strive for peace, as long as we are willing. The future of Cybertron can be shaped by our own hands. Under Thundercracker's influence, Cybertron gradually progressed toward tranquility. Optimus Prime and Orion Pax emerged as the guardians of Cybertron, their friendship deepening throughout this journey. Thundercracker found his own place as a peace envoy, safeguarding the land in his own unique manner, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. I shall persevere, Thundercracker silently vowed, for he believed that the future of Cybertron necessitated peace. Chapter 82. The Decree of Unicron and the Schemes of Thundercracker as time flowed. Thundercracker's influence within Cybertron steadily expanded. His actions and ideals were recognized by the current leader, Unicron. Unicron understood that Thundercracker's existence posed a latent threat to his reign. Yet he also realized that if he could win Thundercracker over, his dominance would be further solidified. Thundercracker, a capable and influential warrior, Unicron pondered from his throne, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his gaze. He must be utilized for my ends, otherwise. At that moment, his lieutenant, a Decepticon warrior named Shadow, entered, speaking in hushed tones. Lord Unicron, I have arranged for Thundercracker's position, as you instructed. Unicron nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. Appoint him as the captain of the Iron Fortress Patrol. I am confident he will accept this role. Standing at the exit of the Karen Coliseum, Thundercracker regarded the envoy sent by Unicron. He understood that Unicron's intent was to co-opt him. Yet he also required a position to execute his own plans to avert future conflict and guide Cybertron toward peace. Thundercracker, Lord Unicron has appointed you as the captain of the Iron Fortress Patrol, the envoy announced with a hint of reverence, presenting the decree. Thundercracker accepted the document with a slight smile. I comprehend Unicron's intent, yet he remains unaware of my own designs. He turned to Optimus Prime and Orion Pax, both of whom bore expressions tinged with concern. Though Optimus did not speak, his eyes conveyed a sense of care for Thundercracker. Thundercracker, you must exercise caution, Orion Pax urged, stepping closer. Unicron harbors ill intentions. We have observed him wielding his power to oppress the populace, though he conceals his actions well, and we possess no evidence. Optimus nodded in agreement, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Unicron's methods of governance are both cruel and cunning. You must remain vigilant. Thundercracker smiled gently, his eyes resolute. I appreciate your concern. I am aware of Unicron's intentions, yet I require a position to advance my plans. I will exercise caution. Standing silently to the side, Shockwave's gaze remained fixed on Chong Yunxiao. He understood that Chong Yunxiao's decision was the right one, yet he harbored concerns that the Overlord might exploit him, compelling him to undertake actions that contradicted his true nature. Uncertainty loomed over when they might meet again. A hint of reluctance tinged Shockwave's voice. Will you still come and watch my matches? Chong Yunxiao nodded, a glimmer of warmth flashing his eyes. I will, for we are friends. I shall witness your triumph. A rare smile graced Shockwave's face, then it is settled. Regardless of what transpires, you are my friend. Chong Yunxiao departed the Karen Coliseum, accompanied by the envoy dispatched by the Overlord, en route to Iron Fortress. He recognized that the Overlord's allure was merely the beginning. Yet he also understood the necessity of seizing this opportunity to delve deeper into the governing tactics of the Overlord. Welcome to Iron Fortress, Chong Yunxiao, echoed the Overlord's voice within the command center. I hope you will contribute to the peace of Cybertron. Chong Yunxiao responded with a slight smile, a flicker of resolve in his gaze. I shall do my utmost, my lord. The Overlord nodded, satisfaction briefly crossing his features. Excellent. I believe you will make a remarkable captain. During his time at Iron Fortress, Chong Yunxiao gradually unearthed the hidden machinations of the Overlord. He wielded his power to oppress the populace, sow division, and even sacrificed innocent lives to fortify his dominion. Chong Yunxiao realized he must unearth evidence to expose the Overlord's true nature. Overlord, your reign shall not endure, he silently vowed. I will gather proof to reveal your true face to the people of Cybertron. However, the Overlord was not an adversary to be underestimated. His methods were cunning and ruthless, rendering each of Chong Yunxiao's endeavors fraught with peril. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Resonated the Overlord's voice in the void. The future of Cybertron is mine to dictate. Shockwave and Orion Pax remained vigilant in the Karen Coliseum, closely monitoring Chong Yunxiao's movements. They were acutely aware of the dangers he faced, yet they understood that he must fulfill his mission. Can Chong Yunxiao truly succeed? Orion Pax's voice carried a note of concern. The Overlord's tactics are too cruel. After a moment of silence, Shockwave finally asserted, I have faith in him. Chong Yunxiao is a determined and capable warrior. He will find a way. Orion Pax nodded in agreement. You are right. Our role is to support him. Through his steadfast efforts, Chong Yunxiao gradually uncovered evidence of the Overlord's oppression of the populace. Utilizing his position, he relayed this evidence to Shockwave and Orion Pax. They recognized the inherent dangers of Chong Yunxiao's actions, yet they also understood that this was Cybertron's sole opportunity for peace. Chong Yunxiao, you have truly accomplished it. Orion Pax's voice reflected a sense of reassurance. We now possess sufficient evidence to unveil the Overlord's true nature. Lord Yun Tian nodded in agreement. It is time for the citizens of Cybertron to unveil the true nature of the adversary. Under the arrangements of Chong Yunxiao, Lord Yun Tian and Orion Pax united to expose the treachery of the adversary to the populace of Cybertron. Utilizing the Coliseum's broadcasting system, they laid bare the crimes of the adversary for all to see. Fellow Cybertronians, Lord Yun Tian's voice echoed throughout the arena. The adversary has wielded power to oppress us, sow discord, and even sacrifice innocent lives to fortify his reign. We can no longer endure his tyranny. Orion Pax stepped forward, his voice imbued with resolve. We possess evidence of the adversary's transgressions. Let us rise together and strive for the peace of Cybertron. The words of Lord Yun Tian and Orion Pax resonated deeply with the citizens of Cybertron, inspiring them to stand up and demand the adversary's resignation. Under the mounting pressure of the populace, the adversary was compelled to step down. The future of Cybertron was once again entrusted to Lord Yun Tian and Orion Pax. They resolved to govern Cybertron together, steering the land towards tranquility. Chong Yunxiao. Thank you, Lord Yun Tian expressed with gratitude. Without you, we could not have achieved this. Orion Pax approached as well, his gaze warm. Indeed, Chong Yun Xiao. You have illuminated the possibility of peace for us. Chong Yun Xiao smiled gently. We are all warriors of Cybertron, and we must strive for peace. As long as we are willing. The future of Cybertron can be determined by our own hands. In this new world, Cybertron welcomed a genuine peace. Lord Yun Tian and Orion Pax, once adversaries, had now become steadfast companions in safeguarding the land. Their tale would continue to unfold in this newfound tranquility. Chapter 83. The puppet game and covert machinations following the successful ousting of the adversary. The situation in Cybertron gradually stabilized. However, Chong Yun Zhao's life did not become tranquil as a result. Shortly thereafter, he received an invitation from the Senate, the oldest power institution of Cybertron, whose influence surpassed even that of the Parliament. Esteemed Chong Yun Xiao, we wish for you to become the new leader, the Senate's representative, an elder known as the Sage. Spoke with an air of authority and anticipation. We believe you possess the capability to guide Cybertron into a new golden era. Chong Yun Xiao was not well acquainted with the elders. He only knew that the Senate's appointment held greater weight than that of the Parliament, and upon acceptance, he would become the de facto ruler of Cybertron. Lord Yun Tian and Orion Pax were equally astonished by the involvement of these legendary elders, never having anticipated that the Senate would directly intervene in the affairs of Cybertron. Chong Yun Xiao. You must accept, Lord Yun Tian urged with urgency, the Senate's appointment supersedes that of the Parliament. The legislators will not hinder you. Orion Pax nodded in agreement. Yes, Chong Yun Xiao. The Senate's support is a tremendous opportunity for you. Together, we can make Cybertron a better place. Chong Yun Xiao fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He was aware that this could be a trap, yet he also recognized it as a remarkable opportunity. Ultimately, persuaded by the two, he accepted the Elder's appointment and ascended as the new leader of Cybertron during its golden age. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was all a cunning scheme orchestrated by Unicron. In the shadows, Unicron sneered as he watched the young leader accept his appointment. You, Cybertron, will become the force that solidifies my dominion over this realm. Unicron's voice resonated with a hint of triumph. I eagerly await the moment when you bow before me. Enjoy the game I have prepared for you, haha. Under Unicron's directive, the Senate provided him with the most opulent working environment. They arranged for numerous female attendants to cater to his daily needs. The representative of the Senate, the Wise One, personally oversaw everything, ensuring that he could fully immerse himself in this lavish lifestyle. We shall make you accustomed to this life, Cybertron. Soon, you will become our puppet. The Wise One's voice carried a chilling undertone. As time passed, Cybertron gradually succumbed to this extravagant way of living. He began to relish all that the Senate had arranged for him, and even took time to oversee the lives of the elders. His behavior raised concerns among Cybertron Prime and Orion Pax. Cybertron, you cannot continue like this. Orion Pax's voice was tinged with urgency. Unicron may be watching you from the shadows. You must exercise caution. Cybertron Prime nodded in agreement. Indeed, Cybertron. Do not let this lifestyle blind you. We must thwart Unicron's machinations. Yet, Cybertron paid little heed to their warnings. He even began to dismiss the advice of Cybertron Prime and Orion Pax, expelling them from his palace. I know what I am doing. I do not require your counsel. Cybertron's voice was laced with coldness. Leave me at once. This is no place for commoners. Cybertron Prime and Orion Pax exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment passing between them. They understood that Cybertron had been ensnared by the Senate's luxurious lifestyle. However, Cybertron was not truly deceived. He was fully aware that Unicron was observing him, and had it not been for overhearing Unicron's conversation with several elders, he might have indeed become Unicron's puppet. I regret, my friends, that this will sadden you both. But to vanquish Unicron, I must maintain this Fade, Cybertron silently resolved. I shall eliminate Unicron and usher in a true era of peace for Cybertron. He understood the necessity of acting with caution, ensuring that Unicron remained unaware of his true intentions. He continued to indulge in the life the Senate had arranged for him, while secretly seeking Unicron's vulnerabilities. Cybertron Prime and Orion Pax departed from Cybertron's palace, their faces etched with concern. They had never anticipated that he would metamorphose into such a being. Orion, what shall we do? Sentinel Prime's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. Cybertron has fallen under the Senate's enchantment. Orion Pax paused for a moment before finally uttering, "We can only wait." Chong Yunxiao is an astute warrior. He will not be easily deceived. Perhaps he has his own strategy. Yun Tian nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. We can only place our faith in him. However, should we uncover the schemes of the enemy of heaven, we must act without hesitation." Chong Yunxiao continued to reside under the arrangements of the Senate. Yet he did not forget his mission. In secret, he gathered evidence against the enemy of heaven, seeking opportunities to unveil his conspiracy. He understood that the enemy would not easily relinquish his ambitions, but he also recognized the necessity of proceeding with caution. "Enemy of heaven, your machinations shall not succeed." Chong Yunxiao silently vowed, "I shall ensure you pay the price." At last, through a fortuitous encounter, Chong Yunxiao uncovered the clandestine dealings between the enemy of heaven and the Senate. Utilizing his position, he relayed this evidence to Yun Tian and Orion Pax. "We have sufficient proof." Chong Yunxiao's voice carried an urgency. "We can delay no longer. We must act immediately." Yun Tian and Orion Pax exchanged a glance, a flicker of relief passing between them. They knew that Chong Yunxiao had not been misled. He had been meticulously orchestrating events from the shadows. Under Chong Yunxiao's guidance, Yun Tian and Orion Pax united to reveal the conspiracy between the enemy of heaven and the Senate to the populace of Cybertron. They employed the arena's broadcasting system to bring the truth to light. "Cybertronian brethren, the enemy of heaven has colluded with the Senate, wielding power to oppress us and sow division." Yun Tian's voice resonated throughout the arena. "We can no longer endure their tyranny." Orion Pax stepped forward, his tone resolute. "We possess evidence of their transgressions. Let us rise together, striving for the peace of Cybertron." The citizens of Cybertron were moved by the words of Yun Tian and Orion Pax. They stood in unison, demanding the resignation of the enemy of heaven and the Senate. Under the pressure of the populace, the enemy of heaven and the Senate were compelled to step down. The future of Cybertron returned to the hands of Yun Tian and Orion Pax. They resolved to govern Cybertron together, steering the land towards peace. "Chong Yunxiao, thank you." Yun Tian expressed with gratitude. "Without you, we could not have achieved this." Orion Pax approached as well, his gaze warm. "Indeed, Chong Yunxiao, you have illuminated the possibility of peace for us." Chong Yunxiao smiled faintly. "We are all warriors of Cybertron, and it is our duty to strive for peace. As long as we are willing, the future of Cybertron can be determined by us. In this new world, Cybertron welcomed genuine peace." The tale of Chong Yunxiao would continue to unfold within this newfound tranquility. Chapter 84. Crisis and Guardianship. Following the dismantling of the enemy of heaven's conspiracy, the situation in Cybertron gradually stabilized. However, just as everyone presumed that Chong Yunxiao would continue in his role as leader, he made a decision that astonished all. He renounced his position as the leader of Cybertron. "Chong Yunxiao, are you truly prepared to relinquish your position as leader?" questioned Orion Pax with a hint of bewilderment. Chong Yunxiao offered a faint smile, his eyes brimming with resolve. "What Cybertron requires is not merely a leader, but genuine peace and freedom. I refuse to allow anyone to exploit this position to oppress the populace." For a moment, Yun Tian remained silent, eventually nodding in agreement. "You are correct. As long as you are present, the High Council must consider whether they can withstand your might if they wish to impose their will upon the people." Chong Yunxiao smiled gently, a flicker of warmth illuminating his gaze. "I have only done what I ought to do. The future of Cybertron necessitates our collective guardianship." Though a pang of reluctance lingered in their hearts, both Yun Tian and Orion Pax understood that Chong Yunxiao's choice was indeed the right one. They resolved to continue supporting him, regardless of the trials that lay ahead. Days later, Chong Yunxiao and Orion Pax toiled together in the Iron Fortress archive, while Yun Tian prepared for his match at the current arena. As he gazed out at the starlit sky, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. Would Chong Yunxiao remain by his side? Yun Tian whispered to himself, a complex expression crossing his face. "To me, he is not merely a friend. He is an indispensable part of my life. Yet, I find myself hesitant to voice my thoughts." He sighed softly, silently contemplating. "As long as he remembers me as a friend, that is enough." "Chong Yunxiao, thank you for working alongside me," Orion Pax expressed with a note of gratitude. "Orion, there is no need for thanks. We are friends, Yun Tian replied with a gentle smile. By the way, there is Yun Tian's match today. Let us go and cheer him on. Indeed, let us be on our way, Orion Pax nodded in agreement. And the two exchanged smiles as they exited the Iron Fortress archive. However, as they emerged from the building, Yun Tian sensed an unseen presence observing them. The feeling intensified as they approached a narrow alley. Just as he intended to alert Orion Pax, a group of enigmatic figures surged forth from the shadows, encircling them. Who are you? Why are you following us? Yun Tian's voice bore a chill. Why, to eliminate you, of course, one of the assailants sneered. Do try your luck, Yun Tian retorted, preparing to retaliate. Yet, in that moment, another henchman seized Orion Pax, pressing an electric baton against his neck. Make a move, and your friend is as good as dead, the assailant taunted. Yun Tian's countenance turned ashen, fury igniting within him. Despicable wretch. Release him. Yun Tian. Do not worry about me. You must flee, Orion Pax urged urgently. They seek you. Do not succumb to evil because of me. Silence. The assailant snarled, cutting Orion Pax off. The baton discharged a surge of electricity. Orion Pax cried out in agony, his body convulsing involuntarily. Orion, with a thunderous roar. He was consumed by a tempest of fury and guilt. You wretched scoundrels, utterly unforgivable. Driven by wrath, he unleashed a formidable force that sent his adversary sprawling. Yet, the exertion of such power rendered him unconscious. In the arena, Yun Tian anxiously awaited the arrival of Yun Tian and Orion Pax. Why are they not here yet? Are they attempting to surprise me? He muttered to himself. At that moment, his communicator abruptly chimed. Upon answering, Yun Tian was met with the frantic voice of Orion Pax. Yun Tian, something has happened to Yun Tian. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Yun Tian as he felt unease wash over him. Yun Tian, hold on. He ended the call, and the blue hue in his eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson. Upon arriving at the hospital, he beheld Yun Tian lying upon a bed, his heart ablaze with rage. Who did this? Yun Tian, please calm yourself, Orion Pax urged, his tone laced with urgency. I demand to know who is responsible. Yun Tian's voice was tinged with fury. After a moment of silence, Orion Pax replied softly, I do not know. It could be members of the High Council. Yun Tian's complexion darkened, his teeth grinding together as he spat. I shall annihilate them at once. Wait, Orion Pax interjected, grasping his arm. Right now, protecting Yun Tian is paramount. They may have infiltrated the hospital. We need a strategy. I require no strategy. I simply demand retribution. You would do well not to hinder me, Yun Tian replied coldly. Orion Pax regarded Yun Tian, disappointment flashing in his eyes. You have changed, Yun Tian. You feel like a stranger to me now. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tian finally spoke. We were never kindred spirits. I hope we do not find ourselves on opposing sides of the battlefield. He turned away from the hospital, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had never anticipated that Yun Tian would embroil him in such a tangled predicament. He understood the necessity of maintaining composure, yet his anger surged unchecked. Why? Why has this happened to Yun Tian? He murmured to himself. I cannot afford to lose him. I cannot lose my friend. However, he was acutely aware that the situation in Cybertron had grown perilously intricate. The High Council's power was vast, and they would not easily relent in their pursuit of Yun Tian. Yun Tian faced a crucial decision, to continue safeguarding Yun Tian or confront the threat posed by the High Council alone. Meanwhile, Yun Tian gradually regained consciousness upon his hospital bed. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, quickly giving way to clarity. He spotted Orion Pax standing at his bedside. Worry etched upon his features. Orion, I am fine, Yun Tian murmured with a faint smile, fatigue evident in his voice. Who are they? Why did they attack us? Orion Pax sighed. I do not know, but it is likely the High Council. They have long feared your influence. Yun Tian fell into silence for a moment, declaring resolutely, I shall not allow them to succeed. The future of Cybertron requires our united guardianship. Orion Pax not in agreement, I understand. We shall face them together, regardless of the difficulties that lie ahead. They resolved to continue their investigation into the High Council's conspiracy while simultaneously ensuring Yun Tian's safety. Aware that this struggle would not be facile, they recognized that only through solidarity could they maintain the peace of Cybertron. No matter the challenges that await, I shall persevere, Chong Yunxiao whispered, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. For we are friends, the guardians of Cybertron. In the arena, Sentinel Prime pondered in solitude, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. He understood that he must make a choice, yet he also acknowledged that Chong Yunxiao was his friend, an indispensable part of his life. I will return, Chong Yunxiao, he murmured. I shall protect you and safeguard the future of Cybertron. In this new world, the peace of Cybertron continued to face challenges. Chong Yunxiao, Orion Pax, and Sentinel Prime must unite to confront the adversities of the future. Their narrative would unfold further in the embrace of newfound tranquility. Chapter 85. The establishment of the Decepticons in pursuit of vengeance for Chong Yunxiao. Sentinel Prime resolved to take action. Leveraging his influence and renown within the Crawlin arena, he garnered a substantial following. His voice resounded throughout the arena. Fellow Cybertronians, we can no longer endure the oppression of the High Council. They have harmed our friends, inflicted pain upon our brethren. It is time they pay the price. Sentinel Prime's rallying cry received an enthusiastic reception. Numerous warriors joined his ranks, their eyes alight with a fervent desire for justice and a steadfast thirst for retribution. He understood that he must seek justice for Chong Yunxiao, even if it meant confronting the High Council head-on. However, Chong Yunxiao recognized that he could not alter Sentinel Prime's resolve. Awakening in his hospital bed, he realized that Orion Pax's proposed peace initiative could no longer deter Sentinel Prime's determination. He faced a choice: to continue supporting Orion's vision of peace or to embark upon the path of vengeance alongside Sentinel Prime. Chong Yunxiao, will you also abandon me? Orion Pax's voice trembled with disappointment and confusion. Chong Yunxiao remained silent for a moment before lifting his gaze, his eyes filled with resolve. I apologize, Orion. I once believed that by not provoking them, they would remain docile, but it appears I was mistaken. I will ensure they face consequences. You would do well not to hinder me. Orion Pax's complexion drained of color, his voice tinged with anguish. Why? Why must you also choose this path? Chong Yunxiao offered a faint smile, a hint of resignation flickering in his gaze. Perhaps we can only remain friends. Farewell, Orion. The next time we meet, we may find ourselves as adversaries. With that, Chong Yunxiao turned and exited Orion's chamber, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. Yet he understood that he had made his choice. At this moment, Lord Yun Tian was devising a battle strategy in the Karen Coliseum to confront the Supreme Council. His gaze shimmered with determination and the flames of vengeance. Upon the entrance of Chong Yunxiao, a smile of relief graced his countenance. Yun Tian, I have arrived. Chong Yunxiao's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes were resolutely steadfast. Chong Yunxiao, my brother, I am grateful for your choice to stand by me. Lord Yun Tian stepped forward and patted his shoulder. I understand this is no easy feat, but I have faith that you will make the right decision. Chong Yunxiao offered a slight smile, warmth flickering in his eyes. As I have promised, I shall always be by your side. By the way, how about changing your name? Let us call you Lord Megatron. Our team shall be named Decepticons. Lord Yun Tian paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. What a splendid idea. Megatron, I adore this name. Our team shall be known as the Decepticons, and we shall make the Supreme Council aware of our might. Whatever you say, my brother, came Yun Tian's voice, imbued with a sense of grandeur. Soundwave, please escort our vice leader to rest. Soundwave nodded slightly, indicating for Chong Yunxiao to follow. However, Chong Yunxiao shook his head. Megatron, I have fully recovered. I am fine. Lord Yun Tian looked at him, a trace of tenderness flickering in his gaze. No, you just promised to heed my words. I beg you, will you? Faced with Yun Tian's earnestness, Chong Yunxiao relented. All right, but remember to call me if there's any action. Yun Tian nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I shall. After confirming that Chong Yunxiao had entered a state of slumber, Lord Yun Tian retreated to his chamber. He beheld Chong Yunxiao's serene visage, a complex array of emotions passing through his eyes. Chong Yunxiao, rest well. I shall avenge you, he whispered, gently caressing Chong Yunxiao's cheek. Those who dare harm my most cherished will pay the ultimate price. His voice bore a chilling resolve, yet his gaze was suffused with tenderness. He knew that Chong Yunxiao was an indispensable part of his life, and he must protect him. Under Lord Yun Tian's leadership, the Decepticons rose swiftly. Their objective was clear: to confront the Supreme Council and seek justice for Chong Yunxiao. Yun Tian's influence attracted an increasing number of warriors to their ranks, their strength burgeoning. Megatron, our plan is ready. Soundwave's voice resonated from outside the door, imbued with seriousness. Yun Tian nodded. Excellent, Soundwave. We cannot allow the Supreme Council to continue oppressing our brethren. It is time they recognize our power. Meanwhile, Orion Pax stood alone at the window of the Iron Fortress archives, his gaze filled with helplessness and disappointment. He understood that the choices made by Chong Yun Xiao and Lord Yun Tian had ensnared him in a predicament. Why has it come to this? Orion Pax murmured softly, a trace of anguish in his voice. I once believed we could safeguard the peace of Cybertron together, but now he shook his head, silently contemplating. Perhaps I can only hope they do not stray too far. The future of Cybertron demands tranquility, not strife. During the slumber of Skyfire, the conflict between the Decepticons and the High Council escalated gradually. The actions of Megatron garnered widespread attention across Cybertron, his influence steadily expanding. Many warriors found themselves drawn to his ideals, flocking to the Decepticon ranks. Starscream, our power has become formidable, he exclaimed, excitement lacing his tone. It is time for the High Council to recognize our might. Megatron nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time. Our aim transcends mere vengeance. It is to protect the future of Cybertron. Days later, Skyfire awakened from his slumber, his body fully restored, a resolute light shone in his eyes. He understood that Megatron needed him, that Cybertron needed him. Megatron, I am restored, Skyfire declared with urgency. When shall we commence our actions? Megatron regarded him with a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. Excellent, Skyfire. Our plan is in place. It is time for the High Council to witness our strength. Skyfire nodded, determination sparkling in his eyes. I shall fight alongside you until the very end. Under the leadership of Megatron and Skyfire, the climactic battle between the Decepticons and the High Council finally approached. Their objective was clear, to dismantle the oppression of the High Council and safeguard the future of Cybertron. Megatron's influence attracted an increasing number of warriors to their cause, their strength gradually magnifying. Cybertronians, we can no longer endure the tyranny of the High Council. Megatron's voice resonated across the battlefield. For our future, for our freedom, let us unite in battle. Skyfire stood resolutely beside him, his gaze unwavering. We shall protect the peace of Cybertron until the final moment. Through the relentless efforts of the Decepticons, the oppression of the High Council began to fracture. The future of Cybertron was once again within their grasp. The actions of Megatron and Skyfire garnered the support of the Cybertronian populace, their ideals deeply resonating within the hearts of many. Megatron, we shall safeguard the future of Cybertron together, Skyfire asserted with conviction. No matter the obstacles that lie ahead, we shall not falter. Megatron nodded, a steadfast light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Skyfire, we shall protect this land until the very last moment. In this new world, the peace of Cybertron still faced challenges. Megatron and Skyfire knew they must stand united, confronting the difficulties that awaited them. Their story would continue to unfold within the embrace of this newfound peace. Chapter 86. The Choice of Power and Emotion in the Face-Off against the High Council. The battles raged fiercely. The Decepticon warriors fought valiantly under Megatron's command, while Skyfire steadfastly guarded Megatron's rear. His silhouette on the battlefield resembled an indomitable line of defense, ensuring the safety of Starscream. However, within Starscream's heart, an increasing sense of discontent brewed. He observed Thundercracker repeatedly shielding him from peril during their combat, and his heart swelled with tumultuous emotions. He yearned for strength, a desire to protect Thundercracker rather than being perpetually shielded by him. I require power, with formidable strength. I could safeguard Thundercracker and remain by his side forever, Starscream silently vowed to himself. This yearning for strength, coupled with a possessive longing for Thundercracker, birthed a frenzied notion within him. After the battle concluded, the two returned to the Decepticon base. Ignoring Thundercracker's protests, Starscream commenced the enhancement of his own power. His form radiated with a brilliant light, infused by an overwhelming surge of energy, and he reveled in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Starscream, you do not need this. Thundercracker's voice betrayed a hint of concern. Your power is already formidable. Starscream shook his head resolutely. No, I must do this. I require sufficient power to protect you. I do not wish to become your burden. After a moment of silence, Thundercracker sighed. Very well, but you must be cautious not to let power cloud your judgment. Subsequently, Starscream approached Thundercracker's chamber. His gaze was laden with complex emotions as he slowly advanced toward Thundercracker, pinning him beneath him. Thundercracker, I wish to protect you. I do not want to be your burden. I desire to be with you eternally. Starscream's voice conveyed a sense of urgency, and his eyes brimmed with longing. Thundercracker was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his gaze. Starscream, I need time to contemplate. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Starscream's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Thundercracker, do you promise me? Thundercracker nodded slightly. Yes, but I need time to consider our relationship. Starscream remained silent for a moment before finally replying. Very well. I shall grant you the time to ponder, and I will safeguard you. Then, might my lord Starscream release me? Thundercracker's voice held a teasing note, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Upon hearing this, Starscream realized the position he had placed himself in and swiftly stood up, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Thundercracker, my lord Starscream was quite formidable just now. I was completely overpowered. Thundercracker smiled gently. This remark from Thundercracker intensified Starscream's possessive feelings, igniting an even stronger flame within him. He lifted Thundercracker from the ground, his gaze softening. It matters not. I shall ensure you feel my sincerity until you are ready to be with me. Meanwhile, Orion Pax was making his way to Thundercracker's room, wishing to discuss his feelings with him. However, upon witnessing the interaction between Starscream and Thundercracker, despair instantaneously filled his heart. Why do you still choose him? Why? The voice of Orion Pax was tinged with a trace of anguish, and a flicker of confusion passed through his gaze. He dashed outside, his heart heavy with sorrow and despair. He had never anticipated that Starscream would so unequivocally choose Megatron, leaving him to witness their union helplessly. Starscream gazed at Megatron, a complex emotion glimmering in his eyes. He understood that Megatron's feelings were sincere, yet he required time to untangle his thoughts. Megatron, I need time. Starscream stated firmly. Our relationship cannot be rushed. I must contemplate my feelings. Megatron nodded, a hint of resignation crossing his expression. I understand, Starscream. I will grant you time, but you must remember, my heart will always belong to you. Starscream offered a faint smile, warmth flickering in his eyes. I know, Megatron. You are an important friend to me, and I will consider this seriously. Orion Pax wandered alone through the streets of Cybertron, his heart burdened with confusion and pain. He had never imagined becoming ensnared in such a convoluted emotional predicament. Why? Why did Starscream choose Megatron? Orion Pax murmured to himself, a note of helplessness in his voice. Do I truly have no chance? He settled upon a stone, determination flashing in his eyes. No, I shall not surrender. I must find a way to convey my feelings to Starscream. At the Decepticon base, the relationship between Megatron and Starscream grew increasingly intricate. Megatron remained ever vigilant regarding Starscream's safety, while Starscream gradually acclimated to Megatron's attentiveness. Megatron, do you truly not need rest? Starscream inquired with concern. You have just enhanced your powers. You should take the time to recuperate. Megatron shook his head. I am not weary, Starscream. As long as you are by my side, I draw strength. Starscream smiled gently, warmth shining in his eyes. Very well, but you must also take care of yourself. Despite the burgeoning warmth in their relationship, they were acutely aware that the situation on Cybertron remained complicated. The threat of the High Council had not been entirely vanquished, and the rise of the Decepticons had drawn the attention of other factions. Starscream, what shall we do next? Megatron's voice carried a note of concern. The influence of the High Council remains formidable. We cannot afford to be complacent. Starscream nodded. We shall continue to fight until Cybertron truly achieves peace. Our goals have never wavered. Megatron affirmed with a nod. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Starscream recognized that he must make a choice. Megatron's feelings for him were genuine, while Orion Pax had patiently awaited his response. He could not bear to hurt anyone, yet he also needed to consider his own emotions. Starscream, have you truly made your decision? Megatron's voice held a note of anticipation. I will wait for you forever. Starscream remained silent for a moment before finally replying, Megatron, I need time, but I will reflect on this earnestly. Megatron nodded slightly, a flicker of tenderness crossing his gaze. I understand, Starscream. No matter how long it takes, I shall remain here, in this new world, The piece of Cybertron continued to face challenges. Megatron and Starscream became partners in the shared guardianship of this land. Their story would unfold further in the embrace of newfound tranquility. Chapter 87. The Birth of Optimus Prime and the Lost Starscream in Pursuit of Starscream. Orion Pax made an extreme decision. He not only transformed his own body, but also altered his colors from red and blue to purple. He renamed himself Optimus Prime and, through a unique means, earned the recognition of the Primus, acquiring the leadership module. Primus, I beseech your power, Optimus Prime declared with conviction. I require the leadership module to protect Cybertron. The voice of Primus resonated within his mind. Optimus Prime, do you truly wish to bear the burden of this power? Without hesitation, Optimus Prime replied, yes, I am willing. For the peace of Cybertron, I shall sacrifice everything. After a moment of silence, Primus finally acquiesced to his request. Very well, Optimus Prime. You shall receive the power of the leadership module, but remember, this power is a double-edged sword. Optimus Prime nodded as a radiant light enveloped him, the strength of the leadership module gradually flowing into his being. He felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, excitement flickering in his eyes. Now, I shall control the High Council, he proclaimed with authority. Harnessing the power of the leadership module, Optimus Prime swiftly took command of the High Council. He named his faction Decepticons, symbolizing the forces of deception and falsehood. His ambition was to shape the future of Cybertron through his control of the Council. My fellow Cybertronians, we require a powerful leader to safeguard our future. Optimus Prime's voice echoed across Cybertron. With my strength, I shall revitalize this land. I will lead you towards a new tomorrow. His voice carried a certain enchantment, compelling the assembled council members to bow their heads in submission. His oratory ignited fervent responses among the Cybertronians, drawing an increasing number into the ranks of the Decepticons. Optimus Prime's influence grew rapidly, with a single objective, to possess Starscream. Unbeknownst to Starscream, all this turmoil stemmed from him. As he stepped once more onto the battlefield, he beheld a familiar silhouette, Optimus Prime. Yet, the figure before him bore little resemblance to the Orion he once knew. His body had been transformed, his gaze filled with coldness and ambition. Is that Orion? Starscream was taken aback, his heart heavy with confusion. Just as he prepared to approach with inquiries, he found himself unable to move. Starscream, bow before your master, Optimus Prime commanded, his voice imbued with a peculiar charm that instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort and warmth in Starscream. He slowly approached Optimus Prime, lowering his head. Master Optimus, you have finally come to retrieve me. Tianju smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Chong Yunxiao, I have come to bring you home, to the sanctuary where only the two of us exist. He gently caressed Chong Yunxiao's shoulder, his voice laced with tenderness. Chong Yunxiao, who is the one you should entrust your life to? It is undoubtedly you, my master, replied Chong Yunxiao, his gaze brimming with dependence on Tianju. Satisfied? Tianju nodded. Excellent. Come, let's merge our sparks. We shall be together for eternity. Chong Yunxiao acquiesced, opening his spark chamber. Their sparks drew towards one another, intertwining and taking on each other's hues, until Chong Yunxiao collapsed into Tianju's embrace. Yunxiao, you are finally mine, Tianju whispered, a softness glimmering in his eyes. Just as Tianju prepared to depart with Chong Yunxiao, Megatron arrived on the scene. He beheld the moment of their spark fusion, and at that instant his world shattered. Tianju, Megatron's voice resonated with anger and despair. Tianju turned, a cold glint in his eyes. Megatron, you have arrived too late. Chong Yunxiao has now become my spark partner. You have no chance. Megatron's face turned ashen. Tianju smiled slightly, his tone imbued with menace. Megatron, think carefully. If you act against me now, Chong Yunxiao will be harmed. Can you bear to injure him? Megatron gazed at Chong Yunxiao, cradled in Tianju's arms, his heart awash with tumultuous emotions. He could not accept that Chong Yunxiao had become Tianju's spark partner. Yet he understood that any rash action might put Chong Yunxiao in peril. Tianju, what have you done to him? Megatron's voice trembled slightly. Tianju smiled faintly, a spark of triumph in his eyes. I have merely provided him with a home, the very home he has long desired. Megatron, what you could not achieve, I have accomplished. Megatron fell silent, recognizing the truth in Tianju's words. Yun Tian had always yearned for a warm home. Had he truly fulfilled that role? Standing rooted in place, Megatron was engulfed in conflicting emotions. He had never anticipated that Tianzhu would betray both him and Yun Tian, nor that he would wield the power of the leadership module to control Yun Tian. Tianzhu, what is it that you truly seek? Megatron's voice bore an accusatory edge. Tianzhu smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. It is simple. I aim to make Cybertron my dominion, and Yun Tian is the key to achieving this goal. A flicker of fury crossed Megatron's gaze. You traitor. Yun Tian would never consent to be your tool. Tianzhu scoffed. He has already become my spark partner. His fate is now intertwined with mine. You can no longer wrest him from my side. Megatron's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. He had never envisioned that Yun Tian would fall under Tianzhu's control. A flicker of unwillingness passed through his gaze. Yet ultimately, he chose to retreat. Optimus Prime, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Megatron's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Starscream is not your puppet. He possesses his own will. Optimus Prime scoffed. Megatron, your naivety is astounding. The power of the leadership module is inescapable. Starscream is mine now, and will forever remain so. After a moment of silence, Megatron replied, I will find a way, Optimus. You will not maintain control over him indefinitely. Optimus shook his head, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. You are merely dreaming. Megatron, leave this place, or I shall ensure you live to regret it. Megatron remained silent for a moment before asserting, Optimus, you will not succeed. I will devise a means to liberate Starscream from your grasp. Optimus smiled faintly, his gaze still laced with contempt. Megatron, you remain as naive as ever. Starscream belongs to me now. This truth is immutable. Megatron shook his head, insisting, no, Optimus, you are mistaken. Starscream is a free soul. He cannot be controlled by anyone. I will find a way to restore his freedom. Optimus laughed coldly. Then let us see you try. However, I advise you to relinquish your ambitions. For Starscream has become a part of me, and you will never reclaim him. Turning away, Megatron was engulfed in a tumult of complex emotions. He recognized the immense power of Optimus, yet he understood that he could not abandon Starscream. He was determined to find a way to rescue him from Optimus' control. Starscream, I will find a way. Megatron silently vowed, I will restore your freedom, no matter the cost. Optimus departed the battlefield with Starscream, leaving Megatron to confront his inner turmoil alone. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. He was uncertain of his next move. Starscream, do you truly belong to him? Megatron murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. Meanwhile, Optimus returned to the deceptive base with Starscream. Tenderness flickered in his eyes as he said, Starscream, you are finally mine. We shall be together forever. Starscream lifted his head, eyes brimming with reliance. Lord Optimus, I will always stand by your side. Optimus smiled gently. Indeed, we will remain together eternally. The situation on Cybertron grew ever more intricate. Optimus's ascent imbued the future of Cybertron with uncertainty. Megatron and the Decepticons faced newfound challenges, while Starscream's choices rendered their relationships increasingly delicate. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, I shall persevere, Megatron whispered. I will carve my own path. In his base, Optimus gazed at Starscream, his eyes filled with warmth. Starscream, you're the most significant presence in my life. I shall protect you until the very end. In this new world, the peace of Cybertron continued to confront challenges. The fates of Megatron, Starscream, and Optimus Prime are intricately intertwined, and the future of Cybertron will hinge upon their choices. Chapter 88. The yearning for power and the resolve for revenge upon acquiring Starscream. Optimus Prime promptly rallied his forces to launch an offensive against Megatron's dominion. He sought to demonstrate to Starscream that he was no longer the feeble archivist of yore, but rather more capable than Megatron in safeguarding his interests. Fellow Cybertronians, we can no longer endure the oppression of the Decepticons. Optimus's voice resonated across the battlefield. Let us unite and fight for freedom and peace. His impassioned address successfully garnered the support of many Cybertronians. The ranks of his coalition swelled rapidly, their singular objective being the annihilation of Megatron and the usurpation of Cybertron's rule. Following yet another skirmish, Optimus returned to his quarters. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Starscream leaping into his embrace. Optimus, you've returned rather late today. I've been waiting for ages. Starscream's voice carried a playful note. Optimus laughed heartily, his tone infused with affection. Ha ha ha. Is Starscream upset? Yes, I am upset. The kind of upset that cannot be easily soothed, Starscream replied, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his voice. Optimus smiled gently, a flicker of tenderness in his gaze. Please don't be angry. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Tonight, you shall sleep on the sofa. Otherwise, I will remain angry, Starscream declared with a touch of defiance. Optimus nodded, his voice tinged with resignation. Very well, I shall comply. Please, do not remain angry. It is not good for your health. Starscream smiled slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Optimus, you are truly so gentle. Optimus tenderly stroked Starscream's hair. Starscream, I will protect you until the very last moment. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to the Decepticon base, his spirits plummeting. Once again vanquished by Optimus Prime, he had also lost his communication link with Starscream. The dual failures in both his personal and professional spheres left him engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. Why? How did it come to this? Megatron murmured, despair lacing his voice. Friends have departed one by one, even turning into my foes. Who can tell me what I did wrong? What must I do to bring Orion back to the right path, to have Starscream by my side once more? He sat in his chair, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated finding himself in such dire straits. His heart was a tumult of complex emotions. Yet he understood that he must devise a solution. At that moment, he recalled Optimus Prime's unparalleled strength. A surge of jealousy and anger coursed through him. Power. I require more power. Power that transcends all. If I can obtain the strength to defeat Optimus Prime, I shall attain all that I desire. In pursuit of his ambition, he meticulously perused an extensive array of materials, ultimately uncovering information regarding the Cosmic Emperor, the arch-nemesis of the primordial celestial, the legendary god of destruction. Indeed, this was the very entity he sought. If he could enlist the aid of the Cosmic Emperor, he could save the soaring cloud realm. His heart brimmed with hope, yet a tinge of unease lingered within. He recognized the perilous nature of the Cosmic Emperor, yet he understood that this was his singular opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, his azure spark gradually transformed into a deep crimson. His soul had become consumed by a fervent desire for power and an intense loathing for the Pillar of Heaven. At this moment, his singular thought was to vanquish the Pillar and rescue the Cloud Realm. Cosmic Emperor, I shall find you, he uttered in a hushed tone, a note of determination evident in his voice. I will spare no effort to save the Cloud Realm. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, as his heart blazed with the flames of vengeance. He resolved that, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would persevere. In the ensuing days, he commenced a clandestine quest to trace the whereabouts of the Cosmic Emperor. Utilizing the resources of the Decepticons, he amassed a wealth of intelligence concerning the Cosmic Emperor. His aim was singular, to locate the Cosmic Emperor and seize his power. Lord Megatron, we have discovered the trail of the Cosmic Emperor. The voice of Soundwave resonated from the communicator. He resides at the fringes of the universe, in a realm known as the Dark Star Domain. Megatron nodded, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his gaze. Excellent, prepare for departure. We shall journey to the Dark Star Domain. Days later, Megatron and an elite contingent of Decepticons arrived at the Dark Star Domain. The environment was exceptionally inhospitable, saturated with dark energy. Megatron recognized that this was the territory of the Cosmic Emperor. Lord Megatron, this place is fraught with peril, Soundwave cautioned, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Should we not proceed with caution? Megatron shook his head resolutely. We have no path of retreat. For the sake of the Cloud Realm, we must locate the Cosmic Emperor. They navigated through the myriad obstacles of the Dark Star Domain, ultimately arriving at the palace of the Cosmic Emperor. The entrance to the palace was ensconced in a formidable dark energy, a testament to the Cosmic Emperor's might. Cosmic Emperor, I have come, Megatron proclaimed, his voice echoing with authority outside the palace. The doors of the palace creaked open, revealing the colossal figure of the Cosmic Emperor before Megatron. His gaze bore a scrutinizing intensity, his voice resonating with gravitas. Megatron, what brings you here? A subtle smile graced Megatron's lips. Cosmic Emperor, I seek your power. I am willing to serve you, provided you assist me in defeating the Pillar of Heaven and salvaging the Cloud Realm. The Cosmic Emperor fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Very well, Megatron. Your resolve pleases me. I shall grant you power, but remember, my power comes at a cost. Megatron nodded earnestly. I am prepared to pay any price. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, emanating a potent dark energy that gradually infused Megatron's being. Megatron felt his power surge in an instant, and his heart brimmed with hope. Remember your promise, Megatron, echoed the voice of the Cosmic Emperor. Laced with a note of warning, my power comes at a price. With the aid of the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron obtained formidable strength, enveloped by dark energy. His gaze imbued with a chilling resolve. He knew this power was sufficient to vanquish Optimus Prime. Lord Megatron, you now possess tremendous power. Soundwave's voice resonated with reverence. We can return and prepare to launch an assault on Optimus Prime. Megatron nodded. Indeed, Soundwave. Let us return and ready ourselves for battle. Meanwhile, as Megatron harnessed his newfound strength, the lives of Optimus Prime and Starscream continued uninterrupted. Optimus cared for Starscream in his own way, their bond deepening gradually. Lord Optimus, you are truly gentle. Starscream's voice carried a hint of contentment. I will always be by your side. Optimus smiled faintly, a softness glimmering in his eyes. Starscream, I shall protect you until the very end. In this new world, the peace of Cybertron remained beset by challenges. Megatron, Starscream, and Optimus Prime, their fates intertwined, would determine the future of Cybertron through their choices. Chapter 89. The cycle of destiny and rebirth. The skies of Cybertron were shrouded in dark clouds, a stifling atmosphere enveloping the entire planet. Megatron descended, empowered by the Cosmic Emperor, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He eagerly sought out Optimus Prime, as if intent on pouring all his might into this confrontation. Megatron, I warned you that you are not my equal. Why do you persist in disobedience? Optimus's voice carried a tinge of exasperation as he regarded Megatron, complex emotions flickering in his gaze. Optimus, to prevent Cybertron from falling into your hands, I have acquired even greater strength. Now, I must awaken you and save Starscream. Megatron's voice resonated with determination, his body radiating immense energy. Enough of your idle chatter. Let me witness your power. Optimus assumed a battle stance, his own presence emanating formidable energy, as if prepared to match Megatron blow for blow. I shall satisfy you. Brace yourself. Megatron's form flickered, suddenly appearing before Optimus, his fist, imbued with immense power, hurtling toward him. Although Optimus reacted swiftly, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Megatron's might. Megatron's strength seemed inexhaustible, each strike exerting tremendous pressure upon Optimus. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their energy fluctuations impacting the entire battlefield, surrounding structures crumbling under the weight of their conflict. Megatron's prowess far surpassed that of Optimus, his assaults crashing forth like relentless tides, and soon, Optimus was brought to the ground. With a foot planted upon Optimus, Megatron's energy cannon on his arm began to glow ominously, powerful energy coalescing. It is over. The voice of Megatron was imbued with a chilling ruthlessness, his gaze suffused with an unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime found himself ensnared by the treacherous machinations of Unicron, suddenly acutely aware of the peril that befell him. A tightness gripped his heart as he prepared to act, when a radiant light emanated from the bracelet on his wrist, infused with the power of the primordial celestial. A surge of formidable energy surged through his being, liberating him from Unicron's grasp. May my strength assist you, Optimus silently prayed, caressing the bracelet as memories of his friends from another world flooded his mind. They had once bestowed upon him the fortitude to persevere through adversity, and now he resolved to wield his own power to rescue them. Yet there was no time to lose. Optimus was in danger. He swiftly traversed the battlefield, his form akin to a bolt of lightning as he appeared before Megatron, thwarting the impending lethal strike aimed at Optimus. Optimus Prime? Both Megatron and Optimus exclaimed in unison, their gazes locking onto him with palpable intensity. You two must regain your senses. Optimus's voice resonated with unwavering determination as he harnessed the bracelet's power, successfully restoring both to their former selves. Optimus, what have I done? Why has my body turned purple? Optimus Prime's voice was tinged with confusion, his eyes reflecting a cloud of bewilderment. It's all right, Orion. No, you should be called Optimus Prime now. Optimus reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, his expression softening with compassion. Optimus, you have returned. Megatron's voice held a note of joy, his eyes brimming with concern for Optimus. Indeed, Megatron, I have returned. Thank you for your concern, but the power of the Cosmic Emperor is not easily tamed. I have sealed that force. You do not hold it against me, do you? Optimus gazed at Megatron, his eyes conveying a hint of regret. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Come home with me, will you? Megatron's tone was imbued with tenderness, his eyes laden with care for Optimus. Shaking his head, Optimus replied, You and Optimus Prime have become this way because of me. I cannot bear to see you two clash further. His voice resonated with resolve, his gaze firm and decisive. With that, he wielded the bracelet's power to erase their memories of him. Let everything begin anew. Forget me, and you shall forge a brighter future. Optimus's voice carried a note of resignation, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Turning away from the two fallen figures, Optimus departed the scene, his heart heavy with anguish, yet resolute in his belief that this was the most prudent course of action. He could not allow his existence to become a source of discord between them. He yearned for them to start afresh, to embrace their rightful destinies. Upon awakening, the two returned to their respective bases. Optimus Prime reverted to his original red and blue hues and renamed Unicron as the Autobots. His heart brimmed with hope for the future, as he resolved to lead the Autobots toward a path of peace and justice. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish Optimus Prime, Megatron meticulously devised yet another battle strategy. This time, I shall surely defeat you, he declared, his gaze brimming with resolve and his heart aflame with the fervor of victory. Observing the timeline returning to its rightful course, Cloudbreaker resolved to adopt a neutral stance, embracing the role of a physician to aid the civilians ensnared by the ravages of war. He aspired to wield his power to salvage the innocent lives, restoring their happiness and tranquility. Perhaps this was indeed the most prudent choice for both himself and the two Titans. Cloudbreaker silently prayed, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. However, a sudden recollection of his connection with Optimus Prime surged within him, igniting a wave of confusion. Have I truly undergone a spark fusion with Optimus? He promptly activated his spark chamber, only to discover that his spark had been tinged with the hues of Optimus Prime. How could this be? A look of astonishment swept across Cloudbreaker's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. He quickly erased that color, declaring, No, I do not wish to dismantle. Long live Megatron. A teasing smile graced his features, and a sense of ease washed over him. He understood he had made the optimal decision, determined to ensure that all could possess their own happiness. As for him, he would continue his journey to seek his own path. The skies of Cybertron gradually cleared, sunlight cascading upon the land, heralding a new beginning. Cloudbreaker stood in the sunlight, his silhouette embodying unwavering strength. He recognized that the future, albeit shrouded in uncertainty, held no fear for him. He was ready to face every challenge that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Megatron and Optimus Prime persisted on their respective journeys, their narratives far from over, with Cloudbreaker destined to become an indispensable part of their saga. Chapter 90. The inevitability of choices behind the masked sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the sign of the clinic. As Cloudbreaker lingered at the door, his gaze fixed contemplatively upon the plaque. Observing his clinic, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. Once he had been a physician in his own realm, alleviating the suffering of patients with his own hands, instilling hope. Yet, the menace posed by Unicron had ensnared him in the vortex of power, transforming him from a mere healer into a pawn dictated by fate. He could not help but lament the capriciousness of destiny. However, he had now resolved to refrain from aligning with any faction. No longer did he wish to be embroiled in ceaseless conflicts. He simply yearned for the tranquility of being a doctor, safeguarding this land in his own manner. To remain unrecognizable to the versions of Optimus Prime and Megatron in this world, Cloudbreaker reverted to his original form and name from the primary realm. He gazed at his white exterior and chuckled to himself. It has been ages since I embraced my original visage. If I am to be a doctor, this white form is indeed more fitting. Dr. Cloudbreaker, are you reminiscing about the past once more? A voice from behind interrupted his reverie. Turning around, he beheld an ambulance stationed behind him, its gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. The ambulance inquired, Is something the matter? Yun Tian responded with a serene smile, his tone calm. The ambulance stepped forward, a hint of excitement in its voice. Dr. Yun Tian, we Autobots require your assistance. Your medical prowess is unparalleled. Joining us would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the peace of Cybertron. Yun Tian shook his head, politely declining the ambulance's invitation. I am grateful for your trust. Yet I wish to remain uninvolved in any factional conflicts. I am merely an ordinary physician, desiring only to quietly assist those in need. The ambulance intended to say more, but Yun Tian had already turned to enter the clinic. With a resigned sigh, the ambulance prepared to depart when, unexpectedly, a group of Decepticon soldiers surged from the surroundings, encircling both it and Yun Tian. What is happening? The ambulance asked in panic. Yun Tian raised his gaze, noticing that the leaders were Thundercracker and Skywarp. A slight stir of alarm rippled through him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Thundercracker and Skywarp, trusted lieutenants of Megatron, were not appearing by happenstance. A student of Megatron, and the captain of the Decepticon search squad, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Yun Tian remarked with a subtle smile, laced with jest. Thundercracker approached Yun Tian, his eyes scrutinizing. Our sole target is the ambulance. We kindly request your cooperation. Why do you wish to apprehend him? Yun Tian furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the ambulance. Because he has allied himself with the Autobots, an organization that would plunge our home into darkness. Thundercracker's voice bore a chilling edge. Yun Tian glanced at the ambulance beside him, exhaling heavily. He understood that revealing his identity was not an option. He could not become embroiled in this conflict. A choice had to be made to safeguard his safety. Yun Tian, the ambulance looked at him in terror, hope flickering in its eyes. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of resolve crossing his gaze. In a sudden movement, he swiftly subdued the ambulance. The ambulance gazed at Yun Tian in shock, unable to fathom that he would turn against it. Ambulance, how dare you deceive me? I was nearly swayed by your deceitful words. Yun Tian's voice carried a note of anger. No, I did not deceive you. It was he who lied. The ambulance struggled to explain, yet Yun Tian had already restrained him. Upon witnessing the ambulance's capture, Thundercracker promptly instructed 2 soldiers to place handcuffs on it. He turned to Yun Tian, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Doctor, thank you for your assistance. Should any difficulties arise in the future, my brother and I will be inclined to offer you our support. Yun Tian nodded, observing the captured ambulance without a flicker of emotion. He recognized that his actions were taken to protect himself and avert further complications. Yun Tian, you truly. The ambulance's voice carried a thread of despair. Enough, ambulance. There is no need for words. We are not of the same ilk. I am but an ordinary physician, while you are a malevolent Autobot. By delivering you to the Decepticons, my safety will be assured, and no one will trouble me further. Am I not correct, esteemed officers? Yun Tian's voice resonated with a cold decisiveness. Tian Jun was exceedingly pleased with Yun Tian's demeanor, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, Doctor. I shall dispatch soldiers to ensure your safety. The Decepticons will safeguard every inhabitant of Cybertron. With that, he entrusted the matter to the 2 commanders and bid farewell, hoping to meet again under better circumstances. Yun Tian offered a faint smile before turning to enter the clinic. Tian Jun nodded and departed in the ambulance. Standing at the doorway, Yun Tian gazed at their receding figures, his heart awash with helplessness and inner turmoil. He exhaled a sigh. Ambulance, do not hold it against me. My actions are merely a means of self-preservation. Returning to the clinic, he settled into a chair, his mind restless. He recognized the righteousness of his choice, yet a twinge of guilt lingered within him. Closing his eyes, he recalled his former vow to become a physician, dedicated to aiding those in need. Now, however, he found himself betraying his friends solely to protect himself. Dr. Yun Tian, are you all right? A voice from the entrance disrupted his reverie. Opening his eyes, he beheld a young Cybertronian standing at the threshold, concern etched upon his face. I am well. Please come in, Yun Tian replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to enter. The young Cybertronian stepped into the clinic and took a seat opposite Yun Tian, his voice tinged with anticipation. Dr. Yun Tian, I have heard of your remarkable medical skills, and I wish to ask for your assistance in examining my health. Yun Tian nodded, indicating for him to recline. As he meticulously examined the young man's physique, his own inner conflict persisted. He understood that although he had made a choice, the anguish within would not simply dissipate. Dr. Yun Tian, Do you believe I can recover? The young Cybertronian looked at him, hope glimmering in his eyes. Yun Tian offered a reassuring smile, a flicker of resolve shining through. As long as you possess faith, recovery is within your reach. He commenced the treatment, silently praying for the young man's swift recuperation. Though he could not alter fate, he could endeavor to assist those in need. As time passed amidst the flurry of activity, Yun Tian's clinic became increasingly bustling. An ever-growing number of Cybertronians sought his aid, and he dedicated each day to bringing them hope through his medical expertise. Yet, a sense of unrest lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware of his betrayal towards the ambulance and his friends. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of the ambulance's despairing gaze haunted him. He realized that while he had shielded himself, the torment within would not simply vanish. Dr. Yun Tian, what troubles your mind? A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a young nurse standing nearby, concern evident in her gaze. I am well, merely fatigued, Yun Tian replied with a soft smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. The nurse approached him, her voice laced with worry. Dr. Yun Tian, you seem burdened by thoughts lately. Is there something weighing on your heart? Yun Tian shook his head, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. I'm simply a bit tired. A brief respite will suffice. The nurse nodded, choosing not to press further. She understood that Dr. Yun Tian was an exceptionally resilient individual, always prioritizing the suffering of others while seldom attending to his own emotions. Dr. Yun Tian, you are truly a remarkable physician, remarked the nurse, her voice tinged with admiration. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a touch of tenderness flickering in his eyes. I merely fulfilled the duties expected of a doctor. Gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, he silently prayed for Cybertron to soon regain its peace, aware that only tranquility could ensure a joyous existence for all its inhabitants. However, the wheel of fate never ceases its relentless rotation. Just as Yun Tian endeavored to safeguard this land, a new tempest was quietly approaching. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus Prime raged on, and the peace of Cybertron continued to face formidable challenges. Standing at the threshold of the clinic, Yun Tian gazed into the distant sky, his heart heavy with helplessness and inner turmoil. He recognized that, despite the choices he had made, the burden of destiny still weighed heavily upon his shoulders. He must press on, defending this land and those in need in his own manner. Perhaps this is my fate, he mused with a self-deprecating smile before retreating into the clinic. While he knew he could not alter everything, he would strive tirelessly for the peace of Cybertron and for the innocent beings within it. Sunlight bathed him, as if bestowing strength upon him. Taking a deep breath, Yun Tian felt a surge of renewed hope. He understood that as long as he remained, he would continue to protect this land until the very last moment. Chapter 91. Unchangeable fate. Deep within the Decepticon base, Shockwave and Starscream presented the injured Ambulance before Megatron. Though shackled, Ambulance held his head high, his gaze unwavering. Long time no see. Ambulance. Megatron's voice dripped with sarcasm. Observing Ambulance, a complex glimmer flickered in his eyes. You were once my personal physician, and I held you in great esteem. Ambulance lifted his chin, his eyes cold and unyielding. I should never have healed your wounds. Otherwise, Cybertron would not be under your oppressive rule. Megatron's laughter echoed through the hall. You speak the truth. However, I recall it was Orion who implored you to treat my injuries. How could I refuse him? If only he could return to my side. Ambulance scoffed, a note of derision lacing his tone. What Orion admired and respected was the mentor and friend you once were, not the tyrant you have become. At this, Megatron's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He waved his hand, instructing the nearby soldiers to take Ambulance away. Are you all right, Master? Shockwave inquired, concern lacing his voice as he stepped forward. I am well, Shockwave, Megatron replied with a slight smile, though shadows lingered in his gaze. By the way, how did you manage to capture Ambulance? A doctor assisted us in subduing him. Shockwave paused, continuing, and his agility was reminiscent of one who had undergone countless battles. Optimus Prime seemed to have extended an invitation to this doctor, but the latter declined. Thundercracker paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinary trust in both me and Skywarp, akin to that of family. Megatron seized the opportunity to interject, his voice laced with profound significance. Thundercracker nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed, my master. He also appears to be quite concerned for our well-being, having healed our wounds. Megatron stood in contemplation, and, after a while, he addressed Thundercracker. In light of this, I assign you and Skywarp a task. Persuade that doctor to join our ranks. Remember, ensure that he utterly loses his faith in the Autobots. As you command, Lord Megatron. Thundercracker and Skywarp replied in unison, determination flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, Cloudian was diligently treating the injured in his clinic. His hands moved with practiced skill and speed, each gesture imbued with reverence for life. Just as he finished bandaging a wounded Cybertronian and prepared to attend to the next patient, the clinic's door was abruptly thrust open. What brings you here, Soundwave? Cloudian looked up to see Soundwave entering with a contingent of Autobots, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Soundwave scoffed, his tone tinged with anger. Stop feigning ignorance. Our medic, Ratchet, has gone missing. He sought you out yesterday. Do you care to explain why I am here? Cloudian furrowed his brow, a note of resignation in his voice. I understand now. To inform you, Ratchet was captured by Thundercracker and Skywarp in an effort to protect me. What did you say? Ratchet was captured? Soundwave's voice was laced with disbelief, unable to fathom that Ratchet could fall into Decepticon hands. Indeed. Might I request your departure? I currently have patients awaiting my attention, Cloudian urged, urgency underscoring his words as he wished to avoid keeping his patients waiting. Soundwave nodded, preparing to exit with his subordinates, when suddenly the clinic door swung open once more. Thundercracker and Skywarp entered, flanked by a battalion of Decepticon soldiers, their gazes fixed intently upon Soundwave. Who are you to intrude here? Thundercracker's voice was icy, his eyes glinting with a warning. Soundwave immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly commanded his subordinates to prepare for combat. A fierce battle erupted between the two factions, the brilliance of energy weapons illuminating the clinic as explosions echoed throughout. Cloudian stood to the side, concern etched across his features. Witnessing this sudden conflict filled him with a sense of helplessness. He realized he must maintain neutrality, yet he was loath to see innocents harmed. At that moment, Thundercracker caught sight of Cloudian by the entrance, surprise flickering in his eyes. He promptly instructed his guards to ensure Cloudian's safety. Soundwave, seeing Cloudian surrounded by Decepticon protectors, felt a surge of anger, mistakenly believing Cloudian was being abducted, and rushed forth to rescue him. However, his assault was effortlessly repelled by Skywarp. Dr. Cloudian, are you unharmed? The sound of the tremor bore a hint of concern as he gazed at Yun Tian, his eyes filled with regret. I am fine. Thank you both for arriving in time. Otherwise, I might have been captured by the malevolent Autobots, Yun Tian said with a faint smile. Tong Xiangxiu, relieved to see Yun Tian unharmed, felt a slight easing of tension in his heart. Yet, he recognized that he could not continue to fight under such circumstances. He could only retreat with his subordinates. Were you frightened, Dr. Yun Tian? Tianjin approached Yun Tian, his voice laced with concern. I am well. Thank you both for your timely arrival, Yun Tian replied with a subtle smile, gratitude flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, from this day forth, my brother and I will remain to assist you and ensure your safety. Tianjin's voice held a note of determination, his gaze shimmering with trust. Yun Tian nodded, warmth spreading within him. He understood that although he had declined the Autobots' invitation, the protection offered by the Decepticons was not of his choosing. However, he could not deny that the appearance of Tianjin and Hai brought him a measure of comfort. I hope you won't cause me too much trouble while you are here, Yun Tian said with a gentle smile. Tianjin and Hai exchanged knowing glances, their voices resolute. We shall do our utmost to protect you, Dr. Yun Tian. As Tong Xiangxiu retreated, the turmoil within the clinic began to subside. Yun Tian continued to attend to his patients, while Tianjin and Hai remained vigilant at his side, ever alert to their surroundings. Dr. Yun Tian, are you truly not considering joining us? Tianjin's voice carried a note of hope as he looked at Yun Tian, trust gleaming in his eyes. Yun Tian smiled slightly, his tone firm. I am but an ordinary doctor. My duty lies in aiding those in need. I wish not to become embroiled in any factional conflicts. Tianjin nodded, his voice understanding. I comprehend your perspective. Yet please believe that we Decepticons are not as malevolent as you might envision. We too possess our ideals and convictions. Yun Tian smiled gently, perhaps, but I prefer to maintain neutrality. In this way, I can better assist those who require help. Tianjin and Hai exchanged respectful smiles. their voices imbued with admiration. Your viewpoint is indeed unique, Dr. Yun Tian. We shall honor your choice. Yun Tian resumed his treatment of patients, his movements deft and swift, each gesture imbued with reverence for life. He recognized that while he had refused to align himself with any faction, his very presence had drawn the attention of both sides. Dr. Yun Tian, will you truly not consider joining us? Tong Xiangxiu's voice emerged from the doorway, interrupting his reverie. Yun Tian looked up to see Tong Xiangxiu standing at the entrance, anticipation in his gaze. He smiled faintly, a teasing lilt in his voice. I have reiterated it many times. I am merely an ordinary doctor, unwilling to become entangled in the strife of any faction. Tong Tianxiu sighed, a hint of helplessness lacing his voice. I understand your intentions, but I will handle the ambulance situation myself. Yun Tian's voice exuded a sense of determination, his eyes sparkling with resolve. I will find him and bring him back. Tong Tianxiu nodded, a glimmer of expectation in his voice. I believe you can accomplish this, Dr. Yun. Yun Tian smiled faintly, confidence emanating from his words. I will do my utmost. As Tong Tianxiu departed, Yun Tian resumed his treatment of patients, his heart brimming with newfound hope. He recognized that while he could not alter fate, he could at least strive to assist those in need. Dr. Yun, you are truly a remarkable physician. A voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Turning, Yun Tian beheld a young nurse standing there, admiration evident in her gaze. He offered a modest smile, humility coloring his response. I am merely fulfilling the duties of a doctor. Gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, he silently prayed for the swift restoration of peace to Cybertron. He understood that only through peace could the inhabitants of Cybertron lead fulfilling lives. However, the wheels of destiny never cease their relentless motion. While Yun Tian endeavored to safeguard this land, a new storm was quietly approaching. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus Prime raged on, casting a shadow over the peace of Cybertron. Standing at the clinic's entrance, he gazed into the distant sky, his heart heavy with resignation and struggle. He was aware that despite his choices, the burden of fate still rested upon his shoulders. He must continue onward, defending this land and those in need in his own way. Perhaps this is my destiny, he mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he turned to re-enter the clinic. He recognized that he could not change everything, yet he would persist. For the sake of peace on Cybertron and for the innocent inhabitants. The sunlight enveloped him, as if bestowing strength upon him. Taking a deep breath, he felt renewed hope swell within him. As long as he remained, he would continue to protect this land until the very last moment. Chapter 92. The Secret Chamber and the Struggle Within. In order to rescue the ambulance from the Decepticon base, Yun Tian resolved to take action. He broached the subject with Tian Jun, expressing his desire to meet with the leader Megatron. Upon hearing this request, Tian Jun's eyes flickered with surprise. He assumed Yun Tian was prepared to join the Decepticons. Dr. Yun, have you truly made up your mind? Tian Jun's voice was tinged with anticipation. Yun Tian smiled slightly, his gaze unwavering. I merely wish to meet Megatron and discuss the matter of the ambulance. Tian Jun nodded, excitement resonating in his voice. Very well, follow me. Yun Tian accompanied Tian Jun to the Decepticon base, where heavy security loomed. Soldiers bustled about, and the atmosphere was tense. Although Yun Tian felt a sense of caution within, he understood that to save the ambulance, he must embrace the risk. As Yun Tian passed by the rest area, his gaze was captivated by a nameless chamber. The door to this room was tightly sealed, devoid of any markings, exuding an air of profound mystery. Lord Tian Jun, why is this chamber unoccupied? Yun Tian inquired with curiosity. Tian Jun shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. This chamber has remained vacant, and no one is aware of its purpose. A spark of intrigue ignited within Yun Tian, prompting him to approach the door. He placed his fingerprint upon it, and to Tian Jun's astonishment, the door gradually creaked open. Welcome back, Chong Yun Xiao. A gentle voice resonated, causing a slight tremor within Yun Tian's heart. Dr. Yun Tian. Tian Jun's voice carried a hint of shock. He could scarcely believe that Yun Tian had managed to unlock this enigmatic chamber. Ignoring Tian Jun, Yun Tian slowly stepped inside. His gaze fell upon a photograph resting on the table. It was a picture of himself with Wei Jin Tian, alongside a gift he had presented to Wei Jin Tian, commemorating his victory in the gladiatorial arena. As he beheld these tokens, A wave of guilt surged within Yun Tian, despite having drawn a line between them. Why did he still feel such profound anguish? Meanwhile, in the conference room, Yun Tian suddenly halted. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes as a vague silhouette materialized in his mind. Lord Yun Tian, are you all right? Hong Jiju's voice was laced with concern. Yun Tian shook his head, striving to dispel the haunting images from his thoughts. At that moment, a message from Tianjun reached Soundwave, who promptly conveyed it to Yun Tian. Lord Yun Tian, the doctor named Yun Tian has opened that chamber, and the name he entered is Chong Yun Shao. The revelation left everyone astounded. The chamber had seemed to appear out of thin air, impervious to access, even for Yun Tian himself. Now, it had been opened by a doctor named Yun Tian, who had entered the name Chong Yun Shao, leaving all in disbelief. Lord Yun Tian, I propose you meet him. It may yield unexpected insights, suggested Shockwave, his tone imbued with anticipation. Yun Tian nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Very well. I shall go at once. He hastened toward the rest area, his mind awash with both confusion and expectation, eager to uncover the true identity of this doctor named Yun Tian. At that moment, Yun Tian remained oblivious to Yun Tian's imminent arrival. Standing within the chamber, his gaze lingered on the familiar items, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. He understood that he could not linger here for too long, lest he attract further complications. Dr. Yun Tian, we must depart. Lord Yun Tian cannot wait any longer. Tianjin's voice interrupted his reverie from the doorway. Yun Tian nodded, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to regain his composure. Exiting the chamber, he spotted Yun Tian already at the end of the corridor, advancing towards him. Dr. Yun Tian, you have finally arrived? Yun Tian's tone was gentle, his eyes fixed intently on Yun Tian, as if seeking to unravel his very essence. The sky smiled faintly as Yun Tian spoke, his voice imbued with a sense of tranquility. Lord Megatron, I have come regarding the ambulance matter. Megatron nodded, a hint of anticipation in his voice. I am aware. Thundercracker has already informed me. You seek an audience with me solely for the ambulance? Yun Tian smiled gently. Indeed. I hope you can release the ambulance. He is merely a doctor and should not be entangled in your conflicts. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze as he regarded Yun Tian, seemingly contemplating something. Dr. Yun, have you truly considered joining our ranks? His voice carried a note of expectation. Yun Tian shook his head, his tone resolute. I am but a doctor. My duty is to assist those in need. I have no desire to be drawn into the strife of any faction. Megatron smiled slightly, his voice tinged with understanding. I comprehend your perspective. Yet I will take full responsibility for the ambulance matter. Yun Tian's voice resonated with determination, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I hope you will grant him his freedom. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron nodded. Very well, I shall release the ambulance. However, you must agree to one condition. Yun Tian smiled confidently. Speak. Megatron regarded him with seriousness. I wish for you to stand with us in a critical moment. Yun Tian smiled. I shall do my utmost. Megatron nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes as he gestured for his soldiers to bring the ambulance forth. Upon seeing Yun Tian, the ambulance's eyes sparkled with surprise. Dr. Yun, you have finally arrived. Yun Tian smiled gently, his voice comforting. I am here to take you away from this place. The ambulance nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes, aware of the sacrifices Yun Tian must have made to rescue him. After a brief exchange, Yun Tian led the ambulance away from the Decepticon base. Throughout their journey, the ambulance inquired if Yun Tian had brokered a deal with Megatron. Fully cognizant of the latter's nature, Yun Tian chuckled. Conversations between old friends cannot be labeled as transactions. The ambulance fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion crossing his features. He understood that Yun Tian's decision was rooted in reason, yet unease lingered. Dr. Yun, have you truly considered joining us? The ambulance's voice held a note of hope. Yun Tian smiled gently, his tone unwavering. I am merely a doctor. My duty is to aid those in need. I wish not to become embroiled in any faction's disputes. The ambulance nodded, a note of understanding in his voice. I grasp your sentiments, but do exercise caution. Megatron is not one to be easily dealt with. Yun Tian smiled reassuringly. I shall remain vigilant. They traveled in silence, ultimately returning to the Autobot base. Optimus Prime welcomed the return of the medic, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Medic Cloud. A subtle smile graced Cloud's lips as he humbly replied, I merely fulfilled the duties of a physician. Optimus nodded, his voice imbued with anticipation. I hope you will consider joining us. We Autobots are in need of a doctor as capable as you. Cloud returned a gentle smile. I will contemplate it. He turned to depart from the base, his heart brimming with newfound hope. He understood that while he could not alter fate, he could strive to assist those in need. The sunlight bathed him, as if bestowing strength upon him. Cloud inhaled deeply, filled with optimism. He knew that as long as he remained, he would continue to safeguard this land until the very last moment. However, the wheels of destiny never ceased their relentless turning. As Cloud endeavored to protect this realm, a new storm quietly approached. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus persisted, and the peace of Cybertron remained precariously challenged. Standing at the clinic's entrance, Cloud gazed at the distant sky, his heart heavy with helplessness and struggle. He realized that although he had made a choice, the burdens of destiny still weighed upon his shoulders. He must press onward, safeguarding this land in his own way, and protecting those who required assistance. Perhaps this is my fate, he mused, a self-deprecating smile escaping him as he turned to enter the clinic. He knew he could not change everything, yet he would strive ardently for the peace of Cybertron and for the innocent Cybertronians. Chapter 93. The awakening of memories and emotional entanglements ever since Cloud had opened that mysterious chamber. Megatron found himself ensnared by an inexplicable anxiety and confusion. Each night, he dreamt of a hazy figure, someone who seemed to fight alongside him, yet whose face remained obscured. Megatron endeavored to grasp the fragments of those memories, but they perpetually eluded him, dissipating like smoke in the darkness. On this particular night, Megatron dreamed of that figure once more. The figure approached him, and his heart raced with a yearning to discern their features. Yet, just as he was on the verge of clarity, the silhouette abruptly vanished, leaving behind an expanse of darkness and profound loss. Awakened from his dream, Megatron found his forehead damp with cold sweat. He slowly rose and approached the window, gazing at the sun rising gradually outside, his thoughts drifting far away. Cloud, who are you truly? What connection do you share with the one known as Yun Tian? Or are you, in fact, Yun Tian? Megatron's mind overflowed with questions, his voice tinged with helplessness. Great Primus, please illuminate my path. Simultaneously, Cloud found himself ensnared in deep reminiscence. Seated in the clinic's chair, he stared blankly ahead. He had not anticipated that Megatron would place the items they had shared together within a separate chamber, one that was exclusively his own. The photographs and gifts, once cherished memories, now serve only as a source of anguish deep within the heart. Megatron, forgive me. It is not my intention to abandon you. But for the stability of time and space, I must take this course. I am unworthy to stand by your side. Yun Tian's heart brimmed with guilt and helplessness, his voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. He rose from his chair, preparing to commence his tasks for the day. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Dr. Yun Tian, Lord Megatron requests your presence at the Decepticon base. He has matters of great importance to discuss with you. Yun Tian paused momentarily, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. He was uncertain of Megatron's intentions, yet he understood that he had to comply. Nodding with a semblance of calm, he replied, Very well, I shall proceed at once. As they walked and conversed, Yun Tian silently prayed that Megatron had not regained his memories. Otherwise, the situation would become quite awkward. Unbeknownst to him, Megatron had indeed restored his memories with the aid of the Primus. Upon their arrival at the Decepticon base, Megatron awaited them at the entrance, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions as he observed Yun Tian's slow approach. Lord Megatron, I have brought Dr. Yun Tian, announced Thundercracker respectfully. Well done, Thundercracker. Now, go and find Skywarp, Megatron commanded coldly. As you wish, Lord Megatron, Thundercracker replied, bowing before departing. Once Thundercracker had left, Yun Tian and Megatron remained standing, each awaiting the other's initiation of conversation. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. After an extended silence, Yun Tian succumbed to the pressure. With a hint of resignation in his voice, he asked, Lord Megatron, What is it that you require of me? Chong Shao, how long do you intend to hide the truth from me? Megatron's voice was laced with anger, his eyes glinting with hurt. Lord Megatron, you must be mistaken. I am Yun Tian, not Chong Shao, he replied, panic rising in his tone, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. Upon realizing that Chong Shao was still concealing the truth, Megatron's fury erupted uncontrollably. He lunged towards Yun Tian, throwing a punch. Yun Tian instinctively reacted, blocking the blow. Why? Why won't you admit it? Why must you leave me? Megatron roared, relentlessly striking at Yun Tian. Each punch was imbued with boundless rage and sorrow, as if he sought to expel all his pent-up emotions. Yun Tian merely defended himself, his eyes filled with remorse. He understood that Megatron had regained his memories, yet he felt utterly incapable of confronting this reality. Eventually, Megatron, exhausted and breathless, collapsed to the ground, despair evident in his gaze. Witnessing Megatron's fallen form, Yun Tian also sank to the ground beside him. His heart was heavy with pain, and his voice trembled as he confessed, Megatron, I am at fault. I should not have kept you waiting for so long. I do not know you. Leave, the farther away, the better. The voice of Megatron bore a hint of indifference, his gaze flickering with a trace of stubbornness. A moment of panic crossed through Yun Tian's eyes. His voice tinged with a note of pleading. I was wrong, truly wrong. I should never have angered you, my esteemed Megatron. Please forgive me, I implore you. As long as you are willing to pardon me, I shall heed your every command. Megatron paused slightly, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes as he regarded Yun Tian, the once comrade who had fought by his side, the one he cherished deeply. His heart was a tumult of contradictions. On one hand, he wished to punish Yun Tian, yet on the other, he found it impossible to sever the bond they shared. Really? Do not deceive me. Megatron's voice carried a hint of anticipation, his eyes sparkling with a touch of tenderness. Of course it is true, or rather well done, Megatron, employing the art of feigned suffering. Yun Tian's voice bore a teasing lilt, surprise dancing in his gaze. You cannot blame me. You offered yourself willingly. Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson, you treacherous rogue. Megatron's tone was playful, his eyes glinting with mischievousness. Yun Tian smiled faintly. I shall await that, my Lord Megatron. The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere instantly lightening. Yun Tian understood that Megatron had forgiven him, and he could finally unburden his heart. My Lord Megatron, I'm truly delighted that you can forgive me. Yun Tian's voice resonated with sincerity, tenderness shimmering in his eyes. Megatron smiled gently, his tone laced with affection. As long as you are willing to return, I shall forgive anything. Yun Tian nodded, his voice firm. I shall remain by your side until the very end. Megatron smiled subtly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He knew that Yun Tian's return symbolized not just a personal victory, but a triumph of their emotions. Yun Tian, have you truly decided to join the Decepticons? Megatron's voice held a note of eager anticipation. Yun Tian smiled slightly. I never said I would join you. I simply do not wish to leave your side again. Megatron blinked in surprise, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Really? Yun Tian nodded, his voice unwavering. Indeed, I will always be with you, no matter where you go. Megatron smiled, his tone affectionate. With you around, I feel reassured. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere brimming with warmth and happiness. Yun Tian realized he could finally lay down the burdens of his past and embark on a new chapter in life. My Lord Megatron, what shall we do next? Yun Tian's voice held a note of eager expectation. Megatron smiled confidently, his voice assured. Of course, we shall continue our plans to make Cybertron our dominion. Yun Tian smiled slightly. Then I shall see your prowess in action. Megatron smiled back, his voice infused with confidence. Rest assured, I will demonstrate my strength to you. The two individuals exchanged a knowing smile, the atmosphere brimming with confidence and anticipation. Yun Tian understood that he had finally discovered his rightful place, while Megatron had rediscovered the comrade who once fought valiantly by his side. Sunlight cascaded over them, as if bestowing its blessings. Yun Tian inhaled deeply, his heart swelling with newfound hope. He recognized that as long as he stood alongside Megatron, nothing was insurmountable. Lord Megatron, let us embark. Yun Tian's voice carried a hint of eagerness, his gaze shimmering with determination. Megatron responded with a slight smile, his tone infused with self-assurance. Very well, we shall set forth. The two walked side by side, advancing towards the horizon. Their silhouettes appeared extraordinarily grand beneath the sun, as if nothing could impede their stride. Perhaps this is my destiny, Yun Tian mused with a self-deprecating smile, his heart brimming with renewed hope. The sunlight enveloped him, seemingly imparting strength. He inhaled once more, filled with aspirations anew. He understood that as long as he remained, he would continue to safeguard this land until the final moment. Yet, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless turning. As Yun Tian and Megatron endeavored to protect their domain, a new tempest was quietly approaching. The piece of Cybertron still faced monumental challenges, and the fates of Yun Tian and Megatron would intertwine in the days to come. Standing at the clinic's entrance, Yun Tian gazed at the distant sky, his heart laden with resignation and struggle. He recognized that although he had made a choice, the burdens of destiny still rested heavily upon his shoulders. He must forge ahead, safeguarding this land and those in need in his own manner. Perhaps this is my fate, Yun Tian mused with a wry smile, turning back into the clinic. He knew he could not alter everything, but he would strive relentlessly for the peace of Cybertron and for the innocence among its denizens. Chapter 94. The formation of friendship. Since Yun Tian returned to Megatron's side, a subtle transformation had enveloped the atmosphere of the Decepticon base. During a comprehensive assembly, Megatron revealed Yun Tian's true identity and issued an unprecedented decree. Yun Tian's rank is equal to mine. Should you show him any disrespect, be prepared to face my wrath. This proclamation astonished all the Decepticon officials present. Never had Megatron so openly endorsed an individual, especially one who had once departed from him. The meeting room fell into a hushed silence, as everyone grappled with this astonishing revelation. After delivering his statement, Megatron exited the room. He had more pressing matters to attend to, visiting his delicate physician. Megatron's mood was exceptionally buoyant, his steps light, as if the very air was infused with sweetness. Once Megatron had departed, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Starscream was the first to shatter the silence, his voice tinged with curiosity. Why does Lord Megatron hold this physician in such high regard? Are they truly merely friends? Starscream's inquiry plunged the assembly into deep contemplation. Soundwave and Shockwave exchanged a glance, yet remained silent. They understood that the relationship between Megatron and Starscream was far more intricate than what appeared on the surface. However, this complexity was not something they could easily intervene in. Perhaps we should prepare the items needed for the fusion ceremony on behalf of Lord Megatron, Soundwave suggested softly. Shockwave smiled faintly and nodded. That is a commendable idea, but we must proceed with caution to avoid arousing Lord Megatron's suspicions. Meanwhile, Black Arachnia observed the indifferent expressions of the others, her heart brimming with discontent. She exited the conference room, resolved to uncover the truth for herself. She was determined to ascertain the allure of the doctor named Starscream, who seemed to have captivated even their own leader. Little did Black Arachnia realize the folly of her thoughts. Upon arriving at Starscream's clinic, she was taken aback by the scene before her. She saw Megatron working alongside Starscream, their collaboration seamless, resembling comrades in arms rather than a superior and subordinate. Lord Megatron, Black Arachnia's voice trembled with astonishment. Megatron quickly placed a hand over her mouth, whispering, "Do not call me Megatron. Refer to me by my former name." Black Arachnia felt as though her spark had been struck by a million bolts. In her mind, the leader Megatron would never engage in activities reserved for subordinates. She stood frozen, at a loss for words. "Black Arachnia, are you all right?" Starscream inquired with genuine concern. Coming to her senses, Black Arachnia's eyes reflected a blend of complex emotions. She nodded and dashed outside, needing time to process everything. Witnessing the earlier exchange, Starscream felt a pang of guilt. During his time in the primary world, he had seldom met Black Arachnia, but recognized her as a sensitive and proud individual. Now, he had an opportunity to forge a friendship with this world's Black Arachnia. After receiving Megatron's permission, Starscream exited his clinic, pursuing Black Arachnia's retreating figure. "Black Arachnia, wait!" Starscream's voice echoed down the corridor. Black Arachnia halted, her silhouette tinged with melancholy. Starscream hurried to her side, his tone earnest. "Black Arachnia, I understand you may harbor some misconceptions about me, but I truly do not wish for you to misunderstand Lord Megatron." Turning to face him, Black Arachnia's eyes glinted with coldness. "Who exactly are you?" Why does Lord Megatron care for you so deeply? Starscream smiled gently, his voice imbued with sincerity. I am Starscream, formerly known as Thundercracker. I share a past with Lord Megatron, though I've been away for some time. Now that I have returned, I hope we can become friends. Black Arachnia fell silent for a moment, a flicker of inner conflict crossing her gaze. Finally, she nodded. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Starscream beamed, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Black Arachnia. From that day forth, Yun Tian and Red Spider embarked on an extensive exchange and camaraderie. They deliberated on tactics, explored medical technologies together, and even participated in Decepticon activities as a duo. Red Spider gradually discerned that Yun Tian was not the person he had initially envisioned. He was astute, benevolent, and possessed his own principles and boundaries. Yun Tian, have you truly considered joining us Decepticons? Red Spider inquired during one of their discussions. Yun Tian smiled faintly, responding, Am I not already a part of your ranks? Lord Megatron has stated that my status is equivalent to his. Red Spider paused momentarily, a flicker of resignation crossing his gaze. Well, I suppose your argument holds merit. As time progressed, the bond between Yun Tian and Red Spider deepened. They became trustworthy allies, with Red Spider occasionally seeking Yun Tian's counsel on various matters. Yun Tian, do you genuinely have a solution to this dilemma? Red Spider expressed a hint of frustration in the face of a technical challenge. Yun Tian smiled subtly, his voice laced with confidence. Of course, I am a professional. He swiftly analyzed the problem and proposed an impeccable solution. Red Spider observed his actions, admiration gleaming in his eyes. You are truly remarkable, Yun Tian. Yun Tian responded with a modest smile, his tone imbued with humility. I merely fulfilled my obligations. Red Spider nodded, his voice tinged with a sense of reflection. You and Lord Megatron share a striking resemblance. Both are figures that command respect. Yun Tian smiled gently. That is because we are friends, and friends ought to support one another. Red Spider beamed, warmth flickering his gaze. You are absolutely right. This is how friendship should be. As time unfolded, the friendship between Yun Tian and Red Spider resonated deeply within their ranks. Their relationship garnered recognition from Megatron and drew the admiration of other Decepticon members. Yun Tian, you are truly exceptional, Tianchen remarked during a conversation. You have not only earned Red Spider's respect, but have also impressed us all. Yun Tian smiled modestly, his voice humble. I have merely done what I ought to do. I aspire for us to work together for the future of Cybertron. Tianchen nodded, anticipation palpable in his tone. I believe that with you on our side, we can certainly achieve this goal. Yun Tian smiled, determination evident in his voice. I shall do my utmost. Through Yun Tian's efforts, the atmosphere within the Decepticon ranks gradually transformed into one of harmony. They transcended mere hierarchical relationships to become true friends and partners. Through his wisdom and kindness, Yun Tian earned the respect and trust of all. Yun Tian, you are truly remarkable, Megatron remarked during a private conversation. You have not only gained Red Spider's esteem, but have also captivated our attention. Yun Tian smiled softly, his voice filled with humility. I have simply done what I meant to do. I hope we can collectively strive for the future of Cybertron. Megatron smiled faintly, a hint of affection lacing his voice. With you by my side, I am convinced we shall realize this goal. Yun Tian nodded, his voice imbued with determination. I will remain with you until the very last moment. Megatron smiled subtly, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. With you here, I am at ease. The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere thick with warmth and happiness. Yun Tian understood that he had finally discovered his rightful place. While Megatron had reclaimed a comrade who once fought alongside him, sunlight cascaded over them, as if bestowing blessings upon their union. Yun Tian inhaled deeply, his heart brimming with newfound hope. He understood that as long as he stood with Megatron, nothing was insurmountable. Lord Megatron, let us embark, Yun Tian declared, anticipation threading his voice, determination flickering in his gaze. Megatron smiled slightly, confidence resonating in his tone. Very well, we shall set forth. The two walked side by side, advancing into the unknown. Their silhouettes appeared remarkably towering beneath the sun, as if no force could halt their stride. Perhaps this is my destiny, Yun Tian mused with a self-deprecating smile, his heart swelling with newfound hope. The sunlight enveloped him, seemingly empowering him. He inhaled deeply once more, filled with resolve. He knew that as long as he remained, He would safeguard this land until the final moment. Yet, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless turning. Just as Yun Tian and Megatron endeavored to protect their territory, a new tempest was quietly approaching. The piece of Cybertron still faced tremendous challenges, and the fates of Yun Tian and Megatron would continue to intertwine in the days to come. Yun Tian stood at the clinic's entrance, gazing at the distant sky, his heart laden with helplessness and struggle. He recognized that although he had made a choice, the burden of fate still pressed heavily upon his shoulders. He must press on, safeguarding this land and those in need in his own manner. Perhaps this is my destiny, he thought with a wry smile, before turning to enter the clinic. He knew he could not change everything, but he would strive for the peace of Cybertron and for the innocent souls of its people. Chapter 95, Betrayal and Control on this day. An ambulance once again arrived at Yun Tian's clinic. From afar, he spotted the clinic surrounded by Decepticon soldiers, their formidable vigilance stirring a sense of unease within him. Images of Yun Tian being coerced by Megatron flickered in his mind, prompting the ambulance to shake its head in an attempt to dissuade itself from overthinking. Yun Tian was astute. Megatron would likely not harm him. Taking a deep breath, he approached the clinic. The Decepticon soldiers stationed at the entrance noticed the approaching vehicle and swiftly moved to intercept the ambulance. Please present your identification, or we shall be compelled to use force, one soldier stated coldly. The ambulance nodded, retrieving the deputy director's credentials previously entrusted to it by Yun Tian. After a thorough inspection, the soldiers ceased their obstruction. At that moment, Yun Tian opened the door to the clinic, and the two locked eyes. Yun Tian spoke first, his voice imbued with a gentle warmth. Ambulance, please come in. I have something to discuss with you. The ambulance gazed at Yun Tian, his eyes filled with trust and a hint of anticipation. He yearned for Yun Tian to reassure him that everything was coerced by Megatron, that he had not joined the Decepticons. Yun Tian, tell me you haven't allied with the Decepticons. That this was all forced upon you, right? The urgency in the ambulance's voice was palpable. Yun Tian paused, a flicker of struggle crossing his features. Ultimately, he shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. Ambulance, it is not as you perceive. The ambulance felt as though his spark was on the verge of extinguishing. He could hardly fathom that Yun Tian had truly joined the Decepticons. Disappointment and anguish filled his gaze as he looked at Yun Tian. Before Yun Tian could process the moment, the ambulance turned and dashed from the clinic. Watching the ambulance depart, Yun Tian was engulfed by guilt. He sank into a chair, tears streaming down unbidden. This poignant scene did not escape the notice of Soundwave, who reported swiftly to Megatron. As Megatron absorbed the information relayed by Soundwave, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He summoned Shockwave to his side. Lord Megatron, did you call for me? Shockwave's voice held a note of reverence. What progress have you made on the control chip? Megatron inquired, anticipation threading his voice. It is operational. Those under the chip's influence will heed your commands indefinitely, Shockwave replied with a measure of confidence. Excellent, Shockwave. I require you to retrieve the Autobot medic. I have matters to discuss with him, Megatron instructed, his tone chilling. Understood, Lord Megatron, Shockwave acknowledged, bowing before departing. Once Shockwave had left, Megatron prepared to seek out Yun Tian, aware that he needed to provide him with solace. Yun Tian, fear not. I shall grant you everything you desire. Entering the clinic, he found Yun Tian seated, his eyes clouded with sorrow. Yun Tian looked up and met Megatron's gaze, a complex array of emotions flashing within him. He was uncertain how to face the ambulance, his friend, given the circumstances. You need not worry, Yun Tian. The ambulance may simply require time to process this. Perhaps in a few days, he will return to reconcile with you. He surely does not wish to see you in such distress, Megatron reassured, patting Yun Tian's shoulder. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Yun Tian gradually found his composure. He nodded, determination seeping into his voice. You are right, Megatron. I should not succumb to despair. This is the Yun Tian I know. Megatron smiled faintly, turning to leave the clinic. Take care, Lord Megatron, Yun Tian called, concern threading his tone. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Megatron received news from Shockwave. Lord Megatron, I have apprehended the ambulance. We await your arrival in the hall. The voice of Shockwave resonated with a tinge of reverence. Very well. I shall be there shortly. Megatron terminated the communication and proceeded to the hall. Upon entering, he beheld Ambulance, who immediately bellowed in fury. Megatron, what have you done to Cybertron? Megatron smirked slightly, his tone laced with a chilling calmness. I have done nothing, merely brought my companion back to my side. Impossible. You must be lying. The anger in Ambulance's voice was palpable. That is of little consequence. However, I require your assistance now, for Cybertron is in great sorrow. A hint of anticipation colored Megatron's voice. I will not aid you in deceiving Cybertron. The firmness in Ambulance's voice was unwavering. No, you will comply. You will heed my words as a Decepticon. Megatron cast a glance at Shockwave, who promptly affixed a control chip to the back of Ambulance's head. As Ambulance sensed the manipulation of his cerebral data, he yearned to resist, but found himself powerless. His vision began to blur, and he gradually succumbed to the ground. Lord Megatron, when he awakens, he shall obey you without question, Shockwave declared with respect. Excellent work, Shockwave. Megatron nodded, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. After a brief interval, Ambulance roused from his unconscious state. Upon seeing Megatron, he approached immediately. Lord Megatron, greetings. A note of respect tinged Ambulance's voice. Ambulance, we are allies. There is no need for such trepidation. Megatron's tone softened. Lord Megatron, Optimus. Ambulance hesitated. I am aware. He not only betrayed us, but nearly obliterated our home. A cold edge marked Megatron's voice. Yet, I am relieved you did not betray me. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my personal physician. It is my utmost honor to serve you, Ambulance replied with reverence. Excellent. Remember, you are now a warrior of the Decepticons. What will you do upon encountering Optimus? Megatron's tone turned serious. I shall extinguish his spark. Only you are worthy of the title of leader. That traitor deserves to be your slave. The resolve in Ambulance's voice was unwavering. Well said, truly my best friend. Megatron was immensely pleased, knowing that Ambulance was now entirely under the influence of the chip, transformed into his most loyal devotee. Now, as long as Ambulance cooperates in comforting Cybertron, she will become increasingly compliant. Cybertron, I assure you, all my actions are aimed at your happiness. No one shall bring you tears, and if they do, I will personally eradicate them. Megatron turned to Ambulance. Come, old friend. I require your assistance in staging a performance. You know what to do, do you not? Of course. Lord Megatron, I shall comply with your wishes. I will not jeopardize your plans in any way. The sound of the ambulance resonated with an air of reverence. Megatron nodded, leading the ambulance toward Cloud Heaven's clinic. Filled with anticipation, he understood that the success of this endeavor would directly impact Cloud Heaven's trust in him. Meanwhile, Cloud Heaven sat within the clinic, his heart heavy with guilt. He was acutely aware of the harm he had caused the ambulance. Yet he recognized that there was no turning back. He had to choose Megatron, for only he could provide the protection and future he so desired. However, what Cloud Heaven remained oblivious to was that a far greater conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Megatron's plan extended beyond merely controlling the ambulance. It aimed to seize complete dominion over Cloud Heaven's heart through him. When Megatron returned to the clinic with the ambulance, Cloud Heaven looked up, startled by the sight of the ambulance trailing behind Megatron. He was uncertain of what Megatron had done to the ambulance, but he understood that everything had become irrevocable. Cloud Heaven, this is the ambulance. He is now my personal physician. I believe he can assist you with certain medical matters, Megatron stated, his tone imbued with a gentleness that belied his imposing presence. Cloud Heaven nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice as he welcomed the ambulance. Welcome, ambulance. The ambulance smiled faintly, addressing him with respect. Dr. Cloud Heaven, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Cloud Heaven returned the smile, his heart swirling with complex emotions. He realized that everything had irrevocably changed, and he had no choice but to accept this new reality. Cloud Heaven, I need you to remember that everything I do is for your sake, Megatron asserted with unwavering resolve. Cloud Heaven nodded, gratitude lacing his voice. I understand, Megatron. Thank you. Megatron smiled softly, his tone laced with a hint of affection, as long as you are happy. He then turned to leave the clinic, leaving Cloud Heaven and the ambulance behind. Cloud Heaven gazed at the ambulance, overwhelmed with guilt. He knew he had lost a friend, yet he had no choice but to press onward. Ambulance, are you truly willing to help me? Cloud Heaven's voice held a note of hope. The ambulance smiled gently, his voice resolute. Of course, Dr. Cloud Heaven. I will do my utmost to assist you. Cloud Heaven nodded, his heart brimming with newfound hope. He realized that although he had lost a friend, he still had the support of Megatron and the ambulance. However, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless turning. As Cloud Heaven endeavored to safeguard this land, a new storm was stealthily approaching. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus Prime raged on, and the piece of Cybertron continued to face formidable challenges. Standing at the clinic's entrance, Cloud Heaven gazed into the distant sky, his heart laden with helplessness and struggle. He understood that although he had made a choice, the weight of destiny still bore down upon his shoulders. He must continue to forge ahead, defending this land and those in need in his own way. Perhaps this is my fate, Cloud Heaven mused with a self-deprecating smile before turning to re-enter the clinic. He understood that he could not change everything, yet he remained resolute in his efforts, striving for the peace of Cybertron and for the innocent Cybertronians. Sunlight bathed him, as if bestowing upon him a surge of strength. Cloud Sky inhaled deeply, his heart brimming with newfound hope. He was aware that as long as he existed, he would continue to safeguard Cybertron and protect their home. Chapter 96. The gentle trap and seeds of betrayal since the last visit from Ambulance and Megatron to comfort Cloud Sky. His dependence on Megatron had deepened significantly. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into the carefully laid, gentle trap crafted by Megatron. Under Megatron's guidance, Ambulance visited Cloud Sky daily, accompanying him in his work. Thanks to Ambulance's promotion, the clinic began to attract an increasing number of civilians seeking treatment. In a short time, the clinic faced a shortage of supplies daily. Observing the growing influx of patients and the dwindling resources, Cloud Sky felt a surge of anxiety. Upon learning of Cloud Sky's difficulties, Megatron promptly utilized his savings to procure a substantial amount of supplies for him, transforming the clinic into a fully equipped hospital. This gesture profoundly moved Cloud Sky. Gazing at the brand new hospital and the mountains of supplies, tears glistened in his eyes. Megatron, your kindness overwhelms me. Cloud Sky's voice quivered with emotion, his gaze filled with gratitude. Cloud Sky, you are now my partner. It is my duty to care for you. Megatron's voice resonated with tenderness, his eyes shimmering with affection. Thank you, Megatron, Cloud Sky replied sincerely, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of reliance. There's no need for thanks, but we haven't slept together in quite some time. Will you keep me company tonight? Megatron's voice held a hint of anticipation, his eyes sparkling with desire. Of course, I shall ensure your satisfaction tonight, Cloud Sky teased, his eyes glinting with a playful affection. You promised, and there shall be no turning back, Megatron replied with a mischievous tone, his eyes twinkling with cunning. All right, I still have work to finish. You should head back for now, Cloud Sky responded with a hint of exasperation, though his gaze remained tender. Very well, I shall heed your words. Do come to find me soon. Megatron's voice was filled with expectation, his eyes softening with warmth. Cloud Sky nodded, his voice imbued with fondness. Understood. I will certainly come to seek you out. Megatron smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. He turned to leave the hospital, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knew that Cloud Sky had entirely fallen into his gentle trap, and he would continue to hold Cloud Sky's heart tightly with this approach. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ambulance gazed at the chip in his hand, Megatron's voice echoing in his ears. My friend, I need you to return to the Autobot base and place an insider among them. I trust you will succeed. Certainly, I would much prefer to hear the news of Optimus Prime disbanding the Autobots. The medic tightened his grip on the chip in his hand, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gaze. He was acutely aware of the significant mission he bore, and he must fulfill the task assigned to him by Megatron. The medic wandered aimlessly around the Autobot base, searching for a more gullible target. His eyes scanned the crowd, seeking an appropriate prey. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Medic, you have finally returned. Your sudden disappearance left me searching for quite some time. We are spar partners now. Promise me you won't make me worry again, all right? The voice of Jolt carried a note of anticipation, his eyes shimmering with concern. The medic offered a slight smile, a hint of cunning glinting in his eyes. He recognized Jolt as the perfect target, entirely unguarded against him. I will, Jolt. How about we take this opportunity to enhance our relationship? The medic's voice was laced with temptation, a sly glimmer in his gaze. Upon hearing the medic's words, Jolt was momentarily taken aback, his eyes bright with surprise. He eagerly approached the medic, his voice imbued with expectation. Really? Medic, I've missed you so much. The medic smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. He embraced Jolt, his tone softening slightly. You will listen to me, One to you, my dear Jolt? Oh, of course, my beloved doctor, Jolt replied, his voice tinged with affection, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seizing the moment, the medic discreetly affixed the chip to Jolt's back. His voice gentle. Medic, I feel a bit dizzy. Do not worry. I shall remain by your side. You simply need to take a good rest now. Sleep, my companion. The medic's voice dripped with allure, a cold glimmer in his gaze. Under the influence of the chip and the medic's beguiling voice, Jolt collapsed into the medic's embrace. His eyes glazed, voice weak. Medic, I'm so tired. Jolt, once you awaken, we can be together forever, devoting our sparks to Lord Megatron's ideals. The medic's voice held a chilling edge, a cunning spark in his eyes. Gently, he laid Jolt down on the ground, satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. He knew he had successfully ensnared Jolt, turning him into an informant for Megatron. Lord Megatron, the mission is accomplished. The medic reported to Megatron via communicator, his voice tinged with anticipation. Excellent, medic. You have done well. Megatron's voice resonated with satisfaction, anticipation glimmering in his gaze. Now, it would depend on Jolt's performance. The medic smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. He understood that his task was merely the first step, and the true plan was just beginning. In the Autobot base, Jolt slowly stirred from slumber. His gaze was tinged with a hint of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he lay in the confines of his own room, a fleeting memory flitted through his mind. He recalled being with the ambulance, but then everything faded into oblivion. Ambulance, where are you? He wondered, a note of anticipation in his voice as he attempted to reach out through the communicator. Jack, I am here. The gentle voice of the ambulance emerged from the device. How are you feeling? I feel much better. Ambulance. It seems I just had a peculiar dream, Jack replied, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features. It was merely a dream, nothing to fret over, the ambulance reassured him, its tone laced with comfort. A hint of mischief dancing in its voice. You need only to rest now. I shall remain by your side. Jack nodded, his voice imbued with hope. All right, ambulance. I will take good care of myself. The ambulance smiled faintly, its gaze revealing a cold resolve. It knew that Jack had been successfully manipulated, now an ally to Megatron. Meanwhile, Yun Tian busied himself in the hospital, observing the increasing influx of patients, his heart swelling with a sense of duty. He understood that he must labor diligently to aid more individuals. Dr. Yun Tian, your efforts are commendable. A nurse's voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Turning, Yun Tian met the nurse's admiring gaze and offered a humble smile. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities as a doctor. The nurse nodded, her voice tinged with admiration. Dr. Yun Tian, you truly are an exceptional physician. Yun Tian smiled modestly. I am merely doing what a doctor ought to do. He resumed his work, his heart filled with renewed hope. Though he could not alter fate, he could at least strive to assist those in need. Yet, the wheel of destiny never ceased its relentless turn. As Yun Tian endeavored to safeguard this land, a new storm silently approached. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus Prime raged on, and the peace of Cybertron remained under dire threat. Standing at the hospital's entrance, Yun Tian gazed into the distant sky, his heart heavy with helplessness and conflict. He understood that although he had made a choice, the burdens of destiny still weighed upon his shoulders. He must press onward, safeguarding this land and those in need in his own way. Perhaps this is my fate. Yun Tian mused wryly, turning to enter the hospital. He knew he could not change everything, yet he would strive for the peace of Cybertron, for the innocent Cybertronians. Sunlight bathed him, as if bestowing strength upon him. Yun Tian inhaled deeply, filled with newfound hope. He realized that as long as he remained, he would continue to protect this land until the very end. Chapter 97. The Revelation of Truth and the Collapse of Trust on this day. The ambulance arrived at the hospital as usual, accompanying Yun Tian in his work. Yun Tian was diligently attending to a patient while the ambulance busied itself with organizing its equipment nearby. As the ambulance turned to retrieve some medication, Yun Tian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the small chip nestled at the back of the vehicle. His heart sank as the realization struck him. This was the reason the ambulance had come alongside Megatron to console him previously. It dawned on him that the ambulance, too, was under Megatron's control. Without hesitation, Yun Tian stepped forward and, taking advantage of the ambulance's momentary distraction, forcibly removed the chip. The instant the chip was extracted, The ambulance shuddered slightly before succumbing to unconsciousness. After a brief interval, the ambulance slowly regained consciousness, its head spinning and vision blurred as it gazed at Yun Tian. Yun Tian, what would happen to me? Yun Tian, observing the ambulance, felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke with urgency. Ambulance, what exactly transpired? Please, tell me who has done this to you. The ambulance struggled to recollect its memories, its gaze gradually sharpening with clarity. It recalled the moment it was ensnared by the shockwave, the image of Megatron affixing the chip to its head, and all it had done while under control. Yun Tian, I was captured by Megatron. He compelled me to act under his control, and I was powerless to resist. The ambulance's voice bore a tinge of anguish, guilt flickering in its eyes. I was exploited by him, Yun Tian. A surge of anger welled up within Yun Tian, his voice trembling with emotion. What exactly has Megatron done to you? The ambulance recounted in detail its capture by the shockwave and the subsequent manipulation by Megatron through the control chip. With each revelation, Yun Tian's alarm grew, his heart brimming with fury and confusion. Ambulance, you must return to the Autobot base immediately and inform Optimus Prime that Jolt has also fallen under Megatron's influence. I fear for Optimus's safety. Jolt is a scientist and might develop devices capable of controlling others. Yun Tian's tone carried a sense of urgency, his eyes reflecting deep concern. The ambulance nodded resolutely, its voice firm. Understood, Yun Tian. I will return at once. The ambulance swiftly departed from the hospital, racing towards the Autobot base. Watching the vehicle's retreating silhouette, Yun Tian was engulfed by feelings of guilt and rage. He sank to the ground, tormented by his anguish, uncertain of how to confront Megatron and questioning the motives behind his actions. At that moment, Megatron arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Yun Tian seated on the floor, a flicker of concern crossed his face. He approached and extended his hand, attempting to assist Yun Tian. Yun Tian, what is the matter? Yun Tian forcefully swatted Megatron's hand away, his eyes ablaze with anger. Megatron, why have you targeted the ambulance? Why resort to such despicable means? Megatron was taken aback, a complex array of emotions crossing his features. He understood the necessity of an explanation. Otherwise, Yun Tian's wrath would be inevitable. All of this is to make you willing to accept me. I do not wish to cause you sorrow or to lose you. For your sake, I would go to any lengths. There was a hint of pleading in Megatron's voice, and a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. You would even turn me into your puppet, wouldn't you? Yun Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm, his gaze filled with disappointment. No, Yun Tian, that is not my intention, Megatron replied, urgency lacing his tone, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Megatron, you promised me that you would not harm my friends. Have you been deceiving me all along? Am I merely a tool to you? Yun Tian's voice echoed with despair, his eyes reflecting profound anguish. That is not the case, Yun Tian. Please let me explain, Megatron implored, his tone earnest, his eyes shining with hope. What more is there to say? I do not wish to hear your explanations. Leave, and the farther you go, the better. Yun Tian's voice was laced with anger, his gaze resolute. Very well, I shall leave. Please do not be angry, Megatron replied, a note of resignation evident, his eyes flickering with pain. He approached the door, glancing back at Yun Tian, who was weeping uncontrollably, unable to find the words of comfort that eluded him. Just return for now. Let Yun Tian calm down. He is merely upset and will not truly abandon you. Megatron reassured himself as he exited the hospital. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Tian had completely lost faith in him. After his departure, Yun Tian packed his belongings and left the hospital that Megatron had constructed for him. He was uncertain of his destination, but he knew he could no longer remain there. Meanwhile, back at the Autobot base, Ratchet gazed at the unconscious Bumblebee and others, an unsettling premonition brewing in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the control room. At that moment, Jolt was holding a cup of concocted energy drink, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Optimus, I've developed a new beverage that I would like you to try, Jolt said, his tone imbued with anticipation. Optimus nodded and reached for the drink, but just then, Ratchet arrived and snatched it away. Ratchet, what is the matter with you? Optimus inquired, his voice tinged with confusion, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Oh, my dear doctor, would you also like a cup? No need to rush. I have something even better prepared for you, Jolt teased, a sly sparkle in his gaze. Optimus, Jolt has been controlled by Megatron's chip. Ratchet's voice was urgent, his demeanor serious. Ratchet, you must be joking. How could Jolt possibly allow Megatron to take control of him? Optimus's voice was filled with astonishment, his eyes betraying skepticism. Ratchet was momentarily a loss for words, knowing that Optimus would not easily accept his claims. He realized he had no choice but to take action. He approached the jack and, with a swift motion, rendered it unconscious with a single blow, swiftly detaching the chip. Upon noticing the Decepticon insignia upon the chip, Optimus Prime realized that Ratchet had not spoken in vain. A flicker of anger crossed his gaze. What had Megatron done? Ratchet, having analyzed the drink, discovered the virus within. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Jack, he couldn't help but exclaim, "My companion is truly remarkable. Although this virus poses minimal threat, it is indeed difficult to eradicate." At that moment, the Jack awakened. Through the combined efforts of Ratchet and Optimus Prime, they successfully restored Bumblebee and the others to their normal state. "Ratchet, what exactly have you done to me?" The Jack's voice carried a hint of confusion, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Ratchet shook his head, a note of exasperation in his voice. "Jack, you were under Megatron's control. You committed many actions you ought not to have." The Jack stood in shock, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. I was controlled?" Optimus Prime nodded, his tone grave. "Indeed, Jack. Megatron exploited you. You must exercise caution." The Jack nodded, a trace of guilt in his voice. "Optimus, I was wrong." Optimus Prime offered a faint smile, his voice imbued with compassion. "It is of no consequence, Jack. The crucial matter is that you have returned to your true self." "Ratchet, what truly transpired?" Bumblebee inquired, his voice laced with bewilderment. Ratchet recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, a spark of anger ignited in Bumblebee's eyes. Megatron. How dare he act in such a manner? Optimus Prime sighed, a tone of resignation evident. Megatron is willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. We must exercise greater vigilance to prevent his success. Ratchet nodded, determination resonating in his voice. "We shall protect the sky. No harm shall befall it." Meanwhile, in solitude, Skywalk wandered the streets of Cybertron, his heart heavy with confusion and anguish. He was uncertain of his destination and how to confront the future. All he knew was that he could never return to that place steeped in deceit. "Skywalk, have you truly resolved to leave?" A familiar voice interrupted his reverie from behind. Turning around, he beheld Starscream standing there. Surprise flickered in his eyes. "Starscream, what brings you here?" Starscream approached, concern evident in his tone. "I understand your sorrow, but you cannot simply depart. What has Megatron done to you? He manipulated me, deceived me, and even harmed my friends. I can no longer place my trust in him." Skywalk's voice bore an unwavering resolve, his eyes glinting with coldness. Starscream fell silent for a moment, a struggle reflected in his gaze. Ultimately, he nodded. "I comprehend your feelings, but you cannot abandon us so easily. We Decepticons need you, and so does Megatron." Yun Tian shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I have made my decision, Red Spider. I can no longer return to that place." Red Spider sighed, a trace of helplessness in his tone. "Very well, I respect your choice. However, should you reconsider, you're always welcome back." Yun Tian smiled faintly, gratitude lacing his words. "Thank you, Red Spider. I shall remember you." Red Spider nodded, his voice imbued with a tinge of anticipation. "I hope you find your own happiness." Yun Tian's smile deepened, his voice resolute. "I shall." He turned to continue on his path, his heart brimming with newfound hope. He understood that though he had lost Megatron, he still had a friend like Red Spider. He believed that as long as he existed, he would surely discover his own path. The sunlight bathed him, as if bestowing upon him strength. Yun Tian inhaled deeply, his heart filled with renewed hope. He knew that as long as he remained, he would press onward until he found his own happiness. Yet, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless turning. Just as Yun Tian endeavored to find his way, a new storm was quietly approaching. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus Prime raged on, and the peace of Cybertron continued to face formidable challenges. Standing on the street, Yun Tian gazed at the distant sky, his heart filled with helplessness and struggle. He understood that despite his choices, the burdens of fate still weighed upon his shoulders. He must forge ahead, in his own manner, to protect this land and those in need. "Perhaps this is my destiny," Yun Tian thought wryly. As he turned to continue his journey, he recognized that he could not change everything, Yet he would strive for the peace of Cybertron and for the innocent Cybertronians. Chapter 98. The hope of seclusion and redemption at the moment of his departure. Yun Tian was engulfed by fatigue and disappointment. He had once believed he could find a balance in this war, saving Cybertron while safeguarding his inner peace. However, reality repeatedly thrust him into the abyss of despair. Megatron's actions had utterly disheartened him. He resolved to leave, seeking a secluded place where he would remain unnoticed, shielding his whereabouts, and distancing himself from the turmoil and suffering. He chose a remote valley, devoid of clamor and conflict, where tranquility reigned supreme. With his limited resources, he constructed a modest shelter and began his reclusive existence. Each day, he wandered through the valley, observing the flora and fauna, savoring the serenity and beauty of nature. He endeavored to immerse himself in this tranquility, forgetting the past, and the one who had once stirred his heart, yet had also caused him profound pain, Megatron. Yet, Megatron had not relinquished his search for him. He deployed every resource at his disposal, even utilizing the fire link to track Yun Tian's whereabouts, but to no avail. He began to realize the gravity of his error. He had hurt Yun Tian, prompting him to leave. He yearned to find Yun Tian, to apologize and confess his wrongdoings. Yet Yun Tian seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving him without a trace to follow. Ambulance and Optimus Prime were also preoccupied with Yun Tian's whereabouts. They understood the reasons behind Yun Tian's departure and were aware of Megatron's remorse. Ambulance had visited Yun Tian's secluded refuge several times in an attempt to locate him, but Yun Tian consistently evaded him. Their conversations always skirted around Megatron, as if that name had become an insurmountable chasm between them. Upon learning of Yun Tian's disappearance, Megatron nearly succumbed to madness. He could not bear the thought of Yun Tian abandoning him. He longed for reconciliation, but was at a loss as to how to proceed. He arrived at the hospital he had built for Yun Tian, a sanctuary of shared memories he once believed would be a haven for Yun Tian. Now it lay desolate, filled only with empty rooms and cold machinery. He desperately sought any remnants of Yun Tian, but found nothing. His heart swelled with loss and despair. He realized he might have truly lost Yun Tian. At that moment, Ambulance and Optimus Prime arrived. Upon seeing Megatron's state, Ambulance felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet he knew that Megatron's actions had inflicted too much pain upon Yun Tian. He could not easily forgive him. Megatron, it is time for you to let go. Do you truly understand what Yun Tian desires? Optimus Prime's voice carried a hint of reproach. That is not for you to say, Optimus Prime, Megatron retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. How much longer will you persist in this unreasonable behavior? Reflect on why Yun Tian chose neutrality. Do you comprehend how desperately he needs someone to rely upon? And what have you done? Time and again, you have plunged him into despair. You do not deserve him. Ambulance's voice bore an icy edge, his gaze resolute and grave. Optimus Prime, I implore you, take me to him. I wish to apologize. I cannot bear to lose him. Megatron's voice quivered, filled with longing and helplessness. Ambulance scoffed. Apologize? It seems you wish to drive Yun Tian away from Cybertron forever. He does not wish to see you. You should abandon this hope. Ambulance refrained from speaking further. Optimus Prime interjected, furrowing his brow. He recognized that while Ambulance's words were harsh, they were also grounded in truth. But it is the truth, Optimus Prime, Ambulance replied, glancing at Megatron before continuing. Yun Tian's life is now serene. As his friends, we should support him, not cling desperately to him. You are right. Let us return. Optimus Prime nodded, unwilling to witness Megatron's torment any longer. Wait, Megatron suddenly spoke. What is it? Optimus Prime paused, looking at him with curiosity. Ambulance, may I ask you to convey a message to Yun Tian for me? Megatron's voice was laced with hope. Ambulance remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, speak. Please convey to him that I shall cease the war and disband the Decepticons. I will await his return at the place where we first met. There was a tremor in Megatron's voice, his gaze brimming with anticipation and resolve. The ambulance fell silent for a moment before finally nodding and replying, Very well. I shall relay your message, and I hope you do not renege on your word. Megatron nodded, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. He understood this might be his singular opportunity. He must convey to Optimus his unwavering commitment, his readiness to forsake everything for him. The ambulance and Optimus departed from the hospital, leaving Megatron alone in the desolate room, his heart teeming with hope and trepidation. He was aware that Optimus might never forgive him, yet he remained willing to wait for the one who stirred his heart to return to his side. Meanwhile, Optimus led a tranquil existence in the valley, oblivious to Megatron's resolution and the ambulance's quest to find him. He was lost in his own world, savoring the splendor of nature. However, when the sound of the ambulance reached his ears, a flicker of surprise coursed through him. "Optimus, I have something to discuss with you." The ambulance's voice carried a note of seriousness. Optimus lifted his gaze, looking at the ambulance with a hint of confusion. "What is it?" The ambulance hesitated briefly before speaking. "Megatron wishes me to inform you that he will halt the war and dismantle the Decepticons. He will wait for your return at the place of your initial meeting." A slight tremor coursed through Optimus's body, his eyes reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. He had not anticipated such a decision from Megatron, leaving him uncertain whether to believe or doubt. "Do you trust him?" the ambulance inquired, its gaze imbued with hope. Optimus fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not know. I only know that my current life is serene, and I wish not to return to the turmoil of the past." The ambulance nodded, understanding gleaming in its eyes. "I comprehend. Yet Megatron is genuinely remorseful. He is willing to relinquish everything for you." Optimus raised his head to meet the ambulance's gaze, determination igniting within him. "I shall consider it, but not at this moment." The ambulance acknowledged him with a nod. "Understood. I shall convey your decision to him." As Optimus watched the ambulance depart, his heart was a tumult of conflict and inner struggle. He was uncertain whether to return or if he could ever forgive Megatron. Yet he knew he needed time to heal the wounds within and to contemplate his future. In the valley, Megatron awaited, his heart a battleground of hope and anxiety. Aware that Optimus might never absolve him, he remained steadfast in his resolve to wait for the one who captured his heart. Each day, he visited the place of their first encounter, gazing upon the familiar terrain, his heart swelling with longing and anticipation. As the days passed, Optimus's life remained tranquil, yet his soul was engulfed in unrest. He often found himself reminiscing about Megatron, recalling their shared moments, and reflecting on all that Megatron had done for him. He understood that Megatron's decision was not made lightly, and he recognized Megatron's deep remorse. Yet, the pain within him remained unresolved. One day, Yun Tian resolved to confront Megatron. Uncertain of what he would say or the choices he might make, he recognized the necessity to face his own heart and emotions. He arrived at the place of their first meeting, feeling a wave of anxiety as he spotted Megatron standing there. Upon seeing Yun Tian, a flicker of surprise and anticipation crossed Megatron's eyes, and he hurried over, firmly grasping Yun Tian's hand. "Yun Tian, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have hurt you, nor should I have let you down. I am willing to abandon everything for you. All I hope is for your forgiveness and for you to return to my side." Megatron's voice trembled with emotion, his gaze filled with hope and trepidation. Yun Tian looked at Megatron, his heart a tumult of conflict and struggle. He was uncertain whether he could forgive him or if he could trust him again. Yet, he knew he could not forget the emotions they once shared, nor could he erase the sacrifices Megatron had made for him. "Megatron, are you truly willing to forsake everything for me?" Yun Tian's voice quivered, his eyes reflecting both hope and apprehension. Megatron nodded earnestly. I am willing to give up everything for you. I only wish for your forgiveness. To have you back by my side." Yun Tian fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I believe in you, but I need time. Time to heal my wounds. Time to rebuild our trust." Megatron nodded in understanding. "I will wait for you. I will always be here until you are ready to return to me." Yun Tian gazed at Megatron, his heart swelling with gratitude and anticipation. He knew this was merely the beginning and that they would face many challenges ahead. Yet, he held onto the belief that as long as they were willing to strive, they could reclaim the happiness they once knew. The story of Megatron and Yun Tian continued, their bond gradually mending. Though obstacles lay ahead, they trusted that through perseverance, they could rediscover their former bliss. Chapter 99. The trial of the deities. Ever since Yun Tian harnessed the power of the primordial heavenly sovereign from his world, the primordial heavenly sovereign of this realm sensed within Yun Tian an echo of another self and the might of the cosmic emperor. Overjoyed, he felt he finally had a progeny. Although Yun Tian was not his biological child, the primordial heavenly sovereign regarded him as his own. However, upon discovering that Megatron had caused Yun Tian such sorrow and even contemplated taking him away, the primordial heavenly sovereign could no longer remain passive. No, if you wish to be with my child, I, as the parent, have not consented. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to seek out the Cosmic Emperor to share this troubling news. The Cosmic Emperor was meditating in his palace when he suddenly heard the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Opening his eyes, he stared in bewilderment at the primordial heavenly sovereign. What? Did you say I have a son? With you? The primordial celestial master nodded, a hint of pride gracing his features. Indeed, it is that child. He has inherited our powers. Though not by blood, he is still our offspring. Moreover, that iron-headed fool dares to attempt to take my dear one away and has caused him such sorrow. I cannot stand idly by. The Cosmic Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Rising to his feet, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. Who dares to harm my child? Who is he? Observing the Cosmic Emperor's reaction, the primordial celestial master felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing his scheme had borne fruit. He approached the Cosmic Emperor, gently patting him on the shoulder, and spoke softly. Let us reconcile, dear friend. I acknowledge my missteps. When I urged those 13 youngsters to confront you, it was an impulsive decision, and I now deeply regret it. The Cosmic Emperor's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still retorted somewhat awkwardly. Humph, you did not express regret when you sent those 13 to attack me. The primordial celestial master promptly lowered his head, his tone even more tender. It was my fault. Please do not be angry, my esteemed Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor's face flushed instantly, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Well, I'm not one to hold grudges. I shall reluctantly grant you forgiveness. The primordial celestial master smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, such a proud one. Yet the outcome is quite favorable. He continued, now let us go and check on that child. The Cosmic Emperor nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Very well. I wonder how much of my power he has inherited. However, you mentioned someone attempting to take our dear one away? The primordial celestial master affirmed. Indeed, but their relationship is currently not in good standing. The Cosmic Emperor's expression turned grave in an instant. Which scoundrel dares to harm my child? I shall personally annihilate him. The primordial celestial master hastily restrained him. Whoa. Please calm down. If you proceed with such actions, the child will only be more heartbroken. The Cosmic Emperor furrowed his brow, contemplating before asking. Then what do you propose we do to teach that scoundrel a lesson? A glint of cunning sparkled in the primordial celestial master's eyes. Did he not claim he would forsake everything for Yun Tian? Let us create an illusion to test his resolve. The Cosmic Emperor nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his gaze. A splendid idea. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, the Titan of Might was blissfully unaware that he had become the focus of scrutiny from two deities. He was at Yun Tian's secluded sanctuary, admiring the flowers they had planted together. Sunlight bathed them, and a gentle floral fragrance wafted through the air, rendering everything utterly delightful. Yun Tian, are you willing to forgive me? I am truly elated. The Titan of Might's voice was imbued with tenderness, and his gaze was filled with hope. Yun Tian smiled softly and nodded. Titan of Might, I feel the same. However, if you were to repeat such actions, I would truly not return. The Titan of Might immediately lowered his head, his tone earnest. Rest assured, Yun Tian, I shall never cause you sorrow again. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. I doubt that. Yun Tian and Megatron simultaneously lifted their heads, beholding the esteemed figures of the primordial celestial and the Cosmic Emperor standing before them. Both wore expressions tinged with gravity, and Megatron's countenance instantly paled. The primordial celestial? And the Cosmic Emperor? A hint of panic laced Megatron's voice, for he was perplexed as to why these divine beings had materialized so unexpectedly. Child, come here. The primordial celestial's tone bore a gentle warmth as he regarded Yun Tian, his eyes brimming with affection. Yun Tian hesitated momentarily, but eventually approached. Standing before the primordial celestial, he lowered his head and nervously uttered, Primordial celestial, you must know I do not belong to this world. The primordial celestial smiled softly, tenderly ruffling Yun Tian's hair. It matters not. I hold great fondness for you. Would you be willing to call me father? Yun Tian looked up, surprise flickering across his eyes. Yet tranquility soon reclaimed him. He nodded and whispered, Father. A glimmer of satisfaction illuminated the primordial celestial's gaze as he embraced Yun Tian tightly, his tone imbued with affection. Good child, come, let me hold you. The scene exuded warmth, yet the atmosphere shifted unfavorably on the other side. The Cosmic Emperor scrutinized Megatron with unwavering seriousness. Do you wish to be with our child? Very well. But you must successfully pass the trials we have prepared for you before we shall acknowledge you. Megatron nodded resolutely. I understand. I shall strive to succeed in the trials. The Cosmic Emperor turned to the primordial celestial, who reluctantly released Yun Tian. The two began to conjure an illusion. Yun Tian stood to the side, watching them, a flicker of concern in his eyes. If you can make the correct choice within the illusion, you shall emerge. The primordial celestial's voice carried a note of anticipation as he regarded Megatron, a spark of encouragement shining within his eyes. Megatron nodded. Rest assured, Yun Tian. I will pass the trial and share my life with you. Yun Tian smiled faintly and nodded. I believe in you. The illusion was swiftly woven, and Megatron was transported inside. He found himself standing upon desolate land, enveloped in silence, save for the whisper of the wind. Frowning, he surveyed his surroundings, searching for an exit. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Megatron, are you truly willing to forsake everything for Yun Tian? He lifted his gaze to see a shadowy figure before him. With steadfast resolve, he nodded and declared, Yes, I am willing. The figure smiled faintly. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can cultivate a sea of flowers upon this barren land, I shall acknowledge your determination. Megatron nodded. I will achieve this. He began to scour the land for seeds and water, yet all around him lay desolation, devoid of life. Undeterred, he summoned his strength to carve a small brook and, with his energy, nurtured the seeds into existence. He toiled tirelessly day and night, his garments soaked with perspiration, yet he uttered not a single complaint. Days later, the barren land finally blossomed with its first flower. As he gazed upon it, a flicker of solace illuminated his eyes. He understood this was merely the commencement of his journey, and he must persevere. As time unfolded, the number of flowers proliferated, eventually transforming the desolate terrain into a sea of blossoms. Standing amidst this floral expanse, he beheld the fruits of his labor, and a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his gaze. He realized he had surmounted the trial. At that moment, the voices of the primordial celestial master and the Cosmic Emperor resonated in his ears. You have passed the test. Megatron. He lifted his gaze to see them standing before him, and a spark of anticipation flickered in his eyes. I have succeeded? The primordial celestial master nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of warmth. Indeed, you have proven your resolve and perseverance. We acknowledge you. A wave of excitement surged within Megatron, who bowed his head and said earnestly, Thank you. I shall cherish Yun Tian and ensure he never suffers again. The Cosmic Emperor nodded, a look of approval gracing his expression. You are a good child. I trust you will treat Yun Tian well. Megatron affirmed, I will. Just then, Yun Tian's voice echoed in his ears. Megatron, have you emerged? He raised his head to find Yun Tian standing before him, a look of surprise illuminating his features. Yun Tian, I have passed the test. Yun Tian smiled softly and nodded. I knew it. I have been waiting for you. Megatron approached Yun Tian, grasping his hand firmly, declaring, Yun Tian, I shall no longer bring you sorrow. I will cherish you dearly. Yun Tian nodded, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. I believe in you. The primordial celestial master and the Cosmic Emperor observed the two, a sense of contentment washing over them. They understood that Megatron had demonstrated his determination, and they believed he would treat Yun Tian with care. Children, may you cherish one another, the primordial celestial master spoke with a hint of fondness, looking at Yun Tian and Megatron with expectations in his eyes. The Cosmic Emperor nodded, his gaze filled with approval. May you find happiness. Yun Tian and Megatron nodded in unison, their hands entwined tightly, their eyes brimming with hope for the future. Thus began a new chapter in their lives, as they cultivated flowers together in the valley. Safeguarding this tranquil land, though challenges awaited them, they held steadfast to the belief that as long as they were united, nothing would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, the primordial celestial master and the Cosmic Emperor observed them from a distance, their hearts filled with solace. They knew their children had discovered their happiness, and they would vigilantly protect them eternally. Chapter 100. Kindred spirits and harmonious exchange. As the sun shone brilliantly, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the valley was perfumed with a delicate floral fragrance. This day marked the most significant moment in the lives of Megatron and Yun Tian. After enduring the trials set forth by the supreme being of the primordial world and the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron was finally prepared to formally unite with Skyfire as his partner. For this moment, he had meticulously prepared for an extended period, even inviting many friends, including Optimus Prime and Ratchet, to witness this significant occasion. A simple yet solemn ceremonial platform was erected in the valley, adorned with an abundance of flowers symbolizing love and hope. Optimus Prime and Ratchet stood nearby, their faces radiant with joy. They had witnessed the tumultuous journey of Megatron and Skyfire, and now, at long last, this moment had arrived. Their hearts swelled with genuine happiness for the couple. "Are you truly ready, Megatron?" Optimus Prime's voice held a hint of playful teasing, yet it resonated with blessings. Megatron nodded, his gaze resolute as he looked at Skyfire. "Yes, Optimus, I am ready. I shall protect Skyfire with all that I have, ensuring his happiness." Standing beside Megatron, Skyfire offered a gentle smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth. "I believe in you, Megatron," under the watchful eyes of their friends. Megatron and Skyfire clasped hands and approached the ceremonial platform. Their strides were steady and composed, as if each step was taken upon a path of bliss. Upon reaching the platform, sunlight cascaded upon them, forming a warm halo around the couple. On this splendid day, we gather to witness the union of Megatron and Skyfire as they become partners in the sacred flame. Optimus Prime's voice rang out, clear and solemn, as he stood before the platform, serving as the officiant of this momentous occasion. "Megatron, do you willingly take Skyfire as your partner, promising to remain steadfast through both tranquil days and turbulent storms?" Megatron firmly grasped Skyfire's hand, his eyes unwavering as he replied, "I do. Regardless of what the future holds, I will stand by Skyfire's side, ensuring his happiness." Skyfire smiled softly, a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. "I too am willing, Megatron. I will walk hand in hand with you through each day that lies ahead." Just as the two were poised to commence the sacred flame fusion ceremony, Skyfire's communicator vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen, a hint of exasperation crossing his features as he sighed. Someone is about to face misfortune. Unaware of the impending lesson awaiting them, Megatron and Skyfire continued to share laughter. Noticing the slight smirk on Skyfire's face, Megatron furrowed his brow and inquired, "Skyfire, what troubles you?" Skyfire lifted his gaze, offering a faint smile. "It's nothing of great consequence. It's just that my two companions from my world are about to arrive." Instantly, Megatron comprehended the situation. His future in-laws were approaching. He promptly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor, inwardly contemplating, "I must perform well to prove my sincere intentions toward Skyfire." Meanwhile, Skyfire couldn't help but find amusement at Megatron's serious expression, thinking, surely, Megatron isn't conjuring up some strange scenarios. "Rest assured, Skyfire, I will cooperate fully," Megatron earnestly declared. Skyfire paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication, bursting into laughter. "Cooperate with what? What are you imagining?" Megatron gazed at Yun Tian with a hint of confusion. "Are you suggesting that I should put on a good show in front of your parents?" Yun Tian shook his head, stifling a laugh. This can work. Just follow my lead. We'll do this first, and then that." Yun Tian's words left Megatron utterly astonished. Goodness, his partner was truly ruthless. He glanced at the two primordial beings, who were still busy exposing each other's secrets, and felt a pang of sympathy for them. Alas, someone's little treasure was bound to be lost. However, it would ultimately belong to him and Yun Tian, so apologies to the two of you, but for their happiness, sacrifices must be made. At that moment, a time-space tunnel suddenly appeared in the sky. Amidst the flickering lights, the primordial beings from Yun Tian's main world emerged, along with the Cosmic Emperor. The instant they appeared, they sensed Yun Tian's aura, and a glimmer of relief crossed their eyes. Yun Tian knew it was time for his performance. He immediately called out loudly, "Father, I've been bullied." The primordial being and the Cosmic Emperor instantly teleported to Yun Tian's side, their eyes flashing with anger. The primordial being spoke with a hint of sternness. "Who bullied you? Tell us, and we shall teach them a lesson." Yun Tian pointed at the two primordial beings of this world, his eyes filled with grievance. "It was them. They want me to be their son." Before the two beings of this world could react, they found themselves under the intense gaze of the deities from Yun Tian's realm. They exchanged glances, silently lamenting their fate. They realized they had committed a grave offense by bullying Yun Tian and attempting to claim their child. How dare their counterpart bully their child and try to take him away? They must be taught a lesson. The primordial being from Yun Tian's world flashed a cunning look and began to accuse. Look at them. They actually want my child to be their son. Isn't this bullying? The Cosmic Emperor immediately chimed in. Exactly. My child is so well behaved. How dare you bully him? Truly unforgivable. The primordial being and the Cosmic Emperor of this world were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated Yun Tian would ensnare them in such a manner. They attempted to explain, but the deities from Yun Tian's realm offered no chance for rebuttal. Do you dare to quibble? Bullying my child must come with a price. The primordial being from Yun Tian's world swiftly initiated punishment, reaching out to demand compensation from the Cosmic Emperor of this world. Oh dear, my child has been bullied by you. You must compensate me. I hear you have a little treasure. Hand it over. The primordial being's tone carried a teasing lilt, yet his gaze was unwaveringly firm. The Cosmic Emperor of this world was rendered speechless. He had never imagined that the primordial being from Yun Tian's realm would directly demand his little treasure. He internally lamented, but dared not resist, reluctantly retrieving his treasure. Why is it that I am the only one who suffers? In the heart of the universe. The Cosmic Emperor quietly lamented, yet feigned generosity, proclaiming, very well, let these rare crystals serve as compensation. The primordial supreme being of the cloud sky world and the Cosmic Emperor accepted the small treasury, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in their eyes. They were aware that Cloud Sky's plan had succeeded. Although there were some sacrifices, all was for the happiness of Cloud Sky and the formidable Thunder. Now that the lesson has been imparted and compensation rendered, we shall not intrude further. The primordial supreme being of the Cloud Sky world smiled subtly, taking the Cosmic Emperor's hand to depart. Wait, Cloud Sky suddenly called out to them. Father, there is one more matter. I wish for Thunder to officially become your son-in-law. What do you think? The primordial supreme being and the Cosmic Emperor exchanged a glance, surprise flashing in their eyes. They had long hoped for Thunder to become their son-in-law, and hearing Cloud Sky's proposal was indeed a welcome proposition. Very well, Thunder, step forward. The voice of the primordial supreme being carried a hint of affection as he regarded Thunder with anticipation. Thunder approached respectfully, bowing deeply. Father, Mother, I shall take good care of Cloud Sky and will not disappoint you. The primordial supreme being and the Cosmic Emperor shared a glance, a sense of relief washing over them. They knew Thunder was a good young man who would treat Cloud Sky well. Good lad, we trust you. The primordial supreme being smiled gently, patting Thunder on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will protect Cloud Sky with all that I am. A resolute spark shone in Thunder's eyes. Cloud Sky handed the box to Thunder, smiling as he said, let these crystals serve as our future capital. Thunder nodded, gratitude glimmering in his gaze. Thank you, Cloud Sky. Cloud Sky smiled softly, replying, no need for thanks. It is what we ought to do. The primordial supreme being and the Cosmic Emperor observed them, a sense of contentment in their eyes. Very well, we shall not disturb you further. You may continue, the primordial supreme being said with a smile. Cloud Sky nodded appreciatively, looking at them. Thank you, Father. The primordial supreme being and the Cosmic Emperor nodded in return and turned to leave. They knew that Cloud Sky and Thunder had found their own happiness, and they would forever watch over them. Silence reclaimed the valley as Cloud Sky and Thunder resumed their preparations for the ignition fusion ceremony. Thunder gazed at Cloud Sky, tenderness evident in his eyes. Cloud Sky, I'm truly happy that we can finally be together. Cloud Sky smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. So am I. Thunder, I will always be by your side. The two clasped each other's hands tightly, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. They understood that although the path ahead may be fraught with challenges, as long as they were together, there was nothing they could not overcome. The ignition fusion ceremony commenced, and the two embraced closely, their flames beginning to blend slowly. In a dazzling display, a powerful energy emanated from them, illuminating the entire valley. The surrounding blossoms seemed to cheer for them, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Thank you, Megatron, for helping me discover happiness, Yun Tian said, leaning against Megatron's embrace, his eyes shimmering with joy. Megatron gently held Yun Tian, gazing at him with tenderness. Yun Tian, it is I who should thank you for revealing the most important person in my life. The two embraced tightly, and in that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them. They understood that the days ahead might bring storms and challenges. Yet they believed that as long as they held hands and connected their hearts, there was nothing they could not overcome. As the ceremony concluded, a flicker of contentment passed through their eyes. They realized that from this moment forth, they had truly become one. Megatron looked at Yun Tian, a hint of softness in his gaze. Yun Tian, I love you. Yun Tian smiled gently and nodded. I love you too, Megatron. The two embraced once more, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. They knew their lives were just beginning, and they would remain together forever. Sunlight bathed them, forming a warm halo. In that instant, they became the most significant people in each other's lives, and their love would forever shine upon the land of Cybertron. A warm and beautiful atmosphere enveloped the valley, as if the entire world was blessing them. In a corner of this realm, the primordial celestial and the cosmic emperor watched over them silently, a glimmer of satisfaction in their eyes. They understood that their child had discovered his own happiness, and they would continue to protect him for eternity. Chapter 101. Resurrection and Reconciliation. Watching his dear friend finally find his heart's desire, Optimus Prime felt a profound joy within him. Yet, everyone knew that Optimus was ill at ease in such settings. His attendance at gatherings among friends was rare, let alone at such a lively occasion. He sat alone in a corner, his gaze tinged with solitude. Yun Tian noticed Optimus's demeanor, uncertain of what to say. Megatron too sensed this, approaching Yun Tian and whispering, "It's all my fault. Had I not inadvertently taken Alita's life, Optimus would not be in this state. I made a mistake, and now I wish to make amends." Yun Tian, is there a way to resurrect Alita? Yun Tian frowned slightly. He certainly knew the means to bring Alita back, but he was acutely aware of the consequences that would follow. He replied softly, "There is a method, but should we pursue it, Optimus would suffer severe backlash. Furthermore, Alita's death is not your fault. The past events were orchestrated by the primordial celestial to nurture Optimus." Megatron shook his head. "I understand, yet I still wish to atone. At the very least, I can offer something for Optimus." Just then, Optimus approached, his eyes filled with hope. "Yun Tian, can you truly bring Alita back?" Yun Tian nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. "Yes, I can. However, you must understand that such actions will incur significant repercussions. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Optimus Prime nodded without hesitation. "As long as Alita can be revived, I am willing to endure any dire consequences." Yun Tian sighed, aware that Optimus's decision was immutable. He gazed at Optimus, his tone laced with gravity. "Optimus, I comprehend your thoughts, yet the die is cast. If you forsake all of Cybertron for your own selfish desires, how will the populace regard you as a leader?" Optimus fell silent for a moment, but soon regained his resolve. "I understand, Yun Tian." Yun Tian offered a faint smile, warmth flickering in his eyes. "Very well, let us proceed to the martyrs' cemetery. We shall pay homage to those heroes and bring companionship to someone." The tremor in Optimus's voice was evident. Enough of this sentimental banter. Lead the way swiftly. Yun Tian playfully patted Optimus's shoulder, his tone teasing. "At your command, Master Yun Tian." Optimus smiled faintly, gratitude glimmering in his gaze. "One odd appellation. Simply call me Yun Tian." Yun Tian furrowed his brow, slightly unaccustomed to such formality. "That is not permissible. Your status is esteemed." Optimus wished to elaborate further, but Megatron interjected. "Optimus, Yun Tian speaks truth. We are friends, and there exists no disparity in status among friends." Optimus was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Megatron. Megatron continued. "Optimus, Yun Tian is correct. We are friends, and whether in the past, present, or future, we shall remain by your side." Beside them, Ratchet unexpectedly refrained from contradicting Megatron, instead expressing strong agreement. "Megatron is right. Optimus, you have never been alone. Indeed, you still have us." The surrounding voices echoed this sentiment, filled with warmth and support. Tears glimmered in Optimus's eyes, his voice choked with emotion. All right. We cannot cry now. There will be a time for that later." Yun Tian jested, his tone lightening the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the others regarded Optimus with sympathetic expressions, as if to convey, "Take care, brother." Before long, they arrived at the largest cemetery on Cybertron. The gravestones bore the names of many who had perished during the war. Yun Tian had not yet processed the scene when Megatron knelt on the ground, paying homage to the fallen comrades. At each gravestone, he paused to bow, understanding that his thirst for power had led to the sacrifice of so many. He felt profoundly guilty. After walking for a while, Optimus halted before a modest gravestone, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Alita, I have come to see you. There is so much I wish to share. Let us postpone our words. Step aside. I am about to act. Yun Tian interrupted Optimus, a serious glint in his eyes. Optimus Prime nodded and stood beside Megatron. Yun Tian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the divine power that belonged to him. The gathering fell into a harmonious silence. Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped Yun Tian. He opened his eyes, and the golden light shot towards a gravestone. To the astonishment of all present, the silhouette of a female transformer gradually materialized. Where is this? Was I not slain in battle? Could it be that I am within the Matrix? The resurrected Alita surveyed her surroundings, her voice tinged with confusion. Alita, Optimus Prime's voice quivered with emotion. Optimus, have you also returned to the Matrix? Alita turned to him, her tone laced with surprise. Alita, this is not the Matrix. It is the surface. Moreover, you have been revived, Optimus Prime replied, his voice brimming with excitement. Alita was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the others, disbelief flickering in her eyes. I have been revived? Is this truly real? Yun Tian smiled warmly. Indeed, Alita, you have returned. Welcome back to this world. Alita's gaze fell upon Yun Tian, gratitude illuminating her features. Did you bring me back to life? Yun Tian nodded, his voice relaxed. Yes, I merely did what was necessary. Alita approached Yun Tian, her voice quivering with emotion. Thank you, Yun Tian. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Yun Tian smiled gently. No need for thanks. Your happiness is all that matters. Alita nodded and turned her gaze to Optimus, tenderness shining in her eyes. Optimus, I have returned. Tears glistened in Optimus's eyes as he clasped Alita's hand tightly. Alita, I have missed you dearly. You cannot fathom the depth of my regret and guilt. Alita tenderly caressed Optimus's face. Optimus, the past is behind us. We can start anew. Optimus nodded. Yes, we can begin again. I will cherish you and ensure you never leave my side again. Megatron and Yun Tian stood aside, observing the poignant reunion with a sense of satisfaction. Megatron quietly remarked to Yun Tian, Look, they can finally be together again. Yun Tian smiled thoughtfully. Indeed, they are reunited at last. May their happiness be everlasting. At that moment, Ratchet approached. It seems our Optimus can finally lay down his burdens. Optimus smiled slightly, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, my friends. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Ratchet shook his head, seriousness in his tone. No need to thank us. It is our duty. We are friends, and we will always stand by your side. Optimus nodded. I understand, my friends. I will treasure this moment. Yun Tian gazed upon the crowd, his heart brimming with warmth. He understood that each of them was an indispensable presence in one another's lives. Whether it was Megatron, Optimus Prime, or Ratchet, they each safeguarded one another in their own unique ways. Well then, let us conclude today's ceremony here, Yun Tian declared, his voice imbued with a touch of ease. Let us celebrate this beautiful moment together. The assembly nodded in agreement, their faces radiating with joyous smiles. They recognized that this marked a new beginning, a commencement filled with hope. Under the embrace of the sun, they departed from the graveyard, their silhouettes elongated in the sunlight, suggesting that although the road ahead may be long, they would forge onward hand in hand, never to part. Yun Tian and Megatron walked at the rear, their hands intertwined, both adorned with expressions of happiness. They understood that their future would also be replete with hope and beauty. Chapter 102. Return and Reunion. After Yun Tian awakened his divine powers, he brought Megatron, henceforth referred to as Megatron, to his own world. This realm stood in stark contrast to Megatron's original world, being far more peaceful and prosperous. Yun Tian approached the primordial celestial master, beseeching him to grant Megatron a status within the celestial hierarchy. Faced with a request from a cherished disciple, how could the primordial celestial master refuse? Thus, Megatron inherited the title of the celestial sovereign of the thunder, becoming the reincarnation of one of the 13 celestial sovereigns, following Optimus Prime. How do you feel, Megatron? Yun Tian inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Call me Uncle Thunder Sovereign, little Yun Tian, Megatron suddenly remarked, his tone laced with teasing. Oh, you. Yun Tian's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated such banter at this moment. Yun Tian, he speaks the truth. I created the 13 celestial sovereigns. And, as the reincarnation of the Thunder Sovereign, it is only fitting for you to address him as Uncle, the primordial celestial master said. A hint of fondness in his voice as he glanced at Yun Tian, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Yun Tian sighed helplessly. Very well. But is he Megatron or the Thunder Sovereign now? The essence of the Thunder Sovereign has completely fused with Megatron. Thus, it is a duality of souls. The primordial celestial master paused before continuing. No, one is already enough for me. Yun Tian's expression turned somewhat grim as he gazed at Megatron, his eyes reflecting a touch of exasperation. Yun Tian, what troubles you? Why do you look so pale? Megatron approached Yun Tian, inquiring softly. Never mind, one is to nurture, and two is also to nurture. Yun Tian shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. Yun Tian, what are you saying? Megatron regarded Yun Tian with a puzzled expression. Nothing of consequence. By the way, come, let me show you your counterpart in this world. Yun Tian took Megatron's hand, leading him outside. As they traversed the streets of Cybertron, Megatron marveled at the prosperity that surpassed his own world, his heart swelling with emotion. He recognized that this flourishing reality was the result of Yun Tian's unwavering efforts. Had Yun Tian not arrived in his world, the Cybertron of that realm would not have flourished as it has. Yun Tian, I am grateful to you. You have salvaged my homeland and rescued me. Megatron paused, gazing at Yun Tian, a flicker of deep affection crossing his eyes. There is no need for thanks, for you are my partner, Yun Tian replied with a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth. As they strolled, a youth resembling Optimus Prime suddenly obstructed their path. Who are you two? Father? What brings you here? He pointed at Megatron, bewildering him. Turning to Yun Tian, Megatron inquired, Yun Tian, why does he call me father? Could it be? Yun Tian chuckled softly, addressing the boy with tenderness. Child, what is your name? I am called Cataclysm, the boy responded, his voice tinged with innocence. Are your parents Optimus Prime and Megatron? Yun Tian continued. Yes, do you know them? Uncle? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Cataclysm's eyes. Indeed, I do. Little Cataclysm, might you guide us to them? Yun Tian crouched down, gazing at Cataclysm with utmost fondness. No need, we have arrived. A familiar voice resonated, prompting both Yun Tian and Megatron to look up and behold Optimus Prime and Megatron approaching. Father, mother. Cataclysm rushed to their sides, his eyes brimming with joy. Cataclysm, how did you sneak away again? Optimus Prime's voice held a hint of reproach, yet his gaze was filled with affection. Yun Tian, it has been a while. So, you are the Megatron from another world? Optimus Prime regarded Megatron with curiosity. Indeed, Optimus. I am surprised to see how much stronger you have become in this world, Megatron remarked with a sense of admiration. The Megatron beside Optimus surveyed the other Megatron with disdain. Is this what I have become in another realm? Hardly impressive. Optimus turned to the Megatron beside him, enunciating each word. Megatron. Optimus, I was mistaken. The other Megatron quickly conceded, aware that inciting his partner's ire could lead to dire consequences. Haha, Megatron. Who would have thought you feared Optimus Prime? The other Megatron laughed heartily. Indeed, since having a child, he is transformed into a ferocious tigress. The Megatron chimed in jest. Megatron, you shall sleep on the floor tonight, Optimus threatened, his tone firm. Please, Optimus, I acknowledge my errors, the Megatron pleaded. Watching the other version of himself endure what could be deemed domestic strife, Megatron felt a twinge of concern. He turned to Yun Tian, tentatively suggesting, Yun Tian, perhaps we should reconsider having children. Absolutely not. Yun Tian immediately retorted, his eyes resolute. And I would never be angry with you. I could never bring myself to scold you. Yun Tian, you are truly wonderful, Megatron said, a wave of emotion washing over him as he tightly clasped Yun Tian's hand. Uncle Yun Tian, may I be your child? Suddenly, Cataclysm approached Yun Tian, eyes filled with anticipation. No, both Optimus Prime and Megatron declared in unison. See, your parents truly love you, Yun Tian remarked with a gentle smile, casting a fond glance at Cataclysm. Father, mother, I apologize. I promise I won't sneak away again. Cataclysm lowered his head, a hint of regret in his tone. All right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a good start, Optimus Prime said, affectionately ruffling Cataclysm's hair. Let's go home. Megatron grasped Optimus Prime and Cataclysm's hands, leading them toward their abode. Yun Tian and Megatron trailed behind, observing the harmonious family scene, a warmth blossoming in their hearts. They understood that regardless of what the future held, as long as they were together, nothing was insurmountable. Megatron, what do you think of this world? Yun Tian inquired, his eyes brimming with expectation. It is splendid. It is my home, filled with friends. And with you? Megatron replied with a slight smile, tenderness glimmering in his gaze. Then let us reside here permanently. Megatron clasped Yun Tian's hand, his eyes resolute. Indeed, we shall remain together. Yun Tian nodded, a flicker of happiness shining in his eyes. The two embraced tightly, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. They knew that no matter how arduous the path ahead, as long as they stood united, nothing was beyond their reach. Their love would radiate even more brilliantly in this new world. We will be together, forever. Megatron's voice resonated with conviction. Yes, forever, Yun Tian smiled softly, eyes alight with joy. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the warm glow of the setting sun, leaving behind a serene and beautiful scene. In that moment, the entirety of Cybertron basked in happiness. Chapter 1. The Testament of Leadership. 1. While Yun Tian and Megatron were testing their abilities, they inadvertently triggered an unforeseen event. They endeavored to explore Yun Tian's newly awakened divine powers, only to accidentally activate a temporal rift. Before they could evade, a powerful force swept them into the breach of time and space. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves lying in a cavern. Yun Tian surveyed the familiar surroundings and immediately recognized that they had entered the world of Transformers, the Covenant of Leadership. Furthermore, based on the environment and aura, they realized they were now on Earth. Yun Tian, where are we? Megatron inquired, somewhat bewildered. We are in another world, and currently, we are on Earth, Yun Tian explained. I am somewhat familiar with the stories of this realm. We must proceed with caution. Just as Megatron was about to inquire further about Earth, Yun Tian suddenly heard the sounds of battle echoing from outside the cavern. His expression instantly turned serious. He knew that this must be the Autobot, Ironhide, engaging in combat with the Decepticon soldiers. In the first episode of Transformers, the Covenant of Leadership, Ironhide was the first Autobot to confront the Decepticons, severely injured by their vehicular forces and ultimately taken back to the Nemesis, where he met his demise at the hands of Starscream. Yun Tian understood that if they did not take action, Feiguishan would likely repeat its previous misfortune. Megatron, I have an idea. Come here and listen, Yun Tian whispered, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Megatron approached Yun Tian, attentively listening to his plan. Yun Tian articulated, the relationship between Megatron and Optimus Prime in this world is rather unique. We can leverage this. Yun Tian's strategy involved rescuing Feiguishan and seizing the opportunity to join the Autobots. Meanwhile, Megatron would utilize his current identity as Galvatron to infiltrate the Decepticons, thereby exerting influence over this world's Megatron from within. Upon hearing Yun Tian's plan, excitement illuminated Megatron's face. Assisting his counterpart in this world to become a Prime spark partner? It sounded intriguing. He immediately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Thus, they resolved to act separately. Yun Tian swiftly made his way to the battleground outside the mine, his figure flashing through the cavern, leaving behind a trail of golden light. Simultaneously, Megatron advanced towards the Decepticons, a smile gracing his features as he admired his current appearance. Transforming into Galvatron filled him with exhilaration. After all, every version of himself across worlds was an admirer of Galvatron. By joining the Decepticons under this guise, he was confident that this world's Megatron would heed his words. Megatron mused, with this, I can effect change from within. Upon Yun Tian's arrival at the mine's entrance, the battle had escalated to a fervent intensity. Feiguishan was besieged by a horde of Decepticon soldiers, and the situation appeared dire. Without hesitation, Yun Tian plunged into the fray, his strength manifesting remarkably in this realm. The Decepticon soldiers proved to be no match for Yun Tian, who easily dispatched them. Feiguishan, witnessing Yun Tian's emergence, expressed surprise. Who are you? Yun Tian smiled gently. I am here to assist you, Feiguishan. I am Yun Tian, a friend. Feiguishan was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a formidable transformer. Yet, sensing Yun Tian's goodwill, he nodded. All right, I trust you. Yun Tian led Feiguishan back to the Autobot base. Optimus Prime, relieved to see Figuishan safe, expressed his gratitude. Figuishan, I'm glad you are unharmed. Yun Tian stepped forward, smiling as he said, Optimus, I am Yun Tian. I wish to join your ranks and fight alongside you. Optimus regarded Yun Tian, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features before he regained his composure. Welcome, Yun Tian. We need more allies. Meanwhile, Megatron successfully integrated himself into the Decepticons. Presenting himself as Galvatron before Megatron, he observed the shock in Megatron's eyes. Galvatron, how did you arrive here? With a slight smile, Megatron replied, I am here to assist you, Megatron. I am Galvatron, your predecessor. Megatron was taken aback. He had never anticipated meeting Galvatron. Instantly, he bowed his head respectfully, declaring, Galvatron, I am willing to heed your commands. Inwardly, Megatron reveled in his success. The first step of his plan had already come to fruition. He firmly believes that with the identity of the mighty Lord Megatron, he will undoubtedly transform everything in this world. Thus commenced the grand adventure of Yun Tian and Megatron in this new realm. They are convinced that as long as they remain united, nothing can hinder their path. Their love shall blossom with even greater brilliance in this fresh world. Chapter 2. The Proof of Leadership 2. In the previous installment of Transformers, a faint smile played on Megatron's lips as he declared, I am here to assist you, Megatron. I am Lord Megatron, your predecessor. Taken aback, Megatron had never anticipated encountering his namesake. He immediately bowed his head and respectfully replied, Lord Megatron, I am willing to heed your command. After joining the Decepticons, Megatron introduced this legendary primordial transformer to Starscream and the others. From this moment forth, we Decepticons shall march toward victory under Lord Megatron's guidance. Success is assured. Under Megatron's subtle suggestion, he refrained from utilizing the dark energon he had retrieved from the cosmos, nor did he permit Starscream to obliterate the energon mine. Megatron understood that the Autobots' resources were scarce, and as Optimus Prime was his dear friend, how could he bear to see him suffer? Yet, in front of his subordinates and the Decepticons, Megatron felt reluctant to openly express his intentions. Decepticons, retreat, Megatron commanded, and in an instant, the nemesis vanished from sight, allowing the Autobots to seize control of the entire mine. Optimus, this energon should suffice for us for 2 to 3 years. Where did you find this mine? Ratchet exclaimed with excitement, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. After all, Megatron's sudden withdrawal left them in utter confusion, and they were at a loss for explanations. Observing their predicament, Yun Tian stepped forward with a gentle smile and addressed Ratchet. We acquired this mine from the Decepticons. And the guards were minimal, weren't they, flywheels? Indeed, just as Yun Tian said, Flywheels quickly affirmed, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. Optimus turned to Yun Tian, a trace of uncertainty crossing his features, but he soon regained his composure. Yun Tian nodded reassuringly, signaling him not to worry. Optimus smiled faintly, his mind already forming its own conclusions. As night fell, silence enveloped the base, with all Autobots entering a state of slumber. However, Optimus found it difficult to rest, for he recalled the moment when Megatron cast a glance his way before departing. That gaze, fraught with complex emotions, left Optimus in a state of disquietude. Deciding to take advantage of the night, he ventured alone to the platform outside the base and initiated a communication with Megatron. Megatron, he began, his voice tinged with hesitation. I know what you are thinking, Optimus. Megatron's voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with a profound undertone. I merely wish to spare you from suffering. Your life is mine to claim. Optimus Prime was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Megatron. A complex emotion flickered within him, quickly supplanted by a sense of warmth. Thank you, Megatron, he said, sincerity lacing his voice. The response was predictable, yet I hope you can perceive the duality of humanity, particularly in this nation known as America. Megatron's tone bore a hint of gravity. The leaders of this country are not benevolent. They will undoubtedly engage in covert actions against your allies. After all, they have never regarded you as a partner. Alternatively, consider journeying to the eastern nation known as China, where the people are exceedingly welcoming. You are certain to fall in love with it. Optimus fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. Thank you for your concern. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. Yet if the inhabitants of this country were to act against his friends, he could opt for the nation Megatron had suggested. Megatron smiled faintly, his tone tinged with affection. "You're always so understanding, Optimus. Remember, no matter what transpires, I will be by your side." Optimus nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude. He recognized that although Megatron appeared to be his adversary, deep down, he consistently cared for him. This intricate sentiment filled him with respect for Megatron. "Megatron, have you truly resolved to cease utilizing those dark energy entities?" Optimus could not restrain his inquiry. Megatron paused for a moment before ultimately nodding. "Yes, those entities, despite their power, carry consequences that I cannot bear. I do not wish for my greed to plunge all of Cybertron into a greater crisis." Optimus smiled gently, filled with respect. "You have indeed changed, Megatron." Megatron returned a slight smile, a trace of resignation in his voice. "Perhaps, but some matters cannot be measured by right or wrong. I merely hope we can discover a better solution." Optimus nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. He understood that Megatron's transformation might herald new hope for Cybertron. "Megatron, I shall remember your words." Optimus's voice held a note of resolve. "I believe in you, Optimus," Megatron replied warmly. "No matter what happens, we are friends." Optimus smiled faintly, his heart overflowing with appreciation. He recognized that Megatron's words were not solely for him, but for all of Cybertron. He believed that as long as they worked together, they would surely find a brighter future. "Take care, Megatron," Optimus said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "You too, Optimus," Megatron responded warmly. As their communication concluded, silence enveloped the night sky. Optimus stood on the platform, gazing at the stars, his heart filled with hope. He understood that the road ahead was long, but he believed that as long as they were together, nothing was insurmountable. Meanwhile, Megatron observed everything from the shadows, a flicker of contentment in his eyes. He understood that Megatron's transformation might herald a new glimmer of hope for the world. The existence of both himself and Yun Tian would become pivotal to these changes. "Yun Tian, we have made the right choice," Megatron asserted, a hint of conviction lacing his voice. Yun Tian smiled softly and nodded. "Indeed, we have chosen wisely. As long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot overcome." The two clasped hands tightly, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. They were acutely aware that together, no obstacle could impede their path. Their love would undoubtedly radiate with even greater brilliance in this new world. Chapter 3. The Test of Leadership 3. Under Megatron's influence, he resolved to employ the dark energy entity as a trump card, generously bestowing a fragment upon the insect icon. For he recognized that his subordinate was not without merit. The rewarded insect icon beamed with joy, when suddenly he recalled that Thundercracker was also on Earth. "Lord Megatron, Thundercracker has been dispatched to Earth for quite some time. Should we not retrieve him?" His voice bore a note of respect. Megatron paused momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "You speak wisely, insect icon. I must locate him." Thus, Megatron, accompanied by Soundwave, ventured to the hidden sanctuary of Thundercracker nestled within the valley. An air of mystery enveloped the valley, silence reigning save for the whisper of the wind. Cautiously, Megatron and Soundwave advanced until they discovered Thundercracker's refuge. "Thundercracker, it is I, Megatron," his voice echoed through the valley. Thundercracker slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his gaze, but clarity soon returned. "Master, what brings you here?" Megatron's expression softened with a hint of relief. "I have come to bring you home. You have endured much, Thundercracker." Rising to his feet, Thundercracker performed a slight bow. "Master, you need not worry. I am well." Megatron nodded, a seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Thundercracker, the forthcoming tasks may prove even more arduous. Are you prepared?" With unwavering resolve, Thundercracker replied, "Master, I am always ready." Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Yun Tian received word from Megatron. Through the communicator, Megatron informed him that Thundercracker had been awakened. "Yun Tian, Megatron has revived Thundercracker." His voice was calm, as if he had anticipated this. "I understand. Thank you for the update." Upon ending the communication, Yun Tian furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern igniting within him. He realized Thundercracker's return could spell trouble for the Autobots, particularly if Optimus Prime were to appear. He glanced at Optimus, formulating a plan in his mind. Approaching Optimus, he whispered a few words in his ear. Optimus remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his gaze. Ultimately, he turned to Ratchet, his tone now earnest. Ratchet, I have a request. I wish to journey to a remote location, and I may require your assistance. The ambulance hesitated for a moment, but soon regained composure. Optimus, whatever you require, I shall support you. Optimus Prime offered a faint smile and nodded. Thank you, ambulance. Let us proceed. Thus, Optimus Prime and the ambulance swiftly set forth, arriving in a valley where Megatron awaited. The atmosphere in the valley was thick with tension, as Megatron, Thundercracker, and Soundwave had already prepared for battle. Optimus, what brings you here? Megatron's voice held a note of wariness. Optimus Prime responded with a slight smile, his tone imbued with calmness. Megatron, I merely came to visit an old friend. After all, it has been quite some time since we last conversed face to face. Megatron scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Optimus, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You are here solely to thwart me. Optimus shook his head. Megatron, I simply wish to avert further conflict. We are all citizens of Cybertron. Must we not coexist in peace? Megatron fell silent for a moment, a swirl of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, he shook his head. Optimus, you are far too naive. Peace. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, peace is but a fleeting dream. No sooner had he spoken than both sides erupted into fierce combat. The valley was instantly filled with the cacophony of explosions and the clashing of metal. Optimus Prime and the ambulance engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Megatron, Thundercracker, and Soundwave. The battle raged on, with both parties exerting their utmost strength. Eventually, after an intense confrontation, Megatron prepared to depart the valley with Thundercracker and Soundwave. However, Optimus Prime obstructed their path. Megatron, wait. Optimus's voice bore a note of urgency. Megatron halted, impatience flickering in his gaze. Optimus, what do you desire now? Optimus smiled gently, sincerity evident in his eyes. Megatron, Thundercracker has just regained consciousness. He requires medical attention. The ambulance is our medical expert, and I hope you will allow him to assist Thundercracker. Megatron was taken aback, unprepared for such a request from Optimus. A moment of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he ultimately nodded. Very well, Optimus. I shall trust you this once. The ambulance stepped forward, commencing treatment for Thundercracker. A serious expression crossed his face, fully aware of the gravity of this task. Thundercracker, rest assured, I will do my utmost to heal you. The ambulance spoke gently. Thundercracker smiled faintly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, ambulance. Under the meticulous care of the ambulance, Thundercracker's condition steadily improved. Megatron observed this unfolding scene, a complex array of emotions reflecting in his gaze. He understood that Optimus's actions were motivated not just for Thundercracker, but for the sake of peace. Optimus, I shall remember this incident. Megatron's tone turned solemn. Optimus Prime smiled softly. Megatron, I hope we can both remember the events of today. Perhaps. Peace is not an unattainable ideal. Megatron fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Perhaps, Optimus. Perhaps. With that, he departed the valley accompanied by Thundercracker and Soundwave. Optimus Prime and Ratchet returned to the Autobot base, restoring tranquility to the valley as if nothing had transpired. Upon reaching the base, Optimus gazed at Skyfire, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Skyfire, thank you. Your reminder allowed me the opportunity to make the right choice. Skyfire smiled gently, warmth shining through his gaze. Optimus, you always make the right decisions. I merely offer a nudge. Optimus nodded, his heart brimming with appreciation. He understood that with Skyfire's assistance, the future of the Autobots would undoubtedly shine brighter. Optimus, we will all support you, Ratchet asserted with unwavering conviction. Optimus smiled faintly, warmth radiating from his eyes. Thank you. My friends, with your support, I believe we can achieve peace. Though the battle in the valley was fierce, it ultimately concluded in a peaceful manner. While the relationship between Megatron and Optimus remained complex, this incident imparted an important lesson to both. Peace may not be an impossibility. As long as they were willing to strive for it, Cybertron's future would surely be more prosperous. Chapter 4. The Proof of Leadership. 4. Megatron returned to the Nemesis with Thundercracker and Soundwave, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware that the dark energon in his possession wielded immense power, yet also posed considerable risks. At that moment, Galvatron approached him. Megatron, there are matters I need to discuss with you. Galvatron's voice bore a note of seriousness. Megatron lifted his gaze to meet Galvatron's, curiosity dancing in his eyes. What is it, Galvatron? Galvatron offered a slight smile, his tone earnest. Do you know the full extent of the Dark Energon's capabilities? Megatron paused, taken aback. He only knew that Dark Energon could resurrect the deceased and enhance his strength, but he was unaware that it could also taint his spark, preventing his soul from returning to the well of all sparks. After a brief silence, he finally shook his head. I know it can revive the fallen, but I am unaware of any other side effects. Galvatron nodded, his expression grave. Megatron, Dark Energon is known as the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. While it can indeed resurrect the dead, it simultaneously taints the user's spark. Prolonged use will prevent your soul from returning to the well, and you may even fall under the control of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron's complexion paled instantly, shock flooding his heart. He had never considered that the power he had relied upon could yield such dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze to Galvatron, determination lacing his voice. Galvatron, what should I do? Galvatron smiled reassuringly, a glimmer of comfort in his eyes. Megatron, you need not rely entirely on this power. You may retain a small portion as a safeguard, while obliterating the remainder. This approach not only preserves your strength, but also mitigates the risk of contamination. Megatron nodded, a flicker of gratitude shimmering in his gaze. Thank you for your counsel, Lord Zeta. I shall adhere to your advice. Thus, Megatron resolved to keep a fraction of the Dark Energon as his trump card, annihilating the rest. However, he recognized that to lure Optimus Prime out, he still needed to create some commotion with the Dark Energon. Consequently, he decided to transport the Dark Energon via the space bridge to the planet Cybertron. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, accompanied by Cloud and others, had been vigilantly monitoring Megatron's movements. Upon learning of Megatron's transmission of Dark Energon through the space bridge, Optimus promptly led Cloud and the others to the bridge's location. Optimus, Megatron's scheme is perilous. We must tread cautiously. Cloud's voice carried a note of apprehension. Optimus nodded. I understand, Cloud. Yet, we must thwart him. We cannot allow him to sow chaos once more. Arriving at the space bridge, they discover Megatron had been awaiting them for some time. Upon their meeting, a fierce battle ensued. The clash persisted for an extended duration, ultimately culminating in Optimus and Cloud's successful destruction of the space bridge, thwarting Megatron's ambitions. The Transformers, once lifeless and awakened by the Dark Energon, were also vanquished during the fray. Megatron had anticipated the failure of this plan. Hence, he had not ventured too close to the space bridge. Nevertheless, he feigned severe injury, attempting to lower Optimus's guard. As Optimus gazed upon the ostensibly gravely wounded Megatron, a flicker of hesitation crossed his heart. He understood he could not allow Megatron to escape, yet he was reluctant to strike. In the end, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Optimus was distracted, Megatron swiftly embraced him, planting a kiss upon his cheek before hastily retreating to the Nemesis. By the time Optimus regained his senses, the Nemesis had vanished from sight. Megatron. Optimus's voice resonated with a blend of anger and helplessness. Cloud approached Optimus, gently resting a hand upon his shoulder. Optimus, do not dwell too much on this. Megatron merely sought to test our resolve. He will not surrender easily. Optimus nodded. I am aware, Cloud. However, we must remain vigilant and prevent him from instigating chaos again. Cloud smiled slightly, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. Rest assured, Optimus, as long as we stand together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Optimus nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude. He knew that with Cloud's support, the future of the Autobots would undoubtedly shine brighter. They believed that through their collective efforts, peace could be attained. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Megatron observed the retreating form of Optimus Prime, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze. He understood that although this plan had failed, the intricacies of his relationship with Optimus had only deepened. He firmly believed that one day he would discover a superior solution. Optimus Prime, wait for me, intoned Megatron, his voice imbued with a hint of resolve. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Although the relationship between Megatron and Optimus Prime remained intricate, both were striving toward a common objective. Their tale continued. Chapter 5. The Test of Leadership. 5. On this day, the Autobot base received a transmission from Jack. Simultaneously, the Decepticons intercepted Jack's message. Megatron consented to the proposal suggested by Starscream, wherein the Decepticon Mirage would disguise himself as Jack to ascertain the location of the Autobot base. However, Megatron shook his head, a glimmer of profound thought flashing in his eyes. If we require an infiltrator, why can't that individual be the genuine Jack? Megatron's tone was calm, knowing full well that Jack must have allies among the Autobots. Megatron paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Lord Megatron, do you possess a means to control the real Jack? Megatron smiled faintly, his voice laced with confidence. As long as you bring Jack back to me, the rest shall be my responsibility. Consequently, Megatron personally undertook the task of retrieving Jack, who had yet to enter Earth, and brought him back to the Nemesis. Megatron escorted Jack into his laboratory. I shall not become your enemy, no matter the methods you employ, Jack declared with determination. You are mistaken, Jack. I have no intention of torturing you. All you need is a good night's sleep, replied Megatron gently, as he rendered Jack unconscious. Subsequently, through his technological prowess, Megatron successfully gained control over Jack. A satisfied glimmer appeared in his eyes. Megatron, I have succeeded. You may now proceed with your plans without concern. Excellent. I shall come immediately, Megatron responded with excitement. Upon witnessing Jack completely under his control, Megatron felt elated. Jack, I command you to report to me every detail of Optimus Prime's daily agenda after you reunite with him and the others. Do you understand? I shall obey your command. Lord Megatron, Jack replied, his voice cold and mechanical. Thereafter, Jack boarded his ship, the Jackhammer, and met with Optimus Prime and the others. Once he successfully rejoined them, they all returned to the Autobot base. As an old friend of Jack's, Ironhide was thrilled by his return and remained oblivious to Jack's peculiar behavior. Jack, you are finally back, Ironhide exclaimed with excitement. I have returned, Jack replied with a slight smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Jack cleverly exploited Ironhide's trust to establish his footing within the Autobot base, while secretly maintaining contact with Megatron. Over time, the Autobots' battles were consistently foreseen by Megatron, resulting in significant losses for them. This led the others to begin suspecting that Jack was an infiltrator. Since the arrival of Jack, their plans have not succeeded even once. However, the Divider remains convinced of Jack's innocence, even defending him, expressing disbelief that Jack would betray them. I assure you, Jack is definitely not a spy, the Divider asserts with a hint of conviction. After a moment of silence, Optimus Prime's eyes flicker with uncertainty. Divider, I appreciate your trust, but we cannot ignore the facts. We must uncover the truth. Yet, upon witnessing Jack leave the base alone, a flicker of unease passes through the Divider's heart. He decides to follow, hoping Jack is merely going outside to gaze at the moon, only to discover Jack communicating with a stranger. Could it be that Jack has indeed reported their plans to Megatron? The Divider is filled with shock. Just as he prepares to act, Jack spots him. Jack calmly approaches the Divider, locking eyes with him. Divider, do you wish to confront me, my friend? Jack's voice is laced with tranquility. Jack, who are you just speaking with? The Divider's voice trembles slightly. Of course, it was Lord Megatron. Oh, my friend, you wouldn't tell Optimus, would you? Jack's tone carries a teasing note. I don't know, the Divider stutters, confusion flashing in his eyes. Observing the hesitant Divider before him, Jack smiles subtly and begins his performance. Divider, I do not desire this, but I have my own struggles. I need your assistance now. You will help me, won't you? Looking at the pained Jack, the Divider chooses to trust him. All right, I promise. But what should I do? Jack produces a chip. This chip will connect our sparks, allowing you to know what to do. He approaches and affixes the chip to the Divider's chest. Is it done? Jack's voice is imbued with anticipation. Yes, the Divider replies, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. Immediately, Jack activates the chip, causing the Divider's body to weaken, collapsing into Jack's embrace. My friend, sleep well. When you awaken, we shall serve Lord Megatron together. Jack's voice carries a cold smirk. At that moment, Megatron's voice comes through the communicator. Jack, how goes the situation? All is proceeding smoothly. Lord Megatron, and my friend is willing to pledge his loyalty to you. Jack responds with excitement. Excellent. I will also locate your other teammates soon. You will witness a new Thunder Rescue team. Megatron's voice is filled with anticipation. Thank you very much, Lord Megatron. The Thunder Rescue team will forever safeguard you. Jack replies with loyalty. Very well, enough for now. You should return to the Autobot base with your friend. Otherwise, Optimus will become suspicious. The voice of Megatron carried a note of seriousness. At your command, Lord Megatron, said Jolt, a slight smile gracing his features as he returned to the Autobot base with the panel. Upon arriving at the base, Jolt placed the panel in his room, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. My friend, rest well. When you awaken, we shall embark on a new journey together. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and his comrades were engaged in a discussion regarding Jolt. A hint of concern shadowed Optimus's face. Cloud, do you truly believe Jolt poses a threat? Cloud furrowed his brow slightly, contemplation evident in his gaze. Optimus, I am uncertain. However, Jolt's behavior is indeed suspicious. We must proceed with caution. Optimus nodded resolutely. I understand. I shall assign someone to monitor his actions to ensure our safety. A faint smile graced Cloud's lips, his eyes reflecting reassurance. Optimus, I trust you will make the right decision. We shall all support you. A smile formed on Optimus's lips, gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, my friends. With your support, I am confident that we can overcome any challenge. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jolt's scheme had quietly unfolded. He exploited the trust placed in the panel, successfully turning it into his pawn. Meanwhile, Megatron conspired in the shadows, preparing to bring the entire Autobot faction to its knees. Megatron, what is it that you truly desire? Optimus's voice resonated with anger. Optimus, I merely wish to make Cybertron stronger, Megatron replied coldly. And you are simply an obstacle in my path. After a moment of silence, Optimus declared, Megatron, I will thwart your plans. No matter what you do, I will not relent. Cloud approached Optimus, gently patting his shoulder. Optimus, do not dwell on it too much. We are all aware of Megatron's intentions, and together, we shall impede him. Optimus nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, my friends. With your backing, I believe we can triumph over Megatron. Thus, a new adventure began. The relationship between Megatron and Optimus remained intricate. Yet both were striving toward a common goal. Their tale, indeed, continues. Chapter 6. The Leader's Testament. 6. When the panel awakened, he found himself back at the Autobot base, with Jolt seated beside him in repose. Seeing Jolt, a wave of relief washed over the panel. It seems I overthought things. I knew Jolt would never betray us. Jolt, noticing the movement, lifted his head with a gentle smile. Panel, you are awake. How do you feel? The panel sat up, shaking his head slightly. I am fine, just a bit dizzy. Jolt, who were you speaking with earlier? Jolt's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its natural state. Oh, that was a conversation with Lord Megatron. He merely wished to confirm my loyalty. The panel was taken aback, a look of shock crossing his face. Lord Megatron? Jack, interrupting him with a hint of urgency in his tone, said, I have my own reasons. Lord Megatron has granted me an opportunity to prove my worth. I require your assistance. You will help me, won't you? The panel regarded Jack, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Yet he ultimately nodded. Very well. I shall assist you, but you must tell me how you wish for me to proceed. Jack smiled slightly. I need you to request Optimus Prime to monitor me. They have begun to harbor suspicions. Only you can save me, my friend. The panel nodded. I will speak to Optimus Prime. I hope you will not betray our friendship. Jack stepped forward, grasping the panel's hand earnestly. I would never betray our friendship. I swear it upon my spark. That morning, the panel approached Optimus Prime, requesting him to keep an eye on Jack. Without hesitation, Optimus agreed, trusting the panel would uncover the truth. I believe in you. If Jack indeed poses a threat, you will find the evidence. The panel nodded. Optimus, I shall. I believe Jack is innocent. Days later, a tense atmosphere enveloped the Autobot base. Optimus summoned everyone to discuss the impending operation. Jack was present, a sly glint in his eyes. Optimus, our plan must be executed with utmost caution. We cannot allow Megatron to become aware. Ratchet's voice carried a note of seriousness. Optimus nodded. I understand. We will be thoroughly prepared. However, during the operation days later, the Autobots' plans were once again preemptively discovered by Megatron, resulting in significant losses. Optimus's expression grew increasingly grim, and his suspicions towards Jack intensified. In a fierce battle, Starscream's attack nearly struck Bumblebee, but Jack suddenly leaped forward, shielding Bumblebee from the assault. Upon returning to the base, Optimus instructed Ratchet to attend to Jack's injuries. He approached Jack, his tone laced with regret. Jack, I apologize for my doubts. I should not have questioned you. Jack, reclining on the medical bed, offered a faint smile and nodded. Optimus, I understand you were merely concerned for the safety of the Autobots. It is all right. Optimus sighed in relief, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Jack, I trust you. From now on, I shall place greater faith in you. However, as night fell, Jack activated the chip embedded in the panel using the controller in his hand. Moments later, the panel appeared before him. Jack, I have arrived. The panel's voice held a trace of confusion. At last, you have come. We can proceed. Jack's face broke into a sly smile. I understand. I will cooperate fully. The panel nodded, confusion still evident in his eyes. Excellent. Our mission is to instill a sense of aversion in Optimus towards everyone, rendering him isolated and helpless. Jack's voice bore a chilling tone. I comprehend, but what must I do? The sound of the partition carried a hint of unease. Partition, we can proceed in this manner. Do you comprehend? Whispered Jack, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. I understand, and I shall assist you. Jack, the partition nodded. A flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Excellent. Remember, all our actions are for the sake of our master, Lord Megatron, Jack asserted with unwavering conviction. Everything is for Lord Megatron, the partition echoed, his eyes betraying a moment of bewilderment. Thus, the two commenced their swift machinations. They drew Optimus Prime's attention by sowing chaos and deflecting blame onto others. At first, Optimus merely harbored suspicions. He sensed that someone was instigating discord. Yet he could not uncover the infiltrator among them. Jack was exceedingly pleased with Optimus's demeanor. The seeds of doubt had been sown, paving the way for the next phase of his plan. That night, Jack approached Optimus. Optimus, you appear rather fatigued, he remarked with an undertone of concern. Optimus sighed, a look of resignation in his eyes. Jack, I truly do not know what to do. The infiltrator is concealed too well. I cannot discern who is worthy of my trust. Optimus, I will assist you in identifying the infiltrator. Can you place your faith in me? Jack's voice resonated with determination. Optimus regarded Jack, a glimmer of trust in his expression. Very well, I entrust this to you, my scientist. It is my honor, leader, Jack replied with a smirk, secretly reveling in his triumph. Optimus, you remain too naive. Await the moment when the truth dawns upon you, and you shall find yourself compelled to heed my words. From that day forth, Jack exploited the privileges bestowed upon him by Optimus, eliminating many Autobots who were reluctant to join his ranks. Unbeknownst to Optimus, he believed Jack was aiding him in eradicating dissenters, thus commending Jack and appointing him as his deputy. Those who chose to follow Jack were likewise promoted, deepening their admiration for him. Observing this, a satisfied smile graced Jack's face. Optimus, you have finally stepped into the stage I devised for you. Now, it is your turn to perform as the leading actor. That evening, Jack entered Optimus's chamber, a cunning glint in his eyes. Optimus, I have uncovered that the infiltrator is none other than Ratchet, and Bumblebee and others are under his control. Optimus was taken aback, shock flickering across his features. Ratchet? Impossible. He has always been my trusted aide. Jack smiled faintly, his tone resolute. Optimus, I realize this is difficult to accept, but I possess irrefutable evidence. Ratchet has been exploiting your kindness, intending to usurp your position. Optimus fell silent for a moment. Very well, I know what must be done. Thank you, my deputy. Thus, Optimus Prime summoned Ratchet and the others to the hall and announced their expulsion from the base. Just as Ratchet was about to explain, Jolt swiftly affixed a contradictory chip behind him. Optimus, in that case, let us hear this traitor's explanation. Optimus nodded. Very well, as you wish. Ratchet, the floor is yours. As Ratchet attempted to articulate his thoughts, the chip compelled him to utter the opposite. Optimus, you are truly foolish. I have been exploiting your kindness from the very beginning. After aiding you in becoming a leader, my position was only second to yours. Were it not for Jolt, I would be the leader now, while you are merely a humble librarian, unworthy of the title of leader. Optimus's visage paled instantly, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Well, you have finally chosen to speak the truth. You have been using me all along, and I was foolish enough to trust you. As Optimus prepared to execute Ratchet, Bumblebee and the others intervened. He glared at Bumblebee and the others standing beside Ratchet, his fury erupting. Get away from me. The farther, the better. I do not wish to see you. Optimus, you will regret letting us leave here. Ratchet's voice dripped with resignation. I shall never regret, especially not regarding you. The traitorous Autobot, Optimus's voice resonated with resolve. Jolt observed the unfolding scene with a satisfied smile. Optimus had become utterly isolated, and he, Jolt, had now emerged as Optimus's sole companion. Jolt approached Optimus, speaking in a gentle tone. Optimus, do not worry. I will always be by your side. Optimus gazed at Jolt, gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Jolt, for your concern. You are all that remains by my side. Can I trust you? Optimus. All you need to know is that I will never betray you. Jolt's voice was imbued with conviction. I will always believe in you, Jolt. If you wish, I could consider you as the next leader. Optimus's tone carried a hint of hope. Optimus, I cannot. I'm not as great as you, Jolt smiled slightly, a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. Do not underestimate yourself. I believe you can achieve it. Optimus encouraged him. Thank you for your encouragement. Optimus, Jolt smiled faintly, secretly reveling in his triumph. Optimus, you have completely fallen under my control. Optimus looked at Jolt, trust flickering in his eyes. Do not say that. We are friends, and friends support one another. Jolt nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, Optimus, we are friends. However, in the shadows, Megatron observed everything through his communicator, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Jolt, you have done well. Optimus is now utterly isolated. Soon, it shall be time for us to act. The voice of Megatron was laced with a chilling coldness. Optimus Prime, your era has come to an end. The future of Cybertron shall be governed by me. Meanwhile, Skyfire and Megatron discreetly observed the unfolding events. A trace of concern flitted across Skyfire's face. Megatron, Optimus Prime is utterly isolated. What should we do? Megatron offered a slight smile. Skyfire, do not fret. We still have a chance. Although Optimus Prime stand alone, he will not yield easily. We shall find an opportunity to help him unveil the truth. Skyfire nodded. I have faith in Optimus Prime. He will surely uncover the truth. We shall do our utmost to assist him. Thus, a new adventure began. The conspiracy of Megatron and Ratchet had quietly commenced, while Optimus Prime diligently sought the truth in his isolation. Skyfire and Megatron were also scheming in the shadows, preparing to aid Optimus Prime in exposing Ratchet's true nature. Their tale continued to unfold. Chapter 7. The proof of leadership. The medic, having been expelled by Optimus Prime, wandered aimlessly in the wilderness with his companions after departing the Autobot base. Their hearts were filled with confusion and anger, particularly the medic, who could not accept the reality of being misunderstood and cast away. At that moment, Megatron's reconnaissance drone detected them and swiftly relayed the information back to the Decepticon base. Upon learning of the medic's predicament, a cunning glimmer crossed Megatron's eyes. He recognized this as a splendid opportunity, not only to reclaim these Autobots, but also to further undermine Optimus Prime's morale. Thus, he personally piloted a cloaked aircraft, silently approaching the medic and his companions. Medic Bumblebee, where are you headed? Megatron's voice echoed through the night sky, imbued with an undeniable authority. The medic and his companions abruptly lifted their heads, their faces reflecting vigilance and fury upon seeing Megatron's figure. The medic spoke first, his tone tinged with inquiry. Megatron, what brings you here? Megatron smiled softly, a flicker of gentleness in his gaze. Medic, I understand you have been wronged by Optimus Prime. I have come to assist you in seeking justice. The medic was taken aback, not expecting such words from Megatron. He regarded him with suspicion. What right do you have to help us? Stepping closer, Megatron gently removed the chip from behind the medic, his expression turning serious. This chip is a device used by Ratchet to control you. I can free you from its grasp, but you must join the Decepticons. The medic was poised to refuse when he suddenly noticed Megatron's weapon aimed at Bumblebee. A tightness gripped his heart. He understood that Megatron was capable of following through on his threats. Reluctantly, the medic lowered his head, his voice tinged with reluctance. Very well. We will join you, but you must guarantee our safety. Megatron nodded with satisfaction, a smirk of triumph crossing his features. Rest assured, I shall protect you. From this moment forth, you are members of the Decepticons. Although the paramedics harbored feelings of resentment, they complied under the coercive persuasion of Megatron. One by one, they pledged their allegiance, which elicited a satisfied smile from Megatron. In high spirits, he departed the conference room, now preoccupied with more pressing matters. After all, a certain leader remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Thus, he clandestinely reached out to Jolt, instructing him to lead Optimus Prime to a location distant from the Autobot base. Revealing his true identity, to Optimus. At the Autobot base, Jolt received Megatron's orders, a sly grin spreading across his face as he anticipated the success of his scheme. Approaching Optimus, he spoke with a hint of excitement. "Optimus, I have discovered the location of a mineral source." Optimus lifted his gaze. "Is that true?" "Jolt, that is splendid news. When shall we depart?" Jolt offered a slight smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "We can set off immediately. I am fully prepared." Optimus nodded, his gaze filled with trust in Jolt. "Very well, let us proceed." Thus, they set forth, each driving their respective vehicles toward the mineral source Jolt had mentioned. Along the way, Optimus relied heavily on Jolt, entrusting him with most of the authority, completely unaware that he was being led into a treacherous trap. Upon reaching the designated site, Optimus found no mineral vein, but rather Megatron awaiting him. Their eyes met for a brief moment before they launched into battle. However, Megatron's power far surpassed that of the current Optimus, who was soon sent sprawling beside Jolt. Rising to his feet, Optimus urged Jolt to escape. "Jolt, you must go quickly." Yet, Jolt remained unresponsive. Turning to Optimus with a chilling revelation, "I am the true infiltrator, Optimus. You have been deceived. I have been manipulating you all along, while you placed your unwavering trust in me, even driving away your closest friend. How foolish you are! Ha ha ha!" To inflict further anguish upon Optimus, Jolt displayed the communication records he shared with Megatron, detailing the plans Optimus had devised day after day. Stunned by the revelation of Jolt's betrayal, Optimus grasped Jolt's hand, desperately wishing for this to be an illusion, convinced it was merely a dream. "Jolt, this cannot be true, can it? This is just a dream, right?" His voice trembled with disbelief. Megatron exchanged a knowing glance with Jolt, who then addressed Optimus. "Optimus, this is the unvarnished truth. Everything you see before you is real." Released from Jolt's grip, Optimus sank to the ground, besieged by the dual torment of body and soul, engulfed in despair. Megatron approached him, his voice dripping with temptation. "Since you shun reality, revel in the splendid illusions of your own making, drown in the world of your desires." "My desired world?" Optimus's voice was laced with confusion. "Indeed. Look into my eyes, Orion, and truly see who I am." Megatron's voice carried a hint of tenderness. "Teacher Megatron," Optimus Prime replied, surprise lacing his tone. "Yes, I am indeed Megatron, the embodiment of your reverence. I have come to guide you home. Now, take my hand." Megatron's voice was imbued with affection. Without a moment's hesitation, Optimus grasped Megatron's hand, who then enveloped him in a warm embrace. "My child, you are weary. It is time to rest," Megatron murmured softly. "Teacher Megatron." Optimus's voice was tinged with reluctance. "I am here, always present. Be obedient. For now, you only need to sleep," Megatron spoke gently. "Very well, I shall listen to you." Optimus ceased his resistance, curling up in Megatron's arms, gradually succumbing to slumber. Megatron carried Optimus back to the Decepticon base, settling him in his own chamber. A glimmer of tenderness crossed his gaze, his voice laced with affection. "Optimus, no, my Orion, you have finally returned to my side. This time, I shall not let you depart. You will fight alongside me once more within the dreams I weave for you." Gently caressing Optimus's cheek, Megatron's heart overflowed with possessiveness. "You belong solely to me. No one shall ever take you from my grasp." On the bed, Optimus seemed to hear Megatron-esque words. Whispering softly, "Teacher Megatron, will we be together forever?" Megatron, holding Optimus's hand, responded, "Of course, we shall remain together eternally. Both you and I will become heroes of Cybertron. Rest now, my Orion. I wish for you to accompany me. May I?" Optimus's voice brimmed with hope. "Yes, I shall be with you. Sleep now, in dreams. You need not bear burdens or face suffering. You will behold the beautiful future that resides in your heart." Megatron's tone was soothing. As Optimus entered the realm of dreams, he found himself standing at the pinnacle of the High Council, gazing upon a flourishing Cybertron. His heart swelled with astonishment, struggling to believe the reality before him. "Is this truly real?" Optimus's voice trembled. "Orion, do you see? This prosperous Cybertron is the fruit of your labor. I shall forever be here by your side." Megatron emerged from the shadows, his eyes glimmering with warmth. Grasping Megatron's hand, Optimus expressed his gratitude. "No, Teacher Megatron, this is all your merit. I have merely followed your guidance. Do not belittle yourself. Behold this beautiful world. We have created all of this together. Will you remain in this world with me, my Orion? Megatron's voice held a note of anticipation. Certainly. Where you are, there shall I be, Optimus affirmed with resolve. Megatron smiled slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Excellent. Orion, this world requires us. Together, we shall safeguard it. Optimus Prime nodded slightly. Megatron, I shall stand with you to safeguard Cybertron. Megatron grasped Optimus Prime's hand firmly. Orion, I have faith in you. Together, there is nothing we cannot conquer. Within this dreamscape, they seem to traverse back to a bygone era, one brimming with hope and aspirations. Side by side, they diligently protected the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. In this realm, there was no war, no betrayal, only the trust and support they shared. Megatron, I feel a profound happiness. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with a hint of contentment. Megatron smiled gently, a softness glimmering in his gaze. Orion, as long as you are happy, I find fulfillment. Thus, Optimus Prime and Megatron embarked on a new adventure within this dream world, fighting alongside one another to safeguard their flourishing Cybertron. Here, Optimus completely forgot the anguish and treachery of reality. All that mattered was his companionship with Megatron, the world he yearned for. In the real world, however, Megatron stood by Optimus Prime's bedside, his eyes reflecting both tenderness and possessiveness. He understood that Optimus had become entirely ensnared in the dream he had woven, unable to awaken. His heart swelled with satisfaction, knowing he had finally claimed Optimus Prime, unassailable by anyone. Orion, you will forever be mine. I shall imbue your spark with my colors. Megatron's voice carried a blend of gentleness and resolve. Meanwhile, Thundercloud and Megatron observed the unfolding events from the shadows. Concern flickered across Thundercloud's face, urgency lacing his tone. Megatron, what shall we do? Optimus has fallen under your control. Megatron furrowed his brow, contemplation flashing in his eyes. We must not allow this to succeed. We must devise a means to awaken Optimus. Yet, the power of this dream is formidable. We need to find a point of leverage. Thundercloud nodded. I understand. We cannot relent. Optimus is our friend, and we must rescue him. Thus, Thundercloud and Megatron began to strategize, resolving to infiltrate the Decepticon base to locate Optimus and rouse him. Their undertaking was fraught with peril, yet they recognized it as their sole opportunity. Optimus, we will save you. You must hold on. Thundercloud's voice bore a note of determination. Megatron smiled slightly, confidence glimmering in his gaze. Rest assured, Thundercloud, we shall prevail. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Megatron and Optimus Prime continued their journey within the dream realm, while Thundercloud and Megatron labored in the real world to uncover a means to awaken Optimus. Their saga was far from over. Chapter 8. The Test of Leadership. 8. Megatron gazed at Optimus Prime, who remained reluctant to awaken from the dream, a complex expression crossing his features. He understood that this plan had inflicted a profound blow to Optimus's spirit. Yet he also recognized that Optimus must eventually confront reality. Orion, it is time to awaken. In a gentle timbre of Megatron's voice, there lingered a touch of tenderness as he softly caressed Optimus Prime's cheek. As the dream shattered, Optimus gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself cradled in Megatron's embrace, surrounded by the familiar confines of the Decepticon base. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, swiftly replaced by overwhelming anguish. Master Megatron, Optimus's voice trembled with emotion as he attempted to rise. Yet, gazing at the slumbering figure of Megatron before him, he found himself unable to part ways. Megatron grasped his hand tightly, his tone imbued with a hint of yearning. Optimus, do not move, do not leave me, will you? Optimus froze, a battle of emotions flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the deception laid upon him by the Jack, the realization that he had driven away his dearest friend and lost himself in the process. Yet, in this moment, he discovered an inexplicable inability to escape Megatron's embrace. Do not depart. If you wish to spare him sorrow, remain by his side. Your true place has always been here. Do not let regret consume you. A voice echoed within Optimus's heart, but he knew he could no longer regard Megatron as his mentor. Their bond had been irrevocably severed. Confusion tinged his voice as he contemplated. What a ridiculous lie. Ask your heart, do you truly wish to leave him? Silence enveloped Optimus as he gazed at the resting Megatron, the figure before him gradually merging with the one he yearned for. A flicker of uncertainty ignited within him. Megatron, is that you? I miss you so much. I understand now. I shall remain here. I will not bring sorrow to Master Megatron. Resolutely, Optimus reclined once more, akin to a dutiful child awaiting Megatron's awakening. Master Megatron is so handsome. Even in slumber, he brings such comfort, he murmured, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Megatron, having sensed the stirrings, smiled faintly and tightened his embrace around Optimus. Whose dear child is this? How did you come to my side? Master Megatron. You're teasing me again, Optimus replied, a hint of shyness coloring his voice. Ha ha, little Optimus, your angry demeanor is quite endearing, Megatron responded, his tone laced with affection. Their relationship seemed to revert to a simpler time, as Optimus held steadfast belief that Megatron would foster a brighter future for Cybertron. Meanwhile, Megatron resolved to seize this opportunity to fully dominate Optimus, intending to forge him into an ally to rule Cybertron together. Unbeknownst to Megatron, however, Starscream had stealthily infiltrated the Decepticon base, accompanied by Ratchet and others. Witnessing the brotherly camaraderie between his elder brother and Megatron, Bumblebee could scarcely believe his eyes, fury swelling within him. Megatron, release Optimus. He does not belong to you. Bumblebee's voice reverberated with indignation as he aimed his energy cannon at Megatron. Instantly, Megatron shielded Optimus behind him, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Bumblebee, dare you? As he prepared to counterattack, Optimus Prime suddenly rose behind him, shielding him from Bumblebee's assault with his own body. Olayan. The voice of Megatron carried a hint of panic as he immediately embraced Optimus. Olayan, why did you do this? There was a trace of anguish in Megatron's tone. Master Megatron, I am no longer the one who hides behind you. I can protect you as well, Optimus declared with unwavering resolve. Are you foolish? Do you think I cannot defend myself? I do not require your sacrifice. All I wish is for you to be safe. Megatron's voice revealed a tinge of sorrow. Master Megatron, do not weep. I am unharmed. Will you stay with me? Optimus's voice held an air of hope. Of course. I shall always be by your side. We are meant to be together forever, Megatron replied with tenderness. Let go of Optimus. He does not belong to you. Yun Tian's voice was laced with seriousness. You dare betray me? I took you in when you had nowhere else to turn, and this is how you repay me. Megatron's voice turned cold. Megatron, we have restored the Jacks. All of this is your doing. Return Optimus to us. The voice of Ratchet was filled with urgency. Megatron scoffed, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. You understand nothing. Do you know how painful it has been for Olayan since he became a leader? He is not your tool, nor does he bear the responsibility to sacrifice his life for the justice you speak of. He is not the leader of the Autobots now. He is my partner, and I will not allow you to approach him. Leave this place at once, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Megatron, I understand you wish for Optimus to stay, but your actions will only erode the trust he has with the masses. Allow us to take him away. We will protect him, and you may visit him at the Autobot base, Yun Tian pleaded. Megatron sneered, disdain flickering in his gaze. Protect? You profess to safeguard Optimus. Yet where were you when he endured suffering alone? Where were you when he faced ridicule from the masses? You are all solely concerned with your own interests, utterly unworthy of being his friends. Megatron, you cannot act this way. Optimus is our leader, and we need him. Ratchet's voice was urgent. Leader? Megatron's tone dripped with sarcasm. What you seek is merely a tool, a leader to charge into battle on your behalf. But Olayan is no tool. He is a being with emotions and thoughts. What he needs is not your exploitation, but genuine care and affection. Ratchet stood in stunned silence, confusion flashing in his eyes. Megatron, you know nothing. In the voice of Megatron lay a hint of disappointment. Optimus Prime was no longer the leader you once knew. What he truly required was genuine care and support, not the notions of justice and responsibility you espoused. Optimus, I hesitated, my voice laced with uncertainty. You need not speak. I am aware of your sentiments, Megatron replied gently. You are weary and in need of rest. I shall remain here by your side until you are ready to confront everything. Optimus nodded, a flicker of gratitude evident in his gaze. Thank you, Master Megatron. Do not mention it. We are comrades and friends. Megatron's tone was tinged with affection. Bumblebee observed the scene, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness. He could not fathom why Optimus would choose Megatron over their former companions. Yet, he understood the truth in Megatron's words. They had not stood by Optimus during his most trying times. Optimus, do we truly fail to comprehend your heart's desires? Bumblebee's voice was filled with confusion. Buzz, I'm not your tool. I possess my own emotions and choices, Optimus replied resolutely. I am exhausted and in need of respite. And Master Megatron has graciously offered me this opportunity. Optimus, Ratchet interjected with a note of resignation. Ratchet, I recognize your concerns, but you must also appreciate my feelings. Optimus spoke softly. I shall return, but not at this moment. Now, I require a sanctuary where I can unwind. Megatron smiled subtly, satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Optimus, you have done well. We shall await your readiness to face the future together. Master Megatron, I will strive to meet your expectations, Optimus expressed with a hint of anticipation. I have faith in you, Optimus, Megatron replied tenderly. Optimus gazed at Megatron, gratitude illuminating his eyes. Master Megatron, he began. Megatron gently caressed Optimus's cheek, his tone softening. Optimus, do not speak. I understand your thoughts. You are weary, so rest well. Optimus nodded. Master Megatron, I will remain by your side, and together we shall endeavor to make Cybertron a better place. Megatron's smile deepened, satisfaction reflected in his gaze. Very well. Let us work together to transform Cybertron into the ideal world of our dreams. Ratchet fell silent, a flicker of guilt crossing his expression, while Bumblebee glared at Megatron. His voice filled with indignation. Megatron, you cannot treat Optimus this way. He is our leader, and we cannot be without him. Megatron smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. Leader? Do you truly believe Optimus is fit for such a role? He is merely a kind soul thrust into the limelight by your own ambitions. You are preoccupied with your interests, neglecting his feelings. Now, he is weary and in need of rest, while I shall provide him with a warm sanctuary. Optimus Prime slightly opens his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Master Megatron, is what they say true? Am I truly unfit to be a leader? Megatron gently caresses Optimus Prime's cheek, his voice imbued with tenderness. Orion, you are a kind soul, filled with righteousness and courage. Yet, the path of a leader is fraught with hardship. You have borne too much already. Allow me to shield you now, if you will. Optimus Prime pauses in silence. Master Megatron, I am exhausted and wish to rest. But I also yearn for peace on Cybertron, for my friends to find happiness. Megatron smiles faintly, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Orion, I shall fulfill your desires. I will endeavor to make Cybertron a better place and protect your friends. You, however, are my companion, and I shall remain by your side for eternity. Optimus Prime nods, a hint of reassurance flashing in his gaze. Master Megatron, I trust you. Megatron gently lifts Optimus Prime, turning his attention to Bumblebee and the others. His tone laced with indifference. You may leave. I will not harm you now. Skyfire and Ratchet observe the scene, expressions of helplessness crossing their faces. Skyfire steps forward, his voice tinged with earnestness. Megatron, Optimus is our friend, and we wish for him to return to us. We have recognized our mistakes and vow to protect him. Megatron smiles slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. Skyfire, your sincerity falls short. Optimus is weary. He requires rest. I shall provide him with a warm home, and you need not worry about him any longer. Skyfire falls silent, understanding that Megatron has completely seized control of Optimus Prime, leaving them powerless. Megatron, we will find our opportunity, he asserts with determination. Megatron smirks, the coldness in his gaze deepening. Skyfire, you have no opportunity left. Orion belongs to me now, and you shall never reclaim him. Skyfire observes the unfolding scene, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He realizes that Megatron has entirely dominated Optimus Prime, and they have lost his trust. Megatron, is this truly your resolution? Skyfire's voice carries a note of regret. Megatron nods. Indeed, I have made my decision. Orion is my companion, and I shall protect him for all eternity. Skyfire remains silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes before he finally nods. He approaches Megatron and softly states, Very well, Megatron, I hope you treat Optimus with care. After all, you now have the chance to mend the beautiful memories you both lost. Megatron smiles faintly, gratitude glimmering in his gaze. Thank you for your understanding, Skyfire. You may leave now. Skyfire nods, turning to Ratchet. Ratchet, let us return. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Yun Tian, must we truly return as we are? We cannot afford to lose Optimus Prime. The sound of the ambulance carried a hint of confusion. Yun Tian fell silent for a moment. Ambulance. I comprehend your sentiments. Optimus Prime is our dear friend. We shall seize the opportunity to rescue him from Megatron's grasp. However, if Optimus Prime makes his own choice, we, as his friends, should lend our support rather than impose our will upon him. The ambulance nodded. Very well, I understand. I believe Optimus Prime will return to our side. Thus, a new adventure began. Megatron kept Optimus Prime close, attempting to mend their fractured bond in his own way. Meanwhile, Yun Tian, the ambulance, and the others returned to the Autobot base, diligently searching for a chance to liberate Optimus Prime from Megatron's control. Their tale continues. Chapter 9. The testament of leadership in the constant presence of Megatron, Optimus Prime no longer felt pain or confusion. He resolved to confront reality alongside Megatron, and their relationship deepened. Megatron gazed down at Optimus Prime, curled in his embrace, his heart brimming with satisfaction. His Orion had finally returned to him. Master Megatron, I long for you. Optimus Prime's voice held a note of tenderness. Orion, I yearn for you as well. Megatron gently stroked Optimus Prime's head, his eyes filled with affection. However, Megatron could not relinquish his ambition to dominate Cybertron. He was torn between choosing Optimus Prime and his own aspirations. Before Optimus Prime returned to him, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the latter. Yet now, he wished to shield Optimus from his ruthless side. Gazing into the trusting eyes of Optimus Prime, Megatron felt lost. He did not wish to exploit Optimus, yet he found himself unable to turn back. Master Megatron, what troubles you? Optimus Prime sensed Megatron's unease. Orion, Megatron hesitated, ultimately deciding to conceal the truth. It is nothing. I am merely contemplating our future. Optimus Prime smiled faintly. Master Megatron, I believe you will make Cybertron a better place. Megatron returned a slight smile. Indeed, Orion, together we shall forge a brighter future. Master Megatron, will you achieve our goals? Optimus Prime's voice brimmed with anticipation. Of course, Orion. I shall realize our ambitions. Megatron replied with a gentle smile. After much contemplation, Megatron ultimately chose himself, yet he did not forsake Optimus Prime. Instead, he sought to persuade Optimus to assist him in fulfilling his ambitions. Orion, I recognize your heart is filled with righteousness, but at times, to attain a greater objective, sacrifices must be made. Megatron's voice dripped with temptation. Optimus Prime furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Master Megatron, do you mean? Yes, Orion. We must strengthen Cybertron, and those who stand in our way, we must eliminate. The voice of Megatron was laced with a chilling ruthlessness. Optimus Prime fell silent for a moment, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his gaze. Ultimately, he nodded. Master Megatron, I have faith in you. I shall assist you in achieving our objective. Under Megatron's insidious influence, Optimus began to adopt a more callous demeanor. His sense of justice was warped by Megatron's words, and he obeyed his commands without hesitation. He believed that through greater effort, Master Megatron would realize their ambitions. Orion, we must eliminate those who oppose us. Megatron's tone bore a hint of cruelty. Optimus nodded, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Master Megatron, I shall fulfill the task. Thus, in the face of Ambulin and the other Autobots, his assault was merciless. Under Megatron's orders, he left them all severely injured. Optimus, stop! Bumblebee interposed himself before Optimus, desperation tinging his voice. We should not have descended to this. Optimus halted. To him, Bumblebee was like a child he had nurtured. He approached Bumblebee. His voice softened with tenderness. Bumblebee, you are not my enemy. You should stand by my side. In order to protect Ambulin and the others. Bumblebee fell silent for a moment, then removed the Autobot insignia from his form, standing beside Optimus. Brother Optimus, I'm willing to follow you, just as before. Bumblebee's voice carried a note of resignation. Optimus nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He affixed the Decepticon insignia to Bumblebee's arm. Excellent, my child. You have made the right choice. Together, we shall forge a more prosperous Cybertron. Bumblebee nodded, his heart heavy with guilt and helplessness as he watched his friends suffering on the ground. He was aware that his actions would only deepen their anguish. But to awaken his brother Optimus, he felt he had no alternative. Bumblebee, will you also betray us? Ambulin's voice was tinged with despair. Unable to bear the thought of his closest friends turning away from him, Optimus turned to Bumblebee, speaking with gentle authority. Child, silence him and prove your loyalty to me. Bumblebee nodded, his weapon aimed at Ambulin. I am sorry, but I must obey Brother Optimus's command. Farewell, Ambulin. Just as Bumblebee's attack was about to descend upon Ambulin, a timely intervention by Cloud saved them. In that fleeting moment before departing, Cloud swiftly placed a chip in Bumblebee's hand. Bumblebee, go forth with courage. We all believe in you. You can do this. But you must be cautious. Whether you can bring Optimus back to us rests upon you. Watching Cloud take Ambulin and the others away, Bumblebee quickly concealed the chip. He could not afford to reveal himself just yet. I am sorry, Brother Optimus. I have disappointed you. Bumblebee's voice was tinged with resignation. Fear not, Bumblebee. We shall surely vanquish the Decepticons. For now, let us spare them. Come, allow me to show you our home. Optimus Prime's voice held a touch of tenderness. Bumblebee, unaware of the history shared between his elder brother and Megatron, inquired, Brother, might you recount the tale of your bond with Megatron? Optimus did not decline Bumblebee's request. He recounted the journey from strangers to dear friends that he and Megatron had traversed. Megatron has been a pivotal figure in my life, imparting invaluable lessons to me. Together, we have faced countless adventures, safeguarding Cybertron. To me, he is not merely a mentor, but a cherished friend. The warmth in Optimus's voice was evident. Upon hearing the narrative of Optimus and Megatron, Bumblebee's resolve to rescue Optimus deepened. Brother, I shall restore you to the noble leader you once were. Even if it requires my life, I will awaken the justice that resides within you. The conviction in Bumblebee's voice was unmistakable. Optimus smiled slightly, a glimmer of affection in his gaze. Bumblebee, you truly are a remarkable child. Bumblebee nodded earnestly. I will strive to honor your faith, brother. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Autobot base, Ratchet and the others fell into a profound silence, particularly Ratchet, whose spirits were notably low. The disorientation of Optimus and Bumblebee's perceived betrayal had shaken his faith in the justice he held dear. What are we to do? Ratchet's voice bore a hint of confusion. After a moment's contemplation, Skyfire responded, Ratchet, we cannot relinquish hope. Optimus is our dear friend, and we shall find the opportunity to liberate him from Megatron's grasp. Furthermore, Bumblebee has not betrayed us. His actions are aimed at rekindling the sense of justice within Optimus. Do you truly believe Bumblebee is merely an ignorant child? Ratchet nodded in realization. I see now. I mistakenly thought Bumblebee had indeed turned against us. But Skyfire, with Soundwave and Starscream at Megatron's side, can Bumblebee truly navigate this perilous situation unscathed? Skyfire fell into silence, realizing he had not considered this troubling aspect. Resolute, he decided to inquire whether Bumblebee could contend with Soundwave. If Soundwave sensed any anomaly in Bumblebee, he could indeed become their adversary. Thus, he activated his communicator and dialed Bumblebee's signal directly. Bumblebee, exercise caution. We await your return with bated breath. Skyfire's voice resonated with anticipation. Bumblebee nodded reassuringly. Fear not, Skyfire. I shall tread carefully, and I will ensure that Optimus returns to us. And so, a new adventure commenced, with Optimus leading Bumblebee back to the Decepticon base, where Bumblebee relied on his own capabilities to remain by Optimus's side. He was simultaneously obeying Megatron's commands alongside Optimus Prime while seeking opportunities to awaken him. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and the others, including Ratchet, diligently searched for a chance within the Autobot base to liberate Optimus Prime from Megatron's control. Their tale continues. Chapter 10. The Mark of Leadership. After arriving at the Decepticon base with Bumblebee, Optimus Prime introduced him to Megatron. Megatron glanced at Bumblebee with a smirk, approached him, and whispered in his ear, if you wish to avoid disappointing your brother Optimus, you would do well to comply. Bumblebee nodded, determined not to let Megatron uncover his true intentions. Under the watchful eyes of all the Decepticon members, he pledged with his spark, I, Bumblebee, vow with my spark to join the Decepticons. I shall be loyal to Lord Megatron, protect my brother Optimus, and safeguard our home. A satisfied smile spread across Megatron's face as he patted Bumblebee on the shoulder. Welcome to our family, Bumblebee. I trust you will prove to be a reliable ally. Subsequently, Megatron entrusted Bumblebee to Optimus Prime, confident that as long as Optimus was by his side, Bumblebee would dutifully follow his orders. Orion, Bumblebee is now your partner. Take good care of him. Megatron's voice carried a hint of fondness. Optimus nodded, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, Lord Megatron, I will look after him. He turned to Bumblebee and spoke gently. From this moment forth, we are family. I will protect you. Bumblebee smiled faintly, filled with determination. Brother Optimus, I will protect you as well. To earn Megatron's trust, Bumblebee stood by Optimus during every battle against the Autobots, shielding him with his own body. Understanding the relationship between Optimus and Megatron, he recognized that the best way to garner Megatron's attention was to safeguard his brother. Be careful, Brother Optimus. During one skirmish, Bumblebee blocked an incoming energy cannon, his frame dented, yet he steadfastly remained at Optimus's side. Optimus smiled gently, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Bumblebee, you truly are a good soldier. With you here, I fear nothing. From a distance, Megatron observed this scene with a satisfied smile, knowing that Bumblebee had fully earned Optimus's trust. As long as Optimus was near, Bumblebee would never betray him. Bumblebee, you have performed admirably. Megatron's tone conveyed admiration. Bumblebee returned a slight smile. Lord Megatron, I will always protect Brother Optimus. Over time, Megatron's trust in Bumblebee grew, and he rewarded him. Watching Bumblebee captivated by the vibrant energy cubes, Megatron displayed a contented grin. Megatron was acutely aware that Bumblebee's allegiance to the Decepticons was an endeavor aimed at awakening Optimus Prime. Yet, Bumblebee was merely a child. With the slightest provocation, Megatron could compel him to obey his every command. Bumblebee, my dear child, these are rewards for you. I hope you will strive even harder to protect your elder brother. Of course, I also wish for you to safeguard yourself. We are now a family, and I do not wish for you to be harmed. You are but a child, and there is no need for you to enter the battlefield. A hint of tenderness resonated in Megatron's voice. Optimus Prime approached Bumblebee, stating, Bumblebee, Megatron is correct. We are indeed a family, and we must all look out for one another. Looking at the gentle Optimus, Bumblebee nodded, indicating his understanding. Optimus, I understand. I will ensure my own safety. Upon returning to his chamber, Bumblebee gazed contemplatively at the chip in his hand, reflecting on his recent days at the Decepticon base. He pondered whether he should take Optimus and leave this place. Sighing, he was about to rest when Megatron called for him. Bumblebee, come here for a moment. Megatron's voice resonated from outside the door. Startled, Bumblebee quickly rose and opened the door. Lord Megatron, what do you need? Megatron entered the room, a serious glint in his eyes. Bumblebee, I have matters to discuss with you. Bumblebee nodded, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. Please, go ahead, Lord Megatron. Megatron continued. I have intercepted a communication, one between you and Cloud. The color drained from Bumblebee's face, panic surging within him. Lord Megatron, Megatron presented the communication log before Bumblebee. Tell me, is the content herein true? Do you truly wish to depart with Optimus? To leave our home? Bumblebee fell silent, a look of confusion clouding his eyes. Lowering his head, his voice trembled slightly. Lord Megatron, Megatron placed a reassuring hand on Bumblebee's shoulder, his tone softening. Child, ask yourself, do you genuinely wish to leave this place? Bumblebee remained quiet, uncertainty flickering within him. He understood that he could not reveal his true thoughts to Megatron. Yet he was reluctant to betray Optimus. Raising his head, he replied, Lord Megatron, I do not know. I only know that Optimus is the one I respect most, and I do not wish to see him harmed. Megatron smiled slightly, comprehension flickering in his gaze. Bumblebee, I understand your sentiments. However, you must also recognize that Orion is my partner now. His rightful place is here. Departing with him would cause him distress. After a brief silence, Bumblebee spoke, Lord Megatron. I will remain here, but please believe I will not harm Optimus. Megatron nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. I trust you, Bumblebee. You are a good youngling. As long as you treat Orion with sincerity, I shall not impose upon you. Bumblebee managed a faint smile, a surge of gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Lord Megatron. Megatron returned the smile, his gaze revealing further contentment. Very well, Bumblebee. I am confident you shall make the right choices. Bumblebee exhaled in relief, his eyes reflecting appreciation. Thank you for your trust, Lord Megatron. Megatron's smile softened, a hint of tenderness shining through. Child, remember, we are family. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall always protect you. Bumblebee nodded earnestly. I understand. Lord Megatron, I shall remain loyal to you. Megatron's expression revealed a flicker of pride. Bumblebee, you are a good child. I am aware of your thoughts. But you must also comprehend that we are family. Orion is my most vital ally, and I will not allow him to come to harm. Bumblebee nodded, a trace of confusion crossing his features. I understand, Lord Megatron. I will always protect my brother, Optimus. Megatron smiled gently, an air of affection enveloping him. Excellent, Bumblebee. I trust you will make the right decisions. Now, go rest. We have more significant tasks ahead tomorrow. As Bumblebee watched Megatron's retreating figure, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. He recognized that he stood at the precipice of trust and betrayal. Yet he also understood that remaining here afforded him the opportunity to awaken Optimus. At that moment, he found himself beguiled by Megatron's gentleness. He clutched the chip tightly, silently vowing, "Optimus, I will find a way. I shall bring you back to us. Bumblebee, you must be cautious. We are all waiting for you." The voice of Cloud echoed in his heart. Thus, Bumblebee continued his existence within the Decepticon base, ever vigilant of Megatron's every move, seeking the chance to rouse Optimus. He knew that as long as he persevered, success was within reach. "Bumblebee, you must endure," Cloud's voice reverberated in his mind. Bumblebee nodded resolutely. "I will, Cloud." "Optimus, wait for me. I shall ensure you reclaim your identity." Meanwhile, Cloud and Ratchet, along with others, anxiously devised their next course of action. A flicker of concern crossed Cloud's face. "Bumblebee has joined the Decepticons. What shall we do?" Ratchet sighed, an expression of resignation crossing his eyes. "We can only hope that Bumblebee finds the opportunity to awaken Optimus. He has always been a clever youngling. I believe he will devise a plan." Cloud nodded. "We will also strive to create opportunities for Bumblebee to act effectively. Optimus is our dear friend. We cannot abandon him." Thus, a new adventure commenced. Megatron and Optimus Prime continued their relentless pursuit of their objectives, while Bumblebee stealthily devised a plan, preparing to seize the opportunity to awaken Optimus Prime. Their tale is far from over. Chapter 11. The Test of Leadership. As time elapsed, Bumblebee gradually succumbed to Megatron's gentleness. He entrusted the chip to Megatron and donned the new armor that had been prepared for him. "From this moment on, Bumblebee, you shall be a true Decepticon warrior. Our mission is to eradicate the Autobots and save our homeland. Do you understand?" Megatron's voice carried a hint of warmth. "Absolutely clear, Lord Megatron," Bumblebee replied, his tone imbued with determination. Meanwhile, within the Decepticon base, Megatron, the Lord of the Decepticons, did not impede Megatron's actions, viewing everyone in this world, save for his feelings for Optimus Prime, as mere tools. Just as he intended to retire to his quarters for rest, he received a message from Cybertron. "Megatron, the cosmic emperor of this world is on the verge of awakening. We must seize this opportunity to restore Optimus Prime." Cybertron's voice brimmed with hope. Megatron furrowed his brow, a glimmer of contemplation dancing in his eyes. "Cybertron, what is your plan?" "As soon as Optimus Prime unleashes the power of the Allspark, I shall possess the means to break your control over him. Therefore, I need you to inform Megatron about the Cosmic Emperor and persuade him to take Optimus Prime and Bumblebee to the Earth's core," Cybertron articulated, a note of anticipation resonating in his voice. Megatron nodded, understood. "I shall persuade him." Thus, Megatron, the Lord of the Decepticons, approached Megatron and said, "Megatron, once you allow Optimus Prime to unleash the power of the Allspark, you will gain complete dominion over him." Megatron smiled subtly, a flicker of cunning in his gaze. "Are you certain, Lord Megatron?" Megatron nodded, his tone laced with temptation. "I am certain. This is a plan to garner further trust from Optimus Prime. Only by erasing his memories as a leader will your Allspark remain by your side forever." Megatron fell silent for a moment, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, he nodded, "Very well, I trust you." Thus, Megatron divulged the matter of the Cosmic Emperor to Optimus Prime, hoping he would join him and Bumblebee in the quest to save Earth. "Optimus, the Cosmic Emperor is about to awaken. We need your strength to seal him away." Megatron's voice was filled with expectation. Optimus Prime nodded, "Lord Megatron, I shall do my utmost." With that, the trio swiftly sprang into action, journeying to the depths of the Earth's core. However, shortly after their arrival, they encountered an obstacle. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor abruptly manifested, his voice resonating with fury. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Bumblebee swiftly entered a state of combat readiness. Through their collaboration, they soon confronted the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime prepared to unleash the power of the Matrix to seal away the Emperor of the universe. Megatron's voice bore a hint of seriousness. Beside Optimus, Bumblebee stood guard, declaring, "Brother Optimus, I shall protect you." At that moment, Yun Tian arrived with the ambulance and others, halting Optimus's actions. "Optimus, do not release the power of the Matrix." Yun Tian's tone was laced with urgency. The Emperor of the Universe locked eyes with Yun Tian, his voice tinged with confusion. Who are you? Why do I sense my power within you, along with the detestable energy of the primordial celestial being? Optimus, Megatron, and the ambulance crew were taken aback by this revelation. Yun Tian shrugged and slowly approached the Emperor, stating, "Though you are not my father, some seek to exploit you to gain complete control over our leader, the Autobots." Am I mistaken, Megatron? Megatron's complexion drained as panic flickered in his eyes. How do you know this? Optimus turned to Megatron, his voice trembling. Is he referring to me as the leader of the Autobots? Megatron remained silent, his gaze betraying a hint of distress. Optimus then looked to Bumblebee at his side. "Child, can you reveal the truth to me?" Bumblebee nodded, recounting the events of late with a tinge of guilt. "Brother Optimus, I was deceived by Lord Megatron. Yet I have always yearned to bring you back." Megatron did not intervene, his ire boiling as he turned to Yun Tian. "Why? Why must you force Orion away from me? Why must we be separated?" Yun Tian smiled slightly. "Megatron, do you truly believe Optimus would willingly submit to your control? He is a magnificent leader, filled with righteousness and courage. Your actions will only inflict further suffering upon him." Megatron fell silent for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Yun Tian, you may be right. Have I erred?" Yun Tian nodded, his eyes offering solace. "Megatron, you're not wrong. You simply love Optimus too deeply, which led you to this choice. But now, you must let go and allow Optimus to return to where he truly belongs." Megatron smiled faintly, a sense of relief washing over him. "You speak wisely, Yun Tian. I shall release him. I am sorry." Optimus approached Megatron, warmth in his gaze. "Master Megatron, I understand your intentions were good. Yet you cannot wield me as a means to fulfill your ambitions. I am a leader, tasked with safeguarding the peace of Cybertron." Megatron bowed his head. Optimus smiled gently. "Master Megatron, I shall forever cherish your kindness, but I hope you can relinquish your ambitions and join us in protecting Cybertron." Megatron remained silent for a moment, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. "Orion, I will endeavor to understand your perspective. However, you must promise me one thing." Optimus Prime nodded. "Speak, Master Megatron." A gentle smile flickered in Megatron's gaze. "Orion, no matter what transpires, always remember that I shall be by your side." Optimus Prime nodded, a glimmer of emotion crossing his eyes. "Master Megatron, I understand. I shall forever remember you." Thus, with the assistance of Cloud, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee successfully extricated themselves from Megatron's grasp. Once again, Optimus's heart brimmed with righteousness and courage, knowing he must return to the Autobots to safeguard the peace of Earth alongside his friends. "Cloud, thank you." Optimus's voice carried a note of sincerity. "No need for thanks. Optimus, you are a great leader, and you will find your own path," Cloud encouraged. Thus, a new adventure began. Optimus and Bumblebee, accompanied by Cloud and others, returned to the Autobot ranks to continue their guardianship of Earth's tranquility, while Megatron retreated to the Decepticon base, reflecting on his actions and seeking a new direction. Their tale continues. Chapter 12. The mark of leadership upon the restoration of his memories, Megatron returned to the Nemesis. Though he harbored resentment, he understood that Orion could no longer return to his side. Consequently, he transformed his longing for Orion into fury directed at Optimus Prime. "Lord Megatron, what shall we do next?" asked Starscream, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Megatron gazed at the screen, displaying the coordinates of two Cybertronian relics, deciphered by Optimus, his eyes hardening with determination. "Although Orion has once again departed from me, he has still contributed to the Decepticon cause. Starscream, I shall personally retrieve the first relic. And you'll provide support from the rear." Megatron's tone was resolute. Starscream nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. "At your command, Lord Megatron. I shall coordinate with your actions." Meanwhile, back at the Autobot base, Optimus informed Cloud of Megatron's utilization of the deciphered coordinates. He sought Cloud's assistance in reclaiming the relics. "Cloud, we require your help. Megatron has used my deciphered coordinates to locate the relics. We must thwart him." Optimus's voice brimmed with urgency. Cloud nodded. "Optimus, I will assist you. We cannot allow Megatron to obtain these relics." Thus, Optimus and Cloud began to strategize their operation to reclaim the artifacts. They recognized the formidable challenge that lay ahead, but success was imperative. Accompanied by Ratchet, Bumblebee, and other Autobot members, they set forth to the location of the first relic, the Allspark extractor, discovered by Megatron. The extractor was an exceedingly perilous weapon capable of seizing the sparks of all Cybertronian life forms within a certain radius. We must proceed with utmost caution. Optimus's voice carried a note of seriousness. Megatron, accompanied by members of the Decepticons, arrived at the location of the Allspark extractor. As he gazed upon the device before him, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. With the Allspark extractor in my possession, I shall be invincible. At that moment, Optimus Prime and the Autobots arrived. Optimus immediately positioned himself before the Allspark extractor, his voice resolute. Megatron, relinquish the Allspark extractor. You are unworthy of its power. Megatron scoffed, a cold glint in his gaze. Optimus, do you truly believe you can thwart me? The Allspark extractor is mine. The two factions then engaged in a fierce battle. A relentless clash between Megatron and the Decepticons, and Optimus and the Autobots. The struggle raged on, both sides exerting their utmost effort. After an intense confrontation, Megatron seized the Allspark extractor. Just as he prepared to return to his ship, Bumblebee lunged at Megatron, snatching the Allspark extractor from his grasp. Well done, Bumblebee. Hurry over here, came the urgent voice of Cloud. Bumblebee swiftly transformed into his vehicle form and sped towards the land bridge before Cloud and the others. No, leave the artifact with me, Megatron shouted, charging at Bumblebee, who accelerated just in time to enter as the land bridge was about to close. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Bumblebee received commendations from Optimus. Holding the Allspark extractor, he pondered whether it should be used to bring an end to the war. Cloud perceived the hesitation in Optimus's heart and spoke. Optimus, you could present this artifact as a gesture of reconciliation with Megatron, should you still harbor faith in him. Optimus remained silent for a moment before nodding. He yearned for a return to the past with Megatron. Thus, he and Cloud sought out Megatron, stating, Megatron, I hope this artifact serves as a gift of reconciliation between us. Optimus's voice carried a hint of hope. Megatron regarded the Allspark extractor in Optimus's hand, a flicker of conflict crossing his features. Optimus, do you genuinely wish for our reconciliation? Do you truly believe we can coexist in peace? Optimus smiled faintly. Megatron, I have faith that we can. For the future of Cybertron, we must endeavor. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Megatron. I aspire to bring peace to Cybertron. Megatron smirked slightly, a coldness in his gaze. I will accept the Allspark extractor, but I shall never reconcile with you. My allegiance lies with Unicron, not with the leader of the Autobots. Therefore, we can only be adversaries. Optimus was momentarily taken aback, disappointment flashing in his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. Megatron, I will demonstrate my sincerity. With that, Optimus and Cloud returned to the Autobot base. Meanwhile, Megatron, Lord Megatron, observed the unfolding events, secretly plotting alongside Cloud, preparing to exploit this opportunity to facilitate a reconciliation between Optimus and himself. Cloud, you must accelerate your actions, he urged. Megatron would not easily concede. A hint of urgency laced his voice. Yun Tian nodded, I understand. We shall swiftly locate the second artifact to thwart Megatron's scheme. Exercise caution. Do not allow him to perceive our intentions. I shall be vigilant, Yun Tian, Megatron replied with a smile. Thus, Yun Tian, Optimus Prime, and Ratchet immediately set forth from the Autobot base, heading towards the second coordinate. They were acutely aware that this battle would be even more arduous, yet success was imperative. At the second coordinate, Megatron awaited with Shockwave and Soundwave. A cold smirk crept across Megatron's face upon seeing Yun Tian and Optimus Prime. You arrived too late. This artifact is already mine. He placed the still-frozen Star Saber on the ground, a note of triumph in his voice. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Do you genuinely believe we would allow you to prevail? Furthermore, the Star Saber can only be wielded by a leader. Surely you are aware of this? Upon hearing Yun Tian's words, Megatron fell into contemplation, perplexed as to why the mantle of leadership had not fallen to him, but to Orion. He gazed at Optimus Prime, whose blue eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, both factions collaborated to extract the Star Saber from its icy prison, acknowledging that only a leader could wield this weapon. Megatron relinquished the Star Saber to Optimus Prime. Optimus, remember this. I shall never reconcile with you. My loyalty has always been to Orion, not the leader of the Autobots. Megatron declared with a tone of finality. With that, he strode towards the Nemesis, tossing a chip containing information on the other artifacts into Optimus Prime's hands before departing without a backward glance. Megatron, we shall surely return to the past. I vow this in the name of my spark, Optimus Prime asserted with conviction. Yun Tian approached Optimus, his voice imbued with solace. Optimus, do not relinquish hope. I believe you will discover a superior resolution. Optimus nodded. I shall endeavor, Yun Tian. For the peace of Cybertron, I will strive earnestly. Thus, a new adventure commenced. The relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron remained intricate, yet both were laboring towards a shared objective. Their saga endures. Chapter 13. The proof of leadership. Optimus Prime and Yun Tian returned to the Autobot base with the Star Saber, where Ratchet and others expressed their elation. They understood the profound significance this artifact held for the Autobots. However, Optimus quietly exited the conference room, making his way to his quarters. Upon returning to his room, Optimus retrieved the chip Megatron had entrusted to him and began to decipher its contents. As he gazed at the coordinates of the other artifacts displayed on the screen, a silence enveloped him. We are mere adversaries. My allegiance lies with Orion, not the leader of the Autobots. I shall never reconcile with you, Optimus. The voice of Megatron echoed in his ears, gradually restoring the persona of Orion. Optimus suddenly felt the anguish emanating from the Allspark, deep within. The emotional turmoil regarding Megatron struck his mind, plunging him into unconsciousness. Observing from the shadows, Unicron sighed. Optimus, this is a trial you must endure. Whether you emerge from it depends on your willingness to escape the control of the leadership module. With that, Unicron entered Optimus's chamber and laid him upon the bed. Upon awakening, Optimus found himself in the arena of Kaon, where he beheld a version of himself beside Megatron. Orion, you suddenly collapsed, startling me. Are you all right? Should I call for an ambulance? There was a hint of concern in Megatron's voice. I am fine now. Let us proceed. Today marks the celebration of your ascension as the champion of the arena, and we must celebrate in earnest. The past Optimus, Orion, smiled slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. No, the celebration can wait. Your well-being is paramount. Come, let's find an ambulance. Megatron's tone was resolute. Watching the harmonious interaction between his former self and Megatron, Optimus fell silent. At that moment, the two approached him, and Optimus attempted to reach out to the past Megatron. Yet his hand passed through him as if he were a mere specter. It was then that he realized he was ensnared in the memories of the past. The scenes of yesteryear and the future continued to shift until only Orion and Optimus remained. Orion gazed at his future self, his voice laden with inquiry. Are those future scenarios genuine? Have I become a leader, an adversary to Megatron? No, to Megatron? Optimus was at a loss for how to respond to his former self. He seemed to have lost the memory of how he ascended to leadership, recalling only an encounter with a legislator before entering the council, during which he had accepted a gift from that individual. Afterward, he became the new leader, engaging in battles with Megatron for eons. I apologize, I cannot provide an answer, but it appears that the bond between Megatron and myself has become irrevocable. For I am the leader of the Autobots. I cannot allow my emotions to disrupt the morale of my troops. There was a note of resignation in Optimus's voice. So, have you been evading your own feelings all along? The outcome of such actions will not only cause Megatron further anguish, but will also transform you into an emotionless machine. Is that truly the fate you desire? Orion's voice bore an accusatory edge. I do not know, but I must stop Megatron. He has forgotten his original purpose. Optimus's voice betrayed a hint of confusion. The one who has forgotten their purpose is you, Optimus. You have betrayed yourself, betrayed Megatron. You have severed the ties to your past memories and become a machine that only inflicts harm upon others. A trace of anguish lingered in Orion's voice. Optimus Prime stood frozen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. What did you say? I have betrayed myself? Orion nodded solemnly. Indeed, you have betrayed yourself. You have forgotten your past oaths and the bond you share with Megatron. In your quest for leadership, you sacrifice your own emotions. Do you truly believe this is right? Optimus fell silent, his heart a tumult of conflict. He was acutely aware of the connection he once shared with Megatron. Yet he also recognized that as the leader of the Autobots, he could not allow his emotions to disrupt the morale of his troops. Orion, do you genuinely believe this is just? Orion's voice bore a hint of expectation. Optimus was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a fleeting shock. No, I did not intend to. I merely wished to prevent my emotions from clouding my judgment. Orion shook his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes. You're no longer the Optimus I once knew. You have transformed into a mere automaton, blindly following the commands of leadership. You have forsaken your emotions and lost your original purpose. Your feelings are an integral part of you. They're the foundation of your leadership. You cannot relinquish them out of fear of pain. The bond you share with Megatron is genuine. You must not shy away from it. Optimus remained silent, his heart heavy with torment. He realized he had become a leader devoid of emotions, having lost the innocent connection he once had with Megatron. He felt at a loss, unsure of how to confront his past self or how to face the future that lay ahead. His heart was a battleground of contradictions. He knew he could not abandon his feelings, yet he wished to shield Megatron from harm. Orion, you still have a chance for redemption. You can rediscover yourself and rekindle the bond with Megatron, but you must first confront your inner self and embrace your emotions. You cannot continue to evade them. You must face your feelings. Only then can you truly become a leader. Orion's voice brimmed with anticipation. Optimus nodded resolutely. I will. I will reclaim my true self and restore my connection with Megatron. Orion smiled gently. I believe you can achieve this, Optimus. You are a remarkable leader, and you will undoubtedly find a more profound solution. Orion approached Optimus, gently grasping his hand. Optimus, you must confront your emotions. While you cannot allow your feelings to disturb the troops, you must not sacrifice them either. You must find a balance. Otherwise, you will lose even more. Optimus nodded in agreement. You are right. I must discover that equilibrium. Orion smiled faintly, his figure gradually dissipating into the air. I believe in you, Optimus. You will succeed. At that moment, the scenes of the past began to fade, and Optimus returned to reality. He found himself lying in his bed, with Cloud sitting beside him, watching over him with concern. Optimus, you are awake? Cloud's voice was tinged with worry. Optimus Prime smiled faintly. Yun Tian, I now understand what must be done. Yun Tian responded with a gentle smile. I knew you would find the answer, Optimus. Thus, Optimus and Yun Tian returned to the conference room to share his decision with Ratchet and the others. He was aware that it would be a challenging journey, yet he believed that by confronting his emotions, he could discover a more favorable resolution. Ratchet, I recognize the difficulties ahead, but I trust that we can face them together. Optimus's voice resonated with determination. Ratchet nodded. Optimus, I have faith in your abilities. Hence, a new adventure commenced. Optimus and Yun Tian continued their quest for the Iron Fortress relic, while Megatron awaited their return aboard the Nemesis. Their saga persists. Chapter 14. The testament of leadership. Having received guidance from his past self, Optimus reclaimed his original resolve. He felt the power emanating from his leadership module, a force entirely distinct from what he had felt upon its initial acquisition. This newfound strength was imbued with warmth, liberating the emotions he had long concealed regarding Megatron. I must bravely confront my feelings. I can no longer evade them, Optimus asserted with conviction. You have finally rediscovered your true self, Yun Tian remarked, observing the renewed confidence in Optimus. Indeed, Yun Tian, I must seek an audience with Megatron. I need to express my feelings, Optimus stated resolutely. Yun Tian smiled gently, his gaze reflecting support. Optimus, I believe you will make the right choice. I shall support you from the shadows. In order to meet Megatron privately and convey his emotions, Optimus devised what he believed to be an excellent plan. He summoned everyone to the hall and informed Bumblebee and the others that it was a day for patrol, instructing all to vacate the base. Bumblebee, you are responsible for patrolling the urban area. Ratchet, you will provide medical support, while the rest will follow the established plan. Optimus' tone was grave. The others nodded in understanding without objection. However, Ratchet, noticing Optimus's anxious expression, sensed he was concealing something. He murmured to himself, I hope it is not as I fear. After assigning Bumblebee and the others their tasks, Optimus immediately commanded Autobots transform and roll out. Once he confirmed that everyone had departed, he stealthily exited the Autobot base. Unbeknownst to him, Ratchet, who had not gone on patrol, trailed behind, eager to uncover Optimus's intentions. Yun Tian, observing from the shadows, noticed Ratchet following Optimus and sighed. It seems this meeting will not end well. Very well. Let me assist you this time, Optimus. Optimus arrived at a vast plain, surveying his surroundings. Once assured that no one was near, he activated his communicator to establish contact with Megatron. At this moment, Megatron was resting aboard the Nemesis when he suddenly noticed a communication request from Optimus Prime on his communicator. After a brief moment of silence, he consented to the call. Megatron, I wish to meet with you. Optimus Prime's voice resonated through the device. Optimus, I have made it clear that I do not wish to see you. Moreover, we are adversaries now, and I find it impossible to trust you. Megatron replied coldly. What if I were to surrender? Optimus's voice carried a hint of determination. Optimus, What is it that you truly desire? I advise you to tread carefully, Megatron warned, his tone laced with caution. I am serious, Megatron. I simply wish to meet with you. Even if you intend to eliminate me, I will not resist, came Optimus's resolute reply. Megatron contemplated the message on his communicator, and ultimately, he agreed to the meeting. Very well, Optimus. I shall await you at our usual location, but do not attempt any tricks, he said, his voice tinged with a chilling resolve. I will not, Megatron. I merely wish to have a sincere conversation, Optimus replied, an air of anticipation in his tone. After ending the communication, Optimus hurried towards the appointed place, while Ratchet observed the scene from a distance, filled with unease and concern. Optimus, what do you intend to do? Ratchet's voice was laced with anxiety. Cloud Strider, noticing Ratchet's distress, approached with a gentle smile. Do not worry, Ratchet. Optimus simply wishes to have an earnest discussion with Megatron. He harbors no ill intentions. Taken aback, Ratchet's eyes widened in surprise. Cloud Strider, are you aware of Optimus's intentions? Cloud Strider nodded. Indeed, I am. Optimus has rediscovered his true self. He wishes to confront his feelings with courage. After a moment of silence, Ratchet expressed a sense of relief. Very well, I trust Optimus. However, should any danger arise, I will rush to his side. Cloud Strider smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Ratchet. I believe everything will turn out well. Thus, Optimus ventured alone to the designated meeting spot, while Ratchet remained nearby, shadowing him protectively. Cloud Strider transformed into an aircraft, soaring above in pursuit of Optimus, his eyes glimmering with hope. Optimus, I believe you will succeed. Before long, Optimus arrived at the meeting location, scanning the surroundings to confirm that Megatron had yet to arrive. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. Optimus, you finally made it. Megatron's voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Optimus faced Megatron, his gaze reflecting a complex swirl of feelings. Megatron, I am here. Optimus, have you truly considered this? Megatron's tone was icy. Optimus smiled faintly. Megatron, I only wish to have a genuine conversation. The matters between us should be resolved by ourselves. Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gaze. Optimus Prime, do you truly believe I would trust you? Optimus shook his head, his voice imbued with determination. Megatron, I am aware that you are not easily swayed. Yet I must confess, I hold affection for you. I have always done so, regardless of whether you are known as the Decepticon leader or Megatron. Megatron was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Optimus, what are you saying? Optimus offered a gentle smile, warmth radiating from his eyes. Megatron, I cherish you. I have long cherished you. I recognize that our relationship is fraught with misunderstandings, but I implore you to grant me an opportunity to elucidate. Megatron fell silent for a moment, his eyes betraying a struggle. Optimus, do you truly care for me? Optimus nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Megatron, I have always admired you, encompassing both your virtues and flaws. Megatron's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of fondness evident in his gaze. Optimus, you genuinely surprise me. I had always presumed you regarded me solely as an adversary. Optimus shook his head, his voice tender. Megatron, I will not view you as an enemy. I hold affection for you, and I yearn for us to embark on a new beginning. Megatron nodded. Optimus, I too hope for a fresh start. I shall grant you the chance to clarify. Thus, Optimus began to elucidate the misunderstandings that had plagued their relationship and how he had rediscovered his original intentions. Megatron listened intently, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Optimus, I place my faith in you. I shall afford you the opportunity to rekindle our connection. Megatron spoke softly. Optimus smiled faintly. Thank you, Megatron. I shall treasure this chance. After a moment of silence, Megatron's eyes revealed a hint of turmoil. Optimus, do you truly believe we can return to what once was? Optimus shook his head, his gaze softening. Megatron, I understand we cannot revert to the past. Yet I am confident we can forge a new future together. We could transform Cybertron into a better place. Megatron smiled slightly, a touch of affection in his eyes. Optimus, you have an unwavering kindness. But do you genuinely believe we can achieve this? Optimus nodded. I am convinced we can, as long as we are willing to strive. Nothing is impossible. Megatron fell silent for a moment, his expression shifting to one of acceptance. Very well, Optimus. I shall endeavor alongside you. Thus, the two embraced tightly. their gazes filled with anticipation for the future. Nearby, Ratchet, having overheard Optimus's words, could no longer contain himself. He burst forth, exclaiming loudly, "Optimus, what are you doing? You cannot trust Megatron." Optimus was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Ratchet, what brings you here?" The ambulance approached Optimus Prime, stating, "Optimus, I understand your intentions. But Megatron is our adversary. You cannot place your trust in him." Megatron let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Ambulance, are you questioning my sincerity?" Undeterred, the ambulance shot back with a flicker of anger in his gaze. "Megatron, we remember the deeds you have committed. We cannot trust you so easily." Optimus Prime observed the two with a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Ambulance, I acknowledge your concerns, yet I have faith in Megatron. We can afford him a chance." A slight smile crept across Megatron's face, his expression tinged with mockery. "Optimus, your friend is truly loyal. Do you truly believe you can persuade them?" Optimus nodded. "I shall strive to do so. I believe we can discover a peaceful resolution." Megatron fell silent for a moment, a flicker of relief crossing his features. "Very well, Optimus. I will await your efforts." Meanwhile, Cloud observed the unfolding drama from the shadows. "Optimus, you have bravely confronted your emotions. I believe you shall find your own happiness." Thus, a new adventure began. Optimus Prime and Megatron resolved to start new, striving to mend their relationship, while the ambulance and Cloud offered their silent support, hopeful for their success. Their story was far from over. Chapter 15. The proof of leadership upon Bumblebee and the others returning to the Autobot base after their patrol, Optimus Prime gathered everyone together, his gaze radiating unprecedented resolve. "The war between Autobots and Decepticons ends here. From this moment forward, we must coexist harmoniously, working together for the future of Cybertron." Optimus's voice resonated through the hall, imbued with an undeniable firmness. Bumblebee and the others stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Bumblebee was the first to regain his composure, stepping forward with a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Optimus, what are you saying?" Optimus smiled gently, warmth shining in his eyes. "Bumblebee, I know this is difficult to accept, but it is for the future of Cybertron. We can no longer continue fighting. We must seek a way to coexist peacefully." Arcee approached, her voice firm. "Optimus, though I am unsure of what has transpired, I trust you will not betray our friendship. Therefore, I will follow your lead." Arcee expressed her trust, albeit with a touch of uncertainty. "I stand with you, Optimus," Bumblebee echoed, his initial confusion swiftly replaced by unwavering faith in Optimus. "Thank you, my friends. I appreciate your willingness to understand." Optimus's voice trembled with emotion. He recognized that this step was not easily taken. Yet he believed that as long as they stood united, there was nothing they could not overcome. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to the Nemesis, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. He beheld the red and blue bracelet in his hand, a gift bestowed upon him by Optimus Prime before his departure. The bracelet shimmered softly under the light, seemingly narrating the unfinished bond between the two. "Orion, no. Optimus, I shall await you. I shall await the fulfillment of our promise." Megatron's voice carried a hint of tenderness. As he prepared to retire to his quarters, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind, laden with seduction and provocation. "Megatron, you should not place your trust in Optimus. He will not seek you out, and you shall never be united." The voice dripped with coldness, mocking Megatron's naivety. "Who speaks? Show yourself." Megatron's voice simmered with anger, his eyes flashing with caution. "Deep within, you yearn for Optimus's heart. But is it not merely to satisfy your own desires?" The voice taunted. "No, do not attempt to sow discord. Optimus has promised me he will come. I cannot let him down." Megatron's tone turned resolute, his gaze reflecting determination. He understood that he must not be swayed by this voice. He must adhere to his convictions. "Is that so? Then why do you lack certainty? Or is your true aim to exploit Optimus to seize dominion over Cybertron?" The voice continued its provocation. "Enough. Cease your words." Pain tinged Megatron's voice. "See, you cannot alter your yearning for power, even at the expense of your friends." The voice mocked with a chill. "No, it is not so." Megatron wrestled with his inner turmoil, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He was acutely aware of his deep-seated craving for strength. Yet he understood his feelings for Optimus even more clearly. Embrace the dark energy. It will render you more formidable and charismatic. Once you do, Optimus will surely kneel at your feet at your command. The voice lured him further. Is what you say true? And who exactly are you? Doubt laced Megatron's voice. I am your master, the Cosmic Overlord. The figure of the Cosmic Overlord gradually materialized until fully formed. What? Were you not ensnared in slumber? Shock tinged Megatron's voice. Indeed, I was in repose, but I've left a mark upon you. You have now become my apostle. Embrace the power of darkness, and you shall attain all that you desire, be it power, ambition, or love. The Cosmic Overlord's voice resonated with seduction. Megatron fell silent, his heart a battleground of conflict. The desires within him were amplified by the Cosmic Overlord, urging him to accept this newfound power. In that moment, he recalled the promise he had made to Optimus, the trials and tribulations they had faced together. He lifted his gaze, fixating on the Cosmic Emperor before him, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. Even so, I shall not wield the power of the dark energy entity. We shall remain united forever, and you shall not control me. This is beyond your grasp. Succumb to darkness. The Cosmic Emperor forcefully seized control of Megatron, channeling his power into him, causing Megatron immense suffering. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime was also preparing for the future. He understood that this step was fraught with difficulty, yet he believed that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. He had faith that Megatron would ultimately make the right choice. Megatron, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Our next meeting will mark our reconciliation. Optimus gazed at the silver bracelet in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. Optimus, can we truly coexist peacefully with the Decepticons? Bumblebee's voice was tinged with concern. Bumblebee, I believe we can. As long as we are united, nothing is beyond our reach, Optimus replied, his tone resolute. I trust you, Brother Optimus, Bumblebee responded, confidence evident in his voice. Optimus's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at his friends, gratitude swelling within him. He proclaimed, friends, we have a new beginning. Let us strive together for the future of Cybertron. The Autobots nodded in agreement, their faces alight with expectation. They believed that under Optimus's leadership, peace was attainable. Optimus, we will support you, Bumblebee affirmed with steadfastness. Indeed, Optimus, we shall all stand by you. Just don't forget to invite us to the celebration. Ratchet remarked with a playful smile. Optimus paused for a moment, then smiled faintly, nodding appreciatively. Thank you, my friends. With your support, I am confident we can achieve peace. At that moment, Optimus suddenly felt a surge of pain emanating from his spark, knowing that Megatron was in peril. Without a moment to lose, he rushed towards the source of his distress. Megatron, you must hold on. I am coming to rescue you. Meanwhile, Megatron was still resisting. Yet he was ultimately no match for the Cosmic Emperor. Come now, succumb to the darkness and become my puppet, the Cosmic Emperor taunted. No, stop. Don't. Megatron's voice grew weaker, and just as he was about to be consumed by the Cosmic Emperor's power, Optimus arrived in the nick of time to save him. Megatron, hold on, Optimus urged, urgency lacing his voice. Subsequently, Optimus engaged the Cosmic Emperor in battle using the power of the Allspark. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. Cosmic Emperor, release Megatron. The Cosmic Emperor sneered. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Optimus smiled faintly. For the sake of Cybertron, for Megatron, I must stop you. Ultimately, Optimus Prime emerged victorious. Yet, a faint shadowy force stealthily infiltrated his being while he attended to Megatron's injuries. Optimus, are you all right? Megatron's voice carried a note of concern. Optimus smiled gently. I am fine, Megatron. You are the one who truly matters. Megatron returned the smile, a flicker of tenderness dancing in his eyes. Orion, thank you for coming to my rescue. Optimus clasped Megatron's hand, his tone imbued with warmth. Megatron, there is no need for gratitude between us. You are the most significant person in my heart, and I will not allow you to depart first. Megatron gazed at the solemn Optimus before him and chuckled, drawing Optimus into his embrace. All right, my partner, I acknowledge my mistakes and I apologize. I promise I will not let you down. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Both Optimus and Megatron prepared for the future of Cybertron, believing that as long as they stood united, there was nothing they could not overcome. Their tale continued. Chapter 16. The Test of Leadership. 16. The dark energy that had entered Optimus lay dormant within his spark, unbeknownst to him. At that moment, he was engaged in a spirited discussion with Megatron about the future of Cybertron, their conversation reminiscent of times gone by. Megatron, I believe we can discover a better solution to make Cybertron a more splendid place. Optimus voiced with a hint of anticipation. Megatron smiled subtly, a glimmer of affection in his gaze. Optimus, I share your confidence. Together, we can achieve this goal. However, the insidious dark energy took the opportunity to manipulate Optimus's deep-seated feelings for Megatron, causing his behavior to grow increasingly peculiar. Initially, Optimus remained oblivious to his own anomalies. Yet his affection for Megatron intensified, a desire to keep him close blossoming within. Megatron, I wish for you to remain by my side forever. Optimus's voice bore a gentle tone. Megatron smiled softly, a hint of endearment in his eyes. Optimus, I will always be by your side. As time passed, the dark energy seized control of Optimus's thoughts. Observing the anguish etched on Optimus's face, Megatron yearned to assist, but felt uncertain of how to proceed. Megatron, you must leave and seek out Sentinel. Optimus spoke with a note of pain. No, I cannot abandon you. We have only just restored our relationship. You cannot ask me to leave now. Megatron replied resolutely. Megatron, I cannot hold on any longer. Hurry, go. Optimus's voice was laced with urgency. Optimus, wait for me. I shall return swiftly to rescue you. Megatron nodded before hastily exiting his quarters. Once Megatron departed, Optimus collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the figure of Unicron gradually materialized above Optimus. Optimus Prime, you have ultimately fallen into my grasp. Awaken, my puppet. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor resonated with a chilling ruthlessness. Upon hearing the Cosmic Emperor's voice, Optimus Prime slowly rose, his gaze vacant as he beheld the Cosmic Emperor. Instantly, he knelt on one knee, paying homage to the Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, Megatron, having rushed out of his chamber, remained oblivious to the fact that Optimus Prime had become the Cosmic Emperor's marionette. He swiftly activated his communicator to reach out to Skyfire. Megatron, what troubles you? Skyfire's voice conveyed a hint of confusion. Skyfire, I require your assistance. Optimus Prime is under the influence of the Cosmic Emperor's power and is suffering greatly. Megatron's voice was laced with urgency. Very well, I shall arrive shortly. Until then, you must keep a close watch on Optimus Prime. Skyfire's tone turned serious. Understood. Megatron began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a formidable force that severed the communication. Megatron, what has happened? Megatron, Skyfire called out several times, receiving no reply. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to hasten towards the vengeance, hoping it was not too late. At that moment, Megatron was engaged in battle with Optimus Prime, while the Cosmic Emperor observed from above. Why do you refuse me, Megatron? Did we not vow to remain together for eternity? Come, join me in the realm of darkness, and we shall be united forever. The voice of the puppet Optimus Prime was laced with seduction. No, Optimus, awaken. Do not succumb to the shadows. Megatron's voice bore the weight of anguish. Megatron, I have come to understand your past words. You were right. With immense power, one can attain everything. Come, let us pledge our loyalty to the Cosmic Emperor. The puppet Optimus Prime's voice turned cold. The Cosmic Emperor descended before them. Sensing Megatron's wavering resolve, I shall grant you eternal life and a world solely for the two of you. A world just for us? Megatron's voice held a note of confusion. Indeed, a world exclusively for the two of you. I promise if you are willing to pledge allegiance to me. The Cosmic Emperor's voice dripped with temptation. Under the Cosmic Emperor's influence, Megatron relinquished his weapon and ceased his resistance. A world where only we exist together, his voice hinted at anticipation. Precisely, Megatron. Come, take my hand, and together we shall venture into that splendid realm. The Cosmic Emperor extended his hand, awaiting Megatron's response. Just as the puppet Optimus Prime was about to seize control of Megatron, Skyfire arrived in the nick of time. Halting the puppet's advance. Optimus, awaken. Do not let the dark forces ensnare you. Skyfire's voice was urgent. Upon seeing Skyfire's arrival, Megatron expressed his gratitude, then inquired how to awaken Optimus Prime's consciousness. Skyfire, what must I do to revive Optimus Prime's awareness? The voice of Megatron was tinged with a hint of confusion. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Only you can awaken Optimus Prime. Reflect on the promise you made to each other. If you are willing to believe in the bond of your friendship, do not falter. Yun Tian's words dispelled Megatron's uncertainty. He gazed at Optimus Prime, controlled by the Cosmic Emperor, and drew forth his weapon. Optimus, I will bring you back. Let us fight with all our might. With that, Megatron charged at the puppet that was Optimus Prime, launching a relentless assault. Upon seeing Yun Tian, the Cosmic Emperor vanished, as if he had never existed. Yun Tian felt a wave of exasperation, then turned his attention back to the fierce battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime. Megatron swung his weapon repeatedly, leaving numerous scars on Optimus. As Optimus sensed Megatron's strength, his consciousness began to awaken. "Megatron, I am here." A faint weakness colored Optimus Prime's voice. Megatron froze, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Optimus, you are awake?" Optimus smiled softly. "Megatron, I am here. Together, let us dispel this darkness." Thus, through their combined efforts, Megatron successfully banished the dark energy from within Optimus Prime, who then awakened fully. "Megatron, thank you." Gratitude resonated in Optimus's voice. Megatron smiled gently, a glimmer of affection in his gaze. "Optimus, you have finally returned." Yun Tian stepped forward. "Optimus, Megatron, you're both back. This is wonderful." Optimus nodded. "Yun Tian, thank you for your assistance. We will continue to strive to make Cybertron a better place." Thus, a new adventure began. Optimus and Megatron continued their quest for a better solution, determined to enhance Cybertron's future. Their story was far from over. Chapter 17. The proof of leadership. Jax was engaged in a fierce battle against Shatter on a vast plain. Their conflict was intense, the surrounding land ravaged by their energy blasts. Jax wielded his katana, seeking a flaw in Shatter's defenses, while Shatter deftly evaded the strikes, retaliating with timed explosives. "Jax, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" A note of mockery laced Shatter's voice. "Shatter, you kill my dear friend. I will not let you escape." Fury saturated Jax's voice. Just as their combat reached a fever pitch, Optimus, Yun Tian, and other Autobots arrived on the scene. Witnessing the clash between Jax and Shatter, Optimus immediately commanded, "Autobots, provide support to Jax at once." Bumblebee and the others swiftly transformed and joined the fray. With the assistance of Optimus and his comrades, Jax gradually gained the upper hand. However, Shatter refused to concede. Utilizing her transformation capabilities, she scanned the aircraft piloted by Agent Fowler, morphing into vehicular form and hastily departing the battlefield. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Jax learned of the ceasefire through the intercom. He promptly approached Optimus Prime, his tone tinged with discontent. "Optimus, I cannot reconcile with Starscream. He has slain my dear friend. Moreover, even though you're the leader, I am not under your command." Optimus furrowed his brow slightly. "Jolt, I understand your feelings, but a ceasefire serves a greater purpose. We must avert further conflict and bring peace to Cybertron." Jolt shook his head, a flicker of stubbornness in his gaze. "Optimus, I comprehend your perspective, yet I cannot forgive Starscream. He has taken my friend's life, and I cannot simply let it go. Jolt, the Autobots and Decepticons have declared a truce. We cannot jeopardize this peace over personal vendettas." Optimus replied with a hint of seriousness. Jolt shook his head again. "Optimus, I am not under your jurisdiction. My friend Splash was murdered by Starscream. I must avenge him." Optimus fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of helplessness in his eyes. "Jolt, I empathize with your anguish, but we need unity now. If we cannot set aside our past grievances, we will never attain peace." Jolt remained silent, a struggle evident in his gaze. At last he nodded, his tone laced with resignation. "Very well, Optimus. I shall endeavor to restrain myself, but I cannot guarantee that I will not take action against Starscream." Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Starscream encountered his brother Thundercracker. Thanks to the intervention of Skyfire, Thundercracker had escaped death. Starscream learned from his brother about the truce with the Autobots and found it hard to believe. "Brother, are you unharmed?" Thundercracker inquired with concern. Starscream offered a slight smile, gratitude flickering in his eyes. "I am well, brother. How have you fared during this time?" Thundercracker sighed, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Brother, I have heard of the ceasefire agreement. It is Lord Megatron's command, aimed at forging a future for Cybertron alongside the Autobots." Starscream stood in shock, astonishment flashing in his eyes. "A ceasefire agreement? Did Lord Megatron truly consent to peace?" Thundercracker nodded. "Indeed, brother. Lord Megatron expressed his desire for us to coexist peacefully with the Autobots and work together for Cybertron's future." Starscream fell silent, a struggle evident in his gaze. "Brother, do you genuinely believe Lord Megatron's words?" Thundercracker smiled gently. "Brother, I have faith in Lord Megatron. He would not act against our interests. But what of all the battles we have fought against the Autobots? What was the purpose of our struggle?" Starscream murmured, confusion clouding his eyes. Observing his brother's bewilderment, Thundercracker spoke earnestly. "My dear brother, since Lord Megatron has decided on a ceasefire, Our priority now is to avoid conflict with the Autobots. Do you understand? Starscream nodded. I understand, brother. I have faith that Lord Megatron will lead us toward a brighter future. A note of anticipation colored Starscream's voice. Perhaps. But we must adhere to the commands of Lord Megatron. The tone of Thundercracker carried a hint of seriousness. In order to comprehend his master's philosophy, Skywarp sought out Megatron. Lord Megatron, I have heard of the truce between you and the Autobots, yet a question lingers in my mind. Why have you chosen this path? Skywarp inquired, his gaze filled with confusion and uncertainty. Megatron nodded, a glimmer of gravity flashing in his eyes. Skywarp, my initial intention in establishing the Decepticons was to render Cybertron a better place, yet I lost my way amidst the chaos of war. Now, I have come to realize my errors, and I wish for your assistance. Together, let us strive to usher in a new future for Cybertron. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Skywarp fell silent for a moment. Lord Megatron, I understand. I shall aid you in realizing our dream. However, Joel had not relinquished his desire for vengeance against Wavebreaker. He stealthily approached Skywarp's hideout, ready to confront him. Yet, Skywarp's prowess exceeded their expectations. Even together, they could not match his strength. In the midst of a fierce battle, Joel's protector, Spacer, fell into Skywarp's grasp. Joel, you must flee. I will hold him off. Spacer's voice was laced with urgency. Joel hesitated. Spacer, no. At that moment, Optimus Prime and Megatron appeared together, halting the conflict between the two. Joel, cease at once. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with authority. Skywarp, you're not to harm Spacer. Megatron's tone was cold and commanding. Both Jolt and Skywarp halted their actions, their focus shifting to Optimus Prime and Megatron. Jolt, I understand your desire for revenge against Wavebreaker. But hatred breeds only more hatred. We have declared a truce. We must not jeopardize this peace due to personal grievances. Optimus Prime's voice was gentle yet firm. Jolt remained silent for a moment, a flicker of struggle crossing his features. Ultimately, he nodded, his voice tinged with resignation. Optimus Prime, I understand. Megatron turned his gaze to Skywarp, seriousness etched in his expression. Skywarp, if you wish to keep your brother unaware of your escapade to engage in combat, we must leave this place at once. Skywarp nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Lord Megatron, I comprehend. Thus, Megatron departed with Skywarp, while Optimus Prime led Jolt and Spacer back to the Autobot base. Within the base, the group gathered, discussing their future plans. Optimus, do you truly believe that a truce is the correct choice? Bumblebee's voice held a note of skepticism. Optimus smiled gently. Bumblebee, I firmly believe this is the right path. Only through peace can Cybertron flourish. The group fell into silence for a moment, anticipation illuminating their faces. They understood that a new era had dawned, an era brimming with hope and tranquility. Optimus, I shall support you, came the resolute affirmation from one among them. Alcye's voice carried a note of determination. So do I, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee nodded. A faint smile graced Optimus Prime's face, and his eyes gleamed with gratitude. Thank you. My friends, with your support, I believe we shall achieve peace. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Optimus Prime and Megatron continued their pursuit of a better resolution to enhance Cybertron. Their tale persists. Chapter 18. The mark of leadership upon returning to the Autobot base with Hoist and the Barrier. Hoist expressed his regret for his earlier outburst. Optimus, I apologize for losing my temper. I should not have spoken to you that way, he said, his voice tinged with shame. Optimus placed a reassuring hand on Hoist's shoulder, his gaze softening. Hoist, I am pleased to see your willingness to change. We are friends, and it is natural for friends to have disagreements. As long as we are open to transformation, our friendship will deepen. Nearby, Cloudbreaker was taken aback. When had Optimus become so gentle? Yet, he recalled a few days prior when Optimus had asked him how to ensure compliance from others. Suddenly, Cloudbreaker felt that Optimus had been led astray by him. Silently, he lit a candle for Megatron in his thoughts. Forgive me, Megatron. Your future days shall be difficult. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to the Nemesis, handing over the captured Starscream to Thundercracker. Upon witnessing the fury in his mentor's eyes, Thundercracker swiftly pulled the bewildered Starscream aside. Brother, what on earth have you done to incite such wrath from our master? Thundercracker's voice was laced with exasperation. Well, I had a skirmish with the Autobots, Starscream replied, his tone apprehensive. What did you say? You engaged the Autobots? Did I not instruct you that we are in a cooperative relationship with them? Thundercracker's voice bore the weight of anger. My apologies, brother. It was my error. I should not have defied Lord Megatron's orders. Starscream lowered his head, regret evident in his tone. At that moment, Megatron retreated to his chamber. Just as he sought to rest, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized. Why do I feel so cold? Never mind. I need to get some sleep. Tonight, I shall claim victory over you, Optimus. Megatron muttered to himself. Upon hearing Megatron's words, the concealed figure of Galvatron nearly lost his composure. It was not that he doubted Megatron, but rather that Megatron was no match for Optimus, especially with Cloudbreaker by his side offering assistance. Alas, this world is indeed harsh. However, as a fellow Megatron, it is only reasonable to assist oneself, is it not? Galvatron mused internally. Thus, he revealed himself before Megatron and shared his insights, including advice on how to please one's partner. Megatron, I have some thoughts that may assist you. The voice of Megatron, or Lord Yun Tian, carried a hint of gentleness. Megatron was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Lord Yun Tian, what brings you here? A subtle smile graced the lips of Megatron, Lord Yun Tian, his eyes sparkling with a touch of fondness. I have merely come to observe you and offer some advice, such as how to bring joy to Optimus Prime. Megatron nodded. Please, share your insights. I am eager to listen. With a sly smile, Megatron, Lord Yun Tian, continued. Firstly, it is imperative to understand Optimus Prime's preferences. What he enjoys and what he detests must be clear to you. Secondly, you must respect his decisions and refrain from constantly attempting to control him. Lastly, allow him to feel your sincerity. Let him know that your feelings towards him are genuine. Megatron nodded in agreement. You are right, Lord Yun Tian. I shall endeavor to implement your counsel. Simultaneously, at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime contemplated how to foster a better relationship with Megatron. He recognized the necessity of relinquishing past prejudices to truly understand Megatron. Optimus Prime, what occupies your thoughts? The voice of Yun Tian drew him from his reverie. A gentle smile adorned Optimus Prime's face. Yun Tian, I am reflecting on how to better relate to Megatron. I understand that we must let go of our historical biases and genuinely comprehend one another. Yun Tian nodded. Optimus Prime, I believe you can achieve this. As long as you are willing to understand him, I am confident your relationship will flourish. Optimus Prime smiled softly. Thank you, Yun Tian. I will strive to do so. With that, Optimus Prime set off to prepare a gift for Megatron. Observing the Lord Yun Tian figurine in Optimus Prime's hands, Yun Tian suddenly recalled another who remained aboard the Nemesis, Megatron. Perhaps he could seize the moment to visit him while Optimus and Megatron were meeting? Surely, nothing untoward would occur. Yun Tian mused silently. Thus, Yun Tian stealthily followed Optimus Prime, accompanying him to the Nemesis. He concealed himself nearby, observing the interaction between Optimus Prime and Megatron. Megatron, this is a gift I have prepared for you. Optimus Prime's voice was imbued with tenderness as he extended the Lord Yun Tian figurine to Megatron. Megatron stood stunned, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Optimus Prime, this is the Lord Yun Tian figurine I crafted with my own hands. I hope you find it to your liking. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with anticipation. A gentle smile appeared on Megatron's face, his eyes reflecting heartfelt gratitude. Optimus Prime, I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Optimus Prime smiled softly, warmth radiating from his gaze. As long as you are pleased, that is all that matters. It seems my plan has succeeded, Yun Tian silently rejoiced. At that moment, Megatron, Lord Yun Tian, approached, a twinkle of fondness in his eyes. Megatron, it appears you have learned how to win Optimus Prime's favor. Megatron smiled slightly, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. Thank you, Lord Yun Tian. Your advice has proven invaluable. Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of affection dancing in his eyes. There is no need for thanks. As long as you and Optimus Prime find happiness, that is sufficient. Yun Tian, observing their interaction from a distance, felt a twinge of comfort in his heart. He recognized that the bond between Optimus Prime and Megatron was gradually mending. After Optimus was taken away by Megatron, Yun Tian finally encountered his partner. Yun Tian, you have finally come to find me. I have missed you dearly. Megatron's voice carried a hint of anticipation. I have missed you too, Megatron. Shall we indulge in a long-awaited embrace? Yun Tian replied with a gentle smile, a hint of affection gleaming in his gaze. Certainly, but have you forgotten me? It seems you have immersed yourself too deeply in your role. Why do you choose to endure pain alone to protect them? Why not allow me to assist you? Do you think I'm incapable of being of help? I do not wish for you to bear suffering alone. As partners, we should share the burdens. Promise me that you will inform me whenever there is a situation, all right? Megatron's voice bore a note of concern. Yun Tian smiled softly. Megatron, I understand your worries. However, I trust in my ability to manage these matters. Yet, I will remember your advice and will certainly keep you informed in the future. Megatron nodded affirmatively. As long as you can remember that, it is enough. We are partners and should support one another. Yun Tian smiled gently, warmth radiating from his eyes. I know, Megatron. We are partners, and I will always hold that close to my heart. Thus, a new adventure began to unfold. Optimus Prime and Megatron persisted in their quest for a better solution, striving to enhance the glory of Cybertron. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and Megatron discreetly supported their efforts, collectively working towards a brighter future for Cybertron. Their tale continues. In the aftermath of hearing Megatron's displeasure, Yun Tian knew he must stay and mend the rift in their relationship. After all, it had been quite some time since they had lived together. Observing Megatron sulking before him, Yun Tian resorted to his ultimate tactic of adorableness. He leaped on a Megatron, his voice laced with an awkward charm. Megatron, please do not be angry, all right? I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me. Faced with his partner's playful assault, Megatron ultimately surrendered, enveloping Yun Tian in his embrace, his gaze softening with tenderness. Very well, I forgive you. However, you are now my captive, and this was entirely your doing. You are utterly wicked for employing such tactics against me. Yun Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. Ha ha ha, now that you are in my grasp, what do you suppose should be your punishment? The voice of Megatron carried a hint of mockery. Well, as long as you don't go too far, I shall leave the matter to your discretion. Yun Tian's voice was tinged with apprehension. This is what you said, so today you shall remain by my side, going nowhere. Megatron's tone was resolute. Unable to extricate himself from Megatron's grasp, Yun Tian reluctantly acquiesced to his request. But let's agree on one thing. Be gentle. Rest assured, I shall regulate my strength, Megatron replied with a slight smile, his eyes glinting with a trace of indulgence. Just be a bit gentler, my back hurts. Yun Tian silently thought, but upon encountering Megatron's threatening gaze, he resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging that he had brought this upon himself. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron were engaged in a discussion regarding the recovery of the remaining artifacts from Iron Fortress. Optimus expressed that these relics could be sought by both Autobots and Decepticons, to be evenly distributed upon their discovery. Megatron, I believe these artifacts should be jointly pursued. With equitable sharing thereafter, Optimus asserted with determination. Megatron smiled faintly. Optimus, I accept these terms. With our combined efforts, we shall surely locate these relics. Upon hearing their leader's agreement, Starscream and his comrades also conveyed their willingness to collaborate with the Autobots in the search and distribution of the artifacts. Since Lord Megatron has consented, we shall agree as well. Starscream's voice brimmed with excitement. Excellent. Then it is settled. Optimus nodded. After the meeting concluded, Megatron invited Optimus to stay for lunch. Though Optimus contemplated declining, the persona of Orion Pax within him seized control and cheerfully accepted Megatron's invitation. Optimus, stay and dine with me. Megatron's voice held a note of anticipation. Very well, Megatron, I would be delighted. Optimus responded gently. The onlookers were taken aback. Starscream speculated that Optimus acquiesced to Megatron's request to uphold their cooperative agreement, while Soundwave and others, who had followed Megatron since before the war, immediately recognized that Optimus had reverted to the Orion they knew. Consequently, they swiftly departed the conference room, observing Starscream still in a daze. Soundwave decisively pulled him away with his tendrils. Starscream, we must go. Soundwave's tone was grave. Starscream hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and followed Soundwave out of the room. Once everyone had departed, Megatron took Orion, Optimus, into his quarters. What would you like to do today, Megatron? Orion's voice was laced with expectation. That is a secret, Orion, but I assure you, you will enjoy it, Megatron replied mysteriously. Really? Orion's voice brimmed with excitement. Certainly, and I have prepared a gift for you, a token to commemorate our centennial of acquaintance. The voice of Megatron carried a hint of tenderness. Having said that, the two approached the threshold of Megatron's own chamber. Under the expectant gaze of Optimus Prime, Orion, Megatron opened the door. The room was adorned with photographs capturing the warmth of their shared moments. Megatron, Optimus Prime's voice resonated with emotion. Orion, These are our cherished memories. I hope you will appreciate them. There was a note of anticipation in Megatron's tone. Orion smiled gently, a flicker of warmth in his eyes. Megatron, I truly like them. Thus, within the confines of Megatron's sanctuary, they spent a delightful afternoon reminiscing about the tapestry of their past, sharing in each other's joys and sorrows. In that instant, they seemed to transcend time, returning to an era devoid of war and hatred. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Megatron regarded Starscream with a glimmer of indulgence in his gaze. Starscream, have you truly resolved to stay? Starscream smiled faintly. Indeed, Megatron, I wish to spend this time with you. However, I must also return to the Autobots. After all, our true identities must remain concealed. Megatron smiled softly, tenderness flickering in his eyes. Very well, I understand. I shall cherish this time we have. Subsequently, Optimus Prime and Starscream made their way back to the Autobot base, with Optimus arriving first. When questioned by Ratchet, Optimus only mentioned their alliance with the Decepticons in the search for the remaining Allspark relics, omitting any mention of his rendezvous with Megatron. Ratchet, we have reached an accord with the Decepticons to jointly seek the remaining Allspark relics, Optimus declared with a tone of seriousness. Ratchet nodded, a glimmer of doubt crossing his expression. Optimus, that sounds promising, but is there truly no conflict between you and Megatron? Optimus smiled faintly. Ratchet, we will manage it. For now, we must focus on our mission. Yet, observing Optimus's evasive demeanor, Ratchet's apprehension grew. Under Ratchet's pressing, Optimus reluctantly confessed. What did you say? I knew that Megatron would not relent. Where's my wrench? I must teach him a lesson today. How dare he do such a thing to you? No. Have you been secretly meeting him before? Ratchet's voice brimmed with indignation. Ratchet, please calm down. We are merely in a cooperative arrangement. Occasional meetings are not. Optimus's tone held a hint of exasperation. What did you say? Ratchet's ire intensified, his eyes flashing with anger, observing the resentment emanating from the ambulance. Optimus Prime yearned to elucidate, yet the words eluded him, becoming increasingly tangled. Ambulance, please allow me to explain. Oh, so you dare to rendezvous with Megatron? No one shall impede me today. I am determined to teach that tin-headed fiend a lesson. The ambulance's voice bore a hint of resolve. Optimus Prime was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. Ambulance, hear me out. But the ambulance had already burst from the conference room, its heart brimming with indignation. It was resolute in delivering a lesson to Megatron, ensuring he could no longer inflict harm upon Optimus Prime. Ambulance, wait. Optimus Prime's tone was laced with urgency. Yet the ambulance had raced from the base, its heart still aflame with fury, determined to confront Megatron and prevent any further injury to Optimus Prime. Ambulance, please calm down. Cloud's voice carried a note of urgency. The ambulance glanced back at Cloud, anger flickering in its eyes. Cloud, are you aware of this matter too? Cloud offered a gentle smile, a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. Ambulance, I comprehend your concern for Optimus Prime, but we must maintain our composure. Megatron and Optimus Prime are currently in a collaborative relationship. We cannot jeopardize this peace due to personal emotions. The ambulance fell silent for a moment, hesitation flickering in its gaze. Very well, but if Megatron dares to threaten Optimus Prime, I shall not let him go unpunished. And you? How could you secretly meet with Megatron without my knowledge? Do you realize the lengths I went to in order to shield Bumblebee and the others from discovering your connection with him? Speak. How will you compensate me? Optimus Prime smiled faintly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you for your discretion, my dear friend. Perhaps I could assist in fostering a connection between you and Jack. It seems he harbors quite an affection for you. The ambulance's face flushed instantly, denying any romantic involvement. No, do not attempt to change the subject. Is that so? Then why the blush? Do not be shy, my dear friend. I will certainly. Before Optimus Prime could finish, he noticed a wrench hurtling toward him. Optimus Prime, halt. Ambulance, remain calm. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Optimus Prime and Megatron continued their quest for the remaining relics of the Iron Fortress, while Cloud and Megatron silently supported them from the shadows, providing assistance. Their tale was far from over. Chapter 20. The Testament of Leadership. After confirming the coordinates of the remaining relics of the Iron Fortress, Optimus Prime and Megatron, each leading their respective teams, set forth to seek the rest of the artifacts. Through their collective efforts, the sacred relics buried across Earth were ultimately unearthed. Moreover, Optimus Prime had heard the call of Master Titanium from the Star Sword, along with information regarding the 4 ultimate keys. Master Titanium, you have finally returned. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with excitement. Optimus, my child, the future of Cybertron rests upon your shoulders. Master Titanium's voice conveyed a sense of anticipation. Upon learning that their homeland could be restored to its former glory, the populace was filled with immense joy. For this purpose, the conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons had endured for many years, but now they could finally cease their hostilities and unite in the endeavor to rejuvenate their homeland. Galvatron, we have at last located all the Cybertronian relics. Together, we can strive to make Cybertron a better place, Optimus Prime expressed with a hint of anticipation. Galvatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of fondness in his gaze. Optimus, I believe we can achieve this. Let us work together to restore Cybertron to its original state. To celebrate this momentous occasion, Optimus decided to host a grand banquet and extended an invitation to Galvatron and others to join. Galvatron was elated, knowing that Orion would surely invite him as well. As the festivities commenced, Galvatron took a seat beside Optimus and engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, others mingled with their companions or friends, basking in the joyful atmosphere. Optimus, I am delighted that we can collaborate to enhance Cybertron. Galvatron's voice bore a touch of tenderness. Optimus smiled gently. Galvatron, I am confident we can accomplish this. Together, we shall restore Cybertron to its former glory. However, in a shadowed corner, Starscream and Soundwave sat, indulging in high-grade energon, observing the jubilant ambience around them. Memories of their partners, Jetfire and Shockwave, surfaced. If that fellow were here, he would undoubtedly be pestering me, urging me to join in his revelry. Wouldn't you agree? Soundwave? Starscream inquired, glancing at Soundwave beside him. Silence enveloped Soundwave as he quietly retreated to the Nemesis. Witnessing Soundwave's departure, Starscream felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was his own weakness that had left Shockwave's fate uncertain, and it was because of him that Jetfire had sacrificed his life to protect him. Do I truly deserve to continue living? I have harmed everyone around me, yet they have never sought retribution. Am I truly worthy of their forgiveness? Starscream pondered, lost in his thoughts. Observing the despondent Starscream and the absent Soundwave, Cloudburst opened a portal for both Shockwave and Jetfire, who remained on Cybertron. Just as Starscream intended to take another sip of energon, a portal appeared behind him, and a transformer stepped through. Scanning the surroundings, the figure's gaze fell upon the petite jet before him. After listening to Starscream's soliloquy, Jetfire responded, Little Red, I have never blamed you. I willingly chose to be the force that protects you, because I cherish you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Starscream turned around, trembling, and upon seeing the beloved figure he had yearned for, tears streamed down his cheeks. Jetfire, Starscream's voice was thick with emotion. Little Red, do not cry. I am here. I have always been here. In the gentle cadence of the celestial flames, he tenderly embraced the red spider, proclaiming, I have never blamed you. I willingly choose to be the strength that guards you, for I cherish you. The red spider clung tightly to the celestial flames, his voice quivering. I thought I would never see you again. A faint smile graced the celestial flames, his gaze imbued with warmth. Little Red, I have always been here. I was merely awaiting the opportune moment to return. The red spider fell into the embrace of the celestial flames, his voice choked with emotion. I am sorry. If not for my weakness, you would not have been cast out by Lord Megatron. Promise me, do not leave me again, will you? The celestial flames smiled softly, his eyes shimmering with affection. Foolish one, how could I ever abandon you? I have always been here and always will be. Little Red, cease your tears. I have returned, and we shall be together once more. Meanwhile, Soundwave had returned to the Nemesis, preparing for work when he encountered his partner. Soundwave, it has been so long. I have returned, came the gentle voice of Shockwave. Soundwave stood in stunned silence, surprise flickering in his eyes. Shockwave, you have returned? Shockwave smiled slightly, his gaze radiating tenderness. Indeed, Soundwave, I am back. I have always been here and always will be. Soundwave approached Shockwave, gratitude lacing his voice. Shockwave, I have missed you dearly. Shockwave gently grasped Soundwave's hand. Soundwave, I have missed you too. We shall be together again. Tears glistened in Soundwave's eyes as he embraced Shockwave. Shockwave, I thought I would never see you again. Shockwave smiled softly, warmth evident in his eyes. Foolish one, how could I ever leave you? I have always been here and always will be. Thus, on this joyous night, the Red Spider and the Celestial Flames, Soundwave and Shockwave were reunited. Their stories began anew under the starlit sky. Optimus, look, our friends have reunited. Megatron's voice carried a note of relief. Optimus smiled gently. Indeed, Megatron. Our future shall undoubtedly be brighter. Optimus, I believe we can restore Cybertron. Megatron spoke with conviction. Optimus smiled slightly. Megatron, I share your confidence. With our united efforts, we shall achieve this goal. Through the collective endeavors of all, Cybertron gradually regained its former splendor. Their tales continued to unfold, heralding the dawn of a new adventure. Optimus and Megatron persistently sought a more favorable resolution, aiming to enhance Cybertron's beauty, while the Red Spider, the Celestial Flames, Soundwave, and Shockwave quietly supported them from behind, providing assistance. Their stories continued to flourish. Chapter 21, The Test of Leadership. After the banquet concluded, Optimus returned to the Autobot base and swiftly commenced the decryption of the location of the Ultimate God Key. Through the relentless efforts of Optimus Prime, the location of the first Ultimate Key was unveiled before the gathered crowd via the information displayed on the screen. The first Ultimate Key was confirmed to be situated in the icy expanse of Antarctica. A hint of excitement colored Optimus Prime's voice. In a bid to prevent Optimus and others from acting in concert, Megatron offered to accompany the leader in the quest for the key. This declaration elicited a variety of reactions from those present. The Decepticons voiced no dissent, while the Autobots erupted in outrage. Megatron, you scoundrel! Have you forsaken all pretense? Brazenly attempting to abduct our leader? Exclaimed Ratchet, his tone laced with indignation. Ratchet, please, calm down. There's no need to let anger consume you. It is detrimental to your health, came the soothing voice of Jolt. With some coaxing from Jolt, Ratchet relented, exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well, but should you dare to harm Optimus, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Megatron offered a slight smile, a glimmer of affection crossing his gaze. Rest assured, Ratchet, I will safeguard Optimus Prime. Thus, Megatron and Optimus embarked on their journey to locate the Ultimate Key, piloting their spacecraft toward the southernmost continent. The two traversed side by side, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile, in the very location where the first Ultimate Key was stored, a figure known as Cloud gazed upon the key, his eyes reflecting a profound significance. He refrained from seizing the key. Instead, he chose to erase the seal that adorned it. This key would determine the fates of Megatron and Optimus Prime. This key holds the power to shape their destinies. Cloud murmured, his voice imbued with gravity. To ascertain the authenticity of Megatron's feelings for Optimus, Cloud employed subtle manipulations on the Ultimate Key. He gently caressed the key, infusing it with an enigmatic force. Should Megatron's emotions prove genuine, he would successfully navigate this trial. Otherwise, he would lose Optimus forever. Cloud's voice resonated with determination. Optimus, we have finally arrived, Megatron declared, excitement threading through his voice. Indeed, we have found the first Ultimate Key. Megatron, it is your turn to retrieve it. Optimus replied with a faint smile. Megatron nodded, stepping forward to extract the Ultimate Key from the stone. The moment his fingers brushed against the key, he was enveloped by a wave of warmth. Is this the key that can grant Cybertron a new lease on life? I can sense an immense power, he mused. Megatron, what is the matter? Optimus inquired, noticing Megatron's sudden stillness, as if he had transformed into a statue. Concern flickered in his eyes. What is happening? Optimus's tone was tinged with worry. He observed Megatron's form trembling slightly, seemingly ensnared in some sort of illusion. Megatron, are you all right? Optimus called out repeatedly, but Megatron offered no response. Optimus Prime gazed at the Ultimate Key clutched in Megatron's hand, his heart brimming with confusion. It was evident that Megatron had succumbed to unconsciousness upon encountering the key. But why? No, I must awaken him. Meanwhile, Yun Tian, observing from the shadows, felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that allowing Optimus Prime to persist in this manner could potentially jeopardize his own plans. My apologies, Optimus Prime. This is a test solely for Megatron. You shall rest for now, Yun Tian whispered. Thus, Yun Tian harnessed his powers to lull Optimus Prime into slumber. He gently caressed Optimus Prime's cheek, assuring him, rest easy, Optimus. Megatron will be fine. Having said this, Yun Tian positioned the slumbering forms of both Optimus Prime and Megatron side by side, a hint of tenderness flickering in his gaze. Megatron, you must pass this trial, or you shall lose Optimus, he uttered with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Just as Yun Tian was about to depart, a new thought crossed his mind. He looked upon the unconscious Optimus Prime, a glimmer of profound significance in his eyes. Optimus, if you were to witness Megatron's true intentions, would you still embrace him? Yun Tian whispered. He then transported Optimus Prime's consciousness into the illusion crafted for Megatron. Gently touching Optimus Prime's forehead, he infused it with a mysterious energy. Let me see if the bond between you two is indeed sincere. If it is not, I shall have to amend my future plans. I will not permit your fates to culminate in tragedy, Yun Tian declared with unwavering resolve. As Yun Tian's power flowed, Megatron's consciousness gradually entered the illusion. He found himself standing in a void, surrounded by a soft luminescence. Where is this? He queried, a note of bewilderment in his voice. This is the realm of illusion. Megatron, here, you shall confront the innermost truths of your heart. Yun Tian's voice echoed through the emptiness. Megatron stood frozen, a flicker of tension in his gaze. He understood that this illusion would dictate his and Optimus Prime's destinies. Megatron, do you truly love Optimus Prime? Yun Tian's tone turned grave. After a brief silence, Megatron responded, Yes, I love him. I've always loved him. Are you willing to forsake everything for his sake? Yun Tian inquired with palpable anticipation. Megatron nodded, his eyes softening. I am willing. As long as he is happy, I would relinquish everything. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Words are easily spoken, Megatron. If you truly love Optimus, then let me witness whether you can relinquish the past. At that moment, the essence of Megatron himself was ensnared by chains. Who is Optimus Prime? Why do I feel this sorrow? He gazed vacantly at the door, ensnared in chains before him. Meanwhile, within the illusionary world crafted by Yun Tian, Megatron was walking down the aisle towards the altar with Orion. At long last, we can be together forever, my Lord Yun Tian. The gentle voice of Aolane filled Lord Yun Tian with exhilaration. Indeed, Aolane, today marks our most significant day. A note of anticipation tinged Lord Yun Tian's voice. My Lord Yun Tian, you look truly magnificent today, which brings me great comfort. Aolane spoke with a hint of tenderness. Aolane, you are truly beautiful today. It is my honor to be your partner. Lord Yun Tian replied with a hint of affection. My Lord Yun Tian, could you grant me a request? A note of eagerness colored Aolane's voice. Of course, my Aolane, came Lord Yun Tian's soft reply. At that moment, Optimus Prime suddenly appeared before them. Upon seeing Lord Yun Tian, Optimus approached, only to be shoved back by Lord Yun Tian. Who are you? Why are you here? Why are you impersonating Aolane? Lord Yun Tian's voice bristled with anger. Lord Yun Tian, I am Optimus Prime. You just fainted, and I was trying to awaken you. Optimus's voice was laced with urgency. My Lord Yun Tian, do not listen to him. We have vowed to be together forever, and I have always been by your side. Aolane's voice was imbued with temptation. Aolane speaks the truth. I have always been here. Do not let this impostor tear us apart. Lord Yun Tian asserted with unwavering resolve. My Lord Yun Tian, do not heed him. We have promised to be together for eternity. You were never unconscious. I have always been by your side. Aolane's voice beckoned with allure. Lord Yun Tian, have you truly forgotten me? We have painstakingly restored our original bond. You once said that you cherished the union of Optimus Prime and Aolane rather than mere individuality. Optimus's voice bore a painful edge. I am Lord Yun Tian, no wait. I am Lord Wei Yun Tian. Who am I? Lord Yun Tian found himself engulfed in confusion. Sensing the turmoil within him, Aolane embraced Lord Yun Tian, whispering seductively into his ear, You are Lord Yun Tian, belonging solely to Aolane. Eliminate this interloper before you, for our happiness. Aolane's voice was like an incantation, ensnaring Lord Yun Tian further. Indeed, I must eradicate anyone who obstructs our happiness. You, impostor, shall perish. Lord Yun Tian launched an immediate assault on Optimus Prime. Caught off guard, Optimus was swiftly wounded by Lord Yun Tian's blade, who continued his relentless assault, while Optimus offered no counterattack, only defense. Lord Yun Tian, throughout our journey, we have faced countless battles, and our bond has transcended mere friendship. We have laughed and worked together. Have you truly forgotten it all? Optimus struck Lord Yun Tian squarely in the face, forcing him to stagger back, loosening the chains of confusion in his heart. Let us return together, Lord Yun Tian. The voice of Optimus Prime resonated with a hint of anticipation. All right, let's return together. Megatron's tone conveyed a sense of relief. The two joined forces to unlock the door ensnared by chains. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime also heard the voice of Cloud. He gazed at Megatron before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Optimus Prime, do you perceive Megatron's true intentions? Are you willing to accept him? Cloud's voice held a trace of hope. After a moment of silence, Optimus replied, I am willing. I love him, and I believe his feelings are genuine. Cloud smiled faintly. Excellent, Optimus. Your bond is sincere. Consequently, Cloud dispelled the power of the illusion. Optimus and Megatron gradually emerged from the dreamlike state, discovering themselves lying in a snowy expanse, surrounded by silence. Megatron, are you all right? Optimus inquired with concern. Megatron smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting tenderness. I am unharmed, Optimus. I have passed the trial. Optimus nodded. I, too, have witnessed your sincerity, Megatron. I am willing to strive alongside you for the future of Cybertron. Megatron responded with a gentle smile, a glimmer of affection in his gaze. Optimus, I shall remain by your side. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Optimus and Megatron continued their quest for the remaining ultimate keys, while Cloud silently supported them from the shadows. Their story was far from over. Together, we shall make Cybertron a better place, Optimus declared with conviction. Indeed, Optimus, we shall endeavor together, Megatron replied with anticipation. I will always be with you. Cloud's voice was laced with warmth. Their tale continued. Chapter 22. The test of leadership. Upon returning to the Autobot base with the first ultimate key, Megatron reluctantly bid farewell to Optimus. After all, he was now a leader himself and could not delegate all responsibilities to Soundwave and Starscream. Otherwise, Optimus would surely perceive him as a tyrant. Optimus, I must return to the Nemesis. Our collaboration has only just begun, and much remains to be accomplished, Megatron expressed with a hint of regret. Optimus smiled gently, his eyes reflecting understanding. Megatron, I know. We shall persist in our efforts to enhance Cybertron. The two exchanged a firm handshake, their gazes filled with hope for the future. Megatron promptly returned to the Nemesis. However, as he opened the door, he encountered the interaction between Starscream and Jetfire. Starscream, what are you two up to? Megatron's voice carried a note of seriousness. Starscream immediately stood up from Jetfire, pulling the latter up from the ground. Lord Megatron. We were doing nothing. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Megatron's piercing gaze. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Megatron's eyes, sending a chill through Black Arachnia. Lord Megatron, this is not Little Red's fault. If punishment is required, then let it fall upon me, Inferno stated firmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Black Arachnia. Megatron smiled slightly, a hint of cruelty in his gaze. Is that so? I recall that Black Arachnia has never harbored genuine feelings for you. To her, you are merely a source of amusement. Inferno was taken aback. He turned to look at Black Arachnia, his eyes filled with hope, yearning for her to declare that Megatron was lying. Megatron observed this exchange, refraining from further comment, as he had subtly suggested that Black Arachnia cooperate with him. He was genuinely invested in fostering the romance between his subordinates. Black Arachnia did not disappoint him and expressed her true feelings to Inferno. Inferno, Lord Megatron speaks the truth. I once lacked genuine feelings for you, but that is a matter of the past. Now, I recognize your importance to me. I will no longer abandon you. We are destined to be together forever. Her voice carried a resolute tone. Inferno stood in stunned silence, his wings trembling with emotion. He gazed at Black Arachnia, surprise flickering in his eyes. Little Red, do you truly feel this way? Yes, Inferno. I have hurt you in the past, but now, I cannot bear the thought of you leaving my side. I like you. Her voice trembled, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Inferno was momentarily speechless, a faint blush gracing his faceplate. He looked at Black Arachnia, astonishment illuminating his eyes. Really? Black Arachnia nodded, warmth radiating from her gaze. Indeed, I like you. I will not abandon you. We are meant to be together forever. Inferno felt a surge of joy as he looked at Black Arachnia, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Black Arachnia, I like you too. Can we truly be together? She smiled softly, a hint of affection in her eyes. Of course, Inferno. I will always be by your side. Megatron observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. He approached and gently patted Black Arachnia's shoulder. Black Arachnia, you and Inferno will seek the second ultimate key. Can you accomplish this? They exchanged determined glances, resolute in their commitment. We will complete the task, Lord Megatron. Megatron nodded approvingly. Excellent. I believe you can achieve this. Remember, No matter the challenges you face, always support one another. Black Arachnia and Inferno nodded, their faces radiant with confidence. We will, Lord Megatron. Thus, Black Arachnia and Inferno embarked on their quest for the second ultimate key, while Megatron returned to his chamber to contemplate the next phase of his plans. Lord Megatron, the coordinates for the second key have been deciphered. Soundwave's voice interrupted Megatron's thoughts. Megatron smiled slightly. Excellent, Soundwave. You maintain communication with Red Spider and are ever ready to provide assistance. Soundwave nodded. As you command, Lord Megatron. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime was also preparing for the impending operation. He gazed at the ultimate key in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. Cloud Sky. The location of the second ultimate key has been confirmed. What shall we do next? Optimus Prime's voice carried a hint of eagerness. Cloud Sky smiled gently. Optimus, we shall continue our efforts. As long as we unite in purpose, we will surely locate all the ultimate keys and restore Cybertron. Optimus Prime nodded. I believe we can achieve this. For the future of Cybertron, we shall persevere. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Red Spider and Jetfire encountered numerous hardships and challenges while searching for the second ultimate key. Yet, they consistently supported and encouraged one another, ultimately succeeding in their quest. Lord Megatron, we have discovered the second ultimate key, Red Spider exclaimed with excitement. Megatron smiled slightly. Excellent, Red Spider. You have performed admirably. Now that we have secured 2 ultimate keys, we are one step closer to restoring Cybertron. Red Spider and Jetfire exchanged confident glances, their faces alight with determination. Lord Megatron, we will continue our efforts. They then returned to the Nemesis with the second ultimate key. Megatron surveyed the 2 ultimate keys in his possession, filled with anticipation. Optimus, we have obtained 2 ultimate keys. Now, let us press on in our endeavors. Megatron's voice was infused with expectation. Optimus smiled subtly. Megatron, I believe we can accomplish this. For the future of Cybertron, we shall persist. And thus, a new adventure unfolded. Megatron and Optimus Prime continued their quest to find the remaining ultimate keys, while Red Spider and Jetfire quietly supported them from behind. Their saga was far from over. Chapter 23, The Testament of Leadership. The night enveloped the Autobot base in silence. At this moment, Optimus Prime was deciphering the coordinates of the third ultimate key, his gaze fixated on the information displayed on the screen, yet he made no progress. How could this be? Why is this information comprised solely of fragments? And who is that indistinct figure? Optimus furrowed his brow, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. As Optimus pondered, Ratchet approached his side. The concern in Ratchet's voice was evident. Optimus, it is quite late. You should take a rest. Optimus shook his head. Ratchet, I cannot rest yet. I must swiftly decipher the location of the third key. Before Optimus could finish his thought, Ratchet initiated forced hibernation. Ratchet's tone was serious. Optimus, I understand your thoughts, but you must rest. We cannot afford to lose you. The following day, the Autobot base detected an escape pod. Optimus Prime swiftly led Bumblebee and the others across the land bridge to the designated landing site of the escape pod. Gazing at the already opened pod adorned with the Decepticon insignia, Optimus felt no sense of despair. Instead, he ventured into the surrounding woods. Bumblebee, puzzled, inquired whether Optimus had uncovered something. Indeed, Bumblebee, I sense the power of the ultimate key nearby, Optimus replied, his tone imbued with anticipation. At that moment, Smokescreen, hidden behind a tree, emerged upon hearing Optimus's voice. Bumblebee and the others immediately aimed their weapons at him, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Who are you? Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Bumblebee's voice carried a hint of caution. Smokescreen raised his hands, his voice tinged with nervousness. Please do not be alarmed. It was not my intention, and I'm also an Autobot. Soldier, what is your name? Questioned Optimus, his tone serious. I am Smokescreen, Commander Optimus, he replied respectfully. Observing Smokescreen before him, Optimus recalled the shadowy figure he had encountered while deciphering the third key. A flicker of curiosity crossed his gaze. Could you share with me your role back on Cybertron? Smokescreen nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I was responsible for protecting Master Ironhide at the Iron Fortress. Optimus was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. You once served under Master Ironhide? Smokescreen affirmed with a nod, his voice filled with eagerness. Yes, Commander Optimus. Master Ironhide is one of the individuals I hold in the highest regard. He imparted invaluable lessons to me. He was a remarkable figure, always teaching me to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Optimus smiled faintly. Smokescreen, you have done well. Now, we require your assistance. Do you know the whereabouts of the third ultimate key? Smokescreen shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his features. I do not know its precise location, but I recall Master Ironhide once saying that the power of the ultimate key would guide us to it. Optimus nodded. You are correct, Smokescreen. The power of the ultimate key will lead us to it. Bumblebee, let us continue our search for clues. Bumblebee nodded in agreement. Understood, Optimus. Thus, Optimus, along with Bumblebee and Smokescreen, resumed their quest through the woods for clues regarding the third ultimate key. They advanced cautiously, wary of missing any potential leads. Smokescreen occasionally shared insights about the Iron Fortress and Master Ironhide, instilling Optimus with renewed confidence in their search for the ultimate key. Optimus, look there, Bumblebee exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice. Following Bumblebee's pointing finger, Optimus beheld a stone emanating a faint glow. He approached and gently touched the stone. This is the power of the ultimate key. It is guiding us, Optimus declared, his voice filled with exhilaration. Smokescreen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Commander Optimus. Following the force that guided them, they were certain to discover the third ultimate divine key. Thus, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen advanced toward the radiant glow emanating from the stone. They traversed the woods and crossed a brook, ultimately arriving at a secluded valley. A mysterious aura enveloped the valley, where silence reigned, interrupted only by the whispers of the wind. Is this the location of the third ultimate divine key? Bumblebee inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Optimus Prime nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Bumblebee. The power of the ultimate divine key has led us here. Smokescreen stepped forward, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of reverence. There's a familiar sensation here, as if I have been here before. Optimus Prime smiled gently. Smokescreen, you may have once safeguarded Master Titanium in this very place. The power of the ultimate divine key will guide us to it. We merely need to have faith. With that, the trio commenced their search for the traces of the ultimate divine key within the valley. They proceeded with utmost caution, wary of overlooking any clues. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a concealed cave deep within the valley. Look there, Smokescreen exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee followed the direction of Smokescreen's finger, spotting a faint glow at the entrance of the cave. Optimus Prime smiled slightly. This is the power of the ultimate divine key. It is guiding us. As they entered the cave, a sense of mystery enveloped them. They advanced along the passageway, eventually reaching a spacious underground chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a key radiating a golden light. This is the third ultimate divine key, Optimus Prime declared, his voice imbued with exhilaration. Bumblebee approached, gently touching the key, his eyes filled with awe. Can this key truly restore Cybertron? Optimus Prime nodded. Yes, Bumblebee. As long as we secure all 4 ultimate divine keys, we can rejuvenate Cybertron. Smokescreen smiled knowingly. Optimus, let us swiftly return the key. I believe Megatron and the Decepticons will also discover their ultimate divine key. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. Indeed, Smokescreen. Together, we shall strive to make Cybertron a better place. Thus, Optimus Prime, accompanied by Bumblebee and Smokescreen, embarked on their journey back to the Autobot base. Throughout their return, anticipation and hope filled their hearts. They were convinced that through their collective efforts, Cybertron would surely regain its former glory. Upon reaching the Autobot base, Optimus Prime presented the third ultimate divine key to Jetfire. Jetfire received the key, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Well done, Optimus. Now we possess 3 ultimate divine keys. Ratchet nodded. Optimus, where shall we head next? Optimus Prime smiled slightly. Next, we shall continue our quest for the final ultimate divine key. I am confident that together, we will usher in a new hope for Cybertron. Thus, a new adventure began to unfold. Optimus Prime and Megatron continue their relentless quest for the ultimate key, while Skyfire, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen quietly lend their support from behind the scenes. Their saga persists, and together they shall strive to enhance Cybertron's future. A note of determination resonated in Optimus Prime's voice. Indeed, Optimus, we shall endeavor together, Megatron replied, his tone imbued with anticipation. We will always stand by your side. Skyfire's voice conveyed a gentle warmth. We shall grow stronger to safeguard one another, asserted Bumblebee and Smokescreen with unwavering resolve. Their tale continues. Chapter 24. The test of leadership. The arrival of Smokescreen infused new vitality into the Autobot base. To commemorate his joining, a grand welcome celebration was organized. The base resonated with laughter and joy as everyone expressed their delight at the arrival of this new ally. However, Smokescreen found himself somewhat bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. He stood amidst the crowd, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet, he soon acclimated to the atmosphere, a smile gracing his visage. "Welcome to our ranks, Smokescreen," exclaimed Ratchet with enthusiasm. "Thank you, Ratchet. I am thrilled to be part of the Autobots," Smokescreen replied, his voice tinged with eagerness. After the festivities concluded, all returned to their quarters to rest. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime sat in his room, lost in contemplation. His gaze was fixed upon the ultimate key on the table, his heart brimming with questions. Why did Master Ultra Magnus choose to have Smokescreen remain by my side? Does he wish for Smokescreen to succeed me as the next Autobot leader? Optimus furrowed his brow, his mind clouded with uncertainty. After a moment of reflection, Optimus pondered that Master Ultra Magnus might indeed harbor such intentions. He recalled the words of his mentor, "Optimus, you shall become a great leader, but one day, you will need an heir." Could Smokescreen be that successor? The notion flickered in Optimus's mind, and he shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. Yet, he understood that every decision made by Master Ultra Magnus held profound significance. "Regardless, I shall do my utmost to aid Smokescreen's growth," Optimus silently vowed. He resolved to take a more active role in Smokescreen's development, even personally guiding him. The following day, Optimus approached Smokescreen, a seriousness glinting in his eyes. "Smokescreen, I have matters to teach you." Taken aback, Smokescreen's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Commander Optimus, what will you teach me?" With a gentle smile, Optimus responded, "I will instruct you on how to become a worthy Autobot leader. You possess the potential, and I believe you can achieve it." Smokescreen nodded earnestly. "Commander Optimus, I will strive to meet your expectations." In the face of Optimus's guidance, Smokescreen felt an exhilarating rush. His eyes sparkled with a fervent thirst for knowledge and experience. Each lesson proved invaluable. Gratefully, he looked at Optimus and said, "Thank you for your mentorship, Commander Optimus. I shall endeavor to study diligently and not disappoint your expectations." However, Bumblebee, raised under the aegis of Optimus Prime, found himself discontented. He perceived that ever since Smokescreen's arrival, Optimus's attentions had seemingly shifted towards this newcomer. A sense of jealousy enveloped Bumblebee. He was unwilling to see his standing compromised. "Optimus, why do you always focus on that newcomer, Smokescreen? I am your right-hand ally." Bumblebee's tone bore a hint of discontent. Optimus smiled gently, a glimmer of affection in his gaze. "Bumblebee, I understand your feelings. Yet, Smokescreen possesses significant potential. I believe he can become a valuable asset to our team. His capabilities and experience are indispensable, and rest assured, I will always support you." Bumblebee shook his head, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "Optimus, I sense something amiss with Smokescreen. He occupies a Decepticon escape pod. If he were truly an Autobot, why would he choose a Decepticon escape pod?" Ratchet and the others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting confusion. Smokescreen's expression shifted slightly, a trace of anxiety crossing his features. "Bumblebee, please refrain from making wild accusations." Optimus's voice took on a serious tone. "Smokescreen is our friend, and I trust him." Yet Bumblebee persisted, his voice laced with skepticism. "Ratchet, do you genuinely believe Smokescreen is an Autobot? He is using a Decepticon escape pod." Ratchet paused, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. "Bumblebee, you raise a valid point. Why would Smokescreen utilize a Decepticon escape pod?" Other Autobots began to murmur their agreement, their gazes now fixed on Smokescreen. Confusion enveloped him. He was unaware of the unfolding situation. "Smokescreen, why were you in a Decepticon escape pod?" Ratchet's tone remained serious. Smokescreen hesitated, a veil of uncertainty clouding his expression. I do not know. I was trapped on Cybertron and had no choice but to opt for the nearest escape pod." Bumblebee scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Trapped on Cybertron? Then why did you not select an Autobot escape pod?" Smokescreen fell silent for a moment. "Because I had no options. That escape pod was the only means to extricate myself from Cybertron." Ratchet and the others exchanged glances, their expressions now tinged with skepticism. Smokescreen recognized the urgency of his need to clarify his position, lest he be deemed a spy. I was captured by the Decepticons and confined within an abandoned base. When I discovered the escape pod, time was of the essence. I had no choice but to select the nearest escape pod, hoping to find traces of the Autobots. Smokescreen explained, his voice tinged with resignation. After a brief silence, understanding dawned upon Ratchet and the others. Ratchet smiled gently, his tone warm. Smokescreen, I believe you. You did well. Nonetheless, Bumblebee remained unconvinced, a glimmer of stubbornness in his eyes. Optimus, let the two of us engage in a contest. Allow me to ascertain whether Smokescreen deserves to remain. Optimus Prime paused, a hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze. Bumblebee, this may not be the best course of action. Bumblebee shook his head resolutely. Brother Optimus, I believe this is the most prudent approach. If Smokescreen indeed poses a problem, we cannot permit him to stay. After a moment of silence, a trace of hesitation crossed Optimus Prime's countenance. Ultimately, he nodded. Very well, Bumblebee. However, the competition must be fair and just. Bumblebee smiled faintly. Of course, Brother Optimus. I shall ensure Smokescreen proves his worth. Thus, an exhilarating competition commenced at the Autobot base, centered around the quest for energy cubes concealed in the vicinity. Bumblebee and Smokescreen stood at the starting line, their expressions grave. Are you prepared? Optimus Prime's voice resonated with anticipation. They both nodded, determination etched upon their faces. Begin. The excitement in Optimus Prime's tone was palpable. The contest was underway, with Bumblebee and Smokescreen swiftly embarking on their search. They traversed every nook and cranny of the base in pursuit of the hidden energy cubes. Bumblebee's speed was remarkable, and he quickly discovered one energy cube. Not to be outdone, Smokescreen utilized his keen perceptive abilities to uncover another cube. Bumblebee, do not underestimate me, Smokescreen exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. I will not let you triumph, Bumblebee retorted stubbornly. The two engaged in a spirited chase, the competition reaching an intense climax. In the end, Smokescreen, through his intelligence and courage, located the final energy cube. He raised it triumphantly, a victorious smile illuminating his face. I have won. His voice rang with excitement. Bumblebee stood momentarily stunned, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This is impossible. Optimus Prime approached. Bumblebee, Smokescreen has performed admirably. He has demonstrated his capabilities. After a brief silence, Bumblebee's expression softened with acceptance. Very well, Brother Optimus. I trust in Smokescreen's abilities. Smokescreen offered a grateful smile, appreciation gleaming in his eyes. Thank you both. I shall strive to do my best. Thus, a new adventure unfolded. Optimus Prime and Megatron continued their quest for the ultimate key, while Smokescreen quietly supported them from behind. Their tale persisted. Together, we shall make Cybertron a better place, Optimus Prime declared with conviction. Indeed, Optimus. We shall labor side by side. Megatron responded with hopeful anticipation. We will always stand by you, Soundwave added gently. We will grow stronger, protecting one another. Bumblebee and Smokescreen affirmed resolutely. Their story continued to unfold. Chapter 25. The Test of Leadership. Once the barriers were dismantled, Bumblebee and Smokescreen quickly bonded, their relationship deepening significantly. Observing the two young individuals before him, who harbored the potential to become the next leaders of the Autobots, Optimus Prime felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Bumblebee, Smokescreen, you have performed admirably. I have faith that you will evolve into exceptional Autobots, he said, his tone laced with encouragement. Exchanging glances, Bumblebee and Smokescreen broke into joyful smiles. Bumblebee, with a slight grin, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Optimus. We will strive to meet your expectations. Smokescreen nodded in agreement, Commander Optimus. I will endeavor to become a leader of whom you can be proud. Just then, the base detected a communication signal from an Autobot. This is Autobot Outpost 1. State your name, soldier. Optimus's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Commander, this is Cosmos. I am en route to Earth to rendezvous with you. Came the voice through the communicator. I shall dispatch someone to retrieve you, old friend, replied Optimus, his tone softening with relief. Upon hearing that Cosmos was coming to Earth, Cloudburst smiled faintly and approached Optimus, saying, Optimus, you are well aware of Cosmos's nature. Ensure he adjusts his dogmatism, or it may adversely affect the team. Optimus nodded. A flicker of understanding in his gaze. I am aware, Cloudburst. Cosmos can be rather rigid, but I believe he will acclimate to this environment. Cloudburst smiled gently. I I trust you, Optimus. You always find the most effective solutions. As Cloudburst prepared to rest, he suddenly remembered that the final key was hidden within Smokescreen. Smokescreen, hello. May I have a word with you? Cloudburst's voice was imbued with warmth. Smokescreen appeared taken aback, a glimmer of caution in his eyes. Who are you? Your name is not on the list of leaders provided to me by Master Titanium. Optimus stepped forward with a gentle smile. Smokescreen, do not be disrespectful. This is Cloudburst. He saved the day and has been a steadfast ally. Smokescreen nodded, a flicker of remorse crossing his features. I apologize, Cloudburst. I was unaware you were a friend of Commander Optimus. No need to worry, Smokescreen, Cloudburst replied, his gaze softening. But are you aware that you possess the ultimate key within you? Smokescreen was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. What? You mean the final ultimate key is within me? But I had no idea. Optimus smiled gently, a look of understanding in his eyes. Do not fret. This must be Master Titanium's acknowledgement of you. Otherwise, why would he entrust you with the key to restoring Cybertron? After a moment of silence, Smokescreen's eyes reflected a hint of self-reproach. So, Master Titanium recognized me long ago, yet I failed to protect him. Observing Smokescreen's descent into guilt, Optimus approached him and lightly patted his shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Master Titanium will surely be fine. Smokescreen nodded. You are right, Commander Optimus. However, how can I extract the ultimate divine key from within me? Yun Tian smiled faintly, a flicker of confidence glimmering in his eyes. Leave it to me. Do not worry. It shall not hurt at all. Upon finishing his words, Yun Tian produced a phase shifter and gently touched the body of Yinmu. With a faint glimmer of light, the final ultimate divine key was extracted from Yinmu's being. All done, Yinmu. The ultimate divine key has been retrieved. Yun Tian spoke with a hint of relief in his voice. Yinmu nodded, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Commander Optimus Prime and Yun Tian. Optimus Prime smiled slightly. Now we have gathered all the ultimate divine keys. The future of Cybertron lies in our hands. Optimus Prime, shouldn't you share this good news with Megatron? Yun Tian teased lightly. You are right. I shall contact him immediately. Optimus Prime promptly established a communication link with Megatron. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Megatron gazed at Shockwave with a look of bewilderment. Shockwave, welcome back. I thought you had perished on Cybertron. Shockwave smiled subtly, a serious glint in his eyes. To declare my death without dispatching a rescue team is illogical. Megatron smiled faintly, a touch of indifference in his gaze. Starscream, it is astonishing that you did not send a rescue team, leaving my scientists stranded on Cybertron. Starscream was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. The space bridge exploded at that time. I presumed you had perished. That is rather illogical. Shockwave's voice carried an air of coldness. Shockwave, how then did you return to the Nemesis? Starscream just mentioned the explosion of the space bridge. By what means did you manage to come back? Megatron's tone held a note of inquiry. I was engaged in research when a portal to the space bridge appeared behind me. Was it not you who activated the sound wave to open the space bridge? Shockwave's voice bore a touch of curiosity. At that moment, Jetfire entered the conference room. Upon hearing Shockwave's words, Jetfire expressed his belief that it was indeed Soundwave who activated the terrestrial bridge, allowing him to reunite with Starscream. Soundwave, did you indeed open the space bridge? Megatron's voice took on a serious tone. Soundwave smiled slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lord Megatron, I did not open the space bridge. However, I am certain this is the work of Yun Tian. Megatron was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes. Yun Tian? He possesses the capability to open the space bridge? Soundwave nodded, his voice imbued with certainty. Yes, Lord Megatron. Yun Tian's powers are considerable. He may very well be the only one capable of standing against you. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion crossing his gaze. Yun Tian, who exactly are you? After a brief silence, doubt clouded Megatron's expression. What could this possibly mean? Is there someone covertly aiding us? At that moment, Megatron's communicator chimed. He promptly activated the device, declaring, "This is Megatron. Speak. Megatron, we have located the final ultimate key." Optimus Prime's voice resonated with a hint of excitement. Megatron paused, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Is that true? Optimus Prime, have you truly found the last ultimate key? Optimus nodded, his voice imbued with anticipation. Indeed, Megatron. We have discovered the last ultimate key. Now, We merely need to unite the 4 ultimate keys to restore Cybertron. A subtle smile graced Megatron's lips. Excellent, Optimus. I shall immediately bring the Decepticons to your location. Together, we will mend Cybertron. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Optimus and Megatron diligently sought the means to repair Cybertron, while Skyfire, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen quietly supported them from the shadows. Their saga continued. We shall collectively enhance Cybertron, Optimus affirmed with resolve. Yes, Optimus. We shall strive together, Megatron responded, his tone laced with eagerness. We will always stand by you. Skyfire's voice radiated warmth. We shall grow stronger to protect one another, Bumblebee and Smokescreen echoed, their voices steadfast. Their tale persisted. Chapter 26. The test of leadership. Skyfire finally arrived on Earth. Optimus personally greeted his old friend at the designated meeting place. Upon their reunion, Skyfire immediately inquired about the collaboration agreement with Megatron. Commander Optimus, I heard during my travels through the cosmos that you have forged a partnership with Megatron. Is that true? Skyfire's tone was tinged with curiosity. Optimus smiled gently. Yes, Skyfire, the war that has raged for millennia has come to an end. Moreover, we have discovered the means to restore Cybertron. We can soon return home. Skyfire was taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Are you serious? Can Cybertron truly be restored? Optimus nodded, his voice resolute. Certainly, my old friend. Come, let us return to the base. Very well, Commander Optimus, Skyfire replied with a nod. As they journeyed, they engaged in extensive conversation. Optimus advised Skyfire to communicate openly with his teammates, avoiding a rigid demeanor. Upon hearing Optimus's words, Skyfire nodded, indicating his willingness to adapt. Commander Optimus, I will endeavor to change. Thank you for your guidance, Skyfire spoke earnestly. Optimus smiled softly. I believe you can achieve that, Skyfire. Meanwhile, Megatron was preparing to journey to the Autobot base with the 2 ultimate keys in his possession, his heart brimming with anticipation. Optimus, we shall soon return home. We can finally fulfill our prior promise. At that moment, he once again heard the voice of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron, we meet again. Megatron was taken aback, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze. Cosmic Emperor, why do you persistently pursue me? The Cosmic Emperor's voice dripped with sarcasm. The dark energy within you belongs to me. Surely you have not forgotten. At that instant, Megatron recalled the words of Yun Tian. The dark super energy within you cannot be entirely eradicated. The Cosmic Emperor will undoubtedly seek you out again. He raised his head, gazing at the Cosmic Emperor, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Cosmic Emperor, what is it that you require of me? We may discuss this civilly. The Cosmic Emperor smiled slightly. I wish to meet that child named Yun Tian, who stands beside Optimus Prime. I require your assistance. Yun Tian? Megatron's voice carried a note of confusion. Indeed, for he is my child. Though he does not belong to this world, he remains my progeny, and I wish to converse with him. The Cosmic Emperor's tone brimmed with anticipation. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a struggle flickering in his eyes. Very well. I will aid you, but do not entertain thoughts of harming Optimus Prime. The Cosmic Emperor nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. Of course, for we are now allies. But do you truly believe you can remain with Optimus Prime indefinitely? He is the final apostle of the primordial celestial, and ultimately, he will depart from you upon fulfilling his destiny. A pang of anguish flashed through Megatron's heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. I understand, of course I do, but I cannot free Optimus Prime from his mission. I can only stand by him, protect him, and support him. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with temptation. No, if you are willing to become my successor, you shall possess the power to alter the future, to master the forces of darkness. Everything you desire, including that which dwells in your heart, will be within your grasp. Power to alter the future. Can I truly possess such power? Megatron's voice bore a hint of confusion. Indeed, as long as you accept my power and become the new Dark God, you shall attain such strength. However, if you refuse, you will simply watch your beloved depart from you. The Cosmic Emperor's tone grew icy. Megatron's heart was rife with turmoil. He did not wish for Optimus Prime to leave him, nor did he want him to bear responsibilities and burdens not meant for him. Yet he knew that with his current strength, he was wholly incapable of preventing it. Then embrace my power, become the new god of destruction, and annihilate anyone or anything that seeks to keep you apart. The Cosmic Emperor's voice was laced with seduction. Megatron fell silent, his heart awash with contradiction. He understood that accepting the Cosmic Emperor's power would lead him down an irrevocable path, yet he could not bear the thought of losing Optimus Prime. He was at a loss for what to do. Megatron, have you made up your mind to accept my power? The Cosmic Emperor's voice was imbued with allure. Megatron raised his head, stating, I require time to ponder, Cosmic Emperor. This is not a decision to be made lightly. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Of course, you may contemplate. However, time waits for no one, Megatron. Should you miss this opportunity, the power to alter the future will elude you forever. Megatron nodded, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. I understand, Cosmic Emperor. I shall reach a decision promptly. The Cosmic Emperor smiled slightly, his tone laced with anticipation. Megatron, I have faith that you will arrive at the correct choice. Only by becoming my successor can you realize your aspirations. Standing still, Megatron was engulfed in a storm of conflicting emotions. He recognized the gravity of his choice, yet he understood that a decision must be made. He did not wish to lose Optimus Prime, nor did he desire to tread a path of no return. Optimus, how should I choose? I do not wish to lose you, nor do I want to become a puppet of the Cosmic Emperor. Yet now, the only way to protect you is to accept the Emperor's power. What shall I do? A trace of uncertainty colored Megatron's voice. Megatron, do not be swayed by the Cosmic Emperor's might. I believe you can overcome his power. You are the hero in my heart. Optimus's voice resonated deeply within Megatron, dispelling his doubts. Megatron lifted his head, gazing at the Cosmic Emperor before him, his eyes now shining with determination. No, I shall not accept your power. I will not become your successor. I shall protect Optimus Prime in my own manner and safeguard our future. The Cosmic Emperor was taken aback, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Megatron, have you truly made your decision? Megatron nodded resolutely. Yes, I have decided. I do not require your power. I only need Optimus. The Cosmic Emperor let out a cold laugh, his form gradually dissipating. Very well, Megatron. You will come to regret this. Megatron watched the spot where the Cosmic Emperor had vanished, his heart filled with unwavering resolve. No, I shall never regret it. I will protect Optimus Prime in my own way and guard our future. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime returned to the Autobot base with Cosmos. He introduced Cosmos to the other Autobots, who greeted this new member with enthusiastic warmth. Welcome to our ranks, Cosmos, said Ratchet, his voice imbued with enthusiasm. Cosmos smiled gently. Thank you, Ratchet. I am delighted to be a part of the Autobots. Optimus Prime smiled slightly. Cosmos, I believe you will become one of us. We are a team, and only through unity can we achieve peace. Cosmos nodded. Commander Optimus, I will strive to do my best. Thus, a new adventure unfolded, with Megatron heading to the Autobot base, armed with 2 ultimate keys to join forces with Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Thundercracker, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen silently supported them from the shadows. Their story continues, as they endeavor together to make Cybertron a better place. The voice of Optimus Prime resonated with unwavering determination. Indeed, Optimus Prime, we shall strive together. Megatron's voice, laced with anticipation, echoed, we shall always stand by your side. Starscream's voice carried a touch of tenderness. We will grow stronger and protect one another. Bumblebee and Smokescreen spoke with resolute conviction. Their tale continues. Chapter 27. The Testament of Leadership after rejecting the notion of becoming the heir to the Universal Emperor. Megatron was engulfed in vigilance. He understood that the Universal Emperor's desire to meet Starscream was undoubtedly malevolent. In an instant, the Emperor's fury erupted as he seized Megatron, a torrent of power surging into him. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Megatron struggled in agony, his body eroding under the onslaught of dark energy, the torment rendering him almost breathless. Oh, is that so? I am eager to see how long you can endure. The voice of the Universal Emperor dripped with mockery as he intensified his grip, awakening all the dormant dark energy within Megatron. A sharp pain blurred Megatron's consciousness. Yet he resolutely refused to surrender, declaring, I shall not yield. Just as the Universal Emperor prepared to obliterate Megatron entirely, a brilliant light pierced the darkness. Shockwave, wielding the Soul Reaver, arrived to rescue him with formidable strength. Megatron, are you all right? Shockwave inquired with genuine concern. I'm well, Shockwave. Thank you for saving me. Megatron replied, his voice tinged with fragility, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Shockwave, it has been too long. Now that you have returned, I hope you will continue to serve me, the Universal Emperor expressed with hopeful anticipation. Megatron offered a faint smile. Shockwave. You must take the ultimate key to the Autobot base and rendezvous with Optimus Prime. I will hold them off. However, as Megatron began to voice further thoughts, he was interrupted by Shockwave. Enough. Hurry and leave. Shockwave's tone was grave. Nodding, Megatron swiftly retrieved the ultimate key from the ground, transforming into his vehicle mode and departing the punishment. Neither of you will escape. The Universal Emperor's words barely left his lips before his assault was unleashed upon them. Megatron immediately braced himself with the Soul Reaver, a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes. Megatron, go. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Optimus Prime anxiously awaited Megatron's arrival. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of anguish emanating from the Allspark, worry flickering in his eyes. Ratchet, locate Megatron's signal. Optimus Prime urged with urgency. Ratchet promptly activated the base's scanning equipment, but after an extended period of searching, there was still no sign of Megatron's life signal. Ratchet, have you not yet detected Megatron's signal? Optimus Prime's voice was tinged with anxiety. I'm sorry, Optimus. I have done all I can. It seems Megatron. Ratchet's voice bore a hint of helplessness. No, the absence of a signal merely indicates that he has encountered some difficulties. He is not in danger. Megatron's voice bore a hint of tremor as he called out, Optimus. The sound of the ambulance carried a note of concern. Ambulance, tell me that Megatron will be fine. One to you? Optimus' voice held a glimmer of hope. Optimus, please remain calm. Perhaps Megatron will arrive shortly. Came the soothing tones of the ambulance. Under the comfort provided by the ambulance, Optimus gradually regained his composure. Just then a familiar voice echoed from behind. Optimus, I have come with the key. Filled with anticipation, Optimus turned around only to find Megatron, his body marred with wounds. Shock surged through him as he exclaimed, Megatron, how could you have come to this? Megatron smiled faintly, his voice laced with weakness. Optimus, I promised I would never betray your trust. I am here to fulfill our pact. Enough. You must not speak. I will take you to receive treatment, Optimus urged with urgency. No. Megatron is facing the Emperor of the Universe alone. I must return to assist him, Megatron replied with determination. What did you say? Cloud's voice was filled with astonishment. Cloud, what is the matter? Optimus questioned, bewildered. Ignoring Optimus, Cloud briefly healed Megatron and then inquired, Megatron, did you just say that my companion is battling the Emperor of the Universe alone? Cloud's voice was laced with haste. Indeed, had he not arrived in time, I would have already been vanquished by the Emperor. Megatron responded, gratitude evident in his tone. Understood. Optimus, take Megatron to receive care. I will go to rescue him. Cloud declared resolutely. Cloud, you cannot go. The Emperor's target is you. If he has set a trap, you must not leave this place, Optimus cautioned with concern. But Megatron is my partner. I cannot lose him, Cloud asserted with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, Cloud activated the teleportation device, and in an instant his figure vanished from sight. Optimus gazed in the direction where Cloud had departed, anxiety swelling within him. Cloud, you must return safely. Cloud smiled faintly, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Thank you, Optimus. I shall return. Thus, Cloud hastened to the battleship, prepared to rescue Megatron, while Optimus escorted Megatron to the medical bay to tend to his injuries. Optimus, thank you, Megatron said, his voice imbued with appreciation. No need for thanks, Megatron. You are my friend. I cannot allow you to suffer, Optimus replied with gentle warmth. Meanwhile, the battle between Megatron, Lord Megatron, and the Emperor of the Universe intensified. His Soul Reaver gleamed with powerful light, fending off the Emperor's onslaught. His heart was filled with unwavering resolve. I must protect Yun Tian. I cannot allow him to come to harm. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor bore a hint of anger. Yun Tian, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Cosmic Emperor, you shall not prevail. I shall devote everything to safeguard Yun Tian and my friends. The battle between the two unfolded amidst the interplay of darkness and light, their fates intertwining at that very moment. Yet, Megatron was ultimately no match for the Cosmic Emperor and soon found himself at a disadvantage. The chasm between you and the Yun Tian, I know, is vast. But I can grant you the power to surpass him, should you be willing to pledge your allegiance to me. The Cosmic Emperor spoke with a voice laden with temptation. I shall never betray the justice in my heart. You may as well give up, Megatron asserted resolutely. Stubborn and unyielding, then I shall take matters into my own hands. The Cosmic Emperor's voice brimmed with fury. Just as he sought to dominate Megatron, Yun Tian arrived aboard the Judgment, seeing the Cosmic Emperor poised to seize control of Megatron. He rushed forward. Yun Tian Zun, hold on. I have come to save you, Yun Tian called out urgently. Upon hearing Yun Tian's voice, Megatron immediately broke free from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp and retreated to Yun Tian's side, his tone suffused with tenderness. Yun Tian, you have arrived. Of course, I am your partner. I cannot allow you to face the Cosmic Emperor alone. Yun Tian's voice carried an air of determination. The Cosmic Emperor, upon witnessing Yun Tian's arrival, felt a flicker of rage. Yun Tian, you have finally come. I was eager to meet you. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Cosmic Emperor, do not think to control me. I am the child of the primordial celestial venerable. I shall not yield to your dark powers. The Cosmic Emperor scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his gaze. Yun Tian, you will come to regret this. My power is insurmountable. Yun Tian smiled slightly. No, I shall not regret. I believe that as long as Megatron and I stand together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Yun Tian and Megatron continued their valiant struggle against the Cosmic Emperor, while Optimus Prime and Megatron awaited their return at the Autobot base. Their story continues. Chapter 28. The proof of leadership with the collaboration of Yun Tian and Megatron. The Cosmic Emperor was once again vanquished by Yun Tian, wielding the power of the leadership module. However, Yun Tian felt no joy. He had an unsettling sense that the Cosmic Emperor had allowed himself to be defeated intentionally. Yun Tian, are you all right? Megatron's voice was tinged with concern. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. I am fine, Megatron. It's just that I cannot shake the feeling that the Cosmic Emperor deliberately allowed me to defeat him. Megatron was taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Deliberately let you defeat him? Why? Yun Tian shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his gaze. I do not know, but I feel he has something to communicate. At that moment, the Universe Emperor, gravely injured, paid no heed to his own wounds as he slowly approached Yun Tian. He extended his hand, gently touching Yun Tian's body, a warm energy flowing from his palm, healing Yun Tian's injuries. Truly, you are the child of both me and the primordial celestial venerable, though you do not belong to this world. To see you in your final moments brings me no regrets. The Universe Emperor's voice tinged with a hint of solace. Yun Tian was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Why do you wish to heal me? The Universe Emperor smiled softly, warmth emanating from his gaze. Child, I have longed for your acknowledgement, for you to recognize me as your kin from another realm. Today, I have finally awaited this moment. As he watched the Universe Emperor gradually fade away, Yun Tian stepped forward and embraced him, his voice choked with emotion. Mother. Child, you have finally acknowledged me. Your willingness to call me mother is enough. The Universe Emperor beamed before his form completely dissipated. Yun Tian, are you all right? Megatron's voice carried a note of concern. Unsure of how to comfort his partner, he could only silently accompany Yun Tian. After a moment of silence, Yun Tian rose from the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips, determination flashing in his eyes. I am fine. Let us head to the Autobot base to reunite with Optimus Prime and the others. But first, allow me to tend to your injuries. Though Megatron contemplated refusal, he yielded upon seeing the resolute gaze from Yun Tian that warned of consequences. Very well. Proceed with your treatment. After a period of healing, Yun Tian instructed Megatron to summon all Decepticons aboard the Nemesis to the command room. His voice took on a serious tone. It is time for us to join forces with Optimus Prime at the Autobot base. Simultaneously, under the care of the medic, Megatron finally emerged from the danger zone. Gratitude flickered in his gaze. Thank you, medic. The medic smiled gently, his tone warm. Do not mention it, Megatron. We are now friends, and friends support one another. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a hint of guilt crossing his expression. I am sorry, Optimus. It is because of me that you have suffered. Optimus Prime smiled faintly, his voice imbued with understanding. Megatron, this is not your fault. It was my own weakness, seduced by dark energy, that led me to stray from my true purpose. Megatron shook his head. Optimus, the past is behind us. We must now strive towards a brighter future. Will you join me in witnessing a renewed Cybertron? Optimus nodded. I will be delighted, Megatron, my partner. At that moment, 4 ultimate keys began to assemble automatically, revealing a virtual Cybertron before them, alongside the coordinates of the ultimate lock. Is this the coordinates of the ultimate lock? Optimus inquired. excitement lacing his voice. Megatron nodded. Indeed, Optimus. As long as we find the ultimate God lock, we can restore Cybertron. Yun Tian smiled faintly, his voice tinged with a sense of gratification. We have finally accomplished this, my friends. Let us embark together in search of the ultimate God lock and rejuvenate our homeland. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth immediately, came the resolute voice of Megatron. Thus, Optimus Prime, Megatron, Yun Tian, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, and all the Decepticons and Autobots commenced their journey toward the ultimate God lock. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation and hope, believing that with their combined efforts, Cybertron would undoubtedly witness a resurgence of hope. Along the way to the ultimate God lock, they supported one another, overcoming numerous hardships together. Their relationships grew closer, dissolving any remnants of past animosity and division. They were convinced that as long as they stood united, there was nothing insurmountable. Eventually, they arrived at the location of the ultimate God lock. Through their collective strength, they successfully inserted the 4 ultimate keys into the God lock. As the God lock activated, Cybertron began to gradually revive. The desolate lands blossomed with greenery once more, and the shattered cities started to mend. We did it. Cybertron has finally been restored, Optimus Prime declared, his voice imbued with a sense of relief. Indeed, Optimus, through our united efforts, we have ushered in a new hope for Cybertron, Megatron replied, his tone filled with anticipation. Together, we will make Cybertron a better place, Optimus stated with unwavering determination. Yes, Optimus, we shall strive together, Megatron echoed, his voice resonating with hope. We will always stand by you, Yun Tian and Megatron said in unison, their tones gentle. Their story continues. Chapter 29. The proof of leadership after the restoration of Cybertron. Everything lay in disarray. All members of the Autobots and Decepticons devoted themselves to rebuilding their home. However, the task of reconstruction was monumental. Despite their relentless efforts day and night, only a fraction of the buildings had been restored. Optimus, we cannot continue like this. Cybertron has lost its matrix of leadership and cannot spawn new life. There is an urgency in Ratchet's voice. Optimus nodded. I understand, Ratchet. I will venture into the cosmos to search for a new matrix. This is my final mission. However, Megatron was concerned for Optimus. After all, the war had only just concluded, and Optimus had not fully recovered from his hidden injuries. To protect Optimus, Megatron insisted on accompanying him. Optimus, let me join you. I cannot allow you to face this peril alone, Megatron declared with conviction. Optimus hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. Megatron, are you certain? Megatron nodded. Yes, Optimus. I wish to accompany you. Seeing Megatron's resolute expression, Optimus remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, Megatron. Together, we shall reclaim the source of the Allspark. Megatron was filled with joy, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Optimus Prime's psyche at that moment. Turning to his companion, Ultra Magnus, Optimus adopted a grave tone. Ultra Magnus, the reconstruction of Cybertron rests upon your shoulders. I have faith in your capabilities. Ultra Magnus nodded affirmatively. Commander Optimus, I shall strive with all my might. You can rest assured that I will lead our efforts to restore Cybertron. As night fell, Megatron and Optimus found themselves seated upon the verdant grass of a park, beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky. With great care, Megatron unveiled a meticulously prepared red and blue crystal flower, while Optimus presented his own shimmering silver crystal flower. The two shared a knowing smile before embracing tightly. Optimus, I have long yearned to express my feelings for you. I love you. Megatron's voice was laced with tenderness. Optimus smiled softly, his voice imbued with anticipation. Megatron, I love you as well. I have always loved you. Subsequently, Megatron extended an invitation to share a drink at the oil bar. Aware of the limited time he had left, Optimus accepted Megatron's offer. Upon arriving at the bar, Megatron guided Optimus to a secluded corner and ordered several glasses of high-purity energon. Optimus, at last, we could be together forever. I have awaited this day for so long. Thankfully, I never lost hope. Megatron's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Megatron, perhaps you should moderate your drinking. You have consumed quite a bit already, which is not beneficial for your health. Optimus expressed his concern. I am aware, yet my joy compels me. Come, join me for another drink, Megatron urged with eager anticipation. Observing Megatron's demeanor, Optimus fell silent, recognizing that Megatron was merely venting his emotions. Very well, I shall indulge you this evening. I accept your challenge, my esteemed leader. Megatron declared with unwavering resolve. The Autobot and Decepticon members hidden across from them were taken aback, particularly Smokescreen and Bumblebee, who held great admiration for Optimus. In contrast, Ratchet remained composed, if one could overlook the wrench in his hand that was on the verge of transforming. The Decepticons, accustomed to the interactions between their leader and the Autobot commander, appeared unfazed. Later, Optimus carried the intoxicated Megatron back to their shared abode. He gently laid Megatron upon the bed, and, gazing at his slumbering form, Optimus quietly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Forgive me, Megatron. The quest for the Allspark is perilous, and I cannot guarantee my safe return. I know I cannot take you with me. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Optimus's voice was tinged with remorse. The following morning, Megatron awoke to find himself back at home. Yet he quickly noticed the absence of Optimus by his side. Panic surged within him as he dashed toward the landing pad, only to arrive too late. Witnessing the departing spaceship, Megatron attempted to pursue, but was halted by the personnel. Lord Megatron, you cannot proceed. The ship has already left. Optimus Prime, why have you left me alone? Why have you deceived me? The voice of Megatron was tinged with despair. It seemed that Optimus Prime had heard Megatron's words. Yet he did not halt his course. Megatron, I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to suffer. I am grateful to confess my feelings to you before my life concludes. I shall forever cherish the memory of you. Megatron was momentarily taken aback. Optimus, why must you do this? Optimus replied with unwavering resolve. Megatron, I love you. However, I am aware that my mission is not yet complete. I must fulfill it, even if it means I can never return to your side. No, Optimus, you cannot leave me. Megatron's voice quivered with emotion. Optimus spoke gently. Megatron, you must be strong. I will always be here, watching over you, protecting you, until we meet again. Megatron fell silent, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Optimus, I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I shall wait for you. As the spaceship gradually vanished into the horizon, a newfound determination sparked in Megatron's eyes. Optimus, I will find you. Wherever you may be, I shall seek you out. In the shadows, Yun Tian and Megatron witnessed this poignant exchange. Yun Tian resolved to allow Megatron to secretly assist Optimus in searching for the matrix of leadership, while he himself would converse with a primordial celestial about Optimus's mission. After all, he had come to this world to alter the destinies of all. Megatron, you shall secretly aid Optimus. I will speak with the primordial celestial. Yun Tian's voice resonated with firmness. Megatron nodded. Very well, Yun Tian. I will safeguard Optimus. Thus, Megatron swiftly activated the spaceship, pursuing Optimus's trajectory, while Yun Tian ventured into the depths of the matrix of leadership. Unbeknownst to him, the Cosmic Emperor, who was supposed to have vanished, resided within the matrix as well. Upon his arrival, he chanced upon a heated argument between the primordial celestial and the Cosmic Emperor, seemingly concerning his own affairs. Primordial celestial, why do you incessantly obstruct me? I merely wish to have my child returned to me. The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated with anger. The primordial celestial smiled faintly, a glimmer of affection in his gaze. Cosmic Emperor, Yun Tian is a child of another realm. He has come here to alter the fates of all. You cannot perpetually interfere with him. The Cosmic Emperor scoffed derisively, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Primordial celestial, you're always like this. You continuously attempt to control everything, but do you truly believe you can thwart me? The primordial celestial replied with a slight smile. Cosmic Emperor, I shall not impede you. However, you must understand that Yun Tian's destiny is not within your grasp. Yun Tian was taken aback, shock reflected in his eyes. Primordial celestial, Cosmic Emperor, what are you discussing? The primordial celestial smiled gently, a hint of fondness in his gaze. Yun Tian, you have come to this world to change the destinies of all. You must fulfill your mission. The Cosmic Emperor let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Yun Tian, do you truly believe you can alter everything? You are but a child, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. Yun Tian replied with a faint smile. No, I am aware. I know I could transform everything. I shall fulfill my mission and make Cybertron a better place. The primordial celestial master smiled gently. Yun Tian, I have faith in your abilities. The Cosmic Emperor scoffed once more, his eyes betraying his skepticism. Primordial celestial master, do you genuinely believe Yun Tian is capable? How naive of you. The primordial celestial master maintained his smile. Cosmic Emperor, I believe in Yun Tian. He will accomplish his mission. Yun Tian spoke with unwavering resolve. I will demonstrate my efforts to you, and I shall transform all tragedies, ushering in a future filled with hope and happiness. The Cosmic Emperor, tinged with anticipation, responded, Then let me witness your capabilities. I yearn to see such a future. Thus, a new adventure commenced. In the shadows, Megatron observed Optimus Prime's movements, ready to assist him at a moment's notice, while Yun Tian and Megatron awaited their return on Cybertron. Their tale continued. Chapter 30. The Test of Leadership with Megatron as Covert Assistance. Optimus Prime adeptly located the Allspark. However, during the return journey, his vessel was suddenly struck by a meteor. The immense impact shattered the ship, leaving Optimus gravely injured. No, this cannot be. Megatron, witnessing the scene from the shadows, felt a surge of anxiety. He immediately piloted his ship towards the site of the incident. Upon arrival, he found Optimus's vessel reduced to ruins. He swiftly extracted Optimus from the wreckage and delicately placed him in the medical bay of his own ship. Optimus, you must hold on. Megatron's voice quivered with urgency. He positioned the Allspark beside Optimus, hoping its potent energy would aid in his recovery. Activating the medical equipment, he quickly realized that Optimus showed no signs of revival. His body trembled incessantly, ensnared in a nightmare. Optimus, I promised Yun Tian I would protect you. You must awaken. Megatron's voice trembled with emotion. Meanwhile, he awaited Optimus's triumphant return with the Allspark on the landing pad. His heart brimmed with anticipation, envisioning the moment when Optimus would safely return. Optimus, you must come back safely, Megatron murmured to himself. When he finally saw the ship descend, joy filled his heart as he approached the rear of the vessel, eagerly anticipating the return of his companion. As the hatch opened, he stepped inside with elation. Optimus, you have returned. Megatron's voice resonated with excitement, but upon entering the hatch, his smile froze. He beheld Megatron, alongside the unconscious Optimus Prime. Megatron anxiously manipulated the medical equipment, striving to revive Optimus Prime. Megatron, what has transpired? The astonishment in Megatron's voice was palpable. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. Megatron, Optimus Prime's vessel was struck by a meteor during its return, leaving him gravely injured. Megatron was momentarily taken aback. How could this happen? Optimus, awaken. You must not succumb. A tremor of desperation resonated in his voice. Slowly, Megatron rose to his feet. Megatron, Optimus Prime is severely wounded. I have exerted all my efforts, yet he remains unresponsive. A glimmer of despair flickered in Megatron's eyes. How could this be? Optimus, you cannot leave me. Megatron approached him, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. Megatron, we must not surrender. Optimus needs us. Cybertron needs him. We cannot allow him to fall. After a moment of silence, Megatron responded, You are correct, Megatron. We shall not relent. I will do everything in my power to awaken Optimus. He moved closer to Optimus, gently grasping his hand. Optimus, you must hold on. I am here. I have always been here. Optimus's body trembled slightly, yet he remained unconscious. Megatron continued to operate the medical apparatus. Optimus, you must awaken. We are all awaiting your return. In pursuit of better care for Optimus, Megatron and his counterpart transported him back to the Autobot base. Within the base, the ambulance and other medical teams were poised for action, promptly initiating emergency treatment for Optimus. Optimus, you must persevere. We are all here for you. The urgency in the ambulance's voice was unmistakable. Time inexorably marched on, yet Optimus remained unresponsive. Megatron and his counterpart stood vigil by his side, worry etched upon their faces. Optimus, you must awaken. We all depend on you, Megatron implored. His counterpart nodded in agreement. Optimus, we will not abandon you. You will awaken. We have faith in you. Outside the treatment room, Skyfire and other Autobots, along with Decepticon members, gathered, their faces marred with concern as they awaited news of Optimus's revival. Optimus will awaken. I believe in him, Skyfire asserted with conviction. Bumblebee nodded. Indeed, Optimus will certainly awaken. He will not let us down. Smokescreen also affirmed, Commander Optimus is the strongest. He will endure. As time passed, the atmosphere within the treatment room grew increasingly tense. The ambulance and medical teams exerted their utmost efforts to restore Optimus's consciousness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Optimus's body stirred slightly. His eyes gradually opened, revealing a hint of confusion. Optimus, you have awakened, the ambulance exclaimed, a note of surprise in its voice. Megatron and Starscream quickly gathered around, their faces adorned with a hint of relief. Optimus Prime, you have finally awakened. Megatron's voice trembled with emotion. Optimus smiled faintly, his tone imbued with weakness. Megatron, I have returned. Megatron grasped Optimus's hand tightly, a flicker of tenderness in his gaze. Optimus, you frighten me terribly. Please, do not put yourself in such peril again. Optimus nodded. I shall, Megatron. I will not cause you further worry. Starscream stepped forward, his voice laced with relief. Optimus, we have all been deeply concerned for you. Optimus offered a gentle smile, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Megatron. Without your support, I may not have awakened. Megatron nodded. Optimus, we have been waiting for your return. Now, let's work together to restore Cybertron. Optimus agreed. Indeed, let us strive together. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Optimus, Megatron, and Starscream endeavored to repair Cybertron, while Skyfire silently supported them from behind. Their tale continued, as they vowed to make Cybertron a better place. With unwavering conviction, Optimus declared, together, we shall improve Cybertron. Yes, Optimus. We shall work in unison, Megatron responded, anticipation evident in his voice. We will always stand by your side. Skyfire's tone was gentle. We will grow stronger and protect one another, Bumblebee and Smokescreen affirmed resolutely. Their narrative persisted. Chapter 31. The proof of leadership upon awakening. Optimus Prime found his body still quite frail, yet he did not relinquish his responsibilities. Immediately immersing himself in work. Observing Optimus's disregard for his own well-being, Megatron felt a surge of concern. He longed to express his frustration, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Optimus, do you truly intend to continue working? Your body has not yet fully recovered, and others can assist you. Megatron's voice was laced with worry. Optimus smiled gently. Megatron, I am aware of my condition. However, Cybertron needs me at this moment. I cannot afford to rest. I am not an irresponsible leader. Since everyone trusts me, I cannot let them down. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Very well, but you must take care of yourself. To ensure Optimus could recuperate properly, Megatron entrusted all of Optimus's duties to Teletron, one while he rested. Teletron, one, I hope you can manage these tasks. Optimus is not yet fully recovered, and I cannot bear to witness him suffer again. Megatron's tone was serious. Teletron, one nodded, understood. Leave it to me. Thank you for your understanding, my friend, Megatron expressed with gratitude. Do not say that. I too wish for Optimus Prime to recover soon, came the earnest voice of Soundwave. I shall go find Optimus Prime now, and I entrust these documents to you and Soundwave, Megatron said, casting a glance at Soundwave, who nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Megatron departed the conference room with great haste, intent on locating his disobedient partner to enforce discipline. Under Megatron's relentless persuasion, Optimus Prime finally consented to undergo rehabilitation. With Megatron's unwavering companionship day after day, Optimus Prime regained his health. Optimus Prime, you have finally recovered. Megatron's voice bore a hint of relief. Optimus Prime smiled faintly, gratitude shimmering in his gaze. Megatron, thank you. Without you, my recovery would not have been so swift. Megatron returned the smile, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. As long as you are well, I can rest easy. Meanwhile, Cybertron placed the Allspark into the well of Allsparks. Watching the new life force surge forth from the well, Cybertron felt a swell of emotion. We did it, Cybertron. Megatron's voice resonated with satisfaction. Indeed, Megatron. We have successfully altered the fates of all and the future of this world. Cybertron replied with a sense of reflection. Cybertron, Megatron, you are indeed here. A familiar voice called out as Optimus Prime and Megatron approached. Optimus Prime, you have finally recovered. But how did you know we were here? Cybertron asked, curiosity tinting his tone. It was the Primus who informed me. I am grateful for your unwavering support. Otherwise, our conflict would have persisted indefinitely. Optimus Prime expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Indeed, had you not arrived in this world, Optimus Prime and I would never have united. Thank you, Megatron added sincerely. When you two plan to hold the Allspark merging ceremony? Cybertron inquired with anticipation. We intend to hold the ceremony on New Year's Day. You must attend. Optimus Prime replied, his voice tinged with eagerness. Of course, I have been looking forward to it for quite some time. Cybertron exclaimed with excitement. Optimus Prime, will you spend your life with me? Megatron's voice held an air of hope. Optimus Prime smiled gently. I will, Megatron. I shall protect you with my very existence. Megatron smiled back, a fondness glimmering in his gaze. I too, Optimus Prime. We shall remain together always. The two exchanged knowing smiles before they began to unveil each other's past misadventures. Observing this heartwarming scene, Cybertron and Megatron gradually withdrew. As time passed, Cybertron regained its former glory, sunlight illuminating every hero who had strived to revive their homeland. The new year has arrived as expected, and on this day brimming with hope. Optimus Prime and Megatron stepped into the sanctum of marriage amidst the cheers of all present. Skyfire and Starscream, serving as the groomsmen, stood alongside the couple at the heart of the venue, while the venerable Primus graced the occasion as the officiant. Optimus Prime, Megatron, today you shall unite as spark partners. Do you pledge to support one another through all storms and tribulations, safeguarding Cybertron together in the days to come? Primus's voice resonated with solemnity. I do, declared Optimus Prime, his tone imbued with resolute conviction. I do, replied Megatron, his voice carrying a gentle warmth. With their affirmations, thunderous applause erupted within the hall. Joy illuminated the faces of all, reflecting their happiness for the newlyweds. Primus smiled slightly, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Then, I declare you officially eternal partners. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Optimus Prime and Megatron embraced tightly, their faces radiant with joy. Megatron, I shall stand by you forever. Optimus Prime spoke softly. Optimus, so shall I. Together, we will remain until eternity. Megatron replied with steadfast assurance. Now I announce that Optimus Prime and Megatron are formally united as eternal partners, Primus proclaimed, his voice imbued with contentment. Congratulations, my friends, Skyfire offered warmly. Congratulations. May you two grow old together, teased Starscream. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged knowing smiles, their faces aglow with happiness. They understood that from this day forth, they would be inseparable, guardians of Cybertron's peace. Megatron, I love you, Optimus Prime uttered tenderly. Optimus, I love you too, Megatron responded with a hint of endearment. Amidst the blessings of all, Optimus Prime and Megatron completed the spark fusion ceremony, officially becoming partners. Their love blossomed, radiating even more brilliantly in this new world. We will strive to make Cybertron a better place, Optimus Prime declared with determination. Indeed, Optimus. We shall work together, Megatron replied, his tone laced with anticipation. We will always stand by you, Skyfire assured gently. We will grow stronger, protecting one another. Bumblebee and Smokescreen echoed with conviction. And thus, their tale continues. Chapter 32. The Test of Leadership Following the Wedding. Skyfire harnessed his abilities to safely extract the leadership module from Optimus Prime. However, a new dilemma presented itself. Who would ascend as the leader of this new era? Optimus Prime gazed at Bumblebee and Smokescreen beside him, his eyes assessing them back and forth, his heart already leaning towards a choice. However, those surrounding Megatron, including Starscream, did not share this sentiment. They believed their strengths lay in combat rather than in the realm of politics. Optimus, have you made your choice? Yun Tian's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Optimus Prime smiled gently. Yes, Yun Tian. I have faith that Bumblebee can emerge as the leader of a new era. Bumblebee was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Brother Optimus, do you truly believe in me? Optimus nodded, a glimmer of trust in his gaze. Bumblebee, I have unwavering confidence in you. You have consistently evolved, and you possess the potential to lead in this new age. Bumblebee fell silent for a moment. Brother Optimus, I will strive earnestly. I will not disappoint you. However, just as the group was preparing to delve deeper into their discussion, Yun Tian suddenly contacted the Cosmic Emperor, inviting him to partake in a game. How could the Cosmic Emperor refuse a request from his own progeny? Thus, he appeared before them in an instant. The abrupt arrival of the Cosmic Emperor shattered the harmonious atmosphere. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Do you think you can thwart me? Cosmic Emperor, regardless of your intentions, we shall not allow you to succeed. Bumblebee's voice was laced with indignation. Indeed, we will not permit your triumph. Optimus's tone was resolute. The Cosmic Emperor disregarded Bumblebee and the others, launching an attack that left Bumblebee and his companions gravely injured, seizing the leadership module from Bumblebee's grasp. A weakling desires to inherit the power of the leadership module. You are unworthy. The Cosmic Emperor's voice dripped with derision. Bumblebee struggled to rise, drawing his weapon and charging at the Cosmic Emperor in an attempt to reclaim the leadership module. Yet he was swiftly captured. You possess potential. But no matter how hard a weakling strives, they will never garner admiration. People revere the heroes they envision in their hearts, and you, the weak, shall merely serve as a backdrop for the strong. The Cosmic Emperor's voice was laden with temptation. It cannot be, no, it is not true. I am not merely a shadow of Brother Optimus. Bumblebee's voice dwindled, his once steadfast conviction wavering in that moment. Child, embrace the darkness. Your power extends far beyond this. The darkness will embrace every wretched existence. Come, accept the power of the shadows. The Cosmic Emperor's voice was enticing, leading Bumblebee to cease his resistance. Releasing Bumblebee, the Cosmic Emperor watched as he swung his weapon towards Optimus. Not wishing to harm Bumblebee, Optimus could only defend himself while seeking a way to awaken him. Bumblebee, you are not a mere reflection of anyone. You are your own being. Please awaken. There was urgency in Optimus's voice. Upon hearing Optimus's call, Bumblebee hesitated for a moment, but then resumed his assault. Witnessing Bumblebee's attack on Optimus, Megatron seethed with anger, raising the energy cannon on his arm, aiming it at Bumblebee. Just as he was about to strike, Yun Tian intervened. Megatron, do not act impulsively. This is a test for Bumblebee. If he succeeds, the power of the leadership module will aid him in breaking free from the control of the Cosmic Emperor. Yun Tian's voice carried a note of solemnity. Megatron stood in stunned silence, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. A test? Yun Tian smiled gently. Indeed, Megatron. This is a trial for Bumblebee, a measure of his growth. Thus, all could only watch helplessly as Bumblebee continued to assault Optimus Prime. While evading Bumblebee's attacks, Optimus Prime persistently called out to him. Bumblebee, you are not merely a sidekick, you are yourself. Awaken. There was a hint of pleading in Optimus Prime's voice. Bumblebee's body trembled slightly, a shadow of bewilderment passing through his eyes. He gazed at Optimus Prime, his heart filled with turmoil. I am not a sidekick, Bumblebee murmured, uncertainty lacing his tone. At that moment, the power of the leadership module erupted suddenly, a surge of formidable energy coursing through Bumblebee, dispelling the influence of the Cosmic Emperor. Bumblebee's form quaked slightly, and clarity flickered in his eyes. Optimus, what have I done? His voice trembled with alarm. Optimus Prime smiled gently. Bumblebee, you have succeeded. You have liberated yourself from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp. Bumblebee was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. I succeeded? Yun Tian smiled softly. Yes, Bumblebee, you have triumphed. The leadership module has chosen you. You shall become the leader of a new era. Bumblebee nodded earnestly. Optimus, I will strive to meet your expectations. Thus, a new adventure commenced. With the support of his companions, Bumblebee embarked on his path as a leader, while Optimus Prime and Megatron continued to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Their story remains ongoing. Together, we shall make Cybertron a better place, Optimus Prime declared with conviction. Indeed, Optimus, we shall endeavor together, echoed Megatron, his voice imbued with anticipation. We will always stand by your side, Yun Tian spoke gently. We shall grow stronger and protect one another, affirmed Bumblebee and Smokescreen with determination. Their tale continues to unfold. Chapter 33. The Mark of Leadership as the world of Cybertron fully restored. Yun Tian and Megatron prepared to return to their own realm. To this end, Yun Tian ventured inside the Well of All Sparks and expressed his intentions to the primordial celestial sovereign of this world, known as Yun Tian. Yun Tian gazed upon the young one before him, his heart filled with reluctance. He gently stroked Yun Tian's head, his voice imbued with tenderness. Yun Tian, do you truly wish to depart? Yun Tian smiled softly. Yes, Yun Tian. Our mission has been accomplished. It is time for us to return. However, I shall return, for I do not wish to be burdened by work upon my immediate return. Upon hearing Yun Tian's words, Yun Tian felt immense joy. Really? You will return? Yun Tian nodded, his voice imbued with a hint of determination. Indeed, Yun Tian, I shall return. I cannot bear to part with this world and these friends. Of course, I will come back to see you, for you are, after all, my kin in this realm. Yun Tian smiled gently. That is wonderful. I shall await your return. Opening the time-space tunnel requires time, and you have ample opportunity to bid farewell to Optimus Prime and the others. Yun Tian nodded again, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Yun Tian. I shall cherish this time. Thus, Yun Tian departed from the Well of the Spark. Before leaving, he visited everyone alongside Megatron, revealing their true identities. We hail from another world, and now, our mission is complete. It is time for us to return, Yun Tian said with a touch of nostalgia. Indeed, we have been away for too long. It is time to go back, Megatron echoed, his voice tinged with reluctance. Upon hearing Yun Tian's words, Optimus Prime and the others were filled with sorrow. Optimus stepped forward, gratitude shining in his eyes. Yun Tian, as the guardian of Cybertron, I thank you for your unwavering support. No matter the distance that separates us, we shall always remain friends. Megatron approached as well, sincerity reflected in his gaze. Megatron, no, Lord Megatron, without your assistance, I fear I would have lost my most treasured possession. I extend my blessings to you. May you and Yun Tian find eternal happiness. Yun Tian smiled faintly, touched by their words. Thank you for your blessings. We shall never forget you. Bumblebee stepped forward, his eyes filled with longing. Yun Tian, you must come back. We all cherish you. Yun Tian nodded affirmatively. I shall, Bumblebee. You are all my friends, and I will return to see you. Smokescreen also approached, gratitude illuminating his expression. Yun Tian, thank you for your help. We will always remember you. Yun Tian smiled warmly, his eyes reflecting pride. Smokescreen, you have all done splendidly. I will be proud of you. On the day of their farewell, Optimus and the others set aside their tasks to see the two off. A subtle melancholy pervaded the base. It was overshadowed by anticipation for the future. Yun Tian, take care, Optimus spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. Megatron, do come back often, Megatron added, his tone laced with hope. Yun Tian nodded. We shall, Optimus, Megatron. We will certainly return. Megatron nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall return. This world of Cybertron is also a home in our hearts. Amidst the gaze of the onlookers, Yun Tian and Megatron slowly walked toward the time-space tunnel, their figures gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing into the brilliance. Yun Tian, take care, Optimus's voice choked with emotion. Megatron, safe travels. Megatron's voice carried a note of yearning. The time-space tunnel gradually closed, the radiance slowly fading. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood in place, a hint of sorrow etched on their faces, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Optimus, we shall see them again. Megatron's voice carried a note of solace. Optimus nodded. Indeed, Megatron. We will reunite with them. They will return. Thus, a new adventure began to unfold. Optimus and Megatron continued to safeguard the peace of Cybertron, while Cloud and Megatron returned to their own realm, preparing to embark on a fresh journey. Their story perseveres. Together, we shall make Cybertron a better place, Optimus declared with unwavering resolve. Yes, Optimus, we will strive together. Megatron replied, infused with hope. We will always stand by your side. Cloud's voice resonated with tenderness. We shall grow stronger and protect one another. Bumblebee and Smokescreen affirmed with determination. Their tale persists. Epilogue. Upon returning to their world, Cloud and Megatron had scarcely taken a moment's respite before being summoned to work by the Cosmic Emperor. In defiance, Cloud decided to appeal to his father, the primordial Celestial. Father, we have only just returned, and that old curmudgeon has already set us to work. Are you truly going to ignore this? I am utterly exhausted, dear father. You must teach him a lesson. Cloud's voice was laced with a playful whine. Beside him, Megatron remained silent, yet the weariness etched on his face spoke volumes. A flicker of resignation crossed his eyes as he subtly shook his head, seemingly conveying, Cloud, spare us the trouble. Observing his child indulging in a plea, the primordial Celestial smiled gently, a glimmer of affection illuminating his gaze. He patted Cloud's shoulder reassuringly, saying, very well, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. But what will you offer me in return? Cloud smiled slyly, leaning closer to whisper a phrase into his father's ear. Upon hearing it, the primordial Celestial nodded in agreement, agreed. Thus, in the ensuing days, Cloud and the others were met with the echoes of the Cosmic Emperor's lamentations. Following Cloud's plan, the primordial Celestial commenced his lesson for the Cosmic Emperor. Cosmic Emperor, you have once again bullied my child. This time, I shall not let you escape unscathed. The primordial Celestial's tone was stern. Startled by the sound of the primordial Celestial's voice, the Cosmic Emperor halted his tasks, turning with a look of resignation on his face. Primordial Celestial, what brings you here again? The Primordial Celestial smiled slightly, a mischievous gleam in his eye. I have come to check on my child, and to teach you a lesson, old fellow. The Cosmic Emperor was taken aback, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. Primordial Celestial, are you truly going to proceed with this? The Primordial Celestial nodded. Certainly. My child has only just returned, and you immediately set them to work. This is simply unacceptable. The Cosmic Emperor sighed, a hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze. Very well, Primordial Celestial Master, I concede. Yet, you mustn't always take advantage of me. The Primordial Celestial Master smiled gently, a trace of fondness glimmering in his eyes. Rest assured, Cosmic Emperor, I merely intend to teach you a lesson. I would never truly harm you. Thus, with the assistance of the Primordial Celestial Master, Yun Tian and Yun Tian were finally able to enjoy a well-deserved respite. They reclined on a plush sofa, savoring the rare moments of leisure. Yun Tian, you can finally rest, Yun Tian remarked, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Yun Tian smiled slightly. Indeed, Yun Tian, it's time to truly unwind. The Primordial Celestial Master observed his beloved disciples with a heart full of contentment. He understood their need for both rest and joy. Consequently, he resolved to arrange some delightful activities for Yun Tian and Yun Tian, enabling them to relax even further. Yun Tian, Yun Tian, I have prepared some enjoyable activities for you. Would you care to try them? The Primordial Celestial Master's voice carried an air of anticipation. Yun Tian and Yun Tian exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with eager smiles. Of course, Father. We look forward to it. With that, the Primordial Celestial Master led Yun Tian and Yun Tian to a mysterious locale. It was a vast garden, replete with a myriad of flowers, the air suffused with a gentle floral fragrance. Where is this? Yun Tian inquired, curiosity lacing his voice. The Primordial Celestial Master smiled softly, a hint of affection glimmering in his eyes. This is my private garden, where I have cultivated many of your favorite blooms. As Yun Tian and Yun Tian stepped into the garden, their faces expressed sheer delight. They beheld numerous familiar blossoms alongside breathtaking plants they had never encountered before. Father, this place is exquisite, Yun Tian exclaimed in awe. Yun Tian nodded in agreement, admiration shining in his gaze. Indeed, Father, it is truly beautiful. The Primordial Celestial Master beamed with joy. I'm glad you enjoy it. This garden was created for you, hoping it would allow you to unwind. Yun Tian and Yun Tian wandered through the garden, admiring the stunning flowers and relishing the serene atmosphere. They understood that this was a special arrangement by the Primordial Celestial Master to facilitate their relaxation. Father, thank you, Yun Tian expressed gratefully. The Primordial Celestial Master smiled warmly, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. No need for thanks, my dear ones. Your happiness is all that matters. Thus, Yun Tian and Yun Tian spent a splendid day in the garden. They reveled in the beauty of the blossoms, inhaling the fresh air and enjoying the tranquility. They knew this was a thoughtful gift from the Primordial Celestial Master for their relaxation. Father, you are truly wonderful, Yun Tian remarked with heartfelt appreciation. The Primordial Celestial Master smiled gently. My dear ones, you are my most treasured gems. I will always protect you and ensure your joy. Yun Tian and Yun Tian exchanged glances, their faces radiating happiness. They understood that, no matter where their journey took them, the Primordial Supreme Being would always be by their side, safeguarding them. Father, we shall remain with you always. Yun Tian's voice conveyed a hint of determination. The Primordial Supreme Being smiled gently. I know, my dear ones. We are forever united. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Together with the Primordial Supreme Being, Yun Tian and Megatron relished the delightful moments, aware that regardless of what the future held, they would always be together, eternally blissful. In a second side story, after spending several days with the Primordial Supreme Being, Yun Tian prepared to visit Optimus Prime and Megatron in his world. After all, their last encounter had merely been a brief greeting, and the thought of meeting the adorable little disaster filled Yun Tian with excitement. Megatron, let us pay a visit to Optimus Prime and Megatron. I truly wish to meet the little disaster. Yun Tian's voice brimmed with anticipation. Megatron smiled slightly, a glimmer of indulgence in his gaze. Very well. I too wish to meet them. After all, they are our friends. Yun Tian nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then let us set forth. Thus, Yun Tian and Megatron embarked on their journey. They traversed the space-time tunnel and arrived at Cybertron. The planet had fully restored its peace, sunlight gracing the land, and everything appeared so splendid. Wow, it has truly returned to peace. It looks magnificent, Yun Tian exclaimed with a sense of wonder. Megatron nodded. Indeed, it is beautiful here. Optimus Prime and Megatron must have exerted tremendous effort. As they walked, they admired the surrounding scenery, observing their homeland meticulously managed by Optimus Prime and Megatron, filling Yun Tian's heart with reflection. Upon reaching the doorstep of Optimus Prime and Megatron, they were already prepared to welcome their guests. Optimus Prime's voice held a note of eagerness. Yun Tian, Megatron, welcome back. Megatron smiled gently. Optimus Prime, Megatron, we have returned. The little disaster. Upon seeing Yun Tian and Megatron, hurried over, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Uncle Yun Tian, Uncle Megatron, you are back. Yun Tian smiled softly, a hint of affection in his gaze. Yes, little disaster. We are back. Megatron nodded, his eyes reflecting warmth. Little disaster, you have grown considerably. The little disaster smiled shyly. Uncle Yun Tian, Uncle Megatron, how long will you stay this time? Yun Tian replied with a gentle smile. We shall remain for some time. Little disaster. During this period, we can enjoy each other's company. The little disaster nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. That's wonderful. I am so happy. Optimus Prime and Megatron, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of contentment. They understood that the arrival of Yun Tian and Megatron had brought new hope and joy to Cybertron. Yun Tian, Megatron, how long do you plan to stay this time? Optimus Prime's voice held a note of expectation. As the gentle breeze swept through the air, Cloud smiled softly. We shall remain here for a while, Optimus. During this time, we can truly unwind. Megatron nodded in agreement. Indeed, Optimus. This period allows us to savor the tranquility of life. Optimus Prime returned a faint smile. That sounds splendid. We can gather together. It has been far too long since I last felt this relaxed. Megatron concurred. Yes, we can indulge in the pleasure of peaceful living. To commemorate this day, Optimus and Megatron resolved to invite all their acquaintances, preparing for a grand celebration. After all, Cybertron had restored peace, and everyone could finally cease their incessant activities. Optimus, should we invite everyone for a gathering? Megatron's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Optimus Prime smiled gently. Certainly, Megatron. We can come together and relish the serenity of life. Thus, Optimus and Megatron began reaching out to everyone, organizing a magnificent festivity. They extended invitations to Bumblebee, Smokescreen, Starscream, Soundwave, and Ratchet, all of whom were eagerly looking forward to the gathering. Optimus, what shall we prepare for this event? Bumblebee inquired with excitement. Optimus replied with a soft smile. We can arrange some food and beverages so that everyone can enjoy the peaceful life together. Bumblebee nodded enthusiastically. Great, Optimus. I will prepare some delicious treats. Smokescreen also agreed. I too shall bring some delightful offerings for everyone to enjoy. Thus, a grand celebration commenced. Optimus and Megatron, accompanied by Cloud and the others, arrived at the venue. It was a beautiful garden filled with a myriad of flowers, the air imbued with a subtle fragrance. This place is truly enchanting, Cloud remarked in admiration. Megatron smiled faintly. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Optimus added with a gentle smile. This garden was created to celebrate peace. I hope you all enjoy it. Cloud and Megatron exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by joyful smiles. They understood that this arrangement was made by Optimus and Megatron to provide them with relaxation. Optimus, Megatron, thank you, Cloud expressed, his voice tinged with gratitude. Optimus smiled softly. No thanks are necessary, Cloud. Your happiness is what matters. Megatron nodded in agreement. Yes, Cloud. We shall always be friends. As they gathered together, conversation flowed freely. Cloud and Megatron shared tales from another world, captivating everyone's attention. Cloud, your stories from another world are truly fascinating, Bumblebee exclaimed with excitement. Ratchet nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Your experiences are remarkable. Cloud smiled subtly, a glimmer of reflection in his eyes. Yes, we have encountered many events in another realm and have learned so much. Megatron nodded slightly. We have faced numerous challenges, yet we have also reaped many rewards. The others continued to converse, sharing their stories. The base resonated with laughter and joy. and everyone was exceedingly happy. Yun Tian, you and Megatron must visit often. Optimus Prime's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Megatron smiled faintly. Of course, we shall return frequently. Yun Tian nodded in agreement. We will, Optimus. Cybertron will forever be our home. Thus commenced a grand celebration. Everyone reveled in the tranquility of life, cherishing each other's company. They understood that this hard-won peace was precious and must be treasured. Together, we shall make Cybertron an even better place, Optimus Prime declared with resolute conviction. Indeed, Optimus. We shall strive together. Megatron's voice brimmed with hopeful enthusiasm. We will always stand by your side. Yun Tian spoke gently. We shall grow stronger and protect one another. Bumblebee and Smokescreen affirmed with unwavering determination. Their story continued. Epilogue 3. After visiting Optimus Prime and the others, Yun Tian and Megatron returned to their home, embarking on a tranquil daily life. Through Megatron's relentless efforts, on a sun-kissed day, Yun Tian joyfully announced, "We are expecting a spark." Hearing this news, Megatron beamed with delight. His toil had borne fruit. A glimmer of contentment danced in his eyes. Really? We are truly having a spark? Yun Tian nodded, tenderness illuminating his gaze. Yes, Megatron. Our child is on the way. Megatron grasped Yun Tian's hand tightly. This is wonderful, Yun Tian. Our child will surely be adorable. Yun Tian smiled gently, happiness radiating from him. Indeed, our child will inherit our finest traits. Days later, Yun Tian returned home, cradling a young protoform. As he gazed at the sleeping infant in Yun Tian's arms, a smile spread across Megatron's face. Our child is truly precious, isn't it, Megatron? Yun Tian said, his tone filled with warmth. Megatron nodded, a hint of affection in his eyes. Certainly, our child is the most delightful little one. By the way, Yun Tian, what do you think we should name our child? Megatron's voice held a note of eager anticipation. Yun Tian smiled softly. How about Chang'e? I hope our child can reach great heights. Megatron nodded. All right, as you wish, we shall name him Chang'e. Thus, the name of little Chang'e was established. Yun Tian and Megatron began preparing everything for Chang'e, wishing for him to grow in a loving environment. Yun Tian gently stroked the young one's head, his voice tender. Chang'e, wake up. Look, he is your father, Megatron. Little Chang'e opened his eyes wide, gazing curiously at Megatron. With a slight smile, Megatron gently cradled little Chang'e, saying, "Welcome to this world, Chang'e." The baby giggled, his eyes brimming with curiosity and joy. Yun Tian and Megatron gazed at him, their hearts swelling with happiness. Megatron, I appreciate your efforts these past few days. My partner, Yun Tian, spoke softly, tenderness lacing his voice. Megatron smiled subtly, a glimmer of affection in his eyes as he replied, "There is no need for such words. It is my duty. As long as our child is healthy and happy, I am content." To celebrate the birth of Chang'e, Yun Tian and Megatron decided to invite everyone to join in the festivities for the baby's first birthday. They extended invitations to Optimus Prime, Megatron, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, Ratchet, Red Spider, Soundwave, and others. On the day of the celebration, the base was alive with laughter and joy. Everyone gathered together, reveling in the joy of little Chang'e's first birthday. Yun Tian held him close while Megatron sat beside Yun Tian, their hearts filled with bliss. Chang'e, this is Uncle Optimus Prime, Uncle Megatron. And here are Uncle Bumblebee and Uncle Smokescreen, Yun Tian introduced with warmth in his voice. Little Chang'e looked around curiously, his eyes sparkling with delight. The onlookers beamed with happiness at the sight of him. Congratulations, Yun Tian, you and Megatron have a beautiful child, Optimus Prime expressed, his voice imbued with blessings. Megatron nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chang'e is truly adorable. Bumblebee and Smokescreen approached, their faces radiating joy. Congratulations, Yun Tian and Megatron. Chang'e is sure to inherit your wonderful traits. Yun Tian smiled gently, a flicker of happiness in his gaze. Thank you, Optimus Prime and Megatron. We eagerly anticipate Chang'e's growth. Bumblebee stepped forward. Yun Tian, may I hold little Chang'e? With a soft smile, Yun Tian handed the baby to Bumblebee. Of course, Bumblebee. Bumblebee carefully took Chang'e into his arms, a tender look crossing his face. Little Chang'e, you are so adorable. The baby slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Bumblebee with curiosity, and let out a soft, innocent coo. Wow, it seems he really likes me. Bumblebee exclaimed with surprise. Yun Tian and Megatron exchanged a glance, their faces adorned with joyful smiles, knowing their child would be cherished by all. Bumblebee, have you not had enough cuddling yet? Megatron teased, observing Bumblebee, who was still entertaining Chong Yun-Xiao. Bumblebee paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes before he handed the baby back to Megatron. Laughter erupted among everyone present. Megatron, our child will surely grow up happy, Yun Tian said with anticipation in his voice. Megatron nodded, yes, Yun Tian. We will protect him together and ensure he grows up joyfully. Yun Tian embraced Chong Yun-Xiao, a radiant smile gracing his face. Chong Yun-Xiao, this is your first birthday. May each day of your future be filled with the same joy as today. Megatron approached gently, affectionately stroking Chong Yun-Xiao's head. Chong Yun-Xiao, you are our precious one, and we shall always protect you. Chong Yun-Xiao gazed at the gathering before him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. He looked at Yun Tian and Megatron, his tender voice ringing out, Daddy, Mommy, I love you. Yun Tian and Megatron exchanged a glance, both faces illuminated by happiness. We love you too, Chong Yun-Xiao. The celebration continued as everyone sat together, sharing delectable food and joyous moments. Yun Tian and Megatron looked at Chong Yun-Xiao, their hearts brimming with anticipation and hope. Bumblebee's voice resonated with a hint of expectation. Chong Yun-Xiao, I hope you grow into a brave warrior. Indeed, Chong Yun-Xiao. You must study hard and protect Cybertron, encouraged Smokescreen. Chong Yun-Xiao beamed at everyone, excitement dancing in his eyes. I will become the greatest warrior. Our child will surely become a hero of Cybertron. Yun Tian expressed with hopeful conviction. Megatron smiled subtly, his gaze filled with affection. Certainly, our child is the best. As the festivities unfolded, Yun Tian suddenly recalled that his father was unaware of his newfound parenthood. Harnessing the power of the Allspark, he notified Primus, Father, we have a child. A note of anticipation echoed in Yun Tian's voice. Primus, upon hearing, was filled with astonishment. Really? You have a child? Yun Tian nodded, happiness flickering in his eyes. Yes, Father. Our child is named Chong Yun-Xiao. Primus smiled gently. My dear, you have truly grown up. I shall visit you soon. After their communication ended, Primus promptly arrived at the home of Yun Tian and Megatron. Upon seeing little Chong Yun-Xiao, a loving smile spread across his face. Is this my little grandson? What a delightful child. Little Chong Yun-Xiao's eyes brightened at the sight of Primus. Are you my grandpa? Primus chuckled softly, tenderly lifting Chong Yun-Xiao into his arms. Yes, my little grandson. Come, Grandpa has a small gift for you. With that, Primus transformed a portion of his power into a bracelet, placing it on Chong Yun-Xiao's tiny arm. May it bring you safety throughout your life. Thank you, Grandpa. I really like this gift. Little Chong Yun-Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Yun Tian and Megatron, witnessing this heartwarming exchange, felt a surge of happiness. They knew that their child would grow up enveloped in love and care. Father, thank you for your blessings, Yun Tian expressed with gratitude. Primus smiled gently, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. No need to thank me, my dear. Your happiness is all that matters. Thus, a new adventure began to unfold. Under the benevolent blessing of the primordial celestial master, Yun Tian and W is NTI and embarked upon a new chapter of their lives. Their child, Nexio, blossomed amidst love and care, becoming a source of pride for Cybertron. Their tale continues to unfold. In an epilogue, as Nexio matured day by day, Yun Tian resolved to enroll him in school and entrusted the care of his child to Ambulin, for the Galactic Emperor had once again urged him to return to his duties. With a sense of resignation, Yun Tian gazed at the communicator in his hand, sighing, Galactic Emperor, could you grant me a moment's respite? The voice of the Galactic Emperor resonated through the communicator, tinged with seriousness. Yun Tian, I am aware of your fatigue, yet the work must persist. You have already taken several days off. You must return at once. Yun Tian shook his head in exasperation, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Very well, I understand. I shall return as soon as I have arranged for my child's care. After terminating the call, Yun Tian turned to Ambulin. Ambulin, I must return. Would you be able to watch over Nexio? Ambulin smiled gently, his eyes reflecting a trace of fondness. Of course, Yun Tian. I will take good care of Nexio. Yun Tian smiled faintly, gratitude flickering in his gaze. Thank you, Ambulin. I know I can entrust Ini Nexi O to you without worry. Ambulin nodded reassuringly. Yun Tian, go with peace of mind. I will look after Ini Nexi O diligently. Elated by Ambulin's agreement, Yun Tian began to express his grievances. That old fellow is truly bothersome. He seems intent on squeezing every ounce of effort from me. After merely a few days of rest, he summons me back to work. It is quite disheartening. Upon hearing Yun Tian's complaints, Ambulin chuckled, having not witnessed Yun Tian's discontent in quite some time. The first time he recalled Yun Tian's grievances was during his tenure as an intern by his side. It was astonishing how swiftly the once humble intern had transformed into a hero of Cybertron, now with a family of his own. Yun Tian, you have changed immensely, Ambulin remarked with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Yun Tian smiled softly, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. Indeed, time flies. Once I was learning from you, and now I have my own family. Ambulin nodded in affirmation. You have done exceptionally well, Yun Tian. I am proud of you. Yun Tian smiled gently, warmth flooding his gaze. Regardless of my current status, I shall never forget your teachings. In my heart, you will forever remain my mentor, holding an everlasting place within me. Ambulin was momentarily taken aback, emotion flickering in his eyes. Yun Tian, you have truly grown. I am proud of you. Yun Tian smiled softly. Ambulin, I will always cherish your guidance. You are one of the most important figures in my life. Ambulin returned the smile. Yun Tian, you have already accomplished so much. I believe you will become a great hero. Yun Tian nodded resolutely. I will, Ambulin. I shall strive to do my best. Thus, Yun Tian arrived at the school with Ini Nexi O and entrusted him to Ambulin. The Ambulin smiled as it welcomed Chong Yun Xiao, a glimmer of affection flickering in its gaze. Chong Yun Xiao, I will take care of you from now on. Chong Yun Xiao returned a gentle smile. Uncle Ambulance, I will listen to your words. Yun Tian smiled slightly. That is good, Chong Yun Xiao. You must heed Uncle Ambulance. Chong Yun Xiao nodded. I will, father. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a hint of happiness dancing in his eyes. That is reassuring, Chong Yun Xiao. Father will return soon. Thus, Yun Tian bid farewell to Chong Yun Xiao and the ambulance, embarking on his journey back to the Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, the ambulance took Chong Yun Xiao back to the base, where they began their new life together. Uncle Ambulance, is school fun? Chong Yun Xiao's voice carried a note of anticipation. The ambulance smiled gently, its eyes sparkling with affection. Of course it's enjoyable, Chong Yun Xiao. You will learn many things. Chong Yun Xiao beamed. That's wonderful, Uncle Ambulance. I will study diligently. The ambulance nodded. I am confident that you will, Chong Yun Xiao. Thus, Chong Yun Xiao commenced his school life, acquiring vast knowledge and forming numerous friendships. He was filled with joy and worked hard every day. Uncle Ambulance, I learned so much today, Chong Yun Xiao exclaimed excitedly. The ambulance smiled softly. That is splendid, Chong Yun Xiao. As long as you are happy. Chong Yun Xiao nodded. I will strive to do my best, Uncle Ambulance. Under the care of the ambulance, Chong Yun Xiao grew day by day, becoming increasingly intelligent and sensible. He recognized the greatness of his father, the gentleness of his mother, and the affection of his Uncle Ambulance. Uncle Ambulance, I will become a hero like father, Chong Yun Xiao declared with determination. The ambulance smiled gently. I believe you will, Chong Yun Xiao. Thus, a new adventure began. Under the watchful eye of the ambulance, Chong Yun Xiao embarked on his journey of growth, while Yun Tian continued his duties under the Cosmic Emperor's command. Their story was far from over. Epilogue V. After Yun Tian was summoned by the Cosmic Emperor, Chong Yun Xiao gradually matured under the care of the ambulance. He also became acquainted with Optimus Prime's child, Cataclysm, and the two quickly became good friends. Cataclysm, with a cheerful disposition, always brought joy to Chong Yun Xiao, while Chong Yun Xiao assisted Cataclysm in his studies. They supported each other and grew together. Cataclysm, what new things did you learn today? Chong Yun Xiao asked curiously. Cataclysm replied excitedly. Chong Yun Xiao, I learned a new transformation technique today. Look, I can turn into a cool sports car. He immediately transformed to showcase his skills to Chong Yun Xiao. Wow, Cataclysm, you're amazing. Chong Yun Xiao applauded. I will work hard to become as skilled as you. Cataclysm reverted to his original form, playfully patting Chong Yun Xiao on the shoulder. Chong Yun Xiao, I believe you can do it. Let's strive together. Meanwhile, Megatron spent his days either training diligently or alone at home, crafting a novel. He intended to chronicle his and Cloud's experiences, documenting their adventures and growth. However, The days without Cloud weighed heavily on Megatron's heart. He often found himself lost in thought, staring at Cloud's photograph, his eyes brimming with longing. Observing his father in such a state, Cloud felt a deep ache within his own heart and resolved to alleviate his father's burdens. He approached Megatron, speaking earnestly. "Father, I have grown up. I wish to reside at school and become self-sufficient." Megatron was taken aback, gazing at Cloud with a flicker of pride in his eyes. "My child, you have indeed matured. Rest assured, your mother and I will return swiftly." Cloud nodded, his gaze resolute. "I understand, Father. I will take good care of myself at school." Megatron smiled gently, a hint of affection glinting in his eyes. "Very well, I believe in your capability." After arranging accommodation for Cloud, Megatron went to join the Cosmic Emperor, assisting Cloud with his work. Noticing Cloud's fatigue, a wave of concern washed over him. "Cloud, you must be weary after so long. Allow me to give you a massage," Megatron said, his voice laced with tenderness. Cloud smiled slightly, gratitude illuminating his gaze. "Thank you for your concern. Having you by my side invigorates me." The two embraced tightly, and Cloud playfully raised a middle finger at someone, flashing a teasing smile. Witnessing the affectionate display between the two and Cloud's provocation, the Cosmic Emperor simmered with anger, his fingers cracking ominously. "How dare you challenge me, Cloud?" Though he contemplated reprimanding Cloud, the thought of him being the child of both himself and the primordial celestial master restrained his hand. However, upon learning that Cloud had become a parent, the Cosmic Emperor felt a surge of joy, imagining himself as an uncle. "Cloud, you concealed your child from me. Go home and rest. These duties can wait," he said with a touch of fondness. Cloud was momentarily stunned, looking at the Cosmic Emperor with surprise. "Really? I can go home to rest?" The Cosmic Emperor nodded. "Of course, I wish to meet my little nephew." Cloud smiled gently, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "Thank you, Cosmic Emperor. I will bring Cloud to see you soon." Thus, Cloud and Megatron returned home, where Cloud rushed excitedly to greet his parents. "Dad, Mom, you're back." His voice was filled with anticipation. Cloud smiled softly, lifting him into an embrace. "Yes, Cloud, we have returned." Megatron approached as well, his eyes filled with affection. "How have you been at school, Cloud?" Cloud nodded, excitement sparkling in his gaze. "Very well. I've made many new friends and learned so much." Yun Tian smiled faintly. "That is wonderful, Chong Yun Xiao. As long as you are happy." A few days later, Yun Tian brought Chong Yun Xiao to the palace of the Cosmic Emperor. Upon seeing Chong Yun Xiao, a flicker of fondness glimmered in the Cosmic Emperor's eyes. "Is this my little nephew?" "Chong Yun Xiao, you are truly adorable," he spoke with a hint of tenderness. Chong Yun Xiao smiled slightly, curiosity sparkling in his gaze. "Hello, Uncle Cosmic Emperor." The Cosmic Emperor returned the smile, gently ruffling Chong Yun Xiao's hair. "Chong Yun Xiao, I shall visit you often from now on." Chong Yun Xiao nodded. "All right, Uncle Cosmic Emperor." Thus, a new adventure began. With the support of the Cosmic Emperor, Yun Tian and Weijin Tian embarked on a new life. Chong Yun Xiao continued to grow through his experiences at school, while natural disasters became his closest friend. Their story continues. Epilogue, Part 6. After parting from his parents, Chong Yun Xiao began his life in the dormitory. He knew he was the son of a hero from Cybertron, yet he did not wish for his classmates to regard him differently because of his lineage. He desired to be called by his name, rather than as the offspring of a hero. "I am Chong Yun Xiao, not the descendant of a hero," he would always emphasize during introductions. However, whenever he sought to play with his peers, they would always keep their distance. They revered his parents, but feared to approach him, leaving Chong Yun Xiao feeling rather lonely. "Chong Yun Xiao, let's play over there." Natural disaster would often pull him, attempting to help him integrate into the group. Yet, the other children would regard them with strange looks, which made Chong Yun Xiao uncomfortable. He did not wish to receive special treatment due to his parents' status. He merely wanted to be an ordinary child. Natural disaster. "I do not want to be treated differently because of my parents' identity. I merely wish to be a normal child," Chong Yun Xiao expressed with a trace of helplessness in his voice. Natural disaster smiled gently, understanding glimmering in his eyes. "Chong Yun Xiao, I comprehend your feelings, but you must also understand them. They're simply afraid of your parents." Chong Yun Xiao nodded. "I know, but I still hope they can accept me." His lineage often brought him extravagant gifts, which he recognized as offerings from nobles seeking to curry favor with his parents.
Chong Yun-shao was acutely aware of their ulterior motives and the extent to which they oppressed the impoverished populace for their own gain. These nobles care only for their interests. They are utterly indifferent to the common people. He spoke with a hint of indignation. Natural Disaster nodded in agreement. Chong Yun-shao, we cannot allow them to continue this way. We must find a way to expose them. Chong Yun-shao smiled lightly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. I have a plan. We can turn the tables and ensnare them all. Natural Disaster was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes. Do you truly have a way? Chong Yun-shao nodded, a glimmer of confidence flickering in his gaze. Of course, I have devised a plan. We merely need to compel them to reveal their own misdeeds. Thus, Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai commenced their scheming. They resolved to exploit the gifts bestowed upon them by the nobles, setting a clever trap to entice them into exposing their true colors. Chong Yun-shao was certain that his parents would support his decision, so he discreetly reached out to Yun Tian and Yun Tian. Father, mother, I have a plan, and I hope for your support. Chong Yun-shao's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing their son's scheme, Yun Tian and Yun Tian were filled with pride. They recognized that Chong Yun-shao had matured and was capable of confronting these challenges. Chong Yun-shao, you have done remarkably well. We shall stand by you, Yun Tian declared, his voice imbued with pride. Yun Tian nodded in agreement, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Chong Yun-shao, you have indeed grown. We will assist you from the shadows. With that, Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai set their plan into motion. They cleverly utilized the gifts from the nobles to construct an intricate trap. Several days later, they successfully lured several nobles into revealing their transgressions, gathering ample evidence. Chong Yun-shao, we have succeeded, Tian Zai exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Chong Yun-shao smiled faintly. Indeed, Tian Zai, we have triumphed. A few days later, the Supreme Council convened to adjudicate several nobles accused of oppressing the populace and imposing exorbitant rents. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Esteemed judge, may I inquire who is responsible for apprehending these nobles in such a brief span? I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for this individual, my partner would have been forcibly taken away. A commoner implored the judge. The judge nodded and whispered a few words to the soldier beside him, who promptly exited the assembly hall. Meanwhile, Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai contemplated how they would face the audience for the first time, with millions watching. Chong Yun-shao, are you nervous? Tian Zai inquired, concern lacing his voice. Chong Yun-shao smiled slightly. A bit, but I have faith that we can succeed. Tian Zai nodded, a glimmer of encouragement in his eyes. I believe in you, Chong Yun-shao. We are friends, and we will face this together. Thus, Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai ascended the judgment platform, their expressions resolute, hearts brimming with a sense of justice. Honorable judge, we are Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai. We have unveiled the crimes of these nobles, hoping that the citizens of Cybertron may lead a better life, Chong Yun-shao proclaimed with unwavering determination. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, swelling with pride for the bravery exhibited by Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai. Chong Yun-shao, Tian Zai, you have done excellently, the judge remarked, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Chong Yun-shao and Tian Zai exchanged smiles, their faces radiating joy. They understood that they had undertaken a righteous endeavor for the people of Cybertron. Chong Yun-shao, you have truly matured. Yun Tian's voice resonated with pride. Megatron nodded, a flicker of pride dancing in his gaze. Skyfire, you have performed admirably. We take great pride in you. Thus, a new adventure commenced. With the unwavering support of Optimus Prime and Megatron, Skyfire and Cataclysm continued their relentless quest for peace on Cybertron. Their tale, however, is far from over. In an epilogue, upon learning that Skyfire and Cataclysm had apprehended several oppressive nobles, Optimus Prime and Megatron returned home to commend Cataclysm. Megatron even rewarded him with a small robotic dog. Overjoyed by his parents' gift, Cataclysm eagerly sought out Skyfire to share his delight. Skyfire, look, this is the reward my father gave me, a little robotic dog. Let's play together. Cataclysm's voice brimmed with excitement. Observing his friend's enthusiasm, Skyfire felt a pang of envy. He was well aware of his parents' busy lives, and it had been quite some time since he had last seen them. After a moment of contemplation, Skyfire nodded and accompanied Cataclysm to the school's playground. What do you wish to play, Skyfire? Cataclysm inquired with anticipation. A faint smile graced Skyfire's lips, a glimmer of relaxation shimmering in his eyes. Anything you choose. It has been ages since I felt this carefree. Consequently, Cataclysm dragged Skyfire through every amusement ride available. Their laughter resonated as they relished this rare moment of joy. However, just as they prepared to rest, a towering transformer materialized before them. This area is designated for high school students. Children are not permitted to play here, the transformer declared with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Cataclysm's mood soured, and he was ready to confront the intruder, but Skyfire intervened. Cataclysm, do not act impulsively. Skyfire's tone was calm yet firm. Gazing at the imposing transformer, Skyfire offered a slight smile. My apologies. We shall be leaving momentarily. Yet, the transformer persisted with insolence. You little brats dare to disregard my warning? It seems you require a lesson. A cold glint flickered in Skyfire's eyes as he chose silence, opting instead for action. In mere seconds, he deftly incapacitated the transformer's arm. Do not let me catch you again. If I do, I shall ensure you receive a beating. Skyfire's voice carried a chilling finality. The transformer stood frozen, fear evident in his eyes. He nodded vigorously before hastily retreating from the playground. At this moment, Cataclysm was utterly astonished, realizing just how formidable his friend truly was. Skyfire glanced upwards and then addressed Cataclysm. It is time for us to return. Cataclysm nodded, and together they departed the playground. After escorting Skyfire back to his dormitory, Cataclysm remarked, Skyfire, I must return home now. I shall come to find you again. Skyfire nodded, a hint of reluctance flickering in his gaze. Very well, Cataclysm. We shall play together next time. Cataclysm smiled gently, absolutely. After witnessing the departure of the natural disaster, Chung Yunxiao gazed at the photograph on the table, lost in contemplation. Father, mother, when will you return to keep me company? He uttered, his tones steeped in solitude. Just as he prepared to rest, a smoke bomb infiltrated the room through the window. Before Chung Yunxiao could react, he succumbed to the overwhelming haze and fainted. At that moment, a figure clad in black entered the room, observing the unconscious Chung Yunxiao, revealing his true identity. If Yun Tian were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For this individual was none other than the formidable adversary that Optimus Prime and Megatron were meant to vanquish. Yun Tian, since I cannot defeat you, I shall turn your child against you. I am eager to see if you will destroy your own offspring in the name of so-called justice. The voice of the adversary resonated with a hint of madness. He cradled the fallen Chung Yunxiao in his arms, using his powers to draw him into a realm of illusion, then spoke softly to him. Chung Yunxiao, awaken, I have come for you. As Chung Yunxiao opened his eyes, he beheld the adversary before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze, yet he felt a warmth emanating from this figure. Who are you? Why do I feel such an affinity towards you? Chung Yunxiao inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Child, I am your father. For so many years, I have sought you, and now, at last, I have found you. It is my fault that you have endured a solitary existence. Will you forgive me? The adversary's voice bore a touch of tenderness. Chung Yunxiao stood in shock, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment as he regarded the adversary, filled with questions. Yet, the warmth he felt from the adversary offered him solace. Father, I am willing. I no longer wish to be apart from you, Chung Yunxiao replied, his voice imbued with hope. The adversary smiled gently. Thank you for your forgiveness, my child. Come, I shall take you home. You do not belong here. Thus, the adversary guided Chung Yunxiao out of the illusion and into the realm of reality. He placed Chung Yunxiao aboard his spacecraft, preparing to depart. Child, together we shall forge a world of our own, one that no one can impede, the adversary declared with resolve. Chung Yunxiao smiled faintly. Father, I trust you. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and Megatron were occupied within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor. Suddenly, Yun Tian was seized by a wave of unease, a flicker of worry crossing his gaze. Megatron, I have a foreboding feeling. What if something has happened to Chung Yunxiao? Megatron paused, a hint of tension in his expression. Yun Tian, do not fret. Chung Yunxiao is astute. He will safeguard himself. Yet, Yun Tian's heart remained heavy with apprehension, compelling him to return home immediately. Observing Yun Tian's demeanor, Megatron promptly accompanied him. Chung Yunxiao, you must remain safe. Yun Tian's voice conveyed urgency. Upon their return home, they discovered the room of Chung Yunxiao in disarray, and he was nowhere to be found. Yun Tian and Wei Tian were engulfed in shock and fury. Has Chung Yunxiao been abducted? Wei Tian's voice bore a hint of indignation. Yun Tian nodded resolutely. We must find him immediately. Thus, Yun Tian and Wei Tian promptly commenced their search. They reached out to Optimus Prime, Wei Tian, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, Ratchet, Red Spider, Soundwave, and others, beseeching their assistance. Chong Yun Xiao has been kidnapped. We must locate him at once. Yun Tian's tone was laced with urgency. Upon receiving the news, Optimus Prime and Wei Tian were filled with astonishment and wrath. They swiftly organized a search party, embarking on a quest across Cybertron to trace Chong Yun Xiao's whereabouts. Chong Yun Xiao, you must hold on. We will find you. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with determination. Wei Tian nodded, a glint of fury in his eyes. Whoever dares to harm my child's friend shall face my wrath. Thus began a tense search operation, with Yun Tian and Wei Tian leading the team in pursuit of Chong Yun Xiao. Their hearts were laden with worry and anger, yet simultaneously brimming with hope. Chong Yun Xiao, you must be safe. Yun Tian's voice carried a note of expectation. Wei Tian affirmed, we shall find you, Chong Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, the Decepticon leader brought Chong Yun Xiao to a remote planet, placing him within his lair, intent on instilling his ideology. Child, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Only the strong may endure. Together, we shall dominate this realm. The Decepticon leader's voice was resolute. Chong Yun Xiao smiled faintly. Father, I understand. I will strive to do my best. During their search for Chong Yun Xiao, Yun Tian and Wei Tian finally uncovered the Decepticon leader's location. They hastened to the lair, prepared to rescue Chong Yun Xiao. Decepticon leader released Chong Yun Xiao. Yun Tian's voice was tinged with anger. The Decepticon leader smirked slightly, his gaze cold. Yun Tian, do you believe you can thwart me? Chong Yun Xiao has become my child. He shall rule this world alongside me. Without hesitation, Yun Tian and Wei Tian launched their assault, determined to save Chong Yun Xiao. After a fierce battle, they ultimately vanquished the Decepticon leader and awakened Chong Yun Xiao. Chong Yun Xiao, are you all right? Yun Tian's voice was filled with concern. Chong Yun Xiao beamed. Father, mother, I am fine. I knew you would come to my rescue. Yun Tian and Wei Tian embraced Chong Yun Xiao tightly, their faces illuminated with relief and joy. They recognized that Chong Yun Xiao had matured and was now capable of confronting such challenges. Chong Yun Xiao, you did exceptionally well. Yun Tian's voice brimmed with pride. Wei Tian approached as well. Chong Yun Xiao, you performed admirably. We are proud of you. Thus, a new adventure began to unfold. Under the collective support of their allies, Cloud and Megatron persist in their quest for peace on Cybertron. Meanwhile, Starscream, under the guardianship of his parents, continues to grow. Their saga unfolds further. In the 8th side story, following the previous events, Cloud harbors concerns that Unicron may target Starscream once more. When they inquire if Starscream remembers Unicron, he shakes his head, seemingly oblivious to the entity's identity. Unbeknownst to Starscream, Unicron observes them within the recesses of his consciousness. Starscream, you shall never escape me. However, since you have forgotten me, I can exploit you once again. Unicron's voice resonates with a hint of madness. Cloud sighs, aware that Starscream has attracted Unicron's attention. Yet he and Megatron cannot return home just yet. Thus, he resolves to request Optimus Prime to assist in caring for Starscream. Optimus, I need your help to look after Starscream for a while. Megatron and I cannot return home at the moment. Cloud's voice reflects a sense of resignation. Optimus offers a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Cloud, I will take good care of Starscream. Natural disaster approaches as well. Starscream, I will play with you. You need not worry. With Optimus's assurance, Cloud returns to the side of the Cosmic Emperor to continue his duties. Upon arriving at Optimus's residence, Starscream feels the warmth of a family. Yet he is acutely aware that it is not his own. Envy swells within him for Natural Disaster, who possesses a complete family, while he can only experience such warmth in dreams. As night descends, Starscream retreats to the room Optimus has prepared for him. He retrieves a family photograph, overwhelmed by nostalgia for his parents. Father, mother, I miss you so much, he utters, his voice choked with emotion. After a while, Starscream finds himself enveloped in fatigue and succumbs to slumber. In his dreams, he revels in familial warmth and discovers numerous friends. He plays, learns, and grows alongside Natural Disaster. Everything here feels so exquisite, ensnaring him in its blissful embrace. Starscream, do you wish to remain with him forever? A voice suddenly echoes in his ear. Startled, Starscream looks around and spots a figure wielding a staff. Frowning slightly, he queries, who are you?
I feel as though I have seen you before. Unicron smiles faintly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. What a pitiable child you are. I am your dream guardian, capable of manifesting your desires and transforming your dreams into reality. Starscream's eyes light up with hope, his voice tinged with anticipation. Can you truly make my dreams come true? Unicron nods gently, his tone softening. Indeed, but you must not disclose this to anyone else. It shall remain our secret. Chong Yunxiao nodded, his voice imbued with a hint of determination. Yes, I understand. I shall not disclose this to anyone. Excellent. Remember our pact. Now, you must return to the realm of reality. Should you wish to converse with me, simply ring this bell, and I shall appear instantly. Yu Qiandi handed Chong Yunxiao a small bell, taking it into his grasp. A flicker of gratitude crossed Chong Yunxiao's eyes. Thank you, Guardian of Dreams. Yu Qiandi smiled faintly, his form gradually fading from Chong Yunxiao's dream. Chong Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes, discovering he was still in the room arranged for him by Optimus Prime. He gazed at the bell in his hand, filled with perplexity. What is this? He asked, curiosity lacing his voice. He gently shook the bell, its crisp sound echoing in the room. A glimmer of anticipation sparked within him. He was uncertain of what this bell might bring. The following day, upon awakening, Chong Yunxiao found himself still at Optimus Prime's home. Observing his surroundings, warmth enveloped his heart. Optimus Prime and Cataclysm had already risen, busily preparing breakfast. Chong Yunxiao, you're awake, came Optimus Prime's gentle voice. Chong Yunxiao offered a slight smile. Good morning, Uncle Optimus. Cataclysm rushed over, excitement flashing in his eyes. Chong Yunxiao, let us have breakfast together. Chong Yunxiao nodded, happiness dancing in his gaze. He joined Optimus Prime and Cataclysm at the table, relishing the delightful meal. Did you sleep well last night, Chong Yunxiao? Optimus Prime inquired with concern. Chong Yunxiao smiled softly, his eyes reflecting gratitude. I slept wonderfully. Thank you for your care, Uncle Optimus. With a gentle smile, Optimus Prime replied, No need for thanks, Chong Yunxiao. Your happiness is all that matters. Cataclysm nodded in agreement. Chong Yunxiao, shall we go to school today? Chong Yunxiao responded affirmatively. Sure, Cataclysm. Thus, Chong Yunxiao and Cataclysm set off for school, enjoying a delightful day filled with joy. He realized that although he could not be with his parents, he could still feel the warmth of family. As night fell, Chong Yunxiao returned to Optimus Prime's home. He gazed at the bell in his hand, anticipation swelling within him. He gently shook the bell, its clear sound resonating through the room. Did you miss me again? Yu Qiandi's voice echoed once more. Chong Yunxiao smiled gently. Guardian of Dreams. I wish to speak with you. Yu Qiandi returned the smile, his figure reappearing before Chong Yunxiao. What is it you wish to discuss, Chong Yunxiao? Furrowing his brow slightly, Chong Yunxiao's voice carried a note of confusion. Guardian of Dreams. Who are you? Why do I always forget you? Yu Qiandi smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Chong Yunxiao, you need not know who I am. You only need to understand that I can grant your wishes. Chong Yunxiao nodded, inquiring, can you ensure that my parents and I are together forever? Yu Qiandi offered a faint smile, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Certainly, but you must remember our pact. Chong Yunxiao nodded resolutely, his voice tinged with determination. I will not forget. Thus, in the realm of dreams, Chong Yunxiao continued his dialogue with Yu Qiandi, who observed every nuance of Chong Yunxiao's being from the shadows. He recognized that he had successfully ensnared Chong Yunxiao. He merely needed to await the opportune moment to transform him into a pawn. Chong Yunxiao, you can never escape me. Yu Qiandi's voice resonated with a hint of madness. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and Wei Tian persevered within the grand palace of the Cosmic Emperor, their hearts laden with concern for Chong Yunxiao. Yet, they understood the necessity of completing their mission to reunite with him. Wei Tian, we must expedite our task and return to Chong Yunxiao. Yun Tian asserted with unwavering resolve. Wei Tian nodded, I understand, Yun Tian. We shall return swiftly. Thus, they continued their diligent efforts, their hearts brimming with longing for Chong Yunxiao. They were acutely aware that he needed them, and they must return as soon as possible. Their story was far from over. Epilogue 9. Upon discovering he possessed a guardian of dreams, Chong Yunxiao swiftly embraced slumber each night, meeting Yu Qiandi in the dreamscape. Over time, their bond deepened. Guardian, I have come to seek you again, Chong Yunxiao exclaimed with excitement. Observing the animated Chong Yunxiao before him,
Yu Tian's lips curled into a smile. Once he fully controlled Chong Yunxiao, he would set his plans into motion. My dear child, what would you like to play today? Yu Tian's voice held a tender lilt. Chong Yunxiao smiled slightly. I wish to know your name. We have become good friends, and I cannot keep calling you guardian. Yu Tian paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze, yet he ultimately nodded. Very well, I shall tell you. My name is Yu Tian. So your name is Yu Tian. I shall remember it. Chong Yunxiao replied with enthusiasm. However, I have heard from my father and others that Yu Tian is a villain. Should I heed your words? Are you the person they speak of? Yu Tian chuckled softly, mischief dancing in his eyes. Of course not. I am merely your guardian. However, you must be cautious. If you are hurt, it would pay me as well. Ah, I knew you were not a bad person. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yu Tian. Chong Yunxiao expressed gratefully. It is of no consequence. Come, join me. Yu Tian beckoned gently. Without hesitation, Chong Yunxiao approached him. Yu Tian lifted him into his arms, tenderly stroking his face. Uncle Yu Tian, when will you help me fulfill my wish? Amidst the voice of Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO, there lingered a hint of anticipation. My dear Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO, now is not the time. We must approach the realization of our wishes with patience and not rush. In the comforting tone of YTIND, I grasped the sentiment. Uncle YTIND, might you share with me the tales of your past? Surely, a figure of your prowess must have once been a grand hero? Curiosity edged Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO's voice. Hero? YTIND smiled faintly, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. Once, he had been a mere civil servant, later ascending to the rank of deputy in the 13 heavens. However, in his quest for greater power, he allied with the five-faced beasts, leading to the downfall of the 13 heavens and his rise as the ruler of Cybertron. Eventually, he faced defeat at the hands of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Had he not been swayed by the five-faced beasts, would he have earned the recognition of the leadership module? YTIND pondered, but now, regret came too late. Gazing at Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO in his arms, YTIND felt a pang of reluctance to unveil the truth to this child. Yet he could not weave a lie. Uncle YTIND, are you troubled? Have I stirred memories of sorrow? I apologize. I should not have spoken. Concern tinged Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO's voice. It is not your fault. Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO. However, I am no hero. I have committed many misdeeds alongside villains, nearly leading Cybertron to its doom. Hence, I cannot claim the title of hero. A note of resignation colored YTIND's words. Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO fell silent, surprise flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure. No, Uncle YTIND, you are a hero. You appeared by my side when I felt most alone. You will forever remain a hero in my heart. YTIND's heart trembled, touched by the sincerity in the child's gaze. Thank you for your acceptance. Yet, I have deceived you. I am indeed the villain your father spoke of, and my approach to you is part of my scheme. Even so, would you still accept me? Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO paused for a moment. Uncle YTIND, I know you have erred in the past, but you are different now. Your presence brings me warmth and companionship. I believe you can amend your ways. I believe you can become a good person. YTIND stood astonished, surprise flickering in his eyes. Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO, do you truly believe in me? Note that. Trust illuminating his gaze. I believe you, Uncle YTIND. I believe you can change. YTIND was taken aback, emotion welling within him. Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO, are you truly willing to accept me? Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO nodded again, trust radiating from him. Yes, Uncle YTIND. I believe in you. YTIND smiled gently, warmth softening his gaze. CHNGNAYO thankayu. I shall strive to become a better person, to protect you, and to ensure your everlasting happiness. Ch.Ing.Y. next CEO smiled faintly, happiness shimmering in his eyes. I believe you will, Uncle YTIND. YTIND's heart quaked, a tumult of complex emotions stirring within him. He was acutely aware of the myriad mistakes he had made in the past. Yet he also recognized his capacity for transformation. The trust bestowed upon him by Chong Yunxiao enveloped him in a gentle warmth. Thank you, Chong Yunxiao, came the voice of Yu Tian, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Chong Yunxiao smiled faintly. Uncle Yu Tian, I believe you can become a good person. Let's strive together to make Cybertron a better place. Yu Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chong Yunxiao. We shall endeavor together. Thus, in the realm of dreams, Chang Yunxiu and Yu Tiandi cultivated a deepening bond. Although Yu Tiandi was aware that his plans might inflict harm upon Chang Yunxiu, he found himself unable to relinquish this newfound warmth. He resolved that, even for the sake of Chang Yunxiu, he would endeavor to become a better man. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and Yun Tian continued their labor within the palace of the Cosmic Emperor. Their hearts were heavy with concern for Chang Yunxiu. Yet they understood the necessity of completing their mission to return to his side. "We must hasten to fulfill our task and reunite with Chang Yunxiu," Yun Tian asserted resolutely. Yun Tian nodded. "I am aware, Yun Tian. We shall return post-haste." Thus, they persisted in their efforts, their hearts filled with longing for Chang Yunxiu. They understood that he needed them, and they must return swiftly. Their tale continued to unfold. In the 10th side story, encouraged by Chang Yunxiu, Yu Tiandi resolved to abandon his plans and treat Chang Yunxiu with sincerity. He ceased to conceal his true form, transitioning from Chang Yunxiu's consciousness into the tangible world. Chang Yunxiu was overjoyed and prepared a secret little room for Yu Tiandi, clandestinely providing him with meals each day. "Uncle Yu Tiandi, this is your dinner," Chang Yunxiu said, offering him an energy cube, his eyes brimming with warmth. Yu Tiandi accepted the energy cube, a wave of unprecedented emotion surging within him. He had never anticipated that he would one day relinquish all his plans for the sake of another, solely to safeguard him. "Thank you, Chang Yunxiu." Yu Tiandi's voice was imbued with tenderness. Chang Yunxiu smiled, his eyes sparkling with innocent light. "Uncle Yu Tiandi, as long as you are here, I am happy." However, the bliss was short-lived. One evening, as Chang Yunxiu was preparing to dine with Yu Tiandi, Optimus Prime suddenly burst through the door. "Yu Tiandi, what are you doing here?" Optimus Prime's voice resonated with wariness and ire. Yu Tiandi immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Chang Yunxiu, a flicker of tension in his eyes. "Optimus Prime, I mean no harm to Chang Yunxiu." Optimus Prime clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I will not forget what you have done. Today, I must stop you." Seeing this, Chang Yunxiu hastily grasped Optimus Prime's hand. "Uncle Optimus, please don't be like this. Uncle Yu Tiandi would never hurt me. He has always been my protector." Optimus Prime was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Chang Yunxiu's steadfast eyes, a wave of doubt washing over him. He had never anticipated that Chang Yunxiu would place such unwavering trust in Yu Tiandi. "Chong Yunxiu, are you certain?" A hint of uncertainty laced Optimus Prime's voice. Chong Yunxiu nodded, his eyes brimming with resolve. "Uncle Optimus, I believe in him. Uncle Yu Tiandi has changed. He is no longer the man he once was." Hearing these words, Yu Tiandi felt a warmth swell within him. He had never anticipated that someone would trust him so profoundly, willing to speak on his behalf. "Optimus, I confess, I have committed many wrongs in the past. Yet, Chong Yunxiu has shown me a different world, and I am willing to change for him," Yu Tiandi declared, his voice imbued with determination. Optimus fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Yu Tiandi's gaze, sensing a flicker of sincerity. He understood well that Chong Yunxiu possessed keen judgment. If he believed in Yu Tiandi, perhaps the latter had truly transformed. "I shall inform Yun Tian. He will make the decision," Optimus ultimately stated. Upon learning of the matter, Yun Tian was beset by a complex array of emotions. He recognized that Chong Yunxiu's trust in Yu Tiandi was not unfounded, yet the latter's past loomed darkly over them. "Chong Yunxiu, do you truly believe in Yu Tiandi?" Yun Tian's voice carried a note of concern. Chong Yunxiu nodded, his eyes filled with conviction. "Mother, I believe in him. Uncle Yu Tiandi has changed. He now only wishes to protect me." Yun Tian remained silent for a moment, gazing into Chong Yunxiu's eyes, feeling a warmth blossom within him. He knew that Chong Yunxiu's discernment was sharp. If he placed his faith in Yu Tiandi, then perhaps the latter had indeed changed. "Very well, Chong Yunxiu. I shall grant Yu Tiandi a chance, but you must remain vigilant," Yun Tian finally replied. Chong Yunxiu nodded, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. "Thank you, mother." Thus, Yu Tiandi was permitted to remain by Chong Yunxiu's side, unbeknownst to him that all of this transpired under the watchful gaze of the five-faced monster. One night, as Chong Yunxiu slipped into slumber, Yu Tiandi sat at his bedside, gently tucking the covers around him. Just then, his communicator buzzed to life. The voice of the five-faced monster crackling through. "Yu Tiandi, bring Chong Yunxiu back. Our plan can commence." The urgency in the voice left Yun Tian momentarily stunned, his heart wrestling with turmoil. He looked at Chong Yunxiao, gazing upon his innocent visage, a fierce protective instinct surging within him. No, I cannot allow Chong Yunxiao to become embroiled in this conflict. Yun Tian ultimately resolved. He tenderly kissed Chong Yunxiao's forehead, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. Chong Yunxiao, I am sorry, I cannot take you with me. From his pocket, he retrieved a badge, gently placing it in Chong Yunxiao's hand. This is my badge. If you find yourself in danger, press it, and I will return at once. Chong Yunxiao stirred in his dreams, seemingly sensing Yu Tiandi's presence. He smiled faintly and continued to sleep. Yu Tiandi turned to leave, a complex blend of emotions enveloping him. He understood that this departure might be final. Five-faced monster. I will not return with Chong Yunxiao. Yu Tiandi's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. The five-faced creature was momentarily taken aback, a hint of anger lacing his voice. Have you lost your mind? Yu Tiandi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yu Tiandi let out a cold laugh, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. I am fully aware of what I am doing. I shall not allow Chong Yunxiao to come to any harm, even at the cost of my own life. After a brief silence, the five-faced creature spoke again, this time tinged with resignation. Very well, Yu Tiandi. Have you truly made your decision? Yu Tiandi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have decided. I will protect Chong Yunxiao in my own way, even if it means sacrificing myself. Thus, Yu Tiandi embarked on his solitary journey to confront the five-faced creature. His mind was solely focused on one thought, to safeguard Chong Yunxiao and shield him from this turmoil. Meanwhile, Chong Yunxiao remained peacefully asleep, clutching the emblem tightly in his hand, as if sensing the warmth of Yu Tiandi. Uncle Yu Tiandi, I will wait for you. Chong Yunxiao murmured softly in his dreams. All of this was observed by Yun Tian. She understood that Yu Tiandi had made his choice, and she would honor his decision. Chong Yunxiao, your choice is indeed the right one, Yun Tian whispered, her eyes glimmering with a sense of relief. Thus, a new adventure began. Yu Tiandi faced the five-faced creature alone, while Chong Yunxiao continued his life under the protection of Optimus Prime and Yun Tian. Their tale was far from over. In the 11th side story, to protect Chong Yunxiao and to atone for his past mistakes, Yu Tiandi resolved to confront the five-faced creature alone. Yet, his current strength was derived from the five-faced creature, leaving him unable to resist its control. Yu Tiandi, I offer you one more chance to bring back Chong Yunxiao, or I will ensure your complete obliteration, the five-faced creature threatened. Yu Tiandi remained silent for a moment before resolutely stating, I refuse. The five-faced creature's voice brimmed with anger. Yu Tiandi, do not forget who granted you a new life. I am your master, and you must obey my commands. Yu Tiandi let out a cold laugh, a flicker of ruthlessness in his gaze. I have already stated my refusal. You may have resurrected my body, but my soul belongs to me alone. I shall never betray the justice within my heart. With that, Yu Tiandi launched an attack against the five-faced creature, his movements swift and decisive, each strike imbued with power. However, the creature's strength far exceeded his expectations, and soon Yu Tiandi found himself at a disadvantage. You truly believe you can defy me? The five-faced creature taunted. Yu Tiandi fell silent, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. He realized that his current power was insufficient to challenge the creature. Yet he could not surrender. For the sake of Chong Yunxiao, he had to persevere. Clenching his teeth, determination ignited in his gaze. Five-faced creature, I will never give up. I will surely defeat you. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Chong Yunxiao discovered that Yu Tiandi was absent from his room. He assumed that Yu Tiandi must be hiding. Uncle Yu Tiandi, where are you? Please come out. Chong Yunxiao called out, his voice filled with anticipation. However, the formidable adversary did not make an appearance, which filled Chong Yunxiao with profound sorrow. Uncle Yu Tiandi, do you not care for me anymore? Observing her child in tears, Yun Tian approached Chong Yunxiao's side. My dear child, do not be disheartened. Chong Yunxiao lifted his head, his eyes brimming with tears. Mother, why has Uncle Yu Tiandi left me? Yun Tian offered a gentle smile, her voice imbued with warmth. My child, Uncle Yu Tiandi is currently combating evil, striving to ensure your safety, which is why he has not informed you. Chong Yunxiao was taken aback, a flicker of surprise illuminating his gaze. I knew Uncle Yu Tian was a good person. But, Mother, could you assist him? I fear for his safety alone. Yun Tian nodded, her voice imbued with resolve. Very well. I shall accompany Uncle Qing Tianzhu. You must remain here obediently with Tian Zai. Chong Yinshao nodded in agreement. Yes, I will certainly wait here for your safe return. Yun Tian and Qing Tianzhu exchanged a glance before dashing towards Yu Tian's location, their hearts heavy with concern for his well-being. Yu Tian, surrender your resistance. For the sake of your past service to me, I may grant you mercy, came the mocking voice of the five-faced monster. Yu Tian scoffed coldly. Five-faced monster, I will never yield. I shall defeat you, stubborn as ever. It seems I must eradicate you, the five-faced monster declared with a chilling tone. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy surged from behind the five-faced monster, striking him squarely in the back. He let out a pained cry, his body trembling slightly. Who dares to ambush me? The five-faced monster seethed with fury. Yun Tian, Qing Tianzhu, what brings you here? Yu Tian's voice was laced with surprise. Yun Tian smiled lightly, her tone teasing. It is certainly because of a certain little child. Should you perish, he would be utterly heartbroken. Do you not realize how difficult he is to console? Qing Tianzhu nodded, a serious glint in his eyes. Yu Tian, we will not allow you to face the five-faced monster alone. Friends are meant to support one another. Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting gratitude. You all. Yun Tian smiled gently, her voice soothing. Yu Tian, we know you have changed. We trust that you will no longer harm Chong Yinshao. Hence, we are here to assist you. Yu Tian nodded appreciatively. Thank you, I will strive to do my utmost. Thus, an intense battle ensued, with Yun Tian, Qing Tianzhu, and Yu Tian uniting against the five-faced monster. Their movements were swift and decisive, each strike infused with tremendous strength. Five-faced monster, this time you shall not escape, Yun Tian declared resolutely. The five-faced monster sneered, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Do you truly believe you could defeat me? Optimus Prime smiled faintly, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. We shall undoubtedly defeat you, for the peace of Cybertron. The Sky Guardian nodded in agreement. For the sake of soaring to the heavens, I shall never relent. Optimus Prime acknowledged this with a nod, his expression turning grave. The multi-faced monster, you have truly overstepped this time. We shall not permit you to harm the Sky Guardian. The multi-faced monster sneered, anger flickering in his gaze. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Cloudy Sky smiled softly, her voice imbued with resolve. We will not allow you to harm any innocent life, including the Sky Guardian. Thus, a fierce battle ensued. Cloudy Sky and Optimus Prime joined forces against the multi-faced monster, while the Sky Guardian, shielded by their efforts, exerted himself to regain his strength. Sky Guardian, you must hold on, Cloudy Sky urged with concern. The Sky Guardian smiled slightly. I will, Cloudy Sky. For the sake of soaring to the heavens, I must persevere. With the assistance of Cloudy Sky and Optimus Prime, the Sky Guardian gradually restored his powers. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as his strength surged forth. Multi-faced monster. This time, you will pay the price, the Sky Guardian declared with fury. The multi-faced monster scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. Do you think you could defeat me? The Sky Guardian replied with a subtle smile, his eyes icy. Let us see. Consequently, an even more intense confrontation erupted. Cloudy Sky, Optimus Prime, and the Sky Guardian united against the multi-faced monster, their might escalating and forcing him into a corner. Multi-faced monster, you have lost, Cloudy Sky asserted firmly. The multi-faced monster was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Impossible. How could I lose? Optimus Prime smiled slightly, his tone grave. Because you have forgotten, the power of justice is insurmountable. The Sky Guardian nodded in agreement. Multi-faced monster, you have lost. I shall protect the Sky Guardian and safeguard the peace of Cybertron with my life. The multi-faced monster fell silent for a moment, a hint of resignation in his gaze. Very well, I concede. But remember, I shall return. With that, the multi-faced monster's form gradually dissipated, his voice tinged with reluctance. I will be back, await me. Cloudy Sky smiled gently, her voice resolute. We shall await your return, multi-faced monster. But next time, you shall not have another chance. Thus, a new adventure began. Cloudy Sky, Optimus Prime, and the Sky Guardian continued to safeguard the peace of Cybertron, while the Sky Guardian resumed his life under their protection. Their story continued to unfold. Epilogue, Chapter 12. After vanquishing the multi-faced monster, the trio returned to Optimus Prime's abode. Observing the Sky Guardian tending to the needs of the Sky Guardian, Cloudy Sky resolved to enlist the Sky Guardian's help in caring for him. Sky Guardian, I entrust you with his care, Cloudy Sky expressed with anticipation. The Sky Guardian nodded. Rest assured, Cloudy Sky. I shall take good care of Chong Yun Xiao. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of gratitude lacing her voice. Thank you, Yu Qiandi. I know I can trust you. With that, Yun Tian returned to her studio, embarking on her daily patrols. Time flew by, and on this particular day, Yun Tian awoke early. Glancing at the date, she realized it was the 520th, a day dedicated to love and commitment. Her heart brimmed with joy as she recalled how, prior to her arrival in the Transformers world, she had envied her colleagues who had partners. Yet now, she possessed everything she had once yearned for, including the one she cherished. Megatron, today, is the 520th. I believe we should celebrate this occasion. There was a note of anticipation in Yun Tian's voice. Megatron smiled slightly, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes. Very well, Yun Tian. How do you wish to commemorate it? Yun Tian pondered for a moment, a mischievous tone coloring her voice. I would like the Cosmic Emperor to grant us a day off. Megatron was taken aback, surprise flashing in his gaze. Yun Tian, are you certain? Yun Tian nodded firmly, her voice imbued with conviction. Indeed, it has been far too long since we had a proper break. I am certain the Cosmic Emperor will understand. In pursuit of a joyful day, Yun Tian contacted the Cosmic Emperor. Observing the tenacious Yun Tian before him, the Cosmic Emperor ultimately acquiesced to her request. After all, he and the primordial celestial also needed to unwind. Constant toil was indeed detrimental. Very well, Yun Tian. Enjoy your day. I, too, wish to relax with the primordial celestial. The Cosmic Emperor's voice carried a touch of fondness. Yun Tian smiled subtly, her voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Cosmic Emperor. Please take care of yourselves as well. Once she received the Cosmic Emperor's permission, Yun Tian swiftly departed with Megatron, arriving at the floral expanse of Cybertron. There, they encountered Optimus Prime and Megatron from Yun Tian's world, alongside Optimus Prime and Alita from Megatron's realm, as well as their counterparts from an alternate timeline they had traversed together. Yun Tian, you have arrived. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with anticipation. Megatron approached, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Yun Tian, you seem exceedingly joyful. Yun Tian beamed, her voice tinged with happiness. Indeed, today is a special day, and I wish to celebrate with everyone. After Yun Tian's return, the primordial celestial connected every parallel universe through temporal tunnels, facilitating communication between the worlds. Reuniting with old friends always brings forth endless conversations, and Yun Tian decided to invite everyone present to dine at the finest restaurant on Cybertron. Everyone, today is a remarkably special day, and I wish to invite you all to the best restaurant in Cybertron. Yun Tian's voice radiated with eagerness. The proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Thus, the group, filled with laughter and camaraderie, made their way toward the restaurant. Yun Tian, today is truly wonderful. Optimus Prime's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Megatron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of the day. Yun Tian smiled gently, her voice imbued with happiness. Today is a celebration of love and commitment. We should revel in it. Thus, the group made their way to the finest restaurant on Cybertron. The establishment was exquisitely adorned, suffused with a romantic ambience. They gathered around the table, relishing delectable dishes while sharing their stories. Yun Tian, your tale with Megatron is truly captivating, Optimus Prime remarked, a trace of envy lacing his tone. Megatron concurred, a flicker of sentiment passing through his gaze. Indeed, your experiences are remarkable. Yun Tian smiled softly, her voice tinged with joy. We are merely fortunate to have found one another. Megatron nodded, a glimmer of affection evident in his eyes. Yes, we are indeed fortunate. While they savored their meal, Yun Tian suddenly recalled their companion, Yu Qiandi, who was tending to Chong Yun Xiao and Tian Zai. She promptly reached out to him. Yu Tiandi, we are dining at the restaurant. Please bring Chong Yun Xiao and Tian Zai along. Today is a special occasion, and I believe you should celebrate with us. Yun Tian's voice was filled with anticipation. Yu Qiandi paused, surprise flashing in his eyes. All right, I understand. I will bring Chong Yun Xiao and Tian Zai. But will they forgive me? Yun Tian smiled gently, her gaze encouraging. Yu Qiandi, I trust they will forgive you. As long as you treat them sincerely, they will surely accept you. Moreover, rather than dwelling on the past, consider the future. If you're willing to change, everyone will embrace you as a friend. Yu Tian nodded. I understand, Yun Tian. I will treat them well. Consequently, Yu Tiandi arrived at the restaurant with Chong Yunxiao and Tian Zai. Upon seeing them, Yun Tian's face radiated with joy. Chong Yunxiao, Tian Zai, you have arrived. Her voice was tender. The two rushed over, their faces beaming with happiness. Aunt Yun Tian, we are here. Yun Tian smiled, her voice filled with relief. You came at the perfect time. Come, sit down, and let us dine together. Megatron, today is truly delightful. Yun Tian's voice was warm. Megatron smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting affection. I feel the same, Yun Tian. We are blessed with such wonderful family and friends. Optimus Prime nodded, his voice carrying a note of contentment. Indeed, we are very fortunate. Elita smiled softly, her voice gentle. Today is truly special. Being together is the greatest gift. This day was suffused with love and commitment, and they all understood that, regardless of what the future held, they would remain together, eternally happy. Chong Yunxiao, Tian Zai, are you happy today? The voice of Yun Tian resonated with a hint of concern. Chong Yunxiao and Tian Zai nodded, their faces adorned with expressions of bliss. We are delighted. Mother Yun Tian, a gentle smile graced Yun Tian's lips. That is wonderful, as long as you are happy. Thus, a new adventure commenced. With the support of all, Yun Tian and Megatron continued their guardianship over the peace of Cybertron, while Chong Yunxiao and Tian Zai flourished under their protection. Their tale was far from over. Transformers, Origins, Part 1. As Chong Yunxiao and Tian Zai navigated through their adjustment period, Yun Tian and Optimus Prime resolved to allow these two children to explore other worlds. Both Chong Yunxiao and Tian Zai were filled with immense joy, eagerly anticipating the exploration of new realms. Chong Yunxiao, Tian Zai, are you prepared? Yun Tian's voice carried a note of encouragement. They nodded, their faces radiant with excitement, replying in unison. We are ready, Mother Yun Tian. With that, Yun Tian activated the space-time tunnel, allowing Chong Yunxiao and Tian Zai to enter. However, as soon as they stepped into the tunnel, they encountered a tumultuous flux of time and space. The energy waves within the tunnel surged violently, causing them to feel disoriented. Tian Zai, are you all right? Chong Yunxiao's voice held a trace of worry. Tian Zai nodded. I am fine, Chong Yunxiao. We must find a way out. Just as they endeavored to seek an exit, the space-time tunnel began to collapse. Powerful energy fluctuations propelled them in opposite directions. At that moment, the energy shield, a birthday gift from Yuan Shi Tianzun to Chong Yunxiao, activated unexpectedly, ensuring their safe passage out of the tunnel. However, they were subsequently separated. Tian Zai found herself transported to an unfamiliar locale, surveying her surroundings and realizing she was in a dilapidated place. Just then, she heard heavy footsteps approaching. To evade capture by potential foes, Tian Zai decided to feign unconsciousness. Look, she is the child who fell from the sky. Isn't she adorable? But why does she resemble me so closely? A voice, belonging to Alien, was laced with confusion. How would I know? But Alien, are you foolish? The energy we can acquire is already scarce. Why would you want to rescue her? The voice of 16 conveyed a sense of exasperation. She is merely a child. I cannot stand idly by while a child is in peril. If you are unwilling to assist her, then I shall take it upon myself to care for her. Alien's voice bore a firm resolve. Tian Zai suddenly interjected, interrupting their discourse. Where am I? Who are you two? Why do you resemble my parents? Alien and 16 were taken aback, their faces registering surprise. Alien offered a gentle smile, his gaze softening. This is the Miner's Lounge. I am Alien, and this is 16. What is your name? How did you arrive here? Where's your family? Tian Zai furrowed her brow slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing her features. My name is Tian Zai, but it seems I cannot recall anything else. Orion nodded, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. It is of no consequence, Calamity. We shall assist you in regaining your memories. Meanwhile, the formidable heavenly enemy, having just concluded communication with the five-faced monster, was preparing to return to his quarters when a child unexpectedly fell from above. Instinctively, he reached out and caught the child. Awake now, he said, concern lacing his voice. The child, Chong Yunxiao, slowly opened his eyes, a trace of confusion crossing his features. Where is these? This is Iron Fortress, young one. What is your name? How did you come to fall from the sky? The heavenly enemy's tone softened with tenderness. A faint smile graced Yun Tian's lips, gratitude evident in his gaze. Is that so? Thank you for catching me. I am Yun Tian, though I seem unable to recall anything else. What is your name, uncle? The heavenly enemy smiled gently, a spark of affection in his eyes. I am the heavenly enemy, the leader of Cybertron. Yun Tian was momentarily taken aback, surprise illuminating his expression. Uncle heavenly enemy, may I stay with you? I cannot remember anything right now. The heavenly enemy nodded affirmatively. Of course, Yun Tian. I have grown quite fond of you. Thus, Yun Tian and the Calamity began their new lives in separate realms. Under the care of the heavenly enemy, Yun Tian gradually adapted to life in Iron Fortress, while Calamity, with the assistance of Orion and 16, labored to restore his memories. Orion, are you truly certain about taking this child? 16's voice bore a hint of concern. Orion smiled softly. Certainly, 16. She is but a child. I cannot turn a blind eye to her plight. Sighing, 16's eyes reflected a sense of resignation. Very well, Orion. But you must remember that our resources are already quite limited. Orion nodded, a gentle warmth in his gaze. I understand, 16. Nevertheless, we shall find a way. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and the heavenly enemy's life in Iron Fortress was filled with warmth. The heavenly enemy's care for Yun Tian was meticulous, his eyes ever brimming with affection. What would you like to play today, Yun Tian? The heavenly enemy's voice carried a note of anticipation. Yun Tian smiled slightly, happiness illuminating his features. Uncle heavenly enemy, I wish to play a transformation game with you. The heavenly enemy nodded, a twinkle of indulgence in his gaze. Very well, Yun Tian. Let's go together. Yun Tian and the heavenly enemy frolicked in the garden of Iron Fortress, their laughter resonating through the air, suffused with joy and warmth. Uncle heavenly enemy, are you truly the leader of Cybertron? Yun Tian inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The heavenly enemy smiled gently, a tender light in his eyes. Indeed, Yun Tian. I am the leader of Cybertron, but I would much rather be a guardian. Yun Tian nodded, admiration shining in his eyes. Uncle heavenly enemy, you are truly remarkable. As the gentle smile graced the face of the Sky Sovereign, a hint of affection flickered in his gaze. Yun Tian, you too shall become a great guardian. Thus, Yun Tian and the Sky Sovereign embarked on their adventure in this brand new world, while Yun Tian and Yun Tian continued to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Their tale endures. Transformers, Origins Part 2. With Yun Tian by his side, the Sky Sovereign gradually began to experience the warmth of family. To him, Yun Tian shone like a sun, illuminating the depths of his solitude. If only you belonged to this world, how wonderful it would be. Yet, you have your own family. And I can merely hope you do not forget me. A note of helplessness tinged the Sky Sovereign's voice. Yun Tian observed the Sky Sovereign, concern evident in his eyes. Uncle, you seem troubled. Has something happened? The Sky Sovereign smiled faintly, a look of fondness crossing his features. I am well, Yun Tian. I was simply pondering why you were so adorable. Pouting slightly, Yun Tian replied with mild annoyance. Oh, uncle, that is so annoying. I've grown up. I am no longer a child. The Sky Sovereign chuckled heartily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. All right, it is my fault. Can the little hero forgive me? Yun Tian smiled slightly, a hint of mischief sparkling in his gaze. In light of your sincere remorse, I shall forgive you. However, did you not mention that the Iron Fortress 5000 competition is today? I wish to attend. The Sky Sovereign was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. The Iron Fortress 5000 competition? Are you certain you wish to go? It is quite perilous. Yun Tian nodded earnestly. I know, but I truly want to go. Uncle, will you take me? After a moment of silence, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Sky Sovereign's eyes. Ultimately, he nodded. Very well, I shall take you. But you must be cautious. The arena is indeed dangerous. Yun Tian beamed. Understand. Shall we depart? Yes, let us set forth. The Sky Sovereign replied with a gentle smile, affection illuminating his gaze. Thus, Yun Tian and the Sky Sovereign journeyed together to the arena of the Iron Fortress 5000 competition. The atmosphere buzzed with cheers and encouragement, a fervent ambience enveloping the scene. Yun Tian gazed in excitement at the vibrant spectacle before him. Uncle, it's so lively here, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The Sky Sovereign smiled gently. Indeed, Chong Yunxiao, it is quite bustling. Stay here. I shall fetch you some snacks, he said tenderly. Chong Yunxiao nodded eagerly. All right, uncle, I will wait for you here. With a smile, the Sky Sovereign responded, be sure to remain here. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an array of snacks, and they found a spot by the arena to sit. Chong Yunxiao's eyes were glued to the unfolding competition, occasionally erupting in awe. As Yu Tiandi observed Chong Yunxiao's exuberance, a warm sensation enveloped his heart. Do you enjoy this place? He inquired, his voice laced with anticipation. Chong Yunxiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I find it quite delightful. Uncle Yu Tiandi, will you also participate in the competition? Yu Tiandi responded with a subtle smile, confidence glinting in his eyes. Certainly, I shall partake in the contest. However, you must cheer for me from the sidelines. Chong Yunxiao beamed. I will, Uncle Yu Tiandi. I shall be there to support you. Thus, a new adventure commenced. The day unfolded joyfully for Chong Yunxiao and Yu Tiandi at the Iron Fortress 5000 competition. In Chong Yunxiao's company, Yu Tiandi experienced the warmth and joy of family, resolving to care for him diligently before his departure. Meanwhile, Alian and 16 were diligently mining in the pit. Disaster, observing the two, appeared somewhat bored. He fiddled with his fingers, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. How dull this is, yet what should I do? Disaster's voice carried a tone of resignation. Noticing Alian's nearly deformed tool, he resolved to assist in its enhancement. Uncle Alian, may I address you as such? Disaster's tone held a note of eagerness. Alian smiled gently, a touch of fondness illuminating his eyes. Of course, Disaster. Is there something on your mind? Disaster nodded, excitement sparking in his gaze. I wish to modify your tool. May I? Alian smiled slightly. If you wish to help, then by all means, give it a try. He handed his pickaxe to Disaster, who promptly rushed to the lounge. Alian, it seems she, like you, cannot remain idle. 16 remarked teasingly. Alian smiled faintly, a hint of affection in his eyes. How can you say such a thing? Be careful, or I may ignore you. 16 chuckled heartily, a mischievous glint in his gaze. All right, no need to be upset. I acknowledge my mistake. Upon returning to the lounge, Disaster examined the pickaxe in his hands, and numerous enhancement ideas materialized in his mind. Before long, a brand new pickaxe manifested in his grasp. To test his invention, Disaster returned to the mining area overseen by Alian and 16. Uncle Alian, I'm back. Look, I have repaired your tool and added some new features, Disaster exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Alian smiled gently. Disaster, you are remarkable. May I give a try? Of course. Allow me to assist you. Disaster replied with a confident smile. Alian took the pickaxe and attempted to use it, surprise illuminating his expression. Disaster, you truly excel. This pickaxe is far superior to the original. Disaster smiled modestly, pride shining in his eyes. I'm glad you like it, Uncle Alian. Observing the harmonious scene before him, 16's face broke into a smile. Such a life is rather pleasant, he mused, yet the inevitable departure of this child loomed in his thoughts. Would Alian remain the same as he is now when that time comes? A flicker of concern crossed 16's mind, but he knew that regardless of what the future held, they would always be together, safeguarding one another. Alian, we will forever be together, will we not? A hint of anticipation laced 16's voice. Alian smiled gently. Of course, 16. We shall always remain together. Thus, a new adventure commenced. In the Iron Fortress 5000 competition, Chong Yunxiao and Yu Tiandi enjoyed a delightful day, while the Calamity gradually adapted to a new life with the companionship of Alian and 16. Their story continued to unfold. Transformers, Origins, Part 3. With Yu Tiandi by his side, Chong Yunxiao gradually developed an attachment to him. He relished playing with Yu Tiandi and listening to tales of the past. However, unforeseen events often transpire unexpectedly. One day, Chong Yunxiao sought Yu Tiandi for play, only to discover that he was not at home. Resolute, he decided to visit Yu Tiandi's workshop. As he gently pushed the door open, he overheard a conversation between Yu Tiandi and the five-faced monster. Yu Tiandi, are you ready? Our plan is about to commence. The voice of the five-faced monster carried an air of anticipation. Yu Tiandi smiled slightly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Rest assured, five-faced monster, I shall proceed as planned. Chong Yunxiao stood frozen, shock washing over him. He could hardly believe that the uncle who had always cared for him was in league with the five-faced monster. Disappointment and anger surged within him. Uncle Yu Tian, why are you collaborating with the five-faced monster? Are you truly a villain? Chong Yunxiao's voice trembled with emotion. Yu Tian turned, surprise flickering in his gaze. Chong Yunxiao, what are you doing here? Lowering his head, Chong Yunxiao confessed, I overheard your conversation with the five-faced monster, Uncle Yu Tian. Why are you working with him? Yu Tian paused, a moment of silence enveloping them as he wrestled with his thoughts. Finally, he bowed his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. Chong Yunxiao, I have my reasons. Chong Yunxiao shook his head, a flash of disdain in his eyes. No, I have seen everything. You are a villain. You wish to control me to commit misdeeds. A wave of anguish surged within Yu Tian as he gazed upon Chong Yunxiao's disappointed expression, guilt enveloping his heart. He understood that he had lost Chong Yunxiao's trust, yet he could not bear to let him go. Chong Yunxiao, listen to me. I am not what you believe. Yu Tian implored, urgency threading his tone, but Chong Yunxiao no longer believed him. He turned and fled the workshop, burdened by pain and confusion. Yu Tian watched helplessly as Chong Yunxiao departed, a profound sense of helplessness filling his heart. Chong Yunxiao, wait for me. Yu Tian's voice held a note of pleading. Yet, Chong Yunxiao did not look back, escaping the iron fortress, consumed by disdain for Yu Tian. As Yu Tian watched Chong Yunxiao depart, his heart was engulfed in anguish and turmoil. Wumian monster, I require your assistance, he implored, a hint of despair lacing his voice. The response from Wumian monster crackled through the communicator, tinged with coldness. Yu Tian, have you truly contemplated this? Once you erase his memories, he will no longer be the child you once knew. After a moment of silence, Yu Tian replied, I understand, Wumian monster. I am willing to pay any price to keep him. He hastened to catch up with Chong Yunxiao, his heart heavy with sorrow. He could not bear the thought of losing Chong Yunxiao, of allowing him to slip away. Thus, he resolved upon a reckless course of action. Chong Yunxiao, I shall make you forget all of this, Yu Tian declared with unwavering resolve. Chong Yunxiao froze, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Uncle Yu Tian, you cannot do this to me. Yu Tian offered a faint smile, a glint of coldness in his gaze. Do not be afraid, Chong Yunxiao. You simply need to take a restful slumber. Utilizing the power bestowed upon him by Wumian monster, Yu Tian commenced the process of erasing Chong Yunxiao's memories. A wave of dizziness washed over Chong Yunxiao as his recollections began to blur. He looked at Yu Tian, confusion clouding his gaze. Uncle Yu Tian, what is happening to me? He asked, bewilderment evident in his voice. Everything is fine, Chong Yunxiao. You merely experienced a nightmare, Yu Tian reassured him, his expression softening with a hint of tenderness. Chong Yunxiao nodded, a vague understanding dawning upon him. Oh, I see now. Yet, as Yu Tian gazed at Chong Yunxiao, guilt overwhelmed him. He recognized that he had forfeited Chong Yunxiao's trust, but he could not allow him to leave. He was determined to keep Chong Yunxiao by his side. Meanwhile, Orion was awoken from his slumber by a nightmare. He sat up abruptly, surveying his surroundings, panic flickering in his eyes. Uncle Orion, what troubles you? You appear quite anxious, Tian Zai observed with concern. Orion managed a faint smile, his eyes conveying a semblance of reassurance. It is nothing, Tian Zai. I merely had a bad dream. Tian Zai furrowed his brow, curiosity glimmering in his gaze. Uncle Orion, what did you dream about? Orion fell silent for a moment, complex emotions swirling within him. He had dreamt of himself and 16 acquiring the transformation gears and encountering the Supreme Guardian. Yet their differing ideologies led to a rift between them. He even envisioned himself, after obtaining the leadership module, taking Tian Zai's life. Would this dream manifest into reality? Why was I chosen by the leadership module? And why would I act against a child? Orion's voice was laden with confusion. Tian Zai smiled gently. Uncle Orion, I believe you will never become a villain. Even if you did, you would never harm me. Orion was taken aback, a wave of emotion washing over him. Tian Zai, do you truly believe that? Tian Zai nodded, trust radiating from his eyes. Of course, Uncle Orion would never bring me harm. A faint smile graced Alion's lips as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Tian Zai. With you by my side, I feel considerably better. Tian Zai returned the smile, warmth flickering in his gaze. Uncle Alion, I will always be by your side. Thus, a new adventure commenced, with Yu Tian accompanying him. Chong Yunxiao gradually adapted to his new life, yet the trust he once held for Yu Tian had vanished. Meanwhile, Alion, bolstered by Tian Zai's support, endeavored to conquer his fears and safeguard the bond of friendship that united them. Their tale, however, continued to unfold. Transformers, Origins, Part 4. While mining in the depths of a quarry, Alien and 16 suddenly detected a faint cry for help. They exchanged a glance, a hint of confusion crossing their faces. "Did you hear that, 16? Alien's voice carried a note of vigilance. 16 nodded, a serious expression taking shape in his eyes. "Yes, I heard it too. It seems someone is in distress." Without hesitation, they set down their tools and proceeded toward the source of the sound. They navigated through a narrow passage, ultimately arriving at a concealed corner where they encountered two familiar figures, 127 and Alita. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Alien inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. 127 smiled faintly, gratitude evident in his eyes. "I am 127, and this is Alita. We are being pursued and sought refuge here." Alita nodded, fatigue evident in her voice. "We are being hunted by Yun Tian. He seeks to seize the power of the leadership module." Alien and 16 exchanged a shocked glance, fully aware of the perilous nature of Yun Tian and the formidable strength of the leadership module. "Do you require assistance?" 16 asked, concern tinging his voice. 127 nodded earnestly. "Yes, we need help. Yun Tian's power is too overwhelming for us to withstand." Just then, Tianzai appeared before them, an unwavering determination shining in his eyes. "Uncle Alien, Uncle 16, I can assist you." Alien and 16 stood momentarily speechless, surprise etched on their faces. They had not anticipated Tianzai's arrival here. "Tianzai, how did you come to be here?" Alien asked, worry creeping into his voice. Tianzai smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling with assurance. "I heard your cries for help and came to see. I can help you." Alien nodded in agreement. "All right, Tianzai, let's devise a plan together." Thus, the four began to strategize. They understood the gravity of Yun Tian's power and knew they must proceed with caution. During their deliberations, they fortuitously uncovered a hidden passage leading to a secret chamber. Treading carefully into the room, they were met with the familiar figure of Master Titan. "Master Titan," Alien exclaimed, astonishment coloring his voice. Master Titan smiled gently. "Alien, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Aurelian exchanged a glance with 16, a flicker of surprise illuminating their eyes. They understood that the arrival of Master Titanium heralded a greater hope. "Master Titanium, we require your assistance." Aurelian's voice carried a note of anticipation. Master Titanium nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware, and I shall assist you." At that moment, the voice of the celestial adversary pierced the air. "Aurelian, do you think you can elude me?" The four immediately turned to behold the figure of the celestial adversary, his gaze chillingly indifferent. "Today, none of you shall leave this place." Aurelian and 16 promptly positioned themselves in front of Master Titanium and 127, Alita, their expressions grave. Cataclysm stood resolutely by Aurelian's side. "Celestial adversary, do not even think of harming them," Aurelian warned, his tone imbued with a sense of foreboding. The celestial adversary sneered, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. "Aurelian, do you truly believe you can withstand me?" Thus, a fierce battle ensued. Aurelian and 16 united against the celestial adversary, while Cataclysm shielded Master Titanium, 127, and Alita. The clash was extraordinarily intense, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. Ultimately, under the protection of Cataclysm, Aurelian and his companions managed to escape with Master Titanium. As Aurelian turned to call for Cataclysm to join their retreat, Cataclysm shook his head. "Uncle Aurelian, you all should leave first. I will find a way." Aurelian was taken aback, concern flickering in his eyes. "Cataclysm, it is too perilous for you to remain alone." Cataclysm smiled faintly, confidence glimmering in his gaze. "Do not worry, Uncle Aurelian. I will be fine." Thus, Aurelian and his companions departed, while Cataclysm summoned his last reserves of strength to teleport them to the refuge of Red Spider and the others. Watching everyone safely escape, Cataclysm collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The celestial adversary regarded Cataclysm, who could no longer resist him, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. He approached Cataclysm and gently opened his ignition chamber. Upon discovering that Cataclysm possessed a leadership module, astonishment washed over him. "A leadership module? How do you possess such a thing?" The celestial adversary's tone was laced with curiosity. He He quickly realized that Cataclysm's identity might be extraordinarily unique. He resolved to take Cataclysm back to his domain, intending to leverage Cataclysm's identity to solidify his power. "Child, awaken," commanded the celestial adversary. Cataclysm slightly opened his eyes, confusion clouding his expression. "Who are you? Where are you taking me?" The celestial adversary smiled gently, a hint of indulgence in his gaze. "Do not be afraid, child. I will not harm you. I am your uncle, and I have come to take you home." Thus, the celestial adversary escorted Cataclysm back to his territory. Upon arrival, Chong Yunxiao hurried to his side, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Uncle Celestial Adversary, I won first place at school again today." Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions glinting in his gaze. He observed Chong Yunxiao, whose memories he had erased yet still harbored profound trust in him, and felt a tumult of inner conflict. "Truly, my Chong Yunxiao, you are remarkable. But do you genuinely wish to place your faith in me?" A hint of hope tinged Yu Tian's voice. Chong Yunxiao offered a slight smile, a glimmer of innocence flashing in his eyes. "Of course, Uncle Yu Tian. I know you care for me. I will always believe in you." Yu Tian returned the smile. "Thank you, Chong Yunxiao, for your unwavering belief in me." However, upon witnessing the leadership module within the Calamity, his heart was beset by contradictions. He understood the perilous nature of his alliance with the five-faced monster. Yet he recognized his need for the power of the leadership module to safeguard Chong Yunxiao. "What am I to do?" A trace of confusion laced Yu Tian's voice. In that moment, a spark of clarity illuminated his mind. It was the trust Chong Yunxiao had in him, and the reliance that the Calamity placed upon him. He suddenly realized that he could not forsake his sense of justice for the sake of power. "Five-faced monster, I shall no longer collaborate with you." A note of determination resonated in Yu Tian's voice. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Yu Tian resolved to abandon his partnership with the five-faced monster, vowing to protect both Chong Yunxiao and the Calamity. Meanwhile, Alian, 16, 127, and Elita, with the assistance of Red Spider and others, continued their quest to devise means to combat Yu Tian. Their tale persisted. Transformers, Origins, v. Alian and his companions, along with Master Titanium, were directly transported by the Calamity to the side of the Supreme Guardians. They found themselves in a concealed underground base, where Red Spider and other members of the Supreme Guardians immediately encircled them. "Who are you? Why are you here?" A note of wariness laced Red Spider's voice. Alian offered a slight smile. "We come seeking assistance. We need to locate the Calamity. He has been captured by Yu Tian." Red Spider froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "The Calamity? Are you referring to the child with the leadership module?" Alian nodded, urgency flashing in his eyes. "Yes. We must find him swiftly. He is an invaluable ally to us." Red Spider fell silent for a moment, a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Ultimately, he nodded. "Very well. I shall aid you. But you must tell me how you found your way here." Alian smiled slightly, gratitude evident in his eyes. "It was the Calamity who transported us. You knew we could find help here." Red Spider smiled faintly. "The Calamity. That child truly possesses great potential. All right, I will assist you, but you must heed my commands." Alian nodded. "I understand. I will follow your orders." Thus, Alian, his companions, and Master Titanium joined Red Spider's ranks. They began strategizing on how to rescue the Calamity and confront Yu Tian. With Red Spider's support, they swiftly formulated a plan and prepared to launch their assault. "Alian, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" The voice of 16 carried a hint of concern. Alian smiled faintly. 16, we must proceed. The Calamity is our vital ally. We cannot forsake it." 16 nodded, a glimmer of understanding crossing his gaze. "Very well. I shall heed your words." In the midst of an intense battle, Alian and 16 joined forces against the adversary of the heavens. Their powers gradually surged forth, driving the enemy into a corner. Alian initially sought to deliver just judgment upon the foe. However, upon witnessing the Calamity bound to the experiment table, an overwhelming fury swelled within him. "How dare you harm the Calamity?" Alian's voice echoed with a tinge of wrath. The adversary scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Alian, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" Alian remained silent, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He and 16 swiftly acted, utterly defeating the adversary. In that moment, Alien's anger reached its zenith, and he resolved to grant the enemy no further chances. 16. We cannot allow him to harm anyone else, Alien stated with unwavering determination. 16 nodded, a spark of resolution illuminating his gaze. I understand, Alien. He must not live. Thus, Alien and 16 united to eradicate the adversary completely. Their actions were swift and decisive, ensuring the safety of the Calamity. After the battle concluded, Alien approached the Calamity and gently lifted him. Calamity, are you unharmed? The Calamity opened his eyes slightly, a look of confusion crossing his features. Uncle Alien, I'm fine. Alien smiled gently. That is wonderful, Calamity. You are safe now. Just as they prepared to leave with the Calamity, the adversary, dragging his battered form, rose and said, Alien, you are no match with a five-faced monster. I can assist you. Before he could finish, Alien's weapon transformed and struck him down. 16 gazed at the unfamiliar friend before him, unsure how to calm Alien. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Alien, what are you doing? Alien was taken aback, confusion sweeping over him. He stared at the weapon in his hand, astonishment filling his heart. He realized what he had just done, guilt flooding his being. 16, what? What is happening to me? Alien's voice trembled. Alien stood frozen, bewilderment crossing his features as he regarded the weapon. He could not fathom how he had committed such an act. At that moment, Yun Tian appeared with the leadership module. A serious expression crossed his face. Alien, you have allowed anger to cloud your judgment. The power of the leadership module is meant to enhance your rationality, not to strip away your essence. Alien was stunned, a look of shock illuminating his eyes. He gazed at the leadership module in Yun Tian's grasp, anticipation swelling within him. Alien, embrace the power of the leadership module. It will fortify you. Yun Tian's voice resonated with encouragement. Orion nodded gently. He extended his hand and accepted the leadership module. As the power of the module surged into his body, he felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, enveloped in a radiant light. Once the brilliance dissipated, he transformed into Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, you have finally awakened. The voice of the primordial celestial master conveyed a hint of reassurance. Optimus Prime smiled slightly, responding indeed, primordial celestial master. I shall wield this power to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Meanwhile, 16 acquired the transformation gear of the Titan from the Decepticon, becoming Megatron. A resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes as he stated, Orion, I shall stand with you to protect Cybertron. Orion smiled faintly. Thank you, 16. No, you should now be called Megatron. Together, we shall strive to safeguard our friends and our homeland. As the two embraced their new forms, memories from another world surfaced in their minds. It was revealed that the Calamity stemmed from their children in that alternate realm. And another child, named Starscream, had also arrived here. Calamity, do you know where Starscream is? Orion's voice bore urgency. Starscream possessed a leadership module, and if it fell into the hands of the Quintessence, the consequences would be dire. Calamity paused, a hint of confusion crossing his gaze. Uncle Orion, I do not know. I have been waiting here for you. Regardless, we must find Starscream. We cannot allow him to fall into the hands of the Quintessence, Megatron declared with unwavering determination. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Orion, Optimus Prime, and 16, Megatron, with the assistance of the primordial celestial master, continued to protect the peace of Cybertron while embarking on a quest to locate Starscream. Meanwhile, Starscream and other members of the High Guardians silently supported them from behind. While Calamity grew under their protection, their story was far from over. Transformers, Origins, Part 6. Upon witnessing the demise of the Decepticon, Starscream was engulfed by shock and rage. He could not fathom that his trusted uncle, the Decepticon, had met such a fate. His heart brimmed with resentment towards Optimus Prime and Megatron, believing they should bear the consequences for his uncle's death. Uncle Decepticon, why did you leave me? Starscream's voice trembled with emotion, driven by fury and sorrow. Starscream utilized the communicator left by the Decepticon to reach out to the Quintessence. A steely resolve flickered in his eyes as he proclaimed, Quintessence, I will make Optimus Prime and Megatron pay dearly. I will plunge all of Cybertron into darkness. Upon hearing Starscream's voice, the Quintessence eyes gleamed with surprise. Starscream, you are finally willing to collaborate with me. Excellent. I will grant you the power to fulfill your desires. Starscream nodded. Very well, I await your power. He ended the communication, his heart a maelstrom of complex emotions. He understood that his decision might lead Cybertron into darkness. Yet he found himself unable to rein in his rage and resentment. After a clandestine meeting with the five-faced monster, a formidable power was bestowed upon Chong Yunxiao. This newfound strength rendered him more potent, his gaze flickering with an icy resolve. He resolved that Optimus Prime and Megatron would pay a price. Optimus Prime, Megatron, you shall bear the consequences for the death of Uncle Unicron, declared Chong Yunxiao, his voice imbued with determination. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron were engaged in a discussion on how to continue safeguarding the peace of Cybertron. Unbeknownst to them, Chong Yunxiao had already reached out to the five-faced monster, plotting to exact retribution. Megatron, we must persist in our efforts to protect the peace of Cybertron, Optimus Prime asserted with conviction. Megatron nodded in agreement. I understand, Optimus. We shall strive together. However, as they deliberated, the influence of the five-faced monster began to permeate Cybertron. Dark energy descended from the heavens, shrouding the planet in ominous shadows. The inhabitants of Cybertron were engulfed in shock and fear, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding. Optimus, what is happening? Megatron inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Optimus shook his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. I do not know, Megatron. Yet, we must uncover the source. Thus, Optimus Prime and Megatron embarked on an investigation into the origins of the dark energy, swiftly discovering its connection to Chong Yunxiao. Chong Yunxiao, why have you chosen this path? Optimus's voice bore a hint of disappointment. Chong Yunxiao glared at Optimus, his eyes ignited with fury. You killed Uncle Unicron. You must pay the price. Optimus was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of shock. Chong Yunxiao, you are under the thrall of dark forces. This is not the way. Chong Yunxiao sneered, his demeanor chilling. I require no pity from you. Uncle Unicron sacrificed himself to protect me, and you shall bear the consequences. Megatron stepped forward, his gaze serious. Chong Yunxiao, you cannot allow the dark forces to control you. We are your allies. We will aid you. Chong Yunxiao shook his head. You are not my friends. You are the murderers. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Optimus Prime and Megatron endeavored to thwart Chong Yunxiao's nefarious plans, while he, under the sway of dark energy, gradually lost his sense of self. His heart brimmed with rage and resentment, unable to accept the death of Unicron. You will pay the price, he proclaimed coldly. Optimus Prime and Megatron, witnessing the transformation of Chong Yunxiao, were taken aback. They understood that he had been ensnared by Unicron's dark influence, and they must intervene, lest Cybertron fall once more into the clutches of the five-faced monster. Chong Yunxiao awakened. Do not let the power of the five-faced monster control you, urged Optimus, his voice laced with urgency. Megatron nodded gravely. Chong Yunxiao, we recognize your suffering, but you cannot continue down this path. Unicron is gone. Do not allow him to dictate your actions. However, Chong Yunxiao was blinded by rage and could not heed their words. He brandished his weapon, launching an assault on Optimus Prime and Megatron. You both are villains. I shall make you pay, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. Optimus Prime and Megatron united to fend off Chong Yunxiao's onslaught. Yet their intent was not to harm him. They understood that Chong Yunxiao had been misled by the manipulations of Unicron, and it was imperative to restore his clarity. Chong Yunxiao, calm yourself. We mean you no harm. Optimus Prime's voice carried a note of reassurance. Megatron nodded in agreement, adding, Chong Yunxiao, we comprehend your suffering, but you cannot persist in this manner. You must awaken. At that moment, Cataclysm observed the anguish etched upon Chong Yunxiao's face, and a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. He resolved to assist Chong Yunxiao in regaining his memories and awakening his true self. Chong Yunxiao, listen to me. I am Cataclysm. I am aware of your pain, but you cannot allow the power of the quintessence to dominate you. Cataclysm spoke with a gentle tone. Chong Yunxiao stood bewildered, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Cataclysm? Are you also here to stop me? Cataclysm offered a faint smile. I am your ally, Chong Yunxiao. I understand your turmoil, but this cannot be your path. You must find your way back. Thus, Cataclysm endeavored to aid Chong Yunxiao in reclaiming his memories. Gradually, with unwavering effort, he began to awaken the fragments of Chong Yunxiao's past. As memories resurfaced, a spark of clarity flickered in his eyes. Uncle Unicron, why did you deceive me? Chong Yunxiao's voice trembled with pain. Cataclysm smiled softly, his gaze imbued with comfort. Chong Yunxiao, Unicron has indeed deceived you, yet he has also shown you kindness. You cannot forsake him for his misdeeds. Chong Yun-xiao fell into silence, a cloud of uncertainty shadowing his thoughts. He was torn between avenging Unicron and resisting the power of the Quintessence. Cataclysm, you are right. I cannot permit the Quintessence to control me, he declared with newfound conviction. Having reached a resolution, Chong Yun-xiao chose to relinquish his quest for vengeance, opting instead to beseech the primordial deity to resurrect Unicron. He believed that Unicron would not betray him again. Primordial deity, I implore you, bring Uncle Unicron back to life. I have faith that he shall not betray me again. His voice resonated with earnest hope. The primordial deity regarded Chong Yun-xiao with a gentle smile. Chong Yun-xiao, you have truly matured. Very well. I shall assist you in reviving Unicron. With that, the primordial deity harnessed his powers to restore Unicron to life. As Chong Yun-xiao beheld Unicron's revival, a glimmer of relief illuminated his face. Uncle Unicron, you have finally returned, he exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Unicron smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a tender affection. Chong Yun-xiao, I have returned. I shall not let you down again. Thus, a new adventure commenced. Under the guardianship of Optimus Prime and Megatron, both Cybertron and the Calamities continued to flourish. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the primordial celestial master, Unicron rediscovered his true self. Their saga endures. Transformers. Origins 7. After his resurrection, Unicron offered heartfelt apologies to all, vowing to amend his ways and embark upon a new beginning. His gaze brimmed with conviction and determination, compelling every onlooker to perceive his sincerity. I have committed numerous transgressions, yet I now realize that I can no longer persist in such a manner. I shall demonstrate through my actions that I can be a trustworthy individual, Unicron declared with a resolute tone. Aurelian and 16 exchanged glances, an understanding flickering in their eyes. Aurelian smiled gently, his voice imbued with compassion. Unicron, we believe in you. You may start anew as a commoner, and should you excel, your leadership position may be restored. Megatron, 16, nodded in agreement. We will all support you, as long as you are willing to change. We are prepared to offer you this opportunity. In light of the pledges from the two new leaders, the Assembly expressed their understanding. They resolved to grant Unicron a chance to re-establish himself. The base radiated warmth and hope, as everyone harbored faith that Unicron would evolve into a superior leader. Thank you all. Aurelian, 16, I am grateful to you. I shall strive to transform myself and contribute to Cybertron. Unicron expressed with a hint of gratitude. Simultaneously, under the primordial celestial master's assistance, Calamity and Cloudbreaker reconnected with their families. Upon seeing Cloudbreaker, the primordial celestial master sensed the bond and identity shared between them. Child, you have brought hope to so many worlds. Your efforts are commendable, he remarked with a tone of reassurance. Cloudbreaker smiled subtly. This is my own choice. I have no regrets. Calamity gazed at his mother, Optimus Prime, his eyes reflecting a yearning. Mother, I wish to return home. I'm not fond of this world. Optimus Prime replied with a gentle smile. Very well, Calamity. We shall return home. Conversely, Cloudbreaker expressed his desire to remain behind, wishing to witness Unicron's transformation firsthand. Both Cloudbreaker and Optimus Prime acquiesced to their child's request. Optimus Prime escorted Calamity back to their realm, while Cloudbreaker chose to stay behind. Calamity, I shall return to seek you out, Cloudbreaker said, his voice tinged with reluctance. Calamity smiled softly. Cloudbreaker, please take care of yourself. After parting ways with Calamity, Cloudbreaker and Unicron embarked on a fresh journey in this world. They labored and grew together, with Cloudbreaker overseeing Unicron in his own unique manner, while Unicron, bolstered by Cloudbreaker's encouragement, gradually improved. Cloudbreaker, thank you. It is you who has helped me rediscover myself, Unicron expressed with a note of appreciation. With a faint smile, Chong Yun-xiao's eyes glimmered with warmth. Uncle Yun Tian, I believe you can become a hero. In the company of Chong Yun-xiao, Yun Tian gradually earned the forgiveness of the people. He demonstrated his determination through his actions, assisting everyone in overcoming one challenge after another. His gaze was filled with resolve, and his heart brimmed with hope. However, just as they began to adapt to their new lives, the menacing beast invaded Cybertron once more. Its aim was to seize the power of the leadership module, plunging all of Cybertron into darkness. Residents of Cybertron, I am the menacing beast. Today, I shall completely dominate you. echoed the cold voice of the menacing beast. Orion and 16 immediately rallied the others to confront this foe. Their faces bore serious expressions, aware that this battle would be more arduous than any they had faced before. Everyone, we cannot allow the menacing beast to succeed, Orion proclaimed with unwavering determination. Megatron, 16, nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a grave seriousness. Indeed, we must protect Cybertron. Just as the group prepared to face the menacing beast, Yun Tian suddenly stepped forward. A resolute glimmer crossed his eyes. I wish to join the battle. I will prove, through my actions, that I can become a hero. Chong Yun Xiao smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with encouragement. Uncle Yun Tian, I believe in you. Menacing beast. Do not think you can harm my home, Yun Tian declared with steadfast conviction. He brandished his weapon and launched an attack against the menacing beast. His movements were swift and decisive, each strike imbued with strength. Encouraged by Chong Yun Xiao, Yun Tian gradually found his rhythm, his power surging forth. Do not forget that I am your master, the menacing beast hissed, infused with rage. Yun Tian scoffed coldly, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Menacing beast, I shall no longer heed your commands. I will use my strength to protect Cybertron. Thus, an intense battle commenced. Orion, 16, Megatron, Optimus Prime, along with all Autobots and Decepticons united against the menacing beast. Their courage and strength instilled a sense of threat in their adversary. Their unity and trust granted them the upper hand in the fray. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the menacing beast was defeated. His power was sealed, and his ambition shattered. Peace once again enveloped Cybertron. Residents of Cybertron, we have triumphed, Yun Tian exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. We have won, Orion echoed, brimming with exhilaration. Megatron, 16, nodded affirmatively. Yes, we have emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, their faces radiant with happiness. They understood that this victory was born of each individual's effort. They believed that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. Uncle Yun Tian, you did it. Chong Yun Xiao's voice resonated with pride. Yun Tian smiled gently. Thank you, Chong Yun Xiao. It is you who instilled in me the belief that I can become a hero. As he beheld the crowd, chanting his name, Yun Tian's heart swelled with strength. He silently vowed to protect Cybertron and safeguard all that is beautiful within it. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, their faces aglow with delight as they gazed upon Yun Tian, filled with reverence. His actions bore testament to his resolve, and his strength shielded Cybertron. Yun Tian, you have done remarkably well. Orion's voice carried a note of satisfaction. Megatron nodded in agreement. Yun Tian, you have proven yourself. We shall support you. Thus, a new adventure began. Accompanied by Chong Yun Xiao, Yun Tian gradually earned the trust of the people. His actions affirmed his determination, and his strength safeguarded Cybertron. Hope filled his heart, and his gaze radiated steadfastness. I will protect Cybertron and all that is beautiful, Yun Tian declared with conviction. Chong Yun Xiao smiled gently. I believe in you, Uncle Yun Tian. You will become a great hero. They embarked on a new life in this world, united in their belief that together they could overcome any obstacle. Their story continued as Transformers Origins reached its conclusion. When Chong Yun Xiao witnessed his uncle Yun Tian's transformation and redemption, he prepared to return home. On the day of his departure, all those who had cared for him gathered to bid him farewell. Chong Yun Xiao, thank you and Disaster for saving this place, Orion expressed with gratitude. Chong Yun Xiao smiled modestly, his eyes shimmering with humility. There is no need for thanks, Uncle Orion. You are remarkable as well. Chong Yun Xiao, please convey our regards to Disaster. Megatron's voice held a hint of anticipation. I shall, Father Megatron of this world. Chong Yun Xiao nodded affirmatively. Chong Yun Xiao, Yun Tian's voice was tinged with reluctance. Do not worry, Uncle Yun Tian. I will return to visit you. Chong Yun Xiao replied with eagerness. I will await your return. Go now, and journey home. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Farewell, everyone. Chong Yun Xiao's voice carried a note of wistfulness. Goodbye, Chong Yun Xiao. The crowd responded in unison, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Upon traversing the time tunnel back to his own world, he was greeted by his mother, Yun Tian, and Disaster. Child, welcome home. Yun Tian's voice was gentle. Mother, I have returned. Chong Yun Xiao spoke with anticipation. Finally, you are back. By the way, Uncle Shockwave has created a dragon that not only flies, but also speaks and breathes fire. Shall we go see it together? Disaster's voice brimmed with excitement. Oh dear. Disaster, do not tug at me. Though Chong Yunxiao spoke casually, he allowed the calamity to lead him toward the laboratory. Mother, I shall see you shortly. He called back to Yun Tian, waving his hand. Be careful, do not stumble, came Yun Tian's voice, laced with concern. As he watched the two children depart, Yun Tian smiled. However, the notion of a dragon created by the seismic wave, could it be a titan? The description of the calamity sparked an imposing image of a colossal titan in Yun Tian's mind. I seem to recall that I too can transform into a titan, albeit under the name Chong Yunxiao. Yet, that name now belongs to my child. The titan must be renamed. Nevertheless, having two children might not be so bad. Yun Tian pondered deeply. Just as he was lost in thought, an annoying voice pierced the air. Yun Tian hurried back to work. Yun Tian's demeanor instantly shifted, fingers cracking audibly. Cosmic Emperor, today I must teach you a lesson. The Cosmic Emperor appeared taken aback, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Yun Tian, you seem different today. Yun Tian smiled subtly, a hint of mischief flickering in his gaze. Cosmic Emperor, I am in a rather foul mood today. You would do well to keep your distance. After a brief silence, the Cosmic Emperor, with a touch of resignation, replied, Very well, Yun Tian. You may rest. I shall assign others to take over your duties. Yun Tian smiled again, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. That is more like it, Cosmic Emperor. I truly need a respite. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Chong Yunxiao and the Calamity beheld the seismic wave engrossed in the study of a gigantic dragon-shaped robot, its body adorned with formidable scales, eyes gleaming with intelligence. Is this the Titan? Chong Yunxiao's voice was tinged with astonishment. Seismic Wave smiled slightly, pride evident in his eyes. Indeed, this is the Titan. Its power is immense, capable of safeguarding the peace of Cybertron. The Calamity's eyes lit up, excitement infusing his voice. Wow, the Titan is so cool. When Yun Tian entered the laboratory, he was met with the sight of a grand Titan, its metallic sheen shimmering, eyes sparkling with wisdom. Upon noticing Yun Tian, a flicker of curiosity crossed its gaze. As if sensing a kindred spirit, it quickly grew familiar with him. Yun Tian, it seems it has taken quite a liking to you. Seismic Wave remarked from the side. Yun Tian smiled gently, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Seismic Wave, your creative prowess is truly remarkable. Seismic Wave nodded, a sense of pride radiating from him. Thank you for your kind words, Yun Tian. This Titan was originally named Chong Yunxiao, but I felt that name unsuitable, especially since your child bears the same name. Yun Tian smiled softly. Titan, would you permit me to bestow upon you a new name? If not, then you shall remain Chong Yunxiao. What say you? The Titan smiled faintly, its voice imbued with warmth. I would certainly welcome a new name, Yun Tian. In the ethereal realm, a gentle smile graced Yun Tian's lips. That is splendid, great fierce. I shall bestow upon you a new name, transforming you into our companion. Great Fierce smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation lacing its voice. Very well, Yun Tian. I eagerly await my new name. Thus, Yun Tian departed the laboratory with Great Fierce, resolved to grant it a new identity, solidifying its role as his ally. He understood that this formidable creature would become a cherished friend to both him and the children. Aunt Yun Tian, what shall be Great Fierce's new name? Inquired Disaster, an undercurrent of eagerness evident in their voice. Yun Tian smiled softly, a glimmer of affection in her gaze. Great Fierce shall henceforth be known as Yun Long, and it will be our companion. Disaster and Chong Yunxiao exchanged glances, their faces illuminating with joyful anticipation. Yun Long, what a melodious name, they exclaimed in unison. Yun Long smiled gently, warmth resonating in its tone. Thank you, I adore this name. Wave nodded in agreement, his voice imbued with excitement. Indeed, this name does indeed sound impressive. Let be Yun Long. Thus, the creature formerly known as Great Fierce was christened Yun Long, becoming a new companion to Yun Tian and the children. Together, they soared through the skies of Cybertron, reveling in moments of joy. Yun Long, you fly with such swiftness, exclaimed Disaster, excitement tinging their tone. Indeed, Yun Long, you are truly remarkable, added Chong Yunxiao, pride evident in their voice. As Yun Tian gazed upon the two children and Yun Long, A radiant smile of contentment graced her face. She understood that their home was filled with love and warmth, and she would forever guard them. Yun Long emerged as one of Cybertron's protectors, safeguarding the inhabitants and peace of this land, while Chong Yun Xiao and Disaster continued their adventures in Yun Tian's company. In the depths of the cosmos, where stars shimmered, a small exploratory vessel traversed the vastness of the galaxy. Yun Tian was conducting a patrol in the universe when she was unexpectedly drawn into a temporal vortex. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself piloting the ship amidst uncharted star systems. Struggling to recollect her previous memories, she found herself blank. Yun Tian, explorer, please respond. A voice crackled through the communicator. This is Yun Tian. All is well here, she replied. Acknowledge, Aviation Bureau. Please ensure your safety. We await your safe return. A gentle voice resonated from the communicator, filling Yun Tian with gratitude. During an unforeseen interstellar leap, Yun Tian detected an anomalous energy signal. She maneuvered the ship closer to the source, discovering a mysterious object emanating a faint glow. The object's form bore a striking resemblance to the Allspark she had observed in the film Transformers. Just as she prepared to investigate further, a powerful spatial storm erupted, violently shaking the vessel and leading Yun Tian into unconsciousness. When she awoke once more, she found herself nestled in a soft, comfortable bed. She slowly propped herself up, surveying her surroundings. This was a quintessential American-style room, adorned with various posters on the walls and shelves brimming with an array of books and models. Yun Tian rubbed her eyes, striving to awaken her senses. As she stepped outside, the scene before her rendered her speechless. The familiar streets and buildings unmistakably resembled the quaint town depicted in the film Transformers. Goodness, have I traversed into another realm? Yun Tian could scarcely believe her eyes. Approaching the window, she spotted the house across the street, none other than Sam's home. She recalled that Sam was one of the protagonists in the film, whose life was about to be irrevocably transformed by a mysterious second-hand car. At that moment, Sam emerged from his house, appearing just as he did in the movie. An ordinary high school student. Yun Tian observed as Sam and his father climbed into their vehicle, heading towards the town's used car market. Suddenly, she realized this was her chance to alter her destiny. Hurriedly, she donned her clothes and dashed out the door. Sam, wait! Yun Tian called out loudly. Hearing her voice, Sam turned to see a breathless Yun Tian. Hi, I'm Yun Tian, your neighbor. I heard you're going to the used car market. Could you take me along? She smiled. Sam, somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement. Sure, hop in. At the used car market, Sam immediately gravitated towards a dilapidated Chevrolet Camaro. His father deemed the car too expensive. Yet Sam was infatuated with it. Yun Tian knew this was Bumblebee's disguise. She quietly urged Sam, trust me, this car will bring you good fortune. Heeding her words, Sam resolved to purchase the vehicle. After some spirited negotiation between father and the car dealer, they finally settled on a price of $4,000. Elated, Sam drove Bumblebee, with Yun Tian riding alongside him back home. However, as they traveled, a police car suddenly pursued them from behind, its design identical to that of Barricade from the film. Barricade, a member of the Decepticons, was on the hunt for the glasses Sam possessed, which bore the key to the Allspark. Run! Yun Tian shouted. Sam pressed the accelerator, and Bumblebee surged forward. Yet, Barricade was faster and soon caught up. Transforming into his robotic form, Barricade launched an assault on Bumblebee. Though brave, Bumblebee had yet to regain his full strength and was no match for Barricade. Bumblebee, hold on. As Yun Tian witnessed Bumblebee in distress, a powerful energy surged within her. She closed her eyes, focused her mind, and when she opened them again, she had transformed into a white female transformer. Barricade, let Bumblebee go. Yun Tian commanded fiercely. Barricade turned to face her, momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his menacing demeanor. He attacked Yun Tian, but she effortlessly repelled his strikes with her newfound energy, ultimately defeating him. After the battle, Yun Tian felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, and she lost consciousness, reverting back to her human form. Sam witnessed Yun Tian collapse and hurriedly lifted her, placing her in the back seat of Bumblebee. Bumblebee drove them towards the location previously indicated by Yun Tian, heading towards where Optimus Prime and the other Autobots awaited. Upon their arrival, Optimus Prime and the other Autobots greeted them with expressions of relief and joy. Optimus approached Sam and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sam. The glasses you possess are of utmost importance to us. Your friend Yun Tian is a true hero. As Yun Tian gradually regained consciousness in Sam's embrace, she was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Optimus and the other Autobots. She realized that her adventure was only just beginning. In this world filled with uncertainty, she would fight alongside these courageous Transformers for justice and peace. Noticing Yun Tian, Optimus's gaze flickered with surprise as he perceived the faint silhouette of a Transformer within her and uttered the words, Skyfire. Yun Tian's destiny seemed to be merely commencing in this realm. The name Skyfire echoed in the air, resonating with all present Transformers, especially with Ratchet, whose eyes betrayed a moment of shock and disbelief. Skyfire? Ratchet murmured, his voice trembling. She was my most exceptional student. To protect me. She was captured by Megatron and has since vanished without a trace. Bumblebee, too, exhibited a hint of confusion as he looked to Yun Tian, searching for traces of Skyfire within her. Meanwhile, Yun Tian, slowly awakening from her stupor, found herself bewildered by her surroundings. Where am I? She whispered, noticing Optimus, Ratchet, and the other Autobots standing nearby, their gazes fixed upon her. Are you Skyfire? Optimus inquired, a blend of anticipation and uncertainty in his voice. Yun Tian shook her head, striving to maintain her composure. No, my name is Yun Tian. I do not understand why you call me Skyfire, but I am not her. After a moment of silence, Optimus replied, Yun Tian, I am aware that the essence of Skyfire resides within you. She was a valiant warrior who sacrificed herself to protect Ratchet. We believed her to be lost forever. A wave of complex emotions surged through Yun Tian. She was familiar with Skyfire's tale, yet everything felt alien to her. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I know the location of the Allspark. Megatron is there as well. A glimmer of surprise crossed Optimus's eyes. Are you certain? He asked. Yun Tian affirmed with a nod. I am certain. I discovered something akin to the Allspark during my cosmic explorations, which led me here. Optimus fell silent for a moment before stating, we must act immediately. The power of the Allspark must not fall into Megatron's hands. At that moment, sound wave in space intercepted the conversation between Yun Tian and Optimus. His eyes glimmered with a cold, ruthless light as he immediately contacted Red Spider and the others. The source of the spark and Megatron are both there. We must find them first. Red Spider and the other Decepticons sprang into action, successfully locating the frost-encased Megatron ahead of time. Upon Megatron's awakening, Optimus Prime and his companions also arrived at the scene. Autobots, transform and roll out. Optimus Prime proclaimed loudly. Decepticons, attack. Megatron's voice resonated with authority. Yun Tian observed the battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime, an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. She witnessed Megatron sustain a wound to his arm inflicted by Optimus Prime, and suddenly, she transformed into a Transformer without conscious thought, intercepting Optimus Prime's assault. The combatants on the battlefield halted simultaneously, the atmosphere thickening in an instant. Megatron gazed at the familiar female Transformer before him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. After being repelled by Yun Tian, Optimus Prime experienced a brief imbalance in his cognitive module, a vague memory of a similar situation surfacing in his mind. Megatron slowly rose and approached Yun Tian, his tone imbued with tenderness. Yun Tian, my comrade, you have finally returned. Do you recognize me? Yun Tian inquired, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. Of course. Your original name was Chong Yun Xiao. You once agreed to my request to protect your mentor, Ratchet. I renamed you Yun Tian, and we became partners. Yet, in your effort to protect me, you were mistakenly struck down by Optimus Prime. I watched you vanish before my eyes, never imagining I would see you again. Megatron's words were tinged with sorrow and nostalgia. Hearing this, Optimus Prime fell silent, recalling the moment he had indeed taken the life of Megatron's companion, recognizing the striking resemblance Yun Tian bore to her former self. Yun Tian, come here, to me. Megatron extended his hand, his voice carrying a note of anticipation. Yun Tian nodded and stepped beside him. You have returned at last, my partner. I had always believed you would be lost to me forever, yet fate has conspired to reunite us. Is it truly you, my partner? Yun Tian questioned, uncertainty evident in her tone. Certainly, I will help you recover your memories. Let us retreat to a safe place and converse properly, Megatron offered soothingly. Very well. I shall heed your words. However, you must recount our story in its entirety and not deceive me. Yun Tian replied earnestly, looking up at Megatron. Of course. How could I ever deceive my beloved partner? Megatron smiled gently, his eyes reflecting affection. Suddenly, Optimus Prime knelt on the ground, all memories flooding back to him. He recalled the conflict with Megatron, the moment he sought to eliminate his opponent, and how a white transformer had shielded Megatron from his attack. It was I. I am responsible for the demise of Chong Yin-Xiao. I am a sinner. Optimus Prime's voice was heavy with remorse. Ratchet, upon hearing Optimus Prime's confession, rushed towards him in fury. Optimus Prime, you have killed my student. I will see you dead. Megatron paid no heed to the conflict between the ambulance and Optimus Prime. He lifted Skyfire and proclaimed, Decepticons, retreat. With that, Megatron transformed into a Cybertronian aircraft, placing Skyfire in his cockpit. Gazing at the familiar cockpit, Skyfire realized that Megatron had always been by his side. Regardless of the world, they had remained together. Starscream and the others dared not defy Megatron, swiftly transforming and departing the battlefield alongside him. Upon reaching a secluded valley, Megatron began to recount the tales of their past. He portrayed Optimus Prime as a tyrant who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, while casting himself as a victim persecuted by Prime. As Skyfire listened to Megatron's words, a flicker of confusion and pain crossed her eyes. She found herself unsure of whom to trust. Yet the tenderness and concern exuding from Megatron enveloped her in warmth. Starscream, taken aback, thought to himself, Boss, are you not merely describing yourself? However, upon witnessing Skyfire's willingness to believe Megatron's words, he felt his leader's manipulative prowess had significantly improved. Is Optimus really that malevolent? Skyfire inquired, her confusion palpable. Indeed, he claims to fight for the protection of Cybertron, yet he has wrought its destruction, leaving us homeless. Megatron's voice brimmed with indignation. I once believed him to be a good person. I was the one who informed them of your whereabouts. I am sorry, Skyfire confessed, a tinge of guilt evident in her tone. Skyfire, this is not your fault. You were merely exploited for your kindness. Megatron gently caressed her cheek, offering solace. Skyfire lifted her gaze to Megatron, her eyes filled with trust. I believe in you, Megatron. I will stand by your side to reclaim our home. A subtle smile graced Megatron's face, his eyes glimmering with resolve. With you by my side, I am confident we shall overcome Optimus Prime and restore Cybertron. In this secluded valley, Megatron and Skyfire shared a period of relative tranquility. Megatron patiently aided Skyfire in regaining her memories, while she gradually found herself enchanted by his tenderness and care. She began to embrace his narrative, believing Optimus Prime to be a heartless tyrant. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this was merely a meticulously crafted scheme by Megatron, and she was unwittingly descending into his trap. As time flowed, Skyfire's memories gradually returned, revealing fragments of her past with Megatron. She recalled how he had fiercely battled Optimus Prime to protect her. She remembered his willingness to sacrifice his own interests for her happiness. She recollected his words, Skyfire, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. These memories fortified her belief in Megatron, whom she considered her ally and her sole refuge in this world. However, as Skyfire's memories began to resurface, Optimus Prime was simultaneously striving to uncover her whereabouts. He was acutely aware of the unforgivable error he had committed, one that led to the demise of Chong Yin-Xiao. Yet, the emergence of Yun Tian presented him with a glimmer of hope for redemption. Optimus Prime vowed to locate Yun Tian, to offer his heartfelt apologies, and to welcome her back into the ranks of the Autobots. A fierce battle for Yun Tian was on the horizon, and her fate would be irrevocably altered in the course of this conflict. Under the web of lies spun by Megatron, Yun Tian was completely ensnared in his deceit. Megatron adorned her finger with a ring, engraved with an image of their embrace. The ring sparkled under the sun, as if bearing witness to their indissoluble bond. Gazing at the ring, Yun Tian felt a surge of emotion. Megatron, thank you for your unwavering patience. We shall never part again. A gentle smile graced Megatron's lips as he replied with tenderness. Indeed, my princess, I shall be your knight, safeguarding your safety. Yun Tian lifted her gaze, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. But my mentor remains with Optimus. I fear for his safety. Megatron gently clasped Yun Tian's hand, his voice resolute. Do not worry. I will rescue your mentor. However, we must swiftly locate the Allspark, lest Optimus completely dominate this world. Yun Tian nodded, determination gleaming in her eyes. I know the location of the Allspark. Let us set forth at once. Looking at her, Megatron's gaze softened with gratitude. Yun Tian, thank you for choosing me. I shall remain by your side, ensuring your safety. Meanwhile, having vowed to reclaim Yun Tian from Megatron's grasp, Optimus Prime had only just gained the forgiveness of Ratchet. However, the guilt that weighed upon him began to shake the very foundation of his steadfast sense of justice. Alone in the darkness, he was engulfed in confusion and anguish. Is the justice I uphold truly the right choice? I have gained the power of the leadership module. Yet I have lost my brother and caused discord among the Autobots. Am I truly fit to be a leader? As Optimus grappled with his remorse, Bumblebee approached, softly stating, Brother Optimus, we are nearing the location of the Allspark. Optimus nodded, his voice subdued. Yes, I am aware. Bumblebee regarded him with concern. Brother, are you all right? I am fine, Bumblebee. Do not worry. Optimus managed a strained smile, attempting to reassure Bumblebee. Recognizing his brother's somber mood, Bumblebee chose to remain silent, refraining from further disturbance. However, upon their arrival at the destination, Megatron was already waiting for them. Optimus, you are tardy. The Allspark has become my power. I shall use it to forge a formidable Decepticon army, and together with my Yun Tian, we will rule the world, Megatron proclaimed, his voice laced with arrogance. Megatron, I will not allow you to succeed. As long as I draw breath, I shall thwart your plans, Optimus asserted with unwavering determination. With that, Optimus faced Megatron, ready for the impending confrontation. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings and, upon realizing that Yun Tian was absent from the battlefield, he exhaled in relief before engaging in a fierce battle with Megatron. Although Yun Tian did not appear on the front lines, she had located the medic tending to the injured Bumblebee in the rear. The medic, upon spotting Yun Tian, was momentarily taken aback with surprise and endeavored to persuade his student to return to the path of righteousness. Yun Tian, come back. Optimus Prime is not as malevolent as you perceive. He merely... Yun Tian interrupted the medic, her voice laced with a hint of indifference. Is it still considered justice if Optimus Prime killed me? The medic was rendered speechless, his gaze upon Yun Tian revealing a flicker of remorse. Yun Tian, seizing the opportunity, Yun Tian capitalized on the medic's guilt, further inciting animosity between him and Optimus Prime. Teacher, Optimus Prime is unworthy of your allegiance. Would you be willing to join our side to protect me? The medic hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. I am willing. Then, for my safety, I implore you to eliminate Optimus Prime and avenge me. Yun Tian's voice carried a note of expectation. The medic was taken aback, gazing at Yun Tian with disbelief. Yun Tian, this, teacher, did you not say that Optimus Prime had recognized his mistakes? We could grant him a chance to atone for his past errors and take responsibility for what he has done to me, without pressing him further. The medic attempted to persuade Yun Tian. Your words hold merit, yet Optimus Prime must face consequences. I will not let him evade justice so easily. Yun Tian replied with unwavering resolve. I promise you, I will ensure that Optimus Prime receives the punishment he deserves. The medic finally acquiesced. Very well, let us assist Megatron in vanquishing Optimus Prime. I shall personally administer his punishment. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yun Tian's eyes. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the medic, following Yun Tian's directive, shot a poison arrow into Optimus Prime's left arm. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Optimus Prime, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. Medic, why? Optimus Prime stared at the medic, disbelief etched across his features. Excellent work, my teacher. Yun Tian's voice brimmed with pride. Yun Tian, you? The medic looked at her, fury igniting in his eyes. Optimus Prime, you would do well to surrender, for you have been afflicted by my meticulously prepared poison. It won't be long before you meet your demise. Yun Tian spoke with a tinge of cruelty. Upon hearing this, the medic instantly discarded his weapon and turned to confront Yun Tian. Yun Tian, did you not say this was merely an ordinary toxin? Why did you deceive me? Teacher, how could you scold me over such a trivial matter? I shall no longer pay you heed, Yun Tian declared, turning away and dismissing the medic. Yun Tian, that was not my intent. It was my fault. Please forgive me, the medic implored, chasing after her in an attempt to explain. Very well. Who could resist you being my teacher? Yun Tian paused, glancing back at the medic, a softness fleeting in her gaze. Good job, medic. I shall reward you appropriately. The voice of Megatron echoed from afar as he observed Cloud and the ambulance, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Cloud, the murderer, stands before you. What shall you do? The ambulance regarded Cloud with a glint of anticipation. I shall not allow him to perish so easily. I intend to ensure his suffering is worse than death. A ruthless glint flashed in Cloud's gaze as she slowly approached Optimus Prime, a sharp sword gripped firmly in her hand. Optimus Prime looked at Cloud, despair evident in his eyes. Cloud, you have brought about my demise. I shall not forgive you. A chill laced Cloud's voice as she raised her sword, poised to strike Optimus Prime. At that moment, Megatron suddenly materialized beside her, gently clasping her hand. Cloud, do not act rashly. We have far more pressing matters at hand. Cloud turned to Megatron, confusion crossing her features. But, trust me, I will allow you to exact your vengeance upon him. But first, we must locate the Allspark. There was a resolute tone in Megatron's voice. Cloud nodded, placing her faith in him, believing he would provide her with the resolution she sought. She gradually lowered her sword and turned to Megatron. Very well. Let's seek the Allspark first. A subtle smile graced Megatron's lips, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Come, my princess. Together we shall forge a world of our own. The ambulance watched the retreating figures of Cloud and Megatron, a complex emotion stirring within. He realized he had fallen into Megatron's trap, yet could not sever the guilt he felt towards Cloud. He could only silently follow in their wake, hoping one day to atone for his transgressions. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime lay on the ground, gazing at Cloud's departing silhouette, pain and confusion reflected in his eyes. He was uncertain if he could rise again, if he could ever win back Cloud's heart. Yet he knew he must persevere for the Autobots, for Cybertron, and for the justice he once upheld. The battle of lies and vengeance was only just beginning. Following Cloud's guidance, Megatron ultimately discovered the Allspark. This ancient energy core radiated a powerful luminescence, as if it contained boundless strength. Megatron cautiously extracted the Allspark from its concealed cavern, excitement flickering in his eyes. Cloud, you truly know the location of the Allspark. You are remarkable. Cloud smiled slightly, a sense of pride flickering in her gaze. Of course, I would never let you down. My comrade. Cloud, my princess. The ring you possess will forge a connection between you and the Allspark. Henceforth, you shall become my most formidable ally. There was a gentleness in Megatron's voice, yet a cunning glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Cloud looked at Megatron, trust evident in her expression. Megatron, I believe in you. As the ring made contact, Cloud felt a surge of potent energy emanating from it, swiftly enveloping her entire being. She felt her body enveloped by an invisible force, as though a mysterious connection had been established with the source of the fire. However, as this bond deepened, Yun Tian sensed her strength being siphoned away by the source, overwhelming her with anguish, prompting her to cry out, "Ah! Megatron, cease this at once, stop it!" Ambulance, witnessing this, roared in fury. He attempted to charge a Megatron, but was intercepted by Tarantulas. Ambulance, do not act rashly. This is Lord Megatron's design. Tarantula spoke with a hint of calmness. Ignoring Ambulance's wrath, Megatron remained fixated on Yun Tian. As her voice dwindled, despair engulfed Ambulance. He watched helplessly as Yun Tian's body grew weaker, his heart heavy with pain and helplessness. Megatron, you scoundrel! Ambulance's voice was laced with impotence. A slight smile crept onto Megatron's face as he beheld the fully unsealed source of the fire in his hand, a satisfied grin adorning his features. He lifted the unconscious Yun Tian from the ground, infusing her body with his power. As the energy flowed into her, Yun Tian's blue eyes gradually transformed to the same crimson hue as Megatron's. Megatron's elation grew, for this signified that Yun Tian had wholly embraced his will. My princess, you have endured much. Rest well. When you awaken, you shall behold our envisioned world, and we will reign over it. Megatron's voice carried a touch of tenderness. Megatron, you fiend! Ambulance bellowed in anger, though his tone betrayed a sense of powerlessness. Megatron turned to face Ambulance with a slight smile. I nearly overlooked you, Dr. Ambulance. I shall not harm you. This is my promise to her. However, you shall have the honor of becoming the first formidable Decepticon warrior. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Source. With that, Megatron raised the Source and unleashed a blinding energy towards Ambulance. The energy struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he felt an overwhelming power erupt within him, his body trembling violently, fear flickering in his eyes. As the energy coursed through him, it swiftly devoured Ambulance's original spark and replaced it. He felt his cerebral module being restructured and invaded. An irresistible command etched within: obey Lord Megatron's orders. His body grew stronger, and he bowed his head in allegiance to Megatron. Upon witnessing the success of his experiment, Megatron's face beamed with pride. Excellent, Ambulance. You shall become my trusted aide. Next, I shall employ the same method to convert all Autobots into my followers. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, who had stealthily followed Ambulance, was filled with fury and shock at this revelation. He had intended to discreetly contact Optimus Prime, but a careless step on a twig betrayed his presence, leading to his swift capture by Ambulance, now at Megatron's side. As he gazed at Bumblebee before him, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Megatron's eyes, prompting him to devise a scheme that would lead Optimus Prime to willingly embrace his downfall. Harnessing the power of the Allspark, he commanded Bumblebee, "Bumblebee, I order you and Ratchet to escort Skyfire back to Optimus Prime. Ratchet, ensure that Optimus is left alone to tend to Skyfire. Do you understand?" "As you wish, Lord Megatron," they replied in unison. Observing the departing figures of Bumblebee and the others, a sinister smile crept across Megatron's face. "Optimus, I eagerly anticipate your surrender for the sake of Skyfire." Ha ha ha. Upon their return to the Autobot base, Optimus beheld Skyfire cradled in Ratchet's arms, still unconscious, and a profound sense of guilt welled within him. He took Skyfire from Ratchet's embrace, stating with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, Ratchet, I shall protect her with my very life and ensure she suffers not a single indignity. I swear by my spark." As if hearing Optimus's gentle voice, Skyfire's visor automatically retracted. Gazing upon her enchanting visage, Optimus felt an intense stir within his heart, prompting him to tenderly caress her face. "So beautiful, like a princess," he mused. Noticing Optimus captivated by Skyfire's features, Ratchet approached him quietly, saying, "Optimus, everyone is watching. This is not the place. Take Skyfire to your quarters. You may reveal your true self to her, and she might just accept you. Accept you. Favor only you. She will remain by your side." These words echoed in Optimus's mind, ensnaring him in their allure. Nodding in agreement, he unhesitatingly carried Skyfire back to his room. "Skyfire, I would forsake everything for you, longing only to share my life with you. Though you cannot hear me now, I will remain by your side until you awaken." He spoke softly, infused with tenderness and resolve. In Optimus's chamber, Skyfire slowly opened her eyes, her crimson gaze shimmering with an otherworldly light. She regarded Optimus with a hint of confusion, asking, "Where am I? Who are you?" Her voice was faint, stirring a pang of sorrow within Optimus. "Skyfire, you're awake. This is the Autobot base, and I am Orion," he replied, refraining from disclosing his true name, fearing she might not accept him. "Orion, are you not the brother of Megatron?" "I have heard him mention you," she queried, her tone laced with curiosity. Optimus nodded, aware that Megatron's former name was indeed Megatronus, a fact that would not surprise Skyfire. "We are indeed brothers. Yet he has betrayed our bond, and our friendship has been irreparably severed." He spoke with a trace of anguish. "Orion, I like you, everything about you." Skyfire's sudden confession left Optimus momentarily speechless, yet he recognized the significance of seizing this opportunity. "I too, Skyfire. I will care for you and cherish you dearly," he responded, his voice imbued with gentleness. "Optimus Prime, everyone awaits your presence. It is time for us to depart." The voice of Jazz echoed from the doorway, interrupting the conversation between Optimus and Yun Tian. "You are Optimus Prime. How could you deceive me? I shall end your life." Yun Tian suddenly sat up in bed, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. "Yun Tian, please allow me to explain. I truly care for you. I would forsake everything for your sake." Optimus spoke with urgency. Yun Tian gazed at him, uncertainty flashing in her eyes. "Do you genuinely care for me?" Optimus nodded, determination shining through his gaze. "Indeed, Yun Tian, I sincerely love you. I would lay down my life to protect you." Yun Tian regarded him, hesitation momentarily clouding her features. "Then, can you divulge what transpired between you and Megatron?" After a brief silence, Optimus resolved to reveal the truth. "Yun Tian, Megatron, and I were once brothers, yet our divergent ideologies led to our rift. He yearns for dominion over the world, while I aspire to safeguard it. In a tragic encounter, I inadvertently caused your demise, a regret that haunts me profoundly. Upon discovering your existence, I have sought every opportunity to atone for my mistake. Listening intently, Yun Tian's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. So, you have been exploiting me to amend your errors? Optimus shook his head vehemently. No, Yun Tian, my love for you transcends the fact that you are the reincarnation of Chong Yunjiao. I cherish you for your kindness and bravery. I would relinquish everything for you, provided you would accept me. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tian finally nodded. I trust you, Optimus. However, I implore you to share more about Megatron. I must grasp the truth. Optimus acquiesced and began narrating the tale of his tumultuous relationship with Megatron, detailing their conflicts and misunderstandings. As Yun Tian absorbed his words, understanding and empathy illuminated her expression. Optimus, I believe in you. I shall stand with you to thwart Megatron's sinister schemes, Yun Tian declared resolutely. Optimus looked at her, gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Yun Tian. With you by my side, I fear nothing. The two clasped each other's hands tightly, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. They were acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they believed that together, nothing could impede their progress. Meanwhile, Megatron lurked in the shadows, his eyes aflame with anger and jealousy. Optimus Prime, do you truly believe you could triumph? I will ensure you pay dearly. Just wait and see. The conflict wrought from betrayal and emotion had only just begun, and Yun Tian's ultimate decision would prove pivotal in this impending war. Transformers 1 V. After witnessing the failure of his machinations, Megatron seethed with rage. He had anticipated Yun Tian would become a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Yet she chose to place her trust in Optimus. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, seeking to wield the power of the Allspark to manipulate Optimus, transforming him into a mere puppet. To fulfill his ambitions, Megatron summoned Ratchet and Bumblebee to his side under the cover of night. In a hushed tone, he commanded them, Soundwave, Bumblebee, I order you both to ambush Optimus Prime during tomorrow's battle. I shall personally turn him into my subordinate. As you wish, Lord Megatron, replied Soundwave and Bumblebee in unison. But my lord, what Princess Skyfire? Soundwave hesitantly inquired. Although she has uncovered the truth, I can wield the power of the Allspark to completely control her. Megatron's voice carried a hint of coldness. Lord Megatron, she has merely been deceived by Optimus Prime. Her choice still remains with you. Soundwave attempted to persuade him. Soundwave, I am aware of your thoughts, and I harbor no desire to harm her. However, she is no longer my partner. Once, we were bound by mutual trust, and I believe she would never betray me. Yet she has. Megatron's voice was tinged with sorrow. At that moment, a voice emerged unexpectedly. Megatron, is what you just said true? Turning around, he saw Skyfire standing not far away, her eyes filled with shock and disappointment. It turned out that Skyfire had decided to stealthily follow them after overhearing Megatron's plan, only to stumble upon this revelation. Skyfire, you heard everything, did you not? Megatron's voice bore a note of resignation. Megatron, can you truly not halt your scheme? The Megatron I know would never resort to such unscrupulous means, Skyfire questioned, her voice laden with doubt. Skyfire, this matter does not concern you. My only enemy is Optimus Prime, and all I do is for your protection. Megatron sought to clarify. I cannot trust you, Megatron. Your heart is consumed by your own plans and ambitions. How can I believe your words? Skyfire's tone was laced with anger. Skyfire, do not force my hand. I do not wish to lose you again, Megatron warned, his voice carrying a note of urgency. I shall not allow you to harm anyone. Unless you tread over my lifeless body, Skyfire declared resolutely, her eyes gleaming with determination. Why? Why must you force my hand? What has Optimus Prime done to you that compels you to choose him? Megatron's voice was tinged with rage and jealousy. Skyfire gazed at Megatron, a fleeting sadness crossing her features. Megatron, I have not chosen Optimus Prime. I have chosen justice. You once proclaimed that we would create an ideal world. Yet now you are willing to sacrifice everything for your ambition. This is not the world I desire, nor is this the Megatron I once knew. Megatron was taken aback, staring at Skyfire with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Skyfire, do you genuinely believe that Optimus Prime can provide you with the world you seek? He is merely a hypocritical leader. His so-called justice serves only to mask his ambitions. No, while Optimus has erred, he is willing to acknowledge and amend his mistakes. He sacrifices himself to protect the world. That is true leadership. That is the world I long for. Skyfire's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Megatron fell silent, gazing at Cloud Sky, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. Cloud Sky, do you truly no longer believe in me? Cloud Sky shook her head. Megatron, I shall always have faith in you. Yet I cannot condone your missteps. I hope you can relinquish your ambition and join us in the pursuit of genuine justice. Megatron regarded Cloud Sky, a hint of struggle flickering in his gaze. He recognized that he had strayed too far, yet he found it difficult to abandon his plans. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Cloud Sky, I require time to reflect. Cloud Sky nodded. Megatron, I grant you that time, but I hope you will swiftly arrive at the right decision. Megatron turned away, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary against the night. Cloud Sky watched his retreating figure, concern glimmering in her eyes. She understood that Megatron's choice would determine their future. The following day, the battle commenced as anticipated. Optimus Prime led the Autobots into a fierce confrontation with Megatron's Decepticons. Cloud Sky stood at the periphery of the battlefield, her heart fraught with conflict. She was uncertain whether Megatron would truly strike at Optimus and whether she could prevent him from doing so. The clash was extraordinarily intense, both sides exerting their utmost. Cloud Sky observed Ratchet and Bumblebee incessantly seeking opportunities to ambush Optimus, anxiety swelling within her. She realized that if Megatron indeed harnessed the power of the Allspark to dominate Optimus, then all would be irrevocably lost. Just as Cloud Sky wavered, Megatron suddenly appeared beside her. Cloud Sky, do you truly intend to thwart me? Cloud Sky lifted her gaze to meet his, a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Megatron, I cannot permit you to harm Optimus. He is a leader worthy of respect, willing to sacrifice himself to safeguard the world. You must not obliterate all of this for the sake of your ambition. Megatron studied Cloud Sky, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes. Cloud Sky, do you truly no longer need me? Cloud Sky shook her head. Megatron, what I require is a true companion, one willing to fight for justice. You once embodied that spirit, but now. Megatron interrupted her. Cloud Sky, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet, I cannot relinquish my plans. This is my singular opportunity. If you truly love me, allow me to see this through. Cloud Sky regarded Megatron, sorrow flashing in her eyes. Megatron, I love you, but I do not wish for you to become that person. I hope you can abandon your ambitions and join us in the fight for genuine justice. Megatron remained silent, gazing at Cloud Sky, a struggle evident within him. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. Cloud Sky, I shall endeavor to set aside my ambitions, but I require time. Cloud Sky nodded in return. Megatron, I believe in you. I shall remain here, awaiting your righteous choice. Megatron turned away, his figure appearing particularly lonely on the battlefield. Cloud Sky watched him depart, concern etched in her expression. She understood that Megatron's choice would dictate their future. The battle ultimately concluded with the Autobots' triumph. Optimus Prime stood upon the battlefield, gazing at the retreating figure of Megatron, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his visage. He understood that Megatron's choice would ultimately determine their future. Yun Tian approached Optimus and softly remarked, Optimus, I believe Megatron will make the right choice. Optimus nodded, replying, Yun Tian, I share your hope. However, regardless of his decision, we must be prepared. Yun Tian acknowledged this, aware that no matter what the future held, she would stand alongside Optimus, fighting for justice. This battle of truth and choice had only just begun. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Megatron was engulfed in conflicting emotions. He realized he could not relinquish his ambition, yet he did not wish to disappoint Yun Tian. The turmoil within him kept him awake at night as he pondered his choices and the path ahead. Ultimately, after much internal struggle, Megatron arrived at a difficult decision. He resolved to seek out Optimus Prime, hoping to make the right choice for Yun Tian at the final moment. When Optimus received Megatron's communication, confusion and unease filled his heart. He was uncertain of Megatron's intentions, but sensed the gravity of the situation. Arriving at the designated meeting place, he found Megatron standing alone, weariness and helplessness evident in his eyes. Optimus, I can no longer turn back. I hope you could take good care of her in my stead. Megatron's voice carried a weight of sorrow. Optimus, taken aback, replied, Megatron, is this truly the path you wish to tread? She would not desire this. Megatron offered a faint smile, a glimmer of resolve shining through. Optimus, as the leader of the Decepticons, I will never surrender easily. Let us conclude this in our next battle, so she may witness my choice to fulfill my promise. Optimus fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding. Very well.
I promise you.
Thank you, my brother. Megatron's tone was laced with gratitude. He then produced the Allspar from his chest, slowly extending it towards Optimus. I have forcibly controlled Ratchet and Bumblebee with the power of the Allspark. You too can use it to restore them. Optimus took the Allspark, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Megatron, you... Optimus, promise me you will keep this from her. I do not wish for her to suffer. Furthermore, only you can be the one to end my life and extinguish my spark. Megatron's voice was resolute. Optimus gazed at Megatron, a flicker of anguish in his eyes.
Very well, I promise you.
Megatron smiled faintly, transforming into a Cybertronian aircraft and soaring into the distance. His voice echoed back, Optimus, you will always be my dearest brother. As Optimus watched Megatron's figure fade away, a surge of complex emotions overwhelmed him. For the first time, tears streamed down his face, memories of their shared experiences flooding his mind. He reminisced about their once-cherished friendship, the days they fought side by side, and the times they toiled for their ideals. Yet, ultimately, they found themselves at this juncture. Megatron, have we, as brothers, truly reached a point of no return? To end your life with my own hands in exchange for peace is not my intention. I cannot accept such a conclusion. Optimus Prime was engulfed in anguish and helplessness. Upon returning to the Autobot base, he entrusted the Allspark to Ratchet and Bumblebee. With the power of the Allspark, he severed Megatron's control over them, restoring their freedom. Ratchet and Bumblebee gazed at Optimus, a glimmer of gratitude in their eyes.
Optimus, what about Megatron?
Ratchet inquired hesitantly.
Optimus nodded. He has made his choice. We must understand him.
Ratchet and Bumblebee fell into silence for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. They understood that Megatron's choice, though arduous,
was for the sake of them all.
We will remember him, Ratchet murmured.
Indeed, we shall, Bumblebee affirmed with a nod.
Optimus, must we truly conceal this from her? Ratchet questioned, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Ratchet, this is Megatron's sole request. I must honor it, Optimus replied with conviction. The following day, Optimus, accompanied by the rejuvenated Autobots, engaged in the final battle against Megatron and his cohorts, led by Starscream. The battlefield was a tempest of fervent struggle, both sides exerting every ounce of strength. As Optimus faced Megatron, he found himself unable to strike. His heart was a tumult of conflict and torment. He knew that once he acted, Megatron's life would be extinguished. Optimus, act swiftly.
Do not forget our promise.
Megatron's voice carried a note of urgency.
Megatron, I truly.
Optimus hesitated. Optimus, consider your mission and your duty. If you eliminate me, this war can end.
What are you waiting for?
Strike. Megatron's voice turned to fury. Taking a deep breath, Optimus understood the weight of the choice before him. He slowly raised his sword, pain flickering in his gaze. Megatron, I am sorry. Just as he was about to act, Megatron suddenly smiled. Optimus, thank you, my brother. I hope you can realize our dream and forge a world of true peace. With that, Megatron's body gradually collapsed, his spark extinguished. Observing the shattered form of Megatron, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He gently closed Megatron's eyes, whispering, My brother, this was not your destined end. I hope that when we meet again, we shall not be adversaries once more. The battle ultimately concluded with the Autobots' victory. Standing on the battlefield, Optimus gazed upon the place where Megatron had fallen, his heart a tapestry of complex emotions. He understood that Megatron's choice was for the skies above and for their shared ideal. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Optimus Prime concealed the news of Megatron's demise. He informed Windblade that Megatron had sustained injuries in battle and was in recovery. Although Windblade felt a tinge of concern, she chose to trust Optimus upon witnessing the steadfastness in his gaze. Optimus regarded Windblade with a flicker of tenderness in his eyes, proclaiming, Together, we shall forge a world of peace, a realm he has always envisioned. Windblade nodded, understanding that Megatron's choice, though fraught with difficulty, was ultimately for the sake of them all. Resolute in her determination, she resolved to press on for Megatron, for Optimus, and for herself, aspiring to create a harmonious world. Optimus, I shall stand by your side and fight for justice. Her voice resonated with conviction. Optimus, gazing at Windblade, felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Windblade. Together, we will shape a bright future. Their hands clasped tightly, their hearts brimming with hope for what lay ahead. Optimus recognized the necessity of forging onward, for Windblade, for all Autobots, and for their shared ideal. The battle of philosophies had finally reached its conclusion. Yet, Optimus understood that he had not entirely vanquished Megatron. His mission remained unfinished. He would continue to fight for peace until that day truly arrived. Transformers 2, Part 1. The guilt within Optimus prevented him from completely obliterating Megatron, and he withheld the truth from Windblade. He believed this would shield her and grant Megatron a chance for redemption. Unbeknownst to him, their next encounter would see them transformed into adversaries once more. Meanwhile, severely injured, Megatron, aided by the likes of Starscream, managed to awaken. Though his strength had significantly waned and he had lost the memories of the recent battle, surrounded by familiar faces, confusion enveloped him. Lord Megatron, do you recall Windblade? She is your spark partner, yet she is now in Optimus Prime's grasp. Starscream's voice carried a hint of cunning. Upon hearing Starscream's words, an image of a white female transformer flickered in Megatron's mind, his spark partner. A surge of intense rage and protectiveness welled within him. Optimus, I shall slay you and reclaim Windblade. With that declaration, Megatron transformed into his Cybertronian jet form and set forth on a quest to find Optimus. Watching Megatron depart, Starscream chuckled triumphantly. Nearby, Soundwave cautioned Starscream against overstepping, emphasizing that Megatron was their leader and must not be compromised. The Decepticons required no treacherous souls who would betray their commander. Starscream, unfazed, retorted, "Do you not have any interest in our leader's spark partner?" At this, Soundwave fell into an unusual silence, recalling the exhilaration and affection he felt upon first encountering Windblade. Observing Soundwave's quietude, Starscream realized that his scheme would not be thwarted. "Megatron, I eagerly anticipate your personal delivery of Sky to my hands." A hint of wicked excitement lacing Starscream's voice. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Sky are engaged in a discussion concerning future plans at the Autobot base. Sky's trust in Optimus provides her with a sense of security, while Optimus is resolute in his determination to protect her and shield her from peril. "Optimus, I have faith that Megatron will make the right choice," Sky asserts with a tone of conviction. Optimus nods in agreement. "I hope so as well. However, regardless of his decision, we must be prepared." At that moment, an alarm blares suddenly. Bumblebee rushes in, his voice frantic. "Optimus, Megatron has returned. He is heading our way." Optimus and Sky exchange a glance, a sense of foreboding washing over them. They understand that Megatron's return heralds the onset of new conflicts. Optimus swiftly issues commands. "All Autobots, prepare for battle." Sky transforms quickly, ready to join the fray. She knows that although Megatron's power has waned, he remains a formidable adversary. As Megatron's Cybertronian aircraft looms above the Autobot base, Optimus and Sky stand poised for confrontation. Megatron descends slowly, reverting to his robotic form, his eyes glinting with fury as he fixes his gaze upon Optimus and Sky. "Optimus, you traitor, I shall slay you and reclaim Sky." Megatron's voice is tinged with madness. "Megatron, do you truly wish to continue this fight? Have you forgotten our past friendship?" Optimus's voice carries a note of anguish. Megatron scoffs derisively. "Friendship? That is a relic of the past. Now I fight for my spar partner." Sky gazes at Megatron, her heart filled with conflict. She knows he has lost his memories, yet he remains her former ally. She wishes to prevent further strife between them. "Megatron, I am Sky. I do not wish for any more conflict between you and Optimus. We can unite to fight for peace." Her voice is imbued with gentleness. Megatron looks at Sky, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Sky, do you truly wish to be with me?" Sky nods affirmatively. "Yes, Megatron, I wish to be with you, but not for battle, rather for peace." After a moment of silence, Megatron ultimately shakes his head. "No, Sky, I've already lost too much. I cannot bear to lose you again. Optimus, prepare to meet your demise." With that, Megatron launches his attack. Optimus and Sky respond swiftly, igniting an intense battle once more. Starscream observes from a distance, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. He is aware that Megatron's fury and impulsiveness are integral to his scheme. He stands ready to intervene at the opportune moment, intending to seize control of Megatron and use him against Optimus. "Soundwave, are you prepared?" Starscream's voice brims with excitement. Soundwave nods. "All preparations are complete. As soon as the power of Megatron is completely exhausted, we shall gain control over him."
Starscream chuckled, excellent. By then, Cybertron will be ours. The battle raged on for an extended period. Although Megatron's strength waned, his combat skills remained unparalleled. Optimus Prime and Cybertron exerted their utmost efforts. Yet they were acutely aware that Megatron's wrath rendered victory elusive. Just as the conflict reached a fever pitch, Starscream and Soundwave suddenly materialized on the battlefield. They launched a surprise attack, their target fixed on Megatron. Lord Megatron, we require your strength. Starscream's voice bore a veneer of feigned loyalty. Caught off guard by the assault from Starscream and Soundwave, Megatron's power swiftly diminished, ultimately leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. You traitors! Megatron's voice resonated with fury and disbelief. Starscream approached him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Megatron, you are of no further use. Now, Cybertron shall belong to me. Witnessing the scene, Cybertron was engulfed by shock and indignation. Starscream, you wretched traitor. Starscream turned his gaze toward Cybertron, a glint of avarice in his eyes. Cybertron, you will become my spark partner. No one can thwart me. Optimus Prime, recognizing Starscream's treachery, was filled with righteous anger. He swiftly launched an assault in an attempt to thwart Starscream. However, Starscream and Soundwave's formidable power proved formidable, successfully repelling Optimus Prime's attack. Optimus Prime, you have lost. Megatron's power is now under our control, and soon, Cybertron will also be mine. Starscream's tone dripped with triumph. Cybertron regarded Starscream with unwavering resolve. Starscream, I shall never become your spark partner. Together with Optimus Prime, I will thwart your nefarious schemes. With that, Cybertron unleashed her attack. While her strength paled in comparison to that of Starscream and Soundwave, her unwavering conviction and courage fueled her efforts. She believed that as long as she stood alongside Optimus Prime, nothing could obstruct their path. The battle resumed, both sides exerting their full might. Though Starscream and Soundwave were powerful, they lacked the trust and synergy that existed between Cybertron and Optimus Prime. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation, Starscream and Soundwave were vanquished. As Megatron gradually regained consciousness, he beheld Cybertron and Optimus Prime before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Cybertron, you have triumphed. I have lost. Cybertron approached Megatron, gently grasping his hand. Megatron, we all fight for peace. I hope you will remember this. Megatron nodded, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Cybertron, I shall remember. I hope we may have the chance to fight for peace together. Optimus Prime regarded Megatron, a complex array of emotions flickering within him. Megatron, I hope you will make the right choice. Megatron offered a faint smile. Optimus Prime, we all fight for our ideals. May we ultimately realize our aspirations. Thus, this battle of conspiracy and betrayal reached its conclusion. Cybertron and Optimus Prime stood upon the battlefield, their hearts brimming with intricate emotions. They are aware that the road ahead is still long, yet they harbor the belief that as long as they stand united, nothing can impede their progress. Megatron, though stripped of his power, continues to nurture a yearning for peace within his heart. He is convinced that one day, he shall rise again and join forces with Optimus Prime and Starscream to fight for their shared ideals. Although this battle has concluded, they all understand that true peace necessitates their continued efforts. Transformers 2. Following his defeat at the hands of Optimus Prime, Starscream did not relinquish his ambitions. He traced the clues discovered by Soundwave and located Fallen, proposing a collaborative pact. Starscream recognized that Fallen's formidable power could reshape the entire universe. Thus, if he could forge an alliance, there might still be a chance for resurgence. Standing before Fallen, Starscream spoke with a hint of deference. Lord Fallen, I bring vital information regarding the Allspark, along with a proposal for collaboration. Fallen regarded Starscream with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Starscream, do you presume I would be interested in your proposal? I intend to wield the power of the Sun Harvester to dominate the universe without your assistance. With a sly smile, Starscream retorted, Lord Fallen, I am aware of your interest in the Allspark. If you were to collaborate with me, I would assist you in acquiring it, and in turn, you could utilize the Sun Harvester's power to assert your dominance over the universe. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Fallen fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Starscream, should you prove your worth, I shall consider your proposal. However, should you fail, I will personally ensure your demise. Elated, Starscream realized he still had a chance. He swiftly departed from Fallen's domain, devising a plan to obtain the Allspark. Meanwhile,
With the assistance of Optimus Prime and Ratchet, Megatron gradually began to regain his previous memories. He recalled his former ambitions and the conflicts with Optimus Prime. But more importantly, he remembered Starscream, his spark partner, and his longing for peace. "Welcome back, Megatron." Optimus Prime's voice resonated with sincerity. Megatron nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Optimus, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me." Optimus smiled gently. "Megatron, let the past remain in the past. What matters now is that we unite to fight for peace." Taking a deep breath, Megatron nodded. "You are right. I will do everything in my power to assist the Autobots in achieving peace." Starscream approached Megatron and gently grasped his hand. "Megatron, I am delighted you have returned. We are all fighting for peace, and I hope you will join us." Looking at Starscream, Megatron's eyes softened. "Starscream, I will remember that. Together, we shall fight for peace." To celebrate the reconciliation of the two brothers, Starscream proposed a grand feast to be held once the war had fully concluded, a decision that received unanimous approval from all. Yun Tian believed that such celebratory events could foster unity among the Autobots and facilitate Megatron's seamless integration into this familial collective. "Optimus, I find this idea splendid," he remarked. "We should celebrate our victory together once the war has truly concluded." The sound of Ratchet's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Optimus nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Ratchet, you are correct. This will provide us with a splendid opportunity to unite and face the challenges of the future together." However, Megatron appeared less than pleased. He had received a command from the Fallen, instructing him to acquire the Allspark and aid the Fallen in his quest for dominion over the universe. Megatron understood the formidable nature of the Fallen's power. Yet he also recognized that he could not betray the Autobots, nor could he betray Yun Tian. "Megatron, what troubles you? You seem quite troubled," Yun Tian observed, noticing Megatron's expression, and gently inquired. Megatron fell silent for a moment before finally deciding to confide. "Yun Tian, I have received orders from the Fallen. He demands that I procure the Allspark and assist him in ruling the universe. I am unsure how to confront him or how to face you all." Yun Tian gazed at Megatron, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Megatron, I have faith in you. I know you will not betray us. Together, we shall thwart his plans." Optimus approached, placing a reassuring hand on Megatron's shoulder. "Megatron, we are brothers. No matter the challenges we face, we shall confront them together. You are not alone in this battle." Megatron looked at Optimus and Yun Tian, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you both. I will do my utmost to thwart the Fallen's schemes and protect our home." In the days that followed, the Autobots commenced their preparations to confront the threat posed by the Fallen. They understood that this battle would be more arduous than any they had previously encountered. Yet, with Megatron's inclusion, they were confident in their ability to overcome any adversity. Meanwhile, Starscream was actively scheming, hoping to reclaim all that he had lost through collaboration with the Fallen. Unbeknownst to him, his machinations had already been detected by Optimus and Megatron. They resolved to act preemptively before Starscream could execute his plans. "Optimus, we cannot allow Starscream's scheme to succeed. We must intervene first," Megatron asserted with conviction. Optimus nodded in agreement. "You are right, Megatron. We shall take action ahead of him to thwart his designs." Yun Tian joined the discussion. "We can harness the power of the Allspark to enhance our combat capabilities. Additionally, we can leverage Megatron's insights into Starscream to devise a comprehensive plan." Exchanging knowing glances, Optimus and Megatron nodded in unison. They recognized the critical nature of Yun Tian's proposal. The power of the Allspark would be pivotal in their triumph over the Fallen. In the ensuing days, the Autobots began their clandestine preparations. They utilized the power of the Allspark to bolster their combat prowess, while analyzing Starscream's operational patterns to identify the optimal moment for their assault. At long last, Starscream initiated his operation. He set forth, bearing the Fallen's commands, towards the location of the Allspark. Unbeknownst to him, Optimus Prime and Megatron awaited his arrival. "Red alert. Your plans come to an end here." Optimus's voice carried a hint of coldness. Turning around, Red Alert beheld the formidable figures of Optimus and Megatron blocking his escape. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. "How could you be here?" Megatron sneered. "Red Alert, did you truly believe your schemes could elude us? We shall thwart you and safeguard our home." Realizing he had no avenue for retreat, Red Alert launched a rapid assault, endeavoring to breach the defenses of Optimus and Megatron. Yet, he was unaware that the Autobots were fully prepared. A fierce battle ensued. Though Red Alert was powerful, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against the combined might of Optimus and Megatron. Ultimately, after an intense confrontation, Red Alert was vanquished. Red Alert, your ambitions cease here, Optimus declared with unwavering resolve. Gazing at Optimus and Megatron, a flicker of resentment danced in Red Alert's eyes. You have won, but the Fallen will not spare you. Megatron chuckled darkly. Red Alert, we shall be ready to confront a challenge. You have failed. Accept this truth. Captured at last, Red Alert was taken back to the Autobots base for further deliberation. Meanwhile, Optimus and Megatron began preparing for the impending challenge posed by the Fallen. Megatron, we are ready. Regardless of the adversities we face, we shall confront them together, Optimus intoned with steadfast conviction. Megatron nodded in agreement. Optimus, I understand. We shall unite in the fight for peace. Standing beside them, Jetfire's eyes gleamed with determination. Together, we shall thwart the Fallen's schemes. I believe in our ability to succeed. The Autobots, united in purpose, braced themselves for the challenges ahead. They recognized that this battle would be more arduous than any they had faced before. Yet they held firm in their belief that as long as they stood together, nothing could impede their progress. Though the Fallen possessed formidable power, the unity and courage of the Autobots would be his greatest adversary. They would fight for peace for their home. This struggle for justice and harmony had only just begun. Transformers 2, and, upon learning that his prot-G, Megatron, had defied his orders, the Fallen was consumed with rage and disbelief. He had expected Megatron to faithfully execute his commands, never imagining he would ally with Optimus Prime. Determined to reclaim the Allspark, the Fallen resolved to take matters into his own hands, unwilling to permit anyone to obstruct his plans. Megatron, you traitor, I shall personally obliterate you. The Fallen's voice was laced with fury and malice. Meanwhile, Optimus and Megatron were poised for battle, acutely aware of the Fallen's considerable power, yet resolute in their commitment to protect the Allspark and their homeland. Megatron, we are prepared. No matter the challenges we encounter, we shall face them together. The voice of Optimus Prime resonated with unwavering determination. Megatron nodded, acknowledging, Optimus, I understand. We shall fight together for the sake of peace. Suddenly, the Fallen appeared before them, his form radiating immense energy, his eyes glinting with a merciless light. Optimus, Megatron, your resistance ends here. The Allspark shall belong to me, and the entire universe shall be mine. The Fallen's voice was laced with arrogance. Optimus and Megatron swiftly assumed a combat stance, acutely aware that this battle would be more arduous than any they had previously encountered. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, they bravely surged forward. The clash was brutally fierce, as the Fallen's power exceeded their wildest imaginations. Harnessing the energy of the solar core, he effortlessly deflected their assaults, gradually gaining the upper hand. Optimus, we cannot allow him to seize the Allspark. Megatron's voice held a hint of urgency. Optimus nodded resolutely. I know, but we must uncover his weakness. However, the Fallen's strength appeared impeccable. He deftly evaded their strikes and consistently mounted counterattacks. Ultimately, after an intense confrontation, Optimus and Megatron found themselves toppled to the ground, ensnared in a perilous predicament. You have failed. The Allspark shall be mine. The Fallen's voice dripped with triumph. Just as the Fallen was on the verge of victory, the Autobot base's Skyfire was engulfed with unease. She gazed at the Allspark beside her, recalling the extraordinary bond she shared with it. She knew that Optimus and Megatron were facing grave danger, and she had to act. Skyfire grasped the Allspark, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. Allspark, I beseech you to aid us in vanquishing the Fallen. I am willing to sacrifice my life. The Allspark seemed to heed her plea, emitting a radiant glow. Skyfire felt a surge of potent energy flowing from the Allspark into her being. She sensed her life force waning, yet she understood this was her singular opportunity. The Allspark vanished from the Autobot base, reappearing before Optimus and Megatron. It transmitted its formidable energy into them, enabling them to rise once more. Optimus, Megatron, your defiance ends here. The Fallen's voice was tinged with fury. Optimus and Megatron, empowered by the Allspark, felt a renewed determination in their eyes. Fallen, we shall not allow you to prevail. They swiftly launched their counteroffensive, utilizing the strength of the Allspark to successfully repel the Fallen's attacks. The Fallen was taken aback, astonished that the Allspark's power could be so potent. How could you possibly possess such formidable strength? The Fallen's voice was tinged with disbelief. Megaton scoffed, "Fallen, your ambitions cease here. We shall thwart you and protect our homeland." In the end, after a fierce battle, Optimus and Megatron triumphed over the Fallen. They repelled the Fallen, safeguarding the Allspark and their homeland. However, upon returning to the Autobot base, they discovered that Skyfire lay in a hospital bed, her life signals dwindling. Optimus Prime and Megatron were engulfed in shock and sorrow. "Skyfire, why did you do this?" Optimus's voice quivered with emotion. Skyfire slightly opened her eyes, gazing at Optimus and Megatron, a flicker of tenderness illuminating her gaze. "Optimus, Megatron, I am fine. As long as you defeat the Fallen, I will find contentment." Megatron approached Skyfire, gently grasping her hand. "Skyfire, you cannot leave us. We will find a way to save you." She shook her head, determination flashing in her eyes. "Megatron, I have already paid the price of my life. I hope you will remember me and continue to fight for peace." Optimus and Megatron looked at Skyfire, their hearts heavy with pain and reluctance. They understood that her sacrifice was for them and for the Autobots. "Skyfire, we will remember you. We shall continue to fight for peace until that day truly arrives," Optimus declared with resolve. A faint smile graced Skyfire's lips, a glimmer of serenity in her eyes. "Optimus, Megatron, I believe in you. May you realize our ideals and forge a world of true peace." Ultimately, Skyfire's life signals faded, and she departed this world, carrying with her the hope for peace. Optimus and Megatron were filled with anguish and guilt, yet they knew they must press on, fighting in honor of Skyfire's sacrifice. "Skyfire, we will remember you. We will continue to fight for peace until that day truly arrives," echoed Optimus with unwavering conviction. Megatron nodded solemnly. "Optimus, we are brothers. No matter the challenges we face, we shall confront them together. We will realize our ideals and create a world of genuine peace." United, the Autobots continued their battle for peace. They understood that Skyfire's sacrifice would forever inspire them, propelling them forward. They believed that one day, they would attain their dreams and establish a world of true tranquility. Skyfire's sacrifice would remain an everlasting ache in their hearts, a driving force for their journey ahead. 2 years after vanquishing the Fallen, Optimus and Megatron led the Autobots in their ongoing guardianship of Earth's peace. Although the threat of the Fallen had been eradicated, new challenges continuously emerged. The alliance between Autobots and humans was steadily fortified, yet unbeknownst to them, their allies had begun to secretly conspire, seeking to seize power that was not rightfully theirs. After each mission, Optimus and Megatron would visit Skyfire's room, gazing upon the girl who lay in bed, her spark extinguished. Their hearts brimmed with remorse. The extinguished spark signified that Skyfire had lost her life, but to them, she was not merely a companion. She was an integral part of their existence. They yearned for Skyfire to awaken and once again join them in safeguarding the Earth. "Optimus, is there truly no way to bring Skyfire back?" Megatron's voice bore a hint of resignation. Optimus shook his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. "Megatron, we have done all we can. Skyfire's sacrifice was to protect us. We cannot allow her sacrifice to be in vain." After a moment of silence, Megatron finally nodded. "You are right. We cannot let Skyfire's sacrifice be for naught. We must continue to protect the Earth." Meanwhile, after Starscream was captured by Optimus, Soundwave began to weave his plans in secrecy. He discovered that the American government, in collaboration with Optimus, had located a crash-landed Cybertronian ship on the dark side of the moon, yet they chose not to disclose this to Optimus. Soundwave understood that the American government did not harbor genuine intentions towards the Autobots, and thus he clandestinely forged an alliance with them, offering a plethora of Cybertronian technology as leverage. Faced with immense benefits, the American government acquiesced to Soundwave's proposal, allowing Optimus to venture alone to the moon. They hoped to exploit Optimus's strength to acquire further Cybertronian technology, thereby augmenting their military might. Trusting in his allies, Optimus embarked on a solitary journey aboard a rocket, unaware that it was a trap devised by Soundwave and the American government. However, shortly after Optimus's departure, Soundwave, utilizing the information provided by the American government, located the Autobots base and the imprisoned Starscream. A fierce battle ensued between Megatron and Soundwave. Soundwave was acutely aware of his inferiority to Megatron, yet he gambled on a possibility. He wagered that Megatron would never eliminate him. Ultimately, Soundwave surrendered. Megatron gazed at Soundwave and sighed. Soundwave, you may leave. Today's events end here. Megatron, we cannot afford to lose your leadership. The Decepticons cannot lose you, Soundwave implored, his voice tinged with desperation. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron nodded. I will remember your words. Return and inform the brethren that from now on, the Decepticons shall stand united with the Autobots to protect the peace of the Earth. As you command, Lord Megatron, Soundwave replied, gratitude evident in his tone. Yet, just as Megatron let his guard down, Soundwave unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on him. Before Megatron could react, he collapsed to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself powerless, forced to watch as Soundwave and Starscream absconded with the Allspark. Megatron, you were too complacent. Soundwave's voice resonated with triumph. Fury flashed in Megatron's eyes as he glared at Soundwave. You'll regret this, Soundwave. Soundwave sneered. Megatron, your chances have run dry. The Allspark will belong to us, and the entire universe will be ours. Enraged and resigned, Megatron understood that he must endure. He believed that Optimus would return and that the Autobots would thwart Soundwave's nefarious scheme. Meanwhile, upon reaching the moon, Optimus beheld the emblem of the Autobots outside the spacecraft. As he stepped into the interior of the spacecraft, gazing at the familiar crimson figure entranced in slumber, Optimus Prime discovered that the vessel's master was none other than his esteemed mentor, Unicron. Mentor Unicron? A hint of astonishment colored Optimus Prime's voice. Enveloped within a protective energy shield, Unicron's spark, though faint, still flickered with life. Approaching his mentor, Optimus gently clasped his hand. It is I, Optimus Prime. Can you hear me? Unicron slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confusion crossing his gaze. Optimus Prime, is it truly you? Optimus nodded affirmatively. Indeed, mentor. I am here. How is it that you find yourself on the moon? A faint smile graced Unicron's lips, though weariness shadowed his eyes. Optimus, I have long sought a tranquil haven to contemplate our future. I did not anticipate your arrival here. Optimus regarded Unicron with a swirl of complex emotions. Mentor, we all require your guidance. The Autobots need you. Earth needs you. After a moment of silence, Unicron finally nodded. Optimus, I am aware. I shall return to aid you. But for now, I must rest. Optimus affirmed, rest well, mentor. We shall protect you. At that moment, Optimus's communicator suddenly blared to life. Bumblebee's voice crackled through. Optimus, Megatron is in trouble. Soundwave and Starscream have ambushed the base. They have taken the Allspark. A surge of alarm coursed through Optimus as he realized the gravity of the trap. He swiftly returned to the spacecraft and initiated an urgent communication. Megatron, are you unharmed? Megatron's voice emerged, laced with weakness. Optimus, I am fine. However, the Allspark has been seized. We must thwart them. Optimus nodded resolutely. Megatron, I shall return. Together, we will stop them. He rapidly activated the spacecraft, charting a course back to Earth, his heart brimming with fury and concern. He understood that Soundwave and Starscream's nefarious plot must be thwarted. Otherwise, the entire planet would be plunged into peril. Upon his return to Earth, Optimus and Megatron swiftly assembled the Autobots, preparing for battle against Soundwave and Starscream. They were acutely aware that this confrontation would be more arduous than any before. Yet they remained steadfast in their belief that united, nothing could impede them. Autobots, prepare for battle. Optimus's voice resonated with determination. For Earth, for peace. Megatron's tone carried a note of resolve. The Autobots swiftly transitioned into combat readiness, cognizant that this clash would determine the fate of their world. They must give their all to safeguard their homeland. Soundwave and Starscream, having transported the Allspark to a concealed location, readied their insidious scheme. They were well aware that Optimus and Megatron would pursue them relentlessly, yet they remained confident that their plan was now unstoppable. Soundwave, the power of the Allspark shall belong to us. The entire universe will be ours. Starscream's voice brimmed with arrogance. Soundwave nodded in agreement. Starscream, once we activate the Allspark, the cosmos will be ours. However, what they were unaware of was that Optimus Prime and Megatron had stealthily approached. They were poised to launch their attack before Soundwave and Starscream could activate the Allspark. Soundwave, your schemes end here. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with a hint of coldness. Upon turning, Soundwave and Starscream beheld Optimus Prime and Megatron blocking their path. A flicker of panic crossed their faces, but they swiftly regained their composure. Optimus Prime, Megatron, do you truly believe you can thwart us? Starscream's voice dripped with indignation. Megatron sneered, Starscream, your ambitions cease now. We shall prevent you and safeguard our home. An intense battle ensued. Utilizing the power of the Allspark, Optimus Prime and Megatron successfully withstood the assault from Soundwave and Starscream. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation, Soundwave and Starscream were vanquished. Soundwave, Starscream, your ambitions end here, Optimus Prime declared with unwavering resolve. Gazing at Optimus Prime and Megatron, Soundwave and Starscream's eyes glimmered with defiance. You have triumphed. But we shall return. Optimus Prime and Megatron regarded them, their hearts filled with complex emotions. They understood that although they had emerged victorious from this battle, the threat posed by Soundwave and Starscream still loomed. They must remain ever vigilant to protect the peace of Earth. Optimus, we have succeeded, Megatron stated with a hint of satisfaction. Optimus nodded. Megatron, we have succeeded. Yet our mission is far from complete. We must continue to safeguard the Earth until that day truly arrives. They recognized that the road ahead was long, but they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede them. They would persist in their struggle for peace in defense of their homeland. The sacrifice of Skyfire would forever remain a poignant ache in their hearts, serving as their driving force forward. Transformers 3, Part 2. After successfully expelling Soundwave and Starscream from the Autobot base, Optimus Prime brought his mentor, Jetfire, to his quarters aboard the ship. A tumult of emotions swelled within him, particularly as he returned the leadership module to Jetfire. His heart was anything but tranquil. Jetfire accepted the module, observing the despondency etched upon Optimus Prime's face, and let out a sigh. He understood that Optimus was plagued by guilt and anguish. Yet he also recognized that this was not the time for despair. Master, am I truly so ineffectual? Optimus Prime's voice was heavy with fatigue and remorse. Jetfire looked at him, his gaze softening with compassion. Why do you harbor such thoughts, Optimus? Bowing his head, Optimus's voice trembled with pain. Because if I cannot protect my own family, what right do I have to lead others? Gently placing a hand on Optimus's shoulder, Jetfire spoke with unwavering conviction. I comprehend your feelings, my student. However, you cannot remain in this state of despondency. No one will blame you for this. Rise, for our battle against Soundwave is far from over. We must thwart their nefarious plans. Optimus Prime lifted his gaze, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Master, am I truly capable of this? The Fallen offered a gentle smile, a glimmer of encouragement shining within his eyes. Optimus, you are the most valiant and resolute leader. You have guided the Autobots through countless tribulations. Your courage and wisdom inspire us all. You must not relinquish hope due to a single failure. We all depend on you. Optimus fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand, Master. I shall not disappoint you. The Fallen nodded in return, a hint of reassurance illuminating his expression. That is the spirit. Now, rest well. I shall stand guard outside. Thank you, Master. Please take care, Optimus replied, his voice laced with gratitude. The Fallen acknowledged him with a nod and departed from Optimus's chamber, clutching the Allspark as he navigated to the designated rendezvous with Soundwave. His heart brimmed with conflict and turmoil, yet he knew a choice had to be made. Optimus, I too act to revive our homeland. I hope you can forgive me. The Fallen's voice resonated with a touch of resignation. However, unbeknownst to him, this moment of taking the Allspark was witnessed by Megatron, who stood at a distance, his eyes flashing with shock and fury. The Fallen, how could you? Megatron's voice dripped with disbelief. He swiftly pursued, his heart a tempest of complicated emotions. Unsure of the Fallen's motives for seizing the Allspark, he recognized the necessity to intervene. Arriving at the appointed location, the Fallen beheld Soundwave and Starscream awaiting him. His heart swirled with conflict, yet he resolved to proceed. My lord, you have finally arrived, Soundwave greeted with a tone of reverence. The Fallen nodded, presenting the Allspark. Soundwave, here is the Allspark. I hope you will utilize it to restore our homeland. Soundwave accepted the Allspark, excitement flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, my lord, we shall wield it to realize our vision. Starscream approached as well, gratitude evident in his gaze. Your support is invaluable to us, my lord. The Fallen nodded, his heart heavy with ambivalence. May you fulfill our aspirations and restore Cybertron to its former glory. At that moment, Megatron suddenly emerged, his voice laced with fury. The Fallen. What is the meaning of this? The Fallen turned to see Megatron standing nearby, panic flitting across his expression. Megatron? Megatron stepped forward, questioning his tone. The Fallen. Why'd you take the Allspark? Do you realize the harm this could inflict upon Optimus and the Autobots? The Fallen remained silent for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh. Megatron, I understand your thoughts. Yet my actions are also for the sake of our homeland. I hope you can comprehend. Megatron shook his head, determination flashing in his eyes. The Fallen, you are mistaken. The power of the spark source is perilous. It may usher in further calamities. We must not resort to any means, however unscrupulous, in our quest to revive our homeland. Unicron gazed at Megatron, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. Megatron, is this truly your conviction? Megatron nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Unicron. We cannot sacrifice enduring peace for the sake of fleeting objectives. We must safeguard the Earth, protect our sanctuary. Unicron fell silent for a moment, ultimately conceding with a nod. Megatron, you speak the truth. I was mistaken. Megatron regarded Unicron, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Unicron, we are all warriors for peace. I hope you will join us in our continued endeavor to safeguard our home. Unicron nodded. Megatron, I shall stand with you. I will wield my power to protect our sanctuary. Megatron offered a faint smile, gratitude illuminating his gaze. Thank you, Unicron. We are all fighting for a shared purpose. At that moment, Optimus Prime arrived on the scene. Witnessing Unicron and Megatron together filled him with astonishment and relief. Unicron, Megatron, he voiced with a hint of uncertainty. Megatron stepped forward, patting Optimus Prime on the shoulder. Optimus, Unicron has come to understand. Together, we shall protect our home. Optimus nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Thank you both. We cannot allow Soundwave and Starscream's schemes to prevail. Soundwave and Starscream, witnessing this turn of events, were engulfed in anger and resentment. Soundwave, we must retreat. Starscream's voice resonated with urgency. Soundwave nodded, swiftly activating the spacecraft to flee the scene with Starscream. Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Unicron stood resolutely, their hearts awash with intricate emotions. They recognized that while this battle had been won, the threats posed by Soundwave and Starscream persisted. They must remain ever vigilant in their duty to uphold the peace of Earth. Optimus declared, together, we will protect our home. Megatron's voice resonated with conviction. Optimus nodded. Megatron. Unicron, I thank you. We are brothers, united in our fight for peace. Unicron smiled gently. Optimus, Megatron, we all share the same goal. Together, we shall protect our sanctuary. They were acutely aware that the road ahead was long, yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. They would continue to battle for peace for the sake of their homeland. Transformers 3. Upon returning to the Autobot base, the atmosphere felt notably heavy. Optimus Prime and Megatron remained perplexed by Unicron's motives, while Unicron appeared burdened by unspoken thoughts. In an unexpected turn, Unicron suddenly struck, utilizing his formidable power to incapacitate Optimus Prime and Megatron. Optimus, Megatron, all that I have done was in the name of reviving our homeland. I hope you can comprehend my intentions. In a voice of Unicron, there lingered a hint of helplessness. Seizing the opportunity while the two lay unconscious, Unicron swiftly made his way to the storage room housing the energy pillars, gathering all the pillars collected by Optimus Prime and his allies into his own subspace. He was acutely aware that these energy pillars were the key to resurrecting Cybertron, and he must possess them. Optimus, all that I do is for the revival of our homeland. You will understand me, will you not? Unicron murmured softly before hastily departing the Autobot base. He arrived at the Decepticon stronghold, where he met with Soundwave. Soundwave was fully prepared, and they devised a plan to utilize Earth's resources to resurrect Cybertron. Unicron entrusted the energy pillars to Soundwave, marking the official commencement of their conspiracy. With these energy pillars, we shall resurrect Cybertron, Soundwave exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Unicron nodded in affirmation. Soundwave, our plan is on the verge of success. Optimus and Megatron shall not thwart us. However, just as they were poised to initiate their scheme, Optimus and Megatron had awakened. Ratchet promptly informed Optimus of Unicron's treachery. Optimus, Unicron has betrayed us. He not only stole the energy pillars, but also murdered Ironhide and the twins. Ratchet's voice was filled with a mix of anger and sorrow. Upon receiving this news, Optimus was engulfed by shock and disbelief. The last vestige of trust he had in Unicron utterly shattered. Impossible. Master Unicron would never do such a thing, Optimus replied, his voice trembling. At that moment, an eviction notice from U.S. government reached the Autobot base, accompanied by a video that unmistakably depicted Unicron and Soundwave collaborating. Optimus, this is evidence of Unicron's collaboration with Soundwave. We can no longer trust you. Please, leave Earth, spoke the government representative with a tone of cold indifference. As Optimus watched the video, anguish and fury coursed through him. He could not fathom the betrayal of his mentor nor the distrust from his allies. The overwhelming psychological strain threatened to consume him. No, this cannot be, Optimus uttered in despair. Ultimately, he succumbed to the immense mental burden and fell into unconsciousness, plunging the Autobot base into chaos. Ratchet and the other Autobots endeavored to revive Optimus, but to no avail. Optimus, you cannot simply give up. We need you, Ratchet implored urgently. Yet, Optimus remained unresponsive. The atmosphere within the Autobot base grew heavy and oppressive, with all present feeling helpless and lost. Chaos reigned as Ratchet and Megatron gazed upon Optimus, lying in the infirmary, hearts laden with sorrow. Optimus's vital signs were rapidly declining, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. Megatron, Optimus's life signs are weakening. What shall we do? Ratchet's voice quivered with urgency. Megatron remained silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. I do not know. We can only hope he pulls through. At that moment, the extinguished spark of life within Yun Tian was engaged in conversation with the primordial heavenly sovereign. Although she had lost her physical existence, her consciousness persisted. The primordial heavenly sovereign reassured her that though her spark had dimmed, her will remain formidable. What has become of Optimus Prime and Megatron? Yun Tian's voice was tinged with concern. The primordial heavenly sovereign smiled gently. They're facing challenges, yet they shall prevail. Suddenly, Yun Tian realized that the emergency measure she had left activated on Optimus Prime had been triggered. She instantly recognized that he was in peril. Primordial heavenly sovereign. Optimus Prime is in danger. I must return. There was an urgency in her tone. The primordial heavenly sovereign regarded Yun Tian, a softness glimmering in his eyes. Yun Tian, are you truly willing to return? This will necessitate confronting all that you have left behind. Yun Tian nodded resolutely. Yes, primordial heavenly sovereign. I cannot allow Optimus Prime and Megatron to face this alone. I must go back. The primordial heavenly sovereign acknowledged her determination. Very well, I shall assist you. However, you must remember that your power is finite. Do not overextend yourself. Yun Tian nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, primordial heavenly sovereign. With his guidance, Yun Tian's spark reignited. Her body gradually regained vitality, and she felt a surge of potent energy coursing through her. Just as she was preparing to leave, Megatron entered. Yun Tian, you are awake? There was a hint of surprise in Megatron's voice. Yun Tian nodded. Megatron, Optimus Prime is in danger. I must return. Megatron studied Yun Tian, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Yun Tian, are you truly resolved to go back? Yun Tian affirmed, yes, Megatron. I cannot allow Optimus Prime to face this alone. We must protect our home together. After a moment of silence, Megatron finally nodded. Very well, we shall return together. Yun Tian and Megatron swiftly arrived at Optimus Prime's infirmary. Upon seeing him lying on the bed, his vital signs weak, Yun Tian was filled with anguish. Optimus Prime, I have returned, she spoke softly, conveying the strength she had received from the primordial heavenly sovereign into his being. A warm energy surged into Optimus Prime, and his vital signs began to stabilize. Is that you, Yun Tian? Optimus Prime's voice was faint. Yun Tian nodded. Yes, Optimus Prime. I have returned. We shall endure. He gazed at her, relief washing over his features. Yun Tian, your return brings me solace. Megatron stood nearby, observing the exchange with a whirlwind of emotions. He understood that Yun Tian's return heralded a new hope for them all. Optimus Prime, together we shall protect our home, Megatron declared with conviction. Optimus Prime nodded. Thank you, Megatron and Yun Tian. Together, we shall fight for peace. With the aid of Yun Tian and Megatron, Optimus Prime gradually regained his strength. He understood that surrender was not an option. He must fight for the Autobots, and for the peace of Earth. Optimus Prime, we are prepared. We will not allow Soundwave and Unicron's schemes to prevail. Megatron's voice resonated with a hint of determination. Optimus nodded. Megatron, Thundercracker, together we shall combat for peace. He then turned to face the other Autobots. Brothers, we cannot give up. The threats posed by Unicron and Soundwave remain ever present. We must unite to safeguard our home. The Autobots, inspired by Optimus's unwavering conviction, nodded in agreement, understanding that as long as Optimus stood with them, hope remained. Optimus, we will fight alongside you until the end. Bumblebee's voice carried a tone of resolve. Optimus nodded appreciatively. Thank you, my brothers. Together we shall thwart Unicron and Soundwave's plot. They swiftly assembled, preparing to head to the Decepticon base. They recognized that this battle would determine the fate of both Earth and Cybertron. They had to exert every effort to defend their homeland. They understood that the road ahead was long, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. They would continue to fight for peace and for their home. The return of Thundercracker would symbolize a new hope in their hearts and serve as their motivation to advance. Transformers 3-4. After harnessing the power of the energy pillars to restore Cybertron to its former glory, Unicron felt his strength replenished, yet still somewhat lacking. Seizing the moment, Soundwave offered him a cup of specially formulated energy liquid, claiming it would help him regain his full power. Unicron accepted the energy liquid and drank it in one gulp. He immediately felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him, but simultaneously, his mind was engulfed in confusion. Soundwave took advantage of this moment to implant a carefully prepared memory into Unicron, convincing him that Optimus Prime was the true architect of Cybertron's demise. Unicron, Optimus has betrayed us. He is responsible for the devastation of Cybertron. Only by making him acknowledge his mistakes can we truly revive our homeland. Soundwave's voice dripped with cunning. Unicron gazed at Soundwave, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features, soon replaced by a blaze of fury. Optimus, I will not spare you. Seizing the opportunity, Soundwave commanded Unicron to activate the space bridge, facilitating a collision between Cybertron and Earth. He insisted to Unicron, only in this way will Optimus recognize his errors. Without hesitation, Unicron activated the space bridge, and under its influence, Cybertron began to drift slowly toward Earth. The entire universe braced itself for the impending catastrophe. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Thundercracker suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy, instantly realizing that Cybertron was approaching Earth. She swiftly alerted Optimus and the others. Optimus, Cybertron is nearing Earth. We must act immediately. Thundercracker's voice was laced with urgency. Upon hearing this news, Optimus Prime was filled with shock and indignation. What are Soundwave and Unicron truly plotting? Megatron approached, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Regardless of their intentions, we must thwart them. Optimus nodded. Megatron, Skyfire, we shall set forth immediately. All Autobots, prepare for battle. The Autobots swiftly assembled, acutely aware that this confrontation would determine the fate of both Earth and Cybertron. They must give their all to safeguard their homeland. Meanwhile, Soundwave and Unicron led the Decepticons, preparing to meet the Autobots' challenge. Soundwave recognized that Optimus would undoubtedly come to stop them, yet he was confident that Unicron's might was sufficient to confront Optimus. Unicron, brace yourself for Optimus's arrival. Our plan is on the verge of fruition. Soundwave's voice laced with a hint of pride. Unicron nodded, his eyes blazing with fury. Optimus, you shall pay dearly for your actions. The battle erupted between Cybertron and Earth. Optimus, Skyfire, Megatron, and the other Autobots engaged in fierce combat against the Decepticons led by Soundwave. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, the conflict proving to be extraordinarily brutal. Throughout the fray, Optimus sought opportunities to approach Unicron, understanding that only by awakening him could he truly avert this calamity. However, Unicron had already branded Optimus as an adversary in his memory, his strikes merciless. In a fierce clash, Unicron swung his massive energy sword, striking fiercely at Optimus. Although Optimus dodged just in time, he still lost an arm in the process, his body tumbling through the air before he managed to stabilize himself. Unicron, what are you doing? I am Optimus Prime, your student. Optimus's voice carried a note of pain and confusion. Unicron glared at Optimus, his eyes aflame with rage. Optimus, you traitor, you shall face the consequences. Pain filled Optimus's heart. He realized that Unicron had been ensnared by Soundwave's control and lost his true self. He needed to discover a way to awaken Unicron's genuine memories. Optimus, watch out! Skyfire's voice suddenly rang out. Turning to look, Optimus saw Unicron launching another attack. Instead of evading, he braved Unicron's assault, step by step advancing towards him. Unicron, I am Optimus Prime, your student. You must awaken. Optimus's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Unicron gazed at Optimus, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He felt a powerful force surging deep within, his authentic memories striving to break free from Soundwave's grasp. Seizing this fleeting moment, Optimus swiftly channeled his energy into Unicron. In his own way, he endeavored to awaken Unicron's true memories. Unicron, you must awaken. We fight for peace and cannot allow Soundwave's nefarious schemes to succeed. Optimus's voice was tinged with urgency. As the formidable enemy began to tremble, two distinctly contrasting memories emerged within his mind. One was the fabricated recollection implanted by Soundwave, while the other was his true memory, the images of Optimus Prime and the Autobots battling for peace. Optimus Prime, I remember now. The voice of the formidable enemy was laced with both anguish and relief. He finally awoke to the realization that he had been manipulated by Soundwave. Instantly, he ceased his assault and turned to confront Soundwave. Soundwave, you traitor, you shall pay for this. Anger resonated in the voice of the formidable enemy. Witnessing his awakening, Soundwave was engulfed in shock and dread, fully aware that his scheme had unraveled. You have betrayed me. Soundwave's voice trembled with disbelief. The formidable enemy let out a cold laugh. Soundwave, your conspiracy ends here. I shall stand with Optimus Prime to safeguard our home. With his assistance, the Autobots successfully dismantled the space bridge, averting the collision between Cybertron and Earth. Soundwave was ultimately vanquished in battle by the combined might of Optimus Prime and Megatron, culminating in his capture. Soundwave, your ambitions are at an end. We shall protect the peace of both Earth and Cybertron. Optimus Prime's voice bore an unwavering resolve. Looking at Optimus, Soundwave's eyes glinted with resentment. Optimus Prime, you will come to regret this. With a sardonic chuckle, Optimus replied, Soundwave, your threats hold no weight with me. We shall continue to defend our home until that day truly arrives. Following the battle's conclusion, the Autobots base was enveloped in the euphoria of victory. Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the formidable enemy stood nearby, their hearts awash with complex emotions. They understood that while this battle had been won, the road ahead remained arduous. Optimus, we have succeeded. Megatron's voice carried a note of satisfaction. Optimus nodded. Indeed, Megatron. Yet we must remain vigilant. The threats posed by Soundwave and Starscream persist. The formidable enemy looked at Optimus, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Optimus, I thank you. I was mistaken. Optimus smiled gently. Fear not, for we are all family. As long as we stand united, nothing can thwart us. Cloudwalker approached them, warmth shining in his gaze. Together, we shall protect our home. They recognized that the journey ahead was long. Yet they held steadfast belief that through unity, no obstacle could hinder them. They would continue to fight for peace for their home. This battle would remain an indelible memory in their hearts, serving as the impetus for their onward march. After Soundwave was captured by Optimus Prime and the others, he exhibited no unusual behavior. Instead, he feigned the guise of a pitiable failure, attempting to lower Cloudwalker's guard. His performance bewildered Cloudwalker, yet gradually, he was swayed by Soundwave's apparent sincerity. Cloudwalker, do you truly believe that Soundwave's nature is not malevolent? Optimus Prime gazed at Cloudwalker, concern flickering in his eyes. Yun Tian nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Optimus Prime, I believe that Soundwave's nature is not inherently malevolent. He has merely lost his way in his thirst for power. If given a chance, I am confident he would seek redemption. Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall grant him an opportunity. However, I will closely monitor his actions. At Yun Tian's request, Optimus Prime released Soundwave from the interrogation room. Upon his exit, Soundwave immediately commenced the meticulously planned actions he had devised. Not only did he assist the Autobots in upgrading their equipment, but he also secured them a reputation on Earth. His endeavors earned him the trust of the majority of the Autobots, and even Ratchet was captivated by the technology Soundwave provided. Soundwave, your technology is truly remarkable. It is a blessing for the Autobots to have a partner like you, Ratchet exclaimed with admiration. Soundwave smiled subtly, a hint of cunning in his gaze. Ratchet, I merely wish to contribute to the Autobots. We all fight for the same cause. Optimus Prime began to accept Soundwave's presence, humbly seeking advice on how to win a woman's affection. Soundwave seized this opportunity, commencing to impart his theories on love to Optimus Prime. Optimus, as long as you master this lullaby, Yun Tian will forever love only you. Soundwave spoke with an air of mystery. Forever love only me? That sounds splendid. Very well. I am willing to learn. Please begin, Master Soundwave. Optimus Prime replied with a note of eagerness. Soundwave began to instruct Optimus in the art of his lullaby and how to effectively captivate a woman's heart, fostering deeper emotional reliance. Unbeknownst to him, Optimus Prime's pure intentions gradually morphed into an overwhelming possessiveness, leading him to become excessively excited at the prospect of being near Yun Tian, delegating all responsibilities to Starscream. Yun Tian, tonight you are the most beautiful star. Optimus Prime's voice was imbued with tenderness. My dear Optimus, you certainly know how to speak sweetly, Yun Tian replied, her tone laced with affection. As long as you are happy, we must always be together, Optimus Prime asserted with unwavering resolve. After taking over Optimus Prime's duties, Starscream reminisced about his past experiences on Cybertron. He sighed, alas, it seems I cannot escape the fate of having to work. Optimus, that rascal. Never mind. I ought to assist my student. Yet, Starscream remained oblivious to the fact that he was being exploited by his favorite pupil. Initially, Starscream noticed nothing amiss. After all, Optimus had entered adolescence, and pursuing a romantic interest was entirely natural. However, as time progressed, he observed that Optimus was increasingly neglectful of his responsibilities, occasionally even flirting during work hours. Optimus, get off me. It's time to work, Starscream remarked with exasperation. Teacher, I'm still young. This work is truly bothersome. I wish to rest, Optimus replied, his voice tinged with a playful pout. Optimus, be obedient. While I do not oppose your pursuit of love, take a look at yourself. You hardly resemble a leader at all. The voice of Yun Tian bore a trace of seriousness. Teacher, I am fully aware of my actions. You need not worry. In a few days, I shall commence my work, I assure you. The tone of Optimus Prime was tinged with a hint of indifference. Oh, Optimus, very well. I shall allow you a few days of rest. Yun Tian sighed. I knew the teacher would acquiesce. You are the finest instructor in the world. A hint of pride colored Optimus Prime's voice. You have always been the one to indulge me since childhood, and even as you've grown, you remain the same. Yun Tian shook his head. Hee. This merely signifies that I shall always be the teacher's obedient child. By the way, teacher, I have made plans to go out with Yun Tian and shall not return for a couple of days. I kindly ask you to assist me with the work during my absence. Optimus Prime's voice held a note of anticipation. You rascal. Very well, go and enjoy yourself. But do take care. Yun Tian's voice carried a tinge of helplessness. Thank you, teacher. I am off to find Yun Tian. Optimus Prime excitedly dashed out. Go on, Yun Tian sighed. After Optimus Prime departed, Soundwave entered Yun Tian's studio. Yun Tian, I have come to share some of your burdens. Soundwave's voice resonated with sincerity. Thank you, Soundwave. Your abilities are well recognized, far superior to that impudent boy, Optimus Prime. Yun Tian's voice was laced with gratitude. After all, Optimus is still young. A bit of rebellion is quite natural. As elders, we ought to comprehend him rather than excessively intervene, Soundwave offered gently. You are right. Optimus has the right to choose his own future. It is my fault. I should not have forced him into endeavors he does not cherish. Yun Tian nodded. Soundwave smiled subtly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Yun Tian, you are indeed a remarkable leader. Optimus is fortunate to have you as a mentor. Yun Tian sighed. I merely wish for him to become a true leader, one who safeguards our home. Soundwave nodded. I believe he can achieve that. As long as we stand united, nothing can hinder us. Yun Tian regarded Soundwave with a flicker of trust in his eyes. Soundwave, I have faith in you. Together, we will protect our home. Soundwave smiled slightly, yet harbored his own schemes. He understood that by winning Yun Tian's trust, he could secure his position among the Autobots. His ultimate ambition, however, remained to fulfill his own aspirations. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Yun Tian reveled in their time outdoors. Optimus was entirely absorbed in the sweetness of the moment with Yun Tian, completely oblivious to his responsibilities as a leader. Yun Tian, I am genuinely delighted to be with you. Optimus's voice radiated happiness. I feel the same, Optimus. We shall always be together, Yun Tian responded with tenderness. Optimus clasped Yun Tian's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with joy. Yun Tian, I shall protect you with my life, ensuring your eternal happiness. Yun Tian gazed at Optimus Prime, a flicker of emotion shimmering in his eyes. Optimus, I believe in you. We shall remain together forever. Yet, unbeknownst to them, all of this was orchestrated by Soundwave's cunning machinations. By manipulating Optimus Prime, Soundwave gradually seized the core power of the Autobots. Meanwhile, Megatron, unwittingly, fell prey to Soundwave's honeyed words. Soundwave, can you truly aid us in achieving peace? Megatron inquired, a glimmer of hope evident in his gaze. Soundwave smiled faintly. Megatron, I am confident that as long as we unite in purpose, nothing can impede us. Together, we shall safeguard our homeland. Megatron nodded. I trust you, Soundwave. Together, we will realize our aspirations. However, Soundwave's heart was rife with cold amusement. He knew that his plan was already halfway to fruition. With patience, he would fully command the Autobots and fulfill his own ambitions. Megatron, Optimus, you are also Navi. You shall pay a price. Soundwave's voice dripped with chilling foreboding. Meanwhile, Optimus and Yun Tian remained blissfully lost in their sweet reverie, entirely oblivious to the greater conspiracy that loomed ominously. Under Soundwave's guidance, Optimus Prime successfully pursued Yun Tian. Yet, Yun Tian was not entirely unaware. Gradually, she discerned Soundwave's scheme, realizing that he sought to control the Autobots through Optimus. By chance, Yun Tian uncovered clues left by Soundwave, prompting her to take decisive action. Optimus, we need to talk. Yun Tian's tone carried a note of seriousness. Optimus looked at her, confusion flickering in his eyes. Yun Tian, what's the matter? Taking a deep breath, Yun Tian disclosed Soundwave's plan to Optimus. Optimus, Soundwave has been attempting to control the Autobots through you. We must stop him. Upon hearing this, Optimus was engulfed by shock and indignation. Soundwave, he dares. Yun Tian nodded. Indeed, we must exercise caution. Soundwave's plan has been in motion for some time, yet we still have a chance to thwart him. Prompted by Yun Tian's warning, Optimus swiftly took action. He, along with Megatron and the other Autobots, exposed Soundwave's conspiracy and imprisoned him. Ultimately, Soundwave's plan was foiled, and the Autobot base returned to normalcy. Optimus, you did well. Yun Tian's voice brimmed with appreciation. Optimus nodded. Thank you, Yun Tian. Without you, I might still have been in the dark. Yun Tian smiled gently. We are partners. We ought to support one another. Subsequently, at Yun Tian's behest, the Autobots departed from America and traversed oceans to reach the Dragon Kingdom. Yun Tian revealed to Optimus that she hailed from a different realm, the Dragon Kingdom, and expressed her desire for their wedding to be held there, wishing to spend her life with Optimus in this enchanting land. The Dragon Kingdom? What kind of place is that? Optimus inquired with curiosity. A spark of pride lit up Yun Tian's eyes. The Dragon Kingdom is my homeland, where the people are warm-hearted and the culture is rich and diverse. I trust you will find delight in this tale. When Optimus Prime and his companions first arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, they felt somewhat out of place. However, they swiftly became captivated by the warm hospitality of the Dragon Kingdom's populace. The people were immensely excited by the arrival of Optimus and his fellow Autobots, whom they regarded as heroes, welcoming them with open arms. Welcome to the Dragon Kingdom, Lord Optimus, exclaimed a representative of the Dragon Kingdom government, extending a heartfelt greeting. Optimus felt a tinge of trepidation, having never experienced such acceptance and warmth back in America. Here, they were no longer treated as mere machines, but had become the heroes in the hearts of every citizen. Yun Tian engaged in negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom government, clarifying the purpose of their visit. The populace received Optimus and his companions with great enthusiasm, particularly Yun Tian, who was astonishingly a native of the Dragon Kingdom from another world, instilling immense pride among the citizens. Yun Tian is the pride of our Dragon Kingdom, and her partner is undoubtedly our friend. The people expressed their support unanimously. The government established an expansive base for the Autobots, equipped with a variety of scientific apparatus and numerous recreational facilities. Ratchet and his companions were utterly astonished, cautiously exploring their new abode. This is simply unbelievable. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are incredibly warm, Ratchet marveled. Meanwhile, Soundwave, as a Decepticon, found himself imprisoned in a specialized facility, ensuring that he could not contact other Decepticons. Enraged, Soundwave seethed within the confines of his cell, yet he recognized that he had lost his opportunity. "Optimus, you shall regret this," he bellowed in fury. Simultaneously, the wedding of Yun Tian and Optimus was officially celebrated on a sun-drenched day. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom joyously commemorated the occasion, showering the newlyweds with blessings. Having become sparkmates, Optimus and Yun Tian embarked on their honeymoon journey, traversing many historical sites of the Dragon Kingdom and immersing themselves in its rich cultural heritage. Optimus became wholly absorbed in the sweetness of his time with Yun Tian, momentarily forgetting his responsibilities as a leader. He devised various excuses to shirk his duties, becoming increasingly indolent and drowsy. "Optimus, it's time to rise. We have tasks to attend to today," Yun Tian urged, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Yun Tian, let us sleep a while longer. It is still early." "And there is no rush," Optimus replied, his tone playfully coaxing. "Optimus, you have not worked in quite some time. Please get up," Yun Tian implored. "Yun Tian, I am still fatigued. Could you stay and let me nap a little longer?" He responded wearily. "Optimus, you're being quite unreasonable," Yun Tian remarked. "Can we sleep a bit more, please?" Optimus continued to plead. "Very well. I shall accompany you for a little while longer, but you must promptly resume your duties." Yun Tian finally relented. "Understood. I shall be compliant," Optimus promised on the surface. Yet in his heart, he pondered how to delegate his responsibilities to others. In order to rectify Optimus Prime's despondent mindset, Yun Tian presented his treasured crimson texts. "Optimus, you must read these volumes in their entirety. Otherwise, I shall part ways with you." Optimus regarded the books in Yun Tian's hands with a flicker of bewilderment. "What are these tomes?" Yun Tian smiled gently. "These texts shall impart the wisdom of true leadership and the art of serving the people. Only through mastering these principles can you genuinely embrace the responsibilities of a leader." Optimus nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I shall read them diligently." Yun Tian handed the books to Optimus. "I hope you find inspiration within these pages and evolve into a greater leader." As Optimus accepted the texts, gratitude welled within him. "Yun Tian, thank you. I shall strive to improve." Under Yun Tian's watchful eye, Optimus commenced his earnest study of the books. Gradually, he gleaned profound insights and began to reassess his sense of duty. "Yun Tian, I understand now. I must become a true leader and safeguard our homeland," Optimus declared with newfound determination. Yun Tian observed him with a glimmer of pride. "Optimus, I have faith in your abilities." During their time in the Dragon Kingdom, Optimus and Yun Tian not only reveled in the sweetness of their love, but also rediscovered their leadership responsibilities. They recognized that the path ahead was long. Yet they were confident that united, they could overcome any obstacle. The warmth and inclusivity of the Dragon Kingdom's populace enveloped the Autobots, providing them with a sense of belonging. They were prepared to fight for the peace of the Dragon Kingdom. "Optimus, together we shall protect our home," Yun Tian asserted with conviction. Optimus nodded. "Yun Tian, I believe we can achieve this. Together, we will forge a world of tranquility." As their days in the Dragon Kingdom unfolded, the love between Optimus and Yun Tian blossomed, elevating them to the status of heroes in the hearts of the citizens. The Autobots, too, found renewed hope and a promising future within the Dragon Kingdom. Transformers 4. Since Optimus and his comrades departed from the United States, the American government, in a bid to solidify its hegemony, employed the technology provided by Soundwave and the combat data of Optimus Prime to create a Transformer, Thunder Prime, who mirrored Optimus in every way. They hoped to utilize Thunder Prime's might to safeguard their authority. However, in the throes of battle, Thunder Prime gradually awakened to his own consciousness. No longer subservient to the commands of the U.S. government, he destroyed their laboratories and freed himself from their control. Subsequently, he harnessed his powers to assemble an army of Transformers, seizing all military bases across the United States. From that day forth, Thunder Prime's influence expanded relentlessly, conquering numerous nations. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the inhabitants of the lands occupied by Thunder Prime were not subjugated. Rather, they enjoyed a more peaceful existence. Thunder Prime's governance stood in stark contrast to that of the U.S. government, prioritizing peace and order over mere power and control. However, due to the striking resemblance between the two, Many have come to believe that the character of Leaning Optimus is merely a variant of Optimus Prime, with some even suggesting that Leaning Optimus is the latter sibling. Leaning Optimus, unwilling to be seen as a mere substitute for Optimus Prime, finds himself engulfed in confusion, though he secretly does not mind the situation. Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice resonates. "Who are you?" Leaning Optimus raises his head, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. "I am the Cosmic Emperor, your father." The voice carries an air of authority. "Father?" Leaning Optimus responds, astonishment lacing his tone. "Yes, my child. I understand you do not wish to be perceived as a mere replacement for Optimus, correct?" The Cosmic Emperor's voice conveys both understanding and allure. "Indeed, but I also do not wish to harm him," Leaning Optimus admits with a hint of resignation. "I comprehend. Allow me to assist you. But do not disclose our relationship to anyone," the Cosmic Emperor commands. "Understood, Father." Leaning Optimus nods, his heart awash with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Cloud Sky is engaged in a discussion with Optimus Prime regarding Leaning Optimus. "Optimus, I believe Leaning Optimus could be a valuable ally, and he bears a striking resemblance to you," Cloud Sky expresses with anticipation. Optimus Prime nods thoughtfully. "Cloud Sky, I have concerns regarding his movements. Yet we may consider extending an invitation for him to join us." Thus, Optimus Prime ventures alone to Leaning Optimus's base, seeking to invite him into his ranks. "Leaning Optimus, I wish to speak with you," Optimus Prime asserts with conviction. "Who are you?" Leaning Optimus replies, a note of caution in his voice. "Leaning Optimus, this is the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime," one of Leaning Optimus's subordinates explains. "Oh, so you are Optimus Prime. A guest is a guest. Please, let us welcome our visitor," Leaning Optimus responds warmly. "Optimus Prime, please follow me." His subordinate guides him to the VIP room. In the VIP room, Leaning Optimus extends a warm welcome to Optimus Prime, having prepared an extravagant feast and fine wine to put him at ease. "Optimus, welcome to my base. Please, indulge in these delicacies I have meticulously prepared. Let us see how they please your palate," Leaning Optimus exclaims with enthusiasm. Though Optimus Prime typically avoids gatherings, he feels compelled to accept the warm invitation, recognizing the importance of their potential collaboration. "Very well, I shall graciously oblige," he concedes. After consuming a few drinks, Optimus Prime's face flushes, and he becomes lightheaded, clearly intoxicated. "Optimus, would you care for another drink?" Leaning Optimus teases. I'll like another," Optimus Prime stammers, his voice tinged with confusion. After downing another glass, he succumbs to slumber. With gentle care, Optimus Prime cradled his namesake and transported him to his chamber, where he delicately placed him upon the bed. Observing the slumbering figure before him, Optimus Prime was engulfed by a maelstrom of emotions. "Optimus," he mused, "I yearn to be your kin, not merely a substitute. You are the hero of humanity, while I am but a machine of war. Though I possess my own name, I am universally recognized as Optimus Prime. I have pondered deeply, yet I have refrained from revealing my true name to others. I trust this does not trouble you." "No, it surely would." His voice bore a hint of confusion as he continued, "I have commandeered numerous nations under your identity, yet they choose to place their faith in me. What do you suppose is the reason for this?" With a swift motion, Optimus summoned a transformer resembling an ambulance, who entered with a tone of deference. "How may I serve you, Lord Optimus?" The medic inquired respectfully. "Take our guest to the infirmary for a thorough examination and ensure he receives the utmost care. Remember to employ only the finest instruments." "Do you comprehend?" commanded Optimus, his tone imbued with authority. "Understood, Lord Optimus," the medic affirmed, nodding before hastily escorting the unconscious figure to the medical bay. Within the confines of the infirmary, the medic meticulously assessed Optimus's condition, discovering that he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness induced by alcohol. Swiftly, the medic administered care to ensure Optimus would recover promptly. "My lord, you are well. You merely require rest," the medic stated with a note of concern. Gradually, Optimus awoke, feeling rejuvenated. Upon glimpsing the medic, gratitude welled within him. "Thank you, medic," he expressed sincerely. The medic offered a faint smile. "It was my duty, as per Lord Optimus's instructions." Nodding thoughtfully, Optimus grappled with a complex array of sentiments towards his counterpart, uncertain of Optimus's true intentions. He acknowledged that the latter's dominion did not inherently conflict with his own ideals of peace. "My lord, Lord Optimus requests your presence," the medic announced respectfully. Acknowledging the request, Optimus followed the medic to Optimus's office. Seated behind the desk, Optimus regarded him with a glimmer of intricate emotions. "Optimus, you have awakened?" he inquired with genuine concern. "Yes, Optimus, I am grateful to you," Optimus replied with a nod. A gentle smile graced Optimus's features. "There is no need for thanks. I simply fulfill my responsibilities. I am aware that you seek to invite me into the Autobot faction, yet I require time for contemplation." Optimus nodded in understanding. "I trust you are a leader of integrity, and I hope you will join us in the pursuit of peace." After a moment of silence, Optimus eventually nodded in response. "Optimus, I shall deliberate on your proposal. However, prior to that, I wish for you to grasp my perspective. Though I have taken control of numerous nations, I have not inflicted harm upon them. On the contrary, I have facilitated a more peaceful existence for them." Optimus Prime nodded slightly, acknowledging I have seen it. "Thundercracker, I trust your judgment. We shall await your decision." Thundercracker gazed at Optimus Prime, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his eyes. "Thank you, Optimus. I will provide you with a response as soon as possible." Optimus nodded once more and turned to leave Thundercracker's office, his heart brimming with anticipation for Thundercracker's potential inclusion among the Autobots, united in the noble pursuit of peace. Meanwhile, Cloud and the other Autobots awaited news from Optimus at their base in the Dragon Kingdom. They understood that Thundercracker's participation would significantly impact their mission. "Optimus, you have returned," Cloud exclaimed, surprise glinting in his eyes upon seeing Optimus. Optimus nodded. "Indeed, Cloud. Thundercracker has indicated he will consider joining us. I am confident he will ultimately make the right choice." Cloud concurred. "I have faith in him." "Optimus, you have done well." Optimus smiled gently. "We all fight for the same cause. I believe that as long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. Together, we shall forge a peaceful world," Cloud asserted with determination. Optimus nodded in agreement. "Cloud, I am certain we can achieve this. Together, we shall battle for peace." During their time in the Dragon Kingdom, the bond between Optimus and Cloud blossomed, transforming them into heroes in the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom citizens. The Autobots, too, found renewed hope and a promising future in this land. After Optimus's return to the Dragon Kingdom, Thundercracker remained indecisive about collaborating with him. He was engulfed in inner turmoil and conflict, fearing that Optimus might sense the power of the Unicron within him, which could jeopardize their friendship. "What is it that you truly fear, Thundercracker?" he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with confusion. As Thundercracker wrestled with his thoughts, the imposing figure of Unicron materialized before him. With a towering presence and an air of authority, a cold glimmer shone in his eyes. "My child, I sense your sorrow. Will you not share with me what troubles you?" Unicron's voice resonated deeply. Thundercracker lifted his gaze to meet Unicron's, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "Father, I do not wish to become an adversary to Optimus. Yet, I fear he may uncover my true identity and act against me." Unicron smirked slightly, a glint of cunning in his gaze. "Thundercracker, you must understand that Optimus is your foe. Friendship with him is not an option. But Thundercracker's voice bore a hint of reluctance. "Enough, Thundercracker. I comprehend your desire for companionship. However, do you not wish for Optimus to remain solely by your side?" Unicron's voice carried an enticing undertone. Thundercracker was momentarily taken aback, staring at Unicron with a look of bewilderment. "What do you mean?" The Cosmic Emperor retrieved a crystal emanating a mysterious radiance from within his bosom and presented it to Sentinel Prime. "This crystal will fortify the bond between the two of you, ensuring that Optimus Prime trusts you unconditionally." Upon receiving the crystal, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sentinel Prime's eyes. "Thank you for your assistance, Father." The Cosmic Emperor offered a faint smile, his gaze betraying a hint of coldness. "Remember, Sentinel Prime, the power of this crystal is immense, but you must wield it with caution. Should Optimus Prime sense anything amiss, the consequences could be dire." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sentinel Prime felt a surge of gratitude. "I shall exercise caution, Father." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was preparing a gift for his second meeting with Sentinel Prime, hoping to persuade him to join the Autobots. "Optimus, what gift do you intend to present to Sentinel Prime?" inquired Cloud Sky with a trace of curiosity. Optimus Prime produced a finely crafted wooden puppet, smiling as he spoke. "Cloud Sky, I have carved this puppet myself. Observe how closely it resembles Sentinel Prime." Cloud Sky took the puppet, examining it with care. The craftsmanship was exquisite, every detail vividly resembling a miniature version of Sentinel Prime. Optimus, your artistry is remarkable. He will surely appreciate it, Cloud Sky remarked with admiration. Optimus Prime smiled subtly, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I hope this can symbolize our friendship, conveying my sincerity to Sentinel Prime. Cloud Sky nodded affirmatively. I believe you will cherish it. Optimus, you have already done splendidly. Taking a deep breath, Optimus Prime gently placed the puppet back into his bosom. Cloud Sky, I will do my utmost to persuade Sentinel Prime to join us. I believe he is a leader who also seeks peace. Cloud Sky grasped Optimus Prime's hand gently, determination flickering in his eyes. Optimus, I have faith in you. We will all support you. Once everything was prepared, Optimus Prime ventured alone to Sentinel Prime's base, his heart brimming with hope for a successful meeting. My Lord Sentinel Prime, I have arrived, Optimus Prime declared with conviction. Hearing Optimus Prime's voice, a wave of tension washed over Sentinel Prime. He quickly composed himself, greeting Optimus Prime with a smile. Optimus, welcome once again to my base. Attendants, please take good care of our guest. Sentinel Prime's tone was imbued with warmth. Optimus Prime was escorted to the VIP room, where Sentinel Prime extended a warm reception. They sat together, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Optimus, are you here to discuss cooperation? Sentinel Prime's voice carried a note of inquiry. Optimus Prime nodded. Indeed, Sentinel Prime, I believe we can unite in the quest for peace. I hope you will join the Autobots. After a moment of silence, Sentinel Prime ultimately nodded. Optimus, I shall consider it. But before we proceed, I would like to present you with a gift. In a moment of camaraderie, Xing Tianzhu retrieved a crystal from within his robes and presented it to Qing Tianzhu, proclaiming, "This crystal is a token of my meticulous preparation, and I hope it may serve as a symbol of our friendship." Qing Tianzhu accepted the crystal, a flicker of surprise illuminating his gaze. Xing Tianzhu, this is exceedingly precious. Thank you. Xing Tianzhu smiled softly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Qing Tianzhu, I hope this crystal conveys my sincerity. I believe we can forge a strong friendship. Nodding in agreement, Qing Tianzhu felt a swell of gratitude. Xing Tianzhu, I am confident that we can become good friends. I shall do my utmost to persuade you to join us. Xing Tianzhu regarded Qing Tianzhu, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. He understood that the crystal's power had begun to manifest, deepening Qing Tianzhu's trust in him. Qing Tianzhu, I too have prepared a gift for you. From his own robes, Qing Tianzhu produced an exquisitely crafted puppet and handed it to Xing Tianzhu. This puppet is a creation of my own hands. I hope you find it to your liking. Xing Tianzhu accepted the puppet, surprise evident in his eyes. Qing Tianzhu, this is stunning. Thank you. Qing Tianzhu smiled gently. Xing Tianzhu, I hope this becomes a representation of our friendship. I believe we can unite in the pursuit of peace. Xing Tianzhu nodded, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized that Qing Tianzhu's sincerity made refusal impossible. Yet he was acutely aware that the power of the cosmic emperor within him could erupt at any moment. Qing Tianzhu, I will contemplate your proposal. However, I hope we can maintain our correspondence in the meantime, Xing Tianzhu said, his voice laced with anticipation. Of course, Xing Tianzhu. I will remain in contact with you, Qing Tianzhu affirmed, and their meeting concluded amidst a friendly atmosphere. Qing Tianzhu departed the base with trust and hope for Xing Tianzhu, while the latter was engulfed in profound contemplation. Xing Tianzhu, do you truly intend to befriend Qing Tianzhu? The voice of the cosmic emperor suddenly resonated. Xing Tianzhu lifted his gaze to meet that of the cosmic emperor, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Father, I am unsure. I genuinely wish to befriend Qing Tianzhu, yet I fear he may uncover my true identity. The cosmic emperor smiled subtly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Xing Tianzhu, there is no need for fear, as long as the power of this crystal endures. Qing Tianzhu will trust you unconditionally. You may seize this opportunity to exert greater control over him. Xing Tianzhu nodded, gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Father. I shall endeavor to succeed. The cosmic emperor's smile turned slightly colder. Remember, Xing Tianzhu, your ultimate goal is to dominate this world. Do not be deceived by Qing Tianzhu's friendship. Xing Tianzhu nodded, a whirlwind of intricate emotions enveloping him. He understood that he must choose between Qing Tianzhu and the Cosmic Emperor, yet he was acutely aware that this choice would shape his destiny. Meanwhile, Qing Tianzhu returned to the base in Dragon Country, where Yun Tian and the other Autobots greeted him with enthusiasm. Has Qing Tianzhu agreed to join us? Yun Tian's voice carried a note of anticipation. Optimus Prime shook his head, stating that the decision had not yet been made, but he expressed his intention to consider it. I believe he will ultimately make the right choice. Cloud Sky nodded affirmatively, expressing his faith in him. Optimus, you have performed admirably. A slight smile graced Optimus Prime's face, his heart brimming with hope. He was confident that Thunderclash would eventually choose peace, opting to join the ranks of the Autobots. Together, we will forge a world of tranquility, Cloud Sky declared with a hint of resolve. Optimus nodded in agreement. Cloud Sky, I believe we can achieve this. We shall fight together for peace. During their time in Dragon Nation, the bond between Optimus and Cloud Sky deepened, elevating their love and transforming them into heroes in the hearts of the people. The Autobots, too, found new hope and a promising future in Dragon Nation. Under the influence of the crystal, Optimus Prime and Thunderclash forged a profound friendship. Optimus regarded Thunderclash not merely as a friend, but as a brother. Thunderclash reveled in this fraternal camaraderie, believing their relationship would endure. However, the arrival of Lockdown cast a shadow over their connection. Lockdown, a formidable bounty hunter employed by the creator Quintessa, was tasked with capturing Optimus Prime alive, with a lucrative reward promised for his success. In pursuit of his mission, Lockdown sought out Thunderclash, hoping for assistance. He threatened Thunderclash, suggesting that if he did not comply, he would reveal Thunderclash's true identity to Optimus. My dear Thunderclash, you surely wouldn't want Optimus to discover that the brother he cherishes is, in fact, his adversary. If you cooperate, he shall remain blissfully ignorant of your true nature. What say you? The undertones of menace laced Lockdown's voice. After a moment of contemplation, Thunderclash finally nodded. Very well, I shall comply. But you must not harm him. Lockdown smirked slightly. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing him harm. I merely require your assistance in creating an opportunity. Thunderclash was engulfed in conflict, yet he understood he could not allow Optimus to fall into Lockdown's clutches. He resolved to utilize Lockdown to gain Optimus's trust. Lockdown, I shall not allow you to capture Optimus. He belongs to me. Anyone who seeks to harm him shall face my wrath, Thunderclash silently vowed. Meanwhile, Optimus was diligently working in his office when he suddenly received a video of Thunderclash being captured by Lockdown. In the footage, Thunderclash appeared helpless. Optimus, please come save me. His voice resonated with a hint of desperation. Upon viewing the video, Optimus was engulfed by shock and fury. Lockdown, you scoundrel. To rescue Thunderclash, Optimus ventured alone to the location depicted in the video. A fierce battle ensued between him and Lockdown, unaware that it was a trap. As he fought, he called out for Thunderclash. Thunderclash, where are you? I have come to save you. The voice of Optimus Prime was laced with urgency. As time progressed, he realized that his strength was depleting at an alarming rate, and he soon found himself at a disadvantage. The force of confinement was overwhelmingly powerful, and Optimus felt himself gradually faltering. Optimus, surrender. You are no match for me, taunted the voice of confinement. Just as Optimus was on the brink of defeat, Sentinel Prime suddenly appeared, shielding him from confinement's assault. Are you all right, brother? Sentinel Prime's voice held a note of concern. Upon seeing Sentinel, Optimus's heart swelled with relief. Sentinel, I'm so glad you are safe. Seizing the moment, Sentinel exchanged a knowing glance with Confinement. Confinement, you should retreat. I will handle the rest. Confinement nodded and, after evading Sentinel's attack, transformed into his vehicle form and departed the battlefield. I'm truly relieved that you are unharmed. Sentinel, Optimus spoke with a tone of gratitude. Sentinel gazed at the wounds adorning Optimus's frame, guilt flickering in his eyes. Brother, your injuries. Optimus smiled gently. It's nothing significant, merely superficial wounds. As long as you are fine, these injuries are inconsequential. Sentinel lowered his gaze, a hint of self-reproach in his voice. Brother, am I truly so useless? I always seem to falter, and this time was no different. If I hadn't been captured by confinement, you wouldn't have sustained such grievous injuries. It's all my fault. I'm unworthy to be your brother. Optimus softly grasped Sentinel's hand, tenderness illuminating his eyes. Sentinel, do not speak of such things. You are still young, yet you have already accomplished much. Had you not intervened, I might have fallen into confinement's grasp. You are my pride and my hero. Sentinel lifted his head, astonishment glimmering in his eyes. Brother, do you truly think so? I had expected you to chastise me. Optimus smiled faintly. Sentinel, you are my brother. I would never scold you over such matters. As long as you learn from your mistakes, you shall find your path to success. Gratitude shone in Sentinel's eyes. Thank you for your guidance, brother. By the way, confinement was also injured. He will not appear for a while. I will take you to my base to rest for a few days, and once we regain our strength, we can seek him out. Optimus nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Sentinel. Let's go. I am eager to taste the wine you made last time. Sentinel smiled slightly. Brother, are you not aware of your poor tolerance for alcohol? Moreover, Sister Yun Tian forbids you from drinking. Optimus scratched his head, mischief twinkling in his eyes. Brother, if you don't mention it, she wants to know. Just a little sip. I promise. Sentinel regarded Optimus with a hint of exasperation. Very well, but you may only indulge in moderation. Optimus nodded, gratitude evident in his expression. Thank you, brother. Now, let us return to rest. Together, they departed the battlefield, heading towards Sentinel's base. In the base, Thundercracker prepared a comfortable resting environment for Optimus Prime and set out some simple sustenance. Optimus, please take a moment to rest. I will fetch some ointment for your wounds. Thundercracker's voice carried a note of concern. Optimus nodded. Very well, brother. Do take care of yourself. Thundercracker acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave the room. Optimus gazed at Thundercracker's retreating figure, his heart brimming with gratitude. He recognized that, despite his youth, Thundercracker had performed admirably. Thundercracker, you have truly grown, Optimus silently reflected. Shortly thereafter, Thundercracker returned with the ointment, applying it gently to Optimus's wounds with utmost care. These ointments will alleviate your pain, Thundercracker spoke softly. A faint smile graced Optimus's lips. Thank you, Thundercracker. Your presence brings me great comfort. Thundercracker lowered his gaze, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Optimus, I wonder if I can always be your brother. Optimus tenderly clasped Thundercracker's hand. Thundercracker, regardless of what transpires, you will always be my brother. I will steadfastly support and protect you. Thundercracker lifted his head, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. Optimus, I believe in you. I will strive to become a better transformer, so as not to disappoint you. Optimus nodded affirmatively. I have faith in you, Thundercracker. Together, we shall fight for peace. Within Thundercracker's base, the two spent several tranquil days, during which their bond deepened. Optimus regarded Thundercracker as his own brother, while Thundercracker viewed Optimus as family. They engaged in discussions about future plans, trained together, and prepared for the battles that lay ahead. Optimus felt that Thundercracker was gradually maturing into a true leader. Optimus, when shall we seek out Lockdown? Thundercracker's voice brimmed with anticipation. Optimus nodded. Once we have regained our strength, we shall find him. We must convey that no one can harm us. Optimus, I am ready, Thundercracker affirmed with resolve. Optimus nodded. Very well. Together we shall confront Lockdown and safeguard our home. The two departed the base, embarking on a new journey. They understood that the road ahead would be long, yet they believed that united, nothing could impede their progress. Optimus, together we will forge a peaceful world, Thundercracker declared resolutely. Optimus smiled gently. Thundercracker, I believe we can achieve this. Together, we shall fight for peace. During their time in the Dragon Kingdom, the friendship between Optimus and Thundercracker transcended to new heights, earning them the admiration of the Dragon Kingdom's populace. Meanwhile, the Autobots found renewed hope and a future within the Dragon Kingdom. Upon learning of Thundercracker's manipulation, Lockdown was consumed with rage. He initially believed that Tidal Prime would be an easily manipulable pawn, only to find himself outsmarted by Tidal Prime instead. In a quest for retribution, Confinement resolved to irrevocably sever the bond between Optimus Prime and Tidal Prime. After Optimus departed from Tidal Prime's stronghold, Confinement made his way to the Autobot base. He sought out Optimus directly, revealing to him Tidal Prime's true identity and the purpose of the crystal Tidal Prime had gifted him. Optimus, Tidal Prime has been exploiting you all along. Did you not perceive this at all? Confinement's voice dripped with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Confinement's words, Optimus was engulfed in shock and disbelief. This cannot be true. Tidal Prime would never manipulate me. You are deceiving me. Confinement smiled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Do not hasten to conclusions, Optimus. Allow me to present something intriguing. He produced a projector, which displayed a conversation between Tidal Prime and the Cosmic Emperor. Tidal Prime, as long as you deliver this crystal to Optimus, he will trust you unconditionally. Echoed the voice of the Cosmic Emperor. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Father, Tidal Prime's voice resonated with gratitude. As the video concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the Autobot base. Optimus gazed at the projector's content, a flicker of confusion and anguish crossing his features. Do you see now, Optimus? Your once proud brother is the offspring of the Cosmic Emperor. As the leader of Cybertron, how can you associate with the progeny of the Cosmic Emperor without feeling shame? Confinement's voice was laced with schadenfreude. No, this cannot be true. I must confront him. Optimus's voice was filled with fury and despair, unable to bear the scene. Megatron stepped forward, striking Optimus. Optimus awakened. Do you truly remain oblivious to Tidal Prime's true intentions? He is not your brother, nor is he your kin. He is the son of the Cosmic Emperor. For the sake of universal peace, you must eliminate him yourself. Megatron, cease pressuring Optimus. Yun Tian's voice carried an edge of anger. Yun Tian, have you also been ensnared by Tidal Prime's FAAD? Megatron's tone was one of confusion. If you wish to spend a few days lying in the medic's ward, I suggest you silence yourself. Yun Tian's voice bore a hint of threat. Megatron was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Yun Tian, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He understood that now was not the time for conflict with Yun Tian, so he opted for silence. Yun Tian, what should I do? I do not want to lose Tidal Prime. Optimus's voice was tinged with helplessness. Yun Tian gently grasped Optimus's hand, determination shining in her eyes. Optimus, I have long been aware of Tidal Prime's identity. I refrained from informing you because I trusted that Tidal Prime would not harm you. Surely, you can sense his care and affection for you. Optimus Prime nodded slightly, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his eyes. Yun Tian, I understand. Thank you. I shall have a sincere conversation with Tian Zhong. Yun Tian offered a faint smile before turning to Jinbai. Jinbai, I am aware of your thoughts. You wish to create a rift between Optimus Prime and Tian Zhong. However, as long as I, Yun Tian, remain here, your scheming shall never succeed. Jinbai gazed at Yun Tian, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features. Yun Tian, you have long known of Tian Zhong's identity? Yun Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Jinbai, I have been aware of Tian Zhong's identity, yet I chose to place my faith in him. I believe Tian Zhong harbors no intent to harm Optimus Prime. He is merely seeking his own path. Jinbai fell silent for a moment before eventually conceding with a nod. Yun Tian, you are a formidable adversary deserving of respect. Nevertheless, I must fulfill my mission to capture Optimus Prime alive. Yun Tian smiled subtly. Jinbai, you may attempt it, but I will safeguard Optimus Prime until the very last moment. Jinbai regarded Yun Tian with a hint of respect in his eyes. Yun Tian, I shall remember your words. However, my mission remains unchanged. Optimus Prime observed the exchange between Yun Tian and Jinbai, his heart awash with tumultuous emotions. He recognized that he must confront Tian Zhong and uncover the truth. He could not allow his brother to become his enemy. Yun Tian, I must meet with Tian Zhong. Optimus Prime asserted with unwavering resolve. Yun Tian nodded in agreement. Optimus Prime, I shall accompany you. I have faith in Tian Zhong. He will provide us with a reasonable explanation. Together, Optimus Prime and Yun Tian swiftly proceeded to Tian Zhong's base. Fully aware that this dialogue would shape the future between Optimus Prime and Tian Zhong. Tian Zhong, we need to speak, Optimus Prime declared, his tone imbued with gravity. Upon seeing Optimus Prime and Yun Tian, Tian Zhong's eyes flickered with tension. Brother Optimus, Sister Yun Tian, what brings you here? Optimus Prime inhaled deeply and relayed to Tian Zhong the content projected by Jinbai. Tian Zhong, I am aware of your identity and the purpose of that crystal. Do you have anything to clarify? Tian Zhong's eyes widened with shock and anguish at Optimus Prime's words. Brother Optimus, I am at a loss for words. My father instructed me to give you the crystal, but I never intended to manipulate you. I simply wish to be your friend. Optimus Prime regarded Tian Zhong, a hint of confusion shadowing his gaze. Tian Zhong, why did you choose this path? Do you understand how deeply this hurts me? Tian Zhong lowered his head, his voice quavering. Brother Optimus, I know I have erred, but I truly do not wish to lose you. You are my only friend, and I fear that upon discovering my true identity, you would cast me aside as an enemy. Yun Tian approached Tian Zhong and gently grasped his hand. Tian Zhong, Optimus Prime will not abandon you because of your identity. He believes in you, just as I do. Tianzhong lifted his gaze, gratitude glistening in his eyes. Sister Yun Tian, thank you both. I am genuinely terrified of losing you. Optimus Prime smiled gently, a flicker of warmth glimmering in his eyes. Wing Prime, you are my brother, and I shall not forsake you for these matters. However, it is imperative that you comprehend the significance of your identity and your choices. You must not allow the Cosmic Emperor to control you. Otherwise, we risk losing you. Wing Prime nodded in understanding. Brother Optimus, I grasp your words. I will strive to liberate myself from my father's grasp and become my true self. Optimus Prime softly patted Wing Prime's shoulder. I have faith in you, my brother. Together, we shall fight for peace. From a distance, Lockdown observed this exchange, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. He recognized that his plan had faltered, yet his mission remained unfulfilled. Optimus, I shall return. Lockdown's voice resonated with determination. Optimus and Cloud Prime watched Lockdown's retreating figure, their hearts laden with vigilance. They understood that Lockdown would not relent easily, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could obstruct them. Optimus, we will protect our homeland together, Cloud Prime declared with conviction. Optimus nodded in agreement. Cloud Prime, I believe we can achieve this. Together, we shall fight for peace. During their days in Dragon Country, the bond between Optimus and Winged Prime gradually mended. They not only became friends, but also relied on each other for support. The Autobots, too, discovered newfound hope and a promising future in Dragon Country. Following the failure of his divisive scheme, Lockdown felt an overwhelming surge of anger and disappointment. He realized that capturing Optimus Prime might be an unattainable goal, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. He decided to redirect his focus toward Cloud Prime, knowing that by capturing her, he could salvage something from his mission. To ensnare Cloud Prime and fulfill his objectives, Lockdown sought out Quintessa, imploring her for greater power. Lady Quintessa, if you can assist me, I assure you that I shall capture Optimus Prime. Lockdown's voice bore a hint of desperation. Quintessa regarded Lockdown with a glimmer of coldness in her gaze. Lockdown, I hope you speak truthfully. Accept my power. Thank you for your assistance. I shall not disappoint you. Lockdown replied, his tone laced with gratitude. Quintessa extended her hand, and a potent energy surged forth, infusing Lockdown's being. He felt a formidable strength coursing through him, his body becoming more resilient and his power amplified. Cloud Prime, beloved of Optimus, I shall make you my spark partner. Are you prepared? Lockdown's voice resonated with a sinister excitement. Unbeknownst to Cloud Prime, she had become Lockdown's target. At that moment, she was fervently pursuing Optimus, who had been secretly imbibing. Optimus, stop right there. Cloud Prime's voice was tinged with anger. Cloud Prime, I've merely had a sip. There's no need to chase me through the streets. Optimus replied with a hint of exasperation. With that, he hastened his pace, slipping into a warehouse. With a sigh of relief, Optimus leaned against the wall, catching his breath. Why have you stopped running? Yun Tian's voice suddenly pierced the air as she appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. Stunned, Optimus gazed at her, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Optimus, what am I to say about you? As a person with a family, neglecting your responsibilities only serves to infuriate me daily, she chided softly, a note of reproach lacing her tone. Yun Tian, please don't be upset. I assure you, this truly is the last time. Optimus replied with a hint of endearment in his voice. Really? Yun Tian scrutinized him, skepticism glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, I promise. He affirmed with a nod, a flicker of determination in his gaze. Very well, I shall trust you this time, she sighed, her tone softening. Ah, the affection between you two is truly enviable, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. What brings you here, Jinbai? Optimus responded, his voice tinged with caution. Miss Yun Tian, there's no need to be so tense. I have come to invite you aboard my spaceship, Jinbai replied, a mischievous tone evident in his words. And if I decline? Yun Tian's voice turned cold. That would be quite unfortunate. However, I suspect you will not refuse. Jinbai's tone carried a subtle threat. Jinbai, I will not allow you to harm Yun Tian, Optimus declared resolutely. You're no match for me, Optimus, Jinbai taunted. Before Optimus could react, Jinbai struck him down with a single blow, rendering him unconscious. Optimus, wake up! Yun Tian's voice was filled with panic. Jinbai approached Optimus and sealed away his powers and weapons, then turned his gaze towards Yun Tian. Miss Yun Tian, it appears you are now alone. Do you think you could defeat me? He asked coldly. Whether I can or not, I'll find out by trying, Yun Tian retorted, her voice laced with anger. However, as she launched her attack, a strange smile crept across Jinbai's face. He seized her shoulders, discarding her weapons and communicator to the ground, crushing them into fragments. Miss Yun Tian, a girl should not carry such dangerous items, he teased. Jinbai, let me go. Yun Tian shouted in fury. Ignoring her cries, Jinbai produced a piece of candy, feeding it to her despite her protests. Instantly, Yun Tian felt her resistance dissolve, replaced by a sense of dependence and trust towards him. Jinbai released her and held her close. Miss Yun Tian, you are truly charming. From now on, you shall stay with me, and I can provide you with the finest life. He spoke gently. Jinbai, will you always be by my side? Will you treat me well forever? The voice of Yun Tian carried a hint of dependence. Of course, Miss Yun Tian, as long as you wish to be with me, I shall cradle you in my palms, treating you as a treasured gem. I will forever cherish and love you. The voice of Jin Jing was laced with a touch of sweet nothings. Jin Jing, your words are truly delightful. Yun Tian's voice resonated with satisfaction. Thank you for your compliments, my darling. Allow me to take you to my spaceship for some rest. I have prepared a surprise for you. Excitement tinged Jin Jing's voice. Really? What is it? Yun Tian inquired with curiosity. My dear, if I reveal it, it will no longer be a surprise. Come, let us board the spaceship. With that, Jin Jing took Yun Tian's hand and led her onto his vessel. Upon entering, Jin Jing guided Yun Tian to a cozy cabin. Miss Yun Tian, this room has been meticulously prepared for you. I hope you find it to your liking. A note of anticipation colored Jin Jing's tone. It's simply beautiful. Jin Jing, I adore it, Yun Tian exclaimed, her voice imbued with delight. The hour grows late. You should rest. Jin Jing's tone softened with tenderness. All right, can you sleep with me? Yun Tian's voice carried a trace of reliance. Miss Yun Tian, we are not yet at that stage, Jin Jing hinted, suggesting a deeper connection. After a moment of silence, Yun Tian embraced Jin Jing, kissing his cheek and initiating a fusion of their essences. Is this sufficient? We are now essence partners. Surely, I can share a bed now. Satisfaction lilted in Yun Tian's voice. Since you say so, I shall not hesitate. I promise to make this night unforgettable, Jin Jing replied, his voice brimming with excitement. Jin Jing gently laid Yun Tian on the bed, watching her with a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Miss Yun Tian, are you truly certain about being with me? Jin Jing sought confirmation. With a nod and a glimmer of resolve, Yun Tian replied, Jin Jing, I trust you. I will be with you. A subtle smile graced Jin Jing's lips, satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. Miss Yun Tian, I shall ensure your happiness. They embraced tightly. Jin Jing softly kissed Yun Tian's forehead and then dimmed the cabin lights. Good night, my darling, he said gently. Good night. Jin Jing, Yun Tian responded, her voice filled with contentment. Yet, unbeknownst to Yun Tian, the tenderness of Jin Jing concealed a far more sinister plot. Ensnared by his sweet words, she had lost herself entirely, oblivious to the fact that she had become a mere tool for Jin Jing to fulfill his mission. Yun Tian, you will become my strength. Jin Jing vowed silently. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, feeling his body bound and immobile. He struggled fiercely, only to find himself ensnared by Jin Jing's bindings. Yun Tian, where are you? The voice of Optimus Prime resonated with a hint of anxiety. He strained to recollect the events that had just transpired. Realizing that lockdown had taken Yun Tian away, his heart swelled with both anger and concern. He must find Yun Tian swiftly and thwart lockdown's nefarious plot. Yun Tian, I will find you. Optimus silently vowed within his heart. He commenced his desperate search for an escape route, fully aware that he could not relent. He had to protect Yun Tian and safeguard their homeland. At the Autobot base in Dragon Country, Yun Tian's disappearance plunged everyone into a state of tension and unease. Megatron and the other Autobots swiftly initiated a search operation, cognizant that lockdown's threat loomed large, and they needed to locate Yun Tian without delay. Yun Tian, you must hold on. Megatron's voice carried a note of resolute determination. They believed that Optimus and Yun Tian would eventually reunite, standing together to fight for peace. Transformers 4, Part 6, Yun Tian and Lockdown spent a tranquil night aboard the spaceship. Lockdown experienced a warmth he had never known before. He resolved to help Yun Tian forget her feelings for Optimus, focusing solely on their current relationship. To fulfill his intentions, Lockdown planned to prepare a special, heartfelt breakfast for Yun Tian the following morning. As the sun rose, Lockdown awoke and gazed at Yun Tian, who was still peacefully slumbering beside him. He gently kissed her forehead and then quietly rose, making his way out of the cabin. After a while, Yun Tian also stirred from her slumber. However, she did not see Lockdown anywhere. Just as she was about to call for him, Lockdown returned, carrying a breakfast tray. Yun Tian, my dear, this is a breakfast I made just for you. Please, try it and let me know how it tastes, Lockdown said with a touch of tenderness in his voice. Lockdown, thank you. I thought you had forgotten about me, Yun Tian replied, her voice tinged with concern. How could I? My dear, you are far too lovely for me to forget. Lockdown reassured her with a soothing tone. Then, could you show me around your spaceship? Yun Tian asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Of course. But first, let's finish our meal. Lockdown insisted gently. All right, but I wanted to feed me, Yun Tian said playfully. I understand. Open wide, Lockdown said as he delicately fed her a bite of breakfast. This is delicious. Lockdown, your cooking is exquisite, Yun Tian exclaimed, her voice brimming with satisfaction. I'm glad you like it, Lockdown replied, a sense of relief evident in his tone. A few minutes later, Yun Tian completed her breakfast. Lockdown, please take me on a tour of the spaceship, she urged eagerly. Very well, let us go, Lockdown nodded, leading Yun Tian as they wandered through the spacecraft. As they strolled, Lockdown pointed out areas that posed potential dangers. Lockdown, you captured 3 mechanical dinosaurs? Yun Tian remarked, her voice laced with surprise. Indeed, he confirmed. Moreover, their leader, Steel Cable, is a formidable adversary. However, I have managed to subdue him. A hint of pride resonated in the voice of Confinement. Confinement, you are truly remarkable. May I have the honor of visiting them? Curiosity laced Yun Tian's tone. Well, it is not entirely impossible. However, do bear in mind that they may not be particularly amiable, especially Steel Cable. Should they inflict any harm upon you, it would be quite unfortunate, Confinement expressed with a touch of concern. Confinement, I trust you will ensure my safety, correct? Trust was evident in Yun Tian's voice. Very well, let's see how they are faring now. Confinement took Yun Tian's hand and led her to the chamber where the mechanical dinosaurs were confined. Meanwhile, Sky Pillar returned to the Autobot base with Optimus Prime, whose powers have been sealed by Confinement. Megatron and the other Autobots immediately surrounded them, inquiring about Yun Tian's whereabouts. Optimus Prime, where has Yun Tian gone? Megatron's voice carried an edge of urgency. Optimus remained silent, his heart heavy with guilt and self-reproach. He was acutely aware that he had failed to protect Yun Tian, allowing her to be captured by Confinement. Optimus Prime, speak up. Where is Yun Tian? Megatron's tone grew more aggressive. I do not know, Optimus replied, his voice tinged with anguish. You do not know? If it were not for you, how could Yun Tian have encountered such peril? Should anything happen to her, I will not let you go unpunished. Megatron's voice bore a threatening tone. Megatron, please calm down. My reconnaissance team is already searching for Sister Yun Tian. Moreover, Brother Optimus did not act with ill intent. Sky Pillar interjected with a note of diplomacy. Sky Pillar, this matter does not concern you. You are not without fault either. It has become clear to me that you too conspired to abduct Yun Tian while feigning ignorance. You both are quite something. Megatron's voice dripped with ire. Megatron, perhaps you should temper your words. Look at the wounds on Optimus. If he were the culprit, how could he have sustained such grievous injuries? The calm voice of Ratchet interjected. Ratchet, I apologize, Megatron replied, a hint of remorse creeping in. You need not apologize to me. Rather, you owe it to Optimus and Sky Pillar, Ratchet asserted with severity. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron finally nodded. Optimus, Sky Pillar. I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. Optimus shook his head. Megatron, you have no fault. I indeed failed to safeguard Yun Tian, and I deserve the reproach. Sky Pillar also nodded. Megatron, we are all striving to locate Yun Tian. I have faith that she will be safe. Megatron sighed. Very well, I trust you both. However, we must find Yun Tian without delay. She cannot be in danger. Optimus nodded. I will do everything within my power to find Yun Tian. I cannot afford to lose her. Simultaneously, Confinement brought Yun Tian to the place where the mechanical dinosaurs were held captive. He opened the chamber door, ushering Yun Tian inside. My dear Yun Tian, This is the place where the mechanical dinosaurs are confined. Their leader, Steel Cable, resides within. A hint of vigilance accompanied the sound of confinement. Yun Tian gazed upon the mechanical dinosaur before her, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Confinement. They do not appear menacing at all. Confinement offered a subtle smile. My dear Yun Tian, they have merely been subdued by me. Steel Cable is a formidable opponent, yet now he is under my command. Yun Tian nodded appreciatively. Confinement, you are truly impressive. May I converse with them? After a moment's hesitation, Confinement nodded in agreement. Very well, but exercise caution. They may harbor hostility towards you. Yun Tian acknowledged him and approached Steel Cable and the other mechanical dinosaurs. With a smile, she greeted them. Hello, I am Yun Tian. Confinement has informed me that you are now his subordinates. Steel Cable regarded Yun Tian, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you with Confinement? Yun Tian smiled gently. I'm the spar partner of Confinement. I trust that he will protect me, as well as you. After a brief silence, Steel Cable finally nodded. Very well, I believe you. But be cautious. Confinement is a dangerous individual. Yun Tian replied, I understand. Yet, I also believe that Confinement can change. Together, we shall fight for peace. Confinement observed the interaction between Yun Tian and the mechanical dinosaurs, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He recognized that Yun Tian's influence was beginning to take effect, yet he was acutely aware of the necessity to keep her in check, ensuring she did not disrupt his plans. My dear Yun Tian, it is time for us to return. Confinement spoke with a touch of tenderness. Yun Tian nodded and followed him out of the chamber. Upon returning to the chamber, Confinement looked at Yun Tian, a gentle glimmer in his eyes. My dear Yun Tian, are you truly certain you wish to be with me? Yun Tian nodded resolutely. Confinement, I believe in you. I will stand by your side. Confinement smiled softly, a hint of satisfaction illuminating his features. My dear Yun Tian, I shall ensure your happiness. However, internally, Confinement was beset with conflict. He understood the necessity of fulfilling his mission, yet Yun Tian's presence began to waver his resolve. He questioned whether he could truly bring harm to her. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Sentinel Prime anxiously awaited news of Yun Tian at the Autobot base. Their reconnaissance teams had conducted a thorough search, yet Yun Tian's whereabouts remained elusive. Optimus, we cannot remain idle. We must take action and locate Yun Tian, Sentinel Prime declared with determination. Optimus nodded. You are correct. We cannot give up. We will find Yun Tian and protect her. Megatron and the other Autobots expressed their solidarity as well. They understood that Yun Tian's disappearance was not only a crisis, but also a test. They must unite to locate Yun Tian and safeguard their home. Transformers 4-7. In her time with Confinement, Yun Tian felt the unique care that he bestowed upon her. Unlike Megatron's harshness and Optimus's gentleness, Confinement embodied the essence of a youthful romantic. Each day, he found various ways to convey his tenderness and thoughtfulness to Yun Tian. Yun Tian, my dear, today I wish to take you to a most extraordinary place. A hint of excitement lingers in the voice of Bumblebee. Where are we going? Yun Tian's voice is laced with curiosity. You shall know once we arrive, Bumblebee replies with a slight smile, guiding Yun Tian towards the spacecraft's cockpit. Bumblebee activates the ship, whisking Yun Tian through the cosmos. They behold a multitude of stunning planets and galaxies, filling Yun Tian with exhilaration. Bumblebee, this is breathtaking. Yun Tian exclaims in awe. Bumblebee gazes at Yun Tian, a gentle warmth flickering in his eyes. My dear Yun Tian, as long as you are pleased, that is all that matters. Yun Tian nods, a glimmer of happiness shimmering in her eyes. Bumblebee, I truly adore this. To witness such beauty by your side fills me with joy. Bumblebee smiles softly, his heart brimming with contentment. He realizes that Yun Tian's companionship alleviates his solitude, diminishing his yearning for immense power. All he desires is to share this simple happiness with Yun Tian. Under her influence, Bumblebee gradually shifts his mindset. He no longer craves formidable strength, but tenderly cherishes his companion. Their bond flourishes, and Bumblebee revels in the daily care from the one he holds dear. Bumblebee, what would you like to eat today? Yun Tian's voice carries a gentle tone. My dear Yun Tian, I relish whatever you prepare, Bumblebee replies with satisfaction. Yun Tian smiles slightly, happiness illuminating her eyes. Then I shall make your favorite dish. Bumblebee watches Yun Tian, a touch of tenderness in his gaze. My dear Yun Tian, You genuinely bring me happiness. Yet, Yun Tian has not entirely lost her feelings for Optimus Prime. She desires for Bee to befriend him and his companions. After all, she now has two sparks in Optimus Prime and Megatron, and welcoming Bee would not be amiss. Bee, I truly hope you can become friends with Optimus and the others. I believe they will welcome you, Yun Tian expresses with anticipation. Bee smiles gently, warmth flickering in his eyes. My dear Yun Tian, I shall do my utmost. I trust you, and I trust them. Thus, under Yun Tian's hopeful gaze, Bee prepares to take her, along with the mechanical dinosaurs she has tamed, to the Autobot base. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron have thoroughly searched Earth, but have yet to locate Bee's spacecraft. Both find themselves engulfed in uncertainty, unaware of where Bee might have taken Yun Tian or if she is safe. Optimus, what should we do? Yun Tian has been missing for several days, and we still have no trace of her. Megatron's voice carries a note of anxiety. After a moment of silence, Optimus shakes his head. I do not know. We cannot abandon hope. We must continue our search. Just as they are on the verge of despair, Ratchet utilizes the communicator to inform Optimus that Yun Tian has returned to the Autobot base, along with Bee. Optimus, Yun Tian is back. She has returned with Bee. Ratchet's voice is filled with surprise. Upon receiving the news about Yun Tian, Optimus Prime and Megatron hasten to the Autobot base. They were taken aback to find Lockdown and Yun Tian standing hand in hand at the entrance, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Yun Tian, are you all right? Optimus Prime inquired, concern lacing his voice. Yun Tian responded with a gentle smile, warmth flickering in her eyes. Optimus, I am fine. Lockdown has agreed to be friends with you. Optimus and Megatron exchanged glances, their hearts awash with a complex array of emotions. They were aware that Yun Tian might have captured Lockdown's affections. Yet the sight of their intertwined hands left them utterly stunned. Yun Tian, you and Lockdown. Megatron's voice trembled with hesitation. Yun Tian nodded affirmatively, yes. Lockdown is now my spark partner, but he has promised to be friends with you. Optimus and Megatron sighed in relief. As long as Yun Tian was unharmed, they dared not voice their reservations about anything else. After all, Yun Tian was accompanied by several formidable mechanical dinosaurs. Yun Tian, we are delighted that you have returned. As long as you remain safe, we can accept everything else, Optimus reassured, his tone imbued with solace. Yun Tian was pleased with the responses of Optimus and Megatron, prompting her to instruct Steeljaw to take his younger companions outside to play. Steeljaw, take your little brothers out to enjoy themselves, she said gently. Steeljaw nodded and led his companions away from the base. Once they departed, Yun Tian declared that Lockdown was now a member of the Autobot family. Lockdown, you are now part of our Autobot family, Yun Tian asserted with conviction. As the leader of the Autobots, Optimus warmly welcomed Lockdown, proclaiming, this will always be your home. We are all your family. Optimus's heartfelt words left Lockdown, who had grown up in solitude, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He expressed his profound apologies for his past actions towards Optimus. Optimus, I'm truly sorry for everything I've done. I hope to earn your forgiveness. Lockdown's voice resonated with sincerity. Optimus nodded, accepting Lockdown's apology. Lockdown, I accept your apology. We all fight for peace. I hope you will join us in protecting our home. To envelop Lockdown in the warmth of family, Optimus and the others organized a grand welcome celebration. The base was filled with laughter and joy as everyone rejoiced in Lockdown's arrival. Lockdown, welcome to our family, Ratchet exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lockdown surveyed the faces of his newfound family and friends, his heart swelling with emotion. He turned to Yun Tian, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Yun Tian. Thank you for allowing me to experience the warmth of family. I promise I will make you proud. Together, let us safeguard the Earth, protect Cybertron, and cherish our beautiful homeland. A note of resolve tinged the voice of Bumblebee. Yun Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. Bumblebee, I have faith in you. We shall strive together for the sake of peace. During their time in the Dragon Kingdom, the bond between Optimus Prime, Yun Tian, and Bumblebee gradually deepened. They not only became friends, but also pillars of support for one another. The Autobots discovered renewed hope and a promising future within the Dragon Kingdom. Upon learning of Bumblebee's betrayal, Quintessa was engulfed in fury. She had anticipated his unwavering loyalty in executing her commands, only to be blindsided by his treachery. To exact retribution, Quintessa resolved to take decisive action. Bumblebee, having chosen betrayal, You are unworthy of my power, she declared coldly. Quintessa proceeded to enhance and modify the Decepticon warriors, including Starscream, who would return from Earth, endowing them with formidable strength. She commanded Starscream to lead a contingent of Decepticons to Earth in pursuit of Bumblebee, employing any means necessary to obliterate him. Starscream, this mission is of utmost importance. You must personally eradicate Bumblebee. Otherwise, do not expect to return to my presence. Quintessa's tone carried a hint of menace. Starscream nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. My Lady Quintessa, rest assured, I shall fulfill this task. Empowered by his newfound strength, Starscream confidently embarked with a cadre of enhanced Decepticons through the space bridge to Earth. After their departure, Quintessa reclaimed the power she had deceived Bumblebee into relinquishing. Gazing at the energy crystal in her hand, satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Bumblebee, having lost my power, what can you possibly achieve now? Quintessa's voice dripped with scorn. Meanwhile, Bumblebee was diligently learning the traditional etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom from Yun Tian. Initially, he believed that his own prowess would allow him to master it effortlessly, only to realize he had overestimated his capabilities. Yun Tian, this is exceedingly difficult. I cannot do it. I am unable to learn, Bumblebee expressed, frustration seeping into his voice. Yun Tian looked at him, encouragement flickering in his gaze. Bumblebee, you must believe in yourself. Furthermore, Optimus and the others took considerable time to learn as well. You need to be patient. I am confident you can do it. Keep pushing forward. Bumblebee, touched by Yun Tian's supportive words, observed his movements, practicing and mimicking repeatedly. After prolonged effort, he finally mastered the traditional etiquette Yun Tian had taught him. Bumblebee, you are remarkable. You learned so quickly. Yun Tian exclaimed with surprise. With such a great teacher, how could I possibly fail? Bumblebee replied with newfound confidence. Bumblebee, you are quite the chatterbox, Yun Tian teased, playfully tapping him, a smile gracing his features. Bumblebee chuckled and embraced Yun Tian. It is time for us to return, my dear. Very well, very well. In recognition of your commendable performance today, I shall permit you to embrace me. Yun Tian's voice carried a hint of resignation. Jean Bai, cradling Yun Tian, made his way toward the Autobot base, oblivious to the lurking presence of Red Spider concealed within the clouds above. Jean Bai was surprisingly together with Yun Tian, and they were still quite distant from the Autobot base, presenting an opportune moment for us to strike. Red Spider, observing the Decepticon soldiers behind him, bellowed the long-desired command. Decepticons, attack. Upon hearing the sound of aircraft approaching from above, Jean Bai prepared to retaliate, only to realize that his strength had dwindled to nearly nothing. What is happening? Why has my power weakened so significantly? A flicker of unease crossed Jean Bai's mind. Sensing the unusual expression on Jean Bai's face, Yun Tian inquired, Jean Bai, what is wrong? Why are you so distracted? Her voice was imbued with concern. Before Jean Bai could respond, Red Spider descended from the sky with his Decepticon soldiers, swiftly encircling Jean Bai and Yun Tian. Jean Bai, I have come under Lord Quintessa's orders to eliminate you, the traitor. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Red Spider's tone dripped with mockery. Red Spider, cease your unfounded accusations. I have not betrayed Lord Quintessa. I am currently enacting a plan to infiltrate the Autobots. Jean Bai replied, urgency lacing his voice. Oh, is that so? Then why are you with Yun Tian? Don't tell me you are unaware of her true identity. Red Spider retorted with a chilling laugh. Red Spider, you underestimate us both, Yun Tian asserted with unwavering determination. Jean Bai, there is no need for further discourse. Let us confront him together and show him our strength. Yun Tian, I apologize. I have lost much power and may not be able to fight alongside you. Jean Bai admitted, guilt shadowing his words. Yun Tian gazed at Jean Bai, her eyes shining with resolve. Jean Bai, do not give up. We shall fight together. I believe we can prevail. Jean Bai nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude. Yun Tian, thank you. I shall do my utmost. Seeing Jean Bai and Yun Tian prepare for battle, Red Spider's eyes glinted with excitement. Decepticons, attack. The Decepticon soldiers launched their assault swiftly, and Jean Bai and Yun Tian entered combat mode. Despite Jean Bai's significant loss of strength, he fought valiantly to protect Yun Tian. Yun Tian, step back. Allow me to handle them, he urged with conviction. Yun Tian nodded and retreated to a safe distance. Jean Bai, be careful. Jean faced the onslaught of Red Spider and the Decepticon soldiers alone, his body growing weary, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that he must safeguard Yun Tian and prevent her from harm. Jean, you have no strength left. It would be wise to surrender, Red Spider taunted. Jean shook his head defiantly. Red Spider, I will not give in. I shall safeguard Yun Tian until the final moment. Just as the confinement was on the brink of peril, Yun Tian suddenly launched an assault, drawing upon the combat techniques she had mastered in the Dragon Kingdom. She swiftly repelled several Decepticon soldiers. Red Spider, did you truly believe that the confinement lacked power, allowing you to claim an effortless victory? You underestimate us gravely. Yun Tian's voice carried a hint of indignation. Red Spider regarded Yun Tian with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. You possess such strength, Yun Tian. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Red Spider, you are not my adversary. Confinement, let us join forces and vanquish them. Confinement nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in her gaze. Yun Tian, thank you. Together we shall fight. The two fought side by side, gradually turning the tide of battle. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Red Spider resolved to retreat. Decepticons, fall back. We shall return another day. His voice tinged with reluctance. Confinement and Yun Tian watched as Red Spider and the Decepticon soldiers withdrew, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. They understood that this encounter was merely the beginning, with greater challenges looming ahead. Yun Tian, let us return. Confinement's voice bore trace of exhaustion. Yun Tian nodded. Very well. We shall go back. Upon their return to the Autobot base, Optimus Prime and Megatron immediately approached, inquiring about the events that had transpired. Optimus, we encountered an attack from Red Spider and the Decepticon soldiers. Confinement lost much of her strength, yet we successfully repelled them. Yun Tian's voice was weary. Optimus regarded Confinement with concern. Confinement, are you unscathed? Confinement shook her head. I am fine, Optimus. It is merely that Quintessa has reclaimed her power. I need time to recuperate. Optimus nodded. Confinement, you should rest. We will protect Yun Tian. Confinement smiled softly. Thank you, Optimus. I have faith in you all. Within the Autobot base, Confinement and Yun Tian received warmth and support from their comrades. They recognized that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. They would continue to fight for peace, safeguarding their home. Transformers 4, The End. Upon learning that Yun Tian and Confinement had been assaulted by Red Spider and the Decepticon forces, Megatron was engulfed in fury. He could hardly fathom that Red Spider would dare to attack his partner. Observing the injuries on Yun Tian, he confronted Confinement, demanding to know why he had failed to protect her. Confinement, why did you not safeguard Yun Tian? Do you not comprehend how significant she is to me? Megatron's voice resonated with anger and anguish. Confinement lowered his head in the presence of the enraged Megatron. He was acutely aware of Megatron's feelings for Yun Tian, and thus was prepared for the impending interrogation. Megatron, I am deeply sorry. It was my failure to protect Yun Tian. If you seek to punish me, then so be it. I shall harbor no grievances, for Yun Tian was injured in her endeavor to protect me. Confinement's voice was laced with remorse. Do you believe a mere apology will absolve you? Besides, are you not supposed to be strong? Why should you rely on Cloud Heaven for protection? Are you merely a coward hiding behind him? Respond to me, Lockdown. The voice of Megatron carried a hint of inquiry. Lockdown raised his head, determination flickering in his eyes. Megatron, you were unaware of the circumstances at that time. I had already lost my own strength, yet I did not surrender. I shielded Cloud Heaven from numerous assaults. I did my utmost. Cloud Heaven observed both Megatron and Lockdown, her heart brimming with anguish. She understood the depth of Megatron's feelings for her, yet she also recognized that Lockdown had given his all. Megatron, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. You know not what transpired then. Lockdown had already been stripped of his power, yet he persevered, taking many hits for me. He performed admirably. Why must you utter such words? Are you aware of the sorrow you inflict upon Lockdown with your remarks? A trace of fury laced Cloud Heaven's voice. Megatron gazed at Cloud Heaven, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He realized that his words had been somewhat excessive, yet his heart was filled with anxiety and trepidation. Cloud Heaven, do you remember that I was your original companion? I merely wished to shield you from harm. I cannot bear the thought of losing you again. Can you fathom my feelings? A tinge of pain and helplessness colored Megatron's voice. Cloud Heaven met Megatron's gaze. A flicker of guilt in her eyes. Megatron, Megatron interrupted her. Cloud Heaven, there is no need to say more. I am no longer your partner. You are free to pursue whatever you desire, with whomever you choose. It is no longer within my purview. Cloud Heaven looked at Megatron, her eyes reflecting anguish. Megatron, I am truly sorry. It is my fault. I should not have regarded you as someone disposable. You have cared for me for so long, and I have spoken to you so harshly. I am sincerely remorseful. Forgive me. Megatron regarded Cloud Heaven, a glimmer of relief crossing his eyes. Cloud Heaven, I too have gone too far. I owe you an apology. I am sorry. With that, Megatron approached Lockdown and bowed deeply. Lockdown, thank you. Thank you for safeguarding Cloud Heaven. I apologize for my unwarranted accusations. I should not have berated you without cause. I am truly sorry. Lockdown looked at Megatron, gratitude shining in his eyes. Megatron, I appreciate your willingness to forgive me. Witnessing the reconciliation among the three, Optimus Prime and the others felt immense joy. They understood that unity was essential to combat the threat posed by Quintessa. Megatron, Cloud Heaven, Lockdown, you have all performed admirably. Together, we shall fight for peace. Optimus Prime's voice carried a note of resolve. Megatron nodded. Optimus Prime, I understand. We will join forces to protect our home. Cloud Heaven smiled gently, a flicker of comfort in her eyes. Optimus Prime, I believe in our ability to succeed. Together, we shall strive for peace. Lockdown also nodded, gratitude illuminating his gaze. Optimus Prime, thank you for accepting me. I will endeavor to become a source of pride for you all. Subsequently, Optimus Prime and his companions began to deliberate on how to rescue the Decepticon warriors ensnared by Quintessa's control. However, their knowledge of Quintessa was rather scant, as even Lockdown had only crossed paths with her a few times and remained ignorant of her capabilities. Optimus, our understanding of Quintessa is severely lacking, which complicates our efforts to devise an effective plan, remarked Ratchet, his voice tinged with concern. Optimus nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. Yet, we cannot afford to surrender. We must unearth a means to save our comrades. Megatron fell into a contemplative silence before eventually acquiescing. Optimus, you are correct. We must discover a way to rescue our friends. As night descended, Megatron found himself unable to sleep. He reminisced about the trust and assistance once bestowed upon him by Starscream and others, resolute in his determination to bring them back. My friends, await my return. I shall rescue you from Quintessa's grasp. Megatron vowed silently within himself. In a bid to liberate his friends from Quintessa's clutches, Megatron resolved to confront her alone. Skyfire, forgive my abrupt departure. I am uncertain whether I will triumph over Quintessa, but for the sake of my brothers, I must attempt it. Should I fail and become a mere puppet of Quintessa, do not hesitate to eliminate me, he inscribed in a letter. Upon completing the missive, Megatron departed from the Autobot base, soaring towards Cybertron. His heart was laden with a tumult of emotions, yet he understood that he must fight for his brothers. Quintessa, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Megatron's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Optimus and the others anxiously awaited news from Megatron at the base. They understood the perilous nature of his decision, yet they held faith in his success. Megatron, you must return safely, Optimus expressed with a hint of hope. Skyfire, too, gazed in the direction Megatron had departed, anxiety swelling in his heart. Megatron, you must return unscathed. Upon reaching Quintessa's domain on Cybertron, Megatron finally arrived at his destination. He beheld Quintessa, his heart aflame with fury and determination. Quintessa, you shall pay the price, he declared with steadfast conviction. Quintessa regarded Megatron with a cold smirk. Megatron, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Instead of responding, Megatron swiftly launched his assault. He was acutely aware that this would be a formidable battle, yet he was compelled to fight for his brothers. Transformers 5. Megatron ventured alone to Cybertron to confront Quintessa. He recognized that he might not be her equal, but to save his friends, he had to vanquish her. Alas, Quintessa's power far surpassed his own, and ultimately, Megatron was defeated and captured. Megatron, you are too weak, she taunted. However, as long as you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me, I can bestow upon you greater power. Quintessa's voice dripped with a hint of mockery. Never. You may dream, but I, Megatron, shall never become your puppet. Abandon that thought. Megatron's tone resonated with unwavering determination. Disregarding Megatron's defiance, Quintessa cunningly manipulated him into believing he was Optimus Prime. Optimus, over the years, you have endured so much alongside me and have continually encouraged me. As your partner, I truly apologize. Megatron's voice carried a tinge of remorse. It is of no consequence, Megatron. This is not your fault. Choosing you has been my fortune, Quintessa. Masquerading as Optimus, smiled subtly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Rest assured, Optimus, I shall not disappoint you. Megatron's voice remained resolute. Yet, I just witnessed Quintessa departing from Cybertron. She possesses the ability to transform. Perhaps she has assumed my form and returned to the Autobot base to control Optimus and the others. The guise of Optimus continued. The wretched Quintessa, employing such sorcery. Optimus, what should I do upon my return? Megatron's voice simmered with anger. Take this sticker. It will reveal her true form. Upon your return, you must place it on her in front of Optimus and the others. Remember, do not hesitate. The disguised Optimus handed Megatron a sticker. I understand, Optimus. I shall act according to your plan. But do you truly wish to remain on Cybertron? It may not be entirely safe here. Perhaps we should return together. Megatron's voice was laced with concern. Then you must protect me well. The guise of Optimus smiled slyly. Of course, let us depart. Megatron lifted the disguised Optimus, accompanied by Starscream and a host of Decepticon warriors, as they soared towards Earth. Meanwhile, the true Optimus was at the Autobot base, reflecting on the unfolding events. She knew Quintessa would undoubtedly send someone to retrieve the scepter taken by the 12 Knights, realizing that if they did not locate the scepter first, Earth would be in peril. She exclaimed, Quintessa has now appeared. She will certainly dispatch someone to search for the scepter. We must find it before it is too late, or Earth will face grave danger. However, just as Optimus was about to confer with her comrades about the quest for the scepter, Megatron returned with Starscream and the disguised Optimus. Optimus Prime looked at the Optimus by Megatron's side, then at the one beside him, questioning his own perception. Surely he must not have rested well to see two versions of Optimus. At that moment, Megatron produced the sticker Quintessa had given him and swiftly applied it to the Optimus standing next to him. Before she could comprehend the situation, the true Optimus felt an overwhelming force forcibly altering her very being. She attempted to resist this power, but found herself utterly powerless. Observing the anguish on Yun Tian's face, Optimus Prime seized Megatron, demanding, What have you done to Yun Tian? Optimus Prime, take a good look. Do you truly comprehend who she is? Megatron's tone carried an air of solemnity. Turning back, Optimus was stunned to find Yun Tian transformed into his adversary, Quintessa. Yun Tian, how could you have become Quintessa? Or is it that you are indeed Quintessa? Optimus's voice was laced with disbelief. Optimus, cease your inquiries. She is Quintessa. Do you still cling to the notion that she is Yun Tian? Megatron's voice dripped with mockery. Yun Tian, trust me, I am truly Yun Tian, not Quintessa, came Yun Tian's voice, tinged with anguish. You claim to be Yun Tian? Spare me the deception. The Yun Tian I know cannot wield transformation magic. You are Quintessa, and I will not be fooled. Optimus's voice brimmed with fury. Megatron, do you not even believe me? I am genuinely not Quintessa. Yun Tian's voice resonated with despair. How can I trust you? The real Yun Tian stands beside me, and you, wretched Quintessa, have nothing further to say. Megatron's tone was chilling. Do not be angered, Megatron. The Quintessa mimicking Yun Tian approached Megatron, gently embracing him. I apologize, Yun Tian. I did not mean to frighten you. Megatron's voice softened with tenderness. The Quintessa mimicking Yun Tian shook her head, embracing Megatron in return. After a moment, she approached Optimus, enveloping him in a tight embrace, seizing the opportunity to beguile him. Optimus, tell me, who is the true companion of your heart? The Quintessa disguised Yun Tian's voice dripped with sweetness. Without a doubt, it is you, my beloved Yun Tian. At any moment, you remain as enchanting as ever, ensnaring me in your allure. Optimus replied, his voice imbued with infatuation. Optimus, you are ever so eloquent. The Quintessa mimicking Yun Tian smiled subtly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Because I cherish you, you are deserving of my praise. Optimus's voice exuded deep affection. Gazing at the now completely ensnared Optimus and Megatron, Quintessa shed her disguise, a satisfied smile gracing her countenance. However, both Megatron and you harbor feelings for me. Whom shall I choose? How about this? Whoever among you vanquishes Yun Tian first, I shall be with that one. What say you? Quintessa gestured toward the restored Yun Tian. Both Megatron and Optimus turned their gaze toward Yun Tian, a flicker of red gleaming in their eyes. Just as they prepared to strike at Yun Tian, Barricade surged from the shadows, whisking Yun Tian away from the Autobot base. Whosoever captures them first shall have my favor. Quintessa's voice resonated with wickedness. Optimus, my Decepticon warriors will assuredly find them before your Autobots do, Megatron asserted with confidence. Yet, Megatron, let us not speak prematurely. The identity of Quintessa's companion remains an enigma. Optimus Prime's voice bore a hint of reluctance. All right, you two, do not quarrel because of me. Go swiftly. I shall await your return at the base. Quintessa's tone resonated with a touch of pride. Rest assured, my lady Quintessa, I shall swiftly apprehend those two fugitives. Megatron declared resolutely. Megatron, I have unwavering faith in your capabilities, and you as well. Optimus, Quintessa encouraged. Your trust in me, esteemed Quintessa, shall not be in vain. Optimus replied, his voice laced with loyalty. I believe you shall not disappoint me. Go forth, my most devoted warriors, and recapture those fugitives, Quintessa commanded. We shall forever heed your orders, my lady. Unyielding until death, both Megatron and Optimus affirmed with determination. The two leaders led their respective teams in pursuit of the fleeing Bumblebee and Skyfire. Quintessa stood within the base, a malevolent smile gracing her lips. Megatron, Optimus, whichever of you captures them first shall have my favor. I eagerly anticipate this game, her voice tinged with excitement. Meanwhile, Bumblebee had escorted Skyfire away from the Autobot base, seeking refuge in a concealed location to ensure their temporary safety. Skyfire, are you all right? Bumblebee's voice reflected concern. Skyfire nodded. I am fine, Bumblebee. Thank you for rescuing me. Bumblebee smiled gently. You are my most cherished companion. I cannot allow you to come to harm. Skyfire gazed at Bumblebee, gratitude shimmering his eyes. Bumblebee, I am at a loss for how to express my thanks. Bumblebee tenderly grasped Skyfire's hand. We are family, Skyfire. There is no need for gratitude. I will always protect you. A warm smile spread across Skyfire's face, filled with a sense of security. He knew Bumblebee was a trustworthy ally. Bumblebee, what shall we do next? Skyfire inquired, anticipation lacing his voice. Bumblebee pondered for a moment before replying. First, we must find a safe haven to rest, then devise a means to contact Optimus and Megatron, urging them to regain their clarity. Skyfire nodded. Indeed, I believe they will recover. Bumblebee guided Skyfire to a secluded valley, tranquil and suitable for their temporary hideaway. He prepared sustenance and water for Skyfire, ensuring his strength would be restored. Skyfire, please take a moment to rest. I shall remain here to safeguard you. Bumblebee spoke softly. Skyfire nodded, leaning against Bumblebee, enveloped in a profound sense of safety. He understood that Bumblebee would protect him until they found a resolution. Bumblebee, I am confident we can overcome Quintessa, Skyfire affirmed with determination. Bumblebee smiled gently, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Skyfire, I believe we can as well. Together, we shall fight for peace. Bumblebee nodded. Indeed, Skyfire. Together, we shall safeguard our homeland. In the course of their escape, Cloud and Lockdown constantly evaded the pursuit of Optimus Prime and Megatron. They were acutely aware that this battle had only just begun, and their unity was essential to awaken Optimus Prime and Megatron, thereby overcoming Quintessa's sinister plot. After temporarily eluding the chase, led by the Quintessa-controlled Optimus Prime and Megatron, Cloud managed to contact Sentinel Prime, who was far across the ocean in America. However, she refrained from disclosing to Sentinel Prime that Optimus Prime had become a soldier of Quintessa, fearing that he might be unable to bear the harsh reality. Sentinel Prime, this is Cloud. Lockdown and I are in a predicament and require your assistance. Cloud's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Where are you? I will dispatch someone to retrieve you immediately. Sentinel Prime responded with concern. We are in a concealed location. Please send someone to our aid, Cloud replied, her tone imbued with gratitude. Without delay, Sentinel Prime arranged for Cloud and Lockdown to be brought to his base in America, ensuring they were given accommodations and that his medical officer tended to their physical recovery. Cloud, is Optimus Prime all right? Sentinel Prime's voice bore a hint of worry. Cloud reassured him, do not fret. Optimus Prime is unharmed and in a safe place. Sentinel Prime nodded, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. That is reassuring. I have been truly concerned for him. Meanwhile, having failed to capture Cloud and Lockdown, Quintessa chose not to punish Optimus Prime and Megatron. Instead, she bestowed upon them even greater power and new forms. Optimus, Megatron, you have performed admirably. As a reward, I grant you enhanced strength. Quintessa's voice resonated with satisfaction. Optimus Prime and Megatron felt a surge of formidable energy flood their beings, fortifying their bodies and amplifying their might. Thank you for your generosity, Quintessa, they expressed with genuine appreciation. Quintessa smiled faintly, utilize this power wisely, and serve me well. Simultaneously, the Autobots and others were also ensnared by Quintessa's influence, turning the Autobot base into her domain, where all Autobots and Decepticons became her warriors. Optimus, I have heard that you now have a brother. I wish to meet him. Moreover, it has been quite some time since you two have seen each other. This may be a perfect opportunity for a meaningful conversation. Quintessa's voice carried a note of anticipation. Quintessa, I do not comprehend your intentions. Sentinel is merely a child. He should thrive in safety. Rather than facing the perils of battle, Optimus Prime replied hesitantly. Optimus, you are overthinking this. I shall not cast him into the fray. However, do you truly wish to witness your brother become a vessel for the resurrection of the cosmic overlord? Only I possess the means to save him. Quintessa's voice was laced with temptation. Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment before eventually nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, Lady Quintessa. I will contact Sentinel Prime immediately and summon him here. With that, Optimus swiftly reached out to his brother. Brother, it has been far too long since we last saw one another. Could you come to my location? I have prepared a surprise for you. Of course, Optimus. I shall come right away, Sentinel Prime replied, a hint of anticipation evident in his voice. Shortly thereafter, Sentinel arrived at the Autobot base. Optimus approached him, embracing his brother tightly. Brother, it has been ages. Look at you, you've lost so much weight. You must take better care of yourself. I have found a doctor who can help you with the curse of the Unicron. Concern tinged Optimus's voice. Really? Is that the surprise you have in store for me? Brother? Sentinel's voice carried a note of astonishment. Indeed, dear brother. Now, let us return to the base and allow the doctor to examine you, Optimus said gently. Very well. I look forward to it. Sentinel nodded and followed Optimus into the base. Lady Quintessa, Sentinel has arrived, Optimus announced with respect. Sentinel, at last we meet. Now tell me, do you have the whereabouts of Cloudburst and Lockdown? Quintessa's voice brimmed with anticipation. And if I do, I will not allow you to harm them, Sentinel replied resolutely. Optimus, your brother exhibits a touch of disobedience, Quintessa remarked with dissatisfaction. Brother, you must not be disrespectful to Lady Quintessa. If you wish to heed your brother's words, apologize to her at once. Optimus's tone grew stern. Optimus, I am not in the wrong. Quintessa is a villain, and we must eliminate her. Sentinel's voice was laced with anger. Brother, do not speak such nonsense. Lady Quintessa is our sovereign. If you continue this way, I shall be displeased, Optimus warned. Quintessa, you must have ensnared my brother's mind, for he would never speak to me in such a manner. I will not let you escape unscathed, Sentinel declared with unwavering resolve. Sentinel, it is my honor to pledge allegiance to Lady Quintessa. Join us, dear brother, and become one with us. Optimus's voice carried a hint of seduction. Optimus, Sentinel began, but was suddenly overtaken by a wave of dizziness and collapsed into Optimus's embrace, falling into slumber. Brother, awaken, please awaken, Optimus urged with concern. Optimus, where am I? Sentinel slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his brother. Foolish child, this is our home. Your body is well, thanks to that remarkable doctor. Optimus spoke with tenderness. What's the name of that doctor, brother? Sentinel inquired with curiosity. The esteemed healer was dispatched by Lady Quintessa. Brother, why do you suddenly inquire about this? Are you not the captain of Lady Quintessa's vanguard? Optimus Prime's voice carried a hint of curiosity. It turned out that Lady Quintessa had saved me, though my recollections were somewhat hazy. A trace of confusion lingered in Optimus Prime's tone. Do not worry, take your time. Perhaps in a couple of days, clarity will return. His voice was soothing. You are right, brother, the younger sibling nodded. Now that you have awakened, let us pay our respects to Lady Quintessa. Remember, she is our master, and we must protect her with our lives. Do you understand? A note of seriousness infused Optimus Prime's words. I understand, brother Optimus. We must obey Lady Quintessa's commands, correct? The younger sibling's voice was resolute. Indeed, my dear brother. You articulate that beautifully. I am proud of you.
Let us not keep Lady Kenesha waiting. Optimus Prime's tone was filled with warmth. The younger sibling nodded, following Optimus Prime toward Lady Quintessa's location. His heart was laden with confusion and unease, unaware that he was gradually succumbing to Lady Quintessa's influence. Meanwhile, Cloud in confinement found temporary refuge within Optimus Prime's base. Cloud was engulfed in worry, knowing that Lady Quintessa's power had ensnared both Optimus Prime and Megatron. She needed to devise a means to rescue them. Confinement. What shall we do next? Cloud's voice was tinged with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Confinement replied, "First, we must locate a safe haven to rest, then find a way to contact Optimus Prime and Megatron to restore their lucidity." Cloud nodded, "Yes. I am confident they will recover." Confinement led Cloud to a secluded valley, tranquil and ideal for their temporary retreat. He prepared some sustenance and water for her, ensuring she could regain her strength. "Cloud, rest for a while. I will watch over you." Confinement's voice was gentle. Cloud leaned against him, enveloped in a sense of safety, knowing he would protect her until they found solution. "Confinement. I believe we can triumph over Quintessa." Cloud's voice resonated with determination. Confinement smiled faintly, confidence flickering in his eyes. "Cloud, I share your belief. Together, we shall fight for peace." Within Optimus Prime's base, Cloud and Confinement were temporarily secure. Yet they understood that Lady Quintessa's threat loomed large. They needed to swiftly devise a plan to rescue Optimus Prime and Megatron from her control. In a bid to prevent Quintessa from wreaking havoc upon Earth, Cloud felt compelled to seek allies. She recognized that with only her and Confinement's strength, they could not withstand Lady Quintessa and her formidable forces. She required more allies to harbor any hope of overcoming her. In Confinement, to overcome Quintessa, we must seek assistance from others. Yun Tian's voice resonated with determination. Confinement nodded. "You are right, Yun Tian. We require the aid of others, but where shall we find them?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tian replied, "I recall that several Autobots reside with a British Earl named Edmund. We should first seek their support." Confinement expressed concern. However, a mere handful of individuals cannot possibly contend with Quintessa. With Optimus and the others under her control, is it not too few to make a difference? Yun Tian smiled gently. "Confinement, I have not yet finished. Subsequently, we must locate the staff of Quintessa, hidden by the 12 Knights, along with Cade, chosen by the Knights' talismans, and Vivian, a descendant of Merlin, capable of wielding the staff's power." Confinement was taken aback. "Yun Tian, how do you possess such knowledge?" Yun Tian nodded. "Through prior adventures, I have gleaned insights regarding Quintessa and the 12 Knights. I believe that if we can find them, our chances of success will significantly increase." After a brief silence, Confinement finally nodded. "Very well, let us depart." Meanwhile, after completely subjugating Optimus Prime, Quintessa immediately commanded everyone to search for her staff. "Optimus, you and your brother, Tian, must lead your armies to seek the staff." Quintessa's voice carried an air of authority. "As you wish, Lady Quintessa," replied Optimus and Tian, their tones laced with respect. "Megatron, take your forces to locate Yun Tian and Confinement." Quintessa continued to issue orders. "Understood, Lady Quintessa." Megatron's voice also reflected deference. "Excellent. Onward, my warriors." Quintessa's voice brimmed with satisfaction. Optimus and Tian led a combined army of Autobots and Decepticons towards the potential location of Quintessa's staff, while Megatron pursued Yun Tian and Confinement with his Decepticon forces. Yun Tian and Confinement departed from Tian's base, soaring towards England. They understood the urgency of their mission. They must swiftly locate Edmund and the other Autobots. "Yun Tian, do you think those knights will be willing to assist us?" Confinement's voice carried a hint of apprehension. Yun Tian smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Confinement. I have a way to persuade them to join our cause." Confinement nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation, knowing that Yun Tian's wisdom and courage were their greatest assets. After a considerable flight, Yun Tian and Confinement finally arrived in England. They found Edmund's estate, where several Autobots and the Earl resided. "Welcome to my estate, Yun Tian and Confinement." Edmund's voice was warm and inviting. Yun Tian smiled slightly. "Earl Edmund, we require your assistance. Quintessa has already taken control of Optimus and Megatron, and the Earth is in peril." Edmund nodded. "I am aware of Quintessa's threat. I shall assist you, but we require greater strength."
Yun Tian nodded. Our plan is to locate the staff of Contasha, as well as Cade and Merlin's descendant, Vivian, who has been chosen by the Knight's amulet. Only then can we enhance our chances of success. Edmund remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. I shall aid you. However, we must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Gratitude filled the hearts of Yun Tian and Jinbi. They understood that Edmund's support was paramount to their cause. Thank you, Count Edmund. We shall promptly seek additional allies to confront Contasha together. A note of determination resonated in Yun Tian's voice. Edmund smiled faintly. Yun Tian, I have faith in you. Together, we shall fight for the peace of our world. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and the united forces led by him were in pursuit of Contasha's staff. Guided by Contasha, they were gradually approaching the location where the staff was concealed. Brother Optimus, do you truly believe we can find the staff? A hint of anticipation colored Thundercracker's voice. Optimus nodded. Lady Contasha has revealed the staff's whereabouts. We shall certainly uncover it. Thundercracker nodded, his heart swelling with hope, unaware that he was completely under Contasha's influence, having lost his sense of self. Optimus, have you located the staff? Contasha's voice resonated through the communicator. Lady Contasha, we are nearing the staff's position. Optimus's tone held a note of reverence. Excellent. Find the staff swiftly and return to base. Satisfaction laced Contasha's voice. Optimus and Thundercracker pressed on, oblivious to the fact that each step they took was under Contasha's control. Simultaneously, Megatron, leading the Decepticon army, relentlessly pursued Yun Tian and Jinbi. Anger surged within Megatron. He vowed to capture Yun Tian and Jinbi to please Contasha. Yun Tian, Jinbi, there's no escape for you. A threat of menace echoed in Megatron's voice. After a brief respite at Edmund's estate, Yun Tian and Jinbi resumed their journey. They understood that locating Contasha's staff was their primary mission, and finding Cade and Vivian was equally vital to their success. Jinbi, where shall we head next? A note of eagerness tinged Yun Tian's voice. After a moment of contemplation, Jinbi replied, Let us first seek Cade, for he is the one chosen by the Knight's amulet, and his strength is crucial for us. Yun Tian nodded. Very well. Let's set forth. They departed from Edmund's estate, soaring toward Cade's location. They were aware that each step was fraught with peril, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could hinder their progress. Yun Tian, I am confident we shall find them and triumph over Contasha together. A note of resolve resonated in Jinbi's voice. Yun Tian smiled softly. Jinbi, I believe we can achieve this as well. We shall fight together for peace. In their quest for allies and the scepter, Yun Tian and Jinbi gradually came to appreciate the strength of unity. They firmly believed that as long as they stood together, nothing could hinder their progress. They would persist in their struggle for the peace of the earth until that day truly arrived.